Chapter 1. Wealth means nothing without heirs. Even with 5 sons, one is still childless. At last, a son has been born. Our Zhang family finally has an heir. Both mother and child are safe. Quick, hurry, and pay respects to our ancestors. Let us sound the gongs and fire the crackers. An elderly man, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, wore a smile so broad it nearly smoothed out the creases. His astonishment was not unwarranted. His family had long suffered from a dearth of male descendants. Despite having 3 sons and 10 granddaughters, not a single grandson had graced their lineage. In the countryside, this was a source of great shame for him. Neighbors for miles around found amusement in his misfortune. Wealth means nothing without heirs, and being childless is a burden. As a result, the 3 daughters-in-law of the Zhang family often walked with their heads bowed, unable to hold them high. Unexpectedly, this year, the second son's wife finally bore a precious grandson. The joy radiating from Elder Zhang was palpable, and the entire family treasured this golden child as if he were a precious gem. When it came time to name him, they deliberated for an entire month, ultimately settling on Zhang Anping, with the affectionate nickname Anan. They wished for him to grow up safely, ideally becoming a scholar, passing the imperial examination, and rising to the rank of prime minister, living a life far superior to their own, toiling as mere farmers, struggling to make ends meet. From the moment of his birth, Zhang Anping became the center of attention in the household. "Brother, this is a hat from your eldest sister. Do you like it? Brother, this bell is a gift from your second sister. Brother, this cloth tiger is from your third sister. Brother, these sweets from your fourth sister are simply delightful." A throng of sisters, numbering more than a dozen, encircled Zhang Anping, the eldest being merely 6, and the youngest, the 10th sister, only a month his senior, lay beside him, both drooling in slumber. "Brother, give me a kiss, and I shall protect you for life." Amidst the chatter of these tiny beings, the largest being only 6 years old, Zhang Anping found the noise overwhelming, and soon succumbed to a deep sleep. In his dreams, he envisioned a grand door adorned with brass, towering above him. He stretched out his arms, straining to push it open, yet remained steadfast, refusing to budge as he gazed up at its imposing height. What an immense door it was! Despite his efforts, he could not open it, no matter how much strength he exerted. As Zhang Anping grew, he continued to dream of this door every night until he turned 6. One fateful night, he heard a creaking sound, as if the door had begun to yield. This filled him with immense joy. Over the course of these 6 years, he had come to realize that he had traversed into a realm known as the Great Zhou Dynasty. This dynasty bore similarities to the ancient Song Dynasty, valuing literary pursuits over martial prowess, where scholars were revered throughout the land, while those wielding swords were often regarded as simple brutes, derided for their brawn over brains. As for his family, they resided in a village called Daxing, located in the Chaoyang County of Jizhou Prefecture in the Great Zhou Dynasty. In Daxing Village, there were no private schools. One had to travel to the town to find such establishments. The family had long insisted on sending Zhang Anping to study at a private school. That year, when he turned 6, the harvest was bountiful, and they decided to enroll Zhang Anping in the largest private school in town. Dressed in new garments, Zhang Anping, under the guidance of his grandfather, Old Zhang, carried a bundle of gifts and was driven by his father in a donkey cart to pay respects to. The teacher, Mr. Li, a well-known figure in the town, commanded a hefty tuition fee of 10 taels of silver per year, which included meals and accommodation. Although this was a considerable expense for the Zhang family, they were determined to make sacrifices. Since Zhang Anping's birth, they had been diligently saving, nurturing the hope that he would one day become a scholar and ultimately transform their family's humble fate. This was Zhang Anping's first visit to the town. Everything appeared novel to him. The streets were lined with grain shops and clothing stores, bustling with various trades and the lively cries of vendors peddling local delicacies. His wide eyes roamed around, marveling at the prosperity of this small town in the Zhou Dynasty, which offered ample opportunities for food and entertainment. They soon arrived at the entrance of a large courtyard, where a gatekeeper was watching. Upon their arrival, he quickly ushered them inside. The residence featured a spacious front and back courtyard, adorned with a bamboo grove that provided a serene atmosphere. From a neighboring area, the sounds of students reciting their lessons filled the air, bringing a sense of delight to Zhang Anping. The environment was indeed splendid. Before long, Zhang Anping met Mr. Li, a gentleman in his 60s with a prominent mustache and a somewhat stern countenance. He inquired about Zhang Anping's prior education and what he had learned at home. Zhang Anping had been taught the three-character classic and 100 family surnames by his grandfather. His sharp memory allowed him to recite them nearly flawlessly, which elicited smiles from Mr. Li, who had specifically tested him. "You are quite the promising young lad, you may stay. In the school, you will have your fellow students as companions. Should you encounter any issues, you may approach me. You shall begin your studies with the 1,000-character classic." Mr. Li's eyes sparkled with joy, surprised by the remarkable memory of this peasant boy. The fact that Zhang Anping could recite the classics effortlessly surpassed the capabilities of some students who had been enrolled for 2 or 3 years. This admiration for talent prompted Mr. Li to have a servant bring forth a set of scholars' robes. Every child entering Mr. Li's school was provided with 2 sets of white scholars' robes. Mr. Li took a particular liking to Zhang Anping, with his bright complexion and white teeth, and personally dressed him in the robe. However, the attire was slightly oversized, and Mr. Li even bent down to adjust the cuffs. He earnestly reminded Zhang Anping that donning this robe meant he must conduct himself as a scholar, never engaging in any actions that would bring shame to the scholarly traditions. The consequences of such actions could range from light punishment to expulsion from the school. He must remember this well. "Teacher, what constitutes an act that brings shame to scholarly traditions?" Zhang Anping inquired. "You are still young. Just remember, if any classmates dare to lay hands on you, that is an act of disgrace. You may report it truthfully to me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Anping instantly understood it. Was a prohibition against fighting? Was it a restriction against striking his classmates? Mr. Li seemed to possess a certain favoritism toward him. "Sir, if I am compelled to retaliate, would that not be a breach of decorum?" Zhang Anping inquired, his eyes, akin to black gemstones, reflecting admiration as he posed such a question. "You are the youngest. Playful banter among classmates is permissible." "Thank you, sir." Upon hearing this, Zhang Anping felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, this teacher was exceptionally fond of him. He immediately knelt down and bowed deeply in gratitude. In the Great Zhou dynasty, a day spent as a teacher is akin to a lifetime as a father. Mr. Li did not decline this honor, graciously accepting Zhang Anping's bow. This delighted old Zhang, lifting the burden from his heart. It seemed Mr. Li genuinely appreciated the fair visage of his grandson, affirming that he was indeed a scholar at heart. Old Zhang recalled the words of a wandering Taoist who had visited his home years ago, filling him with an increasing sense of hope for the future at Mr. Li personally escorted old Zhang as he departed, offering words of reassurance. "Jade must be carved to become a gem, rest assured. Your child is in good hands with me." In truth, upon meeting Zhang Anping, Mr. Li felt a genuine fondness for the boy, who was not only striking in appearance, but also remarkably a rare talent indeed. Old Zhang continued to bow in gratitude towards Mr. Li, expressing his immense appreciation. Once settled into the private academy, Zhang Anping quickly found his place among a few classmates slightly older than himself. A handful of younger peers had entered a few years prior, most appearing to be around 7 or 8 or even 10 years of age, and despite having spent several years in this institution, they struggled to recite the entirety of the 3-character classic and the 100 family surnames. That evening, Zhang Anping, disregarding the playful antics of his classmates, retired early to bed. In a state of drowsiness, the dream recurred once more. This time, Zhang Anping attempted to push open the door. He nudged it, yet it remained immovable. This left him somewhat numb after all these years. Aside from the occasional creaking of the grand door, it had never yielded to his efforts. Strangely, since his arrival in the Great Zhou dynasty, he had experienced this dream of pushing the door each night. It was normal for it to remain closed if it were to open. That would indeed be astonishing. With a wry smile, Zhang Anping contemplated trying again, when suddenly he noticed that the white robe he wore seemed to shimmer with a hint of golden light. As he pushed against the door, it seemed to offer no resistance and effortlessly swung open. Chapter 2. The door in the dream was opened. Strange. This scholar's robe seems peculiar. Zhang Anping widened his eyes, scrutinizing the robe enveloping him. It bore a striking resemblance to the attire worn by scholars of the Great Zhou dynasty, a pristine white long garment, cinched at the waist with a cerulean belt. This attire accentuated his visage, akin to exquisite jade. Yet, he lamented his youth. Were he to mature a decade more, donning such a robe would indeed warrant the saying. A gentleman on the road, as beautiful as jade, unmatched in the world. At that moment, Zhang Anping was exhilarated, stepping through the ajar door. Upon entering, he discovered a courtyard, its walls towering at least 3 meters high. Immediately within the entrance lay an expansive bamboo grove, and as he ventured deeper, the scene unfolded before him. He beheld a modest lotus pond, where fish swam gracefully, hinting at a substantial population, perhaps numbering in the hundreds. Surrounding the pond were over a dozen fruit trees, including peach, plum, apricot, and jujube. Further ahead, a golden rice field swayed gently, its grains bowing, ripe for harvest. Beyond the rice paddies lay plots of sweet potatoes and corn, each approximately an acre in size. Advancing further, he arrived at a lush green meadow, enclosed by a fence. Within the enclosure grazed 2 cows, a calf, a goat, a pig, along with 30 chickens, 30 ducks, 30 geese, and several rabbits. Continuing on, he discovered a small courtyard, adorned with flourishing grapevines. Not far from the vines lay a sizable vegetable garden, alongside a vast expanse of open land. The garden, resembling an acre, was abundant with radishes and various leafy greens, as well as some vegetables whose names eluded Zhang Anping. Traversing through the grapevines, he encountered a structure reminiscent of an academy. The largest room within serving as a study, filled with an array of books. After surveying the building, Zhang Anping pressed onward, only to find a vast expanse of verdant grassland behind the house. Opposite the grassy area stood another tall wall, which also featured a back door. Despite being a rear entrance, the door appeared formidable, adorned with copper nails, exuding an imposing weight. Zhang Anping attempted to push the door, only to find it utterly immovable. Disappointment mingled with astonishment. His scholar's robe remained unchanged. How peculiar this dream was. A door he had pushed for 6 years led to a courtyard spanning 10 acres. Yet, behind that courtyard loomed another door, steadfast and unyielding. What lay beyond that rear door? Another courtyard, perhaps? Or an entirely different realm? Zhang Anping stood there, lost in thought. Yet fatigue began to envelop him. He knew his dream was nearing its end, as it always did. Whenever he felt weariness, he would awaken. He casually plucked a handful of lush grass from the ground, and upon awakening, his gaze fell upon his hand. At that moment, he found a vibrant green tuft of grass nestled in his palm, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could the objects within this dreamscape truly be taken out? Would it also be possible to bring forth the chickens, ducks, fish, and cattle that resided within? A surge of joy welled up within Zhang Anping. Although he appeared to be merely a 6-year-old child, his intellect had already traversed the span of a lifetime, endowing him with extraordinary insight. Before long, he discerned the truth. After pushing open the door, Zhang Anping discovered he could effortlessly traverse in and out of that courtyard with the power of his consciousness. Moreover, he could extract items from within and even introduce objects from the outside. This revelation filled him with uncontainable delight. However, in the academy, while he was surrounded by many classmates, they were all mere children, and he harbored a secret that made him reluctant to forge connections. Nonetheless, due to his remarkable intelligence, Mr. Li frequently urged several older classmates to seek guidance from Zhang Anping. Yet, Mr. Li's words incited great anger among those who had arrived at the academy years prior. They perceived Mr. Li's favoritism towards the newcomer as excessive, igniting a jealousy that made their eyes burn with resentment. After a clandestine discussion, they resolved to teach Zhang Anping a lesson when the day came to a close, and they returned to their quarters for rest. Once the door was shut, they planned to deliver an earnest reprimand to Zhang Anping, aiming to release the pent-up frustration they harbored in their hearts. Upon witnessing the door close and noticing some classmates brandishing a teacher's ruler while others wielded a short stick, Zhang Anping instantly comprehended that he was facing an instance of bullying. These classmates, who struggled with their studies and had failed to master even the 3-character classic after several years, had the audacity to envy a more capable peer? Did they truly intend to lay hands on him? Such behavior was utterly outrageous. Being small in stature yet agile, Zhang Anping quickly surveyed the cramped room filled with luggage and pillows. Without hesitation, he seized the nearby items and hurled them at the group. As he threw, he also included the corn cobs and large radishes he had just plucked from the little courtyard. Zhang Anping began by tossing pillows, which some classmates managed to dodge. But the cluttered nature of the room meant that when one classmate instinctively caught a flying pillow, they were utterly unprepared for the hefty radish that followed closely behind. The radish struck one individual on the head, instantly rendering them unconscious, and their wooden stick clattered to the ground. Zhang Anping, undeterred, grasped the fallen stick and combined it with the pillows, corn, and radishes, launching a vigorous counterattack against his classmates. Though they were merely 2 or 3 years his senior, they were still under 10 years old. It seemed unfair that 4 10-year-olds should gang up on a 6-year-old. Yet, they had encountered Zhang Anping, who skillfully wielded the stick with precision and agility, leaving them unable to distinguish between a pillow and a corn cob. Moreover, any corn that struck a target was swiftly reclaimed by Zhang Anping and returned to the courtyard. In this manner, the 4 classmates felt as though they were relentlessly struck by heavy objects. In their state of panic, they could only desperately evade and plead for mercy, completely oblivious to whether they were being hit by wooden sticks, pillows, or perhaps even corn cobs of which they were entirely unaware. Please stop, senior brother. You are our senior brother now. We will call you senior brother from now on. I was wrong. Help. Senior brother, I promise I won't dare again. I was wrong. In an instant, several teenagers, some of whom were knocked unconscious, while others knelt on the ground clutching their heads in supplication. Some incessantly cried for help, shouting senior brother. The imagined fierce resistance dissipated almost entirely after Zhang Anping delivered a blow to each of them, ultimately leaving them all subdued by a mere 6-year-old child. When the others from the academy arrived, alerted by the cries for help, they were greeted by the sight of one child lying unconscious, 2 kneeling in desperation, and another, tears and snot streaming down, fervently calling for senior brother. The room was in disarray, with pillows, rulers, and blankets scattered everywhere. Mr. Li was infuriated and personally addressed the matter, cursing the disgrace to scholarly decorum. And he imposed severe punishments on the unfortunate students. The unconscious one was even splashed with water to awaken him. As for Zhang Anping, he received some words of comfort, for he was the youngest and had also been frightened. In the end, he was provided with a separate room to sleep in, and the incident was brushed aside. However, in the eyes of those classmates, Zhang Anping began to seem somewhat fearsome. This diminutive child, undoubtedly strong from his rural upbringing, wielded a stolen wooden stick with the capacity to incapacitate several older peers. Moreover, it was real violence. A miscalculation could have resulted in serious harm. Though young, this child had exhibited a remarkable ferocity. Following this incident, Zhang Anping noticed a distinct change in how his classmates at the academy regarded him. They no longer dared to bully or mock him for his age. Those he had struck would go out of their way to avoid him. After nearly 2 months at the academy, Zhang Anping's family visited him every few days, and he spent his days studying in peace and comfort. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered one day when a distinguished guest arrived at Mr. Li's residence. Chapter 3. The news arrived with startling abruptness. Mr. Li welcomed an esteemed guest, and it was Zhang Anping who first learned of the visit, as Mr. Li had summoned him to meet this distinguished individual. This guest, a dear friend from Mr. Li's school days, had happened to pass through Jizhou and, recalling their camaraderie, decided to pay a visit. Zhang Anping was Mr. Li's most favored disciple in recent years. Hence, he was honored to be in attendance. After the introduction, Zhang Anping received a book as a gift from the guest, but was soon dismissed, leaving the 2 gentlemen to converse privately behind closed doors. The guest lingered at Mr. Li's abode for no more than the duration of a tea ceremony, hastily departing without even partaking in lunch. Once the guest had taken his leave, Mr. Li swiftly resolved to inform all his students to return home and advise their families to prepare, for news had reached him of barbaric marauders laying waste to southern cities. With the distance to Jizhou now alarmingly short and the speed of the marauders on horseback exceedingly swift, he urged them to seek refuge with relatives in the north without delay, lest they find themselves in dire straits. This announcement struck like a thunderclap, leaving all in shock. Only Zhang Anping recalled the words he had overheard during the tea service from the visitor. Many officials have fled in panic, resulting in the loss of 2 cities. It is tragic for the innocent populace, who awakened to a nightmarish slaughter, the streets flowing with blood, a scene too horrific to behold. Regrettably, some officials continue to feign tranquility, failing to report these events to the great Zhou dynasty. Consequently, only a handful in Jizhou are aware of the situation, while some officials' families have already begun their migration northward. Delays could cost them their lives. The private academy erupted into chaos in response. Mr. Li called for Zhang Anping, expressing his intention to travel north and offering to take him along, inquiring whether he would be willing to join the journey. Mr. Li, possessing modest means, traveled with an entourage of over 20 servants and students, and his concern for Zhang Anping's safety stirred a deep sense of gratitude within the young man. After bowing respectfully to Mr. Li, Zhang Anping explained that he had family in the countryside and needed to inform them of the impending flight to safety. Mr. Li, nodding in approval, recognized the astuteness of his prized disciple and soon revealed that his destination was Jinling, the imperial city of the Great Zhou. He provided an address, urging Zhang Anping to seek him out should he fortuitously arrive in Jinling. Moreover, Mr. Li decided to forego the return of the 10 taels of silver he had accepted as tuition, instead gifting Zhang Anping a carriage and arranging for an old servant to escort him back to his hometown. This generous gesture filled Zhang Anping with immense gratitude. As they prepared to flee, the carriage was worth far more than the 10 taels of silver. After gathering his belongings, along with the books and writing materials gifted by Mr. Li, Zhang Anping knelt before his mentor, bowing deeply in gratitude. The kindness bestowed upon him, in the form of teachings and a carriage, would be etched in his memory forever. He expressed a hope that fate would allow their paths to cross again in Jinling. Though their time together had been brief, Mr. Li's genuine care for him profoundly moved Zhang Anping. With a heavy heart, he bid farewell, pondering the uncertainty of their future reunion. Mr. Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he turned away, urging Zhang Anping to depart swiftly. Nearby, an old servant hastened with a horse-drawn carriage. As Zhang Anping sat inside the carriage, peering through the window, he observed a multitude of families fleeing the city. It seemed that news of impending danger had spread, prompting many to hasten their departure from Jizhou. If the barbarian invaders were to come, it would be the innocent who would suffer the most. The journey from the town to Daxing village, though expedited by the carriage, took nearly an hour. Upon reaching the Zhang residence and relaying the news, the entire family was taken aback. They were blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. After the old servant delivered the carriage, he promptly mounted another horse to return, conveying that Mr. Li had resolved to leave by evening, and time was of the essence. Upon hearing this news, the Zhang family swiftly gathered together. The patriarch, old Zhang, along with his 3 sons, Zhang Jiawen, Zhang Jiwu, and Zhang Jiashuan, discussed their plight. The Zhou dynasty was far from peaceful. Following the emperor's demise, the Empress Dowager had taken control, while corrupt officials and eunuchs manipulated the court. Heavy taxes had burdened the common folk, who were already suffering greatly. Yet, as long as there remained a sliver of hope, the people toiled diligently in their fields, surviving on wild vegetables and coarse grains to avoid starvation. However, the thought of barbarian invaders was terrifying. Legends spoke of their fearsome visages and their merciless nature. They were said to slaughter without hesitation, even resorting to cannibalism. When they descended upon a city, blood flowed like rivers, leaving behind desolation. In the face of such peril, both the officials and the commoners of the Zhou dynasty would flee at the mere whisper of their approach. "Let us deliberate," old Zhang urged. "Wife, hasten to prepare our daughters-in-law, gather all that we can carry, and secure what cannot be taken. We must plan our escape." Although a sense of panic gripped him, as the head of the household, he steered the conversation. His sons voiced their opinions, and ultimately, it was decided they would seek refuge with old Zhang's younger sister, Zhang Anping's granddad, who resided far in Zhou, over 1,000 kilometers from Jizhou, yet not far from Jiangling Prefecture. The granddad's household was prosperous, boasting a grand estate and farmland, and they had maintained correspondence over the years. If they could reach her during this calamity, there might be a chance for survival. As evening approached, the family prepared a lavish bowl of steamed egg custard in honor of Zhang Anping's return. When the dish was set before him, old Zhang remarked, "My dear, save the eggs and preserve the duck eggs with salt. They will serve us well as provisions for the long journey ahead. We must care for our precious grandson, for he is the very foundation of our family." As he spoke, his hand gently caressed Zhang Anping's head. At this moment, he was preoccupied with heavy thoughts, focusing solely on arranging for his sons to flee from disaster, oblivious to Zhang Anping, who was diligently scooping the egg custard from his bowl into the bowls of his sisters. "Eat, sister, have some more." Observing his sisters, each one appeared gaunt and emaciated, their garments patched over and over. Unlike himself, who was rosy-cheeked and bright-eyed, with an abundance of eggs and duck eggs in his possession, he needed to devise a way to discreetly procure some to improve their household circumstances. "Brother, you must eat well. I am the elder sister and must yield to you." The sixth sister, though merely 3 years Zhang Anping's senior, was still a child herself, succumbing to temptation even as she licked her lips. Yet, she insisted on allowing her younger brother to enjoy the better portion, as was often advised by their grandparents and parents. In their family, good things were to be reserved for the younger brother. "Eat, sister, have some more." Zhang Anping, however, was relentless, persistently scooping spoonfuls into his sister's bowls, while the elderly Zhang matriarch was nearly moved to tears. "What a considerate grandson you are. You must take care of your brother. See how he wishes to share the good things with his sisters. Go on, this is his heartfelt gesture." Zhang Anping served each sister several spoonfuls from a large bowl of egg custard. There was no other choice. His sisters were far too thin and without proper nourishment. Their growth was uncertain. In an era where medicine was scarce and food was insufficient, the mortality rate among young children was alarmingly high. With such caring family members and sisters, Zhang Anping wished for them to grow up healthy. He could not bear to lose a single one of his 10 sisters. The children shared a bowl of egg custard together. Meanwhile, the elder Zhang had conferred with his sons, planning for the family to gather their belongings. They would harvest the vegetables from their garden, taking along grains, salt, and chickens and ducks. They needed to bring along bedding, cotton-padded jackets, pots, and pans. This journey to Azhou spanned thousands of miles, and with limited funds, they needed to take whatever they could carry. As long as they could reach Azhou and meet their aunt, there would always be a chance for survival. Remaining in Daxing village, however, would likely spell doom for all 19 members of the Zhang family. The elder Zhang, demonstrating his resolve, ventured to the village chief's home that evening under the cover of darkness to relay the news, which startled the chief into hastily sending someone to the city to gather information. However, as night had fallen, the earliest they could expect news would likely be the next day. Nevertheless, the elder Zhang acted decisively, instructing his family to quickly harvest the crops from their fields and the fruits from their garden before gathering their saved money. He secured 10 taels of silver and, under the cover of night, purchased a sturdy donkey. In ancient times, when news traveled slowly, many remained unaware of such matters. Otherwise, even money could not secure a good beast. Now with a donkey and a horse gifted by Mr. Li, as dawn broke, their family was already organized and prepared. The donkey cart carried their grains, covered with pots, pans, and miscellaneous items. The horse cart was lined with the family's quilts, creating a soft resting place for Zhang Anping. "In the future, you younger ones must always watch over your brother in the cart. He is our family's precious grandson, and no matter what happens, we must ensure his safety. Do you understand?" Old Lady Zhang incessantly reminded her grandchildren, ensuring each of them nodded in acknowledgement before she hurriedly descended. She stuffed the jar of pickled duck eggs, along with a jar of preserved chicken eggs, into the cart. This constituted the finest fare the family could muster. As for meat, there was none. They had nothing but a bit of salt to take along, for such an essential was indispensable. By dawn, the Zhang family would embark, tears in their eyes. Meanwhile, many villagers remained oblivious, waiting for the messenger dispatched by the village head to return with news. At the same time, Zhang Anping awoke with a yawn. Seizing the opportunity while his sister was distracted, he stealthily slipped off the cart and meandered around the old house. He discovered some valuable items, such as cumbersome tables and stools, which he managed to gather into their hidden courtyard. After dreamily pushing open the grand door, he could not only retrieve and store items, but also periodically venture into the courtyard to tend to the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and fish. During their arduous journey, he exercised caution, occasionally catching rabbits or fish to help feed the family, an endeavor that posed little difficulty. This family of 19 sought to escape famine from Jizhou to Azhou, traversing over 1,000 miles on a single donkey and a horse, hoping to arrive safely. Zhang Anping harbored little optimism in his heart. He wished for a journey devoid of mishaps, hoping all 10 sisters would survive and reach Azhou unscathed. The Zhang family received news early, and old Zhang acted decisively. By the time they set forth, the villagers had only just learned the grim tidings. The affluent denizens of the city had fled. The barbarian threat loomed dangerously close. If they did not leave promptly, death awaited them. A commotion ensued as the donkey, once a means of transport, became a coveted commodity, fetching prices of 30 taels of silver that were unattainable. Old Zhang urged his family to hurry along. They would depart first, hoping to find an abundance of wild vegetables along the way. If they delayed a few days, there was a chance that the foraging would leave nothing behind. With the urgency of their journey, they finally settled on a place to camp by evening. Yet, before they could fully establish themselves, calamity struck. Chapter 4. Selling daughters for millet? A bag of millet for a girl. Would you exchange? Your family has 10 daughters. The grain you acquire would suffice for a long while. The air resonated with the cries of children, accompanied by a menacing voice. A fierce-looking man, marked by scars, loomed before them. He clutched several small bags of millet, his greedy gaze roving over the Zhang family's daughters, particularly fixating on the eldest, second, and third sisters, the eldest of whom had just reached the age of 11 or 12. Their large, bright eyes and delicate features hinted at the potential of blossoming into extraordinary beauties, given a couple of years of proper nourishment. The eldest 4 daughters of Zhang Anping were born to his aunt, who was tall and fair-skinned, with large eyes. Consequently, the 4 girls stood out among their peers, appearing taller and more attractive. Despite being merely in their early teens, Zhang Jichuan, Zhang Jixia, Zhang Jiqiu, and Zhang Jidong seemed to possess the maturity of 12 or 13-year-olds. They had just fled from famine when they found themselves targeted by human traffickers. These traffickers exchanged bags of millet for young girls, having just traded for a girl in her early teens, who now sobbed with swollen eyes. This was the Zhang family's first day of fleeing famine, and they were momentarily stunned by the traffickers' words, their anger mounting. The gentle aunt's eyes reddened, and she desperately shielded her 4 daughters, her gaze fixed on Zhang Anping with a mixture of terror and despair. She had borne 4 daughters, knowing that in the countryside, their lives were often regarded as inconsequential. Especially now, amid their flight, she was filled with dread, fear of men, fear of her in-laws demanding the sale of her daughters in exchange for millet. Zhang Anping, who had been sheltered behind his sisters, now understood his aunt's fear upon seeing the redness in her eyes. Sell daughters for millet? In this moment, he truly grasped the suffering of the common people in the Zhou dynasty. My sister is not for sale. Leave, or I shall not hold back. Despite his small stature, Zhang Anping found himself standing defiantly before the trafficker, his eyes blazing with anger. Although diminutive in size, he was clad in scholarly garb, surprising the trafficker with the revelation of an educated youth amidst the chaos. The elderly Zhang patriarch, having caught wind of the commotion, felt his beard bristle with fury. We do not sell our granddaughters. You girls, quickly follow your brother to the carriage. Anyone who dares to wander off during this time will find themselves facing severe consequences. Though the old man favored his grandson and their family was impoverished, he held a deep affection for his granddaughters. Otherwise, why would he smile indulgently when his grandson served egg custard into his sister's bowls, turning a blind eye to the act? As the head of the family, his words prompted a collective sigh of relief from his 3 sons and their wives, especially the eldest daughter-in-law, who hastily wiped her tears. She urged the children to hasten towards the carriage, emphasizing the importance of staying hidden and not venturing out carelessly. The 3 sons of the Zhang family stood behind the elderly Zhang, their stature tall and robust despite their agrarian roots. During the off-seasons, they would venture into the mountains to hunt. At this moment, they were in the prime of their lives, possessing considerable strength, which deterred the human trafficker from making a move, leaving him to mutter curses instead. At this rate, a girl could be exchanged for just a bag of millet. Soon, she would be worth nothing, perhaps left to starve alongside us. The trafficker's words sent shivers down the spines of the timid women and children, who hurriedly covered the mouths of the little ones to stifle their cries, their hearts filled with dread over the perilous journey ahead. Indeed, they were a family of 19. If they found themselves without food in the end, it was not unheard of for them to resort to desperate measures. Leave. We will not sell the children of the Zhang family. The elderly Zhang stepped forward, wielding a hoe, its iron head capable of inflicting fatal blows, transforming it into a weapon in his hands. The trafficker, cursing under his breath, retreated to another side. There were still many fleeing from the famine, and in the camping spot chosen by the Zhang family, several other households had gathered as well. Zhang Anping observed a nearby family, where a man had bartered a bag of millet for a 7 or 8-year-old girl, the woman weeping while the man scolded her. You foolish woman. Trading her gives us a chance at survival. Keeping her with us would mean we face the savages, who are on horseback and will soon catch up. Shall we all be slain together? Though his words were extreme, they caused the elder Zhang to ponder deeply. Shortly, the eldest and second sons should take the older children to forage for wild vegetables and scout for any game nearby. The third son and his wife will prepare meals and watch over the younger ones. No, we must arrange for someone to keep watch at night. And we must ration our food. At dawn, we must depart swiftly. The elder Zhang sensed the impending danger. The savages were approaching, and with so many fleeing. Those in the rear might find themselves with nothing to eat, perhaps even resorting to gnawing on tree roots. As food grew scarcer, their family, burdened with supplies, must also guard against theft. After all, with so many children and few able-bodied adults, a single misstep could lead to starvation. Zhang Anping found himself encircled by his sisters, while a few younger children, under the guidance of their aunt, gathered wild vegetables. Meanwhile, the third son, Zhang Jiaxuan, stood by the riverbank, armed with a fork, hoping to catch fish while keeping watch over the safety of his family nearby. Come, sister, let us see if we can catch some fish. Zhang Anping was not a mere child. He had been seeking an opportunity, for there were ample supplies in their courtyard. Yet, he needed a chance to discreetly retrieve them. Spotting his uncle by the river, he dashed towards him, followed by several of his sisters. In truth, these sisters were not much older than he, but in ancient times, even children were expected to contribute. Zhang Anping rushed to the riverbank, where Zhang Jiaxuan, worried for his safety, tossed aside the fork in his hand and greeted him with a smile, his eyes vigilant to prevent him from falling into the water. My dear nephew, you remain close to your third uncle. Zhang Jiaxuan cherished Zhang Anping, viewing him as the hope of the Zhang family. Just as he engaged in conversation with Anping, he noticed his four daughters gazing at him with eager eyes, and his heart softened as he cheerfully remarked, You elder sisters must look after your younger brother when your father brings back some fish for you. No sooner had he spoken than he heard a commotion by the river. Turning around, he was astonished to find a sizable grass carp, weighing over 10 pounds, speared on his fork, rendering him momentarily speechless. As night fell, the brothers returned home, carrying wild vegetables, while only Zhang Jiawu managed to catch a wild chicken. Our dear nephew is truly remarkable. He is indeed our family's little lucky star. The moment he arrived at the riverbank, look at this magnificent grass carp I caught. This substantial fish, paired with wild vegetables and rice porridge, filled the weary Zhang family with immense joy. The aroma of the fish soup was simply irresistible. In front of Zhang Anping sat a large bowl of steamed egg custard, which he diligently ladled into the bowls of his sisters, prompting tears of gratitude from Grandma Zhang. Look at my precious grandson, how he cares for his sisters. You must remember, Anping is our family's blessing, and you must treat him well. Look, he has even saved the custard for you. As she spoke, Auntie Zhang's eyes glistened with emotion. I have some fabric on my side. I shall sew a garment for our dear nephew. Sister-in-law, there's no need. You have many children. Anping can wear what his sisters have. As long as the children have something to wear, that suffices. Zhang Anping's mother, Jin Xiaofeng, continuously declined the offer. She typically contributed to the household by taking on extra sewing work, saving the earnings for the family. Over time, she had amassed various scraps of fabric, which she skillfully embroidered and transformed into clothing for the children during the new year. Yet, during these times of hardship, how could she allow her sister-in-law to stay up late crafting garments? However, Auntie Zhang could not forget that it was Anping who had first stood up to protect his sister when the human traffickers appeared. This bond of loyalty would forever remain etched in her heart. Thanks to the fish soup, the family enjoyed a hearty meal, and with third uncle keeping watch, they slept soundly. Yet, in the dead of night, a disturbance arose. Chapter 5. The little lucky star of the Zhang family. Zhang Anping slumbered peacefully through the night in the finest carriage of the Zhang family, waking at dawn to a hearty breakfast of a large bowl of steamed egg custard. As was his custom, he began to share the custard, but old man Zhang, along with his third son, hurried back from the opposite side, their expressions grave. It turned out that a fire had erupted in the area the previous night. It is a case of murder and arson to destroy evidence. A woman has been assaulted, a man stabbed multiple times, and a child has perished. Everything is gone. Henceforth, you three brothers shall take turns keeping watch at night. We must act swiftly, forego rest at noon, and continue our journey northward. Old man Zhang's countenance was solemn. Fortunately, he had the foresight to assign the third family's watch, and they recounted having heard a commotion in the dead of night, prompting a shout. Clearly, the assailants had initially targeted their home, but retreated when they realized someone was keeping watch, shifting their focus to another household. In light of this calamity, the Zhang family consumed their meal with haste, devouring the provisions they had brought from home alongside their congee until nothing remained, before promptly setting off. As they departed, Zhang Anping poked his head out from the carriage shed and caught sight of the charred remains of the unfortunate household. At that moment, many others who had camped nearby the previous night still seemed dazed, as they had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They were among the first to leave. On their journey, they frequently encountered others fleeing in a similar plight, even crossing paths with a group from a nearby village, who appeared to have prepared themselves well in advance. Zhang Jiawen took the initiative to gather information, learning that marauders were rapidly approaching Jizhou City. The villagers in the vicinity had received word earlier and had fled 1 or 2 days ahead of them. At this juncture, the donkey that the Zhang family had purchased for 10 taels of silver proved invaluable. The younger children remained in the carriage, while the older ones ran alongside their guardians, resting on the donkey when fatigued before resuming their pace. Without the donkey and the carriage to transport their belongings and children, it would have been impossible for the 19 members of their family, 11 of whom were young children, to keep up with the others. Moreover, they chose not to rest at noon, instead continuing their journey northward with a simple meal of flatbreads. After all, their survival depended on their speed. Zhang Anping refused to ride in the carriage, insisting that those who were weary take a break. He discreetly slipped boiled eggs into the hands of his sisters. "Eat, sisters," he urged, though they initially declined. Wishing to reserve the eggs for their younger brother, Zhang Anping insisted he had already eaten. Meanwhile, as they disembarked, the eldest and second sisters secretly passed the hidden eggs to their parents, claiming they were gifts from their brother. In the Zhang family, only Zhang Anping could freely consume the eggs from the jar. However, on this arduous path of fleeing, where their strength was sapped and sustenance was scarce, Zhang Jiawen and his wife were reluctant to indulge, quickly passing the eggs to Old Man Zhang and Old Lady Zhang. They held on to the eggs gifted by their precious grandson with great reluctance, knowing that in this desperate flight, they were fortunate to have eggs at all. Soon, those eggs would be exhausted, and the custard made by their beloved grandson could no longer be assured. After all, he was still growing and should not be deprived of nourishment. In the end, all the eggs returned to Zhang Anping's hands, and upon counting, there were surprisingly 10. Had all the eggs meant for the 10 sisters made their way back? Zhang Anping's expression darkened. There he was, inside the cart, compelling several sisters to peel the eggs for him. After taking a bite out of each egg, he refused to eat any further. The sisters, with tears in their eyes, licked their fingers that had touched the eggs before finally swallowing the small bites they had taken. On this arduous journey of fleeing, insufficient food led to weakened bodies and diminished resistance, making it all too easy to fall ill or even perish. In ancient times, child mortality was already high, especially on such a treacherous path. Thus, Zhang Anping endeavored to provide his family with some much-needed nutrition. On this day, each family member had 2 boiled eggs during lunch. Observing the cart brimming with jars of eggs and duck eggs, Granny Zhang and Grandpa Zhang whispered to each other for quite some time. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. It was as if the celestial beings were concerned for their beloved grandson and had specially sent this food. This jar was indeed a treasure, a secret to be kept among themselves. With the 2 eggs as a foundation, the Zhang family managed to endure a little longer. They hardly paused during the day. When the adults could no longer continue, they would take a moment to catch their breath in the cart. Upon disembarking, they would invariably discover 1 or 2 eggs or duck eggs hidden in their arms. This brought them both surprise and joy. And when they discreetly shared this with Grandpa Zhang, he would remind them, "These are specially prepared for an un. The child cares for the adults. If he insists we eat, then let us eat. We can simply prepare more for the next meal." With no time to rest during the day, they finally found a place to camp at night, a high, windswept area. However, while cooking, they selected a sheltered spot, boiling the wild chicken from the previous day and gathering a variety of wild vegetables. Granny Zhang brought out a jar of salted duck eggs, instructing that they all be cooked. She did this to prevent their precious grandson from revealing the cooked duck and chicken eggs to others. After taking a turn outside, Granny Zhang returned to find that the 2 jars of duck and chicken eggs in the donkey cart were, indeed, full once more. A wave of elation washed over her. "Grandma, Place the rice jar in the cart. To move swiftly on this escape, one must be well fed, Zhang Anping suggested, signaling for the jar of white rice to be included as well. It was exhausting to keep sneaking the rice outside while avoiding the others. Granny Zhang complied, placing the rice jar in the cart and reminding the adults to rest on the other donkey cart, ensuring not to disturb their cherished grandson's rest. He was indeed the family's little lucky star. Meanwhile, Grandpa Zhang sat beside Zhang Anping, gazing at the table laden with boiled sweet potato rice, a large pot of wild chicken soup, egg custard, and a massive bowl of boiled chicken and duck eggs. Tears threatened to fall. You must remember, everyone in this family must treat Inon well. He is our hope, our lifeline. Even if it costs us our own lives, we cannot let anything happen to him. As long as he is with us, we have a chance to survive. Upon hearing Grandpa Zhang's heartfelt words, Zhang Anping couldn't help but shift uncomfortably, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Every day at mealtime, Grandpa reiterates similar phrases, and it seems as though the family is on the verge of being brainwashed by him. Not only his 10 sisters, but also his parents and uncle regard him as their lifeblood. Over the past 6 years, this relentless affirmation has fostered a profound sense of belonging within Zhang Anping, who had traversed time and space to arrive in this family. The feeling of being valued is truly delightful. Yes, listen to Dad. Our Anping is the best. Dad. Isn't it a bit wasteful to boil so many eggs? Shouldn't we be conserving our food? The eldest, Zhang Jiawen, expressed his concerns. The journey from Jizhou to Ezhou spans thousands of miles and could take a year or two to complete. If they do not economize on food and drink, they might find their supplies exhausted long before they reach their destination. Let us eat first. A full stomach will provide the strength needed for the journey. For the next few days, let us not worry about anything else. Speed is of the essence. This is not the time to conserve food, but rather to prioritize our escape. Grandpa Zhang glanced at Zhang Anping, signaling everyone to eat. After their meal, they must rest, for they need to rise with the dawn to continue their journey. They cannot afford to ration their food at this moment, as they have just completed the autumn harvest, and there is still a bit of grain stored away. Upon hearing Grandpa's words, everyone nodded in agreement and focused on their meal. The children had been given eggs during the day and enjoyed egg custard and wild chicken soup at night. Traveling in the donkey cart was not too arduous, though a few adults were nursing blisters on their feet from the rapid pace. The last 2 days of travel had been exceedingly swift. If they did not eat sufficiently, exhaustion would soon overtake them. Once fatigue set in, their speed would diminish, leaving them vulnerable to being pursued by marauders. Everyone understood that only those who could run fast and reach the front would have a chance of survival. The following day, each person carried 2 eggs, drank a hearty bowl of millet porridge, and took some flatbread before setting off at dawn. Despite the large number of children, they maintained a commendable pace day and night. Along the way, they inquired about others, only to discover that the people fleeing from the famine around them had set off a day earlier and were now traveling alongside them. As Grandpa Zhang observed a river emerging along the roadside, he noticed that many of the fleeing individuals had set up camp by the riverbank. After an hour of travel, they decided to halt and establish their own campsite. Just as they settled in, Zhang Anping heard someone calling his name loudly. Chapter 6. A gentleman must have compassion. Zhang Anping turned his head and caught sight of a familiar classmate, Li Dei, the 16-year-old preparing to take the scholar's examination, who happened to be a distant nephew of Mr. Li. His family owned several shops in the town and possessed a prosperous estate, making them one of the wealthiest families in the area. They had departed for this encampment a day earlier than Zhang Anping's family. The unexpected encounter filled Li Dei with both surprise and joy, prompting him to call out to Zhang Anping. Li Jun's caravan consisted of over 10 horse-drawn carts, each harnessed with a pair of horses, laden with family members, provisions, and various valuables. Accompanying them were 20 to 30 attendants and servants, marking them as a well-to-do family fleeing from disaster. Li Dei, being the only son with a younger sister, had excelled in his studies and was confident in his chances of succeeding in the upcoming examinations. However, the sudden outbreak of conflict forced him onto the path of escape as well. On their journey, Li Dei informed Zhang Anping that his family intended to head to the imperial capital of Jinling, as they had properties there, and Mr. Li was also traveling to Jinling, providing a sense of security. Why don't you accompany us to Jinling? Amidst the chaos, it is the safest place. My great-aunt resides in Ezhou, and we plan to go there instead. It is not too far from Jinling, and the land is more abundant, which should help keep prices lower. Zhang Anping left unsaid that as the imperial capital, Jinling would undoubtedly be exorbitantly priced, and traveling there with his family, burdened with children, would likely result in them being treated as refugees, possibly descending into beggary. In contrast, having his great-aunt in Azhou to look after them would ensure that, as farmers, they could at least rent some land for cultivation, preventing them from becoming destitute. Well, I shall send you a bag of rice later. Your family is small, so you can follow behind our convoy for some semblance of protection. Li Dai still cared for their camaraderie. Although Zhang Anping was often ridiculed for his boisterousness in school, Li Dai could not help but acknowledge the boy's remarkable intelligence and photographic memory. Had it not been for the war, his achievements would have been extraordinary. Thank you, Senior. The most pressing need on the road to safety was food. Since Li Dai was willing to provide him with provisions, Zhang Anping accepted graciously, bowing deeply in gratitude. That evening, Zhang Anping returned to the encampment with the bag of rice gifted by Li Dai. His family had already begun preparing dinner, while his uncle continued fishing. This time, luck was on his side, as he had already caught 2 crucian carp weighing about 1 to 2 pounds. Nearby, many others had taken to fishing as well. Zhang Anping chuckled, recalling the plentiful fish in the small pond by their courtyard. Pretending to observe his uncle, he seized the opportunity to stun 2 large grass carps, which his uncle promptly speared, eliciting hearty laughter from him, his mouth agape in delight. Ah, and truly is a harbinger of good fortune. The moment you arrived, I caught 2 fish of such impressive size. Truly remarkable. From now on, we shall rely on Uncle San to provide for you all. Observing Uncle San's demeanor, there was not a trace of suspicion. Zhang Anping chuckled along, his heart light. He then turned his gaze to his elder uncle and father, who were equipped with bows and arrows, seemingly eager to seize the remaining daylight in search of game. After all, this camping spot they chose was lush with vegetation. Perhaps there were wild ducks or other prey to be found. Indeed, the Zhang brothers, Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiwu, did not venture far before they stumbled upon 3 rabbits, bloodied from colliding with rocks. Upon discovering the rabbits, they exchanged wide-eyed glances, their hearts brimming with joy despite their lingering confusion. Only Zhang Jiwu could not help but glance at his son who accompanied him. Could it truly be, as his parents claimed, that his son was a bringer of luck? After all, with him present, how could rabbits meet such untimely ends? Zhang Anping, however, feigned ignorance, knowing that with these rabbits, their household would have enough to eat the following day. Yet, considering the rarity of this location, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to retrieve some of the items from the small courtyard. Father, there are duck eggs here. Alas, no sign of wild ducks. At Zhang Anping's exclamation, Zhang Jiwu hurried over, discovering indeed 2 or 3 dozen duck eggs nestled among the reeds by the riverbank. As for whether they were wild duck eggs or not, at this moment, having any duck eggs was a tremendous blessing. Who would concern themselves with the specifics when all they desired were duck eggs? As night fell, Andy brought back a half-basket of wild vegetables, along with an abundance of edible mushrooms, and 4 large fish caught by Uncle San. The 3 rabbits and 30 duck eggs were presented before old Zhang, prompting him to glance at his grandson. Excellent. This is the heaven's way of ensuring our family does not starve. We owe it all to my precious grandson. Truly a little star of fortune. Old Zhang repeatedly bowed in gratitude, while Zhang Anping noticed that his bows were directed towards him. That evening, with rice graciously provided by Li Dai, they prepared a porridge so thick that chopsticks could stand upright in it, and steamed a generous portion of sweet potatoes. The fish was transformed into a rich broth, and the duck eggs were boiled as usual, destined for the journey ahead, thus eliminating the need to cook on the road and saving considerable time. As customary, a large bowl of egg custard awaited on the table, reserved specifically for Zhang Anping. Sister, enjoy the egg custard. Zhang Anping scooped some into each sister's bowl. Given the meager diet of the ancient times, where meat was scarce, failing to provide them with some nourishment would surely jeopardize their health. However, today they refrained from consuming the rabbits, anticipating that they could feast on them by tomorrow evening. After all, with the warm weather, rabbits could not be kept for long. He needed to devise a method to ensure their family had meat daily, lest they endure only 2 meals a day while fleeing from hardship. No one could withstand such strain. This meal was one of great satisfaction for all, blessed as they were with fish, vegetables, and thick rice porridge. It surpassed anything they typically enjoyed at home. After dinner, Zhang Anping took a large fish and a rabbit, intending to gift them to Li Dai, considering that he had received a bag of rice from him today. Given this unexpected bounty, he thought it only fitting to return the favor, embodying the principle of reciprocity. This reflects Zhang Anping's character. If you strike me, I shall retaliate even more fiercely. However, if you treat me well, I shall reciprocate in kind. The carp weighed over 10 pounds, and the rabbit was around 3 or 4 pounds, making it somewhat burdensome for Zhang Anping to carry. Concerned for his grandson, the elderly Zhang insisted on personally delivering the gifts as a token of gratitude. The Li family's cart was encircled, filled to the brim, indicative of their affluence. Unlike their own household, which possessed merely a single donkey, a cart gifted by Mr. Li. Li Dai is over there, let us approach. The vicinity of the Li residence was illuminated by torches, and as Zhang Anping and his grandfather emerged from the shadows, they immediately spotted a middle-aged man conversing with Li Dai beneath the flickering light. As they drew closer, Zhang Anping's keen ears caught snippets of the dialogue, prompting him to signal his grandfather to be silent. The old man quickly covered his mouth, mimicking his grandson's gesture, and crouched into the darkness, nearly concealed within the tall grass. We are bound for Jinling, a journey spanning thousands of miles. Even with a cart accompanying us, it may take a year and a half. Along the way, we endure the elements, and the most critical resource is sustenance. How can you afford to send food to others today? I have heard you even gifted a bag of rice. Though we have provisions at present, have you noticed that many along the route have begun foraging for wild vegetables? Moreover, you have invited others to join our caravan. Have you considered their situation? They are a family of 19, mostly children. On this perilous journey, the likelihood of them reaching Azhou is slim. If someone were to nearly starve along the way, would you provide assistance or not? As the eldest grandson of the Li family, how can you be so naive? The middle-aged man appeared to be a close elder of Li Dai. As he spoke, Li Dai found himself wanting to counter several times. Yet he refrained until the elder concluded, then responded in a hushed tone. Father, Zhang Anping is my classmate, exceptionally intelligent. His family set out a day later than ours. Yet they managed to catch up with our caravan. I thought it reasonable to extend a helping hand to a friend. If his family were truly on the brink of starvation, I would still offer assistance, provided it does not jeopardize our own safety. Our teacher has taught us that scholars should embody the virtue of compassion, and a gentleman must possess a heart of empathy. Li Dai's words darkened his father's expression. Naive. That may be the case in ordinary times, but this is a desperate journey. If you retain your soft-heartedness, you shall never reach Jinling. Suddenly, Li Dai's father called out sharply towards the direction of Zhang Anping and his grandfather. Who goes there? Who is present? Chapter 7. Truly his kin brotherly. I am grateful for the rice you sent. Please accept this humble token from my family. We shall set off early tomorrow, and I have come to bid you farewell today. If fate allows, we shall meet again in Jinling City. Zhang Anping, though of modest stature, wore the robes of a scholar with a demeanor of quiet dignity. He carried a large fish and a rabbit, his eyes glimmering with mirth as he regarded Li Dai, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Li Dai's father. This caused Li Dai to blush, a wave of embarrassment washing over him, as he hesitated to accept the gift. Although the rice was precious, the rabbit and fresh fish were not without their own value. Furthermore, he feared that his father's recent words had been overheard by Zhang Anping, prompting the latter to mention their early departure. Li Dai had originally intended for their cart to accompany his own, providing a semblance of protection. Yet now, I apologize, if fate permits. We shall meet again in Jinling. Li Dai bowed deeply to Zhang Anping, his form remaining bent for a prolonged moment. Zhang Anping, in turn, returned the bow and swiftly departed, leaving no room for hesitation. He left with such urgency that once outside the Li family's encampment, the elderly coughed twice, urging him to slow down. On the journey, the elderly inquired if Zhang Anping felt angered. I harbor no resentment, such is human nature. One must rely on oneself. Placing hope in others is a naive and unreliable endeavor. I am the sole male heir of the Zhang family's third generation. If I were to be foolish, how would my 10 sisters survive? Indeed, my esteemed grandson's scholarly pursuits have broadened his horizons. I shall send you some books, which I hope you will study diligently. May our family remain united and survive until we reach Azhou. The elder Zhang's words were a prayer for himself and for the uncertain life that lay ahead. Yet, in a voice so low that even Zhang Anping could scarcely hear, he muttered, regardless of the circumstances, my grandson must survive. even if we all perish. Before dawn the following day, Zhang's wife began preparing breakfast, making flatbreads and steaming eggs. As soon as the first light broke, they finished their meal and set forth, being the earliest to depart from the riverside camp, while many families still slumbered. After all, traveling during the day was arduous, and the cool morning offered a perfect opportunity to steal a few more moments of rest. The Zhang family, however, took advantage of the refreshing morning air to cover more ground, for the swifter they traveled, the greater their chances of survival. At midday, they sought refuge from the sweltering heat beneath the shade of trees for an hour, allowing their horses and donkeys to graze and drink. They then consumed more flatbreads paired with duck eggs before continuing their journey. After 2 or 3 days of this relentless pace, those fleeing the famine were left far behind. The elder Zhang finally exhaled a sigh of relief, instructing his sons to find a lush area by water where they could rest. By noon, they discovered a grove near a water source, choosing a high vantage point to camp. For the moment, only their family occupied this site, with a broad view around them. The children, weary from their travels, ventured out to gather wild vegetables. Uncle Zhang Jiadong, as per tradition, set out to catch fish. Observing the shallow waters of the river, he first used a bamboo pole to drive the fish into a small puddle, then proceeded to splash water with a gourd ladle. This method allowed him to easily scoop up the small fish and shrimp remaining in the puddle. Though the fish were not large, their sheer numbers were impressive. Witnessing his uncle's technique, Zhang Anping feigned assistance while secretly releasing dozens of 1 to 2 pound crucian carp from the family's lotus pond, subsequently surreptitiously collecting some fry. After all, if they consistently removed fish without replenishing their stock, even the largest catch would eventually be depleted. With a party of around 20 people, the uncertainty of when they would reach Azhou during the famine loomed large. "Ah, father, come quickly to help catch fish. I never expected this little puddle would yield such large specimens. Our luck is truly remarkable. Our Anping is indeed a blessed star. Look at all these fish." Zhang Jiadong's booming voice startled the elder Zhang and his companions. People rushed in with bowls and buckets to gather the fish. The haul this time was exceptional. Even a seemingly insignificant drainage ditch yielded dozens to hundreds of pounds of fish, with the largest specimens weighing 2 to 3 pounds, all exquisite and fresh crucian carp. The elder Zhang was so delighted that his beard quivered as he joyfully exclaimed, "Wonderful! Wonderful! Wonderful!" Several sisters joined in to assist in preparing the fish. Certainly, the 100 or so fish would be too much to consume in one sitting. Zhang's grandmother promptly instructed the children to pickle the fish for drying, ensuring they could be preserved for future meals. Chewing on dried fish while consuming their rations on the road would be a delightful treat. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiawu and Zhang Jiawen roamed the nearby woods with bows and arrows, hoping to hunt rabbits or wild chickens. As the number of starving individuals in the area was sparse, potentially revealing wild game. "Father, I want to join you. I have a sickle with the fishing operation now devoid of suspense." Zhang Anping insisted on accompanying his father for the hunt. Zhang Jiadong glanced back, noting that there seemed to be no danger. As the sole male descendant of the Zhang family's 3rd generation, it was time for Anping to hone his courage. In case of any trouble, he would be equipped to protect himself. "Very well, let us go. Boys should engage in hunting." Zhang Jiawu assessed his son. He was tall and robust, yet agile. Over the years, he and his elder brother had often hunted together during idle seasons, their teamwork exceptionally harmonious. In fact, the 3 brothers had once even hunted a black bear. Thus, despite the gossip surrounding their family in Daxing village, no one dared to bully them, for the brothers were formidable fighters who had seen their share of bloodshed. As Zhang Anping followed behind them, he pondered the early hour. It was a rare day of rest, with no other refugees in sight, and their household provisions had dwindled significantly over the past few days. His grandmother had cautioned his aunt to use less rice in their meals. Although the family had eggs from chickens and ducks, as well as fish to eat, meat had been scarce, particularly fatty meat, which had not graced their table for many days. Anping not only felt a pang of hunger himself, but he could also guess that each of his 10 sisters was equally tempted. "How about we take the whole lot today?" Zhang Anping pondered to himself. In the yard, there were pigs, the smallest weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds, and some larger still. These pigs resembled wild boars, yet they were relatively docile. If released, they would likely pose little threat. Zhang Anping quickly surveyed his surroundings, confirming that no one was in sight. He had just caught a glimpse of a pit about 1 to 2 meters deep and suddenly turned, shouting, "Father, there's a wild boar!" At Zhang Anping's startled exclamation, Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Zhou were both astonished and delighted. They turned to see a wild boar struggling to climb out of the pit, panting heavily. This boar was quite substantial, weighing over 300 pounds, its plump body enticing to behold. Zhang Jiawen was the first to react. He swiftly drew his bow and released an arrow. At such close range, his aim was true, striking the target effortlessly. However, the boar's thick skin was resilient. Even though the arrow hit its neck, the creature was still attempting to charge upward. Zhang Anping, undeterred, stood atop the pit, wielding a sickle, and aimed for the boar's neck. The creature was tame, not truly wild. Should it go berserk and pose a danger, he could always return it to the small yard. In any case, he was not in peril. With a decisive swing, he cleaved part of the boar's head, blood splattering forth, some droplets dotting Zhang Anping's clothing, staining his white scholar's robe. "Anping!" Zhang Jiawu exclaimed, taken aback. His son was indeed audacious. To confront such a massive boar with nothing but a sickle, he truly was his father's son. Astonishingly, the boar fell lifeless. Zhang Anping, gripped by the exertion, felt a wave of muscle pain wash over him. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiawen had dashed back to summon help. Before long, Zhang Laotu and Zhang Jiashuan arrived. Upon seeing the blood on Zhang Anping, Zhang Laotu cried out, "My precious grandson." His eyes instantly welled with tears. "You are risking your life. How can you put me through this? Our Zhang family has but you, the sole sprout of the third generation." After learning from his eldest son that it was Zhang Anping who had discovered and ultimately slain the boar, he bowed his head to the heavens. "Thank you, celestial beings, for ensuring my little fortune does not go hungry." With a gathering of people, they managed to carry the boar back to camp, where the Zhang brothers found a spot to butcher and divide the meat. Most of it was cooked in large pots and stored in jars, ready to be loaded onto the cart. A portion of the pig's feet and head was intended for immediate cooking to be consumed over the next few days. As the savory aroma wafted through the air, the sound of approaching hooves soon echoed, prompting Zhang Anping to inwardly exclaim, "This is bad." Chapter 8. The innocent man suffers for his treasure. The sound of galloping hooves echoed urgently, suggesting an approaching horde of over a dozen horses. Initially, one might have assumed that this desolate area was devoid of human presence, allowing the Zhang family to brazenly prepare their meal. In these tumultuous times, with chaos reigning and people fleeing in all directions, should anyone take notice, they could easily lose their food and possessions, leaving them with no recourse for lamentation. It was conceivable that they could be silenced forever, and the entire Zhang clan might meet their demise here. At this moment, the Zhang brothers, under the leadership of the elder Zhang, stood resolutely atop an elevation, armed with bows, knives, and sickles, shielding their wives and children behind them. Meanwhile, the elder matriarch hastily directed the daughters-in-law and granddaughters to lift the remaining uncooked meat into the cart. The younger children desperately fanned the fragrant aroma with large leaves, hoping that the scent would dissipate quickly, granting them a semblance of safety. The hearts of the Zhang family were taut with anxiety. An innocent man may suffer for his treasure. Should they encounter a band of ruthless marauders, their entire family could very well perish here. Zhang Anping pressed his lips tightly together, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. He had been careless. Indeed, he had been remiss in allowing a pig to be slaughtered. However, the family could no longer afford to forego meat. The arduous journeys they undertook daily would soon take a toll on their health. Rather than succumb slowly to despair, they might as well take a bold stand. Zhang Anping felt no remorse as he glanced back at his 10 sisters, then turned his gaze forward, just as the horses charged toward them. To their astonishment, they recognized the figures approaching. "Is it truly you?" Zhang Anping's eyes widened at the sight of Li Dei. Gone was the image of the dashing young master surrounded by admirers. Instead, his scholarly robe hung in tatters, stained with dark splotches of blood and dirt, rendering it impossible to discern which was which. A large section of his back was torn, left unstitched, and he appeared gaunt, drastically changed from the man he had known just days before. Li Dei's caravan had once boasted over 10 carts. Now, only 3 rickety wagons remained, precariously teetering as if they might collapse at any moment. The entourage, once numbering 20 or 30 servants, had dwindled to fewer than 10, each bearing visible injuries and exuding a foul odor, unmistakably the result of neglect. Their gazes, fixated on the pot behind Zhang Anping, glimmered with a covetous hunger, for it contained a savory broth of wild vegetables and cooked meat. Brother Anping, how fortunate it was that you departed that day. We were targeted by bandits, and it was only through the selfless bravery of our servants that we were saved. My father has been injured, and we are without provisions. Might we purchase some? Li Dai's face bore the marks of distress. The notion of purchasing was laughable, as he possessed little of value. After searching for quite some time, he produced a jade pendant he had worn since childhood. Now, this single item was all he had of worth. Zhang Anping regarded Li Dai's reluctant expression and counted the figures behind him, 9 servants in total. Among them, only Li Dai and a young scholar beside him were unscathed. The others bore injuries of varying degrees. Within the carriage, a faint sound of coughing can be heard, seemingly belonging to his father, who had previously reprimanded Li Dai. His younger sister and mother are settled within the vehicle. However, the other carts, laden with provisions and valuables, along with a dozen horses, have inexplicably vanished. But our provisions are scant, he remarked. As you can see, we are subsisting on wild vegetables. Moreover, with so many womenfolk here, might I suggest that your camping site be over there? At this moment, the elderly Zhang did not intervene, allowing Zhang Anping to step forward. After all, he and Li Dai were classmates. Although the elder Zhang harbored some initial concerns, his worries dissipated when Zhang Anping pointed out the camping area. The location he indicated was over 300 meters away, situated in a low-lying area, enabling them to observe any movements clearly and even facilitate an early escape. Indeed, this Jin Sun displayed remarkable intelligence. Thank you. Upon seeing the direction pointed out by Zhang Anping, Li Dai quickly realized that it stemmed from Zhang Anping's lack of trust in him. He proceeded to instruct his servants to set up camp a distance away before washing his face. After a moment's contemplation, he assisted his mother and sister to pay respects to the elders of the Zhang family. His sister, appearing similarly aged to Zhang Zichuan, was merely 11 or 12 years old. However, as a young lady from a wealthy family, her skin was exceptionally fair. Supporting her mother as they walked, she became fatigued and breathless. In contrast, the Zhang family's granddaughters were adeptly tending to the fire and preparing food, highlighting a stark difference. Li Dai's mother was a kind-faced woman, older than the aunt, but appearing significantly younger than Zhang Anping's mother, resembling a woman in her 20s. Adorning her hair was a gleaming gold hairpin, and her wrists bore heavy gold bracelets. Who could dare rob them? Fortunately, they were not part of the same caravan. Otherwise, they too might have fallen victim to robbery. Madame Zhang graciously invited Li Dai's mother to sit beside the carriage, subtly advising her to adopt a more understated appearance and conceal her jewelry to avoid trouble. The jade and precious stones have already been secured. Gold is even more conspicuous. In the eyes of the refugees, wearing gold and silver signifies great wealth. Li Dai, overhearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment. Their family possessed a considerable fortune. Otherwise, they would not have had investments in the capital. His mother and sister had never encountered such circumstances, rendering them somewhat out of place. Li Shixiang, how much food do you require? What are your plans? Is your father's injury severe? Are your servants trustworthy? My servants are all family-born, loyal for generations, and have faced life and death together. They are indeed reliable. However, we were scattered by bandits, losing both our belongings and food. My father mentioned that if we travel north for 2 or 3 days, we should reach the city. He has friends within the city and intends to procure some supplies before continuing north. I have 14 individuals on my side, and we have not had a proper meal in several days. I wonder if it would be possible to purchase provisions for 3 days. Li Dai said, somewhat embarrassed. His father's injury could indeed allow him to walk, but at this moment, his father was overwhelmed with shame, especially considering the words he had spoken that day. Now, lacking food, they found themselves in the position of seeking assistance from the Zhang family. My luck today has been relatively good. I managed to procure some fish and game. Therefore, I have some coarse grains, meat, and fish that I could sell. Perhaps up to 200 pounds if you ration it wisely. Zhang Anping's words filled Li Dai with unexpected joy. 200 pounds of food. This far exceeded his initial expectations. He had brought his mother and sister along, aware of the Zhang family's wariness towards them, fearing they would refuse to lend a hand in their time of need. Furthermore, considering the Zhang family's evident poverty, being able to offer such a quantity of food, even for sale, was a great kindness. Thank you so much. I can offer you some jewelry in return. No need for that. I noticed your family has an empty cart. Would you be willing to trade it for our provisions? Zhang Anping was indeed taking advantage of the situation, for a cart was not inexpensive at this time, yet food was equally valuable. Throughout their journey, they had encountered reluctance from others to sell them provisions, often treated with disdain, as if they might engage in nefarious activities. Of course, though reluctant, Li Dei quickly acquiesced. He made sure to inform Zhang Anping that their horses had been well cared for over the years, obedient and familiar with the roads, and urged him to treat them kindly. Thus, the Zhang family provided a portion of pork, 100 pounds of sweet potatoes, fresh fish, 30 pounds of millet, and 20 pounds of rice in exchange for the cart. Although the cart appeared rickety and on the verge of collapse, the horse pulling it was quite robust. This pleased the Zhang family immensely, and they generously included a large bundle of wild vegetables and some dried mushrooms. As Li Dei regarded these provisions and recalled his wife and daughter's warnings to safeguard their valuables, his father closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, another individual stealthily approached him, whispering in his ear, "Sir, I have observed that the Zhang family consists of 19 members, with only 4 able-bodied men. They must have recently hunted a wild boar weighing 300 to 400 pounds. Although well concealed, their donkey cart seems to carry a substantial quantity of grain." Chapter 9. A sense of crisis. We have dozens of people. Even if they are all injured, a victory of 10 against 4 is still a resounding triumph. The man was about to continue, but Li Dei's father gestured for him to cease his words. "They have scholars in their family, and they are the classmates of my son. Let us observe them a bit longer. I have an unsettling feeling about the Zhang family." Li Dei's father then closed his eyes once more, subsequently instructing the man to summon Li Dei. "Go to the Zhang family and assess their situation. What is your evaluation of them?" The Zhang family is extraordinarily united. They are certainly not an ordinary farming household. Moreover, I noticed on their ground remnants of pig entrails that they had no time to dispose of. They must have hunted a large wild boar. However, I observed that none of the Zhang family members appeared to be injured, indicating they are not a typical farming family. We must cultivate a good relationship with them, father. Such individuals can be invaluable allies. Li Dei exclaimed eagerly, only to be met with a dismissive grunt from his father. Let us see if they can survive until they reach Jinling. One must remember that the great Zhou dynasty is filled with hidden talents. For a humble hunting family to slay a wild boar without sustaining any harm is hardly extraordinary. There are far too many astonishing occurrences in the great Zhou. You may leave now. Li Dei's father waved his hand, signaling for him to depart. Meanwhile, the Zhang family was preparing to cook meat. Much of it had been fried and preserved in oil inside jars, ready for transport in their cart. At that moment, they had acquired another cart, and Zhang Jiaoshuan, possessing some carpentry skills, was busy making adjustments to it. Zhang Anping trotted over to a distant pile of rocks by the river, claiming he wanted to see if he could find something to eat. In truth, he was gripped by a sense of impending crisis. Even with a sickle in hand, he felt utterly defenseless against more than a dozen adults. Thus, he ran to the rocky outcrop, collecting massive stones, each weighing over 100 pounds, and stacking them in his courtyard. In the event of danger, a cascade of heavy stones would surely be more effective than mere vegetables or corn. Additionally, he practiced his stone-throwing skills. Should they encounter bandits, he would hurl the boulders, and with sufficient precision, he was confident they could prove lethal. Yet, transporting those heavy stones into the courtyard proved to be an arduous task. After moving only a handful, Zhang Anping found himself utterly exhausted, feeling as if all his strength had been drained away. This fatigue compelled him to pause, and he began to comprehend the toll that transporting items into his space exacted on his mind and body. It was not as simple as he had envisioned, where he could move as many as he desired. Nevertheless, with those few dozen stones, he felt he had gained a measure of self-defense. Furthermore, he could seize every opportunity to bring more into his space. Gradually, he would accumulate a substantial pile of stones. He refused to believe they would be of no use. Upon his return, he brought back a bounty of duck eggs and 4 ducks. The day's abundance of surprises rendered Zhang Anping's haul of duck eggs and ducks rather unremarkable. The innards of the wild boar are indeed a treasure. Whether it be the liver, heart, lungs, or intestines, they have all been meticulously cleaned. The heart and lungs of the pig are stewed with radishes, which were gathered from the garden by Zhang Jia when they left their hometown, filling a large basket to the brim. Half of the liver has been stir-fried, with the other half reserved for tomorrow's meal. A plate of pig intestines has also been sautéed, alongside tender pieces of stewed trotters, cooked until they are delectably soft. Additionally, there is a substantial pot of sweet potato porridge, into which the third aunt had generously added 2 bowls of rice, resulting in a hearty concoction. Oh, how fragrant! This meat is truly delightful. Indeed, it is utterly tempting. All eyes at the table are fixated on the meat. It has been over 6 months since anyone has savored pork, the last occasion being during the New Year. No one anticipated that amidst their tribulations, they would be able to indulge in such a plentiful feast of pork, a truly joyous occurrence. Today we have meat to eat, but let us not forget that this is all thanks to Anand's fortune. Each of you must remember this. In this household, anyone may face misfortune, but Anand must not. Old Lady Zhang began her admonitions at the table, with all sons, daughters-in-law, and granddaughters nodding in agreement. A glance at the sumptuous meat, followed by a deep breath, reveals just how tantalizing it is, and naturally, Zhang and Ping, who has provided this feast, is etched in their hearts. Today, Anand has acquired a new cart for the family. One cart will be prepared for Anand to sleep in, while the other will accommodate the younger children, filled with jars of meat. In the future, we might occasionally enjoy a hearty meal. Old Man Zhang began to allocate the best cart for the family's use, also organizing who would tend to the horses and donkeys, and who would hunt and cook. The Zhang family is notably united. As the head of the family, Old Man Zhang's word is law, and there is seldom any dissent. The cart, gifted by Li Dai, is now designated for Zhang and Ping's use. Although aside from his sleeping area, it must also hold duck eggs, chicken eggs, rice, and meat, which are indeed the family's finest possessions. This marks the Zhang family's first genuine feast of pork this year. Old Man Zhang rose first, filling a large bowl with liver and selecting several pieces of heart and lung, piling it high. He pushed this generous bowl towards Zhang and Ping with a fond, indulgent tone, saying, "Anand, you have worked hard today. Go ahead and eat. We may commence our meal." As his final words lingered in the air, the Zhang family finally began to eat. Though all were famished, neither adults nor children engaged in any scramble for food. With no egg custard today, a large bowl of meat was presented, and Zhang and Ping began to portion the meat with chopsticks, all the while expressing his distaste. "I do not enjoy pig liver, heart, lungs, or pork." To each of his 10 sisters, he distributed 3 or 4 pieces of liver, 1 or 2 pieces of heart, and a piece of pork, prompting Old Lady Zhang to murmur incessantly, "Look how generous your brother is. In the future, you must treat him well. He has saved this for you." "Thank you, brother." Old Zhang glanced at the bowl of his beloved grandson, noting the remnants of pig liver and pork. Feeling a twinge of sorrow, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. This dear grandson was exceedingly sensible, but he was still so young, in a time of growth. Thus, Old Zhang gently reminded the third daughter-in-law, "Tonight, prepare a bowl of meat for Anand, with ample meat and minimal radish." Understood. The entire family relished their meal, their mouths glistening with grease, patting their full bellies and emitting satisfied burps infused with the essence of meat. The feast they had was almost akin to that of the New Year festivities. No, it was even more lavish than the New Year celebrations. That night, someone was keeping watch at the Zhang household. It happened to be Zhang Jiawu, the father of Zhang Anping. He was tall and strong, wielding a cleaver with great expertise, often clearing paths through difficult terrain. Though typically quiet, Zhang Jiawu possessed a sharp mind. Unlike most farmers who labor without thought, he had sensed the peculiar occurrences on this journey of escape from famine. Recently, a rabbit had met an untimely end, wild duck eggs had mysteriously appeared, and despite the scarcity of chicken eggs at home, there was enough for everyone. Moreover, when the third son went fishing, he caught over 100 pounds of fish from a small ditch. And today, there had been that sudden emergence of a wild boar. Yet, on this arduous journey, any morsel of food was a blessing. Just as his father had said, perhaps the celestial beings took pity on Zhang Anping, fearing he would go hungry, and thus provided for them. Hadn't they noticed that whenever his son was present, their harvests were always remarkably abundant? With 10 daughters and only 1 son. If Anand wasn't a little fortune bringer, who could be? "Dad, you must stay alert tonight. Let me keep you company during the watch." Zhang Anping relinquished the cart to his grandparents and slipped away to find his father. "Absolutely not. You're only 6 years old. Hurry back to sleep. The night has grown chilly, and you might catch a cold." Zhang Jiawu was concerned for his son and insisted he return to rest. But Zhang Onping stubbornly refused. Unable to bring himself to scold him, Zhang Zhuwu eventually acquiesced to his persistence. Deep down, he found it curious that his son had not mentioned wanting to keep watch during their journey. But now, was it because of? While on watch, Zhang Onping proved to be quite observant. He climbed a tall tree and surveyed the surroundings. Soon enough, he detected something amiss. Indeed, someone was stealthily approaching the Zhang family's resting place, and in the darkness, it seemed there were glimmers of cold light. Suddenly, a massive stone fell from the sky, and a scream pierced the night, alarming everyone. Chapter 10. A small trial of skill. Not only had the Zhang family awakened, but the Li family was also stirred. Li Dai rode over with 2 or 3 companions, yet they did not approach too closely. Instead, they raised their torches and inquired about the commotion, asking if assistance was needed. Someone has been trapped beneath a fallen boulder. Hurry, come help, Elder Zhang exclaimed, holding his torch aloft, astonished to see a familiar figure pinned beneath the massive stone. The individual emitted a wretched cry, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, prompting Li Dai and his companions to glance down in horror. A sharp intake of breath escaped them. The sight was gruesome. One leg of the unfortunate soul was crushed beneath the boulder, blood seeping from beneath it, staining the grass around. It appeared that the leg was irrevocably ruined. And to their shock, this person was one of their own. Li Dai's expression darkened as he refrained from ordering anyone to move, instead fixing his gaze on the agonized companion and querying, "What brings you here?" I drank too much water tonight and sought a secluded spot to relieve myself. I had no idea the stone would roll down. Young master, please, save me." The man trembled in pain, his face drained of color, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Li Dai scrutinized his companion's eyes, then glanced in the direction from which the stone had fallen. After a moment's contemplation, he gestured toward Zhang Onping and the others. "Junior brother, this is my companion. We must rescue him post-haste. Excessive blood loss could prove fatal. Young Master Li, do remind your servants to tread carefully in this darkness. The mountainside is perilous with falling rocks," Elder Zhang remarked, casting a wary glance around, noting the inky blackness enveloping them. How fortuitous it was that this boulder had landed precisely where it had, crushing the man's leg. Moreover, considering their encampment was merely a stone's throw away, it seemed rather dubious that he would seek relief so close by. Did he not realize there were 10 young maidens in the Zhang camp? A solitary man sneaking about at such an hour, regardless of his motives, evoked no guilt in Zhang Onping for the injury inflicted upon him. On the contrary, he felt a sense of security. The boulder was merely a means of honing his skills and precision. After all, this unfortunate soul had to concoct an excuse for his predicament, claiming it was merely an accident with a rolling stone. How delightful! Elder Zhang observed his visibly pleased grandson. His own spirits lifted. Truly, his grandson was a harbinger of good fortune. Even before his birth, the old Taoist had foretold that something extraordinary would occur in his presence. And Elder Zhang found that notion entirely plausible. Because Jin Sun's son is unlike anyone else, he is a person of great fortune, protected by celestial beings. Otherwise, how could those ill-intentioned individuals who approached their camp in the dead of night be inexplicably struck down by stones? How exhilarating, truly exhilarating. At the Li family camp, the injured man with a severed leg was quickly interrogated after being carried back. He was contemplating that there might still be meat left at the Zhang family, intending to bring some back. Little did he expect to be struck by a rock in the pitch darkness. When asked how he was hit, the fellow was utterly bewildered, merely stating that he had no clear idea of what transpired. Ultimately, he succumbed, though whether it was due to excessive blood loss or disobedience remains unknown to the Zhang family. However, the next day, they received a message, and Li Dai had already departed early, leaving behind an unfinished thought that culminated in a single phrase: "Junior brother Zhang, if you ever go to Jinling, you must go. It will only bring you benefits. Remember, remember." Li Dai suddenly grasped Zhang and Ping's hand, earnestly urging him, even shaking his arm with fervor, fearful that he might forget. He also provided an address, insisting that Zhang must visit. As he departed, he hesitated and lowered his voice to inform Zhang and Ping that should he venture to Jinling, unexpected surprises await. The look in Li Dai's eyes conveyed to Zhang and Ping that he was not speaking falsehoods. Moreover, there were secrets about Li Dai. He was far from an ordinary scholar from a small town. After all, A merchant family could not afford to maintain loyal servants for generations, nor could they acquire fine steeds or purchase a residence in Jinling. Yet, in these times, who was without a secret? Zhang and Ping paid little mind to this, merely feeling that Li Da-yi was a trustworthy individual, repeatedly reminding him to go to Jinling, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. He nodded in response. Rest assured, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit Jinling in this lifetime. Senior brother, until we meet again. Junior brother, until we meet again. Zhang and Ping watched as Li Da-yi and his companions departed. The Zhang family quickly finished their breakfast, cooking yesterday's pig liver with sweet potato rice, adding a generous spoonful of lard. With the added richness, the Zhang family felt invigorated. Furthermore, with an additional cart today, their pace quickened significantly. Along the way, they occasionally encountered large groups of carriages. Zhang Jiawen inquired and learned that they were wealthy families from Jizhou City, who had already heard the news and departed early to escape. They had heard that barbarian forces were attacking Jizhou City, as the Great Zhou dynasty had already lost 2 cities, and the court had become aware of the situation. It was likely that a great general would soon be dispatched to quell the barbarians. This was indeed good news. Some were curiously observing their party, while old Zhang claimed that his sister was faring well in Azhou, prompting them to seek refuge, who knew they would be fortunate enough to leave before the barbarian slaughter. What a stroke of luck! Old Zhang's excuses were met with skepticism by some, who speculated that they had received advance warning and thus departed with composure. The Zhang family, fleeing without travel permits, could not enter the city but could venture to nearby towns to procure some essentials. While food was expensive and they hesitated to purchase in excess, salt was indispensable due to its swift consumption. The game they caught on the journey was preserved with salt, now ready to be sold. Recently, they had amassed 4 ducks, along with a few chicken and duck eggs, all of which were in high demand. Upon arriving at the market, old Zhang swiftly sold everything and took the opportunity to gather information. Some believed that Jizhou would not fall, confident that the imperial court would intervene, while others began preparing to migrate north, convinced that the sooner they left, the better, lest they find themselves trapped. Reflecting on the exodus of many affluent households, old Zhang considered that their intel was likely more reliable than that of the common folk. Thus, he resolved to sell the 100 pounds of pork he had acquired previously, using the proceeds to purchase fine bows for each of the 3 Zhang brothers. Initially, he intended to equip his sons with swords as well, but the prices were exorbitant, with each blade costing no less than 10 taels of silver, far beyond his means. Ultimately, they acquired a substantial amount of salt, shoe soles, and durable fabric, even purchasing a considerable quantity of inexpensive cotton upon discovering it. With a horse-drawn cart, the Zhang women sometimes rested on the cart while crafting shoes or clothing. Having sold some goods for silver, they learned that the northern regions grew increasingly cold at night as winter approached. The cotton might prove valuable in the face of impending chill. As for food, they managed to buy some, originally intending to stock up further, but Zhang Anping dissuaded them, asserting that their supplies at home were sufficient for the moment. In truth, the rice in their small courtyard had ripened, requiring only their labor to harvest and mill, a far more economical option than purchasing overpriced grains from outside. After replenishing their supplies in the small town, they planned to rest for the night before continuing their journey. However, in the dead of night, they were startled by a cacophony of voices and chaos surrounding them. Alarmed, Zhang Jiawen hastily ventured out to gather information. Upon his return, he trembled and exclaimed, "Father, trouble is brewing." Chapter 11. The Fall of Jizhou City. The Jizhou Prefecture has fallen. Countless citizens are fleeing through the northern gate, while the barbarians invade from the southern city, wreaking havoc as though in a lawless land, committing every atrocity imaginable. Zhang Jiawen trembled uncontrollably. They were under the jurisdiction of Jizhou Prefecture, and now that it had been breached, their home in Daxing village was undoubtedly lost. Rumor had it that the barbarians, angered by the lack of surrender from Jizhou, vowed to slaughter for 3 days to vent their rage. As a result, those citizens still within the walls of Jizhou, unable to escape in time, would likely find themselves amidst a river of blood. Consequently, even those who had been hesitant during the day now panicked, hastily gathering their belongings to flee northward under the cover of night. Tonight, we shall take turns resting. The women and children will begin making flatbreads and provisions, while the men guard their wives and children, lest they become targets. At the first light of dawn, We must set off immediately towards the north, without pausing to rest, traveling day and night, for we are perilously close to Jizhou. Indeed, though they had already been on the road for 7 or 8 days, the speed of the barbarian cavalry was swift. With Jizhou fallen, if they continued northward, the enemy would soon be upon them. How could a man's 2 legs outrun a horse's 4? That night, Zhang Anping did not sleep. His sisters were busy preparing provisions, mending worn-out shoes to avoid the risk of bloodied toes from the rough journey ahead. His third aunt, affectionately known as Sen Yangzi, was renowned for her culinary skills. In this dire time of flight, her talents proved invaluable. She roasted preserved fish in a large pot until golden and crispy, seasoning it lightly with salt and wild mint they had foraged. The result was both fragrant and crunchy. The previous catch of 10 pounds of fish had been prepared in this manner for sustenance, alongside a large pot of boiled eggs and duck eggs, numbering over 100, with each person carrying 4 for nourishment. They also made over 100 flatbreads to easily replenish their strength on the road. While making the flatbreads, San Yangzi placed a thin slice of meat in each. Though it was but a morsel, it added a delightful aroma. Finally, they took some of the rice purchased in town the day before, cooking a pot of watery rice porridge, serving each person a generous bowl, complemented by 2 sweet potatoes and 2 ears of corn per individual. As dawn broke, they set forth on their journey. Those who had not rested the previous night took turns napping in the cart, while the others kept pace alongside it. Each of them carried no belongings, only the food they could consume, traveling light as they made their way northward. This time, the air was filled with cries and lamentations, and the road was thronged with people. The wild vegetables that could once be foraged and the game that could be hunted were nowhere to be seen. Along the way, Zhang Anping witnessed 2 households engaged in a fierce struggle over a handful of wild greens, while the weary and numbed crowd trudged onward, burdened by heavy loads and moving at a painfully slow pace. The Zhang family, experienced and equipped with 2 carts and a donkey cart, appeared far more composed compared to the other fleeing citizens. They had fish and meat to consume, and rested in horse-drawn carriages without the burden of heavy luggage. Thus their pace was considerably swifter than that of the common folk. However, alas, when the city of Jizhou fell, even those citizens hundreds of miles away fled in terror. The slowest among them faced certain death. The roads were teeming with people, their cries of despair and invectives echoing incessantly. The Zhang brothers continuously urged their wives and daughters to keep pace, warning that in such a dense throng, losing sight of one another was a matter of mere moments. Up ahead, a child had been lost, wailing by the roadside while a man tried to drag his spouse away. But she, her eyes swollen from weeping, refused to budge. After her cries turned hoarse, seizing a moment when her husband was distracted, she dashed headlong into a large stone, resulting in her tragic demise. The man, momentarily stunned, let out a few anguished howls before hastily digging a shallow grave for his wife. A tattered mat served as her final resting place. Throughout that day, Zhang Anping bore witness to countless such heart-wrenching scenes. Truly, it is better to be a dog in a time of peace than a person in chaotic times. The Zhang family, once spirited, felt their hearts grow heavy upon witnessing such sorrow. They assisted the grieving man in burying his wife, but as they prepared to depart, a sudden voice cried out, "Aunt! Aunt! Uncle, is that you?" A voice filled with surprise called out repeatedly, and upon turning, Zhang Anping beheld a dusty pair of individuals, each struggling with a large bundle, desperately shouting towards the elder Zhang. Though he did not recognize them, the elder Zhang paused in astonishment, and then exclaimed, "Goshing, is that you? Are you also fleeing? What of my brother and sister-in-law?" "Aunt, my parents refused to leave. So we left them a bit of food and took my wife to seek refuge, hoping to find a way to survive." It turned out that this Goshing was a distant nephew of the elder Zhang, with his family far away and his brother and sister-in-law long deceased. This nephew was a semblance of kinship. Encountering him in such dire circumstances filled the elder Zhang with joy, and she eagerly engaged them in conversation. Observing Goshing and his wife struggling with their burdens, she insisted they place their belongings on the carriage to ease their load. Goshing's eyes darted with calculations. Considering that his aunt had married into Daxing village and belonged to a farming family, likely impoverished, yet, to his surprise, they possessed some belongings. 2 carriages and a donkey cart were indeed valuable assets during a time of flight, and the tightly secured contents of the horse-drawn carriage hinted at a substantial supply of grain. The presence of the cart also provided them the opportunity to accompany the elder Zhang and take refuge within it. After exchanging greetings, Zhang Laotu watched as Goxing and his wife comfortably settled into the carriage. Casting a glance at the youngest, yet still trudging along on the road, the old man's expression turned grim. "Dear grandchild, you must be tired. Go rest with your grandmother for a while," Zhang Laotai said. Initially, she felt somewhat uneasy seeing her nephew and his wife climb onto the carriage. Upon hearing her husband's suggestion, she promptly dismounted to allow Zhang Anping to take a break. Zhang Anping, noticing the carriage was quite spacious, instinctively reached out to pull his 3 youngest sisters up with him. However, his uncle, who was reluctant to move, found the carriage too comfortable to abandon. The vehicle was broad and roomy, resembling a luxurious carriage of a wealthy household, accommodating several passengers without discomfort. "Brother, you should rest in the carriage for a bit. You are the youngest. We can manage a while longer." Zhang Anping's 9th and 10th sisters, twins from their 3rd aunt, were only a few months older than him, merely 6 or 7 years of age. Despite their understanding nature, having set off at dawn, they would typically find themselves napping within the carriage by now, as children often do, only to rejoin the adults later in the afternoon. Yet, the couple remained seated, unwilling to budge, leaving the 3 children squeezed into the carriage, unable to stretch out as they used to. "Come, sit next to your aunt and rest a bit." Unconsciously, the couple thought it sufficient for the little ones to lean against them. They were oblivious to Zhang Laotai's departure, believing the younger ones should remain seated. Both Zhang Laotai and Zhang Laotai's husband wore displeased expressions, sensing that their nephew's behavior was somewhat excessive. However, after just reconciling, it seemed unreasonable to demand their exit. "Uncle, Aunt, could you please step down? My sisters have traveled all day and barely slept last night. They must be exhausted." Zhang Anping, unburdened by reservations, voiced his concern. After all, he was a child, and children often speak their minds without hesitation. As expected, upon his plea, although the couple was somewhat reluctant, they exchanged glances with Zhang Laotai and her husband, noticing their discontent, which silenced any defense on their part. They could only dismount the carriage with a sense of defeat. Seeing the spacious carriage, Zhang Anping called for his 3 sisters to join him, while he scampered over to the donkey cart for a brief rest. Even in autumn, the midday sun was quite intense. Meanwhile, the couple, feeling famished, kept glancing around as they noticed others resting along the way. "Dear Aunt, aren't you all going to rest for a moment? Shouldn't you stop for food or water?" At this point, the couple's eyes widened when they spotted Zhang Anping enjoying a boiled egg on the donkey cart. Chapter 12. Bloodshed. A child, astonishingly, had eggs to consume? The life at his aunt's house appeared to be quite prosperous. Dogxing mused inwardly, a broader smile gracing his face. Seizing a moment of distraction, he attempted to coax Zhang Anping, insinuating the importance of honoring one's elders, suggesting that one ought not to indulge alone in provisions. His intentions were rather transparent, hoping Zhang Anping would part with some eggs to show filial piety. Unfortunately, Zhang Anping swallowed the egg whole and, brushing his hands together, retorted, "My grandmother is also your elder. Why have I not seen you paying her respects?" This left Dogxing momentarily stunned, rendering him speechless. Unable to withstand his hunger any longer, he concocted an excuse to relieve himself and, with his wife, stealthily took a bundle to a secluded spot. The bundle contained food, as they planned to eat outside before returning to seize an opportunity. Alas, his clever ruse was ill-conceived. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jiawen had followed discreetly. Witnessing the couple devouring flatbreads and conspiring together, they spoke of the ample provisions on the aunt's cart, planning to keep a close watch, reasoning that since they were relatives, they could easily edge closer during mealtimes without causing offense. Moreover, they thought to rest on the cart when weary, which would be far more comfortable than trudging along on foot. After all, they were fleeing disaster, and wherever the Zhang family went, they would follow, believing that aligning with a prosperous household would ensure their survival. The couple even deliberated on strategies to deceive the Zhang family. Unfortunately, all of this was overheard by Zhang Jiawen, who promptly returned to inform old lady Zhang, while Zhang Anping stood by. Old man Zhang ruffled Zhang Anjuan's hair. "Dear grandson, do you see? This is human nature. In such situations, one must observe carefully, be resolute of heart. Old lady, what do you intend to do?" "What to do? We must hasten away and rid ourselves of this repugnant lot." Bah. Old lady Zhang was incensed, taken aback by the malice of her unexpected nephew. The Zhang family did not wait for Dogxing nor take a moment's respite. Instead, the elderly and frail boarded the cart, while the robust walked briskly onward. They traveled rapidly, drawing envious glances from countless passers-by. After all, riding in a cart was infinitely more comfortable than trudging along the ground. Yet, some gazes were fixated on the covered provisions in their cart, and others on their 2 sturdy horses. Such treasures. Father, something feels amiss. A few idlers have been trailing behind our cart for 2 or 3 hours, and their numbers are increasing. Notably, Dogxing is among them. Zhang Jiawen, who was driving the cart, quickly sensed the disturbance behind them. Indeed, they are seeking an opportunity to strike. It should happen soon. You all take turns to nibble on something to sustain your strength and keep your spirits high. Old man Zhang was also vigilant, observing those who seemed on the verge of giving up. He noted how, when one appeared ready to relent, Dogxing rushed over to persuade them, prompting them to follow once more. The number of individuals is steadily increasing. A rough count suggests there are at least 7 or 8. Moreover, aside from the wife of Dogxing, the remainder are all men, resembling hunting hounds fixated on their prey, trailing closely and advancing step by step. Yet, they hesitate, merely observing without taking immediate action. Zhang Anping gazes at the sun dipping towards the horizon. The road is still bustling with people. This group likely believes that with so many witnesses present, even if they were to seize something, it may not ultimately belong to them. Sir, they intend to find a less populated area to strike. We should get in the carriage and speed away, outpace them, and then... Zhang Anping whispers to the old man Zhang, who, upon hearing this, gazes at him in surprise and nods vigorously. Boss, second brother, you take turns driving while the other rests. While the light remains, seek out a secluded spot to hide. We must resolve this tailing issue. The longer we delay, the more troublesome it becomes. If night falls, our numbers will make us a larger target, and I cannot afford any harm to my precious grandson. Before long, a horse-drawn carriage approaches, and Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiawu have already disembarked. The carriage ahead continues onward, while the subsequent carts block their view, leaving the pursuers oblivious. As they draw near, an arrow suddenly descends from the trees, landing a mere meter before the feet of the followers. Its warning is unmistakable. If they continue to track, they shall face death. This arrow from Zhang Jiawen startles the pursuers, rendering them momentarily hesitant. However, Dogxing, rushing forward, exclaims, "Their carriage contains meat and eggs. That child is eating eggs. If we kill them, we too can feast on eggs." This declaration seems to possess a certain enchantment, prompting those following Dogxing to swiftly unsheathe their gleaming blades. A chorus of frightened screams erupts from those seeking refuge by the roadside, as they scatter in fear. The assailants charge forth, and the newly acquired bows and arrows of the Zhang brothers come into play. To everyone's astonishment, an enormous stone appears from nowhere, crashing down with a thunderous roar. It lands directly upon the foremost of the attackers, Dogxing, eliciting a blood-curdling scream and leaving him in a gruesome state. The men following closely behind fare no better, with some struck down by the Zhang brothers' arrows, while others are crushed by the stone. This all transpires in mere moments. The robbers, initially intent on committing robbery and murder, now lie slain without a single survivor. Those who had anticipated the Zhang family's women and children to meet a grim fate were instead astonished to find the brigands vanquished. With dusk yet to settle, all the fleeing individuals shudder at the sight, gazing at the Zhang family in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming sense of terror. In truth, the Zhang brothers also find their limbs trembling and their clothes dampened by cold sweat. This marks their first experience of taking a life. Yet, had they refrained, they would have been robbed and slain. What remains perplexing, however, is the mystery of the massive stones that seem to have emerged from nowhere. The Zhang brothers exchanged a knowing glance and rushed to collect the weapons of the deceased, Zhang Anping among them. A wave of shame washed over them. How could they be outdone in composure by a mere child? With lives lost, they shed any pretense and, in the presence of numerous fleeing souls, proceeded to thoroughly search the bodies of the robbers. They recovered 2 large swords, 2 daggers, and over 10 taels of silver, even finding a bloodstained, broken gold bracelet belonging to a child on one of the corpses. Upon seeing that item, Zhang Jiawen kicked the lifeless body with a fierce disdain. These robbers, devoid of decency, would not even spare children? The thought of the more than 10 children on their cart filled him with dread. The Zhang family was composed of delicate young girls, each a potential beauty. In such chaotic times, these innocent ones, without protection, would likely be sold by the robbers. If fortunate, they might end up as servants in wealthy households, condemned to a life of servitude. If unlucky, they could find themselves in brothels or lowly establishments. The mere thought of his cherished daughters meeting such a fate made Zhang Zhaoan realize that the act of killing was no longer terrifying. Thus, as they scavenged the corpses, he felt no moral burden. Zhang Jiwu stood guard with his bow and arrow, while Zhang Jiaxuan protected the elderly and children. Once he had finished looting the robbers, Zhang Zhaoan quickly handed the spoils to Old Man Zhang. The family, disregarding their attachment to their horses, hurriedly climbed onto the cart and pressed onward. After their departure, the previously hidden refugees surged forward to inspect the slain robbers. Some began to strip the corpses of their clothing, others searched again for overlooked items, while some even removed the shoes from the dead. A fierce scuffle broke out over a pair of seemingly pristine shoes. Before nightfall, they selected a campsite situated on higher ground, surrounded by lush grass, where the oldest Zhang Zichuan and Zhang Zixia tended to the horses and donkeys, gathering grass and foraging for wild vegetables. The men of the Zhang family, including Zhang Anping, gathered together, facing a heap of stolen knives and daggers. Take a look and choose a weapon that suits you, Old Man Zhang sighed. It seems the more we advance, the bloodier our encounters will become. With fewer strong laborers and many women and children, yet an abundance of horses, we are courting disaster. He lamented, troubled by the thought that they had barely left their homeland before being forced into violence. What lay ahead filled him with deep concern. Chapter 13. Home and nation, I shall take this dagger, regardless of lofty principles. I know this. Whoever seeks to steal from my family or wishes to harm my loved ones, I shall crush them. Zhang Anping grasped a small dagger from the ground. Initially, upon traversing into this world, he felt a profound sense of dislocation. Yet, over the years, the Zhang family had cherished him as if he were a precious gem, more valuable than their own eyes. He was no mere plant. How could he not feel such warmth in his heart? Thus, when Mr. Li urged him to leave, Zhang Anping made the resolute choice to return home and flee alongside his family. He was acutely aware that among the Zhang family, there were only 4 men, with the remainder consisting of a dozen children and women. As they journeyed north, navigating the perilous path of survival, they faced not only the scarcity of food and clothing, but also the lurking dangers of thieves, bandits, and rogues. In desolate regions, they had to be wary of wild beasts and serpents. The journey to Ezhou spanned thousands of miles. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for them all. Nevertheless, these were his family, those who had unreservedly poured their hearts out for him since his birth. Thus, Zhang Anping felt compelled to exert every ounce of strength to safeguard his family, ensuring that his sisters reached Ezhou unscathed. In this chaotic era, he must grow stronger. For one must first secure the family before one can consider the nation and the world. At this moment, all he could see was his small household, and he resolved to protect it amidst the turmoil. My good grandson, indeed, we are men, and as men, we must not be soft-hearted. Look at our wives and children behind us. We must wield our blades, for taking lives is a means of protecting our own, the elder Zhang said. Big brother, second brother, take these 2 large sabers. Last time in town, I hesitated to purchase them, but now they have come to us, saving us dozens of taels of silver. You have done well today, the elder sighed. In the past, the brothers had hunted bears and wild boars, but today, they faced the grim task of taking lives, more than one, in fact. The burden weighed on their hearts, and as the elder spoke, the brothers' eyes glistened with resolve. They were not bloodthirsty individuals, yet for the sake of their wives and children, they were prepared to fight fiercely. From now on, you brothers must cooperate, and my good grandson must also remain vigilant, the elder said, gently ruffling Zhang Anping's hair. The strange occurrence with the stone that day, and the death it caused, likely had some connection to his beloved grandson. Yet, in such tumultuous times, survival was paramount. Even if there were oddities, what did it matter? The elder advised everyone to keep certain matters private. In chaotic times, discretion was key to safeguarding one's family and oneself. Understood, father. Rest assured, even if questioned, I shall remain silent to my last breath. Indeed, what could be so bizarre? We are but fugitives. We fear not death, so why fear the strange? The Zhang brothers understood their father's intent and nodded in agreement, glancing not even once at Zhang Anping. Zhang Anping smiled. During dinner, another large grass carp weighing over 10 pounds graced the table. This time, no one uttered a word. They simply ate the fish with cheerful smiles. Once again, old Madame Zhang reminded everyone, "Please enjoy, everyone. Remember, Anan is our family's lucky star. You must treat him well and never be ungrateful." Everyone nodded solemnly in agreement. Zhang Anping reclined in the cart, appearing to be asleep, but only he knew he was busy in that little courtyard. The rice had already been harvested, and now it was being milled with a stone grinder to extract the grain. Along with the rice, there was plenty of bran, which he did not bother to separate, as it was a valuable resource that could be boiled into a thick porridge to stave off hunger. In the vegetable garden, the greens could be harvested when wild vegetables were scarce, and the corn and sweet potatoes were ready for consumption. The fruits, while somewhat out of place at this time, could occasionally be indulged in for a treat. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Anping entered the house, recalling that there was a study filled with books. He had been too busy fleeing from disaster previously to take a look. Now, with some free time, he decided to peruse the study. It was spacious, with rows of books neatly arranged. As he casually flipped through the volumes, he was surprised to find texts such as the Huangdi Neijing, Nanjing, Treatise on Febrile Diseases, Shen Nong's Herbal Classic, and the Compendium of Materia Medica, none of which seemed to exist in the Great Zhou dynasty. Not particularly interested in these, he continued searching and stumbled upon some miscellaneous writings, including a detailed geography of the Great Zhou dynasty. He skimmed through it to find the route from Jizhou to Azhou, noting that while the official roads were manageable, many paths traversed desolate mountains and wilderness. It mentioned strange occurrences associated with these neglected routes, which had gradually fallen into disrepair. The book did not elaborate on these peculiar events, and Zhang Anping paid them little mind. As he passed through the study, Zhang Anping discovered a hidden small room, its door almost blending seamlessly with the wall. No wonder he had never noticed it before. Upon pushing the door open, he was astonished to find a space stocked with disinfectants, surgical instruments, and various medications, eliciting both surprise and delight. His gaze swept across the room, revealing a trove of commonly used medicines from his past life, such as traditional Chinese herbal fever-reducing powders and antibiotics like amoxicillin. There were also remedies for injuries, pain relief medications, and even some tranquilizers. The sheer variety and quantity of the medicines exceeded his expectations. In addition to these finished products, there were cabinets filled with labeled traditional Chinese herbs. As he casually opened a cabinet containing astragalus or angelica, he found it stuffed to the brim with herbal medicine. Such treasures, Zhang Anping couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Stepping out of the room, Zhang Anping could hardly conceal his joy. This courtyard was indeed a treasure, offering sustenance, drink, and medicinal supplies. On the perilous journey of survival, it would undoubtedly provide him with greater leverage. However, just as he was about to depart, he pondered for a moment and made his way to the backyard, tilting his head to gaze at the imposing gate. In his memory, he recalled having pushed it open for the first time 6 years ago, on the night he became a disciple of Master Li. Yet, despite several attempts, he found this gate resolutely unyielding, leaving him to wonder what wonders lay concealed behind it. With curiosity piqued, Zhang Anping approached once more, attempting to push the gate. It appeared neither locked nor barred, yet he could not budge it. Even after taking a deep breath and retreating several meters, he charged forward with great force, colliding with the gate, which remained steadfastly unmoved, not even emitting a creak. This left Zhang Anping perplexed. Could it be that this gate has remained shut for many years? I wonder what treasures it might conceal once opened. At this moment, his curiosity swelled. He reflected on how he had managed to open the first door only after becoming Master Li's disciple. Did this mean he needed to seek another mentor to unlock this gate? In these tumultuous times, whom could he turn to for guidance? Moreover, there was no guarantee that such a method would be effective. Nevertheless, he reasoned that if he could muster a bit more strength, perhaps he could finally push it open. Beyond that gate, surely there awaited a realm of possibilities or unimaginable wonders. Zhang Anping brimmed with anticipation. Though he could not open the gate today, he resolved to return each night to attempt it. Perhaps, through perseverance over days, months, or even years, he would succeed, for he was still young. As long as he did not give up, there would inevitably come a day when the gate would yield. That night, sentinels were on watch, armed with swords at their waists and bows slung across their backs. Ordinary refugees dared not approach, casting only wary glances from a distance. After all, the sight of those with weapons was intimidating, and it appeared that this band had recently vanquished some bandits. Such fierce and formidable refugees were even more fearsome than the brigands themselves, who would dare to draw near. This was precisely what the Zhang family hoped for, as among their group of around 20, only 3 or 4 were truly capable fighters, while the remainder were women. In a world where human life was as expendable as grass, and where cannibalism had become a grim reality, the danger was palpable. After circling the small courtyard and grinding out a substantial amount of rice, Zhang Anping, exhausted from the labor, was awakened from his deep slumber by a gentle shake. Chapter 14. If only there were another cart. As Zhang Anping opened his eyes, he was greeted by the radiant smile of his mother, Jin Xiaofang. She was the second daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, having borne 2 daughters before giving birth to her son, Zhang Anping, which elevated her status among the women in the family. The eldest daughter-in-law was skilled in embroidery, while the third daughter-in-law excelled in culinary arts. In contrast, Jin Xiaofang hailed from a scholarly family, possessing the ability to read and write, as well as a solid education in mathematics. During her leisure time, both the eldest and third daughters-in-law often implored her to teach their daughters, and she graciously accepted this responsibility. In the Dazhou dynasty, many women were educated, and noble families would often hire female teachers for their daughters. It was even said that some princesses of the Dazhou dynasty were both literate and adept in martial arts, a testament to their remarkable capabilities. Although the Zhang family, like many others, exhibited a preference for sons over daughters, they were nonetheless willing to have their 10 daughters taught to read at home, despite the lack of funds for private schooling. Thus, every girl in the Zhang family, from the eldest to the youngest, was literate, thanks to the efforts of Zhang Anping's mother. "Mother, there is something," Anping exclaimed. "My dear child, you have slept for quite a while. I worried you might be unwell, so I came to check on you. Everyone has already had their meal, and I brought yours for you to enjoy on the cart," she replied. It turned out that Zhang Anping had stayed up late reading while grinding rice in the courtyard the previous night. Consequently, he had not awakened until the sun was already up, causing his grandfather great concern. The family decided to wait for him to rise before embarking on their journey. "I'm fine, just a little drowsy for some reason, and I overslept. Now I'm feeling a bit hungry," Anping admitted with a shy smile. After carefully inspecting her son's rosy complexion and confirming that he was indeed well, Jin Xiaofang felt a wave of relief wash over her. She informed the men of Anping's condition, and with that, Zhang Jiwu, the head of the family, felt reassured, prompting the family's cart to finally set off. Today, they departed later than usual and did not stop along the way, pressing onward. Fortunately, the weather was cooler than in previous days. It was already October, and even at noon, the heat was not oppressive. 2 carts carried the family, and they took turns resting, with Jin Xiaofang considering that her son may have had nightmares from the previous night's events, which explained his late awakening. Thus, she spent the day walking alongside the cart, allowing her son to rest comfortably. This sentiment was shared not only by Jin Xiaofang, but also by Zhang Anping's 2 sisters, Zhang Zichuan and Zhang Zixia, who usually tended to the horses and cut grass. They insisted on walking the entire day, adamantly claiming they were not tired. It was only when they set up camp for the night that Anping noticed the bloodstains on their shoes, a clear indication that their feet had blistered from the day's exertion. Silently, he approached his mother, kneeling down to remove her shoes. As he did so, he was met with the sight of her feet, bloodied and blistered. His heart ached at the sight, and he lowered his gaze in sorrow. "Mother, why don't you take the carriage? Look, both you and sister have blisters on your feet. What are a few blisters? They will toughen up once they burst. In no time, they will stop bleeding. We are quite fortunate, you know. Have you seen how many people's feet are completely raw along this road?" Jin Xiaofang affectionately stroked her son's head. He was merely 6 years old, yet he accompanied the adults on their arduous journey. Truly, he was the most burdened among them. One more carriage would be wonderful, or perhaps a double-horse cart. Then we wouldn't have to walk at all. We could simply sit in the carriage and travel comfortably. Such greed. Do you not realize how many people along the way envy our carriage and donkey cart? I am content. Even walking a little is no trouble at all. The Zhang family was numerous. 2 carts were designated for passengers, while 1 donkey cart carried supplies. Not everyone could ride at once, necessitating a rotation for rest. Furthermore, overloading a single horse would tire it out excessively. I'll fetch some medicine for you to apply. These blisters must not become inflamed, or your feet will rot away. Zhang and Ping felt a pang of sympathy for his mother and sister. He quickly retrieved some disinfectant and medicinal powder from the small courtyard to tend to their wounds. Jin Xiaofeng initially wished to inquire about the source of these items, reluctant to use them. Yet upon witnessing her son's determined and compassionate gaze, her heart warmed, and she decided to apply the powder. Strangely enough, after using the medicine provided by Zhang and Ping, she felt a cooling sensation on the sore spots on her feet, and by morning, they had all scabbed over. Was this truly a remedy? Her son's medicinal powder was indeed remarkable. Filled with joy, Jin Xiaofeng shared the remaining powder with her husband, claiming it was a coagulant for wounds, suggesting he take some along on his hunting expeditions for precaution. Zhang Jiawu recognized the value of such items, and after hearing his wife's words, he discreetly tucked some away for himself. The following evening, while camping, they were fortunate to find a spot near the forest. After designating someone to watch over the carts, Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiawu prepared to hunt. Given their recent travels, food supplies had dwindled rapidly for the 10 or so individuals, and with the weather still mild, they needed to stockpile provisions while they could. Hunting was the swiftest means of acquiring meat. "Father, may I accompany you on the hunt?" Zhang and Ping trailed after them. Zhang Jiawu assessed the surrounding hills, which did not appear particularly daunting, and surmised there were no ferocious beasts nearby. Moreover, with this little lucky charm by his side, they always returned with a bountiful catch. He quickly nodded in agreement. The three of them, 2 adults and 1 child, armed with bows and arrows, ventured into the thickets. However, they had not gone far when they heard a series of swift rustling sounds. Zhang Jiawu abruptly halted, signaling for his brother and son to remain still and listen. Soon, they spotted a group of hunters across the thicket. A burly man, armed with a bow and a knife at his waist, and sporting knee guards, clearly exhibited the demeanor of an experienced hunter. "Oh dear, brother, look. Such small children are out hunting. Let us hope they aren't snatched away by wolves in these mountains." Laughter erupted from the other side, mocking the presence of children as young as 6 or 7 among their group. "Silence. Mind your own tongue and cease your nonsense. My brothers mean no harm. They may speak bluntly, but their hearts are kind." The leader of the opposing group, a robust man in his 40s with a horse-like face and a beard, reprimanded a fair-skinned young man beside him while gesturing politely towards Zhang Anping and his companions. Zhang Jiawu remained silent, offering a courteous nod in return before leading Zhang Anping down an alternate path into the mountains. They walked cautiously, keenly observing their surroundings. After all, this was an unfamiliar territory, and the presence of wolves or ferocious tigers was uncertain. Exercise caution, and as long as they could manage to hunt a few rabbits or wild chickens, the trip would not be in vain. Zhang Anping scanned the area, noting the abundance of grass and the numerous burrowing rabbits. Having not hunted for several days, their supplies had dwindled, and today presented a perfect opportunity to procure some rabbits. With this thought, Zhang Anping began to summon rabbits from his spatial realm and release them into the woods. Soon, Zhang Jiawu and Zhang Jiawen realized their fortunes had indeed soared. The forest was teeming with rabbits. With just a few steps, they could spot several, most of which were sluggish or even injured. A well-aimed shot would take them down effortlessly. Some were simply stunned, ready to be collected. Within half an hour, they had amassed over a dozen rabbits. Zhang Jiawu even found a sturdy stick to carry their bounty. Along the way, they successfully hunted 3 wild chickens and stumbled upon 3 hedgehogs. However, Zhang Anping tossed the hedgehogs into a small courtyard, claiming they had accidentally escaped. Zhang Jiawu and his brother paid it no mind. After all, they had gathered an abundance of food. A few hedgehogs offered little meat, so their escape was inconsequential. Just as the two were jubilantly preparing to head back, they heard a horrifying scream emanating from ahead. Zhang Jiawu and his brother exchanged glances, instinctively shielding Zhang Anping behind them. After a moment of silent communication, they quickly retreated. With so much game already in their possession, they had no desire to take further risks. The wisest course of action was to return to camp without delay. Yet, as they attempted to leave, they soon realized that escape was no longer an option. Chapter 15. Who would have thought such days could exist? A wounded and enraged wild boar suddenly charged forth. Though it weighed merely 200 to 300 pounds, its tusks were prominently displayed, and having been struck in the head by an arrow, its eyes glowed a fierce red, radiating an aura of ferocity. At that moment, the boar perceived all humans as adversaries. Upon spotting Zhang Jiawu and his companions, it lunged toward them with astonishing speed. Zhang Jiawu swiftly aimed his bow, evading the beast with deft precision. Yet, before he could release another arrow, a massive stone tumbled down, landing squarely upon the boar, eliciting a mournful cry as the creature was crushed beneath the weight of the boulder. Dumbfounded, Zhang Jiawu cast a glance at his son, then pretended to have witnessed nothing, preparing instead to retrieve his arrow. Just then, a throng of individuals approached with a clamor. These were the robust men they had encountered upon entering the mountains. Upon seeing both the stone atop the boar and the arrows embedded in its flesh, they too were rendered speechless. Zhang Jiawu then noticed the young man who had initially mocked them. His fair complexion was now marred, his clothing torn, and his arm was a gruesome sight, bloodied and battered. It appeared he had been injured while pursuing the boar, and if not treated promptly, his arm might become irreparable. The bearded strong man first glanced at the game Zhang Jiawu and his companions had hunted. Though comprised solely of rabbits and wild chickens, it amounted to a significant haul. The precision and skill displayed were not to be underestimated. The strong man then courteously proposed to Zhang Jiawu that since they had collectively contributed to the demise of the boar, despite having also shot a few arrows and suffered an injury, they might work together to push the stone aside and share the boar's meat equally. Zhang Jiawu narrowed his eyes at the proposal. Given their numerical disadvantage and the arrows already lodged in the boar, the hunting custom dictated that all participants share in the spoils, either equally or by head count. If divided by head count, they would clearly be at a loss. However, sharing equally would seem to disadvantage them as well. Yet, engaging in a struggle for the boar against such a crowd, particularly with an injured member among them, would likely lead to conflict. Moreover, it was unlikely that just the two brothers could shift such a large stone on their own. After a moment's consideration, Zhang Jiawu nodded in agreement to the strongman's suggestion. The strongman expressed profound gratitude, rallying his comrades to assist in moving the stone. Fortunately, with so many hands, they managed to displace the boulder, and the boar had succumbed to its injuries. They then deliberated on how to slaughter the boar and divide the meat for transport. During this process, Zhang Jiawu learned that the strongman was named Hulauda, a caravan guard who was passing through on his way back north after delivering a shipment. His group consisted of over 30 brothers, divided into smaller teams for hunting. Unexpectedly, they had encountered such fortune in finding a wild boar. Zhang Jiawu observed that Hulausan's demeanor was neither aggressive nor overly assertive. He adhered to certain decorum. When it came to dividing the meat, Hu claimed it would be an even split, yet they ended up with a substantial portion alongside a considerable amount of offal. This slightly alleviated Zhang Jiawu's underlying apprehension. He noticed someone tending to the wounds of a young man, whose injuries were extensive and bleeding profusely. Considering he had a sizable package of medicinal powder, he decided to offer his assistance. "Brother Hu, I have brought some medicine. Perhaps you could try this." Zhang Jiawu presented a small packet of his hemostatic powder to Hu Laodao. Grateful that Zhang Jiawu bore no ill will towards the young man, Hu Laodao expressed his heartfelt thanks and hurriedly administered the medicine to his brother. After some contemplation, he generously allocated an additional 10+ gene of meat to them. Reiterating his gratitude, Zhang Anping and his companions managed to distribute approximately 10 gene of wild boar meat, and coupled with the rabbit meat they had procured that day, they totaled over 200 gene, which the two brothers carried on their shoulders. They hurried along the path, wary of any unforeseen mishap. Zhang Anping even took a few wild chickens to clear the way ahead. Fortunately, their luck held, and they encountered no obstacles on their return. Not long after nightfall, they safely reached their camp. Upon seeing the bounty of meat they had brought back, the crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone felt that their good fortune stemmed from Zhang Anping's presence, attributing their successful hunt to his company. Even with their numbers, the ample supply would sustain them for quite some time. This escape from famine has provided us with nearly a meal of meat at every turn. Life here is even better than at home. If only this were not a flight from disaster. Elderly Zhang lamented with a bittersweet joy. In their former home, while they lacked meat, the entire family lived without constant fear. Now, on their arduous journey, they unexpectedly encountered wild boars and rabbits, significantly improving their sustenance. The rabbit meat was cured and dried for future consumption, while the pork was stir-fried and stored in jars on the cart, ensuring they could enjoy a bit of meat with every meal. Previously, they could only afford pork during the new year, and with so many people, A single person might receive just a piece or two. Now, they could relish meat every few days. During mealtime, old Zhang stared in astonishment at the thick rice porridge his wife had served, glancing at the elderly matron. Did I not instruct you to have San Yang use only 3 bowls of rice for the porridge? Father, mother, I truly only used 3 bowls of rice. I cannot fathom why this batch has turned out so thick. San Yang replied, a mix of fear and grievance in her voice. She had not dared to add even a bit more rice. Typically, 3 bowls would yield a porridge so thin that one could see the bottom of the bowl, and chopsticks would not stand upright. However, today's porridge was peculiar. Not only was it white, but also delightfully thick, eliciting joy in its appearance. Back in their homeland, even during abundant harvests, they never indulged in such a rich porridge. Grandfather, grandmother, I love this thick rice porridge. It's delicious. Zhang Anping chuckled, extolling the delightful aroma of the rice porridge. Yet he refrained from mentioning that it was he who had contributed the newly milled rice from their storage, which rendered the porridge so rich and creamy. Consuming such nourishing porridge daily could awaken one from slumber in the dead of night, hunger gnawing at the stomach. Very well. As long as an enjoys it, let him feast on meat. The indulgent matriarch, Zhang Laotai, cast a fond glance at Zhang Anping and placed a substantial bowl of wild boar meat before him. On the large table, the dish of pork braised with radish was being devoured with great enthusiasm, and everyone relished the unusually sweet and fragrant rice porridge that day. Sister, partake in the meat. There is enough for everyone. Zhang Anping, reminiscent of the times he shared egg custard, distributed pieces of meat into each of his sister's bowls. After a flurry of activity, only 2 or 3 pieces of the once ample pork remained, prompting tears of sentiment from Zhang Laotai. Another round of heartfelt reminders ensued, a mantra for all 10 sisters to cherish their brother's kindness. This time, not just the sisters, but also Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiashuan chimed in. If it weren't for Aranin, how could we have enjoyed fish and meat during our days of hardship? In times of peril, even if it cost us our lives, we must ensure Anin's safety, Zhang Jiawen proclaimed. Meanwhile, Zhang Laotai murmured, may the heavenly deities bless us, ensuring our family reaches Auntie's home in Azhou safely. Indeed, we still have provisions and meat, yet we fear the hardships of winter and the lurking bandits. Zhang Jiawu expressed his concerns. Yes, I have heard that winters in the north are exceedingly harsh, with heavy snow sealing doors, leading to fatalities from the cold. Even the mountain beasts may succumb to the frost, and the land is blanketed in snow, devoid of wild vegetables. Jin Xiaofang added. For them, Azhou felt like a distant northern realm. During their time in Jizhou, they rarely witnessed the delicate dance of snowflakes, rendering them unfamiliar with the true essence of cold. Moreover, their garments, even last year's thick cotton coats, were but thin layers with minimal stuffing, likely insufficient to withstand the northern winter. Indeed, I have also heard from your eldest aunt that in the northern winters, one cannot venture outside. They merely stay indoors, warming themselves by the Kong or heating beds. Vegetables are exceedingly expensive, and daily there are reports of lives lost to the cold. Old Zhang sighed, although their food supplies appeared ample. With a family of 20 or so, the prospect of winter without sufficient sustenance and warmth was truly harrowing. Swiftly, the family reached a decision. The matriarch began crafting a cotton coat for Zhang Anping, utilizing the cotton purchased previously, aiming for maximum thickness, with any surplus allocated for a small quilt for Anin's use. Zhang Anping glanced at his sisters, who appeared thin and frail in their attire, and an idea began to blossom within him. Chapter 16. The dual horses pulling the cart today. Did we not return with an abundance of rabbits? Their furs can be preserved for future use, perhaps as blankets or vests. We should commence preparations now to ensure we do not succumb to the cold later. The family engaged in further discussions about the precautions to take along their journey. Having reached a point where they could eat their fill, they began contemplating the necessity of warm clothing. As dawn broke the next day, the Zhang family prepared to set forth. Yet, before they could embark, a voice called out loudly, Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang, is that you? Zhang Anping peered out to see Hu Laoda, his face alight with joy, conversing animatedly with his father. However, their father appeared somewhat hesitant, as Hu Laoda brandished 100 taels of silver, persistently begging for something, prompting Zhang Jiwu to wave his hands in a gesture of pause. Before long, Zhang Anping was summoned over. It turned out that Hu Laoda had sustained injuries the previous day and had used a bit of the medicinal powder provided by Zhang Jiwu. Despite the severity of his wounds, they had begun to scab over by today, far surpassing the efficacy of the hemostatic powders typically stocked at their escort agency. This revelation filled Hu Laoda, a seasoned traveler who had danced with death, with immense delight. The existence of such remarkable hemostatic powder indicated that the Zhang brothers were indeed extraordinary individuals. If they could procure more to carry with them, it would serve as an additional layer of protection. Those who spend years escorting goods understand that their lives often dangle by a thread. There are instances when one survives an encounter, yet succumbs days later due to a lack of proper medical treatment. Such occurrences are far too prevalent, which is why Hu Laoda hastily instructed his brothers to search for the Zhang brothers' convoy. After considerable effort, they finally located it, sparking immense joy. He was even willing to offer 100 taels of silver in exchange for the hemostatic powder or inquire if they possessed any other potent medicines available for sale. The medicinal powder had been produced by Zhang Anping, and Zhang Jiwu had only a limited supply, uncertain of its market value. Thus, they conferred with Zhang Anping, and to maintain discretion, summoned old Zhang to explain the situation. After listening, Zhang Anping nodded, contemplating for a moment, and informed Zhang Jiwu that they did not require payment, but rather a horse-drawn cart. Should they deliver a cart to them, they would gladly part with all the medicinal powder they had on hand. Old Zhang glanced at his grandson and then at his son, nodding in agreement with his grandson's proposal, instructing Zhang Jiwu to relay the message to Hu Laoda. Upon hearing the news, Hu Laoda was elated. As they were returning, there were indeed several empty carts available from their previous cargo transport, which held little value for them, likely not worth even 100 taels of silver. He promptly instructed his brothers to return and fetch the cart while he engaged in conversation with Zhang Jiwu, inquiring about the origins of the medicinal formula. This is a legacy left by the ancestors of the Zhang family. During our recent trip to Azhou, considering the long journey ahead, I decided to bring it along, not expecting it would prove useful to Brother Hu. We are indeed fortunate. Zhang Jiwu was reluctant to disclose the origins of the medicinal powder, merely stating that its efficacy would be greatly enhanced when used in conjunction with a specific tincture, assuring that they would send some to Elder Hu as well. This news brought immense joy to Elder Hu, who expressed his heartfelt gratitude and mentioned that their escort agency not only had a headquarters in Jinling, but also a branch in Azhou. Should the Zhang family require assistance, they could write to the branch and receive support, with the location of the agency duly noted. Initially, Zhang Jiwu had been cautious, wary of Elder Hu, mindful of his considerable numbers and the inherent risks of misplaced trust. However, upon witnessing Elder Hu's integrity, particularly when he sent a horse-drawn carriage as promised, a weight was lifted from Zhang Jiwu's heart. Zhang Anping also hurried over to admire the carriage, which, being from the agency, was constructed with exceptional sturdiness, reinforced with metal in many areas, and equipped with shock-absorbing wheels that ensured a smooth ride even on rugged mountain paths. The carriage was clearly built for long-distance travel, robust and spacious, akin to a mobile abode that was immediately appealing. To their astonishment, Elder Hu proved to be exceedingly generous, as the grand carriage was drawn by a pair of horses. 2 horses pulling the carriage were a significant upgrade compared to their previous one. Thank you, Brother Hu, for your magnanimity. We are truly fortunate. Zhang Jiwu felt a twinge of embarrassment for having remained guarded while receiving such a generous gift. I also have a humble request. If you ever have this medicinal powder available again, I hope you would consider selling some to us. We brothers would appreciate a continued relationship. Elder Hu held a large bag of white medicinal powder, noting its identical scent to what he and his brothers used. And he also observed that the Zhang family had graciously included a small jar of purplish-red tincture. He continually expressed his gratitude for the precious powder they had received in exchange for merely a pair of horses. With this powder, their agency could significantly reduce casualties. Even in the event of severe injuries, survival would be more attainable. This was indeed a remarkable bargain. Absolutely, absolutely. Given Brother Hu's generosity, you have secured a true friend in me. Both parties parted ways in high spirits after exchanging pleasantries. The Zhang family gathered around the grand carriage, with Zhang Laotai's eyes glistening with tears. Such a magnificent carriage was beyond their wildest dreams during their days of farming in Daxing village. Now, they possessed one. This felt surreal. The finest carriage should be given to an inn. Now that we have more carriages, each family can have one, eliminating the need to walk long distances. Zhang Laotai quickly made arrangements, assigning the largest carriage to an inn's family, while the two smaller ones went to Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiashuan's families. As for the little donkey, the elderly couple would manage it themselves. Grandfather, you drive the donkey cart and let Grandma and me ride in the large wagon. There is ample space for us. Zhang Anping invited his grandmother to join him in the spacious carriage, as all 4 men of the Zhang family were required to tend to the carts. After all, the family possessed 3 horse-drawn carriages and 1 donkey cart. Of course, my precious grandson understands how to care for his grandmother. You are such a good child. It is all thanks to your blessings that our family can ride in a wagon. Come, let us set off. With that, the 3 substantial horse-drawn carriages and 1 donkey cart of the Zhang family embarked on their journey. The men drove the carts while the women and children settled comfortably within. Although the matriarch of the Zhang family was aboard the cart, her hands were tirelessly engaged with her needlework, crafting shoes for her 4 daughters. The 3rd daughter of the Zhang family was also busy in the carriage. Now that they had a wagon, they could prepare meals on the road, expediting their efforts upon reaching the campsite and saving considerable time. When she found a moment, she could also sew shoes and cotton garments for her family. Make sure to review the lessons taught to you by second sister whenever you have a chance. We do not know how long our journey to Azhou will take, so it is essential to keep up with your studies. We wouldn't want to arrive and forget how to read. That would be akin to being blind with open eyes. Even in the midst of fleeing, she yearned for her daughters to be literate. We understand, Mother. We shall also seek knowledge from our younger brother. The youngest 2 daughters, twins, looked identical with their 2 little pigtails sticking up. Though they were escaping, they had been well fed and had even gained a bit of weight, their faces appearing fairer and more charming. Jean Xiaofang found the wagon to be spacious and steady as she sat with her 3 children and mother-in-law, creating a comfortable environment. Her mother-in-law was engaged in sewing, using the fabric and cotton purchased during their last stop at the small town, intending to make a new cotton coat for her beloved grandson. Meanwhile, Jean Xiaofang was teaching her 2 daughters, Zhang Zhilan and Zhang Jia, who were both 9 years old, the same age as the 4th daughter of the eldest aunt, Zhang Jidong. The 6th daughter, Zhang Zhijiu, was also 8, the same age as the 7th daughter of the 3rd aunt, Zhang Zhiqi. The 2nd daughter of the 3rd aunt, Zhang Zhimei, was 7. The youngest pair, twins Zhang Zhitong and Zhang Zhixing, were merely 6 years old, just a few months older than Zhang Anping. Zhang Anping was also engrossed in reading, perusing the books left to him by Mr. Li. Thankfully, with the large wagon, even in their flight, they enjoyed a level of comfort far superior to walking on the ground, which had been painfully arduous. Their pace was significantly swifter than before. What once took 2 days of walking could now be accomplished in a single day, without the agony of blisters on their feet. As the family shared laughter and conversation in the carriage, the wagon suddenly came to an unexpected halt, startling Jean Xiaofang and causing her complexion to change dramatically. Chapter 17. Never take the official road. Observing his mother's anxious demeanor, Zhang Anping promptly leapt from the carriage to ascertain the situation. He soon encountered 2 horsemen engaged in conversation with his grandfather. One was unfamiliar, while the other bore a semblance of recognition. Upon reflection, Zhang Anping recalled that this individual was the escort leader associated with Hu Laoda. He pondered what business they had with the horse-drawn carriage. Hastening towards them, Zhang Anping overheard their dialogue. Brother who expresses his gratitude for your loyalty, having sent an abundance of medicinal powders and additional elixirs. He heard that you intend to travel to Azhou, and our escort masters caution that the official roads are perilous. Exercise utmost caution, for it is said that many have mysteriously vanished without a trace in that region. They say that in recent years, strange occurrences have become frequent. Entire villages surrounding the original official road have disappeared. The area is exceedingly unsafe, and you are advised to take an alternate route. Although it may extend your journey by half a month, it is far safer. This path has been traversed by our escort agency for several years, with minimal loss of life. The official road, however, has become a graveyard for many. As he spoke, the man presented an intricately detailed map to Zhang Laotu, who expressed his heartfelt thanks. He swiftly arranged for some preserved duck eggs and cured rabbit meat from home, insisting that the escorts sample these delicacies. After a brief exchange of refusals, the 2 escorts joyfully accepted. As they departed, they reiterated their warning against taking the original official road, recounting how, years prior, an entire team of escorts had vanished without a trace while traversing it. The subsequent attempts by the Fuwei Escort Agency to locate those missing escorts had also ended in embarrassment, as those sent to search for them had similarly disappeared. Eventually, it was learned that many who ventured down the official road had mysteriously vanished. In light of this incident, the escort agencies in Jinling convened to compile statistics, only to discover that over 100 of their own escorts had gone missing on the official road in recent times. The number of nameless commoners and merchants lost was unfathomable. Although the authorities had dispatched individuals to investigate the matter, their inquiries eventually yielded no results, as it was rumored that even government officials had disappeared. While this was indeed a significant issue, it paled in comparison to the perennial famines, wars, and the tyrannical rule of the imperial family. Consequently, the escort agencies were left with no choice but to alter their routes. Gradually, not only did the escort agencies change their paths, but even the government began to do the same. Over time, the official road fell into disuse. Yet alternative routes remained accessible for carriages. Though lacking official post stations, there were inns along the roadside, and no major incidents had been reported. Upon hearing these accounts, Zhang Laotu felt a chill run down his spine and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the two escorts. Their initial intention had been to take the official road to Azhou, as they were merely ordinary citizens fleeing to seek refuge with a distant relative in Azhou. Truthfully, the Zhang family had never set foot in Jinling or Azhou. How could they have known that such ominous events transpired along the official road? Had it not been for the kind-hearted words of Hu Laoda's brother, they would have remained oblivious, perhaps even facing an untimely demise on the official road without ever understanding how it came to pass. This midday, the horses were given respite to drink and graze, while several men from the Zhang family huddled together to examine the map provided by the escort. Zhang Anping, though still youthful, was the sole scholar in the Zhang clan, regarded as their little fortune-bringer, and was summoned to join in the scrutiny of the map. This particular map was hand-drawn, crafted on animal hide, and bore a somewhat weathered appearance, adorned with the insignia of the Fuwei Escort Agency, evidently a common tool for their escorts. Hu Laoda is indeed commendable for having the escort convey this information. Our route is the official road. I have studied this map and believe our position is here. Continuing forward for several hundred miles, we will likely need to diverge onto a smaller path towards Azhou, which will require an additional half-month to a month, he remarked. If our journey remains uneventful, we may not reach Azhou until the following spring, or perhaps even the spring after that, taking over a year, and that is assuming we have provisions and face no unforeseen detours. Old Zhang gestured over the map. They had already been traveling for almost half a month, but were still within the jurisdiction of Jizhou. The city of Jizhou had been ravaged by barbarian forces, who were mounted and swift. If they did not hasten their northward advance, they risked encountering these marauders. Beyond Jizhou lay a range of mountains, complicating travel whether by official road or smaller paths. Only upon reaching Nanzhou would they truly have traversed half the distance. Yet from the map, it appeared they were still far from that destination. Since someone has kindly provided us with this map, it indicates that the official road is indeed perilous. When we reach this point, we must switch to the smaller paths before arriving in Nanzhou. Under no circumstances should we take the official road. You must heed this warning. Old Zhang urged earnestly. Zhang Jiwu could not suppress his curiosity and interjected, "Father, why must we avoid the official road? They say it leads to death. With no remains left behind, people vanish without a trace. Trust your father, we cannot take the official road." Zhang Jiwu nodded in agreement, and the family reached a consensus. After a while, they would avoid the official road entirely, opting instead for the smaller paths, which meant they might spend a year on the road, possibly not reaching Azhou until the following spring. The path of escape was indeed long. Listening to the conversation between his father and grandfather, Zhang Anping recalled the tales he had perused in the small study, which spoke of the sinister nature of official roads. He had not taken those words seriously at the time, yet here was the reality that the official road was truly to be avoided. As noon passed, the horses and donkeys were well fed and hydrated, and the Zhang family consumed a modest amount of provisions and water before setting forth. It was already September, and although it was midday, the heat had lessened. The mornings and evenings had turned cool enough to warrant a light jacket, lest they feel chilled. Along the route, numerous families with children were also fleeing from danger. They sat in the carriage, occasionally hearing the haunting cries from outside. Peering through the window, they could see numerous individuals on the roadside selling their sons and daughters. Zhang Anping witnessed with his own eyes a young girl who could only be exchanged for half a bag of millet. Moreover, The traffickers in the carriage would pick and choose, claiming that some girls were too young to be worth the price, while others, with their coarse hands and clumsy appearances, were deemed unattractive. Many desperate parents bowed to the traffickers, pleading for them to purchase their daughters, hoping to secure at least a chance at survival. This sight caused Zhang Anping to gasp in horror, nearly tearing the curtain of the carriage window, his face flushed with indignation. In this great Zhou dynasty, how can the common people be driven to such despair? The inept emperor must be unseated. We need a ruler who cares for the people, one who will ensure that the populace can live well. Upon uttering these words, he noticed an eerie silence enveloping the carriage. Jin Xiaofeng looked at her son in alarm, while his two younger sisters were rendered speechless with fear. Grandmother Zhang muttered anxiously, "My dear grandson, you must never speak such words again. That is a grave offense that could lead to execution, even the annihilation of our family line. Oh, my precious grandson, such talk could bring death." Observing the worry etched on his grandmother's and mother's faces, Zhang Anping responded somewhat dismissively. To be an emperor should be a position for the capable, one who can ensure the people's peace and prosperity, solidifying the entire Zhou dynasty like a rock. I have said nothing amiss. Zhang Anping, with thoughts reflective of a modern mind, felt a deep pang of anguish at the plight he witnessed on this treacherous journey. The young emperor and the empress dowager, alone and bereft, while barbarous invaders encroach upon us. Without strong soldiers and capable generals, the common folk are left to suffer, their lives as fragile as grass. Jin Xiaofeng, possessing some education, swiftly sought to guide her son. She explained that the cruelty of the invaders caused the people to be displaced, forcing them to flee. Selling their children was merely a desperate attempt to secure a means of survival. If only there were a general capable of driving out the invaders, then they would think twice before attacking, and we could live in peace, even if it meant paying taxes and subsisting on meager rations. As long as we could stay together as a family. Jin Xiaofeng sighed heavily. At that moment, she felt grateful that Zhang Anping was with them on this journey, for without him, they too might have been forced to walk like the other refugees, ultimately selling their daughters to ensure their survival. Mother, do not worry. As long as I am here, I will protect you all, and I vow that such tragedy shall never occur again. In that instant, Zhang Anping made a silent promise to himself. Chapter 18. The afflicted the Zhang family possessed a horse-drawn carriage, which significantly eased their journey of escape. Consequently, by evening, they were able to locate a resting place with relative ease, thanks to the swift pace of the carriage. They soon discovered a lush area abundant in water and grass for camping. As soon as the carriage came to a halt, Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiawu swiftly determined their campsite. They chose a high vantage point with a good view and a water source, ensuring the carriage was parked in a somewhat concealed spot, yet still readily accessible for a quick departure in case of an emergency. Access to water was essential for the family and their donkey. Throughout these days, the Zhang family had become remarkably adept at camping and resting. The tasks of cooking, feeding the horse, cutting grass, foraging for wild vegetables, fishing, and hunting were all meticulously organized. Surprisingly, despite having traveled for nearly half a month, the provisions originally carried by the donkey cart had not diminished. Rather, they had accumulated an abundance of meat, mushrooms, and wild vegetables. This fortunate surplus was largely due to the addition of 3 more horse-drawn carriages. Otherwise, the donkey cart alone would have struggled under the weight of the provisions. In recent days, Zhang Anping had accompanied his uncle and father on hunting expeditions, consistently returning with a bountiful catch, whether it be dozens of rabbits, some wild chickens, or even a dozen wild ducks. They never returned empty-handed, always managing to contribute several pounds of meat to the household. Any surplus that could not be consumed was stored by the elder Zhang, who feared that future hunting might yield less, necessitating reserves to stave off hunger for the many mouths to feed. Today, dinner was prepared early, as San Yang busied herself with cooking on the carriage. By the time the meal was finished, the sky had not yet darkened. San Yang went to the riverbank to process the more than a dozen ducks they had caught. The duck feathers could be preserved for clothing or bedding, but the intestines were too thin and plentiful, so she discarded them along with the waste. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping and his third uncle were fishing by the river. He was diligently transporting the larger fish to the outside, while collecting the smaller ones into the fish pond, all the while cheerfully discussing with his uncle about having San Yang prepare a creamy fish soup for dinner. Suddenly, a shrill cry from San Yang drew their attention. Alarmed by the noise, his uncle and Zhang Anping hurriedly rushed from the river. They found San Yang standing there, flustered, as a ragged woman on the ground persistently bowed before her. "What is going on?" his uncle called out. San Yang's face flushed as she recounted the situation. She explained that while washing the ducks, the woman had implored her to give her the duck intestines, claiming that there were children nearby who were on the brink of death, pleading for a chance at survival. San Yang, herself a woman of misfortune, had unwittingly agreed, causing the woman to kneel and bow, which startled her enough to draw the attention of Zhang Anping and his uncle. Zhang Anping observed that the woman was not particularly old but appeared emaciated, her skeletal hands devoid of flesh, covered in wrinkles. Her lips were pale, and she seemed on the verge of collapse, yet she clutched the filthy duck intestines, eager to consume them. "Do not eat that. Wash it first. The duck intestines are filthy. Please wait." San Yang cast an anxious glance at her husband and Zhang Anping. In the Dazhou society, ordinary women held little sway, and food was a precious commodity. Without their consent, San Yang hesitated to offer anything to the woman. "Aunt San, please check if there is any food left for dinner. At the very least, send her a little something. If not, boiling some sweet potato porridge would suffice. She is desperately hungry and needs something to sustain her." Yes, there is some leftover porridge from dinner. I will fetch it." Upon hearing Zhang Anping speak, San Yang hurriedly ran to their camp and soon returned, breathless, carrying a small bowl of rice porridge. This porridge was, in fact, the remnants from their washing up, as the rice had been cooked too thickly and had stuck to the pot, so she had saved a portion, though not much, after adding water. It filled nearly half a basin. When she presented it to the woman, the latter's eyes gleamed with greed as she lunged forward and took a large gulp. Yet, after that single sip, she knelt before Zhang Anping and the others. "Benefactor, my son is still over there. Please allow me to take this bowl to him. I promise I will return it and keep the duck intestines for me. They can save my son's life." Though the woman was starving, she refused to drink another drop of the porridge, repeatedly assuring them she would bring back the bowl in a moment. After all, the bowl was a valuable item. "Take it. A bowl is of little consequence." Zhang Anping sighed as he looked at the woman. Meanwhile, Uncle San crouched down to assist his wife in cleaning the ducks, while San Yang quietly began washing the duck intestines. "I will clean the intestines for you. Just bring a bowl to collect them later." Her words elicited continuous expressions of gratitude from the woman, who then stumbled away with the half basin of porridge towards an uncertain direction. As dusk approached, Zhang Anping hurried to help Uncle San with the ducks, while San Yang efficiently cleaned the intestines, awaiting the woman's return. However, as time passed, the woman did not come back. San Yang pondered the bowl she had sent away. The Zhang family had left in haste, bringing only their clay bowls from home, and losing one made things a bit inconvenient for them, whether for serving dishes or food. She grew anxious, fearing reprimand from Grandma Zhang, and could only wait in a state of burning concern. Yet, as night deepened, the woman was still nowhere to be seen. Now frightened, San Yang quickly reported the matter to Grandma Zhang, expressing that it was all her fault. She vowed never to casually give away their clay bowls again. The Zhang family soon learned of the situation. Grandma Zhang sighed, intending to scold San Yang, but seeing her on the verge of tears, she refrained from speaking harshly, instead uttering a vague warning to be more careful next time. "Grandmother, that bowl was my suggestion to give away. I truly believed she was starving, and that bowl of porridge could save her life." Grandma Zhang gazed at Zhang Anping, hesitated, then sighed deeply. "My dear grandson, a mere clay pot is of little concern, yet I fear the knowledge of our provisions may reach others. Should the desperate refugees come rushing in, we would be unable to withstand them, and I dread the calamity it may bring. Moreover, there are so many refugees, we cannot save them all. We must harden our hearts." Old Zhang had never been harsh with Zhang Anping, and even now, he spoke with earnestness and gravity. After all, his words held truth. Yet, having witnessed the events of the day, Zhang Anping remained silent. "Grandfather, saving even one is better than none. I understand the situation well, do not worry. That woman, starving as she is, still remembers her son and begs for help instead of resorting to theft. This speaks to her character," Zhang Anping replied. Upon hearing this, old Zhang, who had always indulged him, fell silent. "Indeed, my dear grandson possesses a kind heart. Is it any wonder that the divine would look after you?" Old Zhang remarked, as other members of the Zhang family nodded in agreement. Anping's kindness was well known. However, despite their words. Old Zhang quietly cautioned that 2 strong men from the family should keep watch tonight, remaining vigilant against any unforeseen events. After all, not far off, many refugees lay in heaps along the roadside, resting. The direction the woman had taken led straight toward the refugees. If word spread that they possessed ample food, it could very well spell disaster. Grandfather, grandmother, you should retire early. I've napped sufficiently during the day, and I shall keep my father company on watch, Zhang Anping said, sensing his grandfather's unease. They had even kindled a fire for the night. The elder women and several sisters, having rested during the day, gathered around the fire to engage in needlework, also keeping watch. Jean Xiaofang mentioned that after a day in the cart, she was not tired and would take the opportunity to review the children's studies instead of sleeping. Thus, the Zhang family spent the night largely awake. In the end, San Yang prepared food for the morning and provisions for the day, while the elder women worked on their sewing, and Jean Xiaofang quizzed several children on their lessons. Zhang Anping read by the fire, and the Zhang brothers patrolled the perimeter of the camp. Old Zhang and old Mrs. Zhang also remained awake, with old Zhang sharpening arrows while old Mrs. Zhang assisted San Yang in curing ducks for preservation. Suddenly, during a patrol, Zhang Zhou bellowed, "Who is there? Step forward. If you do not, I shall shoot an arrow." Chapter 19. The Inexorable Suffering of Humanity. Benefactor, it is I, do not shoot. A quivering voice broke the stillness, swiftly rousing Zhang Jiasuan and Zhang Anping. Upon hearing that familiar voice, San Yang hurried over, only to behold a gaunt woman, her skeletal hands hoisting a meticulously cleaned earthen basin high above her head, trembling uncontrollably. "It is our basin. That woman has come." San Yang was unaware of the joy that seeped into her tone. Having previously relinquished the basin, she felt an unsettling anxiety within her. Although her in-laws had not chastised her, a sense of shame lingered, and she inwardly scolded herself for her maternal compassion. Yet, upon receiving the basin back from the woman, a smile graced her face. She accepted the basin and promptly presented her thoroughly cleaned duck intestines, gesturing for the woman to bring a bowl so she could offer them to her. To her surprise, the woman knelt on the ground, refusing to rise, merely stating that her husband and child had accompanied her. San Yang was taken aback, and soon, Zhang Laotu approached, his face etched with suspicion. When they beheld the kneeling family of 3, their expressions darkened. The trio consisted of a tall, emaciated man who resembled a mere reed, swaying unsteadily even on his knees, emanating an unbearable stench. The foul odor was inescapable, and under the dim light of the torch, Zhang Anping noticed the man's foot was unsteady, his calf visibly injured, the rotting flesh revealing ghastly white bones. The child appeared older, perhaps around 10, but was dark and emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton, with eyes that were alarmingly large. "Benefactor, we hail from Qianzhou. We were once a well-to-do family. 3 months ago, marauders invaded our home. My husband fled with his parents and child in a horse-drawn cart, only to be ambushed by bandits along the way, losing his parents and sustaining injuries." The woman, Lu, revealed her plight. In Qianzhou, they had owned property, but when the invaders struck, they fled with their wealth, only to encounter bandits on the road. With both parents deceased and her husband injured, despite attempts at treatment, his wound had festered and deteriorated beyond hope. Having journeyed from Qianzhou for 3 months, subsisting on wild vegetables and whatever they could scavenge, they encountered the Zhang family today, who generously offered them half a basin of porridge. Lu, wary of potential repercussions, dared not carry the porridge back openly. After concealing it, she led her husband and child slowly toward their hiding place, fearful of being discovered, waiting until nightfall to stealthily consume the meager meal. After deliberating, the couple realized their hopes of continuing northward were dimming. With his injured leg, they were nearing the end of their strength, yet they could not abandon their child, holding on to the desire to secure a future for him. Thus, they beseeched the Zhang family to purchase their child. He expressed that not only would he not take a single coin, but he was also willing to sign a contract of servitude, indicating his voluntary submission. He received 100 taels of silver, and should his child wish to become a commoner in the future, he could redeem himself with the same sum of silver. This was also a way of expressing gratitude for the Zhang family's life-saving assistance. "I have seen children sold for a mere half bag of millet on the road. Your son has grown quite tall. Surely he could fetch at least that much. Why do you not sell him, you two?" Old Zhang inquired with a grim countenance. After all, They were also fleeing disaster and were reluctant to bear the burden of a stranger. Thus, he bluntly asked the woman and man why they did not sell their son for half a bag of millet, which might allow them to survive a few more days. Kind sir, you may not know this, but most girls bought by traffickers are sent to brothels, and boys are often maimed to become beggars for money. This child is our lifeline. We wish to provide him with a chance to live. The man, named Lu San, spoke up. Once skilled in his trade, he had been hindered by a leg injury. As they could no longer travel north, he had been contemplating how to give his child a chance at life. After sending their son away, they would harbor no regrets. Whether they lived or died mattered little. On this treacherous path of escape, we cannot even guarantee our own survival. How can we assure your son S? What do you plan to do after selling him? What purpose would a child that small serve? Wouldn't that merely create an additional mouth to feed? Enough of this talk. San Yang, give them some duck intestines and let them leave. Old Zhang was resolute. His family had just boarded the cart, still subsisting on rice porridge, patrolling each night, uncertain if they would make it to Azhou alive. How could they possibly take in a child? In times of flight, kindness can often be a curse. Sometimes, compassion can lead to one's demise. As was the case with Dog Shang. Had they not acted decisively, they could have been robbed by those incited by Dog Shang, and their own family would fare no better than this couple. Kind sir, we beseech you to take in our child. We would willingly serve you as cattle or horses in our next life. The woman and the man wept profusely, kneeling on the ground in supplication. Yet old Zhang, having witnessed countless tragedies along the way, understood that mere tears from others could not alter the course of fate. If his heart were not hardened, he feared he might not reach Azhou himself, succumbing to his own benevolence. Once old Zhang spoke, Zhang Wen took action to drive them away, drawing his long knife, which frightened the woman into retreat, while her child stood to support his parents. Grateful for the kindness shown, he resolved to stay with his parents, to live together or perish together. The child possesses a commendable spirit. Zhang Amping attentively surveyed his surroundings, noting that no one had detected the arrival of this family. There were no pursuers in sight. This family exhibited admirable qualities. Had they not encountered barbaric foes while fleeing, they could have thrived anywhere. The woman, possessing noble character, remembered her husband and son in such dire circumstances, willing to provide a path for her child while choosing to remain by her husband's side, steadfast in their loyalty. At a crucial moment, the man was also prepared to step forward, and the son would certainly cherish his parents' benevolence. Sir, I am in need of a scholar's attendant. I shall take this child. Upon hearing these words, the Liu family, who were on the verge of being dismissed, abruptly turned around to behold a 6- or 7-year-old boy, still clad in scholarly garb from their arduous journey. This indicated that the child was indeed educated. Recalling that the bowl of porridge earlier had been ordered by this very child, the Liu family felt a surge of joy, and they once again knelt before Zhang Anping, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Well, if the esteemed grandson wishes to keep him, then let it be so. Have the Liu family draft a contract for the sale of their son, allowing him to serve as your attendant. Zhang Laotu sighed, feeling somewhat uneasy deep down. Yet, given that his beloved grandson had spoken, he chose to overlook his reservations. At worst, they could simply reduce their own portions at mealtimes. Thank you, sir. By the way, I would also like to keep his parents. You are advanced in years, and it pains me to see you daily driving the donkey cart. Perhaps we could have Lu San handle the cart, while Lu Shi assists Sen Yang or Din Yang with various tasks. What do you think? Zhang Anping's piercing gaze fixed upon Zhang Laotu, leaving him momentarily speechless. My dear grandson, this may not be appropriate. We are but farmers, struggling to feed ourselves on this journey. Adding 3 more mouths to feed is simply not feasible. This is truly untenable. Zhang Laotu's face reflected his internal conflict. It was not that he lacked compassion for his cherished grandson. Rather, as the patriarch of the Zhang family, he understood the implications of setting such a precedent, which was a thought too daunting to entertain. Moreover, their resources were already scarce. Sir, I understand. I can assure you that I will provide for their sustenance along the way. Zhang Anping lowered his head, feeling a pang of sorrow. Although they were still mired in mud, he could not bear to witness the suffering of others. He was acutely aware that his grandfather's concerns were justified, that he spoke the truth. Yet, he could not abide such a sight and yearned to extend a helping hand to the Liu family. How frustrating. Chapter 20. All things are inferior. Only books are supreme. Accepting the Lu family of three was a significant matter for the Zhang family. Such important affairs necessitate collective discussion, involving not only the Zhang brothers, but also their spouses and a host of children, each afforded the opportunity to voice their thoughts. This collaborative spirit is a commendable trait of the Zhang family. Although they regarded Zhang Anping as the sole heir, they did not dismiss their granddaughters. They encouraged them to pursue education and literacy, instilling in them the importance of caring for their younger brother while also granting them a platform to express themselves. Grandfather said we must always cherish our little brother. If he wishes to keep them, then let them stay and attend to him. Zhang Jichuan and Zhang Jixiao expressed their support for their brother, Zhang Anping. With Anping's goodness, although our company has increased, we can simply eat less. After all, it is for several lives, the gentle matriarch of the Zhang family remarked, recalling how Zhang Anping had been the first to stand up against selling her daughter. Upon reflection, it was evident that their sustenance during this journey, meat at every meal and the luxury of rice porridge, was largely due to Zhang Anping. They could manage with slightly less food in the future, as long as they did not perish from hunger. Indeed. As mothers, it brings tears to my eyes. Jean Xiaofang chimed in, her own eyes glistening with compassion, for she too had endured hardships and could not bear to see others suffer. Such maternal pity. Zhang Laotu glared at the group of daughters-in-law and granddaughters before turning to his three sons, seeking their counsel. Father, Anping is right. You are getting older. Lucen can handle the donkey cart from now on. I believe it is entirely feasible. With more men, we can take turns keeping watch and patrolling. Zhang Jiawen surprisingly supported the decision to keep the Lu family. With Anping's virtue, you mentioned that even the deities are watching over him, so let them stay. If we must toil a little harder next time, we can bring back more game. Zhang Jiawu also sided with his son. Yes. I can catch more fish and ration our meals. We shall not starve. Zhang Jiaxuan quickly added, having been astonished by the abundance of fish he had caught in the past. Indeed, what difference did a few more people make? Especially with Anping being their little lucky star? Thus, the entire Zhang family, numbering 20 or so, unanimously agreed to let Zhang Anping keep the Lu family. Observing this consensus, Zhang Laotu coughed to clear his throat and stated that since everyone was in accord, should there be any future shortages of food or other issues, they could not voice complaints. Furthermore, as Zhang Anping would take responsibility for the purchase, the deed of the Lu family's servitude would be placed under his name. Consequently, if the Lu family found themselves in need of provisions, they could deduct from Anping's share or request supplies from him. This proposition met with no objections, for after all, their lives had improved along the journey, enjoying meat and traveling by cart, all thanks to Zhang Anping. Finally, Lu San's family was retained, and they signed a contract of servitude. Lu San's son, Lu Liebao, who is 11 years old this year, became a servant to Zhang Anping, and the entire Lu family's contract was handed over to him. Zhang Anping did not refuse. He merely asked his grandmother to keep it safe until the boy matured, at which point they would discuss it further. This caused Granny Zhang to continuously murmur about her precious grandson's filial piety and understanding. Meanwhile, Old Man Zhang sighed deeply and pulled Zhang Anping aside, expressing that he could not avoid being the villain in this matter, as he had three sons. Even if he were to show favoritism, it was essential for everyone to be convinced, was it not? Thus, Lu San's family remained. San Yang prepared a pot of milky white fish soup for Zhang Anping. After eating a few bites, he declared he could eat no more and offered the rest to the Lu family. As they devoured the meal, Zhang Anping called Lu San aside, saying he wanted to examine his injury. After all, it was unacceptable for his servant to be hampered by a wounded leg while performing his duties. Young master, I fear my leg may be beyond repair. Even with this injury, I would crawl or kneel to ensure I serve you well. Lu San was deeply anxious, fearing that Zhang Anping would dismiss him after seeing his wound. For their family of three, even becoming servants in the Zhang household was a tremendous fortune. As long as they lived, remained together, witnessed their son grow, and had food to eat, what could be more blissful? Do not worry, if you can stand. Why would you crawl? Remain still, I shall inspect your leg, Zhang Anping said as he lifted Lu San's trouser leg. He was met with a foul odor emanating from the calf, where the flesh had rotted and festered without healing. Lu San explained that while protecting his family from bandits, he had been struck during a tumultuous escape. Although he had sought treatment with medicine along the way, his condition had worsened due to lack of food. and he had neglected his injury. Now it had reached this dreadful state, and he believed only amputation could remedy it. "Stay still, I will fetch some medicine," Zhang Anping replied, crouching to examine Lu San's leg closely. The wound was infected and had become severely inflamed, leading to its current state. With proper antiseptic and daily cleaning, along with the removal of necrotic tissue and some anti-inflammatory medication for a period, Lu San's leg could indeed be saved. The small courtyard's room contained antiseptic, anti-inflammatory drugs, and surgical tools. Zhang Anping signaled to his father to bring him some torches for illumination, as he intended to treat Lu San's leg. After wiping the wound with antiseptic, he noticed tiny bubbles forming around the injury, startling Lu San, who widened his eyes in fear and did not dare to move. Upon hearing the commotion, Old Man Zhang and Zhang Jiawen arrived. Their eyes widened in awe at the spectacle, feeling it was quite miraculous. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiawu, observing the antiseptic, inquired, "Anen, is this not the same medicine we used for Hulada? Is it truly the same substance?" "Indeed, this is disinfectant. After sustaining an injury, it is imperative to cleanse the wound with disinfectant. Otherwise, there is a significant risk of infection and inflammation. Lu San has unfortunately succumbed to such an infection, necessitating the removal of the necrotic tissue. You ought to learn from this. In similar circumstances, one must proceed in this manner." Zhang Anping heated the thin surgical knife over the flame, then commenced excising the decayed flesh until fresh blood flowed from Lu San, continuing until the latter felt pain. As Lu San's calf revealed vibrant red flesh, Zhang Anping disinfected the area and applied anti-inflammatory powder, foregoing any bandaging, instructing Lu San merely to rest. This prompted Lu San to repeatedly bow in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." While Zhang Anping undertook these tasks, the Zhang family observed with great curiosity, particularly the elder Zhang, who could no longer contain his intrigue, and inquired, "My dear grandson, how do you possess such knowledge?" Upon uttering these words, the elder's face was alight with wonder. "Well, I have learned some from my teacher and much from my own readings." "Grandfather, have you forgotten? Knowledge is derived from books. They can teach us everything, provided we are willing to learn." Zhang Anping reflected and mentioned Mr. Li. As he had grown up under the watchful eyes of the Zhang family, and only by studying with Mr. Li in town did he truly separate from them. Acquiring skills at the private academy is quite normal, isn't it? Mr. Li is indeed knowledgeable. He is reputed to be the finest teacher in town, having come from Jinling, which explains the high tuition fees, yet the investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. It is essential to read extensively. All pursuits are of lesser value compared to the pursuit of knowledge. The elder Zhang's sentiments conveniently obscured the reasons behind Zhang Anping's impressive capabilities at such a tender age, for he is a scholar, a learned individual. That night, having welcomed the Lu family, Zhang Anping retired late, quickly succumbing to slumber within the carriage. He then found himself in that small courtyard, where he first examined the now vacant fields, contemplating the necessity of planting grain, as well as harvesting the sweet potatoes and corn. Continuing to cultivate grains was imperative, especially since the household had grown from 19 to 22 members with the addition of the Lu family. He must ensure that everyone has sufficient sustenance. Furthermore, the surplus corn stalks could be utilized to feed pigs and sheep, leaving nothing to waste. After a prolonged period of busyness, Zhang Anping rushed to the tightly shut back gate, pushing against it with all his strength and even attempting to shoulder it, yet the door remained immovable, showing no signs of yielding. It appeared that discovering what lay beyond the back gate would require an unforeseen opportunity. Chapter 21. Are there demons in the Great Zhou dynasty? When Zhang Anping awoke, the carriage was already en route. The double-horse carriage provided by Old, who was remarkably stable, even while in motion. The spacious interior felt devoid of any jostling. As Zhang Anping opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of his mother smiling warmly at him, signaling that if he felt hungry, he could partake in a meal. She had prepared eggs and rice porridge for him, as the others had already dined. Zhang Anping noticed Lu Shi and Lai Bao huddled in the corner. Upon seeing him awake, they hurriedly handed him his clothes, eager to assist him in dressing and dining. "There is no need for that. I can manage myself. By the way, did you encounter any barbarians while in Qianzhou?" In response to your question, young master, no. If we had seen any savages, we would not be alive to tell the tale. However, my family Lu San has seen one. He mentioned that the leader had 2 heads, or perhaps resembled a demon. The specifics escape me. Lu Shi, with needle and thread in hand, appeared clean and tidy, yet her words left Zhang Anping somewhat astonished. Demons? Were there truly demons in the Great Zhou dynasty? He had never heard of such a thing from his grandparents. How was it that he now heard the term from Lu Shi? I shall inquire about Lu San when we take a break. Zhang Anping, seeing that Lu Shi was genuinely unaware, did not reproach her further. It was not until noon, during a rest period, that he sought out Lu San. Upon seeing him, Lu San immediately knelt before him. Young master, your immense kindness will be etched in my memory for eternity. My leg, it has finally begun to heal. At this, Lu San's voice quivered with emotion. His leg injury had persisted for months, festering and preventing him from sleeping. However, after applying the medicinal concoctions last night, it had finally begun to scab over. For him, this was nothing short of a miracle. Your leg injury was never severe. Simply apply the medicinal liquid and powder again at night, and within a day or two, as long as it remains dry, it will be just fine. Lu San's leg had been inflamed and festering, but as long as it ceased to fester and scab over, it would eventually heal completely. Although it was not a grave injury, for someone who had endured months of excruciating pain, the remedies provided by Zhang Anping were akin to a miraculous elixir, something he never dared to dream of. Seeing Lu San overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhang Anping inquired whether he had encountered any barbarians. After all, the Zhang family in Jizhou had only heard whispers of barbarian massacres and cannibalism. They had never seen one in person. I have seen them, once from a distance. Those barbarians are actually shorter and darker than us. However, I saw the leader riding what appeared to be a two-headed horse. That creature was so tall that it made the barbarian seem particularly imposing. As Lu San recounted his experience, his voice shifted, suggesting that it was a deeply unsettling memory. A two-headed horse? Is it truly possible for a horse to have two heads? Once, I encountered a horse towering over 2 meters, with a barbarian atop it, observing us as though we were mere ants. My companion, Lu San, trembled as he recounted this harrowing experience, his words faltering as he leaned to the side, retching uncontrollably. After a prolonged moment, he managed to confess to Zhang Anping, his face pale with fear. He explained that a few months prior, he had stumbled upon these barbarians during their nocturnal raids, which resulted in the gruesome slaughter of an entire village's children. They had been boiled and consumed, leaving Lu San in a state of shock. It was only after the marauders departed that he was able to gather his scattered horses and flee north with his family. At the time of his escape, he faced ridicule, as many believed the barbarians had not threatened the Great Zhou dynasty for decades, dismissing his fears as unfounded. However, fortune favored Lu San, for shortly thereafter, Qianzhou was indeed overrun by the barbarians, resulting in rivers of blood. The suddenness of the attack left many citizens unaware, and even the court of the Great Zhou was caught off guard, only realizing the dire situation after several officials fled in terror and after the fall of Jizhou, when it became evident that the barbarians had already ravaged multiple cities. Young master, we must flee north at once. These barbarians are extraordinarily brutal. They are not human, but rather monsters that devour people, Lu San exclaimed, succumbing once more to violent retching. His alarming news sent shivers down the spines of the Zhang family, who, though aware of the barbarians' ferocity, had never laid eyes upon them and could only escape in response to the growing turmoil. We are still within the borders of Jizhou. With the city fallen, these barbarians could pursue us at any moment. We must hurry north, hoping to reach Zhou as soon as possible, urged the elder Zhang, his anxiety palpable. They had underestimated the terror of the barbarians, believing the rumors to be exaggerated, only to discover that the reality was far more dreadful than they had imagined. A sense of unease settled over the Zhang family. During the night as they camped, Zhang Jiawen and Lu San took turns patrolling, while Zhang Ju and Jia Shun abandoned their hunting and fishing to sharpen their blades. The atmosphere in the Zhang household grew increasingly oppressive. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping, engrossed in his reading, felt a rising agitation within him. Having been in this world for nearly 7 years and finally feeling a profound sense of belonging to this family, Lu San's revelation about the barbarians riding monsters was difficult to digest. It seemed that ensuring the safety of his family on their journey to Zhou would be a formidable challenge, regardless of whether they are human, monsters, or something else entirely. No one shall harm my family. No one. With this resolute thought, Zhang Anping drifted into slumber, only to be awakened by unsettling noises. Straining to listen, he discerned the sounds of clashing swords and urgent shouts. Robbers! The robbers are coming! Upon hearing this, Zhang Anping sprang from the carriage to find Lu San brandishing a knife, vigilantly guarding their carts while calling out, "Robbers are here! Everyone, be cautious!" As Zhang Anping lifted his gaze, he beheld a scene unfolding a few hundred meters away, where flames soared skyward amidst the cacophony of battle. Standing at the forefront were the brothers Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiwu. The situation was perilous, and their circumstances were far from favorable. The two brothers confronted three formidable bandits. However, Zhang Jiaxuan, hidden in the shadows, loosed an arrow that struck one bandit squarely in the arm. Undeterred by his own pain, the wounded bandit charged at Zhang Jiaxuan, seemingly intent on avenging the injury. Yet, as he advanced, a colossal boulder plummeted from above, pinning him down before he could react, eliciting a series of anguished cries. The remaining two bandits, oblivious to the descending stone, rushed to assist their fallen comrade. Just then, Zhang Anping shouted, "Fall back! Retreat at once!" Upon hearing his command, Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiwu hastily withdrew, while the two bandits pressed forward to rescue their ally. However, before they could take more than a few steps, another boulder descended unexpectedly, crushing one bandit to a pulp, while the other, attempting to flee, was struck on the arm by the stone. In his panic, he was met with yet another falling boulder, resulting in the demise of two out of the three bandits. "There are more bandits over there. We cannot allow them to escape." Zhang Jiwu loosed an arrow that found its mark in the underbrush, followed by a muffled grunt. And then the rustling of foliage indicated someone was attempting to flee. The Zhang brothers swiftly pursued, only to witness yet another boulder tumble down, accompanied by a scream of despair. Soon, the Zhang family conducted a thorough search of the vicinity and discovered that among the bandits, one had been slain by an arrow, while four others had succumbed to the sudden onslaught of boulders. At this juncture, it became evident to all that the boulders were the handiwork of Zhang Anping. "There, we were ambushed by bandits. This time, they sent a considerable number. They must have attacked several camps. I fear that once they regroup and concentrate their forces, they will return to besiege us." Zhang Jiwu expressed his concerns, gesturing towards the distant flames that illuminated the night sky. The bandits that had arrived tonight were indeed numerous. Earlier, they had interrogated the bandit with a shattered leg, who divulged that a total of 31 had come, targeting wealthy families with caravans camping in the area that night. For only such affluent individuals would possess substantial wealth, making the plunder of one family far more lucrative than that of ordinary refugees. Hearing the increasingly faint sounds of battle, accompanied by the bandits' escalating cheers, Zhang Anping made a resolute decision. Chapter 22. A daring move: guard the camp and bury the bodies of those bandits. I shall venture alone. And if I do not return by dawn, do not wait for me. Leave at once. As Zhang Anping uttered these words, a chorus of protests erupted from the others. It was far too perilous. They were adamant that he should not go, especially Zhang Jiwu, who insisted on accompanying him. "I stand a better chance alone. With too many of us, I cannot protect you, and it may cost you your lives." With those resolute words, Zhang Anping plunged into the darkness, leaving the Zhang family's camp in sorrowful silence. The soldiers and Zhang Jiawu shifted anxiously, yearning to follow him. Yet their gazes fell upon the women and children, freezing them in place. In the background, the elder Zhang murmured incessantly, "My golden grandson, the last of our lineage, no. Anping must not come to harm. Even if we perish, Anping must be safe. Eldest, second, third, follow him, slay those bandits, and protect Anping. The rest of you, gather the weapons from the ground. If more bandits approach, we shall fight with our numbers." As he spoke, several of his daughters-in-law had already seized the fallen blades of the bandits. Fear gripped their hearts, yet in that moment, they were resolute in their willingness to face death. Behind them lay the 3 carts and a donkey they had painstakingly gathered, the very sustenance of their existence. These must not be abandoned. Even the women would take up arms. Yes, there was strength in their numbers. The children were hastily hidden away in the carts. The remaining members concealed themselves, with Lu San and Lai Bao standing at the forefront, alongside several daughters-in-law from the Lu and Zhang families, shielding the cluster of children behind them. That night, terror filled the hearts of each and every one of them. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping slipped into the darkness, unnoticed, clutching a dagger, an exceptionally sharp blade obtained from a previous encounter. Yet, it had yet to taste blood. Over 20 bandits, most mounted on their towering steeds, had already overwhelmed the camp. The struggle had come to a grim conclusion. A horde of women and children huddled in the center, some of the women being torn at by the bandits, their screams piercing the air, while the men fought valiantly. Some already bound. Having dismounted, a group of bandits reveled in their spoils, laughter echoing around them. But before their mirth could fully materialize, a cascade of massive stones plummeted from above, crashing down upon them with a swiftness that left the onlookers in shock. Only the horses, in a frenzy, neighed and attempted to flee, but tethered by their reins, they were unable to escape, their cries mingling with the chaos, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an earth-shattering calamity. Amidst the flames, those who had been captured noticed a youth clad in scholarly robes, deftly using his dagger to sever the ropes binding their hands. A few bandits remained, yet the situation remained unclear to them. Noticing something amiss, they attempted to flee on horseback. However, before they could mount their steeds, arrows whizzed through the air. The Zhang brothers had taken refuge in the shadows, dispatching one bandit after another with their precise shots. Meanwhile, the previously subdued refugees, now emboldened, brandished their swords and surged forward. Though their combat prowess was modest, sheer numbers were in their favor. Among them were several men who, despite their injuries, exhibited remarkable skill and courage in battle. Originally, there had been over 20 bandits, but some had been crushed by falling boulders. Others had met their end at the hands of the Zhang brothers' arrows, and a few had been valiantly slain by the fleeing refugees. Zhang Anping, witnessing this turn of events, felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be abruptly seized by a bandit who grasped his throat, intending to take him hostage and negotiate for his release. In the ensuing chaos, the dagger in Zhang Anping's hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. With his airway constricted, he struggled to breathe, his face flushed with panic. If he were to hurl the boulder downward, he risked injuring himself as they were nearly locked in an embrace. The only option was to strike the bandit with precise lethality. The dagger, lying on the ground. Suddenly, the dagger leaped into the air as if gripped by an invisible hand, moving faster than lightning. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, it pierced the bandit's heart, twisting violently within him, causing the hand that clutched Zhang Anping's throat to loosen instantly. The bandit's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how the dagger had found its mark in his heart from the ground. Zhang Anping gasped for breath, his gaze fixated on the dagger, a smile breaking across his face. Soon after, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief as his father and uncle rushed to his side, inspecting him thoroughly and repeatedly inquiring if he was injured. "I'm fine. The man is dead, I assent. I was just fortunate indeed." Zhang Anping had been fortunate, for at the moment he was being choked, he discovered that he could not only manipulate the boulders, but also control the dagger. By merely focusing on it and channeling his thoughts as he did with the boulders, he found the results astonishing, swift, and potent. This revelation had never crossed Zhang Anping's mind. Had he known he could manipulate the dagger or other objects, he need not have relied solely on hurling stones from the space to vanquish his foes. He could have directly used a dagger or sword. Seeing that he was indeed unharmed, the Zhang brothers began to tally the deceased bandits. According to the information they had extracted, there should have been 26 bandits remaining. Yet, as they counted, only 2 corpses lay before them, leaving one unaccounted for. This discrepancy stirred unease within the Zhang brothers, fearing that a remaining bandit might escape and summon reinforcements, placing them in peril. "Over there, let me take a look." Soon, Zhang Anping noticed someone stealthily concealed beside the horses, who, seizing the moment of inattention, had already mounted a steed, poised to gallop away. Zhang Zhou had raised his bow, but the horse's speed, coupled with the distance, rendered his aim insufficient, and the arrow fell short. However, a dagger, swift as the wind, flew forth with greater speed and precision. It struck the bandit atop the horse directly, all eyes upon the unfolding spectacle. The bandit fell beneath the horse. The Zhang brothers rushed forward, quickly spotting the dagger embedded in the bandit. Indeed, it was Zhang Anping's. At that moment, Zhang Anping approached as well. The dagger soared from the bandit, and, to the astonishment of the Zhang brothers, it landed back in Zhang Anping's grasp. "My son, remarkable. That was truly impressive." Zhang Zhou swallowed hard, gazing with awe at the dagger in his son's hand. This dagger could fly, and it was swifter than his own arrow. How astonishing it was to discover that amidst their company, The mightiest was none other than his unassuming youngest son. Well then, let us proceed. The bandit is vanquished, and it appears there are still many horses to be accounted for. Zhang Anping wiped the dagger clean and stowed it away in the courtyard, casually collecting the bandit's sword as well. It seemed he possessed the ability to move stones with his mind and could wield the dagger to slay. Perhaps he could also use a broadsword or a longsword for the same purpose. With such capabilities, Zhang Anping felt not only equipped for self-defense, but also empowered to protect his family. As the Zhang brothers approached, all those present knelt before them, bowing in gratitude, with many women expressing their heartfelt thanks. Had they not arrived, the women would have likely faced disgrace and death, while the men, once bound, would have met a similar grim fate. Soon, the bodies of the bandits were incinerated, yielding over 20 horses, along with several fine long swords, broadswords, bows, and other weapons. These were the spoils of victory for Zhang Anping and his kin. Yet, with their numbers few, they found the sudden acquisition of so many horses somewhat burdensome. Some of the rescued individuals, with injured or frightened horses now missing, expressed a willingness to trade food or precious metals for a few steeds. Zhang Jiwu consulted with his son and selected 6 horses in exchange for provisions, along with a cart filled with fine fabrics, pottery, salt, and spices. Beyond these, they also received gifts of gold and jewels from the grateful populace. However, what truly captivated Zhang Anping was the sight of a particularly enticing item. Chapter 23. The hidden card before him lay a set of 6 identical swords, gleaming with a chilling brilliance, their sharpness strikingly formidable. These blades, shorter than typical long swords, yet considerably longer than the daggers in his possession, captivated Zhang Anping immensely. The individual rescued today bore the surname Li, accompanied by his family of over a dozen members. Originally, four brothers had embarked on a desperate journey northward with their parents, wives, and children, bringing along a retinue of servants and guards, totaling around 30 to 40 souls. However, in a moment of dire need, the guards proved utterly ineffectual. When they were beset by robbers, the 4 brothers fought valiantly, yet their numbers proved insufficient to protect their kin from disgrace. Fortunately, the bandits had initially focused their attention on this family, dispatching only a few to deal with the Zhangs. Had they charged into the Zhang family's encampment with their full force, the aftermath would have been unimaginable. The 6 swords had been discovered by the Li brothers years prior during their travels and were kept in their household, awaiting a worthy recipient. The long swords were deemed too short, while the short swords were criticized for their length. Yet this exquisite set of swords was evidently extraordinary, and Zhang Anping seemed the perfect recipient. As he ran his fingers along the blade, he noticed the inscription Cold Light, which he repeated silently in his mind, filling him with joy. Cold Light, a splendid name, and one he cherished. As dawn approached, amidst the Zhang family's anxiety, Zhang Anping and the 3 Zhang brothers returned, bringing with them 18 fine horses and a cart brimming with goods. This unexpected bounty filled the Zhang family with astonishment and delight. The children rushed from the cart, filling the camp with a lively commotion. Meanwhile, old Zhang, upon hearing his sons recount the harrowing moments, felt his eyes welling with tears. He exclaimed, "My dear grandson, you have frightened your grandfather. The ability to make daggers soar. Did a celestial being teach you such skills? And that boulder that saved us? Indeed. All of these are techniques imparted by the celestial beings, ensuring your safe passage to Uzhou," Zhang Anping replied, uncertain of how to explain the peculiarities surrounding him. His grandfather's words prompted him to nod in agreement, promising to lead the family to Uzhou. "Look at my precious grandson, so considerate. You must remember, never to be ungrateful. Had it not been for you, we would have perished long ago." Old Zhang's wife wiped away her tears continuously. At that moment, Sanyang presented several warm eggs, expressing her concern that they might be starving. They had been kept warm in a pot, perfectly timed to provide Zhang Anping with sustenance. Jin Xiaofeng, with reddened eyes, scrutinized her son, and only when she noticed he bore no injuries did she exhale a sigh of relief. She fetched a warm handkerchief for him to clean himself. Bathed in the warmth of home, Zhang Anping happily consumed a few eggs, while the Zhang brothers busily harnessed each cart with a pair of horses, ensuring their carts would race with greater speed. Even the donkey cart was replaced with a pair of horses, leaving the donkey in complete leisure. Remarkably, they still had 14 horses left over. As Sanyang began to prepare the meal, The atmosphere was filled with joy. Zhang Laotu, thinking of his grandson who had not rested the previous night, insisted that she use 2 additional bowls of rice. The result was a pot of steaming white rice, complemented by marinated rabbit meat, fragrant fish soup, and a stew of radishes with wild boar meat and vegetables. The Zhang family savored their first hearty meal of rice on their escape from calamity. "Grandfather, this white rice is delicious. Let us have it for every meal from now on, especially since we've managed to gather quite a bit of grain today." "Very well, as long as my dear grandson enjoys it, we shall indulge in a bowl of rice each night." Zhang Laotu, feeling a pang of affection for Zhang Anping, had set aside a large bowl of wild boar meat for him, but as usual, it was divided among his 10 sisters. The family gathered around the table, laughing and chatting over breakfast, even as dawn was just breaking. As they finished tidying up and discussed how to manage their many horses for the journey ahead, they heard Lu Xin calling out that the Li brothers had come to visit. Once Zhang Jiawu brought the 4 Li brothers over, they explained their purpose. Following the tumult of the previous night, the youngest child had fallen ill from fright, and the brothers, anxious and concerned, had conferred and deemed their path fraught with peril. Recalling the events of the night before, they decided to seek out the Zhang family, hoping to travel together for safety, camping side by side at night, so that they could alert one another in case of danger. Mutual support was crucial on their arduous journey north, as they recognized the daunting challenges that lay ahead. The Zhang family had initially been reluctant to travel with anyone, primarily due to their limited number of male members, fearing that they might inadvertently invite trouble. However, having witnessed Zhang Anping's formidable prowess the previous night, where a mere child single-handedly vanquished nearly 30 bandits, the Li brothers humbly lowered their stance, addressing him as benefactor with utmost respect. They even expressed their willingness to assist the Zhang family throughout the journey, offering to patrol and provide protection at night, merely requesting to accompany them. Zhang Laotu, uncertain in his decision, called for his son and grandson. After a thorough discussion, Zhang Anping resolved that it would be prudent for both families to travel together. After all, although he had saved the Li family the night before, had they not been a larger group, it was likely that the Zhang family would have found themselves targeted by the bandits. Moreover, managing the 10 or so horses on their own was a significant concern, especially with so few men in the Zhang family. Zhang Anping had considered stabling the horses in their small courtyard, but the space was limited to merely 10 acres. Housing so many horses there could potentially trample the crops and vegetables they had planted. Upon agreeing to travel together, the Li family was overjoyed. That very day, they set out under the leadership of the Zhang family, with their carts leading the way, followed closely by the Li family, who brought along over 20 guards and servants to ensure their safety. A multitude gathered together, creating an impressive spectacle that evoked envy in many onlookers, who speculated that it must be a wealthy family's procession. Among the perceptive refugees, some quickly trailed behind, recognizing the advantage of following such a grand caravan. With a convoy of carriages clearing the way, the bandits would be less likely to target ordinary refugees, thus providing a semblance of security. The Li family was initially annoyed by the presence of the refugees trailing closely behind, wishing to disperse them. However, they were halted by Zhang Anping, who merely suggested they minimize stops along the way, resting only at dawn and dusk. If the refugees could keep up, there was no need to drive them away. After all, they were all lives, and their presence posed no significant inconvenience. If they could offer shelter to a few, what harm could it do? Though still young, Zhang Anping had subtly emerged as a pivotal figure within the caravan, and when he spoke, all naturally obeyed, none daring to oppose him. After all, his decisive actions on the day of the altercation had rendered his age nearly irrelevant. The Li family's numerous servants promptly sent a coachman to tend to the Zhang family's carriage, while the Zhang brothers rode alongside, patrolling the perimeter of the carriage and ensuring their horses kept pace. Lu San was quite skilled in horsemanship, and the horse he brought along was also an adept steed. So during the breaks, both men and women of the Zhang family were encouraged to learn to ride. Fortunately, as the Zhangs hailed from a farming background, having faced numerous life and death situations on their journey, everyone recognized the ever-present danger, making riding an essential skill. To Zhang Anping's surprise, Zhang Zichuan and Zhang Zhixiao learned to ride on the very first day, choosing 2 horses originally gifted by Mr. Li and Li Dai. After receiving a substantial amount of fabric from the Li family, The women of the Zhang household busily crafted a set of male attire for these girls to facilitate their riding. Within just a day or two, Zhang Anping's sisters had transformed into the likeness of young boys. Had it not been for the astute observations of familiar faces, one might have thought the Zhang family had 11 grandsons. This sight filled the old man Zhang with both astonishment and joy, tinged with a hint of concern. The eldest granddaughter was nearing the age for betrothal. If it became known that they were being raised as boys at home, how would they ever find husbands? Grandfather, in these chaotic times, if you truly regard them as family, you must consider their future and teach them various means of self-preservation. Otherwise, if they lose their lives, what good would it do to speak of respectable families? Moreover, if anyone were to disdain my sisters based on this, even if he were a prince or noble, my sister would not marry him. Zhang Anping declared with great fervor, exuding a remarkable spirit. Deep within, he harbored even more comprehensive plans for his sisters. Chapter 24. The unexpected sisters. Since Zhang Anping had voiced his thoughts, the doting elder Zhang hesitated for a considerable time before finally acquiescing to the idea of allowing the daughters of the Zhang family to learn horseback riding. Each family among the Zhang brothers possessed a cart, with one cart designated for transporting provisions, while the most spacious cart belonged solely to Zhang Anping. His sisters delighted in crowding onto his cart to read and share laughter. It was only in the presence of this brother that they felt the most liberated and carefree, for he was unlike the other men of the Zhou dynasty. He championed the notion of gender equality, recognizing that daughters were equally heirs of the Zhang lineage. Zhang Anping believed that marriage was not the sole path for women. They could pursue education, learn to ride, and acquire various skills. He provided them with a plethora of books to study, which broadened their horizons significantly. The eldest sister, Zhang Jichuan, was particularly enamored with medical texts, becoming engrossed in the intricate details of their content, diligently committing them to memory as she pored over them day and night. During her breaks, she would scour the surroundings for the herbs mentioned in her studies, investigating their characteristics. The second sister, Zhang Zhixiao, also had an interest in medical books, yet her focus lay in the art of killing and the use of poison. The same texts inspired vastly different outcomes for the two sisters. While Zhang Jichuan studied remedies to save lives, Zhang Zhixiao sought strategies for taking them. Zhang Anping remained unperturbed by this divergence. As for the remaining sisters, many were keen on horseback riding and archery, wielding blades and firearms with great enthusiasm. Among them, the third sister, Zhang Zhiqiu, exhibited a remarkable aptitude for archery, her accuracy rivaling that of the Zhang brothers, much to their astonishment. It was beyond Zhang Wen's wildest dreams to discover such a formidable talent in his third daughter. The fourth sister, Zhang Jidong, had a penchant for the long sword, while Zhang Lian favored martial texts. The sixth sister, Zhang Zai, showed little interest in anything beyond her brother, drawn to his sudden fascination with swords and daggers. Zhang Zijuan reveled in weaponry and excelled in equestrian skills, whereas the eighth sister preferred a wooden staff, skillfully maneuvering it. The ninth and 10th sisters, under the guidance of their third sister, assisted in cooking. While it was said that the daughters were adept at wielding weapons, these twins were encouraged to learn culinary arts. Otherwise, who would prepare meals for their brother in the future? With the Li family providing support, the Zhang family finally found some respite. As they journeyed over the course of a month or two, November approached, and the road had remained relatively safe. However, with the onset of colder weather, their group initially moved forward like startled birds. Consequently, their stock of provisions dwindled, and with winter looming, they realized the necessity of fortifying their supplies, lest they face scarcity. Furthermore, after another day or two of travel, they would be unable to continue along the main roads and would need to navigate alternate paths, uncertain of their ability to procure food along the way. Thus, the Zhang and Li families deliberated, deciding to remain at the campsite for 2 or 3 days to replenish their provisions before journeying northward. After all, the chosen encampment was adorned with mountains, streams, and lush grasslands, ideal for both grazing and habitation. With the weather being somewhat favorable, it was time for them to tidy up and prepare for the winter ahead. The Zhang and Li families divided into 2 groups. Over 20 men remained, with a dozen tasked with guarding the camp, while the rest ventured out to hunt. Zhang Anping initially intended to join the hunting excursion. However, the Li family persistently expressed their concerns about the safety of the women and children at the campsite. causing him to remain behind on the first day to supervise a few sisters as they practiced their swordplay. Lu San had fully recovered after a month of nourishment and care, regaining his vitality. He proved to be not only an adept horseman and wagon driver, but also possessed remarkable martial skills. Even the Zhang brothers could not match his prowess. Grateful for Zhang Onping's life-saving assistance, he diligently contributed to the family, quickly becoming one of their most valued members. Zhang Onping entrusted Lu San with the responsibility of overseeing the Zhang camp, while he accompanied his uncle and others to fish. The nearby river was relatively wide, yet Zhang Anshuan was undeterred. He had crafted a fishing net during his journey and commenced casting it into the waters. It seemed that the river, seldom frequented by passers-by, teemed with fish unafraid of humans. Consequently, the catch was plentiful, with almost every net cast yielding a bountiful result. The fish were of excellent quality, the smallest being the size of a palm, while the larger specimens weighed over 10 pounds, much to Zhang Anshuan's astonishment and delight, causing him to beam with joy. Heh, I dare say those who ventured out to hunt may not bring back as much as I have here at home. Just look, my little lucky star is right by my side, Zhang Anshuan muttered, frequently glancing at Zhang Onping. These fish, caught through his own efforts, would be salted and preserved, providing a delectable treat during winter meals when paired with porridge. Observing that his uncle was managing well without his assistance and that the catch was satisfactory, Zhang Onping contemplated the cold weather approaching and recalled the abundance of greens still in their small garden. It was time to harvest these vegetables, allowing the matriarchs to pickle them for winter consumption. As for the vacant plots, he could plant another round of radishes and greens. Uncle, I will take Bao Bao for a stroll to see if we can find any wild vegetables, he proposed. Yes, but do not wander too far, Zhang Anshuan replied, not paying much heed. Before long, Bao Bao excitedly returned to the camp, exclaiming that the young master had discovered a patch of wasteland. This land was surprisingly abundant with cabbages and other vegetables, as well as a considerable quantity of sweet potatoes. He urged everyone to hurry and gather supplies. After much effort, over a dozen members of the Zhang family managed to transport several thousand pounds of vegetables, sweet potatoes, and radishes back to the camp, creating a mound of food that resembled a small hill. Old Zhang's hands trembled in disbelief at the sheer volume. Unable to contain his astonishment, he called his grandson aside, lowering his voice to ask cautiously, "Is this a blessing from the gods? Will this not anger the divine?" "Not at all. These blessings are bestowed upon us by the celestial beings. To save a life is far more valuable than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. The deities would not wish for you to starve. Quickly, gather your things. For this winter, we shall rely on these provisions." Zhang Onping chuckled heartily. The small courtyard was filled with an abundance of goods, and many fruits had ripened, which he intended to showcase when time permitted. As for the vegetables, there was more than enough, and even after consumption, there would still be plenty remaining. The coarse rice was plentiful in the yard as well, allowing them to enjoy hearty meals. Each meal comprised meat, fish, and rice, contributing to the considerable growth of the Zhang family children. Even the originally frail Lai Bao had grown significantly, appearing nearly 12 or 13, on the verge of adulthood. The third mistress, accompanied by the women and children of the household, began to slice sweet potatoes and prepare pickled vegetables, complemented by the hundreds of pounds of fish that Zhang Jun had caught. They delivered over 100 pounds of fish along with 200 to 300 pounds of greens and sweet potatoes to the Li family's camp for pickling, ensuring provisions for the winter. This act of generosity elicited profound gratitude from the Li family, who dispatched individuals to the river to catch fish and forage for wild vegetables. Although the yield of wild vegetables was modest, they managed to catch a fair number of fish. This brought joy to everyone, as fish constituted sustenance. With an ample supply of both fish and wild vegetables, the prospect of winter was less daunting. The camp buzzed with activity, as blankets and other items from the carts were washed thoroughly, along with the carts themselves, marking the final preparations before winter's arrival. Zhang Onping reclined on a sunlit stone slab, yet he had entered the small courtyard, using his mind to control the cold light sword. Ever since acquiring these 6 small swords, he had practiced diligently every day. His ability to manipulate large stones had already reached impressive speeds. However, his recent daily practice with the cold light sword had rendered his movements even swifter, akin to a streak of icy lightning. Those with less keen eyesight would likely struggle to perceive the brilliance of the sword's glow. Zhang Anping had never slackened in his training with the cold light sword, understanding that it was his trump card in this world. Should any peril arise, he would have to rely solely on this weapon. As dusk descended, the camp was enveloped in the rising smoke of cooking fires. The third mistress frequently glanced toward the mountains. Typically, by nightfall, those who had ventured out to hunt would have returned. Given their early departure today, they should have been back by now. What could be delaying them? As darkness settled in, the Zhang family remained hungrily awaiting the return of the hunters. Eventually, old Zhang instructed that their meals be set aside, allowing everyone to eat first. However, just as the meal was about to commence, news arrived of a grave matter. Chapter 25. Into the mountains to rescue. It turned out that the Zhang brothers had ventured into the mountains with a group for a hunting expedition. Their efforts bore fruit. They managed to capture a wild boar, a deer, and dozens of wild chickens and rabbits, resulting in a bountiful harvest. Everyone was in high spirits, unaware of the treasures hidden within the mountains. They planned to return the following day to gather more provisions during their brief respite, not knowing what the future held. By preparing ample food, they hoped to alleviate their suffering when the snow sealed off the mountains, ensuring that none would perish from hunger. Before darkness fell, they began their journey back, eager to return for a meal. However, misfortune struck during their return. They were ambushed by a band of robbers. The Zhang brothers initially intended to surrender their catch, hoping to avoid harm. To their dismay, the robbers, outnumbering them, not only seized their spoils but also bound them all. In the chaos, two members of the Li family managed to escape, aided by the Zhang brothers. One of them was Zhang Jiawu, who instructed the Li family member to return to the camp while he trailed the robbers to discern their ultimate destination. After all, several of their companions, including Zhang Jiawen, had been taken captive. Upon hearing this news, the elder Zhang sprang to his feet, alarmed, while the matriarch trembled in fear. Her husband had been captured by the robbers. What could be done? What did the robbers say? At present, we do not know. Brother Zhang speculated that the robbers had two primary motivations for capturing them. First, they coveted the game and the strength of our men. Second, they likely sought silver or provisions. The one who escaped was the eldest of the Li brothers, Li Shunfu. He and Zhang Jiwu had fortuitously evaded capture. One returned to the camp to deliver the news, alerting the others to the situation. Zhang Jiwu had been shadowing the robbers, hoping to discern their hideout. Shortly after nightfall, Zhang Jiwu returned, bearing wounds but having received treatment. His condition was not dire. Upon his arrival, the Zhang family summoned the remaining members of the Li family to convene, with the captives numbering over a dozen. The camp was left with merely a handful of men, gathered together, and Zhang Anping was invited to sit at the center. The gang of robbers has a stronghold in these mountains, numbering perhaps 60 to 70 individuals. When I stealthily approached, I discovered they had taken over what resembled a wealthy family's villa. The walls are high, with patrols outside, and the interior is brightly lit. I counted 6 or 7 men on watch outside. Once my brother was brought inside, he was likely imprisoned. It appears they have occupied that place for quite some time. It does not seem like a matter of just a day or two. Zhang Jiawu expressed his deep concern, sketching a map of the villa for clarity. The secluded villa, perched at a lofty elevation, is constructed from substantial stone blocks, likely erected by affluent families as a summer retreat. The imposing walls are difficult to breach, and the number of occupants within is notably high. Rescuing individuals from such a place is no simple task. The bandits, outnumbering them, possess advantageous positioning. They are few, yet have already taken numerous captives. Engaging them directly would be perilous. Although they have a contingent, a significant portion consists of women and children, leaving fewer than 20 men in their camp. Furthermore, should they attempt a rescue, some must remain behind to safeguard the camp. Otherwise, this large group of women and children could fall prey to robbers or marauders under the cover of night, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. With fewer than 20 individuals, they would need to split into 2 groups, prompting Zhang Jiwu and the elder Zhang to exchange troubled glances with Zhang Anping. I will accompany my father along with Li Shunfu and Lu San. That should suffice. It is the quality of troops that matters, not their quantity. The rest can guard the camp, Zhang Anping suggested, surveying the camp that also required protection. After his departure, he could instruct the Li and Zhang families to rally together for mutual support, entrusting his grandfather and third uncle with the camp's defense. This is far too perilous. You are but a handful, while they number 60 or 70. You cannot venture forth. It would be tantamount to seeking death, the elder Zhang insisted, shaking his head resolutely. How could he allow his grandson to face such danger? The numbers are simply too few, Zhang Jiawu echoed, apprehensive. They were only 4 against a formidable adversary. How could they hope to fight, let alone rescue anyone? Even if they succeeded in saving someone, disturbing the enemy would spell disaster. Then let us take 2 additional individuals, elder sister and second sister. That is out of the question. They are but girls. I will go with you. The camp can be left in my father's care, Zhang Jianshun interjected, disagreeing. Zhang Jichuan and Zhang Jixiao were still young women. What assistance could they provide? It would be more prudent to take himself along, yet even that seemed unwise. They remained short on numbers. What could a few do? Then I shall go alone, Zhang Anping declared, rising to his feet, prompting disapproval from all the Zhang family members, including a bewildered Lu San. Going alone to rescue someone? Was there any difference between that and courting death? We are few, and the camp is of utmost importance. The essence of a rescue lies in precision, not in numbers. A larger group would only amplify the noise. Elder sister is skilled in rescue, while second sister is adept with toxins. Oh, and third sister can accompany us as well. Her prowess with the bow is exceptional. Zhang Anping paused momentarily before continuing. With so few of us, I cannot ensure their safety. Faced with a stalemate, after much deliberation, they ultimately acquiesced to Zhang Anping's plan. Zhang Jianshun and the elder Zhang would remain to guard the camp. Zhang Anping set off with Li Xuanfu, Zhang Jiawu, and Lu San, accompanied by the 3 sisters, Zhang Jichuan, Zhang Jixiao, and Zhang Jiqiu. In total, they were 7, 4 of whom were children, 3 of whom were still young women. Observing this scene, the elder Zhang could not help but shed tears. Her golden grandson, how perilous this is. Brother, I too wish to rescue people. I want to go. Upon seeing several elder sisters eager to accompany their brother in the rescue, the remaining Zhang family daughters were equally unwilling to be left behind, each insisting on joining him. However, Zhang Anping halted them, signaling that there would be opportunities in the future when he could take them along. For now, their presence would only hinder the mission. Meanwhile, the Zhang sisters donned men's attire, wrapping themselves tightly, particularly Zhang Jiqiu, who armed herself with a bow and an ample supply of arrows. Zhang Anping had advised her to find a high vantage point and shoot from a distance when the time came. After conferring, the group mounted their horses and ventured towards the mountains, showcasing the advantage of the Zhang family's equestrian skills. After traversing a mile or 2, they secured their horses in a designated spot before stealthily approaching the bandits' lair. Calculating the time, they were making commendable progress, as it was now nearing midnight, the hour when fatigue sets in most profoundly. Third sister, you head over there. The position is advantageous. When someone emerges, shoot your arrows. Understood. Zhang Jichuan excelled in archery. Concealed in the shadows, her aim would prove most effective. As long as she found a commanding height, coupled with her precision, escape would be nearly impossible for the bandits. Second sister, bring forth the items I asked you to prepare. Father, if you can locate their water source, it's best to introduce these substances into the tea or wine. Zhang Anping handed a large bundle of contraband to Zhang Jiawu. He also requested a collection of incense and toxic powders from his second sister, as these could be blown into the rooms of the unsuspecting, plunging them into unconsciousness, and in excessive amounts, leading to death. Second niece, how do you possess such an array of peculiar poisons? Zhang Jiawu marveled at Zhang Jixia, who was continuously retrieving intoxicating powders and toxic incense. He was utterly astonished, having been unaware of her possession of such items. Uncle, I owe it all to my brother. It has finally come in handy. Zhang Jixia was exhilarated, not anticipating that the concoctions she had labored over with her brother would be put to use today, especially to rescue their father. Eldest sister, do not come too close. Find a tree to conceal yourself. We will summon you when your assistance is needed. Zhang Jixia had studied healing techniques, yet her self-defense skills were lacking. Thus Zhang Anping advised her to hide for the time being. Given the frail nature of the sisters, they would not partake in the act of killing. They would emerge only when their help was required. After imparting these instructions, Zhang Anping signaled for everyone to begin dispersing the toxic smoke or deploying the explosives. However, as they neared the outer courtyard, they discovered numerous patrolling guards. With guards on watch, it would be impossible for them to enter stealthily without arousing suspicion. Chapter 26, The Sudden Assault. Allow me. Zhang Anping observed as the patrolling guards drew ever closer. Zhang Jiawu and the others merely glimpsed a flash before they could comprehend the situation. The foremost guard collapsed with a resounding thud, his eyes wide open. He was already lifeless. The onlookers were taken aback, bewildered as to how Zhang Anping had dispatched the guard so swiftly. They hurriedly dragged the body into the concealment of the dark grass. With unwavering focus, Zhang Anping set his sights on the second and third guards. The glinting sword in his hand moved with such swiftness that Zhang Jiawu and the others could hardly discern its motion. The act of eliminating these ordinary men was executed with such alacrity that they could not even muster a cry before their bodies fell to the ground, subsequently dragged into the shadows. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Zhang Anping had silently dispatched all the patrolling guards without alarming anyone. With the guards eliminated, Zhang Jiawu led the way, stealthily entering the slightly ajar side door. He cast a glance over the spacious courtyard, where a flickering light indicated a gathering inside. It appeared a group was engaged in drinking and gambling. Voices echoed, demanding more wine. And soon a disgruntled figure emerged from the illuminated room, cursing as he exited. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Jiawu followed closely behind, shadowing his every move. Meanwhile, Lu Sen had approached several rooms, quietly moistening his fingers with saliva before piercing the paper window. Peering inside, the sight was unclear, yet the rhythmic sounds of breathing and snoring suggested that many were slumbering within. Lu Sen promptly retrieved the poisonous incense, assessing the wind direction, and pushed the lit incense into the room, anxious that the dosage might be insufficient. He ignited several more sticks. He discovered that adjacent rooms also housed sleepers. He diligently checked several rooms, lighting the poisonous incense in each one where he detected the sounds of snoring and breathing. Fortunately, Zhang Zhixia had provided an ample supply of the incense. Lu San, ever apprehensive about the quantity, ensured that he lit in abundance in every room, remaining vigilant outside, fearing that someone might awaken or notice something amiss. At last, the individual sent to fetch wine returned, grumbling about his losses, urging the wine bearer to pour quickly. Enough with the cursing. What is going on today? At this hour, the guards would typically be lining up for a shift change, yet they remain outside. Perhaps something has occurred? Who cares? In this pitch darkness, with so many patrolling, what could possibly happen? Let us play a few more rounds. Once they arrive for the shift change, our fun will be over. Indeed, let us indulge a bit longer. Once the patrol shifts, there will be no more playtime. Damn it, my luck is abysmal. I need to step out and clear my head. One of the bandits, having abstained from drink, lamented his bad fortune, picked up a knife from the corner, and pushed the door open to step outside. Meanwhile, the other bandits remained engrossed in their gambling and imbibing the spiked drinks prepared by Zhang Jiawu. Zhang Jiawu and Li Xuanfu anxiously guarded the gamblers, awaiting the effects of the drug to manifest. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping quietly trailed behind the robbers with his second sister, as they sought the location where Zhang Jiawen was imprisoned. The vast courtyard was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sounds, leaving them uncertain of where the captives might be held. Zhang Anping resolved to capture someone to inquire. One robber, brandishing a knife in one hand and a torch in the other, strode purposefully in a particular direction that resembled the central courtyard, surrounded tightly by the larger compound. The entrance was somewhat concealed. Without a guide, they might easily overlook it. Upon entering, the robber glanced back before stealthily proceeding inside, prompting Zhang Anping and his companions to exercise utmost caution. Fearful of being discovered, especially since the effects of the drug and poisonous smoke had yet to take effect, they dared not act rashly and merely followed closely behind. Soon, they observed the robber enter a room where the terrified screams of women echoed within. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Zhang Anping was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Inside the room, a group of scantily clad women trembled in fear, their eyes fixated on the intruding man. Among them was a visibly pregnant woman, evoking profound disgust. Whoever speaks shall perish. Bring me good fortune, the robber shouted, brandishing his knife as he lunged towards the pregnant woman. The other women recoiled in terror, while the pregnant woman attempted to evade him. But her condition rendered her movements cumbersome. In an instant, the robber, grinning wickedly, seized her, tearing away most of her meager clothing with a brutal rip. With her eyes shut tight, the pregnant woman threw herself towards the blade. Suddenly, she felt something warm splatter across her face, and when she opened her eyes, She beheld a youth clad in white, shedding his garments and tossing them to her. "Put this on. In a moment, accompany my sister. I will lead you all to safety." Zhang Anping turned away, while the robber lay on the ground, eyes wide, a massive gaping wound in his chest, his life extinguished. Such a fate was well-deserved. A glance at the plight of the women in the room revealed that these robbers were devoid of humanity. They deserved death. And those vile creatures had shown themselves amidst this chaos. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you." The pregnant woman and several others wept, bowing repeatedly to Zhang Anping, though he was but a boy. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhixia bit her lip, her face pale. The scene she witnessed alongside her brother would forever be etched in her memory. In such tumultuous times, how could women suffer so? She refused to be mere prey, destined to be slaughtered. She must seize control of her fate. Poison, she would master its use, honing her skills to protect herself and her brother. "Do you know if there are others imprisoned here?" "Yes, it's in the cellar. Many people were brought back tonight." A woman stepped forward, expressing her willingness to lead them. Soon, Zhang Anping followed her as she advanced, and after a short distance, they arrived at the entrance of a cellar. The woman paused, contemplating, before stepping ahead of Zhang Anping. "Who goes there?" "Sir." To Zhang Anping's astonishment, there were indeed other individuals in the cellar, including 2 robbers, who were drinking merrily. Upon seeing the woman enter, they approached with wide grins. But before they could utter a word, a flash of cold steel glinted, and they fell lifeless to the ground, each with 2 gaping wounds in their chests. Zhang Anping's blade was astonishingly swift. The robbers had no inkling of their impending doom, remaining oblivious until their last breath. Zhang Anping dashed forward, retrieving a set of keys from the robbers' belts. As he prepared to unlock the door, he called into the darkness, "Uncle, are you in there?" Upon opening the foul-smelling cellar, he beheld a number of emaciated figures bound by ropes, none of whom he recognized. "Hurry, you can escape now." Zhang Anping observed their gaunt appearances. They were clearly hostages taken by the robbers. Strangely, they had not been executed. Noticing that some were gravely injured, exuding a terrible stench, he swiftly severed the ropes binding 2 men with his dagger, prompting them to rise and fetch knives to free the others. "Benefactor, are you searching for those captured last night?" "They are over there." One of the rescued men, though frail, struggled to walk unsteadily deeper into the cellar. It turned out there were numerous rooms within the cellar, each containing prisoners, and the stench was nauseating. Zhang Anping quickly located the final chamber, where a crowd of people was confined. Upon opening the door, he discovered the very individuals he sought, the Li family. However, after releasing everyone from the room, he was horrified to realize that his uncle, Zhang Jiawen, was conspicuously absent. As soon as the Li brothers recognized Zhang Anping as their savior, they rushed forward. Urgency etched on their faces. "Young Master Zhang, quickly, hurry to save your uncle. He is in grave danger." It became apparent that when they were captured, his uncle had been taken away separately. Chapter 27. In the next life, we shall remain family had he been taken away alone? Amidst the cacophony of voices, Zhang Anping gradually uncovered the circumstances surrounding the situation. It turned out that after Zhang Jiawen was captured, he had mentioned that Zhang Anping would come to rescue him, referring to him as a fortunate star, a being favored by the divine. Such words captured the attention of the bandit leader. After inquiring from a few individuals, he learned that Zhang Anping was merely a child of 7 or 8 years who had astonishingly managed to slay 2 or 3 dozen robbers, which left the bandit leader astounded. Consequently, he was taken aside. Speculations arose that Zhang Jiawen might be used as a hostage, posing a threat to Zhang's family or to Zhang Anping himself. Once Zhang Anping grasped the essence of the matter, he promptly led the group out of the cellar, bringing along those who had been detained within. As they burst forth, he was greeted by the exuberant approach of Zhang Jiawu. "We did it." The potion was immensely powerful. "They are all down." The gambling bandits, having consumed his tainted liquor, lay sprawled on the ground. Zhang Jiawu, unwilling to show mercy, swiftly dealt with the bandits. For they were outnumbered, and should the robbers regain consciousness, their lives would be at stake. They dared not take that risk. They are all lifeless. The poison in the room is formidable. Lu San, pale-faced, expressed his trepidation, realizing that with only a smidgen of poison, he had caused the demise of the bandits in 3 rooms while they slept. What a fearsome toxin! He could hardly fathom that it was concocted by a girl barely in her teens. Truly alarming. "My uncle has been taken by the bandit leader. We must search for him. A few of you, follow me to rescue my uncle." The rest, scour the area thoroughly. We must not allow any to escape. These bandits have made their lair here, having bound so many within the cellar. Such deeds cannot have been accomplished in just a day or two. Hence, Zhang Anping urged everyone to remain vigilant, scanning the shadows for any remnants of the foe, ensuring that this place be thoroughly examined. He then led Lu San and others towards the backyard. Suddenly, a voice bellowed, "Who goes there? Stand still." The bandits in the front yard had been dispatched with poison. Swiftly and silently, without alarming those in the rear. The guards in the backyard, oblivious to the fall of their comrades, assumed they were merely facing intruders. Yet, before the thought could fully form, they collapsed to the ground. In the darkness, Zhang Anping's gleaming sword had already pierced through one's chest. Another bandit, realizing he could not move, gasped, "There is." But before he could finish, Zhang Anping's sword flew forth once more, under his mental command. The gleaming blade was far more effective than any stone, producing minimal noise, making it the perfect instrument for stealthy assassinations in the night. However, there were too many adversaries this time. As they charged into the backyard, they inadvertently stirred the bandit leader, who emerged, brandishing the bound Zhang Jiawen. The dagger rested ominously against Zhang Jiawen's throat, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Anping, revealing a hint of trepidation. Moments ago, he had been interrogating Zhang Jiawen, from whom he had gleaned tales of a 7- or 8-year-old nephew possessing almost supernatural prowess, reminiscent of legendary martial artists. This chief of bandits, not lacking in awareness, aimed to coerce Zhang Jiawen into penning a letter for help, intending to capture Zhang Anping. Having heard that martial artists possess a unique set of cultivation techniques, treasures beyond measure. Yet, despite inflicting grievous injuries upon Zhang Jiawen, the latter steadfastly refused to divulge any information or write a letter to inform his family of his perilous predicament. Unbeknownst to the bandit leader, their captive had only recently been brought back at dusk, and now Zhang Anping stood before him. The two subordinates lying dead on the ground had perished abruptly, leaving no time for resistance or cries for help, which filled the bandit leader with an unsettling dread. The blade pressed firmly against Zhang Jiawen's neck. He dared not relent, fearing that he might be struck down by Zhang Anping in an instant. "Step back. If you wish for him to live, retreat immediately." The knife had already broken the skin of Zhang Jiawen, a trickle of blood seeping forth. "Dear nephew, do not concern yourself with me. Kill him. This man harbors ill intentions. In the next life, may we still be family." Zhang Jiawen, though battered and bruised, exhibited no fear, inciting further agitation in the bandit leader, who was apprehensive that his grip might inadvertently end Zhang Jiawen's life, leaving him without a hostage. "Release him, and I shall spare your life." Zhang Anping's unwavering gaze bore into the bandit leader. How could one life compare to that of his beloved uncle, Zhang Jiawen? "You must be a martial artist, endowed with divine abilities. Unless you swear an oath by your heart's demons, I shall let him go, and you will spare me." The bandit leader's eyes remained fixed on Zhang Anping. The concept of a martial artist was foreign to him, and even the others present felt bewildered. However, the notion of divine abilities led them to nod in silent agreement. Despite his youth, Zhang Anping indeed possessed extraordinary talents. Yet, what exactly were these martial artists? As ordinary folk, they were utterly in the dark. "Very well, I vow by my heart's demons that if you release my uncle, Zhang Jiawen, you shall be granted mercy." In truth, Zhang Anping did not comprehend the meaning of a heart's demon. Regardless, if an oath was required for freedom, then he would oblige. Despite Zhang Jiawen's desperate protests, "Please, dear nephew, it is not worth it to swear for my sake. My life is but a trifle." "Nay, uncle, you are my family. Everything is worth it." For a modern individual, swearing an oath, even one invoking heart's demons, bore little psychological burden. It was almost effortless. Yet, his words brought tears to Zhang Jiawen's eyes, and he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, realizing that his nephew was as dear to him as a son. In this life, there are no regrets. Child, Zhang Jiawen nearly cried out in his heart. The oath of the heart demon seemed to carry some weight, causing the bandit leader to hesitate, gradually withdrawing the knife from Zhang Jiawen's throat and slowly retreating towards the outer courtyard. From the backyard to the middle courtyard, and then to the front yard. The more he retreated, the more alarmed he became. His 60 or 70 subordinates were now eerily silent. Could it be that not a single one would survive? These cultivators, indeed, are like celestial beings. To mortals, they are but ants. I demand a horse, that chestnut steed. Bring it to the courtyard's entrance, and I shall release him." At this moment, the bandit leader only wished to escape swiftly on horseback. He truly did not want to confront a cultivator. It was utterly terrifying. If he could escape with his life, he vowed never to return to this place again. The heart demon's oath indeed held sway over cultivators. His knife was nearly withdrawn, and the cultivator did not strike, which filled the bandit leader with a sense of pride. Fortunately, he was well informed and aware of the existence of cultivators, having heard of their taboos. Otherwise, today would have marked his demise. Zhang Anping signaled Lu San, who led the horse to the entrance while loudly proclaiming, "We have brought the horse out. Our young master has promised not to harm you. Release our esteemed master and flee on horseback." As Lu San guided the horse, he deliberately walked in a certain direction where Zhang Jiqiu was anxiously observing the courtyard. However, after a long wait, no stragglers appeared, save for the bandit leader. Furthermore, the astute Zhang Jiqiu noticed the man's back was turned towards her, holding her father hostage. Lu San's words suggested that her brother had reluctantly agreed to spare him, thus leading to the release of their father. Her brother's vow of mercy, however, did not imply her own commitment to spare anyone. The bandit leader could never have imagined that Zhang Jiqiu was lurking outside the courtyard. Having observed that the group inside maintained a safe distance from him, if he could act swiftly and dash to the horse, this cultivator would refrain from striking due to the heart demon's oath. The others lacked such capability. They could not hinder his escape. Thus, calculating his chances of survival seemed exceedingly favorable. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the courtyard, he suddenly shoved Zhang Jiawen back into the crowd and whistled, watching as his chestnut steed galloped towards him. Swiftly, he mounted the horse. Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Anping shouted, "Third sister, shoot." A volley of arrows whistled through the air, accompanied by the swift flight of Zhang Anping's cold, glinting sword. The bandit leader's eyes widened in terror as he felt a sharp pain in his chest, pointing a trembling finger at Zhang Anping. You. His eyes reflected disbelief, yet a smile crept upon his lips. This cultivator dared to break his heart demon's oath, then his fate was sealed. Chapter 28 was truly astonishing. Zhang Jiqiu's arrow had pierced the chest of the bandit leader, complemented by the gaping wound inflicted by Zhang Anping's glimmering sword. He was undeniably dead. At that moment, dawn was approaching. Zhang Anping and his companions commenced their search of the entire villa, and soon, a cry of alarm echoed through the air. When they rushed to investigate, they discovered a massive, desolate well at the rear of the estate. A foul stench emanated from within, prompting Zhang Jiwu to toss a torch into the depths. The sight that met their eyes was sickening, for the well was filled with countless skeletal remains. It was impossible to ascertain how many souls had perished there, and the bodies at the top had already begun to decay, evoking nausea among the onlookers. These individuals have committed heinous acts. They deserve to die. Lu San, gather some of the brothers and bury this well with earth, so that they may rest in peace. Initially, Lu San felt a twinge of unease. He had increased the dosage of the poisonous incense, which had eliminated the sleeping bandits without a struggle. However, it now seemed evident that these people had brought their fate upon themselves. With the vast well nearly filled, the number of deceased was likely in the hundreds, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping and his father proceeded to search the bandit leader's quarters. Rational individuals would typically keep their most valuable possessions within easy reach. Indeed, after a thorough examination, Zhang Anping discovered a hidden passage beneath the bed and, upon further inspection, found several mechanisms within. Drawing forth his glimmering sword, he was met with the sound of arrows being released. After a few deft maneuvers, Zhang Anping ensured that all traps were neutralized before cautiously descending into the secret passage with his father. What lay before them soon left them utterly astounded. The underground tunnel was far larger than they had anticipated. It contained an array of weapons, swords, and spears, as well as an impressive collection of defensive large bows and armor, all of which were meticulously crafted and brand new. Initially, they had thought these individuals were mere bandits. Who could have imagined they were guarding such a subterranean hideout beneath the villa? Had it not been for Zhang Anping's insistence on rescuing the captives, they would have never stumbled upon this treasure. "Anin, there is grain here. It's all rice, and there is so much of it." Zhang Jiwu's voice trembled with excitement as he pointed out the staggering piles of grain, stacked high beside the weapons and armor. This revelation was indeed exhilarating. However, the question remained, how would they transport such an abundance? Zhang Anping soon noticed, aside from the grain, several large chests. He tentatively opened one and quickly recoiled, discovering that there were no traps, but the contents were incredibly precious: silver, jewels, and other valuables. He counted the chests, realizing that the sheer volume of riches was astounding. Who had prepared such an extensive cache? In these tumultuous times, possessing such wealth could enable one to establish dominion over a region. Indeed, they could reside in this villa until peace was restored and emerge when the world was tranquil once more. This truly was a remarkable find. Zhang Anping and Zhang Jiawu exchanged glances, each feeling a flicker of excitement. Zhang Jiawu swallowed hard. Has the Immortal imparted any methods to conceal these items? They are exceedingly conspicuous. Should they be discovered, our journey northward would undoubtedly attract countless marauders. Indeed, I have a plan, Father. There is no need for concern. Upon surveying the multitude of items, Zhang Anping pondered whether he could transport them all to the courtyard in one go. The courtyard spanned 10 acres and boasted numerous rooms and ample open space, making it reasonable to assume that storing these items would pose no challenge. Seeing his son's confidence, Zhang Jiawu felt a surge of elation. With such an abundance of provisions, even with their current count of 22 individuals, they could sustain themselves for years, even if 100 more joined them. Moreover, the arsenal of swords, spears, and armor would ensure they faced no fear from petty thieves or ordinary bandits, enabling them to reach Azhou safely. While his father was distracted, Zhang Anping swiftly gathered the jewels into the courtyard, then began collecting the weapons and food supplies. Fortunately, over the past 2 or 3 months, his telekinetic ability to manipulate the Sword of Frost and transport heavy stones had significantly improved. Had he attempted this task during his initial struggles with moving heavy objects, he would surely have been overwhelmed by the sheer volume. Even so, by the end of his efforts, Zhang Anping felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Looking around, he saw that the tunnel was nearly emptied, while his courtyard was now filled to the brim, with only the weapons and armor remaining outside. The food supplies were safely stowed within the house. Nonetheless, a few provisions and a scant number of weapons still lingered in the tunnel. We shall have Lu San and the Li brothers come to assist with the remaining items, and then seal the tunnel entrance. Zhang Jiawu stood in astonishment, gazing at the once mountainous pile of provisions now nearly depleted from the tunnel. He was profoundly impressed by his son's capabilities. With such extraordinary skills, he resolved to become a devoted servant to his son. Whatever Anping desired, he would wholeheartedly support. Meanwhile, Lu San, summoned to assist, was utterly taken aback by the astonishing sight within the tunnel, his heart swelling with joy. Young master, my heavens, we have truly unearthed treasures. With these supplies, we can arm ourselves, and our food worries are over. Continuing northward will pose no issues. We shall reach our destination safely. Lu San's voice trembled with excitement, yet Zhang Anping appeared weary, and Zhang Jiawu did not seem as thrilled. Little did they know how astonished they would have been had they witnessed the initial scene upon entering the tunnel. After Zhang Anping exited, the Li brothers arrived bearing a trove of other recovered items, including gold, silver, weapons, and a particularly surprising find: letters written in a script that Zhang Anping could not decipher, seemingly distinct from the characters of the Great Zhou dynasty. As Lu San grasped the letters, he cast a fleeting glance and asserted with conviction, "Young master, this is not the script of the Great Zhou. Rather, it bears a striking resemblance to the characters of the barbarians, yet I cannot decipher a single word." Lu San, a man of considerable experience, could only ascertain that the retrieved correspondence somewhat resembled barbarian script, though its contents eluded his comprehension. Just as they found themselves in a quandary, a feeble voice called out from the side, "Esteemed benefactor, might you allow me a glance at those letters? I possess a profound interest in linguistics." It was a middle-aged man among those rescued by Zhang Anping. This man had endured prolonged confinement, bearing visible scars and appearing somewhat frail. However, upon receiving the letter, he swiftly translated it. Yet, as he translated, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and his face contorted with rage. These brigands, these traitors, they must be eliminated. They have colluded with the barbarians, and no wonder they have invaded the Great Zhou as if traversing uncharted territory, capturing several cities in swift succession. This is a designated resting place for the barbarians, purportedly stocked with provisions and weaponry. The signature is an emblem I do not recognize. Yet it surely belongs to the inner court of the great Zhou. They must be dealt with. Esteemed benefactor, these letters are of utmost importance. They must not be discarded. And these provisions must not fall into barbarian hands. Otherwise, the suffering of our people in the great Zhou will be inescapable. The calamities of Qianzhou and Jizhou must not spread throughout the entire great Zhou. As he spoke, the man's eyes reddened, tears welling up. Zhang Anping scrutinized him closely and inquired about his situation, discovering that his name was Li Chengguan, a scholar from a once prominent family. Although his lineage had fallen into decline, it still surpassed that of common folk, and his extensive knowledge enabled him to comprehend the barbarian script effortlessly. Zhang Anping trusted Li Chengguan's words implicitly, for he had indeed witnessed an abundance of armor and provisions. He pondered the incongruity of such a seemingly insignificant den of thieves harboring so many resources. It became evident that there was a conspiracy between the inner court and the barbarians, leading to the dislocation of the great Zhou's populace and the barbarian incursion. The barbarians were detestable, but the inner court was even more reprehensible. At that moment, Zhang Anping clutched the letters and noticed a peculiar mark at the signature's end. Chapter 29. The family has grown. The mark bore an unusual semblance, yet none had ever laid eyes upon it. Nor had they heard of any family that would utilize such a symbol. It was only natural for them to remain ignorant. After all, such crucial secrets would lose their significance if easily recognizable. Moreover, the mere possession of these letters constituted treason. It was evident that a person capable of hoarding such an extensive arsenal and provisions was no ordinary individual. Therefore, this inner woman must undoubtedly hold a position of considerable influence or power within the great Zhou dynasty. Zhang Anping stowed away the item, confident that it would prove invaluable in due time. Furthermore, he felt compelled to locate this individual. Otherwise, with such traitors in the great Zhou, it would be the common folk who would suffer. Soon, Zhang Anping gathered these rescued souls and inquired about their intentions. Many were recent captives who had been brought back by the bandits, yet refused to submit to a life of crime. Some sought to journey north to reunite with family, but their path had been fraught with peril, nearly resulting in their demise at the hands of the robbers. After much contemplation, they concluded that surviving with their lives was preferable to any alternative. Moreover, this young benefactor, despite his tender years, had managed to vanquish the fearsome bandits without inflicting any harm upon them. He was indeed a formidable ally. In these chaotic times, securing a powerful protector was essential for survival, especially considering that their lives had been saved by this young man. Thus, the group unanimously expressed their desire to accompany Zhang Anping, even if it meant serving as servants. Upon closer examination, Zhang Anping noted that among them was Li Chengguan, who possessed knowledge of the barbarian script and had 2 servants of his own. There were also several others whose skills were quite commendable. Most were young and able-bodied, individuals whom the bandits had spared in hopes of recruiting them. Their unwillingness to become criminals had resulted in their imprisonment, a slow erosion of their spirits. Unexpectedly, they had been rescued by Zhang Anping, and among them were a few women, relatives of some of the captives, who clung to a faint hope that had allowed them to endure. Considering the abundance of armor, weapons, and horses they had acquired from the bandits, it was clear that transportation and protection were necessary to convey these goods to Zhou. After deliberating with his father and uncle, Zhang Anping instructed that, with the exception of Li Chengguan, all the others draft contracts of servitude, thus becoming his servants. However, he also assured them that this was merely a temporary arrangement. Should they wish to depart in the future, they could do so upon providing 100 taels of silver. After all, the provisions needed for their journey north would require considerable resources. In turbulent times, 100 taels of silver was not an insignificant sum. Ultimately, Zhang's family conducted a tally, revealing that, aside from Li Chengguan and his 2 male servants, 37 individuals remained, consisting of 32 men and 5 women. Most were young adults, although all appeared famished and bore various injuries. However, none bore fatal wounds. With some care, they would soon be full of vigor. Zhang Anping pondered that today. In his endeavor to rescue, the men from both the Zhang and Li families numbered barely over 20. If a dozen ventured out for hunting, only a handful would remain to guard the camp, primarily composed of women and children. The manpower was indeed insufficient. Fortunately, their acquisition of 3 additional servants today alleviated this concern. Even if 20 were to go hunting, there would still be around 30 men to defend the camp, well equipped with swords, firearms, and armor. Thus, their strength would surpass that of a typical wealthy caravan. As dawn broke, they began to tidy up. Zhang Anping felt a twinge of reluctance towards the courtyard, but upon realizing that its master had colluded with marauders to supply them, his disdain for the place deepened. Resolutely, they emptied the courtyard and set it ablaze. The bowls, belongings, and provisions of the bandits were swiftly transported away by the horses and carts discovered in the marauders' hideout. Descending the mountain in a grand procession of 10, Zhang Jichuan commenced treating their injuries along the way. Thankfully, the wounds were merely superficial, posing no challenge to Zhang Jichuan's skill. Disguised as a man, none suspected that this diminutive physician was, in fact, a woman. Her remarkable medical prowess and swift actions commanded respect, defying any underestimation. Upon returning to the camp, their arrival sparked initial panic. It was only after Zhang's warriors hurried over to explain that the camp realized these many were their own. Zhang Laotu was overjoyed to find the children unharmed and astonished to learn they had brought back 40 individuals, along with substantial provisions and supplies filling over a dozen carts. The influx of horses was equally impressive, dramatically strengthening their ranks, leaving Zhang Laotu in a state of disbelief. A humble farmer like him never envisioned becoming a patriarch. With nearly 30 or 40 individuals kneeling before him, calling him patriarch, he marveled at his grandson's remarkable achievements. Not only had he rescued his elder son, but also returned with such an abundance of resources and companions. His mind struggled to comprehend the magnitude of it all. Consequently, after the newly acquired servants had paid their respects, Zhang Laotu called Zhang Anping and his 3 sons aside. The Zhang family bore numerous scars, yet all were merely superficial, and their lives were safe. They gathered to discuss their future plans. When we departed from Daxing village, our entire family consisted of only 1 cart and a donkey cart, totaling 19 souls. We believed that if we could safely reach Azhou, we would have no regrets. Who could have foreseen that today, upon reflection, we now possess 60 horses, all double-hitched carts, and have gained an additional 40 individuals, including 3 able-bodied men? Now, our total stands at 62 souls. As the old man Zhang reached this point in his discourse, the Zhang brothers could not help but cast their proud gazes upon Zhang Anping. Indeed, while others faced the harrowing trials of separation and loss during their flights from calamity, often enduring the heart-wrenching pangs of life and death, the Zhang family's journey had been markedly different. They had begun with humble rations of porridge and wild vegetables, a family of 19 traversing the wilderness, their feet blistered and bloodied. Yet now, they found themselves with horse-drawn carriages, even being addressed as lord by a throng of admirers, once mere farmers. Such notions had been beyond their wildest dreams. However, they were acutely aware that this transformation was solely due to the efforts of the 3rd generation, particularly Zhang Anping. It was he who had rendered their escape from adversity so astonishing. I am but an old farmer, struggling to provide for my family of 19, the elder Zhang sighed. Now, with 60 to 70 mouths to feed, along with so many livestock and carriages, I find myself utterly incapable of managing such a vast enterprise. Thus, I propose we gather to deliberate on our future course. The Zhang family was indeed flourishing, yet the elder recognized his limitations. Managing a household of a few was one matter, but overseeing such a large clan was an entirely different challenge. Grandfather, one of the brothers interjected. The core of this household remains with the 19 of us. The others can be managed easily, just like before. Keep them occupied and there will be no issues. You needn't overthink it. Simply ensure that food and drink are provided, and leave the rest to us. Zhang Anping smiled, taken aback that these individuals would place such a burden on his grandfather. After all, he had never assumed the mantle of a patriarch, particularly over such a multitude, and felt a pang of trepidation regarding his ability to manage well. Indeed, father, perhaps I and the 2nd brother could venture out to hunt while the 3rd brother guards the camp. We can rotate our patrols among us 3 daily. This way, there is no cause for worry, and life will continue as it has. Yes, precisely. Should anyone beneath us dare to misbehave or engage in unsavory conduct, simply call upon Lu San. As for the kitchen, let the 3rd daughter-in-law handle it with her assistant. Indeed, it is imperative that everyone survives. The leadership must remain with you, but do consider Anping's counsel. The 3 Zhang brothers and Zhang Anping all concurred that it would be best for the elder Zhang to manage the caravan. His wisdom and age made him well suited for the task, while the brothers would provide support, complemented by Zhang Onping's insights. Perhaps we should appoint Onping as the leader of this caravan. What say you? The elder Zhang glanced at his grandson, believing it would be beneficial. While the brothers contemplated that, in truth, the caravan had always been under Onping's influence. That will not suffice, grandfather. You should continue to oversee matters. I have something of even greater importance to attend to. Chapter 30. Hope is the key to survival. Zhang Onping asserted that managing these individuals was a trivial matter. The true significance lay in enhancing the capabilities of his several sisters. After all, a powerful master need not fear a multitude of servants. Yet a weak master with strong servants could spell disaster. Upon hearing this, Zhang Laotu and the Zhang brothers nodded in agreement, particularly Zhang Jiwu and Zhang Jiawen, who were deeply moved. If it weren't for that girl Zhang Zhixiao's poison, how could we have triumphed over so many bandits? In the heat of battle, we were hardly a match for them, one brother remarked. Even if an were to protect us with all his might, we cannot become a burden to him. Zhang Laotu had heard of the bandits succumbing to the poison as well. They could hardly believe that such cunning was possessed by the young Zhang Zhixia. Zhang Zhichuan's skills in healing were equally remarkable, while Zhang Zhichuo's archery was unparalleled, even without Zhang Onping's intervention. His precision with the bow could have felled the bandit leader. Very well, let my cherished grandson take the lead in organizing our efforts. Zhang Laotu had come to a realization. Initially, he had harbored doubts regarding his granddaughter's pursuing such peculiar skills, but after this ordeal, he and the Zhang brothers were wholeheartedly supportive of their training under Zhang Onping. The benefits were evident, and concerning their future marriages, Zhang Laotu felt less urgency. In the past, the daughters of the Zhang family could only hope to marry into prosperous farming families from the village or tradesmen from the town, perhaps even families of slightly educated individuals. However, many of their current servants were reasonably literate and came from families with considerable assets. Thus, when the time came for their daughters to wed, their prospects would certainly not be worse than before. Once the family reached a consensus on this matter, they promptly divided their tasks. They maintained a single horse-drawn carriage for the family, with Zhang Onping traveling in the finest one, while Zhang Laotu and Zhang Laotai had a separate carriage. The remaining carriages were designated for transporting grain and supplies. The servants who could handle the horses were chosen to drive the carriages, while the more seriously injured would ride to recuperate. And those in better condition would accompany Zhang Jiwu and the others on horseback to oversee the convoy. At night, the three brothers formed 3 teams, taking turns to guard the camp with over a dozen servants, allowing for 1 night's watch and 2 days of rest, a far more manageable arrangement than before. The kitchen duties were undertaken by the third daughter-in-law and several women, who, in their spare time, could sew shoes, socks, and clothing for everyone. With this organization, although the household had grown in number, it remained orderly and efficient. The Li family trailed closely behind the Zhangs, with their camps adjacent, providing mutual support in times of need. However, more often than not, the Li family seemed to depend on the Zhangs for their existence. After all, the recent surge in the young and strong of the Zhang family surpassed even that of the Li family, inciting a blend of envy and a resolute determination to cling tightly to this advantageous alliance. The Zhang family adhered to their customary routine, rising with the dawn to prepare meals, pausing only briefly at noon to consume some provisions and hydrate, before selecting a camping spot in the afternoon for both their horses and themselves to rest adequately. Along the journey, the number of pedestrians had significantly diminished, as they lagged far behind, while the majority of their companions were in horse-drawn carriages. However, the presence of such a large caravan as the Zhangs was still exceedingly rare. Consequently, upon their departure, other carriages would instinctively yield space, with some even following at a distance for a semblance of safety. Zhang Onping, seated within the carriage, felt fatigued after studying with a few of his sisters, and thus he drew back the curtain. This carriage was being driven by Lu San, with his son Liebao sitting at the front to attend to Zhang Onping's needs. The sky was overcast, and the biting wind stung their faces, calculating the time. It was nearly the end of November, and such weather could herald snow at any moment. Liebao, please inform the second master to select a camping site early. We might expect snow tonight. Certainly, young master, Liebao replied, and Lu San, having overheard Zhang Onping's words, swiftly rode ahead to alert Zhang Jiwu of the impending change in weather. Zhang Jiwu, too, had sensed the shift. Yesterday had been lethargically sunny. Yet today the sky had darkened ominously, with the north wind howling, causing discomfort to their ears and cheeks. Indeed, this chill was a stark contrast to the warmth they had experienced in Daxing village. Though their home had been dilapidated, it had provided shelter, exposed to the elements. A heavy snowfall could prove perilous. As the afternoon progressed, the gloom thickened, interspersed with flecks of snow, compelling the Zhang family to seek shelter earlier than planned. They soon settled on a location shielded from the wind with a nearby water source. Once the site was chosen, preparations commenced for erecting thick tents, utilizing supplies obtained from their last refuge. Third Miss began to prepare meals for 10. Zhang Anping took a moment to inspect the cooking, which consisted of rice porridge with sweet potatoes and some wild vegetables, reminiscent of their fare during their initial escape from famine. Third Miss, please add an extra half bag of rice. The porridge needs to be substantial. In this cold, let us also prepare a pot of meat soup. It's vital to eat well on the road to avoid illness. And wasn't he instructed for Mei Nyang to rest and not labor? Zhang Anping pointed to a heavily pregnant woman, Mei Nyang, who had been rescued from the last refuge. She was now 7 months along, her husband missing. And after being saved by Zhang Anping, she had returned to the Zhang family, assisting Third Miss in the kitchen. Zhang Anping observed that she had various physical inconveniences. Thus he always allowed her to refrain from labor. However, Mei Nyangzi was exceedingly cautious, lacking a male companion, and was fearful that others might scorn her for consuming more than she contributed. Consequently, she often volunteered for tasks, and today was no exception. Mei Nyangzi refuses. But she is merely 7 months along. Moving about is permissible. I have not asked her to perform heavy labor, just some minor tasks, Xin Yang sighed. In truth, she felt she had been quite considerate towards Mei Nyangzi, for even when they had given birth to their daughters, they toiled daily until the moment of delivery. From now on, pregnant women shall dine as we do and need not work. Mei Nyangzi, you may rest in the tent, Zhang Anping declared, leaving Mei Nyangzi momentarily stunned. Before she hastily knelt down, young master, please do not dismiss me. I am of no use and cannot labor. How could I dare to rest and eat as you do? Mei Nyangzi wept, feeling that as a woman without a husband, merely managing to eat enough to survive was a great fortune. How could she presume to rest like the masters? This is my decree, henceforth. Any pregnant female servant of the Zhang family shall receive the same rations as the masters, and after 7 months, she may rest, exempt from labor until 2 months post-delivery. This is the rule. Zhang Anping glanced at Mei Nyangzi, who was pitiable, having been rescued from a den of wolves and fortunate to survive. He hoped the child would be born safely. Although these individuals had to be taken as servants under extraordinary circumstances, he wished to provide them with hope, enabling them to survive and thrive. Indeed, this proclamation caused the women, who had been busily preparing food, to brighten with smiles, their postures straightening. Today it was Mei Nyangzi. But if they too were to become pregnant in the future, might they also receive such privileges? The thought brought them a sense of inner peace. Zhang Anping soon brought a piece of pork leg, announcing that snow was likely to fall today, and encouraged everyone to enjoy some meat to keep warm. With rice porridge and meat available, the camp erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, the Zhang family gathered in the largest tent to partake in their meal. 19 family members sat around, enjoying stewed radishes with meat, stir-fried greens, dried fish with pickled vegetables, and a large bowl of konjac tofu. This tofu had been made recently from acorns ground into powder after discovering an oak tree. It was perfect for pairing with their drinks today. During the meal, Zhang Anping shared a significant portion of meat from his bowl with his sisters. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded in the tent, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Chapter 31. The first snowfall. Zhang Anping suddenly stood up, disregarding his meal as the men of the Zhang family rushed outside. They were met with a swirling tempest of snowflakes, each one remarkably large, transforming the ground into a blanket of white in mere moments. The tent had collapsed significantly under the weight of the heavy snow and the fierce winds. Loose and hurried over, as several tents outside had already been uprooted. The ferocity of the wind and snow was wholly unexpected. After all, they hailed from the south, unprepared for the terrifying snowstorms of the north at the end of November. Even with a sense of foreboding, they were caught off guard. Quickly, send someone to gather dry firewood. If the storm intensifies, warmth will become an issue. And we must take the small path tomorrow. We cannot afford to lose our way. Upon Zhang Anping's urgent call, Lu San promptly ordered everyone to collect more firewood. Otherwise, a night of heavy snowfall could prove fatal, especially since they were Southerners who had little knowledge of the relentless nature of such snow. Would it continue endlessly? Thus, the Zhang family neglected their meals, the adults rushing out to gather wood. Initially, they could see the firewood on the ground, but soon, it was all concealed beneath a thick layer of snow, forcing them to dig through it to find the dry branches. Fortunately, Zhang Anping demonstrated remarkable leadership, dispatching everyone to work diligently. With many hands, they quickly amassed a pile of firewood resembling a small mountain, leaving them drenched in sweat. Some kindled a fire, drying their clothes while enjoying bowls of rice porridge with pork. Witnessing such a hearty meal brought smiles to many faces. Despite the arduous labor, the Zhang family treated them generously. Their provisions were ample, rendering their situation far more favorable than that of the refugees on the road. When Zhang Anping, his stomach growling, returned, he noticed the food on the table had remained untouched, and a fire had been lit in the tent, melting the snow from their clothes. The food had cooled, but San Yang reheated it, allowing everyone to gather and share a meal. At the table, old Zhang occasionally glanced outside. The snow in the north is indeed formidable. If it continues like this, we may not be able to proceed. We must take the small path early and find a spot near the woods. We will need to hunt in winter. We cannot afford to sit idly, consuming our provisions, and if the cold becomes too severe, we must find somewhere to settle until spring arrives. Otherwise, before the barbarians arrive, we may freeze to death. Old Zhang observed the pale faces of the children. They had shown foresight, preparing winter clothing well in advance and preserving the pelts of game hunted throughout the year. Yet, even with such preparation, they, being Southerners, had underestimated the power of the northern snow. After everyone had eaten, the night had grown quite deep. The snow outside shows no signs of abating, accumulating to a depth of half a foot. Zhang Anping and his father embark on a patrol, noticing that the snow has been cleared from the top of their tent. Inside, a fire burns brightly. While their winter garments have been distributed, a few individuals remain to tend to the flames, while the rest huddle together, deeply asleep. Despite the heavy snowfall, the addition of meat stew and ample dry wood ensures they are not at risk of freezing to death. Alas, this relentless snow may claim the lives of countless common folk. Zhang Anping muses, casting a glance behind him. Their caravan moves swiftly, yet many refugees rely solely on their legs, burdened by their packs, most of whom hail from the south and have never encountered such an imposing snowfall. It is likely that many must camp out in the open, and in such frigid conditions, enduring a night exposed to the elements could lead to illness. The number of lives lost to the cold during winter is incalculable. These savage invaders, and the plight of the people. It is fortunate that we are still alive. Tomorrow we shall reach the small path the escort leader informed us about. We must not stray from it. If the snow ceases, we must hasten our journey to find a safe haven before the next snowstorm descends, or else. Zhang's father, Wu, looks back apprehensively at the tents. Though they possess tents, they are Southerners, unaccustomed to the harsh northern snow. Today, as snowfall is unlike anything they have ever witnessed. It is barely the end of November. And if the snow continues, this group, despite their tents, may struggle to progress northward through the snow. It would be wiser to seek shelter where they can evade the pursuit of the invaders and find a place to endure the winter. Otherwise, they may face dire consequences. Let us see what tomorrow brings, Zhang Anping remarks, gazing at the swirling snowflakes descending from the sky. He had not anticipated such a formidable snowfall in November. In a mere moment, the ground has already accumulated a thick layer of snow. By morning, their tents may be entirely buried. The northern snow is indeed formidable. Upon returning to his carriage, Zhang Anping finds Lai Bao shivering by the vehicle, stamping his feet to keep warm. "Young master, please come inside the carriage. It's warm in there, and I've laid down fur for you." Upon entering, Zhang Anping discovers the interior lined with thick rabbit fur, and the surrounding area draped in pelts for warmth. Inside the carriage is significantly warmer than outside. As he settles in, Lai Bao climbs aboard to help him remove his outer coat. Just as he prepares to step outside, Zhang Anping calls out to him. "Lai Bao, the carriage is warm. You should sleep inside and not venture out. Your small frame is vulnerable to the cold, and if you fall ill, I would have to tend to you." This sentiment brings Lai Bao immense joy, prompting him to kneel within the carriage and bow deeply. Originally a servant meant to guard his young master from outside, he is now invited inside, Such kindness shields him from the harsh cold. Upon learning that Zhang Anping had allowed Landbound to sleep inside the horse-drawn carriage, Lu San gently patted the child's head, advising him to remain vigilant while sleeping that night, for they had encountered a benevolent master. The lives of their entire family had been salvaged by the kind-hearted young gentleman, a debt of gratitude they must all remember. That night, the bonfire at the Zhang family's camp burned incessantly, and fortunately, the snow ceased by midnight. However, by dawn, the Li family discovered that a servant had succumbed to the cold, one who had already been feverish. Zhang Anping promptly instructed Zhang Zichuan to prepare some medicine and send it over, along with some ginger and other provisions. At that moment, the entire world was cloaked in white, save for the verdant pines. After making a swift circuit on horseback, Zhang Jiawu returned with a grave expression. He reported that the heavy snowfall had struck unexpectedly, resulting in the demise of numerous refugees, many of whom had knelt before him, offering to sell themselves into servitude in exchange for a morsel of food. Yet, under such circumstances, Zhang Jiawu could only harden his heart and refuse. They could scarcely accommodate any more people, especially not knowing what further snowstorms lay ahead. "Let us set forth," Zhang Anping declared. "On this journey, we must endeavor to find a suitable refuge before the next snowfall descends, so that we may endure this winter." He gazed at the path obscured by snow. They had to move forward. Remaining stationary in this wintry tempest was not an option. Though none had yet exhibited symptoms of fever, how would they survive the coming months? Relying solely on a few tents was untenable. They needed to find a cave or some form of shelter. Otherwise, enduring the winter with so many would be exceedingly arduous. As the sun emerged, the chill intensified, and just as the group prepared to depart, they noticed Lu Shi rushing towards them in a fluster. She reported that Mei Nyang was in dire straits, having experienced complications during the night, and now she was bleeding. Lu Shi had come specifically to inquire what to do. Meanwhile, Mei Nyang had begun to weep, her gaze fixed on the departing caravan, her body stained with blood, as if a realization struck her. Zhang Anping, accompanied by the anxious Zhang Zichuan, observed the bloodstains on the snow, yet they could not find any trace of Mei Nyang. Lu Shi, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Young master, when I went to find you, Mei Nyang was right here. I do not know where she is gone. Perhaps you should set out first?" Lu Shi was on the verge of tears. Had the Mei Nyang she cared for truly vanished? "Search for her, everyone. Go and find her." As Zhang Anping uttered these words, the commotion had also roused Zhang Laotu and Zhang Laotai. Chapter 32. To live is to have hope. Let us search for Mei Nyangzi. If we cannot find her within the hour, we must depart. The snow has finally ceased, and who knows if it will commence again. With so many stranded here, if the snowfall persists for several days, we shall not endure it. The old man Zhang glanced at the prepared carriage. His heart was not devoid of compassion. It was simply that with so many people, prolonged delays in this frigid weather would leave both the carriage and its occupants in dire straits. The servants, clad in thin garments, would surely suffer from the cold. If people could just run, they might find warmth. Everyone set out to search for Mei Nyangzi, and soon they found her, barely clinging to life in a snowdrift. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, and her garments were stained with blood. Upon seeing Zhang Anping and the others, she struggled to rise and knelt before them. "Young master, your immense kindness shall be repaid in my next life, where I will toil like a beast to repay you. In this bitter cold, I cannot be a burden to you all. This place is quite suitable. I wish to lie here and forever be with my child." Mei Nyangzi felt the stirrings of labor, overwhelmed by the harshness of winter and the perilous journey. Even if the Zhang family were to rescue her, if the child were lost, she believed it would be better not to burden her benefactors, and to depart thus would be a form of gratitude. She regarded herself as a liability. How could she impose upon the benevolent Zhang family in such dire circumstances? The only honorable course was to depart quietly, thus honoring their kindness. Foolishness. Sister, quickly check if the child can be saved. Also, make sure she consumes this immediately. Get her onto the carriage. Clear mine out so Mei Nyangzi can rest. Though you are my servant, I shall not allow anyone to perish on this treacherous journey. To live is to have hope. Your child shall surely be safe. Do not abandon him." In the Dazhou dynasty, a woman bleeding was considered ill-fated. Mei Nyangzi, fearing to be a liability, had hidden away in the snowdrift, contemplating her own demise. Yet this troubled Zhang Anping's heart. Having encountered her, as a member of the Zhang caravan, he could not permit her to perish. be she a servant or kin. Benefactor. Young master, let me go. I am but a burden. My condition prevents me from keeping pace with the caravan. I would only endanger you all. You are good people. Please leave me and continue your journey. Main Yangzi knelt, repeatedly bowing her head, while Zhang Jichuan persistently checked her pulse. Get into the carriage. Even if the child is lost, as long as you live, there will be other children in the future. I will not allow my servants to die. All of you must live well. No one is permitted to perish. Though Zhang Anping was young, the fervor of his words warmed the hearts of his family and the servants behind him, especially the servants, all of whom felt their eyes moisten with tears. Such a master as he was rare in this world. Clearly, he sought to offer them a chance at life by taking them in as his servants. Otherwise, how many souls perish from frost, hunger, or illness along the path of escape? Brother, Main Yangzi's child is still alive. If we care for them, perhaps we can save them. Quickly, someone, lift Main Yangzi onto another cart. I shall tend to her. Zhang Jichuan's face bore a resolute expression. As her brother had stated, the Zhang family must not lose a single life. She felt compelled to heed his words and ensure the survival of Main Yangzi's child. Upon the young lady's call, preparations for the cart were swiftly made, and several women hastily lifted Main Yangzi onto it. Once everything was arranged, they resumed their journey, and soon Zhang Anping found some medicines to stabilize the pregnancy and stop the bleeding, instructing Landbound to deliver the remedies to Main Yangzi. Meanwhile, Main Yangzi lay in the cart, exhibiting signs of fever and weeping incessantly. Miss, you are all such good people. I am a burden to you. I cannot repay your kindness. Just let me die. It would be a way to repay you. In my next life, I shall serve you as a beast of burden. Tears streamed down Main Yangzi's face, and Zhang Jichuan felt a pang of headache, resorting to a stern admonition. The young master has decreed that you shall not die. If you were to perish, would that not be a slap in the young master's face? This is not gratitude. You are seeking revenge, are you not? Main Yangzi was momentarily taken aback, and before she could process this, Landbound arrived with the medicine. He informed her that the young master had specifically prepared the remedies for her to take immediately. With tears in her eyes, she consumed the medicine, and soon the bleeding ceased. Remarkably, the child's vitality proved resilient, and the pregnancy was preserved. This filled Main Yangzi with joy as she realized the child was indeed fortunate. Finally, she could rest easy and focus on nurturing the life within her. After the commotion of the morning, Zhang Laotu was astonished to observe a palpable shift in the spirit of the caravan. Despite the biting cold, each person's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. They understood that even as Zhang family servants, the young master would never abandon them, ensuring their safe passage to Azhou. They were not merely subservient. They were carving out a path to survival for themselves. With this newfound resolve, the servants of the Zhang family spurred their horses, keeping pace with the caravan. As the sun emerged, the snow along the road began to melt, leaving behind traces of wheel marks. Ahead of Zhang's caravan, another large procession of 30 or more carts approached. As the two caravans converged, the other group began to encroach upon their path, persistently pressuring Zhang's caravan to the roadside. One cart, pulling Zhang Shun's family, nearly toppled into the ditch. Yet, that cart continued to push forward. Zhang Laotu observed the approaching procession, remained silent, and simply instructed everyone to stop, to the side, to allow this convoy to pass. The path ahead is blanketed in snow, its depth and traversability unknown. With such a large caravan leading the way, it would be prudent to yield to them. One should avoid misfortune at this juncture, Elder Zhang murmured, drawing on his pipe as he spoke softly to Zhang Anping. Understood, Grandpa, Zhang Anping replied, casting a cold gaze at the encroaching horse-drawn carts. Each cart was of a uniform design, surpassing even the finest one owned by his family. Moreover, the carts were spacious, drawn by 3 horses, resembling mobile abodes. The occupants within must be quite comfortable. Notably, despite the 3-horse teams, Zhang Anping observed that the wheels of their carts sank deeply into the snow, indicating they were laden with considerable supplies. Additionally, there were dozens of riders. Those seated atop their mounts exhibited impeccable posture, their backs straight and shoulders steady, suggesting they had undergone professional training. Clad in uniform, thick blue garments, their waists bulged with provisions, and they bore bows and arrows, all standardized. This display hinted at the possibility that they were private soldiers of some noble family. Typically, affluent families possessed no more than a dozen carts. akin to the Li family trailing behind them. As a cart passed by the Zhang family, a passenger lifted the window to glance at them, only to quickly let the curtain fall again. My lord, the ones who yielded the path earlier spoke with a dialect from Jizhou, yet their leader seems unfamiliar. Though they number many and possess numerous mounts and carts, they appear a ragtag assembly, even including a donkey among them, reported a steward to one of the carts. These individuals are no cause for concern. They have shown wisdom in yielding the road, came the response. Let us proceed without further ado. We must hasten our journey. The sky suggests more snow may fall, and we must reach Jinling swiftly. Delays are not an option. The occupants of the cart appeared somewhat fatigued and ceased their conversation thereafter. Their cart soon left the Zhang families behind. In contrast, the Zhang family moved at a slower pace, attentively observing their surroundings. According to the map left by the Hu family's escort agency, they were to traverse the official and alternate roads by today, who had repeatedly cautioned them against taking the official route. Thus, they exercised great caution, fearful of straying onto the main road, diligently searching for the designated alternate route marked on the map. However, after an extended time, they had yet to spot this alternative path. Furthermore, Zhang Jiwu, who had ventured ahead to scout, soon returned with disheartening news. Chapter 33. Finding joy amidst suffering. The fork in the road cannot be found ahead. The earth is completely blanketed in snow, and there are no signs of a village in sight. If we cannot locate a suitable campsite tonight, I fear we may have to spend another night in the snow. Zhang Jiwu lamented, his face flushed from the biting wind. Even under the sun, the temperature remained frigid, and the ground was largely covered in snow. They worried that, due to the heavy snowfall, they might miss any potential paths altogether. To make matters worse, they had yet to encounter a place suitable for rest. With the ground cloaked in white, it was impossible to discern where the cliffs and deep snow pits lay. Even the banks of rivers they had once traversed were now deemed too treacherous to approach, for the fear of falling in was all too real. In such frigid conditions, a fall into icy waters could spell disaster for even the healthiest among them. To fall ill while fleeing meant one foot would already be in the realm of the Grim Reaper. Let us set up camp early tonight, following the tracks of the cart for safety. Even if it means moving slowly, we cannot place everyone in peril. The elder Zhang declared after a brief consultation with his family. The snow fell relentlessly, and the temperatures plummeted, with the north wind howling, chilling them to the bone. For those from the south, fleeing to the north was indeed a harrowing ordeal. Father, I have studied the map. In a few days, we should reach the borders of Hangzhou, where we might find a small town or village. There, we could replenish our supplies or simply find a place to rest. Zhang Jiawen suggested. They were all strangers to Wuzhou, but knew that after Qianzhou came Jizhou, and beyond that lay Hangzhou. Once they passed Hangzhou, they would have traversed half the distance to Wuzhou. They were currently positioned at the boundary between Jizhou and Hangzhou, a desolate area filled with forests and lakes. Had it not been for the snow, they might have been able to hunt and rest. However, with the snowfall, the dangers multiplied. A moment's inattention could result in one falling into a snow pit, perhaps never to rise again. Indeed, we are numerous, and common brigands would think twice before attacking us. Let us seek a campsite early this evening, the elder Zhang mused, casting a hopeful glance at the sky, silently praying that the snow would cease. Another heavy snowfall would render their journey nearly impossible, not to mention the plight of the other refugees. Cursed be the barbaric tribes. Were it not for them, they would not have been forced to leave their homes and flee northward. And what of the great Zhou dynasty? Had they dispatched troops to quell these savages? In such chaotic times, the common folk truly suffered. Before dusk, Zhang Jiwu discovered a spacious campsite sheltered from the wind and swiftly informed his family that they would rest there for the night. However, upon their arrival, they were dismayed to find that the site they had hoped for was already occupied by the very caravan they had seen earlier that day. This situation left Zhang Jiawu filled with indignation, yet he refrained from inciting a conflict. Ultimately, the Zhang family opted to establish their camp in a lower, albeit smaller, area to rest. Consequently, the horses, carts, and people were all crowded together, creating a certain cacophony. Upon receiving the news, old man Zhang sighed. Well, I discern from the accent of that caravan that they hail from Jizhou. When one is out in the world, fleeing from calamity, how can everything go as one wishes? Moreover, you chose this spot initially without marking it, and even if you had, it is hardly a significant matter, just a single night. Old man Zhang, A true farmer at heart, felt a sense of reverence upon hearing his grandson's analysis that the caravan might belong to a prominent family from Jizhou. He recalled that he had previously bowed and knelt before such families. Now, being able to sit together in a cart. What harm would it do to yield a little space? Compared to their past, their family had made tremendous strides. Zhang Anping stood atop his family's cart, observing a nearby family that had begun gathering firewood to kindle a campfire, while others ventured out to hunt. It's cold and snowing, while the daylight still lingers. Let us also go hunting. Zhang Anping called out to his busy family, and, after a moment of hesitation, his father nodded in agreement. In this frigid weather, if they could secure some game, it would serve as a delightful treat for everyone. Besides, with his son being a little lucky star, he always returned from hunts with something. This time, Zhang Anping, noting the bitter cold, recalled the numerous sheep in their courtyard. Plump and well-fed, perfect for a hearty meal in this weather. Therefore, when they set out to hunt, they invited Lu San and a few others to accompany them. With the Zhang family's caravan being plentiful, it was unlike times past when even a few individuals leaving to hunt would leave the camp unguarded. In the snowy terrain, tracking wild animals became easier as their speed diminished. Along the way, they encountered plenty of rabbits and pheasants, though no larger game. Zhang Anping moved ahead, often tossing out some rabbits, for their courtyard was overrun with them, and managing the surplus was prudent. As for the goats, Zhang Anping had broken the leg of one and discarded it in the wilderness, where it was fortuitously discovered by their group. A cheer erupted among the hunters. Their spirits lifted. This adult ram, substantial in size, offered plenty of meat. Its hide could provide warmth, the bones could be simmered for broth, and even the entrails would not be wasted. All would be cleaned and cooked into soup. As the hunters returned, laden with their catch just before darkness fell, they unexpectedly encountered another hunting party. This group comprised over 10 adult men, some leading hunting dogs and others with falcons perched on their arms. Each man bore a bow and arrow, having also secured a fair amount of game, their moods seemingly high. However, upon seeing Zhang Jiawu and his entourage approaching, their eyes widened in surprise, and the animals they had caught began barking, while the falcons on their arms flapped their wings restlessly. They captured over a dozen rabbits and wild chickens, feeling that their efforts were not in vain. However, upon witnessing the group across the way, who effortlessly bore numerous rabbits and wild chickens on makeshift poles, envy flickered in their eyes. The individuals on the opposite side appeared to be unarmed, carrying little more than a few quivers. How could they have such incredible fortune? They had procured so much game. Wait, is that a goat? A rather large one, requiring the strength of 2 grown men to lift it? Such luck is truly enviable. How could they have managed to catch a goat? In that instant, their own catch seemed insipid and meager, especially considering the size of their party, which included hunting dogs and falcons. Their haul barely amounted to a fraction of what the others had acquired. No, collectively, their bounty paled in comparison to what one individual from the opposing group could carry on a pole. Nevertheless, upon returning to their camp, the arrival of these hunters sparked a cheer. The leader of the group pondered for a moment before approaching the master to recount the day's encounter with the Zhang family. There must be skilled hunters among that group, particularly those with exceptional archery skills. Their catch is truly impressive, even including a goat. Master, should we inquire about their origins from Jizhou? Since they hail from Jizhou, let us send them some food as a token of gratitude for allowing us passage today. I heard from the steward that a cart belonging to that household nearly overturned to give way for us. Send the second young master over, and instruct him to be gracious. The leader of the caravan appeared to be of considerable age, his health not in the best condition, as he coughed intermittently while speaking, which caused the steward standing beside him to wear a look of concern. As Zhang Anping and his companions returned to the camp carrying the goat, they were met with jubilant cheers. What could be more delightful than acquiring a goat on a snowy day? Some began to boil water, others started skinning the goat, while yet others cleaned the entrails, creating a bustling scene within the camp. Meanwhile, the caravan sent word that they had arrived with provisions: 100 pounds of fine glutinous rice, 100 pounds of yellow beans, and a sizable ham weighing several tens of pounds. This gift was rather extravagant, leaving old Zhang perplexed about their intentions. He learned that the one delivering the gifts was a young lad, so he sent Zhang Anping to assist in the reception. Little did they anticipate that the youthful visitor bearing gifts would turn out to be of remarkable lineage. Chapter 34. The Zhang family of Daxing. My steward mentioned that you possess a Jizhou accent. Today, in your endeavor to clear the path for our convoy, your carriage nearly overturned. I am most grateful. My family also hails from the Chiu clan of Jizhou. May I inquire as to your lineage? The youth standing before Zhang Anping, despite his courteous words, could not conceal the underlying arrogance that permeated his demeanor. Appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, his eyes bore a rebellious and untamed spirit. The Chiu family of Jizhou? Upon hearing this, Zhang Anping felt a sense of understanding wash over him. No wonder. The lord of Jizhou bore the surname Chiu. Judging by the youth's haughty disposition, he could very well be of the same bloodline as the city lord. In Jizhou, the Chiu family held a status akin to that of local sovereigns, which explained their lofty pride. What surprised Zhang Anping, however, was their visit today to present gifts while speaking so courteously. What was their intention? The Chiu family? May I ask how you address the city lord, young sir? That would be my father. I am Chiu Xiaorong, the sole heir of the Chiu family. This declaration startled the elder Zhang, causing his knees to weaken as he nearly sank to the ground. It was only due to Zhang Anping's timely grasp that he managed to steady himself. It is worth noting that the Zhang family in Daxing village was merely a common farming household, and even in the presence of the village chief, they spoke with utmost respect, often kneeling to communicate. The chief, in turn, would kneel before the county magistrate. Yet the magistrate, before the young lord of Jizhou, would also be required to pay his respects. Indeed, this youth possessed a pride worthy of his status. The Zhang family of Daxing. I am Zhang Anping, the third-generation heir of my family. Zhang Anping offered a slight bow to Chiu Xiaoyong, but had no intentions of kneeling. The Zhang family of Daxing? I must admit, I have not heard of you. Where might you be headed? To Zhou. And might I ask where you, brother Chiu, are bound? Zhang Anping casually inquired, and in an effort to bond with Chiu Xiaoyong, he addressed him as brother. This, while somewhat irksome to Chiu Xiaoyong, prompted him to recall his uncle's counsel and respond with Jinling. So, they were headed to Jinling? I have heard that Lord Chiu has led troops against the barbarian invaders, but ultimately faced defeat. I wonder, is he safe? My father is missing. Initially, upon hearing your Jizhou accent, I intended to seek information about the whereabouts of our Jizhou army during your travels. It turned out that Jizhou had not yet fallen. As the barbarian forces advanced toward Qianzhou, the lord of Jizhou entrusted his wife and children to his elder brother, urging him to make haste to Jinling. He sought to preserve a fragment of their bloodline, while choosing to share the fate of Jizhou. Chiu Xiaoyong's uncle, the clan leader of the Chiu family, had retired from official duties after sustaining injuries years ago. Despite holding nobility, he could maintain a contingent of private soldiers. Following his brother's request, he allocated some of these troops to safeguard Jizhou, while taking the rest of his family directly to Jinling. Should Jizhou fall, he could petition the court in Jinling, reconnect with former allies, and ensure the survival of the Chiu lineage. Throughout our journey, we indeed have not heard any news regarding Lord Chiu. Zhang Anping respectfully acknowledged Chiu Xiaoyong with a slight bow. Although the Chiu family had initially resorted to highway robbery, and the young master of the Chiu clan displayed a measure of arrogance, the lord of Jizhou had proven himself commendable. After all, while the barbarian invaders rampaged through the land, the lord of Qianzhou had fled in disgrace. Yet the Jizhou defenders fought valiantly. Despite the eventual fall of the city and the lord's subsequent disappearance, their resistance was indeed praiseworthy. For this reason, Zhang Anping bore no ill will towards Chiu Xiaoyong's haughtiness. Upon his departure, he generously gifted half a sheep, along with 200 pounds of grain, 200 pounds of soybeans, several pounds of red dates, and some pears, an offering that exceeded the lavish gifts they had received by more than double. This left Chiu Xiaoyong, returning with the gifts, utterly perplexed. What manner of family was the Zhang clan to display such extravagant generosity? It seemed he had never heard of them before. Clearly, his father's counsel to remain humble and modest was wise. Even a small place like Jizhou was home to hidden talents. At that moment, the Zhang encampment was busy preparing lamb stew. The cold weather necessitated the sharing of half the sheep with the Chiu family, while the Zhangs reserved some for themselves, using the bones and offal to create a hearty broth with an abundance of chili peppers and radishes. As night fell, everyone was served a steaming bowl of lamb soup. Gathered around the campfire, sipping the warm broth, smiles adorned every face, and the warmth enveloped them, dispelling the chill of the evening. Meanwhile, San Yangzi had cooked a generous pot of white rice, providing each person with a hearty bowl. As they feasted on rice and lamb soup around the flickering flames, The atmosphere of the encampment transformed into a jubilant celebration, reminiscent of a festive holiday. Zhang Anping observed this lively scene with a contented smile. This was precisely the vibrancy that should characterize their gathering. Compared to the despairing snowfall, as long as the spirits remained buoyant and lively, the harsh winter seemed far less daunting. What truly incited fear was the thought of being ill-clad, malnourished, and weakened by sickness. Especially amidst such relentless snow, one could only dread the number of ailments that might arise during a single night. In contrast, within the Qiu family's encampment, although their provisions were ample, they exercised restraint, mindful of the long journey ahead to Jinling and the treacherous weather. Thus, they dined on rice porridge with some rabbit meat added, a delightful surprise given their circumstances. The lamb had been sent to the clan leader, who had been suffering from lingering injuries, making the nourishing qualities of the lamb all the more beneficial for his health. With this half-sheep, both the clan leader and the matriarch would be able to enjoy several days of warming lamb soup, warding off the chill. The dried soybeans were also a valuable resource, suitable for feeding the horses during this harsh weather. Otherwise, the animals would struggle to endure the severe cold. Hearing the distant melodies from the Zhang encampment, many gazed in that direction, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a convoy. They were the private soldiers of the noble lord, well prepared for the journey. Having set out from the city to head north several months prior, enduring the elements and grateful for even the modest rice porridge that occasionally contained meat. Such provisions were indeed a stroke of luck. However, to my astonishment, the little-known Zhang family of Daxing is rumored to feast on plain rice accompanied by mutton soup. Truly, the Zhang family possesses remarkable depth and richness. Master, 2 of the guards have developed fevers. They may have caught a chill. Unfortunately, our medicinal supplies are dwindling. We shall need to procure a substantial amount of herbs in Hangzhou, otherwise. Very well, make the necessary arrangements. Ensure the young master layers his clothing during tonight's patrol. Additionally, bring him a bowl of the mutton we acquired today. The patriarch of the Qiu family coughed, causing the steward great concern. As the cold set in, the old master's health deteriorated further. One could only wonder if they would safely reach Jinling. Moreover, the second master remained silent, leaving uncertainty about his fate. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping enjoyed a warm bowl of mutton soup nestled within the carriage on this snowy night. Savoring the warmth, he silently counted the sheep in his small courtyard. Initially, there were fewer than 10, but the prolific breeding of the ewes had led to a remarkable increase. Over the months of travel, nearly every ewe had given birth, often to 3 or 4 lambs at a time. Consequently, the courtyard now housed 20 to 30 bleating sheep. The sows were not to be outdone either, producing several litters of piglets, each boasting over 10 offspring. Zhang Anping mused that if consumption did not increase, the courtyard might soon become too crowded. In a few days, once settled, he planned to acquire another sheep for consumption. Lost in thought, he lay down, gradually drifting into slumber, when suddenly, a thunderous sound pierced the night. Enemy attack. It's the barbarians. The mere mention of those words jolted Zhang Anping from his dreams. Barbarians? They had fled from such threats for months, encountering only bandits along the way. Their speed had allowed them to avoid any direct confrontation with true barbarians. In fact, few among their group had even seen a barbarian. Lucen would often claim that those barbarians were not human. They consumed people. Come, bow. Ensure the women are protected, while the men follow me. As Zhang Anping spoke, he nudged the sleeping Bao awake with his foot. Hastily throwing on a garment, he leaped from the carriage. He beheld his father, visibly anxious, standing guard outside the convoy. Upon seeing him, his father stammered, "It's the barbarians. They're pursuing the Qiu family." I saw it. The 2-headed horses were as swift as the wind. What shall we do? At this moment, Zhang Wu spoke with an unmistakable tremor in his voice. Chapter 35. Together we live, together we die. Zhang Jiwu was originally an ordinary citizen of Daxing village in Jizhou during the Great Zhou dynasty. This escape was merely a desperate attempt to evade the brutal onslaught of the barbarians. Day and night they traveled, first on foot, then by cart, and now, packed with dozens of people, they found themselves once again confronted by the savages. "Father, you and the others should stay at the camp. I will go and take a look." After all, Lord Qiu once led a resistance against the barbarians, and to this day, his fate remains uncertain. His entire family must not perish unjustly at the hands of these fiends. Zhang Anping's gaze was steady. These barbarians had relentlessly pursued them. choosing to attack Chio's camp instead of plundering their own. It was hard to believe there were no traitors among them. Reflecting on the letters he discovered in that secluded courtyard, along with the tunnels and provisions, it seemed that the enemies of the Great Zhou had already infiltrated their ranks. He loathed the barbarians, but even more so, he despised the treachery from within. And then, I will go with you to protect you. Eldest brother, third brother. You guard the camp. Zhang Jiawu insisted on accompanying him, but Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiaxuan were equally reluctant, all wishing to follow Zhang Anping. After all, he was the hope and soul of the entire Zhang family. He could not afford to fall. No, you need not accompany me. The more people there are, the harder it is to protect. I have not yet engaged in combat with the barbarians. Master, I have encountered barbarians before. I will go with you. Despite trembling at the thought of the savages, Lu Xun stepped forward. Even if he were to perish, the Zhang family would take care of his wife and children. Brother, we are with you. Zhang Ziqiu, bow in hand, was an expert marksman who had never missed a shot. Several sisters were also anxious, insisting on joining him. Grandfather, keep everyone in line. I will only take Lu San. Everyone else must safeguard the camp. Without my orders, no one is to leave. Zhang Anping's gaze swept over the faces of his kin, all of whom were willing to risk their lives to accompany him. Yet, if he were to perish, no one would be able to issue commands to lead them from the camp. For the first time, Zhang Anping was set to confront the legendary barbarians. Strangely, he felt not nervousness but a sense of anticipation. However, as soon as his figure vanished, old Zhang issued a command for all capable warriors in the camp to prepare and move towards Chio's encampment. If an is gone, then there is no reason for our caravan to exist. If we must die, let us die together. Upon hearing these words from old Zhang, everyone straightened their spines, including the heavily pregnant Mei Nyang and Zhang Anping's 9th and 10th sisters. As a family, they would live together or die together. Without Anping, they would not survive alone. They would rather embrace death together. Yet we cannot hinder Anping. We must assist him. Should anything befall him, we will launch a suicidal attack and fight the barbarians to the bitter end. Old Zhang quickly made his decision. They were but common folk. Yet when faced with the barbarians, even in their fear, if their loved ones were threatened, they would fight valiantly, prepared to sacrifice themselves. At this moment, the encampment of the Chio family was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the barbarian invaders and their mercenaries. The Chio family soldiers, embodying the essence of their lineage, were exceptional warriors, each a rare gem among the 10. Even in the dead of night, when the barbarians launched their surprise attack, they swiftly assembled and valiantly engaged the enemy. In the darkness, the exact number of barbarians was unknown, yet the sight of their two-headed steeds was unmistakable. These horses towered over ordinary mounts, their unique dual heads marking them as a rarity not often seen in the Great Zhou dynasty. Many years prior, the Great Zhou had attempted to breed these two-headed horses, but they perished shortly after, unable to reproduce, an alleged consequence of unsuitable conditions. In contrast, the barbarians had mastered the art of breeding and taming these extraordinary creatures for their own use. Thus, the cavalry of the barbarian horsemen had long posed a significant challenge to the Great Zhou. These towering two-headed horses conferred a natural advantage to the otherwise diminutive barbarian riders, enabling them to traverse vast distances and overpower larger forces while retreating unscathed. With an additional head, these remarkable horses possessed the ability to observe their surroundings keenly, while the lightweight stature of the barbarian warriors allowed them to ride with remarkable agility. Consequently, the combat prowess of the barbarian cavalry was formidable. Dismounting them would be essential to ensure a successful engagement. Otherwise, as long as they remained mounted, capturing or slaying them would prove exceedingly difficult. Evidently, the Chio family soldiers were acutely aware of this fact. They wielded their spears, striving to unseat the slender barbarians from their mounts, for once grounded, the barbarians would hold no advantage. However, the two-headed horses instinctively defended their riders, using their extra heads to collide forcefully with the spear shafts, creating an overwhelming force. Coupled with the inherent advantages of the two-headed steeds, the cavalry of the Great Zhou found themselves thoroughly suppressed, with little hope of victory. Thus, the barbarian forces began to systematically decimate the Chio family soldiers, initially encountering fierce resistance that soon devolved into a one-sided massacre. Amidst the chaos, Chio Xiaoyong surged forward. Youthful and vigorous, mounted on his steed, undaunted in the face of overwhelming odds. "Barbarians, meet your demise," he shouted as he charged, brandishing a spear. Yet, in an instant, his weapon was knocked askew by the head of a horse, and before he could react, he found himself facing the deadly arc of a barbarian's sword aimed at his neck. In a moment of panic, he tilted his head, nearly losing his balance and falling from his mount. "Young master," cried a voice from the crowd, rushing to shield Qiu Xiaoyong, only to witness another blade descending. Just as escape seemed impossible, someone leapt from a nearby horse, using their own back to shield Qiu Xiaoyong, taking the blow meant for him. Blood splattered across Qiu Xiaoyong, a grim testament to the peril of the moment. "Escort the young master to safety, quickly," barked the elderly steward, rallying his horse and leading a contingent of guards into the fray. "Even if it means death, I must ensure that the master and young master escape. I will not leave. I must slay these barbarians and avenge my father." Qiu Xiaoyong's eyes were bloodshot. It was these savages who had ravaged cities, leaving the people of the Great Zhou in dire straits. The harrowing scenes he witnessed while fleeing north had pushed him to his breaking point. If death were to come, let it be accompanied by the demise of a few of these barbarians. When Zhang Anping arrived, he beheld Qiu Xiaoyong drenched in blood, protected by his guards. While not a single barbarian had been slain, frustration surged within him. The mounted barbarians, towering from their steeds, appeared formidable. Zhang Anping observed the two-headed horses, each standing 2 to 3 meters high, and the diminutive barbarians atop them, their features obscured in the shadows. Yet, this did not hinder Zhang Anping, who was witnessing barbarians for the first time, from quickly devising a strategy to vanquish them. As long as he could unseat them from their horses, these savages posed little threat. In the next moment, Zhang Anping's gleaming sword soared forth, far surpassing Qiu Xiaoyong's spear in prowess. The blade whistled through the air, and many had yet to comprehend the scene when a barbarian plummeted to the ground. "The barbarian has fallen! The barbarian has fallen!" A wave of cheers erupted from the once trembling guards. They rushed in, initially intent on capturing the barbarian alive, only to discover that the fallen brute lay motionless, devoid of breath. How strange, this speed! Soon, others noted that another barbarian had tumbled from its two-headed mount. The cheers grew thunderous once more. Then, all eyes fell upon a youth clad in scholar's robes, appearing no older than 7 or 8, who emerged from the shadows with an air of calm composure. Though his stature was modest, wherever he passed, barbarians fell from their steeds. The cheers crescendoed, bloodied and astonished. Qiu Xiaoyong recognized the boy emerging from the darkness as none other than Zhang Anping. The illustrious Zhang family truly is remarkable. As Zhang Anping advanced, the barbarians sensed an ominous shift. As he brushed past his comrades, they began to fall lifelessly from their horses, their deaths inexplicable in the gloom. A cacophony of unintelligible barbarian tongues erupted, and Lu San, trailing closely behind Zhang Anping, cried out, "Young master, be wary. They are about to unleash their deadly strike against you." Chapter 36. The desire to kill. Without reason, all the barbaric hordes surged forth, charging towards Zhang Anping. At this moment, Qiu Xiaoyong realized that this time, there were indeed quite a number of them, over 20 double-headed steeds. For the barbarians, mobilizing such a considerable force of 20 to 30 double-headed horses was an extraordinary display of seriousness. After all, they often did not muster even 100 steeds when besieging a city. Countless small towns had fled at the mere sight of them, hardly requiring any effort at all. Isolated, Zhang Anping quickly found himself encircled by these barbaric riders, standing in the center like a lone boat adrift in a vast ocean, poised to be engulfed by the waves at any moment. Observing this from the sidelines, Qiu Xiaoyong's heart raced with anxiety, while the old steward nudged him, urging him to seize this fleeting opportunity to flee. "Not a chance. Charge. We shall slay the enemy and avenge our father." Qiu Xiaoyong rallied his guards, determined to intercept the barbarians and prevent them from regrouping. Otherwise, Zhang Anping would be left with no escape. However, to everyone's astonishment, amidst the flames, 6 beams of light were seen dancing through the air. This time, the speed of the gleaming swords was somewhat slower, allowing everyone to discern their true nature. They were flying swords. Each sword struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing the hearts of the barbarians before they could utter a sound, swiftly moving on to the next target. This spectacle left everyone in awe, a thrilling sight that felt almost divine. "Kill! Protectinin!" A family must live together or die together. The Zhang family charged forward with dozens of people, embracing a resolve to either survive or perish together. They had endured enough of this ceaseless and terrifying flight. Yet, as the Zhang family rushed forward with their grim determination, they were met with the shocking sight that the battle had already concluded. All 24 double-headed steeds lay fallen to the ground. Their only task now was to capture these steeds, ensuring they did not escape. How could it have come to this? The Zhang family's astonishment defied description. When had their fearful enemies become so fragile? Like paper, easily pierced? No, they must be hallucinating, surely. Old Zhang rubbed his eyes, bewildered by the sight of more than 20 double-headed steeds. And who was that standing beside them, grinning like a fool? Was that Lu San? Old Zhang rubbed his eyes once more and saw his grandson, Zhang Anping, pale and drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Upon seeing the old man, his head tilted, and he fainted. Chaos ensued on the scene. A door, yet another grand entrance. This door was exceptionally tall. Zhang Anping remembered it as the back gate of the small courtyard, a remarkably high gate indeed. Having previously attempted to push the door numerous times, it appeared to remain obstinately shut. This time, however, he extended his hand once more, and for reasons unknown, he felt an illusion that the door had shifted slightly. Even the faintest creak sent a surge of elation through Zhang Anping's heart, for he noticed a slender crack had emerged in the door. The second door, the rear entrance, also seemed to yield slightly. He pressed harder, straining with all his might. Alas, the door remained immovable, revealing only that tiny gap. Yet, he was undeterred. Today, a mere sliver of an opening meant that he could devise a way to force the back door open in the future. Exhaustion washed over him. His entire body ached, particularly his head, which felt heavy as though he had not slept well. So weary, Zhang Anping rubbed his temples. Since the back door refused to budge, he decided to inspect his small courtyard. What was once an empty yard was now brimming with armor and weaponry, while the house was stocked full of provisions. Not far off, dozens of sheep grazed leisurely. In the pigsty, 2 sows nursed a litter of piglets, and several hefty boars lay sprawled on the ground, lazily fanning their large ears, their quivering bodies making one's mouth water. The courtyard also teemed with flocks of chickens, ducks, and geese, their numbers quite impressive, especially the large geese, which looked particularly plump. He had been so busy lately that he hadn't even had the chance to enjoy one. Perhaps he should prepare a hearty stew of goose soon. As Zhang Anping pondered this, he heard a murmuring voice nearby. "Oh, divine spirit, please take my life instead. I have grown old and am of no use. Let my life be exchanged for that of my beloved grandson." Something fell upon his face. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld his grandfather's astonished visage, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Upon realizing he was awake, his grandfather quickly rubbed his eyes. "Oh, the wind and sand are fierce. Anun, you have finally awakened. You frightened your grandfather terribly." Zhang Anping feigned ignorance of the tears in his grandfather's eyes, merely massaging his temples. "I'm fine, just fatigued from overexertion. A bit of rest will suffice at that moment." Zhang Anping became aware that he was lying in a cart. His grandfather, after confirming that he was not gravely harmed, allowed the family to come and see him, then instructed everyone, "Anun is too weary and needs rest. Unless it is of utmost importance, no one is to disturb him." It turned out that after Zhang Anping had fallen unconscious, they had promptly set off. The bodies of the barbarian foes were discarded into a ravine, while the 24 two-headed horses remained behind. The Qiu family, filled with gratitude, resolved to journey alongside them. On the road, the members of the Qiu family were exceedingly curious about the Zhang family. After all, it was hard to believe that a mere child could slay more than 20 barbarians with a flying sword. Yet, it was indeed the truth. The patriarch of the Qiu family, Qiu Yunshan, who was also the elder uncle of Qiu Xiaoyong, examined the wounds of the barbarians and looked after the comatose Zhang Anping, who was well protected by the Zhang family. He cautioned the Zhang family members, emphasizing that a martial practitioner must never exhaust their mental energy, for such a state is perilous. Zhang Anping had indeed depleted his spirit. A single medicinal pill would suffice, but in its absence, a good night's sleep would do. At that moment, Zhang Anping heard the term martial practitioner once more. They learned that the great Zhou dynasty had martial practitioners, a mysterious and formidable group that transcended ordinary existence. Among them were the city lord of Jizhou and himself, both martial practitioners. Moreover, Qiu Yinshan, in his uninjured state, was a martial warrior, a rank superior to that of a martial apprentice. The hierarchy of martial practitioners spans from martial apprentice to martial warrior, and finally to martial master, corresponding to different levels. A martial apprentice could govern a state, which in turn could oversee 3 counties, with the entire realm divided into 9 states. Above the states lies the royal city, where a martial warrior could defend the city, thus illustrating the formidable power of martial practitioners. If their numbers were to increase, the expulsion of the barbarians would be imminent. You have embarked on this path. At the very least, you are a martial apprentice, and your strength is comparable to that of Xiaoyong's father. However, your lack of experience could be fatal, Qiu Yinshan remarked, shaking his head at Zhang Anping. No martial practitioner would willingly deplete their mental energy unless engaged in a life-and-death struggle. How precious is a martial practitioner's life? What is the matter with the heart demon oath? A martial practitioner must never utter the heart demon oath. Should one do so and then violate it, they shall remain forever stagnant at that level, never to advance further. Remember this well, never utter the heart demon oath, and certainly do not go against it. If, by chance, you do utter it, even in death, it is best to remain obedient. Qiu Yinshan reiterated this warning with great urgency. Yet, these words seemed to come too late, for Zhang Anping had not only uttered the heart demon oath, but had already violated it. No wonder the bandit leader had felt so secure after Zhang Anping made that oath. Nonetheless, even if he had been aware, Zhang Anping would have still resolutely killed the bandit leader without hesitation. He despised being constrained. As long as he could protect his family, he cared little for the levels of martial prowess. He found contentment in that. Thus, Zhang Anping was not overly sorrowful. However, when Qiu Yinshan heard the news of Zhang Anping's violation of the heart demon oath, he was so enraged that he fainted from the shock. Chapter 37, Mutton Soup. Filling and satisfying indeed, it was a situation that could induce fainting from sheer indignation. Zhang Anping learned of this news from Qiu Xiaoyong. The proud Qiu Xiaoyong, upon encountering Zhang Anping, felt a tumult of emotions within. He had once been the sole heir of the Lord of Jizhou, basking in a sense of superiority. Yet his life had been saved by Zhang Anping. When he arrived, he silently bowed several times in reverence, accompanied by a humble old steward, also of the Qiu surname. The Qiu family's caravan led the way, followed by Zhang's, and then the Li family's, forming a grand procession of 100 to 200 individuals. The sight was formidable, with strange steeds among them, instilling fear not only in common bandits, but even in those who would dare to establish a camp. It seemed unlikely that they would entertain any thoughts of attacking. For the time being, safety was assured, and the snow began to melt. However, after several days of travel, Old Zhang quietly gathered everyone and announced a significant revelation. They had taken a wrong turn. According to the map provided by Hu Laoda, which had been emphasized repeatedly, they were to traverse the smaller paths and absolutely avoid the former official roads, as those were fraught with peril. The phrase unseen deaths and unburied corpses echoed in their minds. Their escort agency had previously lost members on the official road. Thus, they opted for the safer smaller paths, which indeed proved to be more tranquil, while the official road had evidently fallen into disrepair. Old Zhang had always remembered these warnings. Yet, on that fateful day of heavy snow and the sudden ambush by savages, although they managed to fend off the attackers, their urgent quest for a 2-headed horse and the subsequent collapse of Zhang Anping led to chaos. In the days that followed, they stumbled upon an abandoned village. Its entrance marked with the name Sunset Village. This village, however, lay adjacent to the official road they had been traveling. Upon consulting the map, they realized how far they had strayed, and now everyone found themselves on the official road, with the skies growing overcast once more, threatening another snowfall. They were acutely aware of the dangers of continuing their journey. It was said that in the northern winters, each snowfall brought with it a chill more biting than the last. The first snowfall had already claimed lives, and if they pressed on, they feared that more would perish from the cold. Moreover, they had been unable to locate any diverging paths in the preceding days. Retracing their steps did not guarantee they would find that fork in the road again. Yet, to advance further on the official road was deemed perilous by the guards of the Fuwei escort agency, who had repeatedly warned of its peculiar dangers. Thus, Old Zhang convened everyone to deliberate on their next course of action, to forge ahead or to retreat. Among those present were Qiu Yinshan, Qiu Xiaoyong, and the Li brothers. gathered in earnest discussion. "Let us proceed," Qiu Yunshan suggested, his voice hoarse from the biting cold. "I traversed this official road many years ago." Ahem. "Further ahead lies a larger village, suitable for establishing camp. I believe it would be prudent for us to pause and recuperate. The cold and snow can claim lives." Ahem. Ahem. His words were punctuated by persistent coughs, his pallor indicative of lingering injuries that had yet to mend. After nurturing for so many years, the situation has become increasingly dire. Perhaps we should retreat and seek that fork in the road again. I reckon it would only add a little distance to our journey. If only it wouldn't snow. Zhang Jiawen still recalled the words of the escort. He merely wished for a safe passage for his family to Azhou, rather than encountering bizarre occurrences on the official road. "I trust Omping. I sense that the sky is about to snow again, the mountains are cold, and the children might not endure it." Zhang Jiawen sighed. The Zhang family had the most women and children, with over a dozen daughters, and the youngest twins had been looking unwell. It was simply too cold. Who would have anticipated that the winters in the north could be this frigid? Back in Jizhou, it rarely snowed in winter, and sometimes during the new year, only a light drizzle would fall. Unlike now when the ice on the river was thick enough to walk on. Zhang Anping surveyed the surroundings, noticing that all eyes were upon him. Though he was the youngest, he bore the most weight in everyone's hearts at this moment. The wind has picked up, and the weather has worsened. "Qiubo, how far is that village you mentioned?" "Not far, cough cough. If we hurry this afternoon, we might reach it before dark. Then let us press on. If it seems suitable, we shall rest in that village until the snow melts in the coming year." With women, children, and the injured among them, it was imperative that they did not push forward recklessly and instead took the time to recuperate. Upon hearing Zhang Anping's words, the elder Zhang nodded, announcing for everyone to hasten their preparations for the journey ahead. Having missed the fork in the road, they could not afford to miss the village. In such weather, they aimed to reach the village before nightfall and set up camp for a meal. As soon as they boarded the carriage, the wind intensified, accompanied by a barrage of hail that made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. The double-headed horse they had previously seized grew restless, refusing to eat or drink. And after a brief delay, the snow began to fall. The snowfall was substantial, even heavier than the first, and as the carriage rolled along, a thick layer of white blanketed the entire roof. With the fierce wind and heavy snow, everyone struggled against the elements, making their journey exceptionally arduous. Soon, the blizzard obscured their vision, turning the world before them into a blinding white haze, rendering sight nearly impossible. They could only navigate by the tracks of the carriage wheels in the snow, occasionally hearing cries for help from those who had fallen into snowdrifts. Unable to rise as the icy snow seeped into their clothing, it was unbearably cold, chilling them to the bone, as if they were destined to become ice sculptures. It was unclear how long they had been traveling when darkness began to envelop the sky. Yet, the village that Qiu Yunshan had mentioned remained elusive, causing a growing anxiety among the group. The snow continued to fall heavily, instilling a sense of fear and despair in everyone's hearts. This snowfall was relentless, threatening to bury them all. "Young master, someone has fainted," Lu San shouted, his voice tinged with urgency. "Help him onto the cart. The village that Uncle Qiu mentioned is just ahead. We can enjoy a warm bath and savor lamb soup, and I assure you, we will have rice porridge for everyone tonight. Hurry up, don't fall behind." Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Anping immediately raised his voice. At this moment, it was crucial to uplift their spirits and instill hope, for only then could they find that village amidst such harsh weather. Indeed, the mere mention of lamb soup sparked a hunger in many. "Young master, may I have 2 bowls? The last lamb soup was simply divine." "Of course, the soup is plentiful." Zhang Anping laughed heartily, his voice remarkably distinct. Even amidst the howling snowstorm, it resonated clearly, invigorating those who heard it from their horses. Lamb soup, a hearty delight. On this snowy day, the thought of enjoying a bowl was truly enticing. The Li family's caravan echoed with a resounding cheer. "Brothers, the village lies just ahead. Young Master Zhang has assured us that once we reach our destination, we can rest, enjoy lamb, and indulge in as much soup as we desire. Onward." Li Xuanfu, the leader of the Li family, shouted, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the caravan. Lamb soup indeed. While they might doubt others, they held unwavering faith in young Master Zhang, a figure akin to a deity. Onward, they pressed, inspired by the prospect of lamb soup. The caravan soon discovered a sizable village shortly after nightfall, marked by a grand willow tree at its entrance, encircled by people. They noticed several stone houses with white roofs, their stone walls still standing firm. Stone houses? A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. They quickly entered the village, eager to see if anyone resided there and if any houses remained intact for shelter from the cold. The village was expansive. Lu San and the Zhang family's warriors roamed in search, yet they encountered no inhabitants. However, fortune smiled upon them as most of the houses were indeed habitable. They even stumbled upon several particularly large courtyards, complete with walls and multiple rooms, and even a large cooking stove where they could easily ignite a fire to prepare meals. Some even found intact traps and piles of firewood. This discovery brought immense joy to the weary travelers. Zhang Anping ventured out for a brief exploration and soon returned, dragging a plump sheep into the courtyard, proclaiming that they would enjoy lamb soup that very night. His words ignited a chorus of cheers. Yet, as Zhang Anping turned around, he noticed Lu San rushing towards him, his face pale, whispering something to old Zhang. Chapter 38. A grave situation. A sense of unease permeated the air as the villagers engaged in various tasks. Some were slaughtering sheep, while others were boiling water. The snow-laden hamlet finally exuded a semblance of warmth and life. Though the snowfall had yet to cease, the discovery of shelter from the biting winds brought joy to all. The Zhang family's caravan, comprised of individuals of all ages, sprang into action. Children scoured the yard for brooms to clear away the accumulating snow. The able-bodied men and women sought out branches and firewood buried beneath the snow, hoping to uncover some sustenance amidst the wintry landscape. Alas, apart from the abandoned houses, the village appeared devoid of resources, yet this realization did little to dampen their spirits. The harsh northern winter was indeed bitterly cold, a bone-chilling affair. With a scarcity of firewood, yet an abundance of towering trees in the vicinity, some began to chop down timber. With a gathering of around 200 individuals in need of rest, a considerable amount of wood would be necessary to endure the long winter months. Without sufficient firewood, those from the south would find it impossible to withstand the frigid northern climate. As Zhang Anping approached the elderly Zhang, he overheard a hushed conversation suggesting that one person seemed to be missing from their ranks. Originally consisting of 62, a recent headcount revealed a discrepancy of 1. Fortunately, none of the horses had strayed. Perhaps the snow has become so deep that someone has fallen into a snowdrift. Tonight, we can afford to sleep in a bit longer. But let us ensure everyone has hot water for washing and some warm soup, as the cold is relentless. They had trudged through the blizzard for several hours, and it was imperative to warm themselves with hot water. Zhang Anping offered a reminder to Lu San before venturing outside, where he claimed to have discovered a cellar filled with a bounty of radishes and cabbages, instructing others to accompany him to retrieve the finds. The cellar, clearly belonging to a peasant household, was designed for the winter storage of food and vegetables. Its obscured location had allowed it to remain unnoticed until Zhang Anping's fortunate discovery. Inside lay the cabbages and radishes he had transported from his courtyard. That evening, as they dined on porridge so thick that chopsticks could stand upright in it, each bowl was generously topped with cabbage, much to the delight of everyone present. In the midst of relentless snowfall, the absence of wild vegetables rendered the mere presence of cabbage a tremendous blessing. The sheep had been slaughtered and cleaned, cut into small pieces, and simmered with an abundance of radishes. The aroma of the lamb soup wafted through the air, filling the snow-blanketed world. Each individual received a hearty bowl of soup, containing a generous portion of lamb. Despite the large gathering, the distribution was equitable, ensuring that everyone felt satiated. As someone lifted their bowl of lamb soup, their eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was Li Qingwen, the middle-aged man rescued from the bandit lair by Zhang Anping and his companions, who possessed knowledge of the barbarian tongue. He had initially intended to seek refuge with relatives in Jinling, but fate intervened with an encounter with bandits and relentless snowfall. Today, his horse nearly stumbled into a snowdrift, and it was only through the assistance of companions that he was pulled to safety. The raging blizzard had felt as though it could bury him alive, leaving Li Qingwen with the haunting sensation that he might not survive the day. Who knows? Now he sits by the fire, truly savoring a warm bowl of mutton soup. The comforting broth flows into his stomach, instilling a profound sense of contentment, making him feel at ease, as if no tempest could instill fear any longer. Here, they should be able to recuperate for a while. After all, The Zhang family's caravan is laden with provisions. With such an abundance of food, and by gathering more firewood, they would survive the winter. As long as they can endure, they could journey to Azhou next year or thereafter, where they would no longer fear the chaos of war or the barbarity of the wild, allowing them to live in peace. While they still felt the warmth of life, some were tidying the house, others were repairing the doors and windows to block the howling northern winds. Many were tirelessly unloading goods from the carts, tables, chairs, food, fodder, and various warm garments. Someone had lit a heating stove, and the room began to warm up. Old Zhang, upon seeing the cozy stove in the room allocated to him, couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief. They had fled from autumn to winter, and this was the first time they had found shelter. Even if it was a simple stone house, it filled their hearts with immense joy. Despite the hardships of fleeing, a bowl of soup made them feel warm all over. Then, resting in a warm room, life felt truly beautiful, splendid indeed. My dear nephew, how splendid this house is. The heavens truly bless us by leading us to such a wonderful refuge. Yet, I cannot fathom why such a fine house was abandoned. What on earth could compel someone to forsake it? Old Zhang mused, feeling around the spacious courtyard they had chosen. The cooking area was ample. The sleeping quarters warmed by the stove, and the surrounding walls built of large stones stood a good meter high. It resembled the courtyard of a prosperous family in the village. How could such a magnificent place be left uninhabited? Moreover, the thick layer of dust suggested it had been deserted for quite some time, which was perplexing. Such a splendid home must have cost a considerable sum to construct, perhaps even better than their original houses in Daxing village. Who could bear to abandon such a treasure? The mystery lingered. Ahem, I do not know either. Many years ago, I visited this village. It was bustling with life. The elderly and children would gather beneath the grand willow tree, chatting away. Many families kept dogs and chickens. Xiao Yunshan recounted, his face flushed abnormally, the afternoon storm exacerbating his condition. Despite having consumed the mutton soup, he felt quite unwell. After sharing these words, a fit of coughing left him breathless, prompting Zhang Anping to step forward and offer him a bottle of cough medicine. For the past few days, he had been observing Qiu Yunshan's deteriorating health. It seemed his lungs were severely affected, and he could only provide him with some medicine to try and alleviate his suffering. Thank you, young Master Zhang. My illness is beyond cure. In Jizhou, I have consulted numerous renowned physicians, yet all I do is bide my time. Sooner or later, this cough will claim my life. I am merely troubled by thoughts of Xiaoyong and my younger brother. Qiu Yunshan forced a bitter smile, harboring little hope for the medicine Zhang Anping had provided. After all, his affliction had persisted for many years. From Jinling to Jizhou, he had sought out the best doctors in the land, all to no avail. He was simply waiting for death, enduring the days as they passed. Let us try it first, Zhang Anping replied with a smile. We should all remain vigilant. It is indeed peculiar that the villagers seem to have vanished. Zhang Anping had wandered around the village for some time and discovered its vastness, complete with wells, vegetable gardens, and threshing grounds. They even stumbled upon some straw, albeit aged and not indicative of this year's harvest. This suggested that the villagers had left as early as last year. The previous year had been relatively calm, with neither drought nor turmoil. It was baffling how an entire village could simply disappear. Even if some families relocated, what could compel an entire community to vanish? Not only Zhang Anping, but the other members of the Zhang family also sensed something amiss. They were farmers, and earning a living was no easy feat. Constructing such a fine house often required the labor of several generations. Yet, despite the excellent condition of the house, the residents had seemingly abandoned it without a trace. Furthermore, they encountered such deserted villages only upon reaching this section of the official road, all exuding an air of long-standing neglect. This was undeniably eerie. Originally, it was Zhang Jiawen who was to patrol the night, but Zhang Jiawu decided to double the number of guards. That evening, the children were gathered into a room with a stove, while the men of the Zhang family stood watch outside. Zhang Anping was no exception. He felt an unsettling presence in the village, though he could not articulate why. Thus, he resolved to join his father in the night watch. This sentiment was shared not only by the Zhang family, but also by the Qiu and Li families. Fortunately, the village was spacious enough to accommodate their group of 100 or 200 people. They managed to find several clean rooms with stoves to settle in. After a day of battling wind and snow, many were exhausted. After consuming mutton soup, they quickly succumbed to slumber, their snores soon filling the air. By now, it was the dead of night. The area where Zhang Anping and his companions were patrolling was not far from their lodgings. Everyone carried quivers, prepared for any game that might present itself for dinner the next day. The heavy snowfall rendered the surroundings a pristine white, and an eerie silence enveloped the area. Zhang Anping felt a growing unease. The nights spent camping in the wild were typically lively, filled with the sounds of insects and birds. The current stillness was unnaturally disconcerting. Suddenly, he recalled the message from Old Hu, urging the guards not to travel along the official road under any circumstances. At this moment, they were traversing a desolate official road, and curiously, not a soul from the nearby village was in sight, which felt eerily unsettling. There wasn't even a passerby to inquire about. Anping, please walk ahead. I shall guard you from behind, Zhang Jiawu suddenly called out to his son, evidently feeling a sense of unease. As they journeyed, the group maintained a heightened vigilance, having taken turns keeping watch each night. Without such alertness, they would have surely perished by now. It's fine. Once we complete this patrol, I will stand guard at the entrance. On this wintry night, with the snow falling, it offers a perfect opportunity to read. Just ensure you gather enough firewood to keep the bonfire ablaze, Zhang Anping remarked, casting a glance outside. The snowy ground lay blanketed in white. Not far off, the Li and Xiu families were illuminated by torches, their surroundings brightly lit. Although they found themselves in an unfamiliar village, which held its own peculiarities, the presence of many people reassured him, and as it was already deep into the night, he was curious to uncover what oddities resided within this village. Very well, with so many of us, we can easily guard this courtyard. Zhang Jiawu responded with a hearty laugh, though a flicker of worry lingered in his heart. Yet, considering his son's capabilities and the fact that they had at least 20 men on watch that night, he felt reassured. Surely, no harm could befall them. If anything were to happen, a single cry would summon everyone to action. Thus, he concluded, there was no cause for alarm. Zhang Anping always carried books with him and chose a spot near the bonfire, close to the entrance. The others took positions, with some standing guard outside the courtyard and a few stationed by the large willow tree at the village entrance. The wind howled, yet Zhang Anping felt warm enough. Engrossed in his reading by the firelight, during the past few months, having had the opportunity to ride in a carriage, he made it a daily habit to read. The books gifted to him by his teacher were a constant source of study, and he had not neglected his education, even amidst the chaos of fleeing. This was Zhang Anping's conviction, and thus, the young women of the Zhang family, even while seated in the carriage, diligently recited and studied each day without faltering. At this moment, Zhang Anping held a travelogue he had discovered in the study of their small courtyard. It recounted tales of the great Zhou dynasty, situated amid the surrounding tribes to the south and the northern Liang to the north. The vast territory was a blessing, with the south being warm and lush, while the north was predominantly a land of bitter cold. This travelogue contained extensive descriptions of the tribes and the great Zhou, even mentioning the peculiar two-headed horses of the tribes. In truth, the two-headed horses had become a source of frustration for the Zhang family. Over the past few days, they had fed them the finest fodder, yet these horses were incredibly finicky, consuming very little. It was disheartening to see the once robust creatures grow emaciated within just a few days. Some had even suggested that, while the horses still possessed some flesh and bone, they ought to be slaughtered for soup. 24 two-headed horses would provide ample sustenance for the group for quite some time. Even if the horse is slender, such a magnificent creature can undoubtedly provide a nourishing broth. However, Old Zhang resolutely disagrees. These two-headed horses are treasures of great worth indeed. If they could be transported to Hangzhou, they would be invaluable. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if these extraordinary steeds can endure the journey to Hangzhou. Although Zhang Anping and his companions are numerous, they did acquire a considerable amount of supplies last time. He has no intention of slaughtering the two-headed horses for meat. Rather, he contemplates how to utilize them to their advantage. After all, these horses would be a tremendous asset to the barbaric tribes. If they can achieve such feats, why cannot they? Nevertheless, the question of how to care for the two-headed horses has long troubled everyone. Who would have thought that today Zhang Anping would stumble upon a travelogue containing information about these remarkable creatures, including insights into their behaviors and tips for their care? A surge of joy filled Zhang Anping's heart. Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge has proven to be immensely beneficial, inadvertently solving a significant problem for him. Tomorrow, He shall experiment with the methods outlined in the book. Perhaps they will yield fruitful results. Fully immersed in his reading, Zhang Anping felt a chill as the wind blew. Meanwhile, the two guards stationed beneath the large locust tree could not help but stamp their feet in discomfort. The gusts were quite biting. As the wind stirred the falling snow, something caught their eye amidst the flurries, momentarily dazzling them. They exchanged astonished glances, each recognizing the surprise reflected in the other's eyes. "Let us go and investigate what that marvelous thing might be," they urged each other, nudging one another forward towards the luminous source. They felt no trepidation, for their comrades were not far behind, and a simple shout would summon assistance if needed. Zhang Anping remained engrossed in his book, but the cold prompted him to notice his father and uncle patrolling again, and the campfire was nearly extinguished. He hurried to add more firewood. However, upon fetching the wood, he spotted his father and uncle returning with several companions, their faces beaming with joy. They carried several stiff rabbits and a hefty deer weighing around 100 pounds. "Look, Anping, our fortune is splendid. We've found more game. Surely the deities wish to keep us from hunger." This group was elated. Since the Zhang family fled, they often came across stunned rabbits or prey that had broken legs along the way. With each new discovery, they expressed gratitude, believing these gifts were bestowed by divine beings. Deep down, the Zhang sensed that this deity was somehow connected to Zhang Anping. Yet, when outsiders were present, they would feign modesty and conceal their knowledge. However, Zhang Anping scrutinized the game closely, his expression turning grave. These creatures were not merely frozen. They bore blood, and were not like the previous instances where they had intentionally discarded injured prey. If it was not their own doing, then whose could it be? This was peculiar. Yet, Zhang Anping did not voice his concerns aloud. Instead, he discreetly pulled his father and uncle aside and quietly warned them that something about the game seemed strange. It is advisable for them to exercise caution. Fortunately, dawn is approaching, and even if unforeseen events arise, with such an abundance of prey and a multitude of companions, they are likely to feel secure. As for Zhang Anping, his mind is preoccupied with the method described in the book, which suggests feeding these two-headed horses with a mixture of corn and wine dregs. As the light gradually illuminates the surroundings, Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiawen are busy skinning a deer in the courtyard. While rabbits are still a common sight, this deer is truly a rare find, especially in this cold weather when everyone is yearning for some meat. Suddenly, someone bursts in from outside, frantically running and shouting, "This is terrible. Something serious has happened." Chapter 39. This village is truly peculiar. A figure stumbled in, breathless. Someone has died." The messenger was a brother who had patrolled with them the previous night, his words tumbling out in disarray. They had intended to change shifts in the morning, only to discover the grim reality beneath the large willow tree. Two guards lay lifeless in the snow, their demise horrifyingly unnatural, clearly not a case of freezing to death. The men of the Zhang family hurried over to inspect the scene, including Zhang Anping. They beheld the two guards by the willow tree, their bodies desiccated, eyes wide open in a haunting stare, as if death had refused to grant them repose. There is no blood, no evidence of a weapon, nor signs of freezing. Lucien murmured as he examined the causes of death. "Last night, we patrolled thoroughly, and when dawn approached, I checked the area by the willow and saw nothing unusual." Zhang Jiawu wore a grave expression. They were all utterly bewildered. "I was reading by the campfire and noticed nothing amiss." Zhang Anping glanced at the corpses, a chill creeping over him as they appeared as though their very lifeblood had been siphoned away, invoking a sense of dread. The deaths of these two guards cast a shadow over the hearts of those who had thought they had found a safe haven. There was something undeniably strange about this village. How could such a promising place fall into complete desolation? Yet, if they were to camp in the wilderness, the death toll could extend far beyond these two guards. "I will keep watch here tonight," Zhang Anping resolved, casting a wary glance at the lifeless forms. No one could predict what might transpire after dark. However, Zhang Anping was determined to uncover the truth. With November drawing to a close and 3 or 4 months until March, they needed this village to shield them from the cold. If they could not ascertain the cause of the guards' deaths, their group of over 200 could face a grim fate, losing several each day until March. "I will join Anping tonight." At this moment, the Zhang brothers declared their intent to keep vigil, unwilling to let Anping face danger alone, despite their fears. "And I will stand guard at the village entrance." Qiu Xiaoyong had also emerged, squatting down to observe the deceased guards, his expression grim. On one side lay the snowbound roads, fraught with peril. On the other, the lurking dangers of the village. What were they to do? Very well, everyone disperse for now. Those who will keep watch tonight should rest well. We shall stay here in the village. Let us persevere. Nothing can truly defeat us. Zhang Onping rallied the group, his words brimming with vitality and hope. Though many were uncertain of the meaning behind his encouragement, they could not help but feel uplifted by his spirited declaration. Considering that in this wintry tempest, they had found a refuge, a warm shelter, what more could they desire? Death holds no terror. One can simply remain vigilant at the village's entrance during the night. Zhang Onping retreated to his room for rest, a space meticulously prepared for him, complete with a heated floor. Exhausted to the core, he succumbed to slumber immediately. He slept soundly until noon, roused by the pangs of hunger. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, and upon stepping outside, he was astonished to witness a remarkable transformation in the courtyard. The previously chaotic and filthy yard was now devoid of snow, revealing a pristine expanse of bluish stone walls and red roof tiles, instilling a profound sense of comfort. The windows had been repaired, and the interior was impeccably tidy, furnished with a table and chairs. In just a single night, the surroundings had undergone a significant metamorphosis, infused with the warmth of human life. San Yang was preparing a porridge, a delightful concoction of vegetable leaves and rice, spiced with a hint of heat, offering a cozy warmth with each sip. The heavy snowfall seemed less daunting now. After savoring some porridge, Zhang Onping noticed several young women engrossed in their studies within the room. Whether on the cart or at the campsite, they had never abandoned their pursuit of knowledge. Most of the books were salvaged from Zhang Onping's childhood study, covering a wide array of topics. The sisters were particularly enthusiastic, especially the eldest, Zhang Zichuan, who learned to save lives through her reading, and the second sister, Zhang Zixia, who mastered the art of poison. The sisters' eagerness to learn was palpable. The Zhang family, with its elders and daughters-in-law, held scholars in the highest regard. As long as the children were immersed in books, even if they were trivial, the daughters were exempt from household chores, free to focus solely on their studies. This tradition persisted in their past in Daxing and continued during their flight. Furthermore, with dozens of servants now at their disposal, the opportunities for these young women to pursue their education had multiplied. As Zhang Onping exited the courtyard, Landbound followed closely behind. Despite their current plight, they had been well fed and not deprived of sustenance. Landbound had not only grown taller, but had also gained weight in just a few months. His face and hands were fuller, and he had become lively, chattering away beside Zhang Onping. "Young master, are we to reside here permanently? My father has instructed me to learn hunting from you, and to gather firewood daily." In the heavy snow, two essentials stood paramount: provisions and firewood. The supply trains carried ample food, but finding firewood amidst the snowfall proved challenging. Yet, this posed no insurmountable obstacle for them. As dawn broke, individuals from several teams ventured into the nearby woods, some hunting while scouting the trails, while others were tasked with clearing the surrounding trees and shrubs. This endeavor served a dual purpose: to enhance visibility by clearing the underbrush and to gather timber for future use, which could be dried and utilized as firewood. Once these two issues were resolved, everyone felt that the heavy snowfall was no longer daunting. Instead, it brought a sense of relief, prompting them to settle down comfortably in this place. However, old Zhang, observing so many people idly lounging about, felt a pang of distress within. Idleness breeds misfortune, he believed. Hence it was imperative that they remain engaged in meaningful tasks. With the snow ceased, some ventured into the wilderness to hunt, others took to the woods to fell trees, while a segment busied themselves with clearing the snow, and a few attended to the repair of damaged dwellings, creating a scene of bustling activity. Only those who had endured the blizzard could truly appreciate the sanctuary of this camp. Zhang Anning went to inspect the two-headed horses, a group of over 20, all confined within a spacious yard under the watchful eyes of 3 or 4 caretakers. Regrettably, these majestic creatures were refusing sustenance. They scarcely lowered their heads to nibble at the hay scattered in their troughs. In just a few days, these once robust two-headed horses appeared emaciated, little more than mere skeletons. "Young master, these horses simply refuse to eat the hay. We are at our wits' end," lamented the caretakers, equally troubled. The origin of the two-headed horses' diet was a mystery. They were remarkably finicky, shunning the offered hay. With the relentless snow blanketing the ground, sourcing fresh grass was an impossibility. Thus, they languished in hunger, day after day, merely marking time. It was likely that these two-headed horses would perish from starvation if the situation persisted. It's all right. In a day or two, I shall procure some supplies to feed these horses. Zhang Anping attempted to approach the horses, only to find them restlessly circling, clearly unwelcoming of any near approach. Their agitation was palpable. Any attempt to come closer was met with threatening hooves or violent nudges from their heads, creating quite a ruckus. The caretakers were filled with trepidation, for the ferocity of these two-headed horses posed a real danger. Had it not been for their agility and good health, they could have easily sustained severe injuries or worse. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Anping refrained from uttering a word and simply turned to leave. In the afternoon, he sequestered himself within his quarters, immersing himself in the small courtyard, where he began to ferment grain into mash using the supplies stored therein. The fermentation process required a specific blend of medicinal herbs, which demanded time and patience. As for the rice, it needed to be thoroughly steamed in a large pot before being combined with the fermenting agent, left to mature for 2 to 3 days, and then mixed with a cornmeal paste ground into fine powder. This would yield a nearly pure grain feed. Such nourishment was the rightful sustenance for the two-headed horses, not the imagined hay or mere soybeans that others suggested. To the onlookers, these horses appeared to be on a hunger strike, when in reality, their refusal stemmed solely from the unpalatable nature of their food. Determined to keep these extraordinary creatures alive, Zhang Anping resolved to prepare their feed himself. In the evening, San Yang prepared a delightful meal, consisting of rice porridge paired with venison, and each person received a small piece of dried fish. Zhang Anping was fortunate enough to receive an extra bowl of meat, which he promptly shared with his sisters. Turning around, he caught sight of his grandfather, old Zhang, and pretended not to notice him. A warmth blossomed within Zhang Anping's heart. In truth, grandfather had long been aware that all of this would ultimately find its way into their stomachs. He merely feigned a preference for sons over daughters, for he held a special affection for Zhang Anjuan's sisters. That night, the atmosphere at the dining table was silent, as everyone was too hungry to speak and hastened to eat. After the meal, Zhang Anping took a moment to rest before setting off to patrol the village entrance. After all, 2 guards had tragically perished the previous night, and a search revealed that 1 person was missing. Originally, there had been 62 individuals from the Zhang family, but now only 9 remained. Zhang Anping felt a sense of unease and resolved to stand guard at the village entrance that night. As darkness fell, Zhang Jiajun and Zhang Jiasuan took turns patrolling, one guarding the first half of the night and the other the latter half. The guards patrolling in groups of 10 were divided into 2 teams, each following either Zhang Jiajun or Zhang Jiasuan. Zhang Anping, however, insisted on going to the village entrance alone, claiming he needed no one to accompany him. Just as he was about to set out, Qiu Xiaoyong arrived, accompanied by the steward, and the 4 brothers from the Li family soon followed. Zhang Jiajun, Zhang Jiasuan, and even old Zhang found it impossible to sleep, their minds restless with worry for Zhang Anping. The sisters of the Zhang family were equally unwilling to rest, especially Zhang Jiqiu, skilled with the bow, and Zhang Jidong, adept with the sword. They were determined to protect Zhang Anping. Thus, they all gathered together. The village entrance, once rendered desolate and tranquil by the heavy snowfall, suddenly came alive with activity. Zhang Anping, after much persuasion, decided to light a bonfire, realizing that his companions were too anxious to sleep. They would keep vigil throughout the night, seeking to uncover the mystery behind the guard's untimely demise. The night was bitterly cold, yet the warmth of the bonfire drew the group close together, prompting one among them to suggest a dance. Let us perform the autumn harvest blessing dance. In this new place, we pray for safety and peace, proposed old Zhang. In Daxing village, during the autumn harvest or significant festivals, it was customary to dance, led by respected elders. Legend had it that this dance served to ward off evil and invite good fortune. Let us dance, with so many of us. Let us all join in, called out the Zhang brothers. Initially, Zhang Anping had intended to keep watch alone that night, but now, with everyone present, none wished for him to come to harm. Regardless of its efficacy, they stood together in solidarity. At old Zhang's urging, a night bird took flight, startled by the commotion, and soon he found himself moving rhythmically around the bonfire, prompting the others to join in. After months of toil and travel, they had never truly had a moment to relax. Yet, as they swayed to the dance, a sense of ease enveloped them, and they gradually let loose. Leaping and bounding in joy, the young women formed an inner circle, while the men encircled them, reveling in the warmth of camaraderie and shared purpose. Qiu Xiaoyong had never danced before, but upon witnessing everyone moving with joyous abandon, he joined in, albeit clumsily, mirroring their movements. Such exuberance is truly contagious. Even Zhang Anping found himself lightening up. Initially filled with trepidation, he soon felt warmth envelop him as he jumped about, banishing the chill, and his spirits soared. After all, dancing has a remarkable ability to uplift one's mood. Observing the merriment around him, old Zhang instructed someone to fetch some dried fish and rabbit meat, skewering them into small bunches to roast by the bonfire. Just the day before, 2 guards had perished at the village's entrance, casting a shadow of unease over everyone's hearts. Yet, as the night unfolded with dancing, roasted fish, and rabbit delicacies, the previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of celebration. Even Li Chengguan and his companions, who were meant to be resting, gravitated towards the gathering, reveling in the camaraderie and laughter, regardless of the absence of food. After all, it was a rare opportunity to pause and relish such delightful moments after their long, arduous journey. As the crowd thickened, Zhang Anping discreetly slipped away for a moment. Returning with the sheep, he proposed they slaughter it that evening, ensuring a lively bonfire feast. The mere thought of roasted lamb evoked excitement. And although old Zhang permitted only a leg to be cooked, soon enough, the Qiu family delivered some cured meat, while the Li family contributed an abundance of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Everyone eagerly brought forth these offerings to roast and share. Under the grand locust tree, the atmosphere was vibrant, the revelry enduring until the late hours of the night. There seemed to be no signs of any disturbances, leaving Zhang Anping perplexed. Could it be that this village harbored no troubles? Or had the eerie entities simply concealed themselves? Chapter 40. Step by step towards prosperity that night. Beneath the grand old locust tree at the village entrance, nearly 200 individuals gathered in jubilant celebration. Even deep into the night, over 100 remained vigilantly by Zhang Anping's side. Yet, as dawn broke, they discovered nothing unusual in the surrounding expanse, save for the occasional rustle of rabbits or wild birds during the night. As the sun rose, bathing the earth in warmth, a head count revealed that not a single person was missing or injured. Despite having spent the night awake, the villagers bore no signs of exhaustion. Rather, they appeared invigorated by the festivities. In the morning, the village fell into a tranquil hush as everyone rested. It was not until midday that the atmosphere buzzed with life again. At the village entrance, a substantial stone monument was uncovered, inscribed with the Huaishu village. However, it seemed to have been toppled, buried in the snow, thus remaining unnoticed until now. After being cleaned, several villagers joined forces to erect the monument once more at the village's entrance. The sun shone brightly, yet the chill lingered, preventing the snow on the roads from melting, resulting in a dearth of travelers on the nearby official road. Nevertheless, Zhang Laotu and Zhang Anping engaged in discussions, realizing that winter was not a time for idleness. With over 30 robust laborers at their disposal, they decided to retain a dozen or so to guard the camp and conduct training. The remaining 20 or so ventured into the mountains to hunt, for Zhang Laotu could not abide the thought of idly consuming their resources. His philosophy was simple: a full larder brings peace of mind. The more provisions, the better, even if the hunters returned with just a few rabbits. It was preferable to remaining stagnant in the village. Following this plan, the Li and Qiu families, under their leadership, dispatched 2/3 of their able-bodied members to scout and hunt. Consequently, only 1/3 of the village's strong labor force remained, tasked with guarding the village and training. Meanwhile, the women and children busied themselves collecting firewood, feeding horses, and preparing meals. As the villagers settled into a new rhythm, the Zhang family began to seek knowledge. However, finding a suitable teacher proved challenging. The former matron, who had taught the children to read and write, now found herself a student, given the influx of books brought by Zhang Anping. Thus, the Zhang family was compelled to search for a new instructor. During this quest, Zhang Anping discovered the remarkable talents of Li Chengguan, whom they had rescued from the bandit lair. He was erudite and well-traveled, capable of swiftly translating even the most obscure scripts, making him more than adequate to teach the Zhang family. Additionally, Qiu Yunshan, the patriarch of the Qiu family, was revealed to have once been a martial artist of considerable renown. Despite his injuries, his extensive knowledge and capabilities were extraordinary. After Zhang Anping provided him with some medicinal remedies, his condition showed signs of improvement, fostering a profound gratitude within Qiu Yunshan towards Zhang Anping. Consequently, he frequently visited to assist in training the Zhang family. At this moment, Zhang Anping, after conferring with his grandfather, gathered all members of the Zhang family together to announce an important decree. The Lu family, once mere servants, has diligently served the Zhang family throughout this journey. Therefore, from this day forth, their status as servants is hereby revoked, and the contract of servitude shall be burned, allowing them to become brothers of the illustrious Zhang family. Furthermore, any servant who has signed a contract of servitude may, upon receiving the acknowledgement of the Zhang family, choose to renounce their status at any time, with the contract also being burned. In addition, the Zhang family servants are permitted to study alongside the master. Should they find themselves in Aizhou and wish to leave the Zhang family, they may do so upon paying a certain sum as ransom. The establishment of these rules was indeed a collective decision reached by the Zhang family. When they rescued those individuals from the bandit lair, they did not discern who among them was virtuous or wicked. On the arduous path of escape, the value of food was undeniable. To readily provide sustenance for these individuals without them having undergone labor would foster a lack of gratitude and could lead to potential rebellion. As the Zhang family was small in number, while the number of newly accepted servants was considerable, throughout their journey, the Zhang family gradually shifted from a mindset rooted in smallholder agriculture, as articulated by Zhang Anping, aiming to enhance the power of the illustrious Zhang family. Rather than merely binding them in servitude, it was more prudent to incorporate those who distinguished themselves into the family as kin by merit. This approach holds greater promise for long-term growth than the simplistic notion of relegating these individuals to the status of mere servants. It must be acknowledged that Zhang Anping possessed remarkable foresight. The act of acquiring servants would only transform the Zhang family into a mere landlord. Such an arrangement, susceptible to the whims of fate, could lead to rapid extinction upon the unexpected demise of a family member. This was because those vassals, being servants, lacked a profound sense of belonging. However, kinship and brotherhood created a different dynamic. This strategy aimed to consolidate loyalty within the family, enhancing its cohesion. Even in the event of an untimely death within the family, it could endure. This represents the best means of mutual support in times of chaos. Most importantly, this initiative instilled a sense of hope in those who were once servants, a hope for ascendance, as they could, through their own efforts, become members of the Zhang family, brothers by merit. Even if they ultimately were unable to achieve such status, upon reaching Aizhou, they would still have the option to pay a ransom and depart freely. This gesture moved the Lu family to tears. Lu Sen swore to the heavens, "Today, I become a kinsman of the Zhang family. Should my family ever betray the Zhang family, may I be condemned to a fate worse than death, suffering unspeakable torments." Lu San's vow carried great weight. Yet his acceptance into the Zhang family as a brother by merit ignited a fervor among the remaining servants, who trembled with excitement. This was hope. The Zhang family had saved their lives and granted them a vision for the future. To squander this opportunity would be a disgrace. They must strive tirelessly to become true members of the Zhang family. Lu Sangong respectfully knelt before the venerable Zhang, tremblingly uttering, "Grandfather." "No, simply address me as father. For from this day forth, Anin shall be your nephew. Lao Bao is also Anin's elder brother." The elderly Zhang's words sent Lu Sangong's family into a state of overwhelming grief, tears streaming down their faces. In a corner, Qiu Xiaoyong, witnessing this poignant scene, felt his eyes welling with emotion yet remained perplexed. On his way home, he quietly inquired of his uncle, Qiu Yunshan, why transform a loyal servant into a brother? What purpose does this serve for the Zhang family? Such ignorance. A servant may rise to become a city lord, much like your father. Yet a brother can aspire to dominion over the realm or stand as a sovereign in his own right. The Zhang family is destined for greatness. Qiu Yunshan's eyes gleamed with fervor, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the Zhang clan. Following this event, Lu Sangong's family, along with the other servants, would undoubtedly lay down their lives for the Zhangs. Such bonds surpass even those of blood. The Zhang family's third generation was scarce, a significant concern. Yet with the elder Zhang's declaration, he had gained another son and grandson. What a stroke of brilliance. From this day forth, you must foster close ties with the Zhang family. They are remarkable. As Lu Sangong became a member of the Zhang family, a place was set for him and his family at the grand stone table during mealtime. Lao Bao even sat alongside Zhang Anping, a fact that filled him with exhilaration. As his father had said, he would dedicate his life to safeguarding this family. Previously, 2 guards had met with mysterious deaths, instilling a sense of dread among the servants. However, upon hearing the Zhang family's decision and observing Lu Sangong, they were imbued with boundless hope. What was there to fear? As long as they excelled, they could swiftly join the ranks of the Zhang family, becoming brothers to Zhang Anping, a prospect that seemed like a dream. Thus, following the Zhang family's announcement, the entire camp underwent a transformation. Each individual, without the need for oversight, worked tirelessly, eager to stand out and catch the attention of the Zhangs. Hoping to be recognized as a new member of the clan in the forthcoming vote, the camp thrived with vitality, smiles illuminating the faces of all, even amid labor. Zhang Anping began mixing the leftover mash from brewing with ground cornmeal, attempting to feed the 2-headed horses. He was accompanied by Zhang Zhiqiu, along with his sisters, the 7th sister Zhang Zhijun and the 8th sister Zhang Zhimei, as Zhang Zhijun excelled in equestrian skills and wielding a broadsword, while Zhang Zhimei was proficient with the spear. Both sisters were adept riders, yet they had never encountered 2-headed horses before, especially as these creatures had been on the brink of starvation for days, refusing to allow anyone near. However, as Zhang Anping combined the mash and cornmeal, the emaciated 2-headed horses suddenly raised their heads, whinnying incessantly. The cacophony of over 22-headed horses echoed throughout the village of Daweishu. "Brother, these 2-headed horses are eating. They are willing to consume this food," exclaimed the 7th sister, Zhang Zhijun, filled with unbridled joy. "Indeed, this indicates that the previous sustenance was inadequate. I shall impart this knowledge to you, and it shall be your duty to tend to these 2-headed horses. Those with gentle dispositions may even attempt to ride them." The sisters, being youthful and of petite stature, would undoubtedly outpace the uncouth individuals should they manage to mount the 2-headed steeds. "Splendid. I shall also partake in feeding the horses." Zhang Zhimei responded with delight, for she favored the spear, which proved formidable when wielded from horseback. With the added momentum of the 2-headed horse, her physical limitations would be rendered inconsequential. With but a spear, this young maiden could charge forth against a throng of robust men. The advantages of the 2-headed horse paired with the spear were exceedingly apparent, hence Zhang Zhimei's exuberance. Zhang Anping permitted all 10 sisters to assist in feeding the horses, allowing them to select suitable steeds, with the aim that each would eventually possess a 2-headed horse. The horses, now accustomed to the appropriate feed, exhibited less aversion to strangers and became increasingly docile. Given time, it was likely they would be able to ride these extraordinary creatures. This news elicited joyous laughter from the Zhang family, who had initially presumed the 2-headed horses would ultimately be consumed in a broth. Although they felt a twinge of regret, the horses' refusal to eat left them powerless. Who would have thought that Zhang Anping, accompanied by several sisters, would resolve the feeding dilemma? As long as these 2-headed horses continued to eat, their lives would be spared. If they survived, perhaps these remarkable steeds could serve them in the future. It was indeed fortuitous. However, only Zhang Anping and his sisters were privy to the feeding arrangements. Even old Zhang remained unaware. Yet, this did not hinder him from repeatedly cautioning, "Exercise caution, do not speak of this lightly, and be vigilant in caring for these 2-headed horses." His words garnered the agreement of the Zhang family, who nodded in unison. As night descended once more, Zhang Anping instructed everyone to rest, save for a few on patrol, as he resolved to keep watch alone at the village's entrance. He had discerned that peculiar occurrences did not transpire in the presence of many. What would happen when he was alone? Thus, he chose to stand vigil through the night. Once darkness enveloped the land, he kindled a bonfire, seated himself on a small stool beside it, and perused a book by its flickering light. The Zhang brothers approached, but were sent back, albeit they left behind an abundance of firewood. Qiu Xiaoyong also arrived, only to be turned away, though he left some sweet potatoes. Lu Xing came as well, but instead of being sent away, he departed on his own, having brought a sizable piece of lamb for Zhang Anping to roast during the quiet night. As he tended to the fire, sweet potatoes roasted alongside the lamb. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. with only the distant lights of the village flickering behind him and the occasional sound of patrol footsteps breaking the stillness. Then, the entire expanse became serene, enveloped in an exquisite tranquility. In his hands, the book captivated Zhang Anping, a gift from his teacher, who insisted he recite it daily, claiming that upon their next meeting in Jinling, an examination would ensue. This book bore resemblance to the Guan Guanji, albeit slightly more intricate, yet not insurmountable for Zhang Anping. As night deepened, he, despite donning thick garments, felt the chill creeping in, for the ground was still blanketed with a thick layer of snow. Rising to stamp his feet, he added more firewood, then retrieved a roasted sweet potato, savoring it alongside fragrant lamb, delighting in the feast. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up a flurry of snowflakes, amplifying his discomfort. Choosing not to sit, he began to pace around the fire. Suddenly, he perceived an odd sound that halted his steps. He scanned the surroundings for the source of the noise, but after searching diligently, it had vanished. Strange, could I have misheard? Zhang Anping pondered, tucking the book into his bosom and finishing the lamb in his grasp, glancing around once more. As the cold began to settle in, he resolved to add more firewood and roast the remaining lamb, for the late hour would surely intensify his hunger. However, upon replenishing the firewood, he was astounded to discover that a sizable portion of the lamb he had left behind had vanished. Chapter 41. Could there be a demon? Zhang Anping crouched down and touched the snow on the ground. There were subtle traces visible. The snow was somewhat disturbed, as if small animal paws had traversed it. This confirmed his memory. The piece of mutton must have been pilfered by some small creature. Yet, the speed of it was astonishing. He had not noticed a thing. What kind of animal could it be? Zhang Anping rose and scanned his surroundings, but saw nothing but an expanse of white. Suddenly, the sounds of insects and birds vanished, leaving only the sound of his own breathing, which sent a shiver of unease through him. Why was it so quiet? Was something about to emerge? The desolate silence of the fields at the village entrance felt eerie. He began to pace slowly around the bonfire, his senses heightened as he observed the environment. Abruptly, a sharp, chirping sound drew all his attention. He first spotted a pool of blood, followed by a snow-white fox struggling desperately, seemingly wounded. Its smooth fur stained with crimson, a striking sight. Entwining the white fox was a creature resembling a gray serpent, writhing incessantly. Could it be a snake? Zhang Anping mused, perplexed. In such cold weather, could a snake still be active? Did snakes not hibernate? Nevertheless, he did not hesitate, seeing the injured fox. He unsheathed his frostlight sword and aimed it at the gray serpent. However, as the blade struck, he realized he had misjudged the situation. What he thought was a snake was, in fact, a root-like entity, alive and remarkably agile. In that moment, Zhang Anping could not identify what this creature truly was. Yet it did not deter his sword from delivering a lethal blow. But as the sword light surged forth, the serpent-like entity lunged at him, transforming from a small segment into a sprawling mass that ensnared him from all directions. Zhang Anping attempted to flee, only to find his limbs ensnared by a multitude of roots, which coiled around him like serpents. The grip tightened, and he felt something probing beneath his clothing. Before he could react, the injured white fox, with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey, bit down on the thickest root, tearing at it as if to protect him. The root, seemingly animated, retaliated with precision, even launching surprise attacks on Zhang Anping himself. Witnessing this, Zhang Anping's heart sank, realizing he was confronted with something truly bizarre. With no time to ponder further, he summoned all 7 of his frostlight swords, which shot forth in unison. All the icy swords were relentlessly severing the root-like appendages that ensnared her. His icy sword was remarkably sharp and exceedingly swift. Even though he was originally entangled by these numerous tendrils, amidst the brilliance of the sword light, countless severed roots fell to the ground. Yet, those fallen roots suddenly converged, merging into a single massive root, as thick as an adult's arm, charging directly towards Zhang Anping's chest. If it pierced him, it would mean certain death. Zhang Anping was taken aback, astonished that such bizarre entities existed in the Great Zhou dynasty. His momentary distraction was interrupted when a white figure lunged at the thick root, incessantly gnawing at it. It was none other than the injured little fox. The claws of this white fox were extraordinarily sharp, relentlessly clawing at the root, momentarily slowing its advance. This fleeting moment afforded Zhang Anping the opportunity to act. He unleashed his icy sword, and 7 blades whirled mercilessly, decimating the roots, causing them to scatter in every direction. A noxious, dark green sap splashed onto the snow, emitting a foul stench. The severed roots fell to the ground, some writhing uncontrollably while others dripped with the dark green liquid. The injured white fox suddenly lunged towards the thickest branch, rolling and wrestling with it. At this moment, Zhang Anping noticed that this particular root was exceptionally thick, emerging from the earth. It began as the thickness of an adult's arm and grew to the size of a barrel. As the barrel-sized root surfaced from the ground, the earth trembled as if something colossal were attempting to break free from the soil. A sense of seismic upheaval filled the air. Zhang Anping's expression shifted. Even without experience, he understood that this sinister root was no ordinary entity. It bore a striking resemblance to the legendary tree demon. His gaze fell upon the large locust tree, which now appeared transformed, casting an ominous shadow that hinted at malevolence. This locust tree must be the corporeal form of the tree demon. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Armed with his icy sword, Zhang Anping made a swift and decisive move. As the icy sword ascended, it soared directly towards the great locust tree, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The towering locust tree, which had once stood dozens of meters tall, suddenly stirred, its countless withered branches and roots animated, resembling an octopus with numerous tentacles. All of these appendages lunged towards Zhang Anping, intent on turning him into mere fertilizer. The tremendous noise, even in the dead of night, roused the entire village. Elder Zhang scrambled to his feet, almost tumbling as he rushed out. The Zhang brothers grasped their knives and charged out, disregarding whether they were adequately dressed for the cold, while Zhang Zichuan and the others hurriedly made their way towards the source of the commotion. "Anin, your brother is over there. Please don't let anything happen to him. At the village entrance. Tonight, your brother is guarding the entrance. Anping, we have come to rescue you." All members of the Zhang family rushed toward the village entrance with a fervor akin to madness, while others might hesitate upon hearing such a commotion, contemplating how best to hide and evade danger. For the Zhang family, no peril was too great. They were determined to charge forth, for Zhang Anping was within. Without him, even if they all survived, they would refuse to live on, as despair would consume their spirits and extinguish their courage to endure. "Brother, I am here to save you." The moment Zhang Zichio's voice echoed, her bowstring was drawn taut, and an arrow was released, soaring toward the great locust tree. Though fear gripped her heart, for she had never witnessed such a terrifying sight, a tree that seemed alive, capable of movement and the consumption of flesh. What of it? As long as it dared to lay a hand on Zhang Anping, they would charge forth, regardless of the strangeness of the foe. "Anping, be cautious, we are coming." The entire Zhang family, undaunted by the specter of death, pressed on. They were oblivious to the existence of monsters in the Great Zhou dynasty. Yet any entity that threatened Zhang Anping became their mortal enemy. They cared not whether the adversary was human, a demon, or an immortal. For Zhang Anping must not come to harm. They would willingly trade their lives to ensure his safety. Despite the astonishment that washed over them at the sight of the colossal creature, they surged forward with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, as the great locust tree appeared to uproot itself, revealing an unfathomable black abyss beneath. This void voraciously consumed everything around it, resembling an endless chasm. Upon witnessing his family emerge, Zhang Anping's heart clenched. He possessed the cold light sword, yet his kin were mere mortals, many of whom were women and children. Fueled by love and a fearless spirit, they rushed headlong into danger. But life is singular, and should any of them fall victim to the tree demon, he would never forgive himself. "Retreat. Everyone retreat. Do not approach." Zhang Anping bellowed, wielding the cold light sword to cleave at the tendrils and roots of the tree demon. However, despite the sword's exceptional sharpness, it proved insufficient against the tree demon's might. Though it possessed lethality, it could not deliver a fatal blow. At this critical juncture, a flash of white light darted toward the tree demon with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 42. The white fox. That lightning-like white flash was none other than the white fox. At this moment, it charged unhesitatingly towards the towering locust tree, over 10 meters high, desperately clawing at it, as if that particular spot held some significance. Zhang Anping, quick to react, unleashed 7 gleaming swords, all aimed at the place where the white fox's claws descended. Meanwhile, the tree demon, which had extended countless tendrils to ensnare the Zhang family members who rushed to their aid, began dragging them towards the gaping black hole. However, it was suddenly pierced by Zhang Anping's swords. The area struck appeared to be the most vital part of its being. Zhang Anping observed that with each thrust of his sword, the tree demon's vines quivered violently, and the roots binding the Zhang family members loosened slightly. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Anping's eyes reddened with fervor. He summoned all his strength, fiercely wielding the gleaming swords, thrusting one after another at that crucial spot. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the heavens and the earth. As everyone present instinctively covered their ears, they beheld the white fox plunging into the tree trunk, clutching something unknown in its claws, swiftly retreating. Its speed was akin to lightning, and just as it was about to depart, it abruptly halted, standing still to glance back at Zhang Anping. Then, it vanished in an instant. Once the white fox departed, the massive locust tree crashed to the ground, its roots flailing about like headless flies, relentlessly severed by Qiu Xiaoyong and the Li brothers who had arrived with reinforcements. The Zhang family members quickly regained their footing, and the roots on the ground swiftly transformed into withered wood, seemingly devoid of vitality, returning to ordinariness. At this moment, Zhang Anping was drenched in sweat. The continuous exertion of the gleaming swords had taken a considerable toll on him. He collapsed onto the ground to rest, as the liberated Zhang family members, freed from the fallen branches, hastily rushed to his side. After a thorough examination revealed he was unharmed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Gazing at the chaotic scene at the village entrance, the once towering locust tree now lay fallen, and the bottomless black hole was illuminated as someone tossed in a torch, only to be met with startled cries. "Come and see, my heavens!" When Zhang Anping approached to investigate, he beheld a horrifying sight. Countless white bones, densely packed. Among the remains were animal carcasses, but predominantly human bones, varying in size from the elderly to the young. Truly a scene that defied sanity. At this moment, the crowd seemed to grasp the grim reality of why the houses in this village stood intact, yet its people had vanished. It was due to the emergence of the locust tree demon at the village entrance, which had mercilessly consumed the entire population. It was a sight too ghastly to behold. A chill ran down their spines. Had Zhang Anping discovered this tree demon earlier, and had they established a patrol at the village entrance, it was likely that by the time winter passed, everyone would have become fodder for this demon. Not only would they have been unable to reach Zhou, but they might not have even escaped the village. What a close call. To my astonishment, in the great Zhou dynasty, not only are there barbaric tribes, but also demons. Tree demons? Zhang Anping gazed at the seemingly lifeless colossal entity before him, utterly stunned. After residing in Daxing village for 7 years, accustomed to the playful antics of rural life, who would have imagined that such creatures as tree demons existed in this era? If it were not for the undeniable sight witnessed by all this evening, it is likely that no one would have conceived the true nature of this world. Born into tumultuous times, with demons and monsters rampant, it seemed the great Zhou had not encountered such beings for many years. Was this a sign of the decline of the dynasty's fortune? Standing before a heap of withered branches, Qiu Yinshan sighed deeply. He turned his gaze towards the many trembling servants, gripped by fear. These ordinary folk, had it not been for their misfortune of fleeing and inadvertently stumbling upon this village, would likely have lived their entire lives oblivious to the existence of such creatures. After all, during the prosperous times of the Great Zhou, few demons dared to emerge. Often, before they could reveal themselves, even those hiding deep in the mountains would be hunted down and vanquished by dedicated martial practitioners. In the Great Zhou, there exist organizations of martial practitioners whose sole purpose is to engage in such endeavors, rendering them nearly invisible to common folk, who remain blissfully unaware of the so-called demons. Indeed, for the average citizen, living in ignorance can sometimes be a form of happiness. Yet, when a nation's fortune wanes or disappears, those demons will inevitably rise, stirring chaos. And it is the common people who ultimately suffer the consequences. It is too difficult. We, the common folk, cannot even cultivate our fields in peace. It is truly unbearable. Zhang Jiao muttered to himself. Encountering barbaric tribes has already brought suffering to the common people, and now, the emergence of demons adds to their plight. Father, strength makes any place a paradise. Without it, one is merely prey for others. Rest assured, I will secure a land where we can farm in peace. Zhang Anping glanced at his father, who had transitioned from shock to a tranquil acceptance of their fate. Regardless of how the world may change, the love and bond of family remains steadfast. This enduring affection has never faltered. His resolve to protect his family, to safely guide them to Azhou, to provide his father with a peaceful haven, and to safeguard his sisters so that they may lead the lives they desire, remained unwavering, no matter the time or place. All that mattered was their family's safety and well-being. As dawn broke, the dark pit at the village entrance was filled with earth, and the withered branches had been gathered, cut, and prepared for firewood. The land at the village entrance was smoothed and leveled. Initially, upon arriving in this village, an underlying unease had lingered in everyone's hearts, as they questioned why such fine homes had been abandoned. Where had the villagers gone? Now, they finally understood the cause. It was the mischief of the tree demon, forcing those lost souls to find peace beneath the earth. A stone tablet was erected nearby, inscribed with the events of this day. Inform future generations that the villagers of this hamlet have fallen victim to the malevolent tree spirit. Although Zhang Anping struck the tree spirit with his sword, it seemed that something of great significance was taken away by the little fox. With the tree spirit vanquished, Zhang Anping paid little heed to anything else. He merely felt a sense of fatigue. Leaving the others to tidy up, he retired to rest. Meanwhile, the little fox had found refuge in a pristine cave, alertly scanning its surroundings. After confirming that no prying eyes were present, the fox extended its paw and retrieved a verdant object, slightly larger than a fingernail, pulsating with a vibrant life force. This was the heart of the tree spirit, the most vital part of its being. Only after the white fox had taken the heart did the spirit finally perish. The heart of a millennia-old tree spirit has finally been found. Suddenly, a voice, as melodious as pearls cascading onto a plate, emerged from the wounded little fox. Cradling the ancient heart, the white fox swallowed it whole. In an instant, her injured body began to heal rapidly. The bloodstains that marred her fur vanished in the blink of an eye, and her coat became even more lustrous than before. Hee. This place is truly delightful. I truly don't want to leave, the little fox murmured, a fleeting shadow crossing her eyes as she seemed to arrive at a decision. Having ventured out, she resolved to remain in this realm of humanity. Meanwhile, after Zhang Anping fell asleep, his consciousness drifted to a quaint courtyard, where he busied himself crafting a substantial amount of fermented grain, destined to serve as sustenance for the two-headed horse. Upon inspecting the storeroom, he discovered not only heaps of grain, but also an assortment of armor, medicinal herbs, and other provisions. With such resources amidst the chaos of the world, he possessed a greater foundation for survival. However, he was taken aback to learn of the existence of spirits within the great Zhou dynasty. Zhang Anping sighed, meandering through the courtyard, and for reasons unknown, found himself wandering to the backyard. The backyard housed a multitude of rabbits, which reproduced at an astonishing rate, leaving clear signs of nibbling on the grass as they burrowed into the ground. Zhang Anping casually caught a few plump rabbits, intending to have San Yang preserve them later. While catching the rabbits, he glanced up at the tall door of the backyard. Previously, he had pushed it only to hear a creaking sound, but it had not budged. Today, however, he decided to give it another try. With no expectations, he recalled how long it had taken to open the door to the first courtyard. Yet, curiously, as he pushed today, the door swung open with ease. Chapter 43. The enigmatic second door. Zhang Anping gazed at his hands, overwhelmed with joy. The second door of the courtyard had, astonishingly, swung open at his touch. It was crucial to recall that when he first opened the initial door, he had discovered the existence of this second door, which he had fervently attempted to push open multiple times. Yet, despite his efforts, the door remained obstinately shut, devoid of any visible latch. Countless attempts had yielded nothing until recently, when he noticed a slight give in the door, accompanied by the creaking sounds that hinted at its potential. He had contemplated how many years it might take to finally open this imposing barrier. However, after fortuitously vanquishing the tree demon today, he found that a gentle push was all it took for the door to yield. It appeared that the act of opening each door necessitated a particular catalyst. Upon becoming a scholar and donning the Confucian robe, he had effortlessly opened the first small door that very night. Following his triumph over the tree demon, he was now able to swiftly push open this second door. Eagerly, Zhang Anping stepped through the threshold. As he entered, a jolt of energy surged through him. It felt as if every pore in his body unfurled. enveloping him in an exquisite comfort. Before him lay a breathtaking scene filled with exotic flora and fauna, a miniature waterfall cascading over rocks, and a pond teeming with fish, most of which were unfamiliar to him, save for a few resembling koi. In this enchanting place, Zhang Anping was struck by his own lack of knowledge. The beauty surrounding him was utterly captivating, yet he recognized neither the aquatic creatures nor the vibrant plants. The diverse species seemed to transcend his understanding. The courtyard was vast, and as he wandered deeper, he found no signs of structures or walls. A nagging doubt crept in. Did this place lack any buildings? Yet, the garden was awash in the hues of spring. After meandering for quite some time, whether due to fatigue or some other reason, Zhang Anping began to feel an overwhelming heat enveloping him. This sensation intensified, prompting him to shed his clothing in a desperate bid to alleviate the oppressive warmth. The stifling heat was unbearable. He was drenched in sweat, gasping for air, as if a blazing sun hung directly above him, reminiscent of the sweltering days of summer. How could it be so sweltering after opening this door? No, it seemed as though spring had given way to summer, and he wondered what further sensations awaited him if he ventured onward. Determined, Zhang Anping pressed further into the depths of the courtyard. Soon, he encountered a stone-constructed pond and could no longer withstand the heat. He decided to bathe by the water's edge, washing away the sticky, unpleasant odor of perspiration. Emerging from the water, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Gazing down at the stone pathway beneath his feet, he resumed his journey, feeling renewed and invigorated. The discomfort that had previously plagued him began to dissipate, and the oppressive heat seemed to lessen. Continuing onward, he soon felt a chill enveloping him, a slight coolness in the air. Pausing momentarily, he surveyed the flora surrounding him. It was then that he noticed an abundance of fruit hanging from the trees, and the atmosphere carried a hint of autumn's crispness. This realization struck him. It was indeed autumn. A term suddenly emerged in Zhang Anping's mind. He gazed in astonishment at his surroundings, marveling that within this courtyard, various sections seemed to embody different seasons. If he ventured further, would he encounter winter? With this thought in mind, Zhang Anping revitalized his spirit and hastened his pace, casually observing the fruit trees around him. To his surprise, most of the fruits were unfamiliar to him. Everything in this courtyard, whether plant or otherwise, was peculiarly strange. He recognized none of it. Fortunately, as he continued along the bluestone path, he began to feel the cold air swirling around him, and he noticed what appeared to be snowflakes drifting by. Extending his hand, he felt the delicate snowflakes floating in the air. At that moment, Zhang Anping exhaled a deep sigh. His suspicions had been confirmed. Behind the second door lay a treasure trove of the four seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. How wondrous! This courtyard was indeed a gem. The bounty of seasonal produce was at his disposal. He could savor summer fruits in the chilling winter and winter fare amidst the summer heat, including the ubiquitous ice and snow. How delightful! The treasure concealed behind this second door was truly remarkable. Energized, Zhang Anping felt an exhilarating joy, quickening his steps as he ventured forward. Before long, he beheld a thick layer of snow, piled high like cotton. Feeling the cold nipping at him, he hurried ahead, eager to discover what lay at the snow's end. Fortunately, he soon spotted a white roof and red walls nestled among the lush bamboo. The roof was blanketed in snow, and the bamboo too bore a generous coating of it. Zhang Anping hastily entered the dwelling, finding it warm and inviting, reminiscent of spring. Curiosity piqued, he scanned the interior with wide eyes, quickly discovering an expansive study, albeit rather sparse, with only a few books adorning the shelves. This disappointed him somewhat, but as he absent-mindedly flipped through one, he found it to be a volume titled The Compendium of All Demons. Intrigued, he opened it and soon came across an entry regarding tree spirits. One particular sentence made him pause. Tree spirits gain wisdom after a century. It is only after a millennium that they develop a heart, and after 10 millennia, their hearts grow as large as a sphere. The heart of a tree spirit is the source of its vitality, possessing boundless life-restoring properties when used in medicine. The heart of a tree spirit? This, indeed, seemed a precious treasure, likely taken by that clever white fox. Zhang Anping examined the Compendium of All Demons, recognizing its value, and tucked it securely away. As he continued his search, he stumbled upon another tome, a guide to spiritual flora. Zhang Anping casually flipped through the pages, encountering a variety of unfamiliar plants. However, One species of bamboo caught his attention, resembling the bamboo outside the house. The Millennium Green Bamboo. Characterized by a white stripe in the middle of its leaves and possessing exceptionally sharp stalks capable of severing blades and any sharp instruments. Can also be fashioned into bows and arrows. Upon reading this, Zhang Anping was compelled to venture outside to examine the Millennium Green Bamboo. He discovered that within this grove, almost every bamboo leaf bore the distinctive white stripe. Thus, this was indeed the Millennium Green Bamboo. This book was a treasure. He tucked it into his bosom and continued his perusal. Soon, he stumbled upon a tome detailing spiritual creatures. The animals depicted were unfamiliar, yet some seemed vaguely recognizable. Reminiscent of his own experiences while bathing in the water, they bore a resemblance, although he could not be certain. Consequently, he decided to take this book as well. Zhang Anping continued his exploration, finding additional texts on medical doctrines and toxicology, and even a thin manual that appeared to have been frequently perused. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to keep it in hand. These books were invaluable. He had plenty to occupy himself with in the foreseeable future. Emerging from the study, Zhang Anping continued his search and soon discovered a painting. The artwork depicted pavilions and towers with red walls and green tiles, strikingly familiar to him. He realized that this painting was likely a detailed map of the courtyard. His current location corresponded to a house depicted on the map, and there were many similar structures. The illustration indicated the study, alchemical chamber, and various other rooms. Zhang Anping noticed a particular room within this house. Upon opening the door, he was met with a dazzling array of colors, revealing numerous compartments. However, he could not discern what lay within them. As he reached out to investigate, he was repelled. Unable to view the contents, Zhang Anping did not lose heart. The items on the shelves outside the study were already a bountiful harvest for him. Each book was extraordinarily useful, each one eliciting awe. With this thought, he carefully examined the painting once more. He quickly discerned that the area behind the door was nearly square, with different structures represented in various locations. Observing the painting, he resolutely proceeded along the small bluestone path adjacent to the study. After a considerable walk, Zhang Anping once again encountered a red wall. This wall also featured a tall door, towering as high as a two-story building. The door was substantial, nearly wide enough to accommodate his frame. It lacked a latch, prompting Zhang Anping to push against the great door with all his strength. As anticipated, the door remained immovable, conforming to his expectations. The first door opened, the second door opened, yet the third door remained firmly shut. Chapter 44. The third door. Zhang Anping, filled with enthusiasm, raised his gaze towards the third door. Even if he could not push it open himself, it did not diminish the yearning within his heart. Who could know when an opportunity might arise that would allow him to easily open the third door? Moreover, the first door revealed a small courtyard, furnished with all necessities for sustenance and even the means to farm and raise chickens and ducks. Had he not opened the first door, the Zhang family's journey of escape would have been unimaginable. They might have been forced to sell their daughters for a handful of millet or, worse still, face the grim reality of cannibalism. Just the thought sent shivers down Zhang Anping's spine. It was truly terrifying, a notion too dreadful to entertain. However, upon opening the second door, it felt as though he had entered a new realm, a world of martial practitioners, teeming with tree spirits and mystical flora. This was entirely different from the existence he had known in Daxing village. Yet, he pondered what lay beyond the third door. What peculiar and astonishing wonders could it conceal? Zhang Anping was indeed curious, immensely so, but he decided against rushing. Instead, he resolved to thoroughly immerse himself in the world beyond the second door. When Zhang Anping regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he was greeted by a beaming smile. It was his mother, Jin Xiaofeng, looking at him with joy. "Oh, you're awake. I knew you must be hungry. I've roasted some lamb for you, do try it." This piece was hard-won after much discussion with San Yang, she said, her voice filled with delight as she offered him a piece of roasted lamb. Yet, Zhang Anping did not reach out for it. Instead, he gently remarked, "Mother, next time, let me roast the lamb. We can't afford to waste such a precious morsel," he sighed, feeling a pang of regret as he gazed at the charred meat. Eating roasted lamb on a snowy day was a delightful experience, yet his mother had burned it. Jin Xiaofeng, a scholar's daughter, excelled in her studies and needlework, but her culinary skills left much to be desired. Often careless, she would either oversalt her dishes or scorch them. This shortcoming caused some discontent in the heart of Zhang Laotu, yet he turned a blind eye, appreciating her ability to educate their children and produce a cherished grandson. As long as the charred food was edible, he would tolerate it. Over time, San Yang's culinary skills improved, and she naturally assumed the role of the family cook, allowing Jin Xiaofang to focus on teaching their numerous children and earning some money through copying texts. Jin Xiaofang no longer needed to labor in the kitchen. However, upon Zhang Onping's return from a long slumber that lasted nearly a day and night, she was worried and stayed vigil by her son's side. Concerned that he might go hungry, she had prepared the roasted lamb for him. "Well, I was just worried you might be starving. Don't fret. Burnt lamb won't kill anyone." Jin Xiaofang took her son's words lightly, her gaze still warm and affectionate, her heart filled with joy. The son truly grows more handsome with each passing day, and remarkably, he possesses considerable talent and capability. Even if one's culinary skills are lacking, what significance does that hold when blessed with such a strong son? After consuming a piece of overcooked lamb, it was evident that he remained unharmed. The taste may have been lacking, yet Zhang Onping still felt satiated. Stretching lazily, he ventured outside for a stroll. Meanwhile, Jin Xiaofang diligently took it upon herself to wash her son's clothes and tidied up his room, ensuring a refreshing and comfortable living space for him. Zhang Onping first made his way to the enclosure housing the two-headed horses, generously providing them with ample feed. These creatures, with their daily sustenance, harbored no malice toward him. In fact, as he approached, they would extend their dual heads and gently lick his palm with their tongues, displaying an endearing docility. Among them, he had a particular fondness for a white two-headed horse, often adding extra feed for it, and patiently watching as it consumed its meal. This horse reciprocated his affection, even allowing him to mount its back. However, having endured a period of starvation, the horses appeared emaciated and needed further care. Zhang Onping resolved to nurture them until he comprehended their habits thoroughly, at which point he would ride them. After all, given the considerable height of these two-headed horses, mounting and dismounting was no trivial task. Upon exiting the horse enclosure, Zhang Onping continued his exploration of the village. This settlement was quite expansive. Even with over 200 residents, it remained far from fully occupied. They had merely claimed a few of the more desirable houses, leaving numerous vacant ones that were only lightly maintained for the purpose of housing horses or storing firewood. Indeed, the area was remarkably comfortable and spacious. This winter, their lives should not be too arduous, especially since the greatest threat, the tree demon, had been vanquished, leaving little else to fear. However, during his wanderings, Zhang Onping observed his grandfather addressing the Zhang family's servants with a stern lecture. It appeared he was informing them that this group of servants would not only be required to hunt, but also to train within the village, with daily lessons in reading. For none among the Zhang family, young or old, could be illiterate, for it is only through education that one gains wisdom. To become a member of the Zhang clan, one must excel in hunting and horseback riding, as well as achieve commendable academic success. This winter, they would assess these individuals and hold a public vote to select the most deserving, allowing them to transition from servants to esteemed members of the Zhang family. As the elder spoke, Zhang Onping was met with a chorus of cheers. No one relishes the role of a servant. While one may resort to expedient measures in dire times, once individuals are well-fed and warmly clothed, motivating them to strive and toil requires offering more enticing prospects. His grandfather's foresight was commendable. It was no wonder that he had once presented an exorbitant bride price to ensure his son married the daughter of a scholar, who happened to be Zhang Onping's mother. This was a testament to his grandfather's reverence for scholars, believing them to be the most astute of individuals. Lu San gazed at the old man Zhang with admiration, for he had been entrusted with the task of managing the servants, being a living testament to the Zhang family's ability to assimilate their kin. "Grandfather, tomorrow I wish to venture out for hunting." With the village free from the lurking threat of the tree demon and the skies now clear, it was indeed the perfect moment to embark on such an endeavor. Should fortune favor them, they might return with ample game, allowing them to indulge in a more sumptuous meal of porridge enriched with meat. "Very well. Tomorrow you may choose companions to accompany you up the mountain for the hunt." The old man Zhang regarded his grandson with satisfaction, his heart swelling with joy. The grandson was undeniably their family's little lucky star. They had originally fled to Azhou in a group of over a dozen, traversing on foot, But now they had transformed into a prosperous household, complete with numerous servants, several horse-drawn carts, and over 20 pairs of double-headed horses. Such a prospect was beyond the realms of dreams, yet it was their reality. Thus, the old man Zhang not only approved of Zhang Anping's hunting expedition, but encouraged him to select a few people to join. Zhang Anping chose Lu San and Lai Bao, along with his sister, Zhang Jiqiu. As they journeyed, Zhang Anping contemplated crafting a set of bows and arrows for his sister using the ancient green bamboo described in the texts. Such weaponry would undoubtedly surpass the effectiveness of the bow she currently possessed. In that moment, his sister would become a formidable asset for the Zhang family. Moreover, he had retrieved medical texts for his eldest sister from the second gate and a tome on poisons for his second sister. Believing that the literature contained within that second gate held exceptional quality, he even sensed that any single book from there could alter a person's destiny. Zhang Anping intended to search further for texts suited to his swordsmanship-loving elder sister and to cater to the remaining sisters as well. The following morning, Lu San awaited Zhang Anping's arrival, and together they packed ample provisions, selecting 20 servants alongside Zhang Jiqiu to journey towards the back mountains of their village. After all, those mountains extended endlessly, promising an abundance of avian and terrestrial game. Yet, to Zhang Anping's astonishment, while leading the way on horseback, they struck little prey but nearly trampled a seemingly frozen figure, a girl clad in white, with delicate features that resembled a woodland sprite. Chapter 45. Hulinger. This young girl was remarkably beautiful, with skin as white as snow, a delicate chin, and uniquely shaped eyes, slightly drooping at the inner corners, yet elegantly lifted at the outer edges. She appeared to be only 12 or 13 years old, not fully matured. Nevertheless, anyone who beheld her could not help but exclaim, "What a lovely girl!" However, Zhang Anping felt that while the girl was indeed attractive, her mind seemed somewhat muddled. After they brought this frozen girl back, his mother hurried over to deliver some food, which happened to be charred sweet potatoes that Zhang Anping himself found rather unpalatable. Yet, upon seeing them, the girl consumed them with evident delight. "Auntie, oh my, your cooking is exquisite. This is the most delicious food I've ever tasted." Her praise filled Jin Xiaofang with joy. It was worth noting that even her own son openly expressed disdain for her cooking. To her surprise, this little girl, whom they had rescued, praised her cooking to the skies. Ecstatic, she quickly prepared a piece of roasted rabbit meat, which, despite its dark appearance and slightly burnt aroma, was certainly not inedible. "It smells so good, truly delicious. I've never tasted meat as delightful as this in my life." The girl devoured it hungrily, almost wolfing it down, while continuously mumbling her compliments about the food's incredible flavor. Despite her ravenous eating, the girl's beauty rendered her actions anything but crude, and the onlookers could not help but feel their hearts swell with affection. "This poor child must be terribly hungry. We should keep her. At least her life is worth saving." Upon hearing this, everyone naturally agreed, as they were all too familiar with hardship. Only Zhang Anping, deep down, questioned whether he had stumbled upon a fool. His mother's cooking was indeed safe to eat, but undeniably unappetizing. He was in awe of this girl, who managed to consume so much while endlessly praising the food as culinary delights. Was it simply hunger that drove her, or was there something amiss in her mind? Before long, Zhang Anping resolved to test his theory. When the girl shared a meal with them, she was presented with rice porridge prepared by his mother, golden brown roasted sweet potatoes, and a bowl of overcooked mush. It was a given that Jin Xiaofang's culinary skills were lacking, and burnt sweet potatoes were a commonplace occurrence. "How fragrant! Auntie's cooking is the best." This girl, introducing herself as Hulinger, reached for the charred sweet potato and the dark mush without hesitation, bowing her head and eating heartily. Astonishingly, she continued to sing praises, exclaiming how delicious the mush was and how delightful the burnt sweet potato tasted. This brought a smile to Jin Xiaofang's face, her eyes sparkling with joy. This girl truly appreciated her cooking, a rarity she had seldom encountered. "Linger is so sensible. What a good child." Upon observing Hulinger in such a state, Zhang Anping could not help but sigh inwardly. Truly, he had stumbled upon a simpleton, who, if not a fool, would forsake the delectable dishes prepared by San Yang to consume their mother's burnt offerings. Furthermore, it was evident that Hulinger relished her meal with such gusto that it seemed utterly genuine. The table was laden with a bounty of food, rendering any self-denial unnecessary. As Hulinger savored her meal, even Zhang Jiawu, standing nearby, hesitated. Unable to resist, he took a bowl of his wife's charred porridge and sampled it, only to find the bitter concoction reminiscent of medicine nearly made him retch. How unpleasant. He would rather endure hunger than partake in such a wretched fare. Son, you ought to taste your mother's cooking, Zhang Zhou said, pushing the half-consumed bowl of black mush towards Zhang Anping. It was far better to foist the burden onto his son than to endure it himself. After all, this was not something that could kill a person. Zhang Anping gazed at the bowl of black mush his father had thrust upon him, noting that his sisters, particularly the sixth sister, dared not meet his gaze, fully aware of the horrors of their mother's porridge. Indeed, it was not lethal, but it was sufficient to ruin one's appetite for the next meal. The bitter taste lingered throughout the day. It was truly inedible. How delightful! Yet, Hu Lingyu continued to indulge with unabashed satisfaction, prompting Zhang Anping and his family to cast pitying looks at her. This Hu Linger was indeed a beautiful girl, but alas, she was a simpleton. As night fell, when the family convened to discuss how to accommodate Hu Linger, Jin Xiaofang proposed adopting her as a goddaughter, a suggestion met with near-unanimous opposition from the Zhang family. No, we must adhere to family rules. When Lu San's family sought refuge with us, they commenced as servants. This Hu Linger, with her mysterious origins, remains an enigma. We know nothing of her character. It is prudent to observe her as a servant for a while. Zhang Anping shook his head. He had brought her back. Yet Hu Linger claimed to have been separated from her family, fainting in the snow, with only the name Hu Linger to her credit. Inquiries about her home or siblings yielded nothing but confusion. Any further questioning resulted in headaches, as she could recall nothing. Oh dear, such a beautiful young lady. How could she harbor any ill intentions? What a lovely girl. How can we make her a servant? Jin Xiaofang disagreed, feeling fortunate to have someone who appreciated her culinary skills. Then let us, the Zhang family, hold a public vote to determine whether this young lady becomes a servant or a member of the Zhang family. Ultimately, it was Zhang Laotu who made the final decision. They had long agreed that any new member accepted into the Zhang family would be subject to a public vote. With the approval of the majority, one could become part of the Zhang lineage. This time, Lu San's family also participated in the vote. Regrettably, only Jin Xiaofang supported her inclusion, while the others cast their votes in opposition. They favored Hu Linger becoming a servant of the Zhang family. What a lovely young lady. How could she possibly have any ill will? It simply won't do. Let her stay by Anin's side. After all, he is the one who brought her back. And now the treasures have become Anin's older brother. Jin Xiaofang genuinely adores this Hu Linger. What a lovely young lady she is. Her pair of eyes is truly captivating. And moreover, she delights in the porridge she prepares, akin to a cherished daughter. This idea is splendid. Let her serve as a maid beside Anin, which is both suitable and reassuring. Once her family comes to claim her, she can return home. Old Zhang pondered for a moment and concluded that his wife's suggestion was indeed commendable. This young girl has a somewhat dubious background, although she was discovered in the snow. Her beauty is striking, and she does not appear to be an ordinary person. A girl of her caliber is not suited to just any place. At least Anin is younger and is her savior, so for now, it is best to keep her by his side as a maid. If her character proves to be sound in the future, she may even become part of the Zhang family. Thus, Hu Linger was settled in, becoming a servant of the Zhang household and a maid to Zhang Anping. Her age is comparable to that of Zhang Zichuan, yet her beauty is unparalleled, especially her mesmerizing eyes that can leave one in awe with their glimmer. Zhang Anping is aware that Hu Linger has yet to fully mature. Once she does, her eyes may possess the legendary allure that ensnares men. However, to him, these eyes hold no effect, and he merely finds Hu Linger endearingly naive. On the day following Hu Linger's arrival, Zhang Anping took some individuals out to hunt. This served dual purposes, to train the servants and to stock up on provisions for the winter. The skies had cleared, and gradually, pedestrians began to appear on the roads, most of whom were in horse-drawn carriages. Those fortunate enough to possess such vehicles, having endured the trials of fleeing for so long, must possess some skill or wealth. The village had been devoid of human presence for quite some time, leading to an abundance of birds and beasts in the back mountains. Moreover, the deeper they ventured into the mountains, the more numerous the larger wild animals became. They even stumbled upon a nest of wild boars. Leading the pack were 2 large boars, followed by 7 or 8 smaller ones, each weighing around 60 to 70 pounds. The sight made their eyes shine with excitement. These were not merely wild boars. They were a veritable bounty of meat. Chapter 46. The regulations of the Zhang family leave the wild boar to me. And as for the piglets, let's aim to capture them alive. Although the wild boar was fierce, encountering Zhang Anping rendered the task of hunting these two beasts as trivial as child's play. The most challenging aspect was the capture of the piglets. Fortunately, the snow in the mountains was still thick, making it manageable for the group of 20, albeit requiring a bit of time. Before nightfall, they carried back the two wild boars along with 7 or 8 securely bound piglets. However, upon Zhang Anping's return, he was greeted by Hu Linger rushing towards him. "Young master, there are so many people coming to the village," Hu Linger exclaimed, her joy evident as she bounced about, dressed in white, her hair casually styled, yet still appearing enchanting without any cosmetics. "All right, call for help to butcher the pigs. We have also captured 8 piglets, which we can raise. When the heavy winter snows arrive and food becomes scarce, they will serve as sustenance." The piglets, although not particularly small, would make a delectable meal if food ran low. Yet, with the 2 wild boars on hand, the piglets were spared, perfect for raising in the pen to fatten them up over the coming months. This would also serve as a reserve of food for everyone. After a brief wash, Zhang Anping prepared to arrange for his uncle to butcher the pigs, only to notice a group of dazed and vacant-eyed individuals staring at the wild boars, drooling at the sight. These were the displaced people who had come to the village today. Originally, they were affluent families from Jizhou, living in comfortable conditions. Upon receiving news of turmoil, they rallied their friends and relatives, embarking on an exodus that numbered over 100. Although they began their journey with ample supplies, the sheer number of people and the long trek took its toll. After 2 to 3 months, even with frugality and trading gold and silver for food, many women and children had perished along the way. Upon their arrival at this village of Great Huaitree, they were astonished to find smoke rising from chimneys, with villagers bustling about, either chopping wood or training. The villagers appeared clean and well-fed, their faces devoid of hunger, exuding vigor and health. Clearly, they were not suffering from starvation. This sight filled the refugees with a glimmer of hope, drawing them closer, yearning for food or perhaps a chance to settle here, seeking to survive in peace. They no longer wished to be refugees. The harsh northern winters could be deadly. Walking the roads in the bitter cold left them uncertain if they would even rise the next day to continue their journey. Thus, finding a safe haven where they would not starve or freeze to death was paramount. They truly wished to cease their trek northward. Among the newcomers were those in tattered clothing, their faces marked by hunger. They had subsisted on roots, tree bark, and even, in some instances, the earth itself. Yet, to their surprise, in this village, pigs were being butchered. The contrast was astounding. It was evident this village was quite prosperous, and they longed to stay. However, the first group of arrivals soon realized that the villagers were not the original inhabitants. They too were refugees, having only reached this place a mere 2 days earlier. All were fleeing hardship, so why the disparity in their conditions? Observing the hunting of wild boars, these refugees found it hard to leave. For even a few scraps of pig hair or entrails could mean the difference between life and death. Meanwhile, the Zhang family gathered together to discuss the situation regarding the refugees congregating at the village entrance. "We have only 10 carts of grain left. The Li family has 3, and the Chiu family has 4. There are over 200 people here, and with this heavy snowfall, we might not see the end until March next year. If we continue this way, we will deplete our resources in 4 months, sighed the elder Zhang. They had increased in number, yet their food supply was limited. Should they aid the people at the village entrance? It weighed heavily on their hearts. "Father, today Inan hunted 2 wild boars and countless rabbits and pheasants, which must amount to a significant quantity of meat. There are also 8 piglets. Those people are in dire straits. Should we not take some in?" Zhang Jiawu glanced at his father, knowing that his son possessed remarkable skills. They had more than just the 10 carts of grain. Inan had procured enough food from the tunnels to sustain thousands for an extended period. Yet, this was a secret he had never disclosed. "Indeed, we were once concerned about our small numbers, fearing we would be unable to safeguard our grain from others. Now that our family has grown, and with Inan's swordsmanship, we should be able to protect ourselves. If need be, we can take turns hunting every day," Zhang Jiawan added, lamenting the numerous hardships they had witnessed along the way. It pained them deeply. "Yes, father. I noticed that the back mountain holds plenty of wild vegetables in the village's barren lands," Zhang Jiawu interjected, suggesting that if all else failed, They could prepare a porridge of wild greens mixed with a bit of rice, allowing their limited grain supply to sustain many lives. Oh, we refrained from aiding others before out of fear of inviting trouble, as we lacked the means to protect our grain. Since you are all willing to help, let us heed Anin's counsel and consider establishing a set of guidelines. The elder Zhang ultimately sought the opinion of Zhang Anping. After careful consideration, Zhang Anping recognized that their small courtyard contained a fair amount of grain, and with its fields and gardens available for planting, accepting newcomers posed no issue. The question remained, how to integrate them effectively. How could they ensure a harmonious cycle where everyone had purpose and could genuinely survive? After a thorough discussion, the Zhang family consulted the Qiu and Li families and soon devised a set of regulations. The plan was that any newcomers would first undergo a public voting process, allowing them to expose one another, revealing those who had committed heinous acts or engaged in unspeakable deeds. After these revelations, a vote would be held, with those guilty of the most egregious offenses facing immediate execution. Those found guilty but not deserving of death may be transformed into laborers. If their transgressions are minor, they can become ordinary servants, akin to the initial group received by the Zhang family. Among these ordinary servants, individuals who display exceptional merit may be selected through a public vote by the Zhang family, elevating them to the status of kin, akin to Lu San. This approach not only provides the refugees with a means of survival, but also mitigates the risk of inviting treachery into their midst by ensuring that they do not harbor ungrateful adversaries. Crucially, it offers these individuals a glimmer of hope, two possible paths ahead. Should they safely reach Azhou, they may redeem themselves for 100 taels of silver. Alternatively, if they are unable to present such funds yet are willing to labor diligently, they too can become members of the Zhang family, shedding their status as mere servants. To be considered for servitude, these refugees must not only maintain cleanliness but also possess literacy, for even the youngest members of the Zhang family are educated. Naturally, those who reject these stipulations may choose to fend for themselves, thereby relieving the Zhang family of any moral burden. Once these regulations were established, the Zhang family dispatched Lu San to disseminate the news, indicating that the village was willing to accept refugees, albeit under certain conditions. Zhang San was tasked with this promotion. Meanwhile, the Zhang family busied themselves with hunting 2 large wild boars, preparing the meat for preservation, while also concocting a substantial pot of broth to nourish the villagers. Initially, many at the village entrance hesitated, as they were merely fleeing disaster, hoping to find fortune in Jinling or Aizhou, thus avoiding the need to sell themselves into servitude. However, witnessing the Zhang family slaughtering pigs and preparing a communal meal of rice porridge and meat soup, combined with Lu San's persuasive presence, dismantled their reservations. After all, aligning with the Zhang family, even as laborers, would afford them the opportunity to read and write, as well as partake in the same sustenance as others. Ultimately, they could even ascend to the rank of family members. Consequently, a substantial number of individuals approached Lu San, expressing their desire to become servants of the Zhang family. Zhang San promptly selected some of the ordinary servants to assist, guiding them to wash their hands and faces with warm water, bathe in the designated area, and change out of their soiled garments. Each was then provided with a bowl to join in sharing the large pot of pork bone stew with rice and wild vegetables. This initiative sparked an influx of new converts. Chapter 47. Already in paradise in the biting cold, amidst a landscape accustomed to the brutal realities of life and death. Who does not yearn for survival? Given the slightest chance to live, who would willingly relinquish it? The conditions proposed by the Zhang family can be regarded as generous. As they do not discriminate based on age or gender, they welcome entire families with open arms. They provide warm water for bathing and a nourishing rice porridge, tinged with the essence of meat, which could very well save a life. As for the act of mutual denunciation and public voting, there are indeed those whose heinous crimes, stained with the blood of innocents, warrant their demise. Such individuals, if left unpunished, would only serve to oppress the honest and virtuous, eroding the very fabric of morality. One cannot expect those who have succumbed to such depravity to contribute positively to the Zhang family's endeavors. Thus, their exposure and execution are deemed acceptable. There are instances of individuals, like Zhang Yun, who, despite having committed acts of violence, may not deserve the ultimate penalty. When a ruffian attempted to abduct his wife during their journey, Zhang Yun bravely fought back, resulting in the death of the assailant and preserving his wife's dignity. Upon arriving to pledge allegiance to the Zhang family, he revealed that he bore the surname Zhang, and if his life were forfeit due to this, it would be a consequence of his own folly. After a thorough deliberation, the assembly did not demand Zhang Yun's life in exchange for his actions. The Zhang family, after much contemplation, assigned him the role of a laborer, while his wife worked alongside other servants. They were accommodated together, as they were a legitimate couple, and after enjoying a hot bath and rice porridge, they were settled in a dwelling suited for them. However, each dawn, Zhang Yun would rise early to train in formation with the Zhang family, followed by a meal and laborious tasks such as snow removal and road maintenance. His wife joined the lady of the house and other women in spinning and weaving, with meals shared in the evening, followed by lessons in literacy under the guidance of a teacher. This new existence filled them with both astonishment and joy. They could work for sustenance, learn to read and write, and even train in swordsmanship and horsemanship. Compared to their harrowing journey, this was akin to paradise. Even in their previous life, toil was inevitable. Yet here they could occasionally indulge in richer fare and enjoy each other's company without fear of oppression or malicious intent towards his wife. Such a life afforded them peace of mind. Moreover, those who excelled in their labor could be reassigned to lighter duties among the ordinary servants, and ultimately, perhaps, find themselves accepted as part of the Zhang clan, sharing meals with them. This prospect ignited a sense of hope. The Zhang family had also pledged that upon reaching Azhou, should anyone wish to refrain from servitude, they could pay a sum of money to gain their freedom, offering a glimmer of hope to all. After all, some still possessed hidden treasures, which the Zhang family had not confiscated. What astonished Zhang Yun even more was that he and his wife were not laboring at the Zhang family entirely in vain. They were not devoid of any income. The most industrious male laborers, those who toiled the hardest, could earn up to 10 work points daily, with others managing 8 or 9. Zhang Yun's wife, assisting the matriarch in weaving, could accumulate 7 work points in a single day. The Zhang family declared that these work points could be exchanged for food, meat, or even silver during the new year. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun felt a renewed sense of hope. What was often termed servitude was, in essence, work for oneself. Compared to the arduous journey of trading half a bag of millet for a young girl, this was akin to paradise. This set of regulations was devised by the elder Zhang after discussions with Zhang Onping and others, representing a relatively fairer system, albeit one that required further refinement. Their primary aim was to stimulate the enthusiasm and sense of belonging among all individuals involved. Consequently, upon witnessing some refugees, this process could provide them a means of survival while simultaneously discouraging indolence. Following this series of actions, the Zhang family, which had dwindled to 9 members, now expanded to 100, adding 31 new individuals. Among them were a significant number of able-bodied laborers. Aside from a few, the majority became hard laborers, while the initial group of 30 to 40 transformed into ordinary servants. The village buzzed with activity once again, with daily tasks of logging, foraging for wild vegetables, and hunting conducted in an orderly fashion. The kitchen was overseen by the 3rd matron, who tirelessly managed the preparation of freshly cut meats, meticulously salting and drying them to be hung out in the sun on the threshing grounds when the weather permitted. Passers-by would wear smiles, their eyes reflecting satisfaction as they gazed upon the pile of meat, recently acquired bounty from their hunting parties. With these provisions, hunger would not plague them. Furthermore, it was rumored that during the new year, meat would be distributed according to work points. At the village entrance, a considerable amount of cleaned wild vegetables was drying in the sun, a hard-earned treasure. These wild vegetables were gathered after the snow melted, with the village's laborers foraging around the mountainside to collect edible greens while discarding toxic plants. Any hint of green was carefully brought back. Any surplus was dried for later consumption. Additionally, a significant quantity of winter bamboo shoots was also laid out at the village entrance. Discovered by hunters who had found a vast bamboo grove, the village promptly dispatched a group each day to harvest bamboo shoots from this area. In the scarcity of winter, these bamboo shoots provided an extra dish for everyone. The villagers, resourceful as ever, sought every means to procure food and drink. Yet as they continued to dig for wild vegetables and bamboo shoots, their grain reserves dwindled, causing the 3rd matron to feel a growing sense of anxiety. Upon seeking out Elder Zhang, she fortuitously encountered Zhang Onping nearby. "Father, in recent days, more than 30 individuals have arrived, and our stored grain has dwindled to a mere 8 carts. I calculated that this supply will be depleted in just 2 or 3 months, and we still need to venture to Azhou. Being refugees without travel permits, we cannot enter the large city, making it exceedingly difficult to procure sufficient grain. The third daughter-in-law was in a state of panic. As a woman, she previously managed meals for a household of over 10 people with relative ease. Now, with nearly 100 mouths to feed, they had already consumed 2 carts of grain in such a short span of time. This was under her strict control, limiting everyone to 2 meals a day, consisting of a porridge made with meat and wild vegetables. What if we remind Lu San to limit the intake of new arrivals for the time being? Zhang Laota's gaze turned to Zhang Anping. He too felt a sense of unease. If their efforts to help others led to their own family's downfall, it would be a grave miscalculation. Grandfather, may I have a word? Zhang Anping glanced around, knowing these words should only be shared with his grandfather. The fewer who knew, the better. Soon, Zhang Laotu leaned in, and upon hearing Zhang Anping's words, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 48. Someone is preventing a good life, is it true? Indeed. Even if we were to recruit 1,000 more, given our current state of sustenance, we need not fear a lack of harvest for an entire year. Zhang Anping nodded. In truth, this was a rather conservative estimate. The reality was that the grain stored in his small courtyard could easily sustain 1,000 individuals for 3 years. However, he refrained from disclosing this to the old man, merely suggesting that he need not worry. Sustaining up to 1,000 people for a year would pose no problem. Yet, beyond that number, uncertainties loomed. Very well, very well. My dear grandson is truly fortunate. I can finally set my mind at ease. However, we must not recklessly invite too many people. When we journey to Azhou to seek refuge with your great-aunt, we must not become a burden. At that time, if we can secure a place to settle and live in peace, free from the ravages of war, we will be content. The old man sighed, reflecting on their journey of several thousand miles to reunite with relatives in Azhou. Yes, indeed. Zhang Anping cast a glance at his grandfather and spoke softly. The old man then reassured San Nyangzi not to worry. Should their food supply dwindle, they would devise a solution, and she should continue to manage their meals as usual. With her father-in-law's clear assurance, San Nyangzi finally felt at ease. Currently, with the increasing number of people, after accounting for those engaged in hunting, foraging, and fishing, the remaining villagers were required to undergo daily training. They were equipped with swords, armor, and weaponry, with a select few chosen for cavalry training in archery and horseback riding. The training was overseen by Li Chengwen and Qiu Yunshan. Notably, Qiu Yunshan exhibited an exceptional understanding of military strategy, and among Zhang Anping's sisters, Zhang Zhilan showed a keen interest in the art of war. In addition to diligently studying the military texts provided by Zhang Anping, she shadowed Qiu Yunshan to learn the principles of warfare, even disguising herself as a boy to train alongside the others in formations, cavalry tactics, and scouting techniques. Zhang Zhilan was the eldest daughter of the Zhang family and Zhang Anping's full sister. The Zhang family's 4 daughters, representing the 4 seasons, were as follows. The eldest, Zhichuan, possessed remarkable medical skills. The second, Zhixiao, was adept in the use of poisons. The third, Zhiqiu, was a master archer, and the youngest, Jidong, studied swordsmanship. The exceptional long sword she wielded was one Zhang Anping had discovered in the study of their small courtyard, which he handed directly to his sister, who had a keen interest in swordplay. The 7th sister, Zhang Zhijiu, practiced knife techniques, while the 8th, Zhang Zime, focused on spear mastery. The youngest, the 9th and 10th sisters, were taught some culinary skills by San Nyangzi, yet they gazed enviously at their sisters wielding swords and knives, persistently requesting their brother to procure books for them to learn as well. Regarding this, Zhang Anping found himself at a loss for a better solution, opting to have them study the introductory manual for martial practitioners alongside the 6th sister. As they grew older, he would observe their interests and guide their development accordingly. Since Zhang Anping ventured out to hunt a couple of times, he has largely refrained from engaging in such pursuits, as he realized that hunting posed little challenge for him. He found it far more stimulating to remain in the village, to tinker within his own abode. For instance, upon entering the 2nd gate, he contemplated crafting a bow and arrow from the ancient green bamboo, known for its unparalleled hardness, surpassing even that of blades and swords. However, this bamboo also possesses vulnerabilities. With a unique technique, It can be severed or shaped to one's desires. As for the bow and arrow's creation, Zhang Anping discovered the methodology within the pages of a book. This particular bamboo can be heated over a flame, allowing it to be molded as desired. Once cooled, it becomes harder than iron. The appropriate fire can be sourced from the furnace in another chamber dedicated to alchemical endeavors within the second courtyard. This task was not overly challenging for Zhang Anping. Moreover, he suddenly realized that behind the second gate, the text referred to numerous elements, which, with a modicum of attention, could easily be located. Initially, he was unfamiliar with many of the flora, fauna, and insects within the courtyard, yet upon consulting a guide, he discerned that many species were indeed of great utility, which filled him with immense joy. Presently, he decided to practice with the relatively simple ancient green bamboo. Zhang Anping has a private courtyard, overseen by Hu Ling'er, who diligently attends to him. Whenever he remains indoors for half a day, the Zhang family members inevitably inquire about his activities, wondering why he has not been seen. I believe the young master is engrossed in reading. He seems to be perusing books incessantly. I wish to read as well. Hu Ling'er, who is quite beautiful and serves as Zhang Anping's maid, has little to do, considering that he has been confined to his room daily, only occasionally venturing out for a brief stroll in the village. Oh, my dear grandson, studying is indeed arduous. Sanyang, please prepare some venison and mutton stew for Anping, and ensure the stove in his room is kept burning fiercely. The winds and snow outside are fierce. Let the young master venture out as little as possible. Old man Zhang's favoritism towards Zhang Anping has been evident both in the past and present. Yes, I shall roast some mutton to send to him. My son has a particular fondness for roasted lamb skewers. Jin Xiaofeng also suggested that Zhang Anping should receive additional provisions. However, she was pulled away by Zhang Jiwu, who insisted that she must not waste the precious mutton. As unpalatable as it may be, Zhang Anping's 10 sisters also brought him delightful offerings, some providing food, others drink, and some presenting small trinkets. They all wished not to disturb his studies, preferring to have Hu Ling'er relay their gifts. Thus, Hu Ling'er at last found a bit of leisure to engage in her own pursuits, often visiting the school to study alongside Mr. Li. Invaders assault the Golden Palace, encamping in the southern lands. The common folk endure hardship, while loyal subjects battle fiercely. The might of arms echoes in the desolation, while legal power stands resolute. To restore the mountains and rivers at dawn, sacrificing oneself is a noble desire. Hu Ling'er chanted along, observing Mr. Li's misty eyes and the red-rimmed eyes of many students. Their voices choked with emotion. Though she did not fully grasp the meaning, she felt the beauty of the poem composed by her teacher. Reciting these verses stirred a profound sense of sorrow within one's heart. Mr. Chiu also imparted poetic wisdom to the students. His health had notably improved under the care of Zhang Jichuan, and he rarely coughed anymore. He even found time to teach them the art of poetry and literature. Is it said there are no garments? We share the same cloak. When the king raises an army, I sharpen my spear and shield to share the same enmity with you. Is it said there are no garments? We share the same marsh. When the king raises an army, I hone my halberd to toil alongside you. Is it said there are no garments? We share the same attire. When the king raises an army, I fortify my armor to march alongside you. This lengthy poem initially baffled many, but through daily recitation during their morning training, everyone began to chant together, and soon, even Hu Ling'er found herself humming along. The once quiet village of Deweishu transformed into a bustling hub as an influx of people gathered. What was particularly enviable was the village's abundance of provisions. The flat threshing ground displayed an array of wild boar, deer, and sheep meat, glistening under the sun, blindingly bright. The news of Deweishu's ample food and meat quickly spread, attracting desperate refugees as well as wandering bandits from the mountains. Yet, this time, the bandits were cautious. After all, the village boasted a considerable populace, and the guards stationed at the entrance trained vigorously all day, instilling fear in their hearts. Thus, the bandits dispatched a few female spies to ascertain the village's population, food supplies, and wealth, including the number of women. Only by gathering such intelligence could they find the right moment to strike. However, unbeknownst to them, these female spies were recognized even before they entered the village during the public disclosure segment, revealing 2 bandits among them. Upon hearing that bandits had been captured, old Zhang did not dare to be negligent and quickly sent word to Zhang Anping. The brothers from the Chiu and Li families soon gathered, for this was the first time they had apprehended female spies since settling in Doeshu. But those two female spies were brazenly defiant, hurling insults at them. "If you dare to lift a finger against us, our king will descend from the mountains and slay every man among you, while the women will be treated as playthings, left to suffer in life and death. If you have any sense, release us at once and willingly offer your food and meat, and we may spare your lives indeed. Do you know how many underlings our king commands? With you pitiful wretches, if you comply, you may yet retain your lives." These two female spies were audacious in their threats, their demeanor causing the countenance of all present to shift dramatically. Chapter 49, Trouble Looms. Someone seeks to assassinate the young master. The matriarch of the Zhang family felt her face flush with a deep crimson hue. Her thoughts drifted to her 4 beautiful daughters and the harrowing days of fleeing famine, when others sought to barter a sack of millet for her children. They had endured so much, from bloodied feet to riding in a carriage, and now they even had servants and a pair of fine horses. Just as their lives began to improve, news emerged that bandits threatened to make the women of the Zhang family suffer unspeakable horrors. Her heart ached with despair, her body trembled, and her eyes brimmed with tears. "Speak, where is your bandit hideout? How many of you are there? Dare to deceive the master, and we shall not hesitate to tear your mouths apart." Zhang Jiawu struck the bandit across the face with 2 sharp slaps. These wretched souls, deserving of their fate, only sought to live peacefully, waiting for the thaw to continue their journey northward. Who could have foreseen the wrath of these bandits? What a dire world this is, where common folk endure such hardship. The heavens are distant, and the emperor far removed. Outside, savages ravage cities, while within, roving bandits and mountain thieves wreak havoc. They seem intent on driving people to the brink of despair. After a few slaps, Lu Xun kicked them a few times, and soon the 2 bandits divulged everything they knew. Their original intention had been to infiltrate the Zhang family and glean their wealth, but they ended up revealing the entire situation regarding the bandit den. Upon learning of the bandits, many members of the Zhang family felt a chill grip their hearts, trembling in fear, for these bandits were far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. This band of marauders had established themselves at Ermiai Mountain, over 100 miles away, for 3 years. Despite multiple attempts by the authorities from Hangzhou to eradicate them, the bandits proved cunning and elusive. Whenever the officials approached, they would hide, only to re-emerge once the danger had passed. They roamed hundreds of miles, either ambushing caravans or directly kidnapping members of prominent families for extortion. In recent years, as life grew increasingly difficult, the number of bandits swelled, bolstering their ranks significantly. Moreover, these bandits boasted a formidable patron, claiming divine protection, consistently evading misfortune, leaving the surrounding populace powerless against them. Aside from their acts of kidnapping and extortion, the bandits performed sacrifices to their deity on the 1st of each month, using human offerings, killing at least 1, sometimes more. Those chosen for sacrifice were referred to as offerings, and many were held captive year-round in their lair. Divine beings? This. Old Zhang was deeply troubled. Yet as the head of the Zhang family, he could not reveal his fears, especially now that their household had grown to over 100, including servants. If he displayed panic, those beneath him would surely be even more frightened. He stifled his anxiety, casting a glance at his sons and grandchildren. "Last time, we defeated those robbers, outnumbered as we were. We need not fear, we shall act," Zhang Jiawu declared, brimming with determination, ready for battle. "The bandits are far too numerous. What gods can save us? We are few in number, so we must defend the village with all our might. If we can just hold out until the weather warms, we may find a safe passage away." Zhang Jiawen, as the head of the Zhang family, pondered over the situation more deeply, weighed down by greater concerns. "If we fortify our defenses and increase our patrols with archers, our village will be somewhat safer. Should they choose to attack, our chances of victory will increase," he continued. Zhang Jiawen hesitated as well. It was 100 miles away. Those bandits could not possibly unleash their full force. As long as their numbers were limited, their strategic advantage in the terrain would bolster their hopes of success. After expressing their thoughts, the 3 Zhang brothers turned their gaze in unison toward Zhang Anping. After all, in their family, the elder and the younger held the most sway in discussions, while the 3 brothers in between felt relatively insignificant. "Let us first defend the village and observe the situation while intensifying our training. Regardless, The Zhang family will stand together. No one can tear us apart. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Anping garnered nods of agreement from the others. Indeed, together we live or die. No one shall separate us. If we are to perish, let it be as one. If we are to thrive, let us do so together. Intensify our training. We must grow stronger to vanquish those bandits. Let us safeguard our village and protect our kin. A chorus of encouragement resonated among them, prompting the elder Zhang to privately remind his sons, even while defending the village, the safety of his precious grandson, Zhang Anping, must take precedence. If anything were to befall him, it would spell doom for the entire Zhang family. During their time of hardship, it was Anping who had ensured their survival. Grandmother Zhang also imparted her wisdom to the daughters-in-law and granddaughters. Anping is our family's little lucky star. If peril truly arises, remember, we must protect him at all costs. Should anything happen to him, the Zhang family would be finished. Without Anping, you would have perished from hunger during our escape. Her repeated reassurances brought tears to the eyes of several daughters-in-law. The granddaughters nodded vigorously, their small, resolute faces reflecting their agreement with their grandmother's words. Indeed, if danger loomed, the first priority must be to preserve Zhang Anping. For his presence signified hope and a brighter future for the Zhang family, a sentiment shared unanimously among them. Since the capture of those two bandits, the atmosphere in Dahuai village had grown tense, and training intensified. Each session was accompanied by song. The strong invade the Golden Gates, stationed in the southern rivers. The common folk endure hardships. The loyal minister fights valiantly. As these lines were recited, those training synchronized their movements with the verses, wielding their swords with fierce speed and formidable presence. With every slash, thrust, and parry, they moved like tigers descending from the mountains, demanding agility and coordination between body and blade. If one could not remember, they were to practice alongside these verses. Initially, these individuals were merely ordinary adults, possessing little more than basic strength. However, their recent diet of rice and wild vegetable porridge, coupled with the warmth of their heated lodgings, had transformed them. Each day unfolds with rigorous training, even amidst a populace largely illiterate. Yet, when harmoniously paired with these verses, an undeniable aura of grandeur emerges. Zhang Anping, accompanied by several sisters, mounts the two-headed horse, particularly the adept archer Zhang Zhiqiu, whose astonishing speed on the steed is matched only by her remarkable accuracy with the bow. Furthermore, her dedication is unparalleled, as she practices tirelessly, day and night. The fourth sister, Zhang Ji, masters the swordplay atop the two-headed horse, while the sixth sister aspires to become a martial artist. The seventh sister, Zhang Zhiqiu, showcases extraordinary prowess with her knife techniques, and the eighth sister, Zhang Jimei, wields the spear with exceptional skill. It is in Zhang Anping's study, beyond the second door, that an array of weapon manuals and martial techniques resides. Concerned that he might overwhelm himself, Zhang Anping wisely laid them all out for his sisters to choose freely what they wished to learn. Even the youngest sisters, the twins Zhang Jiu and Zhang Shi, upon encountering the multitude of texts, voraciously dedicated themselves to their study each day. The entire village transformed into a hive of intensity and activity. Previously, only a handful of guards patrolled the village's entrance and rear. Now, the number of sentinels had multiplied several times over. Notably, outside Zhang Anping's courtyard, both overt and covert watchmen were stationed. Initially reluctant, Zhang Anping contemplated instructing his grandfather to dismiss these guards. However, he reconsidered, pondering the potential consequences should intruders indeed approach. The presence of numerous guards would likely divert any threat here, as common sense dictates that such a heavily guarded area must be of paramount importance, presumably housing grain or other valuables. Thus, the slight danger posed to his own courtyard would ensure the safety of his grandfather, father, and sisters. Consequently, the guards remained, provided they did not enter the courtyard. Unbeknownst to Zhang Anping, this decision would ultimately save lives in the village, for on this fateful night, a grave incident occurred. Someone had indeed infiltrated his courtyard. Just as he was about to act, a tremulous voice cried out, "Alas! Someone seeks to harm the young master." Chapter 50. These are his relatives. As soon as these words were uttered, a plump figure dashed forward, colliding with another shadowy form, resulting in a tangle of bodies. A piercing scream resonated through the air. "Quick, save the young master!" This phrase seemed to possess a magical quality. Within mere moments, torches were ignited throughout the village, and countless members of the Zhang family rushed towards Zhang Anping's courtyard. Disheveled and armed with blades and swords, they came rushing in a frenzy. Initially, a dozen bandits had infiltrated the village, planning to stealthily abscond with the village's grain and meat under the cover of darkness. They had managed to maintain their vigil throughout the day, waiting until the night had grown deep and still, and were poised to seize the most secure courtyard in the village. Just as they had dispatched a few hidden sentinels, their plans were thwarted. To their astonishment, it was a heavily pregnant woman who had uncovered their scheme. Defying all odds, she not only cried out for help, but charged towards them as well. The young master? Bah, what ill fortune! I thought this was a place to hide grain. If we cannot find the food, we might as well kidnap their young master and demand a ransom. The leader of the bandits, a cunning one-eyed man, had set his sights on Dahuai village. Initially, he had dispatched 2 of his men, but they had vanished without a trace. Unable to contain his frustration, he calculated that this village, rich in grain and meat, would yield a bountiful harvest. After observing the village for many days, he quietly located a hidden passage and waited until midnight to infiltrate the village. However, little did he know that the discomfort in Mei Nyang's belly that night would lead to his undoing. Her cries alerted everyone, and as she faced the fearsome one-eyed bandit, she closed her eyes when she saw his sword descending towards her abdomen, her face devoid of regret. The young master had saved her life on several occasions, never once shunning her despite her dirtiness, always caring for her even in the harshest of weather. To die in order to save him was a sacrifice she would embrace without remorse. Yet, in the next moment, Mei Nyang felt a scalding substance splatter across her face. The anticipated pain did not arrive, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld the one-eyed bandit's head rolling in the snow, blood spraying her attire. Almost in a state of shock, she witnessed flashes of cold steel as swords flew through the air, causing heads to fall, painting the snow crimson with warm blood. At that moment, the Zhang family surged forth. Zhang Jiqiu, arriving ahead of the arrows, swiftly felled a bandit with a single shot. Following this, all the members of the Zhang family charged in, armed with knives and swords, while the third daughter clutched a hefty spatula, a makeshift weapon she had seized in the heat of the moment. Such an onslaught was beyond the comprehension of the bandits. In no time, they surrendered, kneeling in the snow while furtively glancing at the young master, who appeared resplendent in his snow-white scholar's robe. Though still youthful, he bore a countenance of striking beauty, his red lips and white teeth radiating a confidence that spoke of profound knowledge and elegance. Indeed, this was their young master, and he was truly a sight to behold. Damn those bandits! How dare they touch my precious grandson? Elder Zhang, upon arriving, swung her cane fiercely at one of the bandits, her face twisted in rage, harboring an intense hatred for these miscreants. Those wretched thieves, how could they have infiltrated here? Thankfully, Mei discovered them. My dear grandson is truly a lucky star. Blessed by divine protection, Elder Zhang continuously bowed towards the heavens, embodying a devout demeanor, until Mei could no longer bear the pain, prompting everyone to finally react. Mei, already feeling unwell, had intended to take a stroll, inspired by the tales of the Zhang family's eldest son being a harbinger of good fortune. She hoped that by wandering outside Zhang Anping's courtyard, she might imbue her unborn child with a touch of that luck. However, she unexpectedly stumbled upon the intruding bandits, and after a tumultuous encounter, she suddenly felt the onset of labor. In a flurry, everyone rushed to assist Mei back home, only to have Zhang Anping call out, "Take her directly to my room. It is the most suitable and cleanest place. Mei can give birth here and thereafter. This courtyard shall serve the village women in their childbirth." Childbirth is akin to traversing the gates of death, and Mei's audacity to confront the one-eyed bandit was nothing short of reckless. He knew he must devise a way to ensure the safety of both mother and child. No, my impure self cannot defile the abode of the esteemed young master. I would rather perish. Mei was drenched in sweat from the pain, yet stubbornly refused to enter Zhang Anping's room. To her, the young master was a figure of divine stature, and she believed a woman like her should never sully his residence during her confinement. I am a person of great fortune. If you give birth here, you will undoubtedly be under divine protection. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry, carry her inside. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Anping resorted to the persuasive rhetoric his grandfather often used. He firmly ushered Mei into the room. Despite the cold weather and her labor pains, this child was to be the firstborn in the Zhang family in many years. Since Zhang Anping's birth, the wives of the Zhang family had not welcomed any children. Zhang Anping believed the reason was that the women had been overly frugal to support his education, depleting their health in the process. Yes, Anping is indeed a person of great fortune, blessed by the heavens. Quickly, carry Mei inside. We can choose another room for the young master later. Elder, you and the wives must assist. With a wave of his hand, Elder Zhang directed everyone to carry Mei into Zhang Anping's room. His chamber was the cleanest and warmest in the entire village. The men stepped outside, while several sisters helped Zhang Anping gather his essentials, temporarily sending his clothing and shoes to Elder Zhang's side. At this moment, Zhang Anping realized that his father had rushed out without shoes. His grandfather was without winter clothing, his uncle wore his shoes incorrectly, and his third uncle had donned only a thin garment, shivering from the cold. His sisters were clad in mere single garments, with the youngest two having emerged barefoot. In such frigid weather, the sight moved him deeply, causing his nose to tingle, and he had to look up to the sky, otherwise tears would fall. He then softly uttered, "I am fine, you all should return quickly. It's cold, and I will have someone bring you some hot soup. If you catch a chill in this weather, it could be fatal." These were his family. These were his loved ones. He would protect them for a lifetime. He managed to persuade his sisters to return, and then Zhang Anping headed to the kitchen, where herbs to ward off the cold were available in the small courtyard. While he brewed the medicine, Lai Bao approached, observing Zhang Anping's silly smile. "Young master, I'm so relieved you are well. You scared me to death." "You called me wrong. Try again." Zhang Anping glanced at Lai Bao, noting his thin clothing and reddened face from the cold. "Brother, hurry and drink the medicine, then put on some clothes and come help." Lai Bao was also a member of the Zhang family, but in his anxiety, he mistakenly addressed Zhang Anping as young master repeatedly, a slip that occurred when he was nervous. Zhang Anping continued to brew a large pot of medicine. Last night, Mei Nyang's shout had indeed saved the villagers, and they had identified and sealed a previously overlooked potential danger in the village. The Zhang family had responded quickly to the cries for help. He needed to prepare some soup medicine. His grandfather and others were frail, and with the biting wind at midnight, one could not afford to be careless in such bitter cold. Zhang Anping had declared his intention to take the entire family to Azhou, ensuring that they would all be together, with not a single person left behind. "Young master, what are you doing here?" Hu Ling, dressed neatly, bounced into the kitchen. "I am brewing soup. You shall taste it shortly. By the way, why are you not the least bit anxious?" "Anxious about what?" "The young master can defeat even the Huai Tree Demon. What are those bandits to fear?" Hu Ling giggled, appearing utterly unconcerned. Zhang Anping's gaze fell upon her, captivated by her eyes, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. "Ling, do you think a fox can transform into human form?" "Ah, how would I know?" "Ahem. Young master, is the soup ready?" "It seems I've never tasted it before." Zhang Anping chuckled at Hu Ling's greedy expression. Was there truly such a foolish and gluttonous fox spirit, wanting to savor even the medicine? Oh, this maid was quite simple-minded. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the village, prompting Zhang Anping to glance outside, unable to contain his curiosity. "This is my first time writing on Tomato, and I am uncertain how to garner positive reviews. My book's rating is somewhat low, currently at 8.3. Therefore, I kindly ask all esteemed readers to take a moment at the end of each chapter to leave a positive review or comment. If the rating reaches 8.6 or above by tomorrow, I shall reward you with 3 updates in the evening, even if it means writing until midnight. I promise to keep my word." Chapter 51. Irredeemable Sin. 10 deaths are not enough. She has given birth. A boy. Cheers erupted in the air. Indeed, Mei Nyang had delivered a son. Inside the room, however, Mei Nyang was writhing in agony, having labored intensely amidst the snow. The exertion had drained her of strength, and upon hearing the news of her son's arrival, the tension she had been holding dissipated, causing her to faint. Fortunately, Zhang Jichuan was present. After taking her pulse, he promptly prescribed her some medicine, advising her to rest. Meanwhile, Hu Ling was serving the warming herbal soup brewed by Zhang Anping, proclaiming it essential for everyone to consume a bowl that night, as per the young master's orders. Observing the solemn expressions of those drinking the medicine, Hu Ling felt a tinge of confusion. "This soup is delightful, truly fragrant." Her words nearly caused Zhang Jixia, who was sipping her medicine, to spill the concoction. Linger, I am astounded by you. Have you never tasted herbal soup at home? How can you call such a medicine delicious? Haven't you ever savored roast duck, mapo tofu, dompa pork, spicy chicken, or steamed fish? Oh, I have never tried any of those. Are they truly delicious? I have never even heard of them. Linger's mouth watered at the thought of such delectable dishes. I haven't heard of them either, but my younger brother mentioned them. He claims they are the finest delicacies. Far superior to the plain rice porridge you usually enjoy. Zhang Jixia's eyes glimmered with longing. These dishes were entirely foreign to her. Yet just the names invoked a sense of hunger. Oh, how I longed to taste them. My brother promised that once we settle in Azhou, he would treat us to a feast. Linger, you must be obedient and let the young master take you along, Zhang Jixia said, with Linger nodding eagerly. The Zhang family understood that while Linger was beautiful, her past seemed less than fortunate. Many cooked dishes were unfamiliar to her. Even a bowl of thin porridge brought her immense joy. Zhang Anping, overhearing his sister's playful banter with Hu Linger, couldn't help but chuckle. His sister was blissfully unaware that Hu Linger might not be entirely human. Thus, her unfamiliarity with human food was likely quite normal. As Hu Linger delivered the warming soup to the women, Zhang Anping and Lai Bao headed to their grandfather's side with their own portion. They encountered a gathering of men from the Zhang family engaged in conversation. This is all thanks to Mei Nyang's boldness. She confronted the bandits with her pregnant belly, displaying remarkable courage. We must ask if her son would be willing to bear the Zhang surname. Elder Zhang was discussing Mei Nyang's valor. After all, the heavily pregnant Mei Nyang had fearlessly charged before the one-eyed dragon, risking her life in the process. Such a person could truly be embraced as a member of the Zhang family. I concur, father. As for those bandits, how dare they harm Anan? We must not show any mercy this time. They must be exterminated, every last one of them. As Zhang Jiawu recalled the bandits lurking in his son's courtyard, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. Indeed, to kill is necessary. Mere death would not suffice to quench our fury. Zhang Jiawen echoed the sentiment, advocating for the demise of those brigands. If they dare to lay a hand on our Anan, 10 deaths would be too lenient. Zhang Jiashuan's resolve hardened, and the men, each with a large bowl of warming soup, swiftly determined the fate of the bandits. There was no inclination for further interrogation, for these brigands had dared to provoke the Zhang family's ire, assaulting none other than Zhang Anping's domain. Their transgressions were unforgivable. 10 lives would not suffice as retribution. Thus, at dawn, a significant event unfolded in Dawayakan. The previous night, bandits had launched a nocturnal assault on the village, only to find 8 of their number slain on the spot, while the remaining 10 were bound like Zongzi, some with swollen faces from the brutality they had faced. These captives were unceremoniously placed beneath the village's grand locust tree. Many refugees, yet undecided in their allegiance to the Zhang family, gazed in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding scene. The men of the Zhang family stood with grave expressions. At the forefront was the elder Zhang, flanked by Zhang Anping. The second row comprised the 3 Zhang brothers, while Lu San, Lai Bao, the Li brothers, and members of the Qiu family formed the third. The last row consisted of the Zhang family's servants. Once all had taken their positions, the elder Zhang, with a voice resonant and commanding, proclaimed the bandits' crimes before drawing forth a prepared sword and handing it to Zhang Anping. His gaze brimmed with earnest hope. They believed Zhang Anping to be the future and salvation of the Zhang family. After deciding to execute the bandits the previous night, the family had deliberated. Their village appeared too affluent, even attracting the attention of bandits, and it was inevitable that some refugees harbored ill intent. In such circumstances, only a display of formidable strength could deter those with nefarious designs. Moreover, their act of slaying these bandits would serve as a declaration of war against the brigands of Ermiashan. Thus, they resolved that Zhang Anping should carry out the execution, to demonstrate that a single severed head could herald a period of peace and security. The balance of benevolence and severity was essential for the Zhang family's safety. As the sun rose, casting a brilliant glow upon the snow-covered ground, Zhang Anping, clad in a pristine scholar's robe, appeared like a paragon of refined elegance, his rosy lips and white teeth enhancing his handsome demeanor. However, when he grasped the sword and stood before a bandit, he displayed neither hesitation nor utterance. With a swift motion, he struck down upon the brigand. Blood splattered across the ground, staining Zhang Anping's scholarly attire. Zhang Anping abhorred taking lives. He had felt the love of his family, and, under the tutelage of Mr. Li, had embraced the virtues of a gentleman who cherishes life. Yet, in that moment of execution, he felt no regret or hesitation. For behind him stood his family. He was the hope and reliance of the entire Zhang clan. If he were to show weakness, who would safeguard his loved ones? To safeguard his loved ones, he bore the burden of his snow-white robe. Even if it were to be drenched in blood, he held no grievances. As Zhang Anping severed the third head, he observed the faces of the refugees outside the village, each etched with terror. Initially, it was believed that the Zhang family of Dahuai Tree Village were individuals of benevolence. Who could have anticipated that a mere youth could slay without even a flicker of his eyelids? Behind him stood a multitude of fierce men, their mere presence instilling a chill of dread. How terrifying indeed! The inhabitants of Dahuai Tree were undeniably formidable, even with provisions at hand. The primal instinct for survival took precedence. Zhang Anping had claimed the lives of 3 men before retreating, allowing the other members of the Zhang family and their servants to take action. This day, every man of Dahuai Tree Village was destined to witness bloodshed. Only through such trials could they cast off their fears and genuinely protect their kin in this chaotic era. By midday, the snow-laden ground at the village entrance was stained crimson, littered with the corpses of bandits, hung as a grim deterrent to any nefarious souls. The wooden fence at the village entryway stood fortified, its posts soaked in blood, rendering it a fearsome sight for those who dared approach. Upon returning to his solitary abode, Zhang Anping was met with the acrid scent of blood, and he grimaced in distaste. His nature was not one to revel in slaughter. He longed for moments spent with family, sharing meals, reading, and basking in the tranquility of life. That was the image of true happiness that resided in his heart. Anan, come and try on the new Confucian robe and the new shoes that Annie has prepared for you. The matron, aware of Zhang Anping's penchant for cleanliness, had thoughtfully arranged a pristine robe, warming his heart. The garments he wore were crafted by his aunt's own hands. The feeling of being cherished by family was truly delightful. After a warm bath and donning clean attire, Hulinger styled his hair. Though she was somewhat gluttonous, she was also quite diligent, engaging him in light conversation as she worked. Young master, what does roast duck taste like? Is it truly as delectable as they say? Roast duck is marinated in honey and cooked over fruitwood charcoal, resulting in a skin that is both crispy and fragrant. Indeed, it is quite delightful. As he reminisced about the taste of roast duck from his past life, he noticed Hulinger's eyes glimmering with longing. Young master, if you promise to take me to eat roast duck in the future, I will share a secret with you regarding the bandit lair at Ermiai Mountain, involving the divine being there, all right? At her words, Zhang Anping's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 52. Has the world gone mad? Today, the Zhang family publicly executed those bandits. It was their first act of killing before an audience, a grim necessity for intimidation and self-preservation. They harbored no desire for death. They merely sought a secure sanctuary to endure the harsh northern winter. Despite the considerable distance of 100 miles between the two regions, the bloodshed had irrevocably forged a vendetta that could only end in death. In such dire circumstances, it was imperative to gather as much intelligence as possible regarding the bandits of Ermiai Mountain. Very well, upon our arrival in Azhou, I shall treat you to roast duck. I vow to keep my promise. Zhang Anping readily acquiesced, the existence of roast duck in Azhou now a trivial concern, for he could always prepare it himself in the future. Once stability was restored, he yearned to recreate the delectable dishes from his past life for his family to savor. Some were truly exquisite. There are no immortals. How could there be? It is merely. Hulinger whispered softly into Zhang Anping's ear, her tone laced with laughter. Yet her words startled Zhang Anping, revealing the rites of worship to beseech divine protection. Hulinger was indeed well informed. Zhang Anping chose not to respond further, opting instead to stroll towards the threshing ground once his hair had dried. The threshing ground served as the village's most spacious locale. Following the execution of the bandits, the villagers intensified their training. Men, women, and children, regardless of age or strength, wielded large sabers or practiced archery. All engaged in rigorous drills, undeterred by the biting cold. They had witnessed bloodshed today and understood the grim reality. Should they falter, they would be the next victims. For the hundreds of bandits would show no mercy. Nevertheless, training must not eclipse the importance of education. Thus, a lively scene unfolded at the threshing ground. Who says there are no garments? Together, we don the same robes. When the king commands, we march forth. With each recitation of poetry, their training grew more vigorous. The clashing of weapons resonating with newfound fervor. The fatigue of the labor seemed to dissipate, and crucially, the verses were committed to memory. In the village, some children were receiving their early education, overseen by the third lady, who taught them the three-character classic while encouraging them to run laps around the village. A child was to complete 10 laps each day. If they stumbled, they were to rise and continue running. They must run swiftly, for those who lagged would perish on the road to safety. Moreover, they must pursue knowledge, for only through learning could they aspire to be like the esteemed young master Zhang Anping. Did they not notice how he attracted everyone's attention, radiating a brilliance wherever he went? His love for learning, the cadence of his speech, even the belt he wore and the shoes upon his feet, all these went unspoken. Yet in the eyes of the villagers, the young master epitomized grace and charm. Zhang Anping sought out Qiu Yunshan, now affectionately referred to as Mr. Qiu by all, for he was teaching the villagers to read and instructing them in formations and drills. He, who had long been afflicted by a persistent cough, stood today amidst the snow, surprisingly free from his ailment, his complexion no longer as pale as when they first met. Qiu Yunshan could only feel that fate was playing tricks on him. After stepping into the realm of martial cultivation, he suffered internal injuries due to his practice and was compelled to retreat into the shadows, assuming the role of the Qiu clan's patriarch. Despite seeking renowned physicians, he was left with nothing but sorrow. And as the city of Jizhou was on the brink of collapse, he had no choice but to leave his younger brother and his adopted son, taking with him his younger brother's biological son, Qiu Xiaoyong, back to Jinling. His intention was to preserve the Qiu family's lineage, hoping to enlist the help of some old friends to mentor Qiu Xiaoyong and to avenge his brother. Who would have anticipated that upon encountering the Zhang family, a young girl would almost completely heal his internal injuries, and that her medical skills seemed to be derived from her brother's teachings? Thus, when he saw Zhang Anping seeking him out, he quickly delegated his responsibilities to another. My dear nephew, have you recently encountered difficulties in your cultivation? I heard that you made a vow against your inner demons and then broke it. I truly lament your plight. However, since you have already attained the strength of a martial apprentice, coupled with some military strategies and formations, you shall surely stand out. In truth, Qiu Yunshan had once been infuriated by Zhang Anping. It was during that incident when he learned that Anping had defied his vow against his inner demons. If Zhang Anping were his son or nephew, even in his frail state, Qiu Yunshan would have been compelled to confront him fiercely. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that although he and his younger brother were martial cultivators, their nephew Qiu Xiaoyong was significantly older than Zhang Anping, yet had never embarked on the path of cultivation. With Qiu Xiaoyong being the sole heir of the Qiu family in such a state, how could he chastise Zhang Anping? After all, Anping, hailing from a farming background, had already achieved the status of a martial cultivator at a tender age. Unaware of the severity of the vow against his inner demons, a twist of fate indeed. However, for someone of Zhang Anping's humble origins, this was already a remarkable accomplishment. Zhang Anping had surpassed the carefully nurtured Qiu Xiaoyong by leaps and bounds. Qiu Yunshan believed that due to Anping's transgression of the vow, his cultivation would likely stagnate at the level of a martial apprentice, making it impossible for him to advance further and become a martial warrior. Even so, a martial apprentice could wield military strategies and formations, potentially becoming a city lord, much like Qiu Xiaoyong's father. Indeed, there are some issues. I am uncertain about how to cultivate, Zhang Anping admitted, a hint of embarrassment flushing his cheeks. The fact that he could access a mysterious realm was known to no one but himself. Although his father and grandfather were aware of his ability to command flying swords and provided numerous books for his sisters to study, the existence of that enigmatic space remained a secret. His grandfather often remarked that Zhang Anping was a little lucky star, favored by celestial beings, leading everyone to attribute all seemingly irrational occurrences to divine protection over the young master. It was said that such gifts were bestowed upon him by the deities. Oh, the Qiu family indeed possesses a set of cultivation mantras, which they have long regarded as a treasured heirloom. You have rendered great favors to the Qiu family. Thus I am willing to lend them to you. However, I have a rather delicate request. The significance of these cultivation mantras weighed heavily on Qiu Yunshan, who sought a promise from Zhang Anping in return. Though my nephew Xiaoyong is proud, his aptitude is lacking. Should he fail to become a martial artist in this life, and I find myself unable to protect him, I hope that one day the Zhang family will extend a helping hand to preserve his life. Zhang Anping regarded Qiu Yunshan, whose face was alight with hope. In truth, he wished to convey that even without these cultivation mantras, given Qiu Yunshan's assistance in instructing the Zhang family in military strategy and training their servants, they would certainly not turn a blind eye to any troubles Xiaoyong encountered, as long as it was within their means. That is only natural. Zhang Anping replied with utmost sincerity. Although young, Qiu Yunshan was acutely aware of Zhang Anping's standing within the Zhang family. Once he pledged something, it was as good as engraved in stone, unalterable. Thus, Qiu Yunshan solemnly summoned Zhang Anping to his residence. Upon entering, he instructed the steward to guard the door, then began to disrobe, prompting Zhang Anping to glance at the door in surprise. Fortunately, after removing 2 garments, Qiu Yunshan revealed an object bound around his waist. This item is exceedingly precious. I dare not part with it. Today, I lend it to you, and I hope you will cherish it as if it were your own life. This tome is impervious to fire and water, and no blade can penetrate it. Indeed, it is a true treasure. The slim booklet, its material unknown, suddenly commanded Zhang Anping's attention, especially upon hearing Qiu Yunshan's words. He was determined to explore the path of a martial artist, albeit in a rather unconventional manner, hence his desire to peruse the mantras for insights into cultivation. However, as he leafed through the revered text, his expression shifted dramatically. I must go. I will take you to find something. Suppressing his inner doubts, Zhang Anping grasped the booklet and led Qiu Yunshan outside. Terrified, Qiu Yunshan feared Zhang Anping might not comprehend the book's value. Should he carelessly misplace it, he would be forever branded a traitor to the Qiu family. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret. Such a precious item should not have been lent out. At the very least, he ought to have stood by while Zhang Anping examined it. Yet, as Qiu Yunshan entertained this thought, he felt a surge of madness as Zhang Anping acquired an object of his own. No, he sensed that the world itself had gone mad. Chapter 53. The Essence of Righteousness. Zhang Anping accompanied Qiu Yunshan to seek out the 9th sister, Zhang Zhitong, and the 10th sister, Zhang Zhixing. At that moment, they were in the kitchen assisting the 3rd mistress with the fire. Upon seeing Zhang Anping enter with the gentleman, they were taken aback. In the great Zhou dynasty, it was considered a principle of propriety for gentlemen to keep their distance from the kitchen, a place deemed unsuitable for their presence. 9th sister, do you still have that introductory manual I gave you last time? Please find it for me immediately. It's here. I glance at it occasionally while tending the fire. Zhang Zhitong rummaged through the woodpile and quickly unearthed a book, slightly dusty. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she wiped it with her sleeve and handed it to her brother. Sir, look, this introductory manual resembles your book quite a bit. No, wait. Isn't your book similar to this introductory manual? Zhang Anping passed the somewhat soiled manual to Qiu Yunshan. The latter, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, thought to himself that Zhang Anping was still too young and not very reliable in his speech. What did he mean by saying this book resembled an introductory manual? His own book was a treasure of the Qiu family. Even within the entire great Zhou dynasty, it was a cherished heirloom, a prized possession of the royal family. What was this so-called introductory manual? Wait, what was this? How could the illustrations and textual explanations in this manual be more comprehensive and detailed than those in the Qiu family's treasure? Qiu Yunshan's hands trembled as his eyes widened. As the clan leader of the Qiu family, he had encountered significant events in his life, maintaining composure even in the face of calamity. Yet at this moment, he felt as if his entire worldview was collapsing. Heavens, what had his eyes beheld? How could this be? Where did this celestial book come from? I found it among the woodpile. Seeing Mr. Qiu's uncharacteristic agitation, Zhang Zhitong murmured softly, her cheeks flushing. She regretted not having taken better care of the book, fearing a reprimand from the gentleman. No, I mean, where did it come from? Where did it come from? Qiu Yunshan emphasized urgently, his anxiety palpable. How could he not be anxious? The treasured heirloom that he always kept close seemed to have been plagiarized from this introductory manual. No, it was as if, in the haste of transcribing, many crucial elements had been omitted. I came across it by chance. It seemed of little use. So I gave it to 9th sister and 10th sister. This statement left Qiu Yunshan staring blankly at him, a mixture of laughter and tears welling within him. At that moment, Zhang Anping had come to a profound realization. The esoteric martial arts principles he possessed were indeed comprehensive. However, They were merely inscribed as an introductory manual, which he had overlooked. He was, in essence, seeking a horse while already riding one. "Dear young master, may I implore you for a favor?" Suddenly, Qiu Yinshan bowed 3 times to Zhang Anping, performing an act of great reverence. "Sir Qiu, there is no need for such formalities. If there is anything I can assist with, I shall certainly do my utmost." Internally, Zhang Anping felt a twinge of anxiety. Qiu Yinshan, as the clan leader, had only recently grown close to the Zhang family after the eldest sister healed his internal injuries, and he was now willing to train the villagers. In the past, he was exceedingly proud, for after all, the second master of the Qiu family was the Lord of Jizhou, and Qiu Yinshan was a formidable warrior, a being more powerful than the Lord himself. Such a person, had it not been for a serendipitous encounter during a time of hardship, would never have mingled with someone from a humble farming background in Daxing village. When the Zhang family encountered the Qiu family, they would bow deeply and speak with utmost reverence. What could Qiu Yinshan possibly desire from him? What was his true intention? "I wish to borrow this book for a glance. Xiaoyong has been unable to make any progress in his martial cultivation, and this weighs heavily upon my heart. I implore you, young master, to grant my humble request." "Ah, what are you speaking of? If it is merely for Xiaoyong to borrow a book, please feel free to take it without such grand gestures. You are a scholar. Simply address me as Anping." Zhang Anping sighed in relief. Was this all? Mr. Qiu had taken such solemnity over this trivial matter, bowing deeply and calling him young master, causing an alarm to ring in his heart. Fearing that Qiu Yinshan would propose a request that would put him in a difficult position, as it turned out, he merely wished to borrow a book for his nephew, which was certainly permissible. "Thank you, Anping. Your kindness is beyond words." Qiu Yinshan bowed deeply once more. Upon hearing Zhang Anping's acquiescence, he joyfully seized the book and dashed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind the somewhat bewildered Zhang siblings in the kitchen. "Brother, I apologize. When I stoked the fire, I became engrossed in reading and placed the books among the firewood for convenience. There are still a few more. I shall retrieve them now." "No need for that. I will mention it to your mother later. You both should quickly choose a subject that interests you and commence your studies." At this moment, Zhang Anping also realized that the books he had brought from behind the second door were likely treasures. Even the most unassuming one might serve as a foundational text for martial practitioners. He resolved to continue searching, determined to find several volumes on martial arts techniques or cultivation methods. With this thought in mind, Zhang Anping hurriedly departed. Before long, he returned to his small courtyard, secured the door, and then entered the hidden realm, arriving directly in the study behind the second door. The study contained a modest collection of books, but this time, Zhang Anping examined each one carefully. However, to his surprise, he found none that pertained to the martial techniques he sought. Strange, none at all? Zhang Anping pondered, pacing restlessly within the study. After a few moments, he suddenly recalled that there was a door he had noticed previously within this study. He casually pushed it open and beheld a dazzling array of compartments, shimmering with vibrant hues. Previously, he had been unable to discern them clearly, and when he reached out, he had been repelled. Later, due to the many peculiar objects behind the second door that had captured his attention, he had nearly forgotten this place. Thus, this was only the second time Zhang Anping had opened this door. This time, he reached out to each small compartment, eager to explore their contents. His hand was rebuffed repeatedly, time elapsing unbeknownst to him, until finally, his fingers brushed against an object resembling a jade slip, igniting a flicker of joy within him. The fruits of diligence were finally manifesting. Yet, before Zhang Anping could meticulously examine how to utilize this jade slip, a flash of white light enveloped him, inundating his mind with a torrent of information. Once the brilliance subsided, he realized that the jade slip contained the martial techniques of a cultivator. However, as a novice, the methods of martial practitioners were ill-suited for him. Attempting to practice them would result in dire repercussions. Thus, he was left with the only option of a foundational technique suitable for martial apprentices, known as the Haoren Jingqi. This mantra, it was said, could lead to the elevation to a martial practitioner upon reaching its third tier. Within the cosmos exists a profound righteousness, manifesting above as the sun, moon, and stars, and below as mountains and rivers. In the realm of humanity, it is referred to as the Haoren Qi, pervading the vastness of heaven and earth. During times of national prosperity and peace, it manifests as a harmonious atmosphere, and an enlightened court. Conversely, in times of turmoil, it conceals itself among the common folk or within the annals of literature. As Zhang Anping contemplated the cultivation of the Haoran Jingqiju, a sense of relief washed over him. He was not fond of violence, and the prospect of studying through reading aligned perfectly with his scholarly disposition. After acquiring this technique, he prepared to depart, recalling the bowstring made from a millennium-old emerald bamboo and the 10 arrows he had crafted for his sister. This would be an opportune moment to bring them along. However, before exiting through the second door, Zhang Anping hesitated and approached the third door. Gazing up at its towering presence, then taking a deep breath, he charged toward it. With a resounding thud, his body collided with the door, yet it remained impervious to his efforts. Very well, the third door remains unyielding. Next time, I shall return to explore what lies beyond, he mused. Curiosity piqued regarding the mysteries concealed behind it. Circling the door, he sought any potential crevice but discovered it to be peculiarly flawless, no latch, no gap, and utterly seamless, leaving him unable to glimpse the scene within. Reluctantly, he cast one last look at the enigmatic door before finally departing. As he intended to deliver the bow and arrows to his sister, he was suddenly approached by Landbound, who rushed over in a frenzy. "Master, hurry. Grandfather is calling for you. It's urgent." "Brother, you've called me the wrong title again," Zhang Anping replied, bemused by Landbound's habitual misnaming. "Little brother, grandfather is calling for you. It's urgent. Something seems amiss." Landbound smacked his forehead, chuckling at his own forgetfulness. Chapter 54. The bandits planned to slaughter the village. Zhang Anping directly followed Landbound to the elder's residence. The elder and the 3 Zhang brothers resided together, and the house was bustling with people. Upon Zhang Anping's arrival, many stepped aside, breathing a sigh of relief. With the presence of this figure clad in a scholar's robe, everyone felt a sense of ease in their hearts. Now that everyone is gathered, let us discuss 2 matters. The first is that we have received news that tomorrow, during the winter month, the people from Ermiai Mountain will hold a sacrificial ceremony for the mountain god and subsequently dispatch individuals to attack Huai Tree Village. As the elder uttered these words, many in the room gasped in shock, yet silence enveloped the space. "And then, what do you propose we do? We have only 1 day to prepare." That should suffice. We possess the 2-headed steeds. Third sister, here, take your bow and arrows." Zhang Anping handed a jade-green bow and arrows to Zhang Ziqiu, who stood in the corner. "Indeed, within 100 miles, we have 2-headed steeds, and half a day is sufficient. However, the number of these steeds is limited. We can only mobilize around 20 individuals. I fear." Zhang Jijun hesitated. Despite his boldness, he understood that 20 people might be insufficient for an assault against the bandits from Ermiai Mountain. "Elder, is the information you received trustworthy?" "Trustworthy. After we eliminated the bandits last time, we dispatched Lu San to keep watch." Zhang Anping then recalled why he hadn't seen Lu San in the past few days. It turned out he had been sent out by the elder for surveillance. "Then we shall launch a surprise attack. We will wait until those individuals descend the mountain, covering 100 miles, even if their horses are lightly laden. It will take them half a day. By then, the villagers can hold off the bandits while we raid their stronghold." With only 24 steeds at their disposal, their speed was remarkable and their striking power formidable. Preparations could commence today, and they could set off by late night. At this moment, none of the Zhang family members recoiled or expressed fear. They had anticipated this day since they first dealt with the bandits. Thus, they immediately began to allocate personnel, ensuring that the majority remained to defend the village, reinforcing every location, establishing first, second, and third lines of defense. Huai Tree Village was their sanctuary, a place where they could thrive, and it must not fall to the hands of the bandits. Should the bandits arrive, they would plunder their grain, seize their women, and commit murder. Before anyone could depart, Qiu Yunshan arrived with his nephew, Qiu Xiaoyou. Upon hearing that the bandits from Ermiai Mountain were approaching, he surveyed the crowd and then bowed respectfully to the elder. "Today, my nephew has achieved his wish. In gratitude, after some discussion, we have decided that from this day forth, all grain shall be managed by the Zhang family, in exchange for merely a bowl of rice." Qiu Yunshan's actions were more astonishing than the impending attack by the bandits. After all, the Qiu family had only supported each other throughout their journey. Who would have anticipated that as the bandits threatened the village, he would seek to align with the Zhang family? "Mr. Qiu, this is not acceptable," the elder protested. The Chiu family is far from an ordinary household. They belong to the esteemed aristocracy of the Great Zhou. Within their ranks are 2 warriors, accompanied by private soldiers. And crucially, they are never in want of provisions. Should these supplies be revealed, it would be the Chiu family that suffers a loss. Thus, the seemingly advantageous proposition would not be entertained by the elder Zhang until he comprehended the full scope of the situation. Nevertheless, Mr. Chiu was resolute, determined to send his nephew to the Zhang family, even offering for his nephew to adopt Zhang's martial lineage as a foster father. Chiu Yunshan understood that his nephew, Chiu Xiaoyong, had only perused the introductory text before unexpectedly advancing to become a warrior, which solidified his resolve. While others envied the Chiu family's power and influence, controlling the city of Jizhou and reigning like local monarchs, Chiu Yunshan was a man of discernment. In chaotic times, nothing surpasses the strength of one's abilities. Despite the Zhang family's current lack of renown, appearing merely as humble farmers from Daxing village, could an ordinary farming girl cure the backlash from his cultivation? Could a typical peasant family leave a warrior's treasured foundational texts carelessly amidst firewood? Moreover, despite generations of diligent efforts and resources poured into Chiu Xiaoyong, he had failed to become a warrior until this year, when the enlightening text finally illuminated his path. Chiu Yunshan himself had transitioned from a martial apprentice to a warrior, but due to a lack of techniques and experience, he had suffered a backlash that left his body in ruins. His younger brother and adopted son were lost to the unknown after the fall of Jizhou. Initially intending to journey to Jinling, he had since changed his mind, believing it best for his nephew to align with the Zhang family. In this tumultuous world, Chiu Xiaoyong might find fortune in misfortune, allowing Chiu Yunshan to feel unburdened and honor the memory of his ancestors and his missing brother. Furthermore, acts of kindness in dire times are remembered, leading Chiu Yunshan to firmly insist that Chiu Xiaoyong become an adoptive brother to Zhang Onping upon learning of the bandits' impending assault on their village. With Zhang Onping's assent, the somewhat bewildered elder Zhang of the Zhang family unwittingly gained a godson and grandson. The elder Zhang observed Chiu Xiaoyong, kneeling respectfully before him, bowing his head in reverence in front of all present. It took him a while to comprehend the situation. He recalled that their first encounter had revealed Chiu Xiaoyong's proud demeanor with an air of superiority. Yet, here he was, genuinely bowing. Not only did the elder Zhang acquire a grandson without spending a penny, but Chiu also delivered the last few carts of grain and retained dozens of private soldiers to start as servants of the Zhang family, fully at their disposal. This scene left the Li brothers astonished, though they remained silent, contemplating their own affairs. That evening, they made a decision to follow suit and join the Chiu family. They understood little else, but they knew one thing. The Chiu family was the largest household in Jizhou, and aligning with them could only yield favorable outcomes. Originally, the Zhang family consisted of merely 100 members, but their numbers swelled unexpectedly, including a number of refugees they had recently sheltered, bringing the total to over 200. Among the Zhang clan, aside from the Zhang brothers, were also Lu San and his son, as well as the notably impressive Mei Yang, along with the Chiu uncle and nephew, and the Li brothers, all of whom had now become part of the Zhang family. The remaining private soldiers from the Chiu family and the servants from the Li family underwent a public vote, resulting in some becoming laborers while others were relegated to the status of ordinary slaves. However, these individuals bore no ill will, for they understood that with diligence and exemplary performance, they too could, in due course, join the ranks of the Zhang family. Much like Lu San and Mei Yang had done, the Zhang family, having swiftly completed their amalgamation, saw their numbers increase significantly. Yet, due to prior experiences, this integration proved to be far more manageable than the initial influx of refugees. At that moment, San Yang approached old Zhang and old Madame Zhang, visibly distressed. "Father, mother, I was only accustomed to preparing meals for 19 people. Now, with 200, I truly find myself at a loss." San Yang felt utterly overwhelmed. She had never imagined that one day she would be responsible for the dietary needs of 200 individuals. It was simply beyond her capacity. "Fear not, fear not. You may continue with the previous arrangements. Do you not have a group of women over there who contribute their labor at the stove? You can assign them to handle the cooking. The food on the stove is of utmost importance, and it seems the burden shall fall upon you," old Zhang said. Upon hearing this, Sen Yang felt both anxious and honored. Her father-in-law had faith in her abilities. She must ensure that the kitchen was well organized. By the way, those two girls of yours, make sure they follow your younger brother closely to learn well. Leave the matters of the kitchen to those women. Yes, yes, I will heed your advice. Sen Yang, with her gentle and accommodating nature, readily agreed. As they conversed, a sudden thunderous noise erupted from outside, causing the faces of all present to turn pale with fear. Could it be that the bandits were launching an attack on the village ahead of schedule? Chapter 55. Defending Our Homeland. Never retreat. When the Zhang brothers, accompanied by a group armed with weapons, arrived at the village entrance where the noise had originated. They were utterly bewildered. Before them stood not the marauding bandits they had imagined, but the exuberantly flushed Zhang Zichuan, vigorously shaking a vibrant green bow and arrow, calling out excitedly to Zhang Onping in the distance. Brother, this is incredible. This bow and arrow are truly remarkable. The thunderous sound that had startled them was merely the result of a large stone. Upon receiving the ancient emerald bamboo bow from her brother, Zhang Zichuan was filled with admiration. She had heard her brother describe its extraordinary sharpness, capable of piercing through boulders, but she found it hard to believe. Thus, she boldly positioned herself at the village entrance and drew an arrow against a massive stone. To her astonishment, the arrow shattered the stone with such force that she stood there, dumbfounded. Good heavens! What is this bow? This is frightfully powerful. Not only Zhang Zichuan, but also the Zhang family members who had rushed out were equally astonished upon learning the cause of the tremendous noise. Their ignorance was evident. They had never heard of a bow capable of splitting stones. Is this truly a bow? Only Qiu Yunshan, who had heard the commotion, wore a beaming expression. After observing the bow in Zhang Zichuan's hands, he was even more amazed. I have witnessed a bow of similar caliber hidden within the royal family. The late emperor once bestowed that bow upon the grand princess. It was said to possess immense power, capable not only of slaying martial practitioners, but also of vanquishing certain demonic entities. At this moment, Qiu Yunshan's curiosity was piqued. Even as a martial practitioner, he had never had the chance to hold such a treasure, for such an item is indeed a priceless relic. Yes, this is the ancient emerald bamboo bow, a magical artifact that should be able to exterminate demons. Zhang Onping explained with a smile, standing off to the side. When he crafted this ancient emerald bamboo bow, he had encountered descriptions of its capabilities, stating that due to its material, this bow could easily deal with everyday or ordinary level demons. However, confronting dangerous level demons would require the skill of the archer. With such a bow in hand, even an ordinary person could contend with some everyday level demons. Martial practitioners begin as novices, progressing to warriors, and then to masters. Demons are categorized into everyday, ordinary, and dangerous levels, with novices aligned against everyday demons, warriors against ordinary ones, and masters against the dangerous types. The previous encounter with the locust tree demon was slightly above the everyday level, classified as ordinary. Had it not been for the alliance between Zhang Onping and the little fox, along with the unforeseen strike of the frostlight sword, that tree demon would not have been vanquished so swiftly. A magical artifact? Is this truly a magical artifact? Allow me to touch it again, to examine it further? Qiu Yunshan's voice quivered with excitement. As a former patriarch of the Qiu family, he found himself somewhat uncharacteristically flustered. The materials required to craft such artifacts are exceedingly rare. Even with two martial practitioners emerging from their clan, they had never possessed a single magical artifact. Throughout the entire Zhou dynasty, it was said that only the royal family possessed treasured magical artifacts, while the ordinary martial clans had merely heard whispers of such items, never having laid eyes upon them. It is no wonder that Qiu Yunshan displayed such a lack of composure. He caressed the bow and arrow, bursting into laughter that left onlookers bewildered. Yet, within his heart, he felt an immense joy, believing that sending his nephew Qiu Shaoyong to the Zhang family was perhaps the wisest choice he had ever made in his life. He felt he had honored his missing younger brother and the ancestral spirits of the Qiu family. In the dead of night, the Zhang family's raiding party assembled. Led by Zhang Onping, the group included Zhang's eldest, second, and third sisters, along with the fourth, seventh, and eighth siblings, as well as Lai Bao and Qiu Shaoyong, totaling 24 individuals, all clad in pristine white garments. Old Zhang and his wife bid them farewell, with the matriarch continually admonishing her granddaughters. You are the elder sisters. Protect your younger brother Onping and ensure his safe return. Grandfather, grandmother, do not worry. Zhang Onping was also saying his goodbyes to his parents and family. Do not fret. The two-headed horse is swift. By this time tomorrow, we will surely be back. Third aunt, please roast some lamb for me. Do not let my mother assist. The last remark was whispered discreetly to third aunt, who nodded vigorously, as if it were a secret shared between them. Meanwhile, the aunt looked at her daughter with reddened eyes, yet steeled her heart, insisting they obey their grandparents. Ensure Zhang Onping returns safely. Remember, this is a surprise raid. If it fails, safety comes first. If something goes wrong, you must not be in danger. If you are harmed, I shall have had enough of life. Old Zhang tightly grasped Zhang Onping's hand, tilting his head to gaze at the moonlit sky. Yes, grandfather, await my triumphant return. Zhang Onping mounted the two-headed horse, dressed in scholarly white robes, riding upon the white steed, blending seamlessly into the night unless one looked closely. The two-headed horse bore riders. It was only after Zhang Onping and his companions had vanished into the distance that old Zhang lowered his head, his eyes now moist, murmuring softly, "If there is a future, I shall never allow my golden grandson to take such risks." His voice was low, yet it reached the ears of his sons behind him, these rugged men lifting their faces to the night sky, lest tears fall from their eyes. "Everyone, stay vigilant. We will take turns resting tonight. Tomorrow brings a fierce battle." With Qiu Yinshan's roar, old Zhang regained his composure. He and his wife struck their canes against the ground, shouting to all, to avoid freezing to death and starving, "We must defend this village, safeguard our homeland, and never retreat. Defend our homeland, never retreat. Defend our homeland, never retreat." This rallying cry began with a few voices but grew louder, resonating throughout the village, echoing in the heavens. Zhang Onping and his companions, clad in warm shoes and hats, wrapped themselves tightly, galloping through the night. Before dawn breaks, they must stealthily make their way to Ermiai Mountain, situated 100 miles away, without disturbing anyone. This battle is perilous, a struggle of the few against the many, with scant chances of victory. Yet, they have no choice. If they wait until hundreds of bandits descend upon the village, the loss of life will be incalculable. Their only desire is to survive and protect their families, necessitating a proactive approach. Without such initiative, victory is utterly unattainable. However, as Zhang Onping and his companion's steed gallops forward, a sudden flash of white light descends from the trunk of a nearby tree, sending a chill down Qiu Xiaoyong's spine. He shouts urgently, "We are under attack. This is bad. We have been discovered." Chapter 56. Prey and Hunter. It's nothing. It's Hu Ling. She insists on coming along. Zhang Onping remarked with a hint of exasperation as he observed Hu Ling seated on her horse, grinning mischievously like a little fox. No wonder he hadn't spotted her in the village earlier. She had been lurking here, waiting for the opportune moment to leap onto his steed. This girl, it seemed, had completely abandoned any pretense, as though she were eager for everyone to know her identity and origins. "Master, I want roasted duck, 2 of them. Nobody is allowed to snatch them from me," Hu Ling declared with unwavering confidence, causing Zhang Onping's expression to darken. He firmly pressed down on her head, urging her to behave and remain still on the double-headed horse. "I initially promised you 1 roasted duck. How did it suddenly transform into 2? I can assist you. I can help deal with the bandit lair's spirits. If that doesn't work, I'll run errands for you, and I assure you, no one will notice." "That's worth 2 roasted ducks. Definitely 2, Hu Ling exclaimed, her urgency palpable. She was determined to savor the roasted duck that even San Yang claimed she could not prepare. "Very well, 2 it shall be. However, once we arrive, you must obey. Otherwise, you'll get none. In the entire Great Zhou dynasty, aside from myself, who else can prepare that roasted duck?" Zhang Onping understood Hu Ling's insatiable appetite. With no other recourse, he resorted to tempting her with the delicacies from his past life. After all, this little fox, while somewhat foolishly gluttonous, possessed a semblance of talent. Upon hearing Zhang Onping's words, Hu Ling joyfully nodded, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth. Ah, roasted duck. Just imagining it made her heart flutter with delight. The world of a foodie is indeed simple. The double-headed horse galloped swiftly, and even under the cloak of night. Covering over 100 miles felt like merely a little over an hour to them. Zhang Onping found himself reflecting on this. Having grown accustomed to the slow pace of horse-drawn carriages, Was this not why the barbarian tribes brazenly roamed the great Zhou dynasty, capitalizing on the speed of the double-headed horse? One day, he vowed, he would make them understand that taking lives and plundering others would bear a bloody price. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. No one is born to be a victim of oppression. Coo coo. The sound of the cooing bird prompted Lai Bao to respond quickly, and soon Lu San, along with Lu Yun and others, emerged from the snowy terrain. As the group convened, Lu San swiftly recounted the situation. It turned out that after slaying the bandits, Lu San and his companions had come to monitor and gather intelligence about the bandit lair at Ermei Mountain. They soon learned that the following day, the bandits would conduct their customary ritual to the spirits before descending to plunder Dahuai village. After all, Dahuai village was the first to boldly retaliate against the bandits, striking a blow to their pride in the past 2 or 3 years. Moreover, it was rumored to be the richest village in close proximity to them. During this harsh winter, if the bandits did not raid Dahuai village, they would consider themselves far too benevolent, especially with the blessings of the spirits they relied upon. Their target was set firmly upon the village that had eluded them. Thus, after the ritual to the spirits the next day, they would descend to pillage Dahuai village. As for the possibility of leaks, the bandits of Ermei Mountain paid it no mind. In the face of absolute power, there was little to worry about. They had informants stationed in Dahuai village, consistently relaying news that the villagers had locked their gates. The bandits of Ermei Mountain feared not a formidable prey, but rather the escape of the quarry they had set their sights upon. As long as the prey remained, it was all the more entertaining to send out a false alarm to intimidate them. Huling, it all rests on you. You must deliver this to the water source of the Ermei Mountain bandits. Can you manage it? 2 roasted ducks, 2 of them. At this moment, Huling was preoccupied with thoughts of the delectable roasted ducks, knowing one would surely be insufficient. She needed 2. All right, be cautious. Ensure the weight is substantial and evade everyone, including the so-called immortals you mentioned, understood? Naturally, Huling transferred a large bag from Zhang Zhixia to her own shoulders, then waved goodbye to the others, stealthily making her way towards the bandits' lair before dawn. Can Huling really manage this? She is just a young girl. Is it not too perilous? Perhaps we should approach from other directions, gather more medicine, and split up? Qiu Xiaoyong felt it unreliable to place their hopes on Huling for this endeavor. After all, he was still a martial practitioner. If she fails, then I must step in. However, we lack sufficient medicine. Zhang Onping remained silent, initially planning to undertake the task himself. Yet, considering he could entice Huling to assist with 2 roasted ducks, he deemed it unnecessary to risk himself. After all, in this mountainous region, when it came to evasion, who could rival this little fox? Initially, he pondered how foolish a fox could be. However, due to Huling insatiable appetite, after he had once lured her with skewered meat, she inadvertently revealed her origins, naively believing others were oblivious. Yet, Zhang Onping suspected that some truly did not know. Like the current Qiu Xiaoyong, as dawn gradually broke, the layout of the bandit stronghold on Ermei Mountain became distinctly visible from above. This stronghold was built against the mountains, surrounded by stone walls, making it a defensible location. As long as they had provisions, they could retreat into the stronghold when danger approached. Anyone attempting a direct assault would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. However, the stronghold was not particularly large. Housing a few hundred individuals made it seem rather cramped. Smoke billowed from numerous chimneys, indicating that the bandits were beginning their sacrificial meals. Suddenly, a silent figure emerged, startling everyone, but upon recognizing the beaming Huling they all breathed a sigh of relief. How did it go? Is the task complete? Why are you only returning now? It's done. I placed everything into the well. However, I stayed longer than anticipated, hoping for something delicious, only to discover it was a human sacrifice, bloody and ghastly. Yuck! Huling expressed her dissatisfaction, having waited a long time in that stronghold without acquiring even a morsel of good food. 3 roasted ducks. Otherwise, it would not be worth it. No, roasting ducks is far too challenging. Let's just have some provisions and swiftly attend to another pressing matter. Zhang Onping retrieved the rations that San Yang had packed for them before their departure, and as he handed a piece of cooked rabbit meat to Huling, her face lit up with joy. The resentment over the rejection of the 3 roasted ducks dissipated instantly. The group continued on their way, consuming their food as they hastily proceeded to another location. This ambush plan contained a vital component. Should it not be executed properly, there was a risk that the bandits from Ermei Mountain could escape and wreak havoc upon Dahui village. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to Zhang Anping. Meanwhile, the villagers of Dahui Tree had intensified their patrolling efforts, with everyone at the village entrance standing on high alert, weapons drawn, ready for any potential threat. They too were prepared. Skilled hunters often disguise themselves as prey, and at this moment, Zhang Anping and his companions were doing just that. Chapter 57. The Mountain God. Hey, is this medicine effective? Why are those bandits still unharmed? Qiu Xiaoyong observed a group of bandits stumbling out of the stronghold, clad in heavy garments, and to his astonishment, there were quite a number of them. He was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the poison would take effect? Could it be that the poison was ineffective? It works, but there are too many of them, and the dosage is insufficient. We lack the necessary medicinal herbs. Use the poison smoke. When I signal, we shall commence our attack. Zhang Zhixiao watched as the bandits fled from the stronghold. Their footing was unsteady, and some fell, exhibiting clear signs of intoxication. It appeared that the sheer number of them diluted the effect of the poison, but it mattered not. She had a second, third, and even a 10th method of administering poison, sufficient to make these bandits regret not perishing sooner. Release the poison smoke. At Zhang Zhixiao's command, Zhang Zhiqiu unleashed the prepared arrows, each trailing toxic smoke, while Zhang Anping hurled forth his shining sword. In their overwhelming advantage, his swords became lethal instruments for harvesting lives. In no time, heads rolled. However, with their numbers few, there was no room for mercy. Zhang Anping understood that if they did not strike ruthlessly, it would be their own lives at stake. Once they dispatched the guards at the gate and infiltrated the stronghold, Hulinger signaled and led them to a certain location. There stood a towering sacrificial altar, erected from massive timber that one person could hardly embrace, reaching dozens of meters high. Upon the altar, a group of bandits, still writhing in agony from the poison, fervently bowed before an ancient painting that adorned the altar. O great mountain god, there are those who obstruct our offerings of sacrifice to you. We beseech you to unleash your wrath upon these sinners, reducing them to ashes. The moment Zhang Anping ascended the altar, his eyes were immediately drawn to the peculiar painting. It depicted majestic mountains with a path winding through them, where an elderly man rode a ferocious tiger, leisurely descending the mountain. Such a painting, if found in a common household, would typically adorn a study or hall merely as a scenic representation. Yet, these bandits, evidently afflicted by poison, behaved as if possessed. Upon noticing Zhang Anping's approach, they did not shy away but continued to bow fervently before the painting, while Hulinger shouted urgently to the crowd, "Burn that painting! The essence of the mountain lord resides within it." Her voice was frantic. In truth, prior to their arrival at the stronghold, while she was twisting Zhang Anping's hair, she had warned him that the bandits were not to be feared. The true terror lay in a fragment of the mountain lord's essence, the deity to whom these bandits offered their sacrifices. Should they provoke the mountain lord and allow his true form to descend upon the stronghold, none would escape, including everyone from the great Huai tree. Death would be their only fate. Thus, they had to act swiftly and incinerate the sacrificial painting before the bandits could summon the mountain lord's presence. As the mountain lord's descent was thwarted, they all stood a chance to survive. Zhang Anping's flying sword darted with lightning speed to the summit, where he unleashed a flurry of thrusts upon the ancient painting, only to discover that the cold light sword was utterly ineffective this time. Despite its exceptional sharpness, it could not pierce the ancient artwork. Meanwhile, the frenzied bandits atop the high platform chanted incantations, and the sky began to shift ominously. What had been a clear day was suddenly cloaked in dark clouds, causing unease to ripple through the crowd. At that moment, in a temple nestled within a dense forest 1,000 miles away, rugged stones jutted from the earth. A formidable tiger, resembling a small mountain, lay sprawled upon the grass. A prominent white patch shaped like the character King adorned its forehead, while its body displayed a striking pattern of black and yellow fur, interspersed with white patches on its chest and limbs, resembling a thick, luxurious cloak draped over its shoulders. This once slumbering striped tiger abruptly opened its eyes, which sparkled with an intelligence akin to that of a human. As soon as its eyes fluttered open, countless individuals emerged from various corners of the temple, moving mechanically towards it and kneeling before the majestic beast. "Mountain Lord, quell your fury." A A devotee summons me, the striped tiger proclaimed, raising its head to address the people. It swiftly stood, brandishing its claws and tracing a line in the air, as if its entire form was about to dissolve into nothingness. Back at the mountain stronghold, the bandits had descended into madness. Regardless of whether Qiu Xiaoyong attempted to incinerate the painting or frantically slashed at it with knives, they could not destroy the artwork. On the contrary, the previously clear sky had succumbed to darkness. Billowing clouds of smoke began to pour forth from the painting, and all present sensed the imminent danger. Yet no one could act. Even Hu Linger was rendered speechless. Had the Mountain Lord ascended? With such formidable power, if they failed to obliterate the painting, they would be helpless against the Mountain Lord's emergence, destined to become mere fodder. Zhang Anping's eyes widened as he witnessed the smoke coalesce into the form of a striped tiger, poised to leap from the painting. They had never encountered such a spectacle before. Suddenly, Zhang Anping shouted at Zhang Zhixia, "Sister, fire the arrows. Utilize the ancient bamboo bow, swiftly." With destruction of the painting beyond their reach, they resorted to archery. The ancient bamboo bow, a magical artifact, could contend with common demons. Even if it couldn't slay the beast on the spot, it might provide some measure of defense. With a swift whoosh, the very earth trembled. The smoke from the painting had solidified into the shape of a striped tiger, and with a single arrow from the ancient bamboo bow, it was shattered into wisps. An enraged voice erupted from the painting. "Who dares? Who is so audacious?" As the roar echoed, the smoke rapidly expanded and reformed, threatening once more to take the shape of the striped tiger. Zhang Zhixiao knocked another arrow and released it. The sound of a mighty roar reverberated through the valley. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky. All creatures of the mountains trembled in fear, sensing an impending calamity. The feral beasts lay prostrate on the ground, paralyzed by terror, too frightened to move. As Zhang Zhiqiu prepared to shoot her arrow once more, she was abruptly struck by the realization that her thumb had split open, and her wrist was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Her hands trembled, rendering her utterly incapable of releasing a third arrow. At that moment, the tiger's claws had materialized, poised to strike at her with ferocious intent. It remembered the scent of this individual. It was she who had wounded it with her arrow. This vendetta would be avenged, and swiftly. With a flash of cold steel, several swords flew towards the tiger's claws, merely shearing off a considerable amount of its fur, yet failing to inflict any real harm. "Brother, danger lurks. Flee at once," Zhang Zhiqiu exclaimed as she observed the tiger's head emerging from the thick smoke, its claw already displaying a savage ferocity, heralding the imminent exposure of its entire form. It seemed that today would mark her demise within the jaws of the beast. Still, she did not forget to urge her brother, Zhang Anping, to escape first while she held the line. In a desperate act, she even hurled her cherished 1,000-year-old bamboo bow towards him, a precious artifact intended for his protection. At this critical juncture, Zhang Anping performed an unexpected act that silenced the world around him, rendering even the tiger's roar inaudible. Chapter 58. What fear is there in death? In the moment when the thick smoke coalesced into the form of a spotted tiger, Zhang Anping cast this peculiar painting into his courtyard. Suddenly, the artwork vanished before the eyes of the onlookers, and with it, the ominous smoke dissipated as well. Without this painting, the Mountain Lord could not descend. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a mouthful of blood was spat forth as the creature examined its grotesquely marred claws, scarred by the blade, and the arrows lodged in its body. In a fit of rage, the spotted tiger let out a thunderous roar, smashing a nearby temple to ruins. Who bears such deep-seated enmity? Vowing a vendetta to the bitter end? The tiger bellowed, its form shrinking in size. The onlookers, witnessing this transformation, knelt in fear, trembling, for a man stood before them. The Mountain Lord was enraged. What a perilous turn of events. The Mountain Lord has advanced, becoming a formidable demon of danger. He holds grudges fiercely. It's the end for us. My roast duck remains uneaten. Hu Linger lamented, mourning the delicious roast duck she had yet to savor, now fearing the Mountain Lord's vengeance and preparing to flee. A demon of danger? Where exactly is the Mountain Lord? Zhang Zhiqiu felt tears welling in her eyes. Typically skilled with the bow, she found herself paralyzed by fear in this critical moment. I had thought the Mountain Lord merely a common spirit. Who would have anticipated his ascension? That painting contained a fragment of his consciousness. He could use it as a medium to materialize here, even from 1,000 miles away. Ah, the painting. We must leave at once. It is possible the Mountain Lord will return within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Hulinger explained, aware that the painting held the Mountain Lord's consciousness, allowing him to pinpoint the enemy's location and arrive swiftly. Fear not about the painting. Let us prepare. We shall wait half an hour. If the Mountain Lord arrives, we shall accept our fate and fight with all our might. At least our families in Dahuai village are safe. If he does not come within that time, my assumptions will be validated. Zhang Anping did not disclose the painting's whereabouts, but speculated that his courtyard could indeed shield the consciousness. With the painting concealed, the Mountain Lord would be unable to find them. Rather than return to the village and endanger his family, they would fight desperately here. Zhang Jiqiu treated her sister's wounds while softly comforting her. You injured yourself from excessive exertion while shooting. One must maintain composure in the face of adversity to become a true archer and protect your brothers. Elder sister, Zhang Jiqiu cried, collapsing into Zhang Jichun's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Fear not. I shall help you resolve this matter upon our return. Zhang Anping offered his sister an encouraging glance. In the Great Zhou dynasty, it was customary for men and women to marry at the age of 14, according to Zhang Anping's memories from his past life. They were all still children. However, several sisters have taken it upon themselves to protect him and safeguard their family. After resting for half an hour with heightened vigilance, they indeed did not encounter the Mountain Lord, confirming Zhang Anping's accurate conjecture. The Mountain Lord is certainly oblivious to the whereabouts of his enemies and will not locate this place anytime soon. Uncle Lu, please send someone back immediately to inform grandfather that the second sister mountain has been breached, allowing them to come and clear out the area and transport our belongings. We must also consider how to arrange things here, he instructed. This stronghold is well positioned, easy to attack yet difficult to defend, although it cannot accommodate many people. It would be a pity to see it destroyed. The sun had already begun its descent, and no signs of the bandits from Second Sister Mountain had yet been discovered along this path. The Zhang family grew increasingly restless, with the matriarch, old lady Zhang, wiping away tears as she longed for her grandson. Oh, my dear grandson, if anything were to happen to him, I would not wish to live any longer. You old fool, think of a way quickly. Father, I wish to go and assist Anan. It makes no sense for us to hide in this village while a group of children risks their lives for us. I must go to their aid, Zhang Jiawu exclaimed. Old Zhang, too, was filled with anxiety. After pacing for a moment, he soon reached a decision. Let us go and support Anan. At worst, we perish together. At least we remain united as a family, he declared. Upon hearing this, the Zhang family erupted in cheers. Yes, to live together as a family or to die together. What mattered was their unity. Qiu Yinshan observed this scene thoughtfully. The Zhang family exhibited an extraordinary bond and solidarity, starkly contrasting the usual intrigue found within larger families. In times of chaos, it seems that only such families can grow ever stronger. Soon, the Zhang family gathered provisions, amassing over 100 individuals, while the remaining 70 or 80 were entrusted to Qiu Yinshan and the Li brothers to guard the village. Old Zhang even called Qiu Yinshan aside. If we do not return, please take care of these people. We only hope that you can help them survive. At least it would not be in vain to traverse this tumultuous world. They were unaware of the situation with the bandits of Second Sister Mountain, only knowing that these marauders revered deities and had never known defeat. Anan was resolute in going to Second Sister Mountain, and they could not dissuade her. However, they could follow closely behind. A family must remain united. Uncle Zhang, why go to such lengths? You already have over 200 people. Even if you merely find a place to settle, there would be a chance for survival. Why must you seek a path to death? Qiu Yinshan sighed. He understood that the Zhang family had resigned themselves to their fate. When one is impoverished and destitute, it is easy to persuade them to embrace death. Yet, when one possesses ample provisions, a cart, and servants, and holds a modicum of power, it is far more challenging to willingly seek demise when they are not yet at the brink of death. Without Anan, what joy is there left in living? Old Zhang chuckled. As they departed, they refused to take much with them, only a few carts carrying women and children along with some provisions. As the departure approached, Mei Nyang dashed out, cradling a newborn in her arms, adamant about joining the Zhang family's procession. The young master stated that my child would bear the Zhang surname. We are also members of the Zhang family, and we must go. It is impossible, the elder Zhang retorted. We are here to escort Anan. What do you intend to accomplish by bringing a child into this frigid wilderness? Despite the elders' disapproval, Mainyang resolutely knelt beside the elder matriarch of the Zhang family. Although the mission was to provide support, it was unreasonable for both the second and third daughters-in-law to accompany them. Mainyang was acutely aware of the underlying truth. Following the Zhang family, she comprehended their grim intentions. The Zhang clan seemed prepared to face death, and if they failed to locate Zhang and Ping, they harbored no intentions of returning alive. Alas, it was a pity her child might die nameless. Qiu Yinshan and the Li brothers stood at the village entrance, watching the Zhang family depart, overwhelmed with sorrow, nearly moved to tears. His nephew was among those traveling with Zhang and Ping, and the uncertainty of this journey weighed heavily on him. Amid the crowd gathered to bid farewell, a voice suddenly rose in song. Is it said that there are no garments? I share my cloak with you. When the king raises his troops, I shall prepare my weapons, sharing the same enmity. Qiu Yinshan abruptly closed his eyes, silently vowing within his heart, should the Zhang family perish today, I shall one day tread upon Ermiai Mountain, relentless until my last breath. Chapter 59. There are so many treasures. The Zhang family, with a resolute determination to face death, ventured towards Ermiai Mountain. However, halfway through their journey, they encountered a messenger sent by Lu San. Zhang Anping was alive and had even conquered Ermiai Mountain. The Zhang family was overwhelmed with joy, and they hurried through the night without rest. Upon their arrival at Ermiai Mountain, they were indeed greeted by a lively throng of children. The Zhang family circled around Zhang Anping, and upon confirming that he bore no injuries, they erupted into joyous laughter. Yet amidst the laughter, some were brought to tears, and others fainted. Exhausted from their relentless journey, they decided to rest for a while on Ermiai Mountain, organizing the wealth and provisions they had found. They needed to assess how to settle in this place. The mountain bandits, numbering in the hundreds, had occupied this area for over 3 years without suffering defeat, resulting in warehouses brimming with supplies. Zhang Anping had previously entered the mountain to gather provisions, weapons, and jewels, which he had stored in his first courtyard. This space of over 10 acres he utilized as a warehouse. Even after Zhang Anping's initial foray, when Zhang Laotu and his sons arrived at the warehouse, they were astonished. Their mouths agape. No wonder there were so many bandits in these tumultuous times. These brigands were exceedingly wealthy. The warehouses were filled with so much food that some of it had spoiled, which pained the Zhang family to see. There were heaps of pristine rice, millet, and corn. Thankfully, they had more than 100 people with them. Otherwise, they could not have transported even the food alone. Additionally, there were vast quantities of gold, silver, jewels, and various furs, overwhelming to the senses. Many exquisite items were unfamiliar to them. There were also numerous live chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. Dozens of cattle alone left Zhang Laotu in awe. Anyone who has farmed knows that a single cow is often more precious than a person in a household. Here, there were dozens. How many families had the Ermiai mountain bandits robbed? The abundance of cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese was astonishing. For the Zhang family, these edible livestock and poultry were far more pleasing than anything else. Let us take back the chickens, ducks, and sheep, most of them. This truly is a wonderful place. It would be such a pity to leave them here. If it weren't for our intention to go to Azhou, we could settle down here and live in peace. Zhang Laotu wandered around the village, feeling immense satisfaction. As a farmer, he found solace in such a place. With mountains, water, fertile land for crops, and space for raising chickens and cattle, along with houses to live in, it was a secure and defensible location. To reside in such an ideal place with a large family, safeguarding their home, would be akin to finding a paradise amidst chaos. We must not abandon this place. Should there come a day when there is nowhere else to go, we can return to Ermiai Mountain and thrive. After spending 2 days here, Zhang Anping also deemed this location favorable. It lay at the confluence of Hangzhou and Jizhou. Residing here is indeed splendid, yet it bears certain disadvantages. The village, if self-sufficient, cannot support too many inhabitants. Conversely, should the population dwindle, the place could easily fall prey to nefarious forces, leading to utter annihilation. It embodies a paradox where too few cannot defend the settlement, while too many cannot be sustained. The Zhang family deliberated and proposed that a contingent remain behind to tend to cattle, sheep, and crops, with numbers not exceeding 100, but not falling below 20. In the event of chaotic times, This could serve as a viable refuge. Furthermore, as the Zhang family traverses this route in the future, it could also function as a supply point for exchanging horses and provisions. This suggestion was well received, yet no one was willing to stay behind. The three Zhang brothers were particularly reluctant, and naturally, Lu San and others shared their sentiments. Thus, the matter was left to weigh upon the old man's heart as they began to transport the supplies back. With over 100 individuals involved, nearly everyone had a role to play, herding cattle, guiding sheep, and hauling pork along with grain. Their journey to this place was swift, but the return was decidedly slow. The living beings were difficult to manage, and there was a palpable fear of losing them. Moreover, horses and carts were commandeered for carrying grain. Yet every walking member of the Zhang family bore a burden, whether it be thick furs wrapped around their waists or heavy packs on their backs. Each had their share. No one could escape the load. Oh dear, these bandits are truly wealthy, richer than the officials. We, who toil in the fields, are so impoverished, lamented Zhang Jiawen, who was burdened with his load. Zhang Jiashuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, why is it that an official and a bandit both possess such riches? Our family of over 10 has scrimped and saved for years without affording even a single ox, while here, there is such a multitude in their entire Dixing village. Only the village chief owned an ox. Yet, in Ermiai Mountain, there were dozens. What a world this is. Brother, if we had this many cattle and sheep back in Dixing village, we would be richer than the village chief. No, we would surpass even the gentry of the town. However, those gentry in town, like the Lord of Jizhou, could not withstand the incursions of the barbarians. Zhang Jiashuan sighed. What does it matter? As long as our family is together, it is better than the lords of Jizhou. Zhang Jiawu chimed in with a smile. His horse laden with books, as his son had insisted these were invaluable and should never be lost. Indeed, what his son said was undoubtedly true. His mount carried what was most precious. Meanwhile, in Dahuai Tree Village, efforts continued to shelter and train refugees. Although their food supplies were dwindling, with careful rationing, they could manage for a few more months. Yet, should the population swell, their provisions might soon prove insufficient. However, Qiu Yinshan was resolute in his decision to shelter the refugees and even to train them. Meanwhile, the faces of all the villagers were etched with sorrow. Around their arms and heads, they wore white cloth strips, resembling the mourning attire for the deceased. Yet, no one uttered a word. They silently donned these white strips, leading the newly arrived refugees to surreptitiously observe them, sensing that a significant loss had befallen the village. Thus, the villagers appeared to be in mourning. Is it said that we have no garments? We share the same fate. Let us fight. Is it said that we have no garments? We share the same attire. Let us fight. As many trained, their eyes were reddened, and the battle cries echoed throughout the village. Just as the villagers of Dahua Tree Village were immersed in their fervent training, a sudden cheer resonated under the setting sun, with voices exclaiming, "We have finally returned home. Home at last. Oh, without the locust trees of Dahua Tree Village, we have returned." Upon hearing the shouts, Qiu Yunshan rushed to the village entrance, where he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Chapter 60. The True Bloodline of Suanzi Beneath the Setting Sun. The Zhang family adorned themselves in a kaleidoscope of colors, draped in cherished furs and various silks. They bore burdens upon their backs, while their carts brimmed with provisions. And the horses were laden not with riders, but with grain. The jubilant villagers, herding pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep, dashed towards the great Huai Tree Village, exclaiming in delight that they had finally returned home. However, the livestock, restless and eager to flee, were swiftly restrained before they could venture too far. Had it not been for the familiar faces leading the procession, Qiwanshan and the others would have been incredulous. They had donned mourning attire, convinced of the Zhang family's demise. Yet here they were, alive and returning with such an astonishing bounty. Had they perhaps raided a bandit den? The sheer volume of pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep was almost unbelievable. Old Zhang and old Mrs. Zhang were busy herding a hefty pig, their faces split with smiles. It had been no small feat to transport these long-legged creatures. They had walked for several days from Ermiai Mountain, relying solely on their own 2 feet to bring everything back. Finally home, their joy was immense, and though weary, it was a satisfaction well earned. Uncle Sob, we are finally back. Qiu Xiao Yong, burdened with a sack, nearly wept upon seeing Qiwanshan. The past few days had been a true trial of endurance. Traversing on foot and enduring blisters, all while carrying heavy loads and leading a horse. He had managed to secure several geese, their necks protruding from his baskets, and brought them back unscathed. The elder of the Zhang family had insisted that all livestock must return alive. The hardship endured by humans was inconsequential. Qiu Xiaoyong had never fathomed that one day his worth would be overshadowed by the value of these living creatures, and he felt a wave of emotion swelling within him. "Goodness, I can hardly believe you all survived. How wonderful!" Qi Wenxin exclaimed, tearing away the white cloth from his sleeve. The sight of the Zhang family and his nephew, unharmed, filled him with joy. He felt a pang of shame, having believed the Zhangs had perished and even prepared to mourn them, contemplating how he might continue to shelter refugees and seek vengeance one day. Who could have predicted they would return, bringing back such an abundance of resources? The grain alone was staggering, dozens of carts. It was enough to sustain everyone for 6 months to a year. As long as this grain remained, their worries about going to Azhou would dissipate. Moreover, there were chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, an ample supply of meat. Yet, when the time came to flee to Azhou, would they take these livestock along or consume them? Third Miss returned to the kitchen, undaunted by the dozens of carts of grain, resolved to prepare simple rice porridge to ensure everyone was well fed. Meanwhile, news reached old Zhang that one of the cows was in distress, its hooves rotting, and a few pigs were unwell, lying in the pen and refusing to rise. The geese, however, particularly those brought back by Qiu Xiaoyong, were lively and spirited. The condition of the cow was a serious matter, prompting the Zhang family to gather and assess the situation. This time, we have returned with a herd comprising 28 bulls, 8 steers, 18 heifers, and 2 calves. There are 40 sheep, including 10 rams and 30 ewes. The equine count stands at 80, while 30 pigs, comprising both boars and sows, are present. The fowl, chickens, ducks, and geese number over 200. We have 40 carts of grain and 10 carts of miscellaneous grains. Additionally, there are 10 carts of fabric, 3 carts of winter clothing, and 3 boxes of gold and silver treasures. Several assorted items remain as well. Let us continue to welcome refugees, Zhang Laotu proposed, for the pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep require care and training. This evening, we shall cull some frozen chickens and ducks. And as for the cattle, let us see if anyone possesses the skill to treat them. Those cattle are invaluable. They must be tended to with utmost care, lest they be squandered. Zhang Laotu and Zhang Onping deliberated on the continuation of refugee acceptance, as the bandits of Ermiai Mountain were exceedingly affluent. It was no wonder they had accrued such a multitude of livestock. They had fed the surplus grain to these animals to fatten them up. "Father, that bull has a rotten hoof and appears quite listless. It may be on the brink of death. It would be better to slaughter it for food," Zhang Jiawen suggested, only to be met with a scolding from Zhang Laotu. "Eat, eat, eat. You, a farmer, dare to suggest such a thing? Have you forgotten how you once toiled in the fields?" Zhang Laotu exclaimed in exasperation. His demeanor made it clear that anyone suggesting the slaughter of a cow would receive harsh rebuke. Cattle were treasures for the farming family, and he could not bear to let anyone harm them. The family members, witnessing an unusual display of anger from Zhang Laotu, recoiled in silence, afraid to speak. "Grandfather, please do not be angry. My sister and I have examined that bull. Its hoof is rotten, and it may spread disease. With little fodder in winter, it might be best to cull it. Just one should suffice for the new year." Zhang Onping also suggested the slaughter. Zhang Laotu paused momentarily as Zhang Laotai nudged him with her foot. "Very well, let us proceed with the slaughter. Is one sufficient? If you desire, we can sacrifice another for the New Year's feast." Zhang Laotu's face broke into a smile. If his beloved grandson wished to slaughter a cow, then so be it. If one was inadequate, they could certainly add another. "Father," Zhang Jiawen protested, feeling quite aggrieved, and he genuinely questioned whether he was truly of the same bloodline. "Silence. Go prepare for the slaughter without delay." Zhang Laotu scolded his eldest son sternly. This was clearly a case of strict expectations for the son and daughter-in-law, while the grandson was indulged. "Grandfather, 1 cow is sufficient." Zhang Onping chuckled, for he had never tasted beef in his life. His curiosity was piqued. Furthermore, with the bull's hoof in decay, the scarcity of winter fodder, and no fields to cultivate, why maintain so many cattle? Slaughtering for meat was certainly warranted. The act of slaughtering a cow was a significant event for the villagers. Moreover, having spent the last few days exposed to the elements without adequate food or rest, returning to the village to partake in the feast of beef brought immense joy. especially for Hu Ling who had long been curious about the flavor of cooked beef. When the time came to slaughter the cow, Zhang Laotu even burned incense and recited prayers. The phrase conveys a sentiment of reverence, expressing wishes for the departed cow to attain a blissful rebirth, transcending its former life as livestock. These were the very words that the elder Zhang recited upon witnessing the slaughter of a cow, now meticulously transcribed for the occasion, transforming what was initially a mere suggestion from Zhang Anping into a ceremony imbued with solemnity. The cow, towering above Zhang Anping, was a treasure in its entirety. The blood was collected in a basin, while the bones, meat, and entrails were meticulously separated, forming a small mountain of offerings. Sanyang utilized several bones to brew a rich broth, its surface adorned with a layer of beef fat, subsequently incorporating a generous amount of rice to create a porridge. This concoction thickened beautifully. Once the rice porridge reached a boil, delicate morsels of tender beef blood were added. As the sumptuous dinner was laid upon the table, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Zhang Anping could not help but marvel at the delightful fragrance of the beef bone porridge. Meanwhile, Hu Ling took a single taste of the thickened porridge, her eyes sparkling with delight, as she eagerly inquired of Zhang Anping, "Young master, is this the fragrant essence of roast duck? It is so delectable, truly delightful." Chapter 61. Life is becoming brighter. Roast duck possesses a distinct flavor when well cooked. It is even more fragrant. The Zhang family feasted on a porridge-like dish, supplemented by a few extra stir-fried delicacies, including salted duck eggs and a large bowl of scrambled eggs, alongside a generous platter of beef placed directly before Zhang Anping. This was his special treat. Although the spread was modest, the presence of meat was a substantial improvement for the Zhang family. "Sisters, enjoy the beef," Zhang Anping served his sisters, recalling a time when they shared a bowl of egg custard, dividing it amongst 10. Now, with a whole platter of beef, they shared it equally once more. Ultimately, Zhang Anping placed the remaining beef in the center of the table. "Grandfather, grandmother, do savor this beef. We must shift our mindset moving forward. Today, we have brought back so much food. Henceforth, everyone must eat well. A full belly provides the strength needed for training and promotes growth." The Zhang family had traditionally adhered to frugality. They indulged Zhang Anping, ensuring he had enough to eat, even if it meant others went hungry. However, the situation had changed. With the provisions they had acquired today, they could indeed afford to eat better. "Indeed, we must eat well. Look at the girls. They're starting to gain some healthy weight. This is all thanks to Anping. You sisters must not forget your brother's kindness." Grandmother Zhang continued her habitual reminders, as her grandson could do no wrong in her eyes. "Right, let us eat our fill. Anping loves beef. Sanyang should prepare some for him at every meal, as he is growing and needs the nourishment." Grandfather Zhang instructed Sanyang to ensure his grandson had beef with every meal. While it was deemed unacceptable to slaughter cattle for their son, preparing some for their grandson was essential. "Everyone should have some, because I want the family to experience this and see if any of us can become martial practitioners. To achieve that, one cannot skimp on food. And sisters, you too." Zhang Anping's words brought a gleam of joy to Grandfather Zhang's eyes. He understood that the Qiu family had attained prominence due to their martial practitioners, which had allowed Qiu Xiaoyong's father to become the lord of Jizhou City. If their family could produce a martial practitioner, they might achieve a similar status. The thought of such a leap from Daxing Village to Chaiyang County, and then to Jizhou City, was beyond Grandfather Zhang's imagination. "Very well, we shall heed Anping's advice. Sanyang, put in more effort and prepare plenty of delicious meats. We must not skimp on food. We need to eat well and fill our bellies." Grandfather Zhang decisively agreed. Just the mere thought of the Zhang children potentially becoming martial practitioners filled him with vigor and joy. He would gladly comply with any of Zhang Anping's wishes, not merely for better meals. Once grandfather and grandmother departed, several sisters encircled Zhang Anping, beaming as they gave him a thumbs up. "Brother, you truly are remarkable. Hee. The beef is incredibly fragrant. It's my first time tasting it. Brother, do you think we could become martial practitioners? From now on, every meal will be a delight. Oh, how remarkable our younger brother is." Several sisters chattered excitedly, while Zhang Anping retrieved a book from his bosom. Indeed, it was the introductory manual previously borrowed by Qiu Yinshan. "Third sister, you all should transcribe this. The Zhang family will learn together. With over 20 of us, we must give it a try. Even if we cannot master it, the knowledge will enhance our physical well-being." Zhang Anping's words elicited enthusiastic nods from his sisters, who wholeheartedly agreed with him. Upon returning to his own room, Zhang Anping found it impeccably tidy, warmed by the radiant heat of the Kong. After closing the door, he reclined onto the Kong, allowing both his consciousness and body to enter the spatial realm. Previously, he could only project his consciousness into this space. However, he recently discovered that he could now physically enter at will. This was precisely why he insisted on living alone. He harbored too many secrets. Despite being surrounded by family, it was prudent to exercise caution, as these secrets constituted his trump cards. San Yang did not sleep. Instead, she ventured into the kitchen. She recalled the admonitions of her parents and the early days of their family's escape, when life was relatively comfortable. However, upon reaching the village, their circumstances deteriorated significantly, leaving An somewhat dissatisfied today. It was her fault. Thus, San Yang hurriedly prepared a pot of nourishing bone broth, which An had claimed was highly beneficial. Tomorrow morning, she planned to cook beef bone noodles for them. Zhang Jiawen tossed and turned on the Kong, too excited to sleep. He glanced at his wife, who was still mending clothing, and couldn't help but speak up. Do you think I still have a chance to become a martial practitioner? I've heard that one can defend a city as a martial practitioner. If I were to succeed, you would become the lady of the city. Dream on. Don't disturb me. I need to finish An's winter clothes. Look at this pristine fur. Making clothes for An will surely keep her warm and stylish. The Zhang family had acquired a significant amount of fine furs. The eldest daughter initially intended to make outfits for their parents, but they insisted that An's garments be prioritized before they would accept anything for themselves. These clothes are beautiful. It's all thanks to An and that we even have beef to eat during this escape. And the prospect of becoming martial practitioners. Pinch me. Am I dreaming? Oh, be quiet. The needle just pricked my hand. It hurts. This is definitely not a dream. The eldest daughter smiled gently, feeling that life was becoming increasingly hopeful. Even while fleeing, it seemed they were living more splendidly than during their days in Daxing village. Zhang Anping first inspected the small courtyard, assessing the supplies he had gathered from Ermiai Mountain. In truth, Ermiai Mountain yielded far more than just 40 carts of grain and a few livestock. He had amassed a considerable amount, filling the courtyard to the brim. He planned to procure some vegetables and fruits for tasting, ensuring they maintained their strength during winter, so they could continue their journey towards Azhou next year, robust and resilient. However, this time, Zhang Anping primarily sought to examine the painting that he had cast into the second courtyard. At that moment, he found himself with no other recourse. With the mountain spirit poised to transform into a formidable spotted tiger, its appearance exuding immense combat prowess, he deemed it quite astute of himself to have transported the painting into this realm. Presently, the artwork resided in his study. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary painting, depicting an elderly man riding a tiger amidst the mountains. Hu Linger mentioned that within this painting resided a fragment of the mountain spirit's consciousness. Zhang Anping scrutinized the artwork from various angles and indeed noticed something peculiar. Setting aside the earlier instance when black mist had emerged from the painting, later transforming into the likeness of the mountain spirit, he now observed something particularly astonishing about the painting hanging on the wall. Chapter 62. The ever-present danger in this painting. The tiger's eye seemed to shift regardless of how one perceives it, exuding a gaze rife with animosity. It fixates on Zhang Anping, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him. Is this the fragment of divine consciousness from a dangerous grade demon? Indeed, it is formidable. A sense of crisis looms within Zhang Anping. He is capable of providing for his family, surrounded by numerous clansmen and servants. Yet, when confronted with such a perilous demon, the collective effort of everyone would be futile. Even as a martial practitioner, he remains merely a novice, far from the rank of a martial artist. Even if he were to ascend to the status of a martial artist, he would still lack the assurance to safeguard everyone against a demon of this magnitude. Striking decisively at the heart of the threat, the mere sight of the mountain lord's fragment of consciousness fills him with foreboding. It is evident that should he encounter the true entity, survival would be an impossibility. As a formidable demon, it undoubtedly possesses extraordinary abilities. Even if he shields this painting within his courtyard, it cannot guarantee that this dangerous grade mountain lord will not discover his whereabouts. The thought of being targeted by such a perilous demon imbues Zhang Anping with profound apprehension. In the past, he fled from barbaric threats, though the journey was arduous. Sustenance was attainable. However, this time, He faces a demon of considerable might. If he does not grow stronger, he may very well lose his life. Should he perish, the Zhang family would likely crumble. Given his family's disposition, it is evident that they would recklessly confront the Mountain Lord in a bid to avenge him. This seemingly unfathomable notion is one the Zhang family would undoubtedly pursue. Such thoughts send a shiver down Zhang Anping's spine. He must grow stronger. There is no alternative. His objective is to retaliate against this dangerous grade demon. If he cannot vanquish it, he must evade its gaze until he possesses the power to strike back, at which point he would dispose of this painting as bait. The Mountain Lord had previously cornered him and his sister, and this vendetta must be avenged. With this resolve, Zhang Anping adopts a more optimistic demeanor, beginning his search in the study for ways to enhance his offensive capabilities. After a thorough exploration, he realizes that his martial apprentice skills are woefully inadequate, rendering many techniques inaccessible to him. He ponders long and hard, ultimately concluding that the quickest method to augment his attack power is to refine his frostblade. He possesses 6 frostblades, which are overwhelming against ordinary foes but fall short against demons. Indeed, when he had previously attempted to pierce the Mountain Lord with a frostblade, it barely penetrated the demon's hide. Had the frostblade been of the caliber of a millennium-old emerald bamboo, it might have been capable of inflicting a grievous wound upon the Mountain Lord. Behind the second door lies a forge. It was there that he had once employed the furnace's flames to craft arrows for his third sister. This fire, known as the duality flame, possesses a certain mystique. By combining the millennium-old emerald bamboo with this duality flame, he could forge a magical artifact. With a magical artifact, the Mountain Lord would surely regard him with greater caution. If one were to transform the cold light sword into a treasured artifact, thus elevating its status beyond that of a mere tool, it would undoubtedly inflict harm upon the Mountain Lord. Furthermore, he has commenced the cultivation of the Howren Righteous Chi technique, and over the past couple of days, he has sensed an unusual energy within him, as though a force is striving to emerge. It is imperative to seize the time to practice. Indeed, the busyness is overwhelming. Throughout the night, Zhang Anping toiled within the confines of his space, only managing to rest for a brief moment after dawn, leaving him with heavy eyelids upon rising. As he completed his morning ablutions and approached the kitchen, the tantalizing aroma wafted towards him even before he crossed the threshold. It turned out that the third madam had prepared beef bone broth and had also made white noodles, a rare delicacy even during the new year for the Zhang family. On their journey of escape, the bumpy ride in the carriage had deprived them of such a treat. After all, the delightful noodles are not only delicious but also cumbersome to prepare. Yesterday, the elder had instructed the third madam not to be frugal with the noodles, and she had indeed taken that to heart. Each person was served a generous bowl of white noodles topped with a beef bone, still flecked with succulent meat. As one lifted the chopsticks to their mouth, the taste was absolutely exquisite. Everyone present was beaming with joy. It is no wonder that the affluent relish beef and white noodles. This truly is a dish that brings comfort to the soul. Sipping on the spicy beef bone broth during the winter while enjoying the noodles was an unparalleled pleasure. All were engrossed in their meal, heads bowed in silence, until Zhang Zhou finally let out a satisfied belch. Beef bone broth with white noodles. I reckon the city lord indulges in a similar breakfast each morning, or perhaps even the emperor. For Zhang Zhou, the most blissful thought was simply to have endured a night of hunger, only to be rewarded with a bowl of beef bone broth and white noodles in the morning. City lord, you might inquire with Xiaoyou. His family is indeed of high standing. I suspect even the city lord cannot relish beef bone broth and white noodles every morning. Zhang Jiashuan chimed in cheerfully. If such delightful meals were to grace his days regularly, he would not trade his life for that of a city lord, and he chuckled, momentarily forgetting their plight as refugees. Such a bunch of inept fools. Is there any beef bone left? If so, let us prepare white noodles again tomorrow. The elder Zhang scolded his sons for their lack of ambition, though he appeared quite composed. Yet he too longed for beef bone broth and white noodles in the morning. Indeed, there's one large beef bone weighing over 100 pounds, enough to last us quite some time. For lunch, I'll stir-fry some beef. Or perhaps stew a chicken. Yes, you manage the arrangements. And let us heed Anping's advice. Do not skimp on the noodles. Although the elder Zhang felt a pang at the thought of stewing chicken, seeing Zhang Anping contentedly savoring his meal, he generously declared they should indulge and not hold back. Indeed, all credit goes to our Anping. It is thanks to him that we can enjoy beef bone broth and white noodles during our escape. You all must not forget this." The elder matriarch began her gentle persuasion, and the Zhang family nodded in agreement, accustomed to her ways. "Grandma." This time, it was Zhang Onping who felt a touch of embarrassment. The same words have made his ears quite calloused. Grandmother truly has a penchant for incessant chatter. Indeed, one must heed your grandmother's words, for it is imperative to treat your younger brother with kindness. Without your brother in, how could we savor our pleasant days? After dining, we shall all engage in training. Who knows, perhaps the Zhang family will produce a few martial practitioners, and they might even become city lords. With a grand wave of his hand, old Zhang's face became a canvas of laughter, smoothing the wrinkles etched upon it. Zhang Onping moved the slowest, as if he could hear his grandparents whispering secrets. "We must not allow these children to forget their roots. I must remind them daily, lest they forget the times when we subsisted on meager fare. Indeed, in the future, those servants must understand that without our esteemed grandson, there would be no good fortune for anyone." Upon hearing such words, Zhang Onping felt a flush of embarrassment sweep across his face. He could hardly bear to imagine the scene when hundreds gathered for a meal, with his grandparents still chattering away. At the threshing ground, the atmosphere was vibrant and spirited. In his ears, Zhang Onping caught the resounding voices. "Who says there are no garments? We share the same robe. When the king raises an army, we sharpen our weapons, united in our enmity." Suddenly, a wave of elation washed over Zhang Onping's face. Chapter 63. The storm approaches. The threshing ground was indeed quite chilly, yet Zhang Onping felt a sensation akin to tiny serpents slithering across his body, weaving throughout. This peculiar energy, wherever it roamed, enveloped him in a comforting warmth, eradicating any sense of coldness or fatigue. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him, invigorating his entire being. "It seems I have made my initial foray into the Howren righteousness technique. Indeed, the essence of Howren righteousness resides within the cosmos," Zhang Onping mused, surveying the threshing ground. While others engaged in training, he immersed himself in study, silently honing the Howren righteousness technique. This particular martial art required no deliberate effort to learn. It would naturally circulate daily, accelerating in its flow during moments like this. Given time, the Howren righteousness technique, in conjunction with the reforged cold light sword, would undoubtedly yield formidable offensive capabilities. With this thought, Zhang Onping exhaled deeply. He found the daily practice of swordsmanship and combat exhausting. He preferred to peruse books and meander about while the Howren righteousness technique worked on its own. It was no wonder that this method suited him so well. Indeed, it was a technique for the indolent, and he relished it. "Green are the silks, tranquil is my heart. Even if I do not venture forth, will you not send your echoes? Green are the adornments, serene are my thoughts. Even if I do not journey forth, will you not come to me? Oh, how I long to see you, in the city's embrace. A day apart feels like 3 months." A group of individuals followed Zhang Jiqiu as she practiced archery, singing another beautiful song that resonated with the essence of life's beauty. After all, amidst their harrowing escape, families like the Zhangs were among the fortunate few who found improvement in their circumstances. Many others endured relentless hardship, teetering on the brink of despair regarding their future, until they arrived at Dahuai Tree Village. Here, there was food to eat, the opportunity to learn to read and write, and the means to train with weapons to protect themselves and their loved ones. Such a life rekindled their appreciation for existence, instilling a spirit of optimism that spread through their melodies. Hearing this song, Zhang Onping felt that his practice of the Howren righteousness technique was unusually vibrant today, its rhythm quickening significantly. Clearly, the lively and uplifting atmosphere of the threshing ground generated a potent energy field, one that the Howren righteousness technique could absorb. A wave of joy surged within him as he discerned a budding understanding of how to accelerate his cultivation of the Howren righteousness technique by immersing himself in a robust, righteousness-filled energy field and allowing it to nourish him. Dahuai Tree Village bore a striking resemblance to such an energy field. Zhang Jiqiu was also studying the introductory manual, which outlined methods for regulating one's breath, controlling the body through that breath, and amplifying one's vitality to achieve an extraordinary physical prowess. However, as a young lady, Zhang Jiqiu did not possess considerable physical strength. However, she is willing to endure hardship, possessing an innate talent for archery. In the absence of the ancient emerald bamboo bow, she never parts with her bow and arrows, practicing tirelessly day and night without interruption. While studying the introductory manual, she practices archery in conjunction with her breathing techniques. Before long, she begins to feel a difference. Her arms are not as sore after shooting, allowing her to practice an additional hour more than usual. The results are astonishing. Zhang Jiqiu is overjoyed. Zhang Zhilian, enamored with military strategy, immerses herself daily in the books gifted by her brother, her heart ignited with fervor. Yet, she finds herself without soldiers to command, though this does not deter her. After all, there is Mr. Qiu, who, during training at the threshing ground, leads a small team under Zhang Zhilian's guidance, even equipping them with horses and bows. This forms a sort of cavalry unit. However, their training method is somewhat peculiar. They operate in groups of 3, specifically targeting the two-headed horse. One draws the attention of the beast, another engages it head-on, while the third launches a surprise attack. Zhang Zhilian, capable of riding the two-headed horse, becomes their target for assault. Amidst the encirclement, she contemplates her escape, strategizing how to evade injury and cultivate a harmonious understanding with the creature. Beyond Zhang Zhilian, there are others like Zhang Jidong wielding swords, as well as her siblings Zhang Ziqi and Zhang Jimei, who also serve as practice targets for the cavalry. Qiu Yinshan asserts that while the barbarians may be weak, their two-headed horses pose a threat. If a tactical approach to counter these beasts can be devised and subsequently implemented within the military, the barbarians will become a negligible concern. If they can drive away the marauders, the common folk of the great Zhou dynasty shall endure less suffering. They, stranded in this great Huai tree village by the frost and snow, are not entirely oblivious to the news from beyond. After losing numerous cities, the great Zhou court has finally acknowledged the situation, yet within the court, opinions vary between those advocating for war and those favoring peace, leading to a tumultuous atmosphere. Following the demise of the late emperor, a young heir took the throne, scarcely 10 years old, with the empress dowager and powerful relatives exerting influence. In addition to numerous eunuchs holding significant power, resulting in a court shrouded in chaos. During the reign of the late emperor, the great Zhou dynasty thrived, with demons and monsters scarcely appearing, and the common people had never even heard of such things. However, with the late emperor's passing, the fortunes of the nation began to wane, as external barbarian invasions plagued the great Zhou. While internal strife led by the empress dowager and corrupt officials allowed demons to thrive, making life increasingly arduous for the common populace. The empress dowager, caught between the factions favoring war and peace, finds herself indecisive and unable to formulate a clear course of action. The Grand Duke and the Prince of Shun advocate for peace, arguing that the barbarians are exceedingly ruthless, suggesting that it would be better to offer gifts and cede a city for the sake of tranquility. Conversely, the Prince of Shun and generally champion war, asserting that the barbarians exhibit no humanity and invade the Great Zhou. Had the late emperor been alive, he would have certainly led a southern campaign, ensuring that the people of the Great Zhou would not suffer. Within the court, civil officials favor peace while military leaders advocate for war. However, the great Zhou dynasty prioritizes civil over military affairs, with the populace aspiring to scholarly achievements and the title of champion scholar, often regarding armed generals with disdain, viewing them as mere brutes. In the court, civil officials hold a higher rank than their military counterparts. Even if troops were to be dispatched now, the great Zhou dynasty possesses scarcely any capable generals. Fortunately, the heavens have bestowed upon us a heavy snowfall, rendering the weather exceedingly frigid. When the barbarians seized Jizhou city, they encountered some resistance. It is said that the Lord of Jizhou is still alive and actively rallying forces to prepare for a counterattack. The goal is to completely expel the barbarians and restore peace to the lives of the common folk. Qiu Yinshan is diligently training the troops, harboring concerns about an encounter with the dual-headed horsemen of the barbarians, ensuring they retain the capacity to fight. After all, the barbarians have already taken Jizhou city, and the village of Dawa's Tree lies strategically between Jizhou and Hangzhou. Should the barbarians decide to assault Hangzhou, the proximity of Dawa's Tree to the official road makes it a likely target. Given its prosperity and visibility, it would be remarkable if the barbarians did not ravage Dawa's Tree during their passage. Fortunately, the cold winter has rendered the barbarians ill-suited to the Great Zhou, and thus, after the snowfall, they have likely curled up, perhaps waiting for the warmth of spring to launch their assault on Hangzhou. Therefore, Qiu Yunshan believes it is imperative to make preparations. While Dawa's tree may provide a semblance of a stable home, true long-lasting security remains elusive, as danger may descend at any moment. Chapter 64. As long as there is hope, one will not give up. Many individuals harbor a sense of crisis. Beyond Zhang Anping's concerns regarding the Mountain Lord and Qiu Yunshan's apprehensions about the barbarians, Zhang Laotu has his own worries. During his time in Daxing village, whenever a family enjoyed a more prosperous existence, it would inevitably attract the attention of some unscrupulous individuals seeking to take advantage. Presently, with his household comprising 100 or 200 servants and hundreds of cattle and sheep, an unsettling feeling persists within him. His family has grown to over 20 members. Yet the labor force remains insufficient, which is why he confers with his wife. They aspire to survive in these tumultuous times. Unity is imperative, unwavering unity. They must also grow stronger. Thus, he resolves to follow Zhang Anping's counsel, ensuring that all family members acquire fundamental skills and then consume meat. For greater nourishment leads to strength. On this day, the Zhang family partook in rice for the first time. Jizhou Chaoyang Daxing village, situated in the south, had accustomed its inhabitants to rice porridge, and indeed, although Sanyangzi had previously prepared porridge using rice for the family, it had only been thickened to the point where chopsticks could stand upright. They had never experienced a meal of dry rice. Until this midday, Sanyangzi, with reddened eyes, prepared a large pot of dry rice, even boiling a porridge from the crispy rice remnants. The quantity of rice used for this meal far exceeded that of their usual 2 meals, causing her a pang of regret, yet also joy. Throughout her years cooking for the Zhang family, she had not prepared pure dry rice more than 10 times. The table was laden with a grand pot of stewed radishes and beef, topped with a thick layer of oil glistening enticingly. There was also an entire chicken simmered in broth, enriched with dried mushrooms that the Zhang family had foraged and sun-dried in the autumn. Additionally, there was a plate of scrambled eggs, a dish of small dried fish, and a plate of pickled duck eggs. The array of dishes exceeded the expectations of everyone at the Zhang table, as they had never enjoyed such a feast, not even during the New Year celebrations. Sanyangzi felt a tinge of anxiety. This was the most extravagant meal she had ever prepared, even during the banquet celebrating Zhang Anping's birth. She had not dared to be this lavish. Indeed, at that time, Zhang Laotu had desired to host a more splendid affair. Yet the family's financial constraints meant that despite the slaughter of a chicken, procuring beef remained out of reach. Father, if you think there are too many dishes, too extravagant, I can reduce the number of dishes next time. No need to be frugal. This is perfect. Let us eat. Zhang Laotu, upon gazing at the bountiful spread, remained momentarily stunned before coming to his senses. Such a lavish meal seemed to exist only in the recesses of his memory, perhaps experienced only once. As for the children, they had certainly never encountered anything like it. Just as Zhang Laotai was about to voice her concerns, she was silenced by Zhang Laotu's gaze, for he noticed that all 3 sons had reddened eyes. If it weren't for an inn, would we ever have the chance to savor such exquisite food? Indeed, the fare during our escape has grown increasingly sumptuous. We are truly basking in an inn's fortune. Well then, it seems there is no need for Zhang Laotai's nagging this time. Everyone has come to this realization. How wonderful. At this table, aside from the Zhang family members, there was also the wide-eyed Hu Ling. Oh my, the aroma wafting from the dishes on the table is simply divine. It is a fragrance she has never encountered before, overwhelming her senses. As the Zhang family savors their meal of beef soup and chicken broth with white rice, tears begin to fall from the women's eyes, and the men's eyes glisten with emotion as they gaze at the beams of the room, then bow their heads to continue eating. Ah, such bliss! This food is utterly delicious, exclaims Hu Linger, her lips tinged red from the spices in the beef. Despite the heat, she cannot help but exhale in delight, feeling that these moments of indulging in exquisite food are her happiest. The culinary skills of the 3rd mistress are truly remarkable. She vows to stay close to the Zhang family in search of delectable dishes. Everyone at the table feels a profound sense of satisfaction after the meal. The beef soup is steaming hot, leaving everyone with rosy cheeks and vibrant spirits. A full belly provides the strength needed for labor and training. Each of the Zhang brothers possesses an introductory manual, a remarkable advantage. Though they are farmers, every member of the Zhang family, from the youngest to the eldest, can read, which is quite rare in the Dezhou dynasty but commonplace in their household. Years ago, Zhang Laotu was determined to marry his son to Jin Xiaofang, the daughter of a scholar, despite being ridiculed for it. Yet, in just over a decade, literacy has flourished in the Zhang family, with every individual, regardless of gender, being able to read. This gives them a significant edge. Each person has a manual they can comprehend, allowing them to practice together. Even if someone is a bit slower to grasp concepts or struggles with certain characters, it matters not. They have a teacher, and learning is what counts. With a large family, even one member becoming a martial artist, no matter how lowly ranked, could elevate their status to that of a city lord. To the Zhang family, this represents a remarkable opportunity, which they cherish deeply. Yet, they remain calm, understanding that even Xiu Xiaoyong took over a decade to enter the realm of martial arts. They too can afford to wait 10, 20, 30 years, or even 40. As long as hope persists, they shall not surrender. Just as Zhang Laotu proclaimed upon the birth of Zhang Anping, the family should economize and save to provide him with the finest education. Remarkably, they managed to save for 6 years to support Zhang Anping's studies. The Zhang family is united, obedient, unyielding, and exceptionally perseverant in their pursuit of knowledge, regardless of innate talent or the likelihood of success. Learning is the goal. Zhang Laotu and Zhang Laotai are also perusing the introductory manual. Although they can read the words, they struggle to grasp the concept of qi. Old man, is qi simply the breath we exhale? But how do we find the qi within our bodies? I feel that my health has improved this year. But where do I search for qi? I am uncertain as well. Perhaps we should memorize this and practice daily. Even if it takes a lifetime. Who knows? Qi might just manifest. Despite their advanced age, the two elders approached their studies with remarkable seriousness and reverence. Even encountering unfamiliar characters or concepts, they would engage in discussions with one another. Zhang Jiawu was particularly fortunate, for he had a scholarly wife, which alleviated all his worries. "My dear, do you think we could become martial cultivators?" he inquired. "Whether or not we succeed in that endeavor, my only wish is to live a peaceful life, to be in good health, and to witness our Inen marry and have children. As long as Inen is a martial cultivator, that is sufficient," Jin Xiaofang replied. Her words brought a smile to Zhang Jiawu's face. Indeed, even if they could not become martial cultivators themselves, their son was destined to be one. With this single fact, he felt victorious. However, there were whispers that their son was exceptionally intelligent, inheriting his mother's brilliance. If he were to miraculously become a martial cultivator this time, would others not think that Inen resembled him a bit more? For a moment, Zhang Jiawu found himself lost in thought. Although Zhang Anping did not need to consult the beginner's manual, he was far from idle. Once he entered the space, he immediately began preparations to refine his cold light sword anew, with the aim of crafting a treasured artifact. Chapter 65. A touch of selfishness. Zhang Anping's cold light sword was originally exceptionally sharp. It sufficed when facing ordinary minor demons or regular humans. But it was inadequate against the perilous mountain lord. The sword could not even pierce the fur of the mountain lord. After all, the material of the cold light sword was considerably inferior. Zhang Anping planned to incorporate the hardest carbon gold, a substance found within the second gate. As indicated in the crafting manual, carbon gold is extraordinarily resilient. Even a legendary sword that can slice through iron would be easily severed upon contact with it. This illustrates the remarkable hardness of carbon gold. When subjected to the continuous flames of the two instruments' fire for 7 days and nights, it transforms into a puddle of black liquid, allowing for effortless reshaping. In addition to increasing the carbon gold content, Zhang Anping sought to introduce a special type of vermilion jade, known for its natural suppression of demonic entities. These vermilion jades were each about the size of rice grains, crystal clear and resembling jade, albeit with a red surface. This variety of vermilion jade is exponentially more effective than ordinary vermilion in warding off evil. It is said that only a vermilion mine over 1,000 years old can yield such jade, which naturally suppresses demons and proves remarkably effective in crafting talismans. It can be asserted that this gives an absolute advantage in weaponry. Zhang Anping discovered a bag of vermilion jade carelessly tossed in a corner of the crafting room's warehouse. Besides these two materials, he searched the crafting room for some time before finally finding a type of ice-cold water. This water, when used during the crafting of talismans, purges impurities from the semi-finished products, stabilizing their grade and enhancing the success rate of the crafting process. Previously, Zhang Anping had forged a millennium-old bamboo bow for his third sister. Although he possessed the method for crafting this ancient bow and had gathered countless millennium-old bamboo using the two instruments fire for practice, he had wasted innumerable pieces before successfully creating a talisman. Talismans are significantly superior to mere artifacts, both in rank and in the complexity of their crafting. Due to the inclusion of these extraordinary materials, the techniques for forging swords and arrows became increasingly intricate. Zhang Anping prepared 10 portions of materials, intending to devote time to this endeavor, striving to complete the talisman before the year's end. It is worth noting that the cold light sword, transformed into a talisman, would double Zhang Anping's combat prowess. Ordinary martial practitioners would stand no chance against his talisman-grade cold light sword. Even skilled martial artists would find it exceedingly challenging. Those of greater strength might achieve a stalemate, while those with lesser strength and combat experience would be utterly overwhelmed. Zhang Anping's cold light sword was originally designed to confront formidable high-level demons, comparable in rank to martial practitioners. Even the peak-level Qiu Yunshan would look up to this tier of martial artist. Listening to Qiu Yunshan's account, it becomes evident that the number of renowned martial masters during the Great Zhou dynasty was exceedingly sparse, with perhaps only a handful of them recognized by name. This illustrates the formidable strength of both the perilous demons and the martial masters. The arduous task of forging a treasured sword, such as the cold light sword, is thus underscored. Ever since Zhang Anping embarked on the creation of the cold light sword, he has been consumed by his endeavors. Appearing only briefly in the morning to peruse books at the threshing ground and during mealtimes. For the most part, he remains elusive throughout the day. When inquired about his whereabouts, Hu Linger would respond, "The young master is in his study. Please do not disturb him." Observing this, the old Zhang emphasized to everyone that unless a matter of grave significance arose, they should refrain from interrupting Zhang Anping. Consequently, Mei Yang, who had been anxiously awaiting Zhang Anping's attention, could no longer contain her impatience and intercepted him at the threshing ground that morning. "Young master, my child will be a month old tomorrow, and I have long wished to request a name from you to present to the clan leader." It was revealed that Zhang Anping had previously promised Mei Yang that her child would bear the Zhang surname, thus securing a place in the family lineage. This thrilled Mei Yang to the extent that she had spent sleepless nights contemplating a suitable name for her son. However, the more she pondered, the more uncertain she became. Additionally, she harbored a personal hope that Zhang Anping would bestow a name upon her child, believing that such a name would imbue her son with his fortune, ensuring a prosperous future. Moreover, a name given by Zhang Anping would serve as a talisman, garnering respect from all who encountered the child. How swiftly time has passed. Is he nearly a month old already? I have only seen him on the day of his birth. Zhang Anping expressed his astonishment at how quickly time had flown. On the day of Mei Yang's delivery, he had caught a distant glimpse of the child, an infant with a wrinkled, rosy visage, resembling a little monkey rather than being particularly attractive. Yet now, after nearly a month of nurturing, as he held the child in his arms, he discovered a plump little one with gem-like eyes and long eyelashes, simply charming. The baby was not shy. When teased, he even broke into a smile, truly delightful. This child, I hope he grows to be learned and, in time, befriends esteemed scholars. I shall name him Hongru, Zhang Hongru. Since the child's birth, the Zhang family had not welcomed any other newborns for many years, which seemed peculiar. It could be attributed to the family's struggles, or perhaps the immense pressure on the women of the household. But regardless, no children had been born. Zhang Anping empathized with Mei Yang, recognizing her contributions to the Zhang family, particularly her brave defiance against bandits while heavily pregnant. For this, he felt compelled to treat her son kindly and bestow upon him a fine name. "Very well, thank you, Anping. Thank you, Anping. Zhang Hongru, a splendid name indeed." Mei Yang repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Zhang Anping, soon resembling a hen showcasing her newly laid egg, proudly parading her child throughout the village of Dawai. She proudly announced that her son, Zhang Hongru, was named by the young master himself. This child, too, will become a member of the Zhang family. The plight of Mei Yang has stirred a flicker of hope within the hearts of many in Dawai Tree Village. Some of their wives are pregnant and yet to give birth. They, too, yearn for the possibility of becoming part of the Zhang family, just like Mei Yang. Zhang Laotu expressed great approval regarding Zhang Anping's choice of name for Mainyang's son, suggesting that such gestures should be more frequent in the future. After all, it merely costs a name, yet it can foster unity and instill hope in everyone's hearts. In these tumultuous times, striving for strength is futile without formidable kin and sons. Moreover, Zhang Laotu pulled Zhang Anping aside to discuss a plan that had been brewing in his mind. Zhang Anping was taken aback by his grandfather's insightful vision, leaving him both astounded and contemplative. However, with such a meticulously crafted plan, what exactly does his grandfather intend to accomplish? Chapter 66. The enigmatic sort of cold light in these tumultuous times as we seek refuge. It is imperative that we instill a sense of belonging among all who come to the Zhang family. Henceforth, let us take in more children as our adopted sons or offer them hope, so that they feel reluctant to part from the Zhang household. We must also gather these individuals together to educate them, to share stories, and to instill in them an understanding of the illustrious lineage of the Zhang family, so they may take pride in being part of it. We shall proclaim the grand resurgence of the Zhang family to the outside world. Only in this manner can we safeguard our livestock amidst the chaos and ensure our survival. Old Zhang's thoughts were rather straightforward. In the past, his family consisted merely of a single cart, a donkey cart, and 19 mouths to feed. But now, the number of servants alone exceeded 200, along with hundreds of poultry and livestock. This constituted an enviable wealth, akin to a mischievous child in a bustling market clutching a piece of gold, who must find a way to mature into a man capable of wielding that wealth responsibly. Grandfather, whatever comes to mind, let us act upon it. You protect Anping, and Anping will guard you in return. Zhang Anping offered a supportive smile to his grandfather. Soon, the villagers of Dahuai Tree would gather in the evening to learn together. The session would commence with old Zhang recounting tales of their ancestors' valor. He narrated how their forebear faced the nine-headed serpent demon that brought suffering to the people, and it was the Zhang ancestor who, sword in hand, vanquished the beast, allowing the populace to lead lives of peace and prosperity. He also recounted the tale of how their ancestor confronted a drought demon that had laid waste to thousands of miles, driving the populace to despair and flight. It was the Zhang ancestor who stood firm, battling the drought demon for 7 days and nights until he finally struck it down. Many listeners were left in awe by old Zhang's stories, their spirits ignited with fervor, echoing with cheers. After all, such ancestors were a source of pride and easily won the hearts of the common folk, as tales of righteousness and valor resonate deeply with ordinary lives. Once old Zhang concluded, it was Grandma Zhang's turn to speak, sharing the reason behind having 10 daughters before the birth of their sole grandson. She explained that when their grandson was born, radiant light filled the room, and they all dreamt of their ancestors who foretold that as long as they safeguarded this child, the Zhang family would once again bask in the glory of their forebears. All the blessings of the Zhang lineage were embodied in Zhang Anping. As long as he remained, the family would flourish. As Zhang Anping listened intently to his grandfather's tales, he marveled at the grandeur of their ancestry, realizing how remarkable it was. Yet, these stories seemed oddly familiar. Did their ancestor wield a sword or a knife? Was he adept with both? After Grandma Zhang finished her tale, a wave of applause erupted, and all eyes turned to Zhang Anping. Some even deliberately edged closer to him, casting reverent glances as if hoping to absorb some of his fortune. Lu San ascended once more, recounting his encounters with the savage and brutal barbarians who nearly shattered his family. As he spoke of his sorrow, the audience erupted in tears. How many among the refugees had not endured profound suffering? Yet, later I met young Master Zhang, who purchased my family of 3, transforming me from a mere servant into a member of the Zhang family. We could read and write, and we could be together as a family. Should anyone dare to harm Zhang Anping, I would fight to the death. I vow to protect him with my life. Zhang Anping observed the fervent slaves below and then glanced at his esteemed elder. Truly, the elder was formidable. Days swiftly passed, and each night in Dahuai Tree Village, gatherings for learning commenced. As usual, old Zhang narrated tales of their ancestors, and occasionally, old Lady Zhang would share stories of the peculiar events surrounding Zhang Anping's birth. Tales of radiant lights filling the house, of foxes bowing in the courtyard, and of strange phenomena in the sky. Though such narratives seemed somewhat far-fetched to Zhang Anping, they captivated many listeners, and the tales grew in conviction with repetition. The villagers of Dahuai Tree became increasingly motivated. Meanwhile, a heavy snowfall blanketed the land, and with the new year approaching, the villagers began tallying their labor points. Preparations commenced for slaughtering pigs and sheep, promising to distribute food and cloth according to everyone's contributions. The 3 individuals who accrued the most labor points during this period would be welcomed into the Zhang family. The atmosphere in Dahuai Tree Village grew lively. Zhang Anping, however, remained in his small courtyard, wholly focused on forging a cold, glimmering sword. During these days, he spent hours in the granary, absorbing the righteous energy of the heavens and earth, and had made notable progress in his righteousness technique. Strangely, he began to perspire daily, expelling dark, filthy substances from his body, a phenomenon that persisted for many days. He also noticed a remarkable increase in strength. His physique, already robust, became astonishingly powerful. If previously his strength was 1 to 2 times that of an average adult male, it now exceeded 6 times that measure. Had he not been aware of the existence of martial practitioners and demons in this world, his condition might have been deemed peculiar. Nevertheless, he remained silent. Besides his newfound strength, Zhang Anping's appearance began to transform. As the impurities exited his body, he seemed to grow taller, now resembling a child of 8 or 9 years. With a complexion like jade and lips red as coral, he became exceptionally handsome. Anyone who laid eyes upon him could not help but be drawn in, marveling at the beauty of such a youthful figure. Notably, Zhang Anping favored wearing scholarly robes, and with his graceful demeanor and the aura of knowledge surrounding him, he truly radiated a majestic charm. He was, indeed, strikingly handsome. At that moment, Zhang Anping cautiously tossed a dark red sword into a basin of icy water. As the steam surged, the entire forging chamber transformed into a realm of enchantment. It appeared as though something resplendent was shimmering amidst the mist. Once the vapor dissipated, Zhang Anping discovered that the cold, gleaming sword had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The entire blade radiated hues akin to jade, captivating his gaze and rendering it impossible to look away. After a few lingering glances, he felt an inexplicable pull on his spirit, accompanied by a peculiar sensation. This sword seemed to possess a certain sentience, akin to a beloved kin, evoking a delightful exuberance within him. As he grasped the sword and stepped out of the forging chamber, Zhang Anping sensed an uncontrollable energy emanating from it. A whirlwind sprang up from his feet. It felt as though the sword in his grasp was on the verge of taking flight. This sudden occurrence startled Zhang Anping. In a moment of panic, he abruptly recalled that he appeared to have overlooked the most crucial matter. Chapter 67. The barbarians have arrived. The cold light sword had yet to recognize its master through blood. Realizing this, Zhang Anping gently drew his palm across the blade, allowing a drop of blood to flow from his hand and land upon it, only for the crimson liquid to vanish instantaneously. The once frenzied sword, poised to flee, now imbued with Zhang Anping's essence, evoked an inexplicable sensation within him, as if an unspoken bond had formed. Without uttering a single word, he intuitively grasped the intent emanating from the cold light sword. It transformed from a mere chilling instrument of death into a steadfast companion, igniting both astonishment and joy within Zhang Anping. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of restlessness within the blade, and in an instant, the cold light sword vanished. A small green snake darted from the underbrush. It was slender, with a triangular-shaped head, its body nearly upright, incessantly flicking its tongue while fixating on the cold light sword. To think such a serpent lay hidden in the grass. A sense of alarm surged within Zhang Anping, for this was no ordinary snake. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the green serpent described in books, known for its potent venom capable of slaying thousands with but a drop. Thus, despite its diminutive stature, the creature was exceedingly fearsome. Its affinity for concealing itself in the grass, coupled with its vibrant hue, posed a grave danger. A single bite could prove fatal. The thought alone sent shivers down Zhang Anping's spine. Within the confines of the second gate, he had encountered scant living beings and felt secure. Who could have foreseen the presence of such a green serpent? Before he could fully process the situation, the cold light sword, seemingly attuned to Zhang Anping's thoughts, reacted instinctively. Just as the green snake attempted to flee, it was swiftly cleaved in two. Zhang Anping's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The cold light sword was indeed remarkable. After recognizing its master through blood, it exhibited a swiftness that surpassed his own reactions, truly a magical artifact. Not wishing to squander the opportunity presented by the green serpent, Zhang Anping quickly procured a vessel to contain the potent venom, intending to present it to his elder sister. During his last visit to Second Sister Mountain, the lack of sufficient poison nearly thwarted their efforts. With this green serpent's venom, when wielded wisely, it could become a formidable weapon. Having successfully bonded with one cold light sword, Zhang Anping resolved to craft several more, envisioning a future where 6 swords would emerge, unstoppable in their might. Upon concluding these tasks and emerging from his space, Zhang Anping was greeted by the sounds of slaughter, pigs, sheep, and chickens, all around him. He even spotted someone wielding a brush to inscribe couplets, proclaiming that it was New Year's Eve. Later that evening, the couplets would be hung up, ushering in a new year come dawn. Had it truly become New Year's Eve? A smile graced Zhang Anping's face. In Daweishu village, labor could earn 1 work points, which were exchangeable for meat and grain, as had been previously stated. Today marks the time for the exchange of grain and meat. And no wonder the atmosphere is so lively, with smiles illuminating every face. At the threshing ground, pigs are being slaughtered. Today is particularly busy, as several pigs have already been processed, along with a bull and 10 sheep, with the promise of an additional chicken or duck for those who have accrued enough work points. Young master, you have finally made an appearance. The clan leader has announced that there will be a bonfire party tonight, featuring roasted lamb and mutton soup, so we must celebrate heartily. Especially since you will be a year older this year. Hu Linger's cheeks flushed with excitement. Today is her happiest moment, as the elder declared that it is New Year's Day, and everyone is to be filled with joy. She insists that everyone should enjoy a sumptuous feast to ensure a prosperous year ahead, which is what Hu Linger cherishes most. Yes, indeed. Let us celebrate the new year together tonight and embrace happiness. Zhang Anping felt a surge of contentment with the successful forging of the cold light sword. He now possesses a formidable weapon, a powerful trump card. This year has been fraught with challenges, but after tonight, a new year will bring about positive changes. As Zhang Anping conversed with Hu Linger, the matron approached, carrying a large bundle, claiming it to be the New Year's clothing for Zhang Anping. Thank you so much, Aunt. You've worked hard. Oh, why so formal, dear? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't enjoy such good days now. Making you clothes is only right. Just don't mind if my craftsmanship is lacking. The matron beamed. This year, not only does Zhang Anping receive new garments, but all her daughters and the entire Zhang family are also adorned in fresh attire. After acquiring an abundance of fur from Ermiai Mountain, the fabric is not only warm but also lightweight and attractive. Delighted, the parents decided to craft new outfits for everyone, believing it would be a waste to store such fine materials in the warehouse, as the children have thrived and grown taller during this time. The new year is the perfect occasion for each to don new clothing. However, the matron ensured that the fur is lined within, while a durable and stain-resistant fabric covers the exterior, making them well prepared for the winter chill. Jin Xiaofeng also gifted Zhang Anping numerous items, including several Buddhist scriptures she meticulously copied, wishing for his safety and peace. She had been diligently transcribing to compile a complete volume before the new year, hoping for a smooth and safe year ahead for her son. The third daughter also came to present Zhang Anping with an assortment of snacks, including sesame cakes made from flour and sesame, along with beef jerky, which made Hu Linger's mouth water. She flitted around Zhang Anping like a little glutton, a sight that amused him greatly. Grandfather and grandmother directly sought out Zhang Anping, presenting him with a set of keys, seemingly to the village storage, saying they were unsure of his preferences, allowing him to choose as he wished. After all, these items had been saved for him. The sensation of being cherished and valued is truly delightful. The meat was meticulously divided into small portions, each comprising approximately 1 to 2 pounds of pork, 1 to 2 pounds of lamb, 1 pound of beef, and 2 pieces of cloth containing 10 pounds of rice, all heaped together. This distribution adhered to the labor points allocated for this year. Old Zhang proclaimed that once everyone had eaten their fill, they could carry their provisions home, with a day of rest tomorrow and a return to labor and learning the day after. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. In the threshing yard, bonfires blazed, upon which white rice was being cooked, and large pots simmered with beef, lamb, and a substantial amount of pork. Over the flames, 2 whole sheep were being roasted. At that moment, every face radiated joy. It was the happiest evening they had experienced during their arduous journey. Today marked the new year, and with the arrival of dawn, a new year awaited them. A fresh start, they believed, would sweep away all misfortunes. However, as the villagers reveled in song and dance at the threshing yard, the sudden clatter of hooves broke the joyous atmosphere. The guard at the village entrance, filled with dread, elongated his warning cry, a heart-wrenching shout. The barbarians are coming. He then struck the village's bronze gong. Chapter 68. The barbarian slaughter. The two barbarians seemed to possess an enchanting aura that abruptly silenced the lively commotion in the threshing yard. Cavalry, mount and form ranks. Big Blade Squad, follow me. Archers, come with me. After a brief moment of chaos, the Zhang brothers swiftly emerged to issue commands. Zhang Jiawu led the Big Blade Squad. Qiu Yunshan commanded the cavalry. Zhang Ziqiu directed the archers, and Zhang Jilin rallied the spear squad, all hastily mounting their horses. In the blink of an eye, the villagers of Daweishu had taken their positions, rushing out of the village. This was a testament to their rigorous training. On this New Year's Eve, the barbarians chose this very moment to strike. As the villagers stood at the entrance, witnessing the barbarians clad in tightly wrapped attire atop their two-headed steeds, they gripped their weapons tightly. Retreat was not an option. Retreat meant abandoning their homeland. On this joyous day, these marauders had arrived uninvited. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted lamb and simmering beef, delicious sense of sustenance wafting through the atmosphere. Meanwhile, those mounted on the two-headed steeds fixated their gaze on the threshing yard behind the village, where a bonfire crackled, releasing enticing wafts of meat. Ah, what a delight! There was already stewed meat prepared. In this frigid weather, it would be perfect to slaughter these people and savor a warm broth. If they could seize a few maidens as well, it would be even better. By the morrow, they would leave no one alive. Not even those young women with whom they had shared a night. Then they would set the village ablaze, erasing it completely from existence. Such deeds were all too familiar to them, executed with chilling ease. They were oblivious to the fact that such actions were those of a thief. They had never comprehended that the ordinary folk they slaughtered had lives, families, and loved ones. They were ignorant of the truth that where there is oppression, there is resistance. They believed that their two-headed steeds instilled fear in the officials of the Zhou dynasty, thinking themselves unmatched and free to wreak havoc without consequence. They acted with impunity, engaging in actions unworthy of humanity. Yet today, this band of barbarians found something peculiar about this village. Every man, woman, and child stood at the entrance, armed with swords and spears, as if ready to fight to the death. One barbarian laughed, especially the leader, a short figure clad in black, even wearing a black helmet that obscured his face. They were merely 100 strong, having easily breached a city in Qianzhou. With just 2 or 3 comrades, they could seize a village or even a town, for the citizens of the Zhou were pathetically weak, akin to sickly men, utterly defenseless against their might. One barbarian warrior could sweep through an entire village. Thus, faced with the entirety of Daweishu, they felt no concern whatsoever. What did it matter if they encountered a village or a town? Among them were warriors capable of annihilating their foes. These valiant fighters were invincible, unmatched in battle. Behind us lies our homeland. Ahead are the savages who have slain our kin. Today, we shall valiantly strike down our enemies and expel all barbarians from the great Zhou dynasty. This is our territory. Today, we vow to not retreat a single step. As Qiu Yunshan rode forth, passionately proclaiming these words, a few horses in front shifted aside, revealing a pair of 24 two-headed steeds behind them. In the very center stood Zhang Anping. The barbarian foes, upon catching sight of Zhang Anping and his two-headed horses, were momentarily taken aback, but when they realized that the riders were merely children, they erupted into derisive laughter. Their mockery was palpable. The leader of the barbarians brandished his large blade, seemingly preparing to charge at everyone. Unfortunately for him, his voice would never echo again, for Zhang Anping's gleaming sword had already pierced through, severing his head from his body. His mouth was still agape, and it was only when his head hit the ground that his shout was abruptly silenced. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that his subordinates scarcely had time to react. Their leader's head had already fallen. Cavalry, form ranks. The cavalry from the village of Daweishu were specially trained, 3 men per group, specifically designed to combat the barbarians. Archers, fire! Zhang Ziqiu shouted with all his might, and the ancient bamboo arrow in his hand soared forth, striking the first barbarian. It did not lose momentum, but rather struck a second, skewering both foes together like lamb skewers. This miraculous skill left all the barbarians in astonishment. What? Were they beset by spirits? Zhang Jiqiu felt no fatigue. She was the most adept at the breathing techniques outlined in her training manual. Coupled with the exceptional quality of her bow, she held numerous advantages. The first arrow was released, swiftly followed by the second. Soon, heads of barbarians began to tumble down at an astonishing pace, all thanks to the prowess of the gleaming sword. Zhang Jiawu, wielding a broadsword, charged forth. Engaging the barbarians in a fierce clash, their horses were clearly inferior, struggling under the weight of the confrontation. Yet, within mere minutes, the barbarian adversaries they faced became headless corpses, collapsing from their mounts. Seeing yet another fall, Zhang Jiawu felt a surge of urgency. If he did not act with fervor, he would have no chance to slay a single barbarian. All would be claimed by his son. With this thought, he launched himself recklessly towards the head of a barbarian's horse. With a deft swing of his blade, he heard a barbarian's anguished cry as he indeed felled him from the saddle. It turned out that these barbarians were not invincible creatures, nor were they as terrifying as imagined. He had just slain one with his own blade. Zhang Jiawu exhaled a sigh of relief, his hand tingling with the aftereffects of exertion. When he turned around, he discovered that upon the two-headed steeds, not a single barbarian remained seated. The ground was soaked in blood, scattered with the bodies of the barbaric foes. In but a brief moment, so many had perished. Could it truly be? Some were incredulous, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, while others trembled, gazing at their hands, crying out, "Father, Mother, I have slain the barbarian. I have avenged you, Father." Some began to weep softly. It became evident that the barbarians were not as fearsome as once believed. When they wielded their swords, they too could vanquish their enemies. Had it not been for these savages, would they have been forced to abandon their homes and flee northward, causing their kin to perish along the way? They had avenged their loved ones, at long last, on the eve of the new year. The village elder Zhang rang the bell, heralding the arrival of a new year. Those gathered at the village entrance, buoyed by the sound of the New Year's bell, erupted into jubilant cheers. A new year, a new day, had dawned on their path of escape. Chapter 69. Where can one find refuge? The battlefield was being meticulously cleared, leaving behind the lifeless bodies of the barbarian foes. Each one dealt a final blow, ensuring that not a single one escaped. The garments and adornments of the fallen were stripped away, for with the chill of winter approaching, these discarded items could provide warmth to any fleeing soul, potentially saving lives. Additionally, this offered an opportunity to examine for any overlooked possessions. Before long, Li Chengwen returned with a collection of items in hand. Among them lay a parchment map, which he unfurled to reveal a myriad of scattered markings. We have also discovered letters from the barbarians, along with these maps. I have perused their correspondence. It appears these are from scouts and advance teams sent to gather intelligence and familiarize themselves with the terrain. The barbarians have entrenched themselves in Jizhou City, and their next target is Hangzhou City. A sense of urgency gripped Li Chengwen's heart. The barbarian army, poised in Jizhou, intended to assault Hangzhou, dispatching numerous advance units for various purposes, some to relay messages, others to survey the landscape and clear obstacles. By the time they became well acquainted with the route from Jizhou to Hangzhou, it would likely coincide with the arrival of spring. Indeed, Hangzhou City is their objective. The barbarians are relentless. Should they breach its defenses, the only formidable barrier remaining would be the perilous Zhou. Following that, their advance northward would bring them perilously close to Jinling. Jinling, the imperial capital, is in jeopardy. Should it fall, the entire Zhou dynasty would face catastrophe, and we would be at risk of national annihilation. Hangzhou must not fall. If it does, the southern populace will be left destitute, suffering beyond measure. Qiu Yunshan's voice trembled as he gazed at the parchment map. This was the Zhou dynasty, which had endured for 8 centuries. The thought of its potential conquest by the barbarians, now even targeting Hangzhou, was unfathomable. Should Hangzhou succumb, the entire southern region would be lost. The only recourse would be to fortify Zhou, and should that too fall, Jinling would be left with but 2 options: to either hold fast or relocate the capital, lest they face obliteration at the hands of the barbarians. Obliteration? The Zhou dynasty faces the peril of extinction at the hands of the barbarians? Old Zhang was taken aback. Their intention was merely to seek refuge in Zhou. Hearing Mr. Qiu's words, if the Zhou dynasty were truly at risk, then nowhere would be safe. In this vast world, Where could one find sanctuary? They merely sought to turn to relatives in a Zhou. They never anticipated the Zhou dynasty could falter. These barbarians are not so fearsome, are they? Surely, the Zhou dynasty will not perish. Zhang Jiwu murmured, having slain one of the barbarians that day, finding them to be not as formidable as rumored. Was it not he who had dispatched the foe with a single stroke? I am merely analyzing the situation based on the map, and moreover, Mr. Li mentioned that the barbarians have dispatched numerous scouting and advance units, each comprising many soldiers, with no fewer than 30 in each. We cannot allow them to return. They must not be allowed to ascertain the full extent of our terrain, only to turn around and oppress and slaughter our people. Qiu Yunshan paced anxiously by the campfire. Mr. Qiu, please have some soup. Let us eat and discuss together. There is always a way out. Zhang Omping observed the meat stew simmering to a pulp. Worrying alone would yield no results. It was best to fill their stomachs first before deliberating. Perhaps we should remain in this Dahuai tree village. It truly is quite pleasant here. I rather enjoy this way of life, Zhang Jiawen exclaimed, and many echoed his sentiments. For indeed, life here was rather agreeable. With food and drink, opportunities for education, and ultimately, a share of meat and grain, it was a good existence. No, this Dahuai tree village is too close to the official road, lacking strong defenses and any retreat. Staying here temporarily is feasible, but to reside here permanently is out of the question, Zhang Omping slowly remarked while holding a bowl of mutton soup. His words, though few, served as the backbone of the group. Whatever Zhang Omping decided, the elder Zhang would assuredly heed. Once the elder listened, it was as if the entire Zhang family had reached a consensus. Indeed, Omping is correct. We cannot stay in this Dahuai tree village for long. However, we could leave a few individuals behind to hide in the mountains or retreat to Ermiai Mountain, where they could relay messages. We must also begin preparations. We may need to head north before the snow melts. Elder Zhang had heard Qiu Yunshan's analysis. He understood the implications. If the barbarians captured Hangzhou, the next target would be a Zhou. Should a Zhou fall, the next assault would be on Jinling. If Jinling were breached and the great Zhou dynasty did not relocate its capital, annihilation awaited them. Annihilation. It seems we have no choice. Alas, at that moment, Qiu Yunshan felt no excitement at the thought of vanquishing the barbarians, only a profound sense of dread. Yet, those beneath him were far less contemplative, their hearts filled with elation. They felt that the once fearsome barbarians did not seem so terrifying after all. After all, they were just beings with 2 eyes and a nose, easily outmatched by their own numbers. Had they not seen the double-headed horses of Dahuai Tree Village? There were dozens. Zhang Omping felt a little less perturbed. The distance between Jizhou and Hangzhou was considerable, and they had been fleeing for quite some time. The barbarians had dispatched scouts and vanguard troops. Yet their village lay not far from the official road. With sentinels watching the road, should any barbarians approach, they could be alerted and dealt with swiftly. Without scouts or vanguards to relay messages to Jizhou, and with so many suddenly disappearing, he doubted the barbarians would recklessly assault Hangzhou. After all, the further north they ventured, the more their disadvantages would manifest. They were unfamiliar with the terrain, faced supply issues, and with their numbers being limited, controlling several cities while encountering resistance would surely overwhelm them. As long as they remained vigilant in Dahuai Tree Village, should they sense impending danger from the barbarian horde, they could flee at once. Now, they possessed numerous double-headed horses and ox carts, rendering walking nearly unnecessary. Their speed has increased several-fold compared to the arduous escape on foot at the outset. Throughout that night, as they cleared the battlefield, the weight of unspoken burdens lingered in everyone's hearts, leading many to rest only after the dawn had broken. Yet, Zhang Omping resolved to take a stroll at the village entrance, for today marked the first day of the new year. Regardless of what this year may hold, he has indeed grown a year older. He yearns for a place where he and his family can settle and thrive, free from the incessant wandering that has characterized their lives thus far. Azhou is a destination he feels compelled to reach, as it offers formidable natural defenses and is significantly safer than the southern regions. Suddenly, as Zhang Omping stood at the village entrance, lost in contemplation, a jarring sensation coursed through his mind, and in an instant, the cold gleam of his sword was drawn forth, an omen of impending danger. Chapter 70. The eerie procession today marks the first day of the Lunar New Year. The ground is still blanketed with snow, and there are individuals stationed at the village entrance. The site where the barbarian was slain last night has been thoroughly washed. leaving behind a patch of pristine ground after the ice was scraped away. The official road is not far from the grand locust tree, and the village entrance is situated slightly higher than the road, allowing one to catch a distant glimpse of travelers on the thoroughfare. In the past, had the grand locust tree still stood, those traversing the road would undoubtedly have spotted it at first glance, given its conspicuous position. Concealing oneself would have been futile. Uncertain of who the enemy might be and the potential peril they posed, Zhang Anping resolved to adopt a guise. Considering he currently exuded the appearance of a mere child of 8 or 9 years, he sheathed his cold light sword. Crouching on the ground, Zhang Anping busily gathered snow to construct a snowman. After some time, a large sedan chair appeared along the official road. It was an imposing palanquin, carried by 8 bearers who seemed to lift it with ease, moving at an unusually swift pace. At the forefront, a steward, lantern in hand, led the procession, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young girl. No, not a girl. Zhang Anping discerned that despite her maid's attire and the lantern she held, she possessed an Adam's apple. This was a young boy, not much older than himself. This peculiar combination was indeed unsettling, were it not for the snow-laden road. Such a sight, palanquins being carried with maids and stewards bearing lanterns, would be entirely commonplace in the capital after dusk. Yet here they were, traversing a snowy path where even horse-drawn carriages struggled to navigate. To attempt to carry a palanquin on foot in such conditions was either sheer folly or something far more sinister. Zhang Anping leaned towards the latter. For the cold light, sword emanated an undeniable hostility. Feigning ignorance, Zhang Anping continued to focus on constructing his snowman, even compacting the snow beneath his feet to ensure that his creation would withstand the wind's assault. The palanquin progressed, seemingly unimpeded as it passed the village entrance. It moved on. Phew. Zhang Anping exhaled a sigh of relief, lowering his head to resume his snowman crafting, determined not to provoke any unknown threats. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out. The boy dressed in maid's attire approached, lantern in hand. No, it was more accurate to say he glided towards Zhang Anping, as his feet barely seemed to touch the ground, leaving no trace in the snow. Had it not been broad daylight, one might have believed they had encountered a ghost. However, Zhang Anping was aware of the existence of supernatural beings in the Great Zhou dynasty, and as he presently feigned the role of an innocent child at play, he maintained his pretense of ignorance, lifting his head to smile at the young lad. Pretty sister, do you have something to discuss? You truly are quite handsome. My master has a particular fondness for you. Young lad like you, why not join me? The stench of blood here is simply overwhelming. The youth appeared to be around 10 years of age. Despite having an Adam's apple, he was adorned in a flowing woman's dress, the lower part a pale green and the upper a vibrant crimson. He resembled a blossom flourishing amidst the snow, exceedingly beautiful. Yet, his fingers pointed towards the vacant ground where he had vanquished the barbarian the day prior. In truth, the area was pristine, devoid of any bloodstains. Yet it did not escape the notice of the boy. Thank you, but I already have parents, and they would not permit me to leave with others. Zhang Anping lifted his head, smiling, yet his heart was steeled, prepared for confrontation should these individuals resort to coercion or utter strange words. The cold glint of his sword would swiftly emerge for self-preservation. Come with us. This is an opportunity you could never hope to attain in your lifetime, one that could utterly transform your existence. In the future, whatever you desire will come to you effortlessly. The boy's voice bore a seductive quality, his words flowing melodiously, leaving Zhang Anping somewhat entranced. Suddenly, a snow-white fox leaped onto Zhang Anping's shoulders, standing before him, baring its teeth at the youth and even swiping its claws. This fox was familiar to Zhang Anping, the very one that had battled the tree demon alongside him that night, unexpectedly appearing now. Its demeanor clearly indicated a refusal to allow the boy to take Zhang Anping away. A snow fox? How intriguing. Let us depart. The master must continue his journey. The elderly steward called out to the youth with discontent before preparing to leave, while the boy could only cast a wistful glance at Zhang Anping. This boy was indeed strikingly handsome. However, witnessing the snow fox so fiercely defending a mere mortal, the steward realized it was wise to avoid further complications. Thus, the boy drifted away, swiftly arriving beside the sedan chair. Then, a retinue comprising a red-clad maid, the elderly steward, and 8 bearers swiftly vanished along the official road. Once the sedan chair was out of sight, The white fox could not help but pat its chest with its paw, exhaling a sigh of relief, seemingly frightened, before glancing at Zhang Anping and disappearing into the snow. Ha ha ha. This little creature believed it was merely greedy for food and drink. Little did it know, at a crucial moment, it would leap forth to protect him. Very well, if the little fox preferred silence, then he would feign ignorance. Yet, who exactly were these peculiar individuals? They were certainly not human, but if not human, then what were they? What was their purpose? Countless questions swirled in Zhang Anping's mind, causing him a headache. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on the troublesome thoughts. After all, he could no longer remain in this village of Dahuai. Preparations were needed soon, for it was too close to the official road, and lately, the sense of ominous beings had begun to emerge. It was far too perilous. Zhang Anping approached the elder Zhang, saying, "Grandfather, we must ensure preparations are made promptly. The new year has arrived, and the situation here is unstable. When we decide to leave, we must do so without delay. Let us prepare additional horse-drawn carts to carry away everything we can. The journey will be cold, and the carts shall provide shelter from the wind and rain." Originally, the Zhang family had intended to wait until the snow melted and the weather warmed before embarking on their journey. However, given the current circumstances, it became evident that preparations needed to be expedited. The elder Zhang was well aware of this, having endured months of hardship on the road, and understood how to ensure comfort and safety during their travels. Thus, the village of Daweishu began to make arrangements for the journey ahead. This time, the focus was on crafting horse-drawn carts. The Zhang family discovered a skilled artisan named Tan Xing, who possessed expertise in woodworking, capable of constructing carts and the accompanying furniture such as tables and stools. Tan, having earned the most work points last year, was subsequently welcomed into the Zhang family after a period of observation. Additionally, there was Lu Yun, who had demonstrated remarkable prowess while accompanying Lu San during the previous assault on Ermiai Mountain, earning him a place among the Zhang family. Lastly, there was Chen Sun, a veterinarian who had successfully treated a sick sheep during their last ordeal. This time, as they prepared for their escape, the atmosphere was considerably more composed than during their initial flight. Chapter 71. No pain without comparison. The village retained the heavy timber, which was repurposed for constructing horse-drawn carts. However, the wheels were absent. Yet, this did not deter the villagers. Someone expressed their proficiency in blacksmithing and offered to melt down some ironware salvaged from Ermiai Mountain to forge the necessary cart wheels. This endeavor was indeed a considerable undertaking. But fortunately, Huaitree village was populated with skilled artisans, having cohabited in the village for an extended period, training together daily and battling barbaric foes. The camaraderie among the villagers was particularly strong. When confronted with challenges, they would collaboratively seek solutions. Innovations translated to greater work points, and those possessing specialized skills, be it blacksmithing, cattle herding, horse breeding, or farming, could earn additional work points. Old Zhang observed the multitude of cattle, sheep, horses, and poultry, and he could not bear the thought of sacrificing them for meat. They intended to keep these animals for their journey, even if the path ahead proved arduous. Upon reaching Azhou, these chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep would serve as their foundation for survival. Once these creatures began to breed, they could swiftly flourish. Otherwise, relying solely on what little they had was not a viable option. Transporting chickens, ducks, and cattle while ensuring their survival en route, without delaying their progress, was indeed a complex issue. Old Zhang was constantly devising strategies. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping busied himself crafting the remaining cold glimmering swords. Occasionally, he found it amusing to encounter the gluttonous Hu Ling who persistently feigned ignorance. For instance, when he tentatively inquired, "Do you recognize that young lad from the other day? The one with the red lantern? Is he a demon?" "Oh, woo-woo, I've never seen him." Hu Ling initially nodded, then shook her head, adamantly refusing to acknowledge her acquaintance with the youth. Fearing further questions from Zhang Anping, she swiftly diverted the conversation, stubbornly denying that she was the little white fox who had been prancing before Zhang Anping, brandishing her claws at that young man. Alas, this girl was not only greedy but also adept at self-deception. However, Hu Ling did not remain entirely silent. She hesitantly murmured, "This place is no longer safe. With so much comings and goings, it's too perilous. I haven't tasted roast duck yet. Would you prepare two for me? I long to have some that one tea do. There's no honey here. Once we reach Azhou and settle down, I promise to make you roast duck and many other delectable treats. Zhang Anping understood her cravings. As long as there were still unfulfilled culinary desires, she would be reluctant to depart. If he satisfied her every whim, she might vanish at the first sign of danger. Nevertheless, the area had indeed become precarious, with barbaric creatures occasionally surfacing. It was undeniably unsafe. In truth, he felt a pang of reluctance to leave. Over time, this place had begun to feel like home. Yet, it was ultimately not their abode, and they could not safeguard it. The best course of action was to rest for a while and then continue their journey. One could only hope they would soon construct the carts and everything necessary, enabling them to travel swiftly and endure less hardship. After all, when the time comes, in the wilderness covered with snow, one can only rely on spending the night in the carriage, which is bound to be quite frigid. There is also the concern for the health of both adults and children, the threat of wild beasts lurking nearby, and the presence of barbaric tribes or monstrous creatures. As for Ezhou, they have only traversed a little over half the distance, and one can only hope that with the acquisition of a carriage and horses this year, they might arrive in Ezhou sooner. Settling down earlier would allow them to enjoy a stable life, free from constant anxiety and fear. The atmosphere in the village has grown tense. Zhang Anping spends almost every day secluded in his small courtyard, forging the frostlight sword. Although he has successfully crafted one, he does not dare to let his focus wane, fearing that should danger arise again, he would be unprepared. Thus, he remains utterly devoted to the remaining swords he is forging. Whenever fatigue overwhelms him, he delves into the vast collection of books in his study. For he has realized that his knowledge of the demons and monsters of the great Zhou dynasty is woefully inadequate, prompting him to study fervently. Zhang Anping's 10 elder sisters are equally relentless in their pursuits, thirsting for knowledge as they practice from the introductory manuals. However, the material is exceedingly profound, and despite their prolonged efforts, none have yet claimed the title of martial practitioner. Qiu Xiaoyong is also tirelessly honing his swordsmanship, having noticed that despite his efforts, he cannot hold a candle to the young Zhang Anping, though he feels a sense of discomfort each time he hears others praise Zhang Anping. The truth remains that he is indeed far behind. They are both martial trainees. Yet Zhang Anping's flying sword is capable of cleaving through the heads of barbaric foes with remarkable ease, while he can only manage to make his sword barely soar into the air. A moment's distraction could result in its plummeting, and extending the duration of control over the flying sword leaves him utterly drained, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Observing Zhang Anping, a child much younger than himself, achieving such prowess as a martial practitioner fills Qiu Xiaoyong with an overwhelming sense of inferiority. He can only avoid the Zhang family, practicing in secret, ever yearning for a day when he might astonish others and earn their respect. Unbeknownst to him, Qiu Yinshan is quite pleased with his nephew's small aspirations. It is gratifying to see his once proud and arrogant nephew finally grasp the notion that there are greater forces at play in the world, and knowing that he is diligently applying himself alleviates any concern Qiu Yinshan might have had. His nephew is finally maturing. Meanwhile, the village of Dahuai Tree is bustling with activity. Beyond training and patrolling, everyone is engaged in the construction of carriages of all kinds. These carriages must not only provide warmth and shelter for overnight stays, but also accommodate the necessities of food and sanitation for the journey. Additionally, some carriages are designed to carry chickens, ducks, and geese, ensuring that they can eat and thrive on the road. The Zhang family has made ample preparations for this journey, with several carriages dedicated to cooking. Even while traveling, with a careful eye on the flames, they can prepare meals and boil water. There were specifically designed wagons for transporting grain, cleverly disguised, for grain was of utmost importance and must not be compromised. Additionally, there were wagons laden with fabrics and various treasures of gold and silver. More commonly, there were carts used for transporting people or poultry. Considering the long journey to Ezhou, fraught with treacherous mountains and valleys, and the inevitable time constraints during travel, these wagons were constructed with remarkable sturdiness, each crafted with meticulous care. The materials were chosen to be of superior quality, and ingenious methods were employed to provide shock absorption in the wheels. In no time, the village was filled with the sounds of timber sawing and iron forging, as everyone became anxious. For one could hardly predict how long they could remain in Dahuai Tree village. As dusk fell, several horses burst into the village like the wind. Riding was Lu Yun, who was responsible for patrolling a 20-mile radius around the village. Upon dismounting, The first action he took was to ring the large bell at the village entrance, a signal intended to alert the inhabitants of impending danger. Chapter 72. A proactive assault. As the bell at the entrance of Dahuai Tree Village tolled, every villager instantly set aside their tasks, swiftly arming themselves and gathering with remarkable speed. This urgency was paramount. Mr. Chiu had warned that in times of conflict, even a moment's delay could spell doom. Only through haste could one hope to survive. This admonition was etched into the minds of all. For those who failed to heed it had met their demise. Chief, our scouts have reported that not 10 miles from here, a band of savages has encamped. There are approximately 30 of them, likely a reconnaissance unit, poised to pass through our village at dawn, a villager relayed urgently. In light of the previous encounter with the savages, the Zhang family had resolved to dispatch a small contingent led by Lu Yun to patrol the vicinity of Dahuai Tree Village day and night. This measure was to prevent being caught off guard by a sudden emergence of hostiles. Both Mr. Chiu and Mr. Li had noted that these savages from Jizhou frequently deployed large numbers of scouts or advance parties to familiarize themselves with the terrain and routes from Jizhou to Hangzhou before launching their main forces. Previously, they had intercepted a savage bearing a map detailing the region's geography. Should such intelligence fall into the hands of the Jizhou savages, their assault on Hangzhou would gain considerable advantages. However, if they were unfamiliar with the topography and circumstances surrounding Hangzhou, they would hesitate to attack, fearing significant casualties. Thus, when targeting a critical stronghold, they would dispatch numerous scouts and advance troops to assess the situation before quietly gathering supplies for a sudden offensive. Presently, Jizhou savages were increasingly sending out advance teams and scouts, and Zhang Anping felt a decisive action was necessary to capture and eliminate them all without exception. Why? Because if their main forces could not prevail, this smaller group would serve as a perfect opportunity for practice. Slaying some of the savages would also alleviate the collective animosity within the villagers, for these were the very culprits responsible for their plight. Swiftly, the Zhang family made their arrangements. Against the 30 savages, they would deploy 60 men for a surprise attack, ensuring none escaped alive, reclaiming their two-headed horses, and disposing of the bodies before they left Dahuai Tree Village. They must remain undetected. 60 men, led by Zhang Anping, formed teams: the broadsword unit, archers, spearmen, and cavalry. Those wishing to join may sign up. We shall gather in 1 T's time and await the cover of night to strike down those savages. Mr. Chiu promptly organized. However, when the time came to enlist for the expedition against the barbarian invaders, a rather amusing scene unfolded. The number of eager participants was astonishingly high, reaching 200. Nearly every villager, young and old alike, expressed their desire to join the fight, leaving only a few, like old Zhang and a handful of others, behind. This unexpected turnout left Mr. Chiu in an awkward position, prompting him to clear his throat. He could only delegate the task of selection to old Zhang and his companions. Those who venture out to confront the barbarians tonight will receive additional labor credits, 10 credits for participation, and an extra 20 for each barbarian head presented. This will be our method of record keeping, lest it be deemed unfair. Upon hearing old Zhang's words, the crowd erupted in enthusiasm, clamoring to join the fray. This eagerness stemmed from the last encounter with the barbarians, which had gone remarkably smoothly. No fatalities and only a few minor injuries, primarily due to accidents caused by overexcitement. Such a golden opportunity was too tempting to resist. Even without the incentive of labor credits, they would have fought for the chance. Ultimately, Zhang Anping divided the eager participants into 3 groups, with each team comprising approximately 60 to 70 individuals. He declared that the first group would set out today, and should another opportunity arise, the second group would take their turn next, followed by the third. This arrangement ensured that everyone would have the chance to engage in the battle while also honing their skills, all without sacrificing their quest for labor credits. Zhang Anping's proposal received unanimous approval, and Mr. Chiu observed the lively scene with a smile. Who would have imagined that in the village of Dahuai, the people would be so eager to confront the barbarians? If the entire Zhou dynasty shared such fervor, how could the barbarians hope to breach even a single city? Perhaps, in due course, they could even be driven from the Zhou dynasty, allowing the common folk to live in peace rather than fleeing north in desperation. As night fell, Zhang Anping and his group had gathered, totaling 60 individuals. Aside from Zhang Anping and the 3 Zhang brothers, along with a few of his sisters, Qiu Shaoyong had also joined, declaring his intent to accompany every future expedition against the barbarians. After all, as a member of the Zhang family, he felt compelled to lead by example. In truth, Qiu Shaoyong sought to practice his swordsmanship against the barbarians, believing that his slow progress was due to a lack of real combat experience. Otherwise, how could there be such a disparity between him and Zhang Anping? As the night deepened, Zhang Anping and his group set off. In the first few miles, they moved swiftly, but as they approached the last 1 or 2 miles, they dismounted and quietly led their horses toward the barbarian encampment. They were wary of the sound of hooves alerting the barbarians and prompting their escape, which would be a significant loss. It is crucial to carefully encircle and eliminate them, for that is the true path to victory. The Zhang brothers, traversing the snow-laden ground, were filled with excitement. How far they had come. Previously, at the mere mention of the word barbarian, they would have fled in terror. Now, emboldened by their earlier victories, they dared to take the initiative, journeying dozens of miles to confront these foes. When had these humble farmers acquired such remarkable prowess? How much progress have we made in our escape? It seems that we must venture out more often. I never anticipated that our courage would grow to the point of daring to stealthily confront the barbarian foes. Although this is our inaugural night raid, none of us felt fear or anxiety. Instead, we were filled with exhilaration and pride. We could vanquish the very savages that had once caused the officials of the great Zhou to flee in terror. Joy radiated through us. As we covered the final 2 miles, silence enveloped us. We quietly guided our steeds forward, holding the reins firmly. Zhang Yun, who led the way, diligently surveyed the terrain. Upon reaching a fork in the path, bordered by bamboo groves, he gestured for everyone to follow him. Up ahead lies their encampment, situated on the slope. Exercise caution. Typically, a camp would have sentinels on watch, and we must not allow ourselves to be detected at this critical moment. Otherwise, our ambush could fail miserably. Zhang Anping signaled for everyone to crouch down, for it appeared that a group of barbarians was approaching from that direction. Chapter 73. The hurt is too great. The barbarian was not particularly tall, and Zhang Anping felt that he was hardly taller than himself. The man held a knife in his hand and approached their ambush site, casually plunging the knife into the ground, startling everyone. Zhang Jiwu was about to leap up when Zhang Anping restrained him, for he realized that the barbarian was completely unaware of the lurking presence around him. After steadying himself, the barbarian began rummaging for something beneath him. In an instant, Zhang Anping reacted swiftly. Before the man could draw any weapon, he severed the barbarian's head. This scoundrel had several younger sisters among their group, and should he brandish his weapon, it would be a grave humiliation. There would be no mercy. The sudden collapse of the barbarian created quite a commotion, alerting his fellow sentinels. In a panic, they called out to their companion, but upon receiving no response, the barbarian quickly blew a whistle hanging from his chest. However, the whistle only emitted a single sound before his head was severed by the glinting sword. Zhang Anping's actions evoked deep admiration in Qiu Shaoyong. Both were martial practitioners, yet Qiu felt like a mere pretender. His flying sword could at best pierce a heart, but he lacked the skill to behead an enemy with it like Zhang Anping did. The human neck bore bones, and to sever it with a sword required an immense force. At least in his current state, Qiu could only imagine possessing such strength. Advance. With 2 night watchmen dispatched, it seemed there was movement within the tent, indicating that some barbarians had been startled. A team rushed to seize the barbarians' 2-headed horses, as those who mounted them possessed a vastly superior combat capability. Riding a 2-headed horse was akin to a 1 against 10, however, without them, their combat effectiveness paled in comparison to Zhang Jiwu and his companions. Thus, in the darkness, the Zhang family surged into the camp, demonstrating exceptional fighting prowess against the barbarians. Zhang Anping assessed the situation. The barbarians were outnumbered, their foes nearly 2 to 1. Given such a favorable opportunity, Zhang Anping refrained from recklessly engaging. He merely guided his glimmering sword, only intervening when someone's life was in peril or when a barbarian threatened to counterattack. This was a rare training opportunity. After all, during regular training, encounters were never as desperate nor as cunning as those with the barbarians. Therefore, as long as no one died, even sustaining minor injuries would serve as a valuable trial for the Zhang family. Moreover, outside, Zhang Jiqiu was persistently shooting arrows. Qiu Shaoyong, however, was woefully inadequate, one martial practitioner struggling against one or two barbarians, utterly flustered. It was baffling why his flying sword behaved as if intoxicated, swaying unsteadily as if it might fall at any moment. This was hardly the prowess expected of a flying sword. Zhang Anping felt a flush of embarrassment. If martial practitioners displayed such weakness, then indeed, their kind was lamentably feeble. However, Zhang Anping was unaware that, for Qiu Xiaoyong, he had truly exhausted every ounce of his strength, striving to control the flying sword with all his will. Yet, an overwhelming sense of fatigue began to engulf him, as if the very essence of his being was being drained away. The Zhang brothers reveled in their prowess, having adopted a set of military sword techniques from Mr. Qiu. Their style, characterized by audacity and swiftness, rendered them formidable. Yet, a normal person wielding a cleaver would find it challenging to maintain such vigor for long. In contrast, the Zhang family exhibited remarkable resilience, seemingly endowed with boundless strength, perhaps due to their recent endeavors in practicing a foundational manual. With each stroke of their blades, they felled their adversaries with astonishing ease, transforming the once dreaded foes into mere watermelons, cleaved effortlessly in two. Zhang Anping's sisters also commanded attention. Zhang Jidong displayed exceptional archery skills. Despite her youth and femininity, she dispatched her foes with an agility that left no room for doubt. Zhang Jijun wielded her large knife with impressive authority. Even unmounted, she exuded a commanding presence, her spirit unyielding. As for the eighth sister, Zhang Zimei, her lance danced like a dragon, swiftly overcoming an enemy with an ease that was almost unfathomable. Though still young, the Zhang sisters possessed remarkable abilities. Their unorthodox techniques often caught their opponents off guard, leaving Qiu Xiaoyong in awe. He found himself reflecting on his past in Jizhou, where he was lauded for his unparalleled intelligence and prodigious talent, consistently emerging victorious in duels. Yet, today he could not help but feel eclipsed by the Zhang siblings, even by the young maidens. Was it a matter of his inadequacy, or was it simply that the Zhang family was exceptionally strong? The blow to his pride was palpable. With Zhang Anping at the helm, this battle resulted in only a few minor injuries, with no fatalities, and the skirmish lasted approximately an hour. In truth, had Zhang Anping intervened, the conflict would have concluded in a matter of moments. However, he refrained from doing so, recognizing the value of this opportunity for his companions to gain experience in facing adversaries, a rare chance that must be cherished and not squandered. As they began to clear the battlefield, the bodies of the fallen foes were incinerated, the tents prepared for retrieval, and most importantly, the prized two-headed horses were to be brought back. These exceptional creatures held great significance for the Zhang family, as they had also learned the art of training two-headed horses and formulating their feet. Once acclimated, these horses would not resist being utilized by them. With these two-headed steeds, their speed would be unparalleled, far surpassing that of ordinary horses and carriages. After 3 encounters with the enemies, the Zhang family had acquired nearly 100 two-headed horses, making them a rarity within the entirety of the Zhou dynasty, an asset that no other clan could claim. After all, even the two-headed horse that the court once seized perished under neglect. Those two-headed horses starved to death, and everyone presumed it was due to their loyalty to their master. Who could have anticipated that the feed was unsuitable? From these barbarian bodies, numerous tokens were retrieved, along with various maps and writings, though Zhang Anping found some of them unfamiliar and intended to bring them back to Mr. Li for examination. Mr. Li is proficient in the script of the barbarians and would be able to translate them. As for the stripped barbarian corpses, they were piled together with the intention of cremation. After all, digging graves was laborious, and leaving the bodies exposed in the wilderness was unnecessary, for fear of an outbreak of disease. However, when it came time to incinerate these individuals, Zhang Anping instructed Zhang Yun to check once more for any overlooked survivors. Lu Yun counted and confirmed that there were only 29, though this group had originally consisted of 30. Had one escaped? Search. Find the missing one. The crowd dispersed, commencing the search for the lost barbarian, when suddenly Qiu Xiaoyong shouted in alarm. Over here. Something's wrong. This. Chapter 74. To stay or to leave. A barbarian lay lifeless on the high slope, his demise excruciating, as if his blood had been entirely drained. His body, emaciated and devoid of elasticity, curled up in a grotesque manner. From the position where this barbarian had perished, one could directly observe the encampment below. I counted 30 men when I hid away in the evening. This person was still alive at that time. Zhang Yun remarked with a solemn expression, his memory clear. Indeed, there had been 30 living souls, which explained the discovery of one less body during the final inspection of the barbarian corpses. This spot we traversed upon our arrival, and there were no fatalities. Thus, the time of this individual's death must coincide with the moment you slaughtered those enemies in their encampment. Also, this location. Zhang Anping gazed at the bloodless barbarian before him, then surveyed the elevated vantage point. The one who slain this barbarian may very well have had the advantage of height. Witnessing our actions, he knows us, yet we remain oblivious to his presence. Zhang Anping stood beside the corpse, casting a glance downward. From this elevated position, the scene of their assault could be clearly discerned. The mere thought that their execution of the barbarians had been observed by someone, who also might not be human, sent chills down his spine. After all, no one would drain an enemy of every last drop of blood. Burn the bodies and clear this place before we depart. Zhang Anping commanded, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. At this hour, darkness still enveloped the land, marking the bleakest moment before dawn. This official road had lain abandoned for quite some time, likely overrun by many sinister entities. Were it the era of the flourishing Zhou dynasty, such entities would not dare emerge, for they would be swiftly suppressed by martial practitioners. However, in these chaotic times, martial artists were preoccupied with their own survival, allowing these malevolent beings to gradually reveal themselves. The path of escape is fraught with peril. By the time dawn broke, Zhang Anping and his companions had returned to the village. Not a single one of the 32-headed horses was lost. The weapons and armor of the barbarians had been collected, alongside numerous tokens and maps. Li Chengwen began to meticulously translate the inscriptions. Soon, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to summon Zhang Laotu and the other Zhang family members, eagerly sharing his translations. Spreading the items across the table, his demeanor turned furious. This is a strategic layout of our Zhou dynasty forces in Hangzhou, detailing the number of guards in each area, whether cavalry or infantry, the presence of large crossbows, and any special weaponry, all meticulously recorded. And this document outlines the number of troops within Hangzhou City, the situation of the commanding officers, their residences. Every detail is laid bare. It appears the barbarians have infiltrators among us, bearing the same distinctive mark as last time. Li Chengwen trembled with rage. Previously, they had been kidnapped by a group of bandits and imprisoned in a cellar of a mountain retreat, only to be rescued by the Zhang family, who had also uncovered some correspondence, one of which bore a unique insignia. At that moment, everyone concluded that the great Zhou dynasty was plagued with internal strife and treachery, unaware that this ominous mark had re-emerged, targeting Hangzhou. Should calamity befall Hangzhou, the very existence of the great Zhou dynasty would be at stake. I shall keep that letter. Allow me to retrieve it for comparison. Zhang Anping felt uneasy allowing anyone else to hold the letter. He had received it in the study of his small courtyard and intentionally claimed to return for it. In truth, he merely made a quick turn to extract the letter from the study. When the two letters were placed side by side, the barbaric script might remain unfamiliar to most. Yet the seals at the bottom were strikingly identical, without the slightest variation. How despicable! These traitors deserve death. Qiu Yinshan trembled with rage. Li Chengwen echoed his sentiments, expressing that while the barbarians were repugnant, these traitors were even more so. If such individuals were to be found, their dismemberment would scarcely suffice to quell the hatred in their hearts. This correspondence is of utmost importance. If we could inform the Lord of Hangzhou, it would grant him the foresight to prepare. The court may dispatch troops at any moment, but we cannot place our hopes upon such individuals. Zhang Anping held his own perspective, believing it better to rely on oneself than others. While he could not protect many, he was resolute in safeguarding his family and those close to him. The Lord of Hangzhou has met me several times and holds me in high regard. I shall compose a letter for the steward to deliver. If he rides a swift steed, he should reach there expeditiously. Moreover, cultivators possess channels for relaying messages. I wonder if they are still accessible now. I shall give it a try. Qiu Yinshan planned to disseminate this information through his own means. In the past, there were official reports and designated messengers, as well as carrier pigeons, among other means. However, it was uncertain whether such connections could be established in this locale. Ideally, the steward would journey to Hangzhou to convey this intelligence while also inquiring about the situation of Qiu Xiaoyong's father. Indeed, We must intensify our patrols day and night. I suspect the scouts and vanguard of the barbarians are far from few. They may very well increase in number. We must also accelerate the pace of our carts. Zhang Anping intended to intercept a contingent of barbarian scouts and vanguards before departing from Doweishu village. The more they could eliminate, the better. If the winds shifted unfavorably, they would need to depart immediately. The group swiftly deliberated their next course of action. At this juncture, the elder Zhang proposed that they leave some individuals at Ermiai Mountain, as that location differed from Doweishu village. It was not situated along the main road, making it easier to defend than to attack. Thus, they could station some there to gather intelligence and establish a stronghold for future journeys, as well as a supply point. This suggestion was well received by all. Nevertheless, no one was willing to stay behind. The three Zhang brothers were adamant about not parting ways, and the Zhang family was hesitant to separate, fearing it would be akin to a life-and-death farewell. Even if they were to head north to escape, they were unwilling to rest and hide in this place. The carts prepared in the village were conveniently concealed along the roadside, allowing them to depart swiftly at a moment's notice. Ensuring their departure from the village of Dahuai Tree with utmost expediency, the Zhang brothers were reluctant to part ways. However, the Li brothers approached the elder Zhang, expressing their willingness to remain behind with a group of individuals. After all, their initial motivation for leaving their homeland was to seek a place of stability, originally intending to venture to Jinling, which they believed to be the safest haven. Yet, given the current circumstances, it seemed that the entirety of the Zhou dynasty was fraught with danger. They contemplated retreating into the depths of the mountains, sealing themselves off from the outside world, living self-sufficiently amidst nature, while occasionally gathering intelligence. Perhaps, after several years of seclusion, peace would eventually return to the realm, liberating them from the relentless pursuit of survival. The Li brothers' willingness to stay was indeed a boon for the Zhang family, as they were trustworthy allies. Furthermore, they could leave behind some young calves and lambs to thrive on Ermiai Mountain, for this land, after all, was still their ancestral home in Jizhou. Should they continue northward, the journey would be long and perilous, and some might fear that they would never have the chance to return to Jizhou in their lifetime. The dilemma of whether to stay or leave left them in a profound quandary. Chapter 75. Leaving a backup plan. The village of Dahuai Tree held another referendum, during which old Zhang elucidated the situation. He outlined the advantages and perils of Ermiai Mountain, inviting those who wished to remain to accompany the Li brothers into the mountain. However, those who chose to stay behind would be responsible for stockpiling provisions, gathering intelligence, and safeguarding Ermiai Mountain, to serve as a retreat for the Zhang family in the uncertain future. The clan leader and the young master are going there, so I shall follow, one villager declared. I believe that being with you will lead to a better life. Yes, I will follow the young master as well. If we are heading north, so be it. I think having food, drink, and a carriage is quite agreeable. I long to accompany the young master, but my health is failing, and in my old age, I should remain to guard the young master. I will stay at Ermiai Mountain. I will go with everyone. We shall live together or die together. After prolonged discussion, with a myriad of opinions expressed, only a handful chose to remain at Ermiai Mountain, including merely a dozen from the Li family. This revelation surprised Zhang Anping. It appeared that many felt that following the Zhang family, even amidst flight, would offer greater safety. Staying at Ermiai Mountain posed the risk of encountering danger, potentially jeopardizing their lives. Ermiai Mountain requires at least 20 individuals to maintain its defense. With too few, it cannot be held. We must also cultivate the land, raise cattle, and gather intelligence. Those willing to stay will be taught some self-defense skills. Zhang Anping exerted considerable effort to encourage individuals to remain. His intention had always been to instruct the Li brothers and others in martial skills. After all, in chaotic times, only the strong could survive. Old Zhang further promised that those who chose to remain would be credited for their labor, allowing them to join the community in Azhou once stability was achieved. This assurance alleviated some of their concerns, and ultimately, 20 individuals agreed to stay at Ermiai Mountain. The Zhang family honored their commitment, dispatching Lu San to escort them, along with a few calves, lambs, and chickens that were difficult to transport. They also left behind sufficient provisions for 30 individuals to last a year, along with various seeds for crops, several fine horses, and some carrier pigeons from the Chiu family. Initially, the Li brothers harbored some trepidation, but upon arriving at Ermiai Mountain, they found it indeed nestled within dense woods, its geography obscured. Those unfamiliar with the area would struggle to locate it. Unlike Dahuai Tree Village, which was conspicuously situated beside the main road, making it visible to passers-by, Ermiai Mountain remained hidden from view. After traversing numerous paths within the mountains, they discovered such a fortress, easily assailable yet difficult to defend. The crucial aspect was that the fortress was surrounded by towering stone walls. A small force would be ineffective in an assault, while a larger group would expend energy without significant gain, for this was not a strategic location worth contesting. Thus, this place may indeed become a sanctuary, a refuge from the chaos of war. The Li brothers are exceedingly content here, with their children and wives by their side. They assure that this is a stronghold of the Zhang family, promising that whenever turmoil erupts outside, and there is nowhere else to turn, the Zhang family may return here. With their assurance to sustain the livestock and provisions, they guarantee that the Zhang family will have an escape route, and once stability is restored, they will disseminate the intelligence they have gathered. In Dahuai Tree Village, after bidding farewell to the Li brothers, the villagers resumed their relentless training, commencing the construction of horse-drawn carriages. The village's meals transformed into dry rations, ensuring that they were sufficiently nourished to endure the rigorous training regimen. At this juncture, a convoy of over 100 two-headed horses, pulling carts, appeared outside a previously torched villa. Had Zhang Anping and his companions been present, they would recognize this villa as the very place where bandits had once taken refuge after abducting Zhang's martial arts master. It was within this courtyard that Zhang Anping discovered the underground tunnel, along with a significant cache of provisions and even letters communicating with foreign tribes. The substantial supplies collected at that time had been stored away, preventing the Zhang family from starving during their flight and enabling them to gather a semblance of manpower. Now, the leader of a group of marauders signaled for everyone to dismount from their carts, leaving behind empty wagons. Their intent was to retrieve the hidden supplies. However, they were taken aback to find the villa charred to the ground, yet their resolve remained unshaken. After all, the provisions were likely concealed underground, shrouded in secrecy, perhaps still undiscovered. Some members of the group remained to guard the carts, while others followed the leader, advancing cautiously toward the villa. As they traversed the walls and explored the front and backyards, they stumbled upon a cellar once used for imprisonment, as well as a desiccated well that had buried many corpses alongside those poisoned. The bodies of the poisoned individuals had begun to decay, but remnants of their demise could still be discerned due to the recent cold weather. Notably, there were no signs of wounds from blades or swords, suggesting they had died in their slumber, an eerie phenomenon indeed. The leader scanned the surroundings, recalling the cautionary words of his chief, who had warned him of a missing squad along the route from Jizhou to Hangzhou, men unaccounted for, neither alive nor dead. This stretch of road was particularly peculiar. However, it was the main thoroughfare, and if the army were to traverse it to reach Hangzhou, the wide paths would facilitate the passage of carts, significantly shortening the journey compared to alternate routes. Utilizing the main road could save over 10 days of travel time. Yet, due to its disrepair and the numerous strange occurrences reported in the area, officials had dispatched teams repeatedly to scout the path, seeking the most accurate information. Their aim was to allow the advancing forces to approach Hangzhou directly via the thoroughfare. Most crucially, along this route lay their clandestine supply points, akin to the very location before them. As long as the provisions here are taken away, they will be sufficient to sustain their vast army for a considerable period. Therefore, it is imperative that these supplies remain unharmed. Scour for the entrance to the tunnel. We must unearth it, even if we have to dig 3 feet deep. The outbuilding has been reduced to ashes, rendering many areas unrecognizable. Thus, these marauders can only search high and low for the tunnel's entrance. Before long, they discovered the entrance in the former bedroom of the bandit leader in the backyard. After clearing away the debris, they were overjoyed to find that the entrance to the tunnel had not been damaged. This indicated that the tunnel had not yet been discovered, or perhaps the provisions hidden within remained undiscovered. The leader of the marauders laughed heartily, eagerly leading his band of followers into the tunnel. He was confident that those who had set fire to the outbuilding would never suspect that countless supplies were concealed beneath it. Chapter 76. An empty venture. The barbarian chieftain laughed maniacally, but upon leading his men into the tunnel, he was rendered utterly petrified, a shadow of his former self. The tunnel, vast yet desolate, revealed itself to be devoid of any provisions. One of his subordinates, crawling on the ground, noticed some scattered grains and remarked that this place had once stored grain, but now it was entirely barren, completely emptied. Such a large expanse, so much grain, who could have stolen it? The chieftain roared in a fit of rage. They had brought a wagon, an empty one, pulled by 100 two-headed steeds, all primed to transport the supplies back to their waiting army. Yet, here they found nothing, an utter void where sustenance had once been. They had traveled a great distance, filled with anticipation to cart back dozens of wagons laden with provisions, only to discover that the tunnel remained intact, yet not a single grain remained. One must understand the tremendous cost they had incurred to establish such a stronghold. Years of meticulous planning had been dedicated to stockpiling these supplies. Who could have anticipated that at such a critical juncture, the food would vanish, disappeared entirely? With the grain gone, Jizhou had scant reserves left. How could the army assault Hangzhou without provisions? The wagons must be filled. They could not allow the warriors of Fusang to achieve victory while suffering from hunger. Given the absence of grain here, they would resort to plunder. The chieftain refused to believe that along the route from Jizhou to Hangzhou there weren't a few towns or villages. Wherever there were inhabitants, be it chickens, ducks, cattle, or grain, they would seize everything, slaughter, burn, and pillage without mercy. No matter the means employed, regardless of the toll on innocent lives. They must fill their wagons with military supplies. Come, there is no grain here. We shall seek it out, we will plunder, and we must fill our wagons with provisions. The chieftain raised his blade high. They swept along the official road toward Hangzhou. Yet, the chill of the day had rendered many towns and villages desolate. Some had fled to relatives upon hearing rumors, while others had long since abandoned their homes due to the ominous occurrences along the road, where death frequently stalked. Many were aware of the barbarians' impending approach and had taken refuge in the mountains. Consequently, this band of marauders found themselves traversing numerous villages, only to find them largely deserted. It was not until dusk, when smoke curled up from a hearth, that they charged forth with their men, only to discover a handful of families dwelling in an exceptionally remote hollow. A few households were busy boiling water and preparing meals. Upon witnessing the fierce intruders storming in, they were rendered speechless, trembling with fear. The invaders spotted an elderly couple, their son, daughter-in-law, and a small grandson. With wicked grins, they coerced the terrified family to yield their supplies, ransacking the humble abode for the last remaining sack of grain. In a brutal display, the chieftain kicked the sack towards the trembling old woman who dared to reach for it, and with a swift stroke, he ended her life. Additionally, there were those who sought to seize the wives of others, prompting a desperate husband to grab a kitchen knife and confront these barbarous assailants. Yet, how could he stand against such formidable foes? In but a moment, he was brutally slain, his entrails spilling forth, and the blood splattered upon his young wife's garments. In terror, she clutched her only child, trembling uncontrollably, and fell to her knees before the diminutive marauders, pleading for the life of her offspring. The invaders, grinning malevolently, attempted to tear at her clothing, but she resisted, even as a knife was held to her child's throat. The child cried out for its mother, and with tears streaming down her face, she helplessly loosened her garments, imploring for the child's life to be spared. The young wife was dragged into the dwelling against her will, silently weeping bitterly. Time passed, though it seemed an eternity, until the heartless marauders departed, satisfied with their cruelty. Stumbling to the door in search of her son, she discovered that her humiliation and suffering had not saved the child. He too had been brutally slain and discarded in the yard. In that moment, finding herself utterly alone, she sought a length of hemp rope and hanged herself from the gnarled tree outside. That night, men returning from the mountains after a hunt stumbled upon the remnants of their village, where every household had been ravaged. All the grain had been pillaged, and in one home, 2 children were locked in a cupboard, witnessing their mother being murdered by the invaders, their cries echoing in despair. It was those barbarians. They took our food, they killed our mothers and our elders. The men, upon witnessing the hanged women, the mangled bodies, and the aftermath of despair, fell to their knees, their lamentations filling the air. Life, in its most sorrowful and tragic state, could not be more harrowing. In the village of Dahuai, the Zhang family was gathered around a meal. A large bowl of rice, a duck cooked with sour bamboo shoots, a generous platter of pig's head, a dish of wild vegetables stir-fried with eggs, and a bowl of beef adorned their table, marking an era of prosperity for the Zhangs. Three Nyangzi had tidied the home and realized that their larder was overflowing. They had to eat quickly lest their cart be unable to bear the weight of their bounty. Though the village was industriously crafting carts, the sheer volume of goods was overwhelming. In addition to food and various necessities, they had amassed tables, benches, bedding, and an abundance of animal furs and textiles. Remarkably, the spoils of the marauders included over 100 sets of armor. All of this needed to be loaded onto the carts. Hence, Three Nyangzi resolved to consume some of the meat and grain. As the family had been diligently practicing the introductory manual, though its utility remained to be seen. However, it was evident that everyone's appetite had notably increased. After finishing their evening meal, the village convened as per tradition, where old Zhang recounted tales of their ancestors, eliciting cheers from the gathered crowd. Following him, Lu Yun and Carpenter Tan took their turns to speak. Lu Yun, a somewhat bashful young man, stepped forward. "I am Lu Yun, and I am certain many are familiar with me. I am the one who took the life of that nefarious man. When I entered this village, I was a laborer, tasked with shoveling snow and patrolling the area. While clearing the snow, I witnessed many souls succumbing to the bitter cold. In my role as a laborer, I consider myself fortunate. I have the privilege of residing with my wife, and at night, our dwelling is warmed by a heated calm. The garments I wear are thick and comforting. I feel as if I have arrived in paradise, and I believe my existence is truly worthwhile. Thus, I toil diligently, undertaking any arduous task that comes my way. Can anything be more grueling than the days of my escape? I rode alone on horseback from Ermei Mountain to the village, and from the village back to Ermei Mountain, tirelessly conveying messages without rest. As a humble laborer, I fear neither hardship nor fatigue. Merely transmitting news has allowed me to become part of the Zhang family. I believe if I can endure, so too can you, haha." Zhang Anping, seated in a corner, listened intently to Lu Yun's words, when suddenly he felt an unsettling gaze upon him. He turned his head, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a red light flashing through the darkness. Chapter 77. Visitors from Hangzhou. Zhang Anping sprinted towards the crimson glow. In the stillness of the night, within a 10-mile radius, their village was the only inhabited area, seemingly devoid of any other human presence. What could this red light possibly be? However, upon reaching the source of the luminescence, he discovered that it was merely the vicinity of a great tree outside the village. A pungent, foul odor wafted from beneath its branches. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Anping discerned the paw prints of wild beasts at the base of the tree. Had some creature been stalking him moments ago? Nevertheless, the cold light of his sword did not signal any danger, suggesting that the threat was not particularly severe. Still, Zhang Anping cautioned the night patrol to remain vigilant regarding the mountain's wildlife, to increase their numbers during the night, and to prioritize safety. Should any peril arise, they were to sound the alarm. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had concluded his tale, evoking a wave of emotion in many of the listeners, whose eyes glistened with fervor. Next, it was the turn of Carpenter Tan to share his story. Zhang Anping knew a bit about this craftsman, as he was skilled in making horse-drawn carriages, as well as tables and cages for raising chickens and ducks. Tan was indeed a master craftsman, proficient in various skills and executing them with remarkable finesse. "I am merely a carpenter," he began, "once employed by affluent families to sustain my household. When the barbarian invaders came, I witnessed their acts of arson, murder, and pillage. With my horse-drawn cart, I fled with all my might, day and night, nearly exhausting myself. I thought my life had reached its end. Who would have thought that upon arriving in Daweishu village, I would find such an abundance of fine timber? Each day, after tending to my own duties, I took joy in crafting wooden bowls, stools, and tables for the community, and even built carriages. It filled me with great happiness. I may not possess many other skills, but my carpentry brings me contentment, and I feel satisfied with my life now back in my hometown. I never enjoyed the food and drink I have now. I had no worries, solely focusing on my carpentry work. I hope this way of life can endure forever. Don't you all agree? Indeed. May we always live such a blessed life." A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, followed by Mr. Li teaching the villagers to read and write, ensuring even the least educated among them could recognize their own names. On the threshing grounds, a troop of cavalry practiced riding two-headed horses. These magnificent steeds were notably powerful in battle, far superior to ordinary horses. This time, Zhang Anping and his companions had captured over 100 of these extraordinary animals, which must not be wasted. When the time came to travel, they could ride these horses to oversee the caravan, ensuring swift movement. However, the village was inundated with goods, items procured from Ermei Mountain, game from their hunts, and preserved meat from slaughtered cattle and sheep. The sheer volume was staggering. A considerable number of horse-drawn carts would be required. Yet crafting these carts in haste was no simple task. It took considerable time to complete even a single one. It seemed they could do with a few more carts to accommodate their needs. Recently, there has been an influx of refugees, with the village gradually accommodating 10 more, bringing the total to nearly 20 individuals. They prioritize quality over quantity in their selection. The unscrupulous thugs and those with blood on their hands dare not venture here, for with each vote held, casualties inevitably ensue. Thus, many who prey on the vulnerable during their escape refrain from seeking refuge here, fearing for their lives. Those who do manage to enter the village of Dahuai Tree are promptly taken under the wing of the Zhang family, who initiate their training in literacy, archery, hunting, and swordsmanship. Based on their aptitudes, they are assigned to various squads, with seasoned members guiding novices. The message is clear: we wield our swords for our protection. Should we fail to grow strong, we risk being robbed, leaving us all to starve. Every night, Elder Zhang regales the villagers with tales of their ancestors, recounting exploits such as slaying the white serpent or vanquishing water monsters, ensuring that no two stories are alike. Those unfamiliar with the family's history are left in awe, convinced of their ancestors' extraordinary prowess. Yet, deep down, Elder Zhang worries. He is nearing the end of the travelogues and stories he possesses, and should the need arise to recount them anew, he fears he may forget the exact number of times their forebears vanquished serpents and monsters. If pressed for details, he can only attribute any inaccuracies to the frailty of old age. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats pierced the night, startling Zhang Anping, who was observing the villagers' training while simultaneously practicing the Haoran technique. As he turned to see who approached, he recognized the old steward of Qiu Yunshan, accompanied by a robust man in his 30s and several of Qiu Yunshan's private soldiers. The man, with a commanding presence and piercing eyes, was clearly of military stock. Upon his arrival at the village, he was held at the entrance while the steward sent for Qiu Yunshan and entered the village to report that he had returned from Hangzhou. Following the interception of several maps from the barbarians, Qiu Yunshan had decided to send the steward and his men to Hangzhou. Fortunately, their journey proved fortuitous. The steward, bearing Qiu Yunshan's token, had met with Wan Tianya, the lord of Hangzhou. Hangzhou is larger than Jizhou, and the relationship between the lord and the Qiu family is exceedingly cordial, with both referring to each other as brothers. The steward had previously accompanied Qiu Yunshan on several occasions to meet Wan Tianya, so upon this reunion, he relayed all that Qiu Yunshan had instructed and presented the letters and maps he had procured from the barbarians. He informed Wan Tianya of the fall of Jizhou, the disappearance of its lord, Qiu Yunhai, and requested assistance in locating him. Furthermore, he conveyed that the Qiu family, having lost Jizhou, would undoubtedly seek to reclaim it, urging the lord of Hangzhou to ensure its defense and to inquire about the court's news. Wan Tianya understood that although Qiu Yunhai was nominally the lord of Jizhou, in truth, the city was jointly governed by the two brothers. As for the matters concerning the court, Wan Tianya dispatched his most trusted subordinate, Wan He, to accompany the old steward back to Dahuai village for an audience with Qiu Yunshan. The purpose was twofold. Firstly, to apprise him of the current state of affairs in the court, and secondly, Wan Tianya harbored some personal ambitions. At this juncture, it was uncertain whether Hangzhou could withstand the pressures it faced. They sought to ascertain Qiu Yunshan's circumstances. Should the situation appear grim, they would invite him to Hangzhou, where he could assist Wan Tianya in strategizing to repel the barbarian onslaught. Subsequently, they would address the reclamation of Jizhou. However, upon Wan He's arrival in Dahuai village, he was taken aback. Having a background in the military, he immediately recognized that the village's defenses and patrols were meticulously organized, indicating that it was no ordinary settlement. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, he thought, he must be imagining things. Chapter 78. A most unexpected revelation. One, he was taken aback as he beheld a multitude of two-headed horses, over 100 of them. What did this signify? It indicated that the villagers had undoubtedly vanquished at least 100 savages, for it is well known that two-headed horses were brought from the land of Fusang by these barbarians. The term barbarians is employed throughout the Great Zhou dynasty to describe them, for they are indeed ferocious and cruel, appearing as though they have never been civilized, and their forms starkly contrast with the denizens of the Great Zhou. The citizens of the Great Zhou are characterized by their tall, slender physiques. The women are gentle and beautiful, while the men are robust and handsome. Regardless of gender, their stature tends to be notably tall, with men generally ranging from 168 to over 180 meters, and women only slightly shorter. In stark contrast, the barbarians are diminutive, with adult males measuring barely 160 meters. Hence, they breed two-headed horses in abundance, creatures of considerable height, such that when one rides upon them, the horses dominate the view, often obscuring the sight of the barbarians themselves. The Great Zhou has previously captured numerous two-headed horses, but alas, they could not sustain them. Most succumbed to starvation. Occasionally, a few survived for a time, but they too soon fell ill and perished. Thus, the existence of over 100 two-headed horses in the Great Zhou is a singular phenomenon. You are capable of raising two-headed horses? This. One, he stammered, his astonishment palpable. It was not due to a lack of experience. The revelation was simply overwhelming. Once invited into the village, he was greeted by the melodious sound of recitation, the verses being from the most exquisite passages of the Book of Songs. The reeds are lush and green, white dew falls like frost. The one I seek resides by the water's edge. I follow the flow, the path is long and obstructed. I swim against the current, as if I were in the heart of the water. In an instant, he was momentarily entranced. After a year fraught with turmoil, he had been surrounded by cries of despair, never having encountered such enchanting recitations before. This village was truly astonishing. When I departed, the village seemed devoid of such an abundance of two-headed horses. They must have captured more recently. Our village's chieftain is a wise and venerable elder worthy of respect. The old steward spoke with a proud smile. Reflecting on his meeting with Lord Wan, although he had withheld certain remarks, his demeanor and tone had conveyed much, undoubtedly suggesting his belief that the Chiu family had fallen into decline, perhaps even contemplating their refuge. Now, witnessing He's astonishment, the old steward felt an immense satisfaction within, reveling in the moment. How you have underestimated us. He then proceeded to meet the elder Zhang. Before him stood an elderly man who bore the appearance of a humble farmer, and he dared not treat him with anything less than the utmost respect. He bowed courteously to elder Zhang. Vice Commander He, under the auspices of Lord Hongzhou, pays his respects to Chieftain Zhang. He performed the gesture of a junior, having observed the profound respect with which Qiu Yunshan regarded the elder, who was occasionally addressed as Mr. Qiu. Conversely, Qiu Xiaoyong referred to him as grandfather. Since he had been dispatched here, he was no fool and quickly discerned that this elder was of no ordinary stature. Even in paying his respects as a junior, he was able to gain some advantage. After all, the young master of the Qiu family calls him grandfather. So he cannot be an ordinary person. The deputy general of Hangzhou? Old Zhang hurriedly helped the man to his feet, exclaiming, this deputy general holds a considerable position. How could one allow him to perform the rites of a junior? In the past, in Daxing village, encountering this military lord would have warranted a bow to the ground. Quickly rise. There is no need for such grand gestures. You are a guest of Mr. Qiu, and in these past few days, Mr. Qiu has put in much effort. Should you find yourself in need of guidance, consult him. There is no need to trouble this old man with every matter. Upon uttering these words, old Zhang's attention was drawn to a youth with rosy lips and white teeth, dressed in scholarly attire. This young man was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of cultured elegance, evidently favored by his elders. It was likely that his presence here was not considered a significant affair in the eyes of the elder. I dare not trouble the elder. He expressed even greater respect for old Zhang, for he found him inscrutable. Old Zhang then departed, feeling somewhat uneasy. For he was a general, a military lord. The more they conversed, the more he feared his legs might give way. Over there, Qiu Yunshan, seeing old Zhang mention he had matters to discuss with Zhang Anping, felt a surge of delight, believing that the Zhang family held great regard for the affairs in Hangzhou. He promptly invited He to his side, and called over Zhang Anping and Qiu Xiaoyong as well. That evening, at Qiu Yunshan's residence, Qiu Xiaoyong diligently roasted meat by the fire, not daring to trouble anyone else. especially since Zhang Anping, younger than him, was seated nearby yet clearly more capable. Wan He cast a glance at Zhang Anping, then looked at Qiu Yunshan, who smiled and said, "General Wan, feel free to speak your mind here. There are no outsiders present. Yes, Lord Qiu, our lord wishes to invite you to Hangzhou to assist in defending the city. Moreover, there are movements from the court. It is said that Prince Shun has gained the upper hand and has begun dispatching General Li to suppress the barbarians, intending to use Hangzhou as a base to subdue Jizhou and its surrounding areas." Upon hearing this, Qiu Yunshan let out a long breath. In Jinling, the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty, there were at least some who remained clear-headed, understanding that if Hangzhou fell, it would lead directly to Azhou, which was perilously close to Jinling. Should Azhou engage in battle with the barbarians, the crisis would inevitably extend to the imperial city of Jinling. If Jinling were to face danger, the Great Zhou dynasty would be in peril. Thus, Hangzhou must not fall. The best course of action was for the Great Zhou to send troops to assist in the defense, using Hangzhou as a stronghold to launch a counteroffensive against the barbarians. The significance of Hangzhou's location could not be overstated. Ahem, I am but a broken and injured body. It is indeed a grave sin for my brothers to have lost Jizhou. Now, merely surviving, I must first express my gratitude to Lord Wan for his trust. However, I need to ponder this matter further. At this moment, Qiu Yunshan found himself in a state of hesitation. According to the agreement he had with his younger brother, his adopted son was to accompany his brother in defending the city, sacrificing himself for the nation. His own injured body could only safeguard the bloodline of the Qiu family, Qiu Xiaoyong, whom he could send to Jinling, leveraging his connections in the capital to seek out esteemed mentors for him. Then, witnessing his establishment of a family and career, he reached out to old comrades and friends, either seeking vengeance for his younger brother or embarking on a campaign for his country, thus fulfilling both familial and national obligations. At this moment, his health had shown significant improvement. Although he could not restore his strength to its peak, he was still a martial artist, far superior to an ordinary practitioner. Moreover, Qiu Xiaoyong had entrusted his protection to the Zhang family, and it was evident that he wished to remain in Hangzhou. Perhaps he could even rescue his younger brother or seize the opportunity to reclaim Jizhou and drive out the barbarian invaders. Yet, he found himself deeply enamored with the atmosphere of Daweishu village, constantly yearning to discover a similar haven in Azhou where everyone could settle down. Even amidst chaos, they would seek a stable sanctuary. He envisioned finding his younger brother and bringing him there, disregarding the corrupt Zhou dynasty. Ruled by an overreaching empress and her inept relatives, what did the rise and fall of Zhou have to do with him? For a moment, Qiu Yunshan appeared somewhat distracted. Unexpectedly, Wan He suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming that he had one more request to make. Chapter 79. Something strange in Dahuai Tree Village. Two-headed horses. I seek several of them for the purpose of delivering messages. I inquire about the methods of their care and any specific requirements. The city lord cannot acquiesce, yet we may utilize all our connections to elevate this request. Wan He is not only the most esteemed general of Wantianya, but also his most cherished nephew, valued even above his own son due to his capability, discernment, and reliability in handling matters. Otherwise, Wantianya would not have entrusted him to accompany the old steward back. Upon seeing the two-headed horse, Wan He was instantly invigorated with thoughts. When the cavalry of the Great Zhou dynasty encounters the cavalry of the barbarians, they often retreat in defeat, primarily due to the existence of the two-headed horse. If the cavalry of the Great Zhou could be trained to command these remarkable beasts, even if they could not be deployed immediately in battle, the speed at which they could relay commands on the battlefield would surpass their usual pace by at least double. The odds of victory against the barbarians would significantly increase, far exceeding a mere 10%. Should they acquire more two-headed horses in the future and establish a cavalry unit, their ferocity would be beyond imagination. As a general, Wan He certainly understands the value of the two-headed horse. He even fears that the Lord of Hangzhou may be unable to provide what Qiu Yunshan desires, and can only express his commitment to exert every effort to convey this matter to the court. If only the two-headed horse could be presented, along with its rearing methods, it is likely that Qiu Yunhai's blame for the fall of Jizhou City would be absolved, potentially even leading to commendation. It must be said, the response from the Great Zhou court is exceedingly sluggish. The Lord of Qiansheng, who fled at the first sign of danger, has yet to face punishment, while the Lord of Jizhou, who fought valiantly but ultimately succumbed, remains unaddressed. A sigh escapes. It is lamentable, yet one he can only keep such sentiments to himself. The methods of rearing the two-headed horse are known only to the Zhang family. I am unaware of them. However, I can inquire about Onping's perspective, and you may discuss it amongst yourselves. General One must be weary. It would be prudent to rest early. We can address matters tomorrow. Qiu Yunshan stole a glance at Zhang Onping, noticing his somewhat displeased expression. He promptly diverted the conversation, encouraging Wan He to retire early, displaying an intent to refrain from further discussion. Lord Qiu, rest early. Wan He grew anxious, believing that within this village, Qiu Yunshan must hold a position of respect or possess knowledge of the secrets surrounding the two-headed horse. Regrettably, the care of these extraordinary creatures has always been tended to by Zhang Onping and his sisters, making it impossible for outsiders to approach the enclosure where the horses are kept. As for Qiu Yunshan and his nephew, they truly remain in the dark. Not only are they unaware, but even the Zhang brothers are bewildered, unable to discern what sustenance the two-headed horses require. Indeed, the care of the two-headed horse in Dahuai Tree Village is shrouded in secrecy. One he could only watch helplessly as Qiu Yunshan departed with Zhang Onping. While Qiu Xiaoyong had genuinely provided him with some food, One he wished to glean further information from Qiu Xiaoyong, yet he was met with a hasty retreat, leaving him no wiser than before. Wanha gazed at the warm stove in the room. Although the bedding was devoid of luxurious silks, the clean cotton sheets afforded a particularly reassuring slumber. The little courtyard was meticulously tidy, emanating an inviting warmth. In these tumultuous times, the existence of such a quaint abode felt remarkably rare. It was no wonder Qiu Yunshan found himself in a quandary, for one could easily empathize with the difficulty of making such a choice. Wanha, unable to find rest, decided to take a stroll through the village. As he wandered, his astonishment grew. This seemingly small village was encircled by formidable defenses, with rocky barricades enclosing it completely. The security was so thorough that any would-be assailant would find it quite challenging to breach. Moreover, vigilant patrols roamed the elevated areas within the village, and some even halted him, cautioning that as a guest, he should refrain from wandering at night for fear of encountering traps. This was indeed safer than any military encampment. This village was extraordinary. Amidst chaos, such a serene enclave existed. How remarkable! Throughout the night, Wanha found himself troubled, tossing and turning. Yet the warmth and comfort of the dwelling eventually lulled him into a deep slumber. At dawn, a melodious song roused him from sleep. In the threshing yard, Zhang Onping sat beneath a persimmon tree, a small table beside him with tea brewing, engrossed in a book. He had discovered that during the daily training in the yard, the atmospheric righteousness was particularly potent at this hour, and even while seated with tea and a book, his internal qi began to circulate rapidly, unblocking various acupoints, enhancing his strength, stamina, and even his senses, which had transformed from what they once were. Though seated, Zhang Onping could hear the chirping of a little bird hopping about in a tree outside the yard, occasionally dislodging some snowflakes. He could discern the sound of the snow falling with remarkable clarity, a curious sensation indeed. He didn't even need to look to perceive the soft thuds of the snow landing on the ground. Was this the benefit of cultivating the righteous qi? It seemed to hold some merit. Suddenly, a voice cried out, urgently calling for people to step aside. The commotion startled Wanha, and as he rushed out, he beheld a two-headed horse, in a state of frenzy for reasons unknown. Towering at nearly 2 to 3 meters, this creature loomed like a colossal beast, and its rampage was a terrifying prospect. Wanha contemplated rushing forth. Zhang Onping, still holding a cup of tea, recognized the anomaly and felt a surge of urgency. He dashed forward, reaching for the reins of the two-headed horse. At that moment, Zhang Onping focused solely on the safety of the villagers. He could not allow this beast to wreak havoc, lest it trample many innocent lives. But at that instant, what did Wanha perceive? He beheld a child, seemingly as light as a feather, descending gracefully onto the back of a two-headed steed. With a gentle tug on the reins, the previously tempestuous creature instantly succumbed to tranquility. In the child's hand was a vacant teacup. "Young master, your teacup is empty. Allow me to refill it for you." Beside the child stood a maid, radiant as a fairy, her hair elegantly styled in twin buns, holding a teapot with effortless poise, entirely devoid of fear or trepidation in the presence of the formidable beast. She held a diminutive teapot, standing several meters away from the child. Yet the water flowed from the teapot in a perfectly straight line, pouring precisely into the cup. Remarkably, the teapot was small, the teacup petite, and their distance considerable, yet the tea poured flawlessly, neither too much nor too little. This maid possessed an extraordinary skill. Chapter 80. The couple's shared thoughts when he even caught sight of the young girl, who glanced in his direction before returning to attend to the little boy reading beneath the persimmon tree. This tree was quite grand, adorned with several ripe persimmons that had yet to fall. A delicate layer of white snow clung to its branches, creating a striking contrast with the vivid red fruit, evoking a sense of artistry. Beneath the tree, a young child was engrossed in his studies, while a maid busily brewed tea nearby. Not far off, someone was practicing, singing merrily as they trained. This scene left Wan-Hee in a state of blissful reverie. After a considerable time, he recalled that the little boy was likely Zhang Anping, the young master from the Zhang family who had visited the previous evening. It was truly remarkable. This child had subdued an enraged two-headed horse with his bare hands, displaying an ease that belied the gravity of the situation. Wan-Hee almost forgot his initial intention to observe the care of the two-headed horse. However, as he wandered through the village, he stumbled upon a location where two identical little girls, exquisite like finely carved jade, were playing at the entrance. "Uncle, you cannot enter. This is a forbidden area, do you not know?" Zhang Zhitong and Zhang Zhixing suddenly called out to Wan-Hee. The twins, having enjoyed hearty meals lately thanks to the Zhang family's good fortune, appeared adorably plump. Today, they were assigned to guard the entrance, as the two-headed horse was kept here, a well-known forbidden area that villagers were advised to steer clear of. "Ah, a forbidden area, and it's just the two of you guarding it? Where are your elders? What if I insist on entering?" Wan-Hee, still somewhat shaken by Zhang Anping's earlier display, felt a playful urge to tease the two girls. They were indeed charming, but it was less amusing when little girls pretended to be fierce and tried to deceive. "We could throw stones at you, hee." Zhang Zhitong giggled, whispering to her sister. The villagers were too afraid to approach this place, and encountering someone undaunted was an opportunity too delightful to resist, a perfect chance to test their new game. "Haraha." Wan-Hee laughed heartily, finding the village children quite amusing. They were all rather charming, albeit prone to boastfulness, which was rather unbecoming. However, before his laughter could fade, he noticed a stone falling from above, an enormous one. If it struck him, it could prove fatal. Startled, Wan-Hee swiftly dodged, feeling a sense of bewilderment wash over him. As he looked around, he was suddenly surrounded by a flurry of stones soaring through the air, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Good heavens! But soon he realized that these two little girls were not merely playful. They were cultivators. My word, this was even more terrifying than encountering a ghost. Wan-Hee took to his heels, but Zhang Zhitong, caught up in the thrill of the game, abandoned the stones and instead sent showers of snow swirling into the air, chasing after Wan-Hee. The snowflakes, while harmless, stung upon impact, leaving him both embarrassed and aching. However, the commotion caused by Zhang Zit and Zhang Zit eventually caught the attention of Zhang Anping, who only then realized that his two youngest sisters had recently become martial practitioners. They could manipulate objects with their thoughts, such as stones and snow. Despite their tender age, they took it lightly, merely engaging in playful snowball fights and throwing stones when boredom struck. The adults paid little heed, considering that with so many family members studying the introductory manual, none had made any significant breakthroughs. They believed it would take at least a decade for anyone to achieve results, as even Xiao Xiaoyong, an exceptionally gifted individual, took over 10 years to reach this stage. No one could have imagined that the youngest daughters of the Zhang family, Zhang Zit and Zhang Zit, would unexpectedly enter the realm of martial arts while playing. "Here, each of you gets an egg, be good." During mealtime, Zhang Jiaowen couldn't contain his joy, his mouth stretching into a wide smile. His two youngest daughters had actually become martial practitioners. It was said that Xiao Xiaoyong, who was exceptionally talented, had trained for over a decade to attain such status. How remarkable his daughters were. He instructed his wife to boil 2 extra eggs, one for each daughter, as a reward for their achievement. "Thank you, father." Zhang Zit and Zhang Zit beamed with delight, stealing a glance at their grandparents. Upon noticing their silence, they eagerly cradled the eggs, their eyes sparkling with joy. How delightful it was. The remaining sisters gazed enviously at their two youngest siblings, wondering why they had fallen behind. Only Zhang Anping looked at the pile of boiled eggs and duck eggs in front of him. There must have been over 10, all prepared solely for him. Sisters, enjoy your eggs. Each of you gets one, and the 9th and 10th sisters will have an extra to celebrate your becoming martial practitioners. From now on, whenever anyone in our family becomes a martial practitioner, we shall feast on eggs. Zhang Anping handed out the eggs one by one to his 10 sisters, eliciting surprise and delight on their faces, dispelling their earlier gloom. They couldn't help but smile at their kind brother. Look at your brother. If you ever become martial practitioners in the future, remember that without your brother Anping, you wouldn't be enjoying such good fortune now. Elder Zhang continued to ramble. The 10 granddaughters exchanged amused glances, some playfully avoiding their grandparents' gaze and making faces, which caused Zhang Anping to chuckle. In truth, when the eldest sister made a face earlier, grandfather had seen it but pretended to look away, feigning ignorance. Aunt San, during mealtime, wore a continuous smile, nearly causing food to end up in her nostrils as she savored the moment. Her joy was palpable, stemming from her long-standing insecurities about having given birth to 4 daughters without a son. Little did she expect that today she would learn that 2 of her daughters had become martial practitioners. This realization was enough to drive her to the brink of ecstatic madness. After all, the city lord was a martial practitioner. Could it be that her daughters might one day grow up to become city lords themselves? No, the lady of the city lord is indeed exhilarating, a notion one scarcely dares to entertain. This surpasses anything they could have imagined, and it is all thanks to my dear nephew. And then, were it not for the introductory manual he provided, how could my daughter have achieved such remarkable prowess? With this thought in mind, I busied myself in the kitchen late into the night, contemplating the arduous studies of my nephew, and resolved to prepare him some late-night snacks to send over. He has a fondness for roasted lamb. Perhaps I shall roast some for him this evening? However, just as I entered the kitchen, I was delighted to find my husband there as well, clutching a rabbit in his hands, his joy evident upon seeing me. "Ah, I just caught a rabbit. Quickly prepare it, so we can send it to an inn." Hearing her husband's words warmed the very depths of San Yangzi's heart. It seemed that their thoughts were perfectly aligned. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping was in his grandfather's chamber, engaged in a significant discussion, one that would determine the future of the Zhang family. Chapter 81. The Desires of the Zhang Family Grandfather. We now have an opportunity to exchange a portion of the 2-headed horses and the method of raising them for something we urgently require. Zhang Anping had conferred with Qiu Yunshan. It was evident that the existence of so many 2-headed horses could not remain concealed. Yet they could not simply relinquish the method of raising these creatures without compensation. They could propose certain conditions and allow Qiu Yunshan and Wan Tianya to pursue their own avenues to secure benefits for them, such as official positions or wealth, all of which were attainable. One even suggested that as long as they divulged the method for raising the 2-headed horses, they could request anything feasible within Hangzhou. Land. We desire our own land, a village larger than Dahuai Tree Village, but it must be located in Azhou. Let us see if they can manage that. After weighing the pros and cons, the elder Zhang quickly concluded that land was essential, especially in Azhou. As farmers, having land in their possession provided them with stability and security. Their arduous journey north to Azhou to seek refuge with relatives was primarily motivated by the region's natural defenses, which offered significantly more safety than Hangzhou. Initially, the Zhang family merely sought to find a village where they could work diligently and even rent farmland, surviving by their labor. However, given the current circumstances, the population was overwhelming, making it evident that acquiring a larger estate or an entire village would be preferable. Securing a substantial piece of land was imperative. With land, they could cultivate anything they desired. For agrarian families, the connection to land is akin to a lifeline. Very well, grandfather, I shall negotiate with them for land, specifically land in Azhou. I aim to ensure that our 2-headed horses yield the greatest possible benefit in terms of land. Zhang Anping believed that although his grandfather often referred to himself as a simple farmer, he possessed remarkable wisdom. It was indeed a vast tract of land that the Zhang family desperately needed. Azhou was distinct from Jizhou and Hangzhou. It was devoid of conflict. With so many people migrating there, they would be perceived as refugees, and any ordinary village would hesitate to accept such a large influx, fearing potential repercussions. Even if they were accepted, measures would be taken to segregate these newcomers. Another option was to pave the way with money. Directly purchasing a large piece of land or an estate or even acquiring barren land. While this was feasible, it would be costly and could attract unwanted attention due to newfound wealth. Thus, it was preferable to seize this opportunity to observe the capabilities of Wan Tianya and Mr. Qiu. Soon, Zhang Omping articulated his and his grandfather's requests. He cleverly specified only the need for two-headed horses and the method of raising them, seeking the largest possible tract of land in Azhou, without disclosing the desired size. Upon hearing this response, one was elated and promised to return promptly to ensure the matter was resolved efficiently. Even if it requires some effort, it will surely satisfy the Zhang family. In truth, he wishes to convey his experiences and observations from Dahuai village to Lord Wan, urging him to refrain from rash actions, for the conditions presented are not overly harsh. After all, a piece of land is merely a piece of land. Whether it be dozens of acres or thousands, it remains a singular entity. One must not allow the dual-headed horse to entertain ulterior motives, especially when it is evident that the elders of the family have not intervened, and that the children, along with the maidservants, are no ordinary individuals. Such people are indeed not to be trifled with in chaotic times. Furthermore, the Qiu family stands alongside the Zhangs, making them a formidable presence. It would be unwise to engage in petty maneuvers over a piece of land in Azhou that might offend this family. After he departed, Qiu Yunshan found himself in a state of disquiet, pondering whether to remain in Hangzhou to resist the barbarians or to accompany the Zhang family northward to Azhou to establish a new home. Having spent considerable time with the Zhang family, he sensed that they harbored secrets. The 10 young ladies of the Zhang family, along with a young grandson, are truly exceptional individuals. It appears that there is a guiding presence, an invisible hand, nurturing their growth. Qiu Yunshan is indeed curious, yet he harbors a deep-seated fear. The last thing he desires is to provoke disdain from the Zhang family for prying into their secrets, leading to irreparable regret. His greatest concern is to not hinder his nephew. Thus, he can only offer myriad reminders to be kind to the Zhang family, to genuinely integrate and earn their acceptance. A year spent with the Zhang family is worth more than 10 years of study in the Qiu household. Recently, Zhang Omping has been troubled over his 2 elder sisters, who refuse to learn swordsmanship. One expresses a desire for something unique, such as flying daggers or other weaponry. They are determined to be distinct, as twins. They detest being mistaken for one another and naturally wish for their weapons to reflect their individuality. Upon entering the study's inner chamber, Zhang Omping thoroughly examined a radiant small box, but found no martial arts manuals within. However, in a corner of that room, he did discover several dimly glowing jade slips. Upon inspection, he realized these contained martial arts techniques suitable for lower-level practitioners, albeit of a relatively modest grade. Certainly, they do not compare to the Howren righteousness technique, but they could be useful for his 2 sisters. After careful consideration, he selected the Lu Yuan Heart Sutra, a technique particularly suited for female practitioners, which not only enhances one's form and grace, but also gradually transforms one's aura into a naturally elegant presence. Yet, the most significant aspect is that this technique can be cultivated up to the rank of martial arts sect, surpassing that of a martial arts master. For Zhang Zhitong and her peers, who are still merely martial arts apprentices, this is more than sufficient. As for weaponry, he plans to craft a weapon for Zhang Zhitong from the leaves of a millennium-old bamboo. As for Zhang Zhixing, he must contemplate other options for her weapon, perhaps. In the courtyard behind the second door, he may uncover some rare treasures to forge a protective weapon for his 10th sister. Zhang Omping's thoughtful arrangements immediately garnered the heartfelt gratitude of his 2 elder sisters. With such a wonderful younger brother, they felt truly content. On that particular morning, Zhang Omping found himself once again beneath the persimmon tree in the threshing yard, engrossed in reading and sipping tea, while also practicing the Howren Jingqi technique. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that the absorption of energy through the Howren Jingqi technique had seemingly slowed during this period. He pondered whether it was on the verge of an advancement or if the ambient vital energy of this locale had been nearly depleted by his prior efforts. As he indulged in these musings, the sound of galloping hooves reached his ears. Although Lu San and his companions had yet to arrive, their jubilant voices preceded them. A momentous occasion, a cause for great celebration, my brothers. A joyous event is upon us. Chapter 82. Hunters and prey behold the double-headed horses. So many of them. And look at those brand new carriages, extravagantly drawn by double-headed steeds. How remarkable! Lu San exclaimed, his voice brimming with astonishment. It was akin to waking from a dream to find a soft pillow awaiting. Not more than 10 miles away, they stumbled upon a colossal convoy of double-headed horses. The mere thought of over 100 of these magnificent creatures sent ripples of exhilaration through him. The speed at which the carriages raced was exhilarating. If only they could seize one of those carriages, they would reach Azhou much sooner this year, avoiding the tiresome stops along the way. Arriving early in Azhou would allow them to settle down and thrive. Upon hearing Lu San's words, the crowd erupted into excitement, many brandishing their weapons and joyfully cheering. The term barbarian no longer instilled fear. Instead, it now seemed synonymous with a bounty of resources and steeds being offered to them. This striking contrast had become increasingly evident in recent times. The Zhang family had transitioned from fleeing at the first sign of impending barbarian attack in Daxing village to desperately resisting encounters on the road and eventually facing the brutal slaughter of their village during the New Year festivities. They had gone from panicking in the face of danger to regrouping and launching a fierce counterattack against the barbarians. Now, they eagerly anticipated the opportunity to confront the barbarians. Almost childlike in their enthusiasm, ready to rush forth and seize their spoils. They had transformed from hunted to hunters, reversing the roles of predator and prey. The news Lu San brought back was invigorating, and the Zhang family, disregarding the daylight, resolved to hasten their pursuit to eliminate the barbarians and claim the horses for themselves. They feared that if they delayed, both men and horses might vanish into thin air, leaving them filled with regret. 130 double-headed horses awaited. Let a portion remain to guard the village. The rest shall mobilize, commanded Qiu Yunshan, with Zhang Onping assisting beside him. They set off with around 100 men, leaving fewer than 100 to protect the village. Nevertheless, the fighting spirit within the village remained formidable. Anyone attempting to exploit this moment would surely meet their demise. Each man was accompanied by over 100 double-headed horses, many of which bore 2 riders each, prepared for the return trip with carriages in tow. As they charged onto the main road, a resounding stir of snow erupted beneath them. Travelers along the roadside quickly stepped aside, initially mistaking the throng for barbarians. However, as the horses galloped past, they realized these were indeed the people of the Great Zhou. Many fleeing citizens could hardly believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. How could the subjects of the Great Zhou be mounted on double-headed horses? Leading the charge, Lu San and his companions raced ahead, anxious that the barbarians might flee in fright. At this moment, the barbarian invaders were breaching a village, where only a smattering of elderly individuals and children remained, as the able-bodied had fled in search of safety. Despite the village's considerable size, few households were to be found. After a thorough search, they uncovered only a pair of aged hens and a piglet. Seizing these meager possessions, the marauders made their swift exit. "Return my pig! Return the pig!" a child cried out, rushing forward in desperation. That piglet was the family's most cherished treasure, the very companion with whom he slept each night. His grandfather had often said that if they could rear the piglet to maturity, it could be sold for ample grain, allowing his parents to return home sooner, reuniting the family once more. He longed for his mother and father. Yet, a barbarian kicked the child aside, brandishing a knife, only to be met by the silhouette of an elderly figure who leapt to shield the boy. In a brutal stroke, blood spilled forth. The old man lay atop his grandson, fervently hoping to preserve the child's life. Such tragedies unfolded throughout the village, with another barbarian dragging forth a young woman who had been hiding behind a house, shouting for her companions. In an instant, a dozen marauders emerged, grinning menacingly as they tore at her clothing. The young woman trembled in despair, yearning to escape or even find a means to end her own life. Yet she was ensnared by these beasts, surrounded and utterly hopeless. Just as her despair reached its zenith, a flurry of blades descended, severing the heads of several barbarian attackers. It was then that she realized, much to her astonishment, that someone had come to her rescue. However, this elation was short-lived, as she beheld the fearsome sight of the dual-headed horses ridden by the marauders, rendering her legs weak and immobile. "Quickly, miss, seek refuge behind us," came a voice urging her, as 100 dual-headed horses charged forth. The Zhang family had arrived. Some wielded bows, others brandished swords and axes, all rushing towards the barbaric horde. The sight of the ongoing massacre ignited a fierce fury within them, and at that moment, Neither national grievances nor personal vendettas were spared. Everyone fought with abandon. Regardless of the odds, they were willing to lay down their lives. Zhang Anping unleashed 6 flying swords, seated atop his steed, his focus unwavering, entirely dedicated to the rescue. Upon witnessing an attempt to ambush Zhang Jiqiu, he sent a sword hurtling through the air, severing an enemy's head. When he saw his father, Zhang Jiawu, engaged in battle with a foe, 2 barbarians rushed in to overwhelm him. Without hesitation, Zhang Anping dispatched them with his flying swords. His blades moved with astonishing speed, sharp as the finest of edges, rendering them nearly invincible against the barbarians, who found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Suddenly, a barbarian leader clad in black found himself encircled. Clutching a massive blade, he glared menacingly at those surrounding him, realizing with horror that his comrades had all perished. To his astonishment, the newcomers were all mounted upon dual-headed horses. This brought to his mind the recent companions who had vanished between Jizhou and Hangzhou, likely having perished at the hands of these individuals. At that moment, the leader clad in black seemed to have resolved upon a certain course of action. Suddenly, he plunged the large blade into his own heart and began murmuring an incantation in a peculiar manner. The assailants surrounding him were momentarily taken aback. They had never encountered a barbarian committing suicide. What was he attempting to achieve? Nevertheless, since he had taken his own life, they should pursue the remaining barbarians or scour the battlefield for any survivors. However, as Zhang Anping observed the leader in black, who had evidently succumbed to suicide, a chilling sensation coursed through him, as if a warning had been issued by the sword at his side. At that moment, the leader, who had seemingly departed from this world, suddenly lifted his head and opened his eyes. Chapter 83. Departing soon. The sooner, the better. Quick, evade, move aside, swiftly. Zhang Anping observed that the leader of the dark-clad savages, who was evidently dead, suddenly raised his head, and his body began to swell, emanating thick plumes of black smoke. This was clearly not a conventional death. It must be some arcane technique belonging to the savages, and at this moment, due to Zhang Anping's timely warning, those besieging the savage dispersed in haste, though 1 or 2 were slower to escape. They appeared to be infected by the black mist, suddenly letting out agonizing screams. They fell from their 2-headed steeds, howling in distress. These men were fearless in the face of death and injury, yet they were reduced to such a pitiful state by the black mist emanating from their leader. Zhang Jichuan and Zhang Jixiao rushed forward to assess the situation, albeit with caution, covering their noses with handkerchiefs and donning animal skin gloves. Albeit clumsy, they offered some protection. At this moment, the dark-clad leader resembled a mere shell of a person. A blade was lodged in his chest, his body swelling while continuously emitting black smoke. Yet as long as one maintained a safe distance, the smoke posed no threat. The 2-headed horse beneath him could no longer withstand the onslaught of the black mist, thrashing on the ground and emitting loud cries, which incited panic among several other 2-headed steeds. Zhang Anping endeavored to draw the leader closer to himself. He was curious about what would ultimately transpire with the dark-clad leader in such a grotesque state. Thus, he kept his frostblade at the ready, circling not far from the leader. Should the situation change, the frostblade would strike with swiftness. This is the ghostly art of Fusang. After committing suicide, one can use their own body to kill. Quickly, destroy the body, or it shall self-destruct. If the flesh of that corpse touches any living being, it is highly toxic, shouted Qiu Yunshan, alerted by the commotion. At this moment, the village was filled with their own people. If this malevolent entity exploded, it would injure their comrades. Upon hearing Qiu Yunshan's warning, Zhang Anping hesitated no longer. He wielded the frost blade to utterly dismantle the savage leader, feeling a pang of regret. Destroying this body sooner would have been far wiser. In the future, he must peruse more travelogues, particularly those concerning the land of Fusang. For such bizarre practices of utilizing one's own body as a weapon were the domain of savages alone. The act of self-detonation was truly madness. With Zhang Anping's intervention, the savage leader was easily vanquished, rendering the remaining savages no match for them. Only then did Zhang Anping turn his attention to those afflicted by the black mist from the savage. They were now clawing at their skin, as if something particularly itchy tormented them, but their vigorous scratching resulted in visible patches of blood. This black mist is toxic. We must procure some antidotes, Zhang Anping remarked with a frown, observing his subordinates, now bloodied from scratching. These savage warriors were truly sinister. Did they possess poison within their very beings? The ominous black energy emanating from the body was formidable. If such a scenario were to unfold on the battlefield, amidst a throng of soldiers, the casualties among the valiant warriors of the Great Zhou would be staggering. Fortunately, such circumstances had not been encountered before. Today has indeed broadened one's horizons, revealing that the barbarian foes are not as easily vanquished as one might have imagined. This is the ghostly art of Fusang, practiced from a young age. Their bodies are nurtured with poison, rendering them less than human. Once they lose control, they resort to blood-sucking and cannibalism. Hence the common folk of Great Zhou refer to them as barbarians, yet they are indeed citizens of Fusang. Xiao Yunshan observed the disintegrated form of the barbarian leader on the ground and ordered that the area be set ablaze. This was primarily to prevent the spread of poison and to ascertain whether anyone else remained in the village. It was clear that this place was no longer habitable. The site, where the Fusang ghostly art had resulted in devastation, was left utterly barren, with the surrounding area contaminated. A wounded child, no more than a teenager and quite frail, was brought forth, miraculously surviving thanks to his grandfather's protection. What is your name? Is there anyone else in your family? If you have nowhere to go, you may accompany me. Zhang Anping noted the child's dazed expression, likely traumatized by the events of the day. They managed to locate a few other individuals in the village, including a young woman they had rescued, and decided to take them all along. This venture proved to be remarkably fruitful. While there were injuries, thankfully no fatalities. However, 2 individuals appeared to be poisoned, incessantly complaining of itchiness, their skin marred by bloody scratches. Their distress was unsettling to witness. Zhang Zhichuan and Zhang Zhixia administered medication and observed the changes in the poisoned individuals, experimenting with remedies. As this was their first encounter with such barbaric toxins, and they had no prior knowledge from texts to guide them. On their return journey, an inventory of the cart revealed it to be laden with grain, likely pilfered by these ruffians. Several bags bore bloodstains, igniting a fierce anger within. Fortunately, all the barbarians had been slain. This was a resounding victory, yielding an astonishing bounty: 129 horses, 100 of which were designated for pulling carts, while 30 served as mounts for the barbarian escort. This operation took place in broad daylight, without any concealment. The over 100 two-headed horses from Dahuai Tree Village had also been mobilized, coupled with the return of more than 100 horses. The sight of over 200 horses moving in unison during daylight was indeed a terrifying spectacle. As Zhang Anping made his way back, he contemplated a pressing matter. "Father, once you return, please prepare. Within a day at most, we shall depart. We cannot linger in Dahuai Tree Village. The events of today would undoubtedly be impossible to conceal. Their elimination of so many barbarians and the acquisition of over 200 two-headed horses was significant, especially given the daylight visibility and the multitude of witnesses to these occurrences. Even though many harbor a deep admiration, they might occasionally let slip their thoughts. Thus, the village of Daweishu would soon find itself under the scrutiny of all. In such circumstances, remaining would only invite disaster. Furthermore, the imperative to depart grows stronger, the swifter, the better. Hence, upon returning today, preparations must commence immediately, with departure set for the day after tomorrow. By the time Zhang Anping and his companions return to Daweishu, the elder Zhang and the others will have already received the news. Although there is a hint of reluctance, their resolve is unwavering. They issue commands to handle certain livestock, such as the excessively fat pigs and the aged sheep. Additional personnel are dispatched to stand guard at the village entrance, while villagers begin to load grain onto the carts. Every individual springs into action. It is essential to relocate the entire Daweishu village within a day. We must go, we must leave at once. Having seized so many two-headed horses from the savages, can they simply let it pass? Thus, belongings must be swiftly packed, and we must set forth once more. As for the news from Hangzhou, it is of no consequence at this moment. They must work with utmost speed to prepare their luggage and all necessities for the journey ahead. Chapter 84. Commitment. The horse-drawn carriages that had been prepared in the village proved to be invaluable, as chickens and ducks were loaded onto them one by one. These carriages were equipped with windows for ventilation, and inside, there were troughs for food and water. A thick layer of sand lined the bottom of each carriage to accommodate the fowl's droppings. Thus, even during the arduous journey, the chickens, ducks, and geese could eat, drink, and relieve themselves without suffering, and they might even lay eggs. Provided that the carriages were periodically cleaned and aired out during camping, these birds could travel comfortably. Not only were chickens and ducks loaded onto the carriages, pigs and sheep were included as well. However, the number of pigs and sheep in each carriage was relatively small, allowing them space to move about. Moreover, these carriages were specially designed to be spacious, sturdy, and warm, ensuring that the pigs and sheep remained secure during transit. Admittedly, the logistics of these carriages consumed considerable human and material resources, yet the elderly Zhang's profound affection for poultry and livestock compelled him to bring them along, regardless of the effort required. Although some murmured that they could simply purchase these animals in Azhou, Zhang was not pleased by such remarks. He firmly believed that a true home was one that raised pigs, chickens, ducks, and sheep. Given the circumstances, the Zhang family indeed had the means to transport them. Zhang Anping took stock of the inhabitants of Dahuai Tree Village, which originally boasted a population of 260. However, after sending 20 individuals to Ermiai Mountain, only 240 remained. The Zhang family did not indiscriminately accept refugees. Each individual underwent rigorous scrutiny before being welcomed into the fold. Among these 200 souls, the majority were adult men, yet even with such numbers, they seemed scant in the face of the 233 two-headed horses, 130 carriages, and over 100 horses currently stationed in Dahuai Tree Village. Fortunately, the two-headed horses were employed to pull the carriages, transporting food and other heavy items. Their considerable strength and the use of dual horses ensured that even with pigs, sheep, and provisions, the journey was swift and stable. Additionally, over 100 horses, each harnessed in threes, were tasked with carrying women, children, and lighter goods. With the increase in carriages, the number of drivers also rose. Each driver donned armor, a helmet upon their head, and bore swords and daggers, wielding a whip in one hand. These drivers were not merely transporters. They were either cavalry, infantry, or archers, emphasizing the importance of having a weapon at the ready. They served dual roles as both drivers and the primary combat force of the Zhang family. That night, Dahuai Tree Village was ablaze with light, and upon taking stock, they were taken aback. When they first arrived in Dahuai Tree Village, including the Qiu and Li families, the total number was merely around 100, with a handful of carriages and horses. Yet, as they prepared to depart, the line of carriages stretched endlessly, and a multitude of horses, cattle, and sheep accompanied them. Old Zhang, accompanied by the Zhang family brothers, journeyed from the entrance to the exit of the village, observing the bustling scene filled with horses and people. Fortunately, Dahuai village lay adjacent to the official road. Had they been in another location, the congestion of horses and carts would surely have led to chaos. Thankfully, the Zhang family was well trained and disciplined, with dozens of riders on their dual-headed steeds maintaining order, while some led the way and others brought up the rear. Despite the throngs of people and carts, they had set off at dawn. Zhang Anping turned back to gaze at Dahuai village, catching sight of a few ripe persimmons hanging from a tree, a vivid sight from afar. Granny Zhang wiped her tears. "Oh, I truly hate to leave this place. I wonder when I might return to gaze upon it again. I have grown fond of living here." Dahuai village was the first refuge during their escape, and where they celebrated their first spring festival. Here, they had enough to eat and wear, always occupied with tasks, living fulfilling yet comfortable lives. Though life was arduous, everyone remained joyful. "Granny, there will be opportunities to return in the future. When that time comes, you can wander around here and stay for a few days." Zhang Anping observed his family's downcast expressions, with several sisters' eyes red from tears. He tried to console and amuse Granny. "At my age, with my old bones, I do not know if I will ever return to Dahuai village or visit Daxing village again. I fear I may perish far from home." Granny Zhang's sorrow deepened at this thought. The older one is, the more they yearned for home. She had come to regard Dahuai village as her own. "Trust me, Granny. When peace returns and there is no more war, I will take you and grandfather everywhere. If we wish to visit Dahuai village, we shall. If we desire to see Daxing village, we will go there, and I assure you, your wishes will be fulfilled. Indeed, mother, do not be sad. Look how comfortable our escape is. We have a grand cart to ride in and meat to eat, far better than we ever experienced in Daxing village. As long as we are together, anywhere can be home." Zhang Zhou boomed, his voice rough yet hearty. He felt that their escape was rather joyful. remarking that life seemed to improve. Yes, yes, mother, do not be disheartened. Look at our family escaping. Compared to others, we are in a different realm altogether. None of us are missing, and we are grateful. Granny, do not weep until your eyes are ruined. Brother has promised to accompany you back for a visit. You must believe in him. Do you not always say that brother is the best? With various words of encouragement and light-hearted banter, Granny Zhang finally perked up. She had come to terms with her feelings, simply murmuring, "My dear grandson, my love for you is not in vain. You must grow quickly, so that you can bring me back to Dahuai village and Daxing village. Even if I were to die, I would do so contentedly. Granny, you must not speak of dying. You must live at least 100 years, 1,000 years. Long life. Such nonsense. That would make one an old hag. Furthermore, the notion of longevity is a taboo. Even emperors who yearn for eternal life inevitably meet their end. My precious grandson harbors such thoughts, yet he should be content." Upon hearing Zhang Anping's words, Grandma Zhang's face finally broke into a smile. Indeed, her children and grandchildren were right before her eyes, enjoying sustenance and embarking on a journey to Azhou to visit their great-aunt. This was not a flight from hardship, but rather a familial visit. At this moment, what more could one desire? Let us set forth to Hangzhou, then to Azhou. The sooner we reach Azhou, the sooner we can build a home for Grandma. One even better than that of Dahuai Tree Village. Zhang Anping called out to the front. His words quickly spread throughout the caravan, instilling hope in many who had previously felt a twinge of reluctance. Indeed, following the Zhang family to Azhou in search of a dwelling superior to that of Dahuai Tree Village was a promising prospect. Chapter 85. Cultivating connections. As the Zhang family's caravan set forth, it was an impressive spectacle. Fortunately, the Zhang family possessed considerable experience, meticulously organizing the journey with precise scheduling for rest, meals, and overnight accommodations, thus alleviating the discomfort of travel. Zhang Anping, initially mounted on horseback, opted for the comfort of a carriage, as riding did not permit him the luxury of reading. His spacious carriage resembled a small abode, adorned with plush, genuine leather blankets and a stable table that allowed him to read, write, and enjoy snacks. At the front of the carriage was Hu Lingyer, accompanied by Lu Yun, who expertly guided the horses. While alone in the carriage, Zhang Anping retreated into a contemplative space, intending to forge a suitable magical artifact for his sister, Jiojia. Unlike most, she had no fondness for flying swords. Rather, she relished the act of tossing snowballs or stones at others, a skill reminiscent of his own past. As it felt particularly natural to her, Zhang Anping resolved to utilize the leaves of a millennium-old bamboo for this creation. These leaves were remarkably resilient, impervious to water and fire, and with sufficient force, could rival any blade in lethality. Additionally, their broad range made them easy to transport. To craft these leaves, Zhang Anping meticulously selected them based on size, hardness, and flexibility, integrating unique materials to enhance their properties. For instance, to augment their toughness, he coated each leaf with a layer of charcoal gold, ensuring that even the sharpest swords could not sever them. Each leaf, smaller than a palm and exceedingly thin, bore an extraordinary sharpness. A mere touch could draw blood, and with a bit more force, it could cleave through flesh with ease. Remarkably, he produced over 300 of these refined leaves over several days, presenting them to Jiojia with sage advice. These leaves are exceedingly precious. Ensure you retrieve them once launched. Begin by mastering the control of a single leaf and gradually increase. When you can command hundreds simultaneously, you will possess a formidable weapon. Zhang Anping could scarcely fathom the terror that would ensue if hundreds of these meticulously crafted bamboo leaves were to unleash their potential in an explosion. Thank you, dear brother. These leaves are the finest gift I have ever received, and I shall cherish them dearly, Zhang Jitao said, her fingers caressing the leaves with curiosity as they shimmered in a deep emerald hue. Each piece resembled jade, yet was remarkably hard, with razor-sharp edges. Following her brother's guidance, she pricked her finger to establish a bond, and suddenly, the leaves felt connected to her. They soared effortlessly, requiring minimal mental energy to control, proving far easier to manage than snowballs or stones. The beauty and portability of these bamboo leaves brought a radiant smile to Zhang Jitao's face. Beside her, her sister, Shi Jiezhang Jixing, gazed longingly at their brother, her heart brimming with anticipation, hoping he would craft a unique protective talisman for her as well. This is the Flowing Cloud Heart Sutra. You too shall first become cultivators, attempt to practice it. Should any other sisters wish to embark on this path of cultivation, they may also learn from this sutra. It is imperative that this text is preserved diligently. Familiarize yourselves with it thoroughly before returning it to me. The Flowing Cloud Heart Sutra is a tome dedicated to the cultivation of profound spiritual awareness, bearing a resemblance in efficacy to the Howran righteousness technique. However, this sutra possesses a certain limitation. After progressing a few stages, it may become somewhat obsolete, no longer facilitating further advancement. Nevertheless, it suffices for their current needs. Zhang Anping, at a loss for a more suitable method, can only allow the two sisters to practice for the time being. Each time he presents these texts, he earnestly admonishes them not to circulate the knowledge indiscriminately. Initially, he had never fathomed that such an unassuming introductory manual could empower individuals to become cultivators. Moreover, it was only later, through Qiu Yunshan, that he learned there are not many cultivators in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, and the path to becoming one is exceptionally arduous. Should others discover that the Zhang family possesses a foundational technique for cultivation, it would undoubtedly attract unwarranted troubles. Thus, Zhang Anping has since been exceedingly cautious whenever retrieving books from his space. Understood. Grandfather and grandmother have cautioned us countless times. The twin sisters nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grains, exuding an adorable charm. In truth, they are only slightly older than Zhang Anping, merely 8 years of age. If others were to learn that they are already cultivators, it would surely evoke astonishment and disbelief. For there are no records of 7- or 8-year-old cultivators in the annals of the Great Zhou dynasty. Both Zhang Anping and his twin sisters could be deemed prodigious talents. Fortunately, their renown remains understated. Otherwise, it would send ripples throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. Meanwhile, within Hangzhou City, he has already met with Wan Tianya, conveying a detailed account of Zhang family's circumstances observed in Daweishu village, including their requests. Lord of the city, the Zhang family is truly unfathomable. Others believe they have merely aligned themselves with the Qiu family, but I suspect it is the Qiu family that has latched onto the Zhang family's influence. Upon entering the village, I found that the patriarch and several sons of the Zhang family did not engage with others. However, I have encountered their youngest grandchildren. Children are the most innocent and cannot conceal their true capabilities. I suspect all 3 of the Zhang family's children are cultivators. Just imagine the implications. With such prowess, it is no wonder they could seize over 100 two-headed steeds from the barbarians. The two-headed steeds we covet are likely regarded as mere livestock within the Zhang household. If they are merely trading for land, this presents a splendid opportunity. We must seize the moment to forge a favorable rapport with the Zhang family. They are indeed enigmatic. When he expressed his innermost assessment to Wan Tianya, who found it hard to believe. Yet, he is someone he has nurtured and promoted, and he knows him well enough to trust that he would not deceive him. As for the notion that the Zhang family would deliberately use children to mislead Wan Tianya, that is utterly implausible. After all, cultivators are not commonplace, as evidenced by the Qiu family, which boasts only 3 members. Yet they hold considerable esteem within the Great Zhou dynasty. The Wan family, entrenched in Hangzhou, possesses merely a handful of cultivators as well. The youngest among them has reached the age of 20, and it is said that Qiu Xiaoyong has recently become a cultivator. A fact that fills Wan Tianya with profound envy, prompting him to chastise his own son upon returning home. 3 children, all cultivators? Such a family of cultivators holds boundless potential. They are not to be trifled with, but rather befriended. Moreover, their requests are indeed reasonable. I must carefully contemplate how to navigate this situation. Go, fetch the map of Zhou. Wan Tianya paced thoughtfully, his mind racing as he contemplated how to use this opportunity to foster goodwill with the Zhang family. Eureka! A spark of inspiration ignited within Wan Tianya, as a brilliant idea unfolded before him. Chapter 86. The first journey of the Great Zhou dynasty. This journey is an extraordinary departure from the past, a veritable contrast. The comfort is unparalleled. A vast caravan of over 100 horse-drawn carts traverses the official road, eliciting gasps of astonishment from ordinary onlookers. Those with discerning eyes are equally taken aback. A caravan of this magnitude surely belongs to a wealthy household. Should it be intercepted, one could indulge in feasting for years without a care. Yet, this convoy appears formidable. A seasoned observer can tell at a glance that the drivers are well-fed, robust individuals. their physiques betraying their strength. These are no mere commoners, but seasoned practitioners. The use of double-headed horses to draw the carts is truly unprecedented, a first for the great Zhou dynasty. This is indeed a substantial prize, albeit one that requires formidable prowess to seize, for the official road is fraught with hidden dangers. On the route from Jizhou to Hangzhou, the number of refugees is surprisingly scant at this moment. First, the frigid weather renders travel by cart exceedingly arduous. Second, many have opted for alternate, lesser-known paths. Third, there are no signs of the barbarians attacking Hangzhou, causing many to hesitate over abandoning their homes. What if Hangzhou manages to hold its ground? After all, as long as the barbarians do not actually invade, many lack the courage to forsake their native land. At this juncture, Zhang Anping and his caravan have already traversed the borders of Jizhou and entered Hangzhou. The terrain of Hangzhou is markedly more mountainous and treacherous than that of Jizhou, with the official road winding through lofty peaks. Upon gazing upwards, one is met with the sight of barren, snow-capped mountains. The mountain paths are arduous. Despite being an official road, years of neglect have rendered it less navigable. When faced with impassable stretches, the travelers have resorted to filling the gaps with stones. In particularly challenging areas, they proceed at a slower pace. As night falls, they seek a suitable place to camp. One advantage of the official road is the abundance of abandoned villages, way stations, and forsaken tea houses along the route. That evening, they come upon a deserted way station. The structure is large, though much of the courtyard has collapsed. However, a grand entrance remains, and fortunately, the rooms are constructed of stone and brick. Yet, some thatch has begun to show through the roof. The remnants of ashes near the kitchen suggest that, from time to time, travelers might find refuge here, preferable to the desolation of the wilderness. The day is waning. Let us rest here for the night. Lu San and the others promptly send individuals to tidy up the premises, reinforcing precarious areas with wooden sticks, and selecting the best rooms for the elder Zhang and Zhang Anping to reside in. Some begin to tend to the horses, while others escort livestock into the way station. The chill of the season persists, and they strive to provide shelter to spare the animals from the biting cold, as their journey relies heavily on these steeds. Some are repairing the stables, while others are mending the roof. Their collective experience in Dahuai Tree Village has fostered a remarkable synergy among them. The tasks of repairing windows, the roof, and the main gate are remarkably simple. With a larger workforce, the work progresses swiftly. By the time the evening's hearty stew and rice are ready, the inn has barely become a refuge from the elements. Everyone gathers in the courtyard to dine. And this time, the Zhang family, like the others, enjoys a meal enriched with ample radishes and diced pork, complemented by some foraged wild vegetables. These wild greens, freshly dug from beside the inn, are a rare delicacy after being thoroughly cleaned. The third mistress, concerned that Zhang Anping might not have enough to eat at night, generously sends him extra provisions, an assortment of dried beef, boiled chicken eggs, and duck eggs, weighing several pounds in total. This bounty brings a radiant smile to Hu Linger. "Young master, look, there's delicious food. Come and eat. Didn't we just have a meal? I'm not hungry. Can I have some then? I'm quite famished." All right, eat up, just leave me some." Faced with this little glutton, Zhang Anping is not stingy. After all, if Hu Linger enjoys eating, he might as well let her indulge. Despite the hurried journey, they are well prepared in terms of provisions. With a group of over 200, they can feast daily. Night has fallen, and outside the inn, patrols light several torches and maintain a fire pit, primarily to deter the abundant wildlife in the mountains. Having napped in the carriage during the day, Zhang Anping is not tired at night and chooses to read in the room. Although the space is somewhat drafty, he feels no chill. He immerses himself in introductions to the land of Fusang, particularly its sinister art of ghostly cultivation. It is said that in Fusang, children are selected as targets from a young age, subjected to special toxins that gradually saturate their bodies. Though they appear healthy, on certain critical days, the toxins become uncontrollable, necessitating a calm demeanor. During such times, some resort to consuming human blood to quell their inner turmoil, believing it grants them composure. When they wish to release the pent-up toxins, the most expedient method is through self-harm, using a blade to pierce their own flesh. This allows the toxins to escape uncontrollably. The nature of these toxins is complex, cultivated from a young age, and varied in potency, often leaving the afflicted in a state worse than death. The most effective means of neutralizing a practitioner of Fusang's ghostly arts is to incinerate their body before they can commit suicide. Should one become poisoned, there are a few antidotes available to suppress the effects, yet their efficacy depends on the individual's condition and the severity of the poisoning. If the victim succumbs, the optimal solution remains to burn the body thoroughly, preventing the further spread of the toxin. Such a highly contagious nature? If encountered by several of these deranged individuals on the battlefield, amidst such a dense crowd, how can one possibly fight? Zhang Onping feels a wave of revulsion wash over him at this realization. The ghostly arts of Fusang resemble a plague, a self-destructive affliction. Should the army mishandle such matters, it would spell disaster for the entire force. Thus, it is imperative to swiftly eliminate these Fusang specters and incinerate their remains to avert future calamities. It seems I must instruct my elder sister to concoct a larger supply of that remedy. Zhang Onping pondered, realizing the necessity of vigilance upon encountering this for the first time, preparing some of these antidotes as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. The ghostly arts of Fusang are truly inhumane and sinister. His two subordinates, tormented by incessant itching, had clawed their skin raw, leaving no part of their bodies unscathed. Only after applying the medicinal ointment did their wounds begin to scab over, yet the suffering remained severe. While Zhang Onping was lost in thought, a sudden peculiar sound jolted him from his reverie. He abruptly stood and flung open the door, just as he intended to call out. A fleeting white figure darted past him. Chapter 87. A midnight encounter. Zhang Onping hastened to follow, his pace remarkably swift. He felt as if the trees were retreating behind him. In less than the span of a tea time, he found himself immersed in a dense thicket, having emerged from the inn's room. At that moment, he crouched down, concealing himself behind a large boulder. Before him, a pristine white fox stood defiantly against a wolf. The wolf was colossal, towering over 2 meters, with a coat as white as snow and eyes glowing a menacing red, fixated intently on the diminutive fox. It bared its fangs menacingly. Zhang Onping readied his gleaming sword, poised to intervene, for he could not allow harm to befall the little fox. Suddenly, to his astonishment, the fox sprang into action with a swift motion, delivering a resounding slap to the wolf's head. Despite its minuscule size compared to the towering beast, the fox's strength was astonishing. Before the wolf could comprehend what had transpired, it was sent reeling backward. The wolf's blood-red eyes stirred a sense of familiarity within Zhang Onping. He had encountered those eyes before, lurking in the darkness, only to find them here again, now chastised by the little fox. Could it be that the wolf had been spying outside the inn and was discovered by the fox? Zhang Onping decided against immediate action, realizing he had underestimated the fox. Its stature belied a formidable power. The massive wolf, momentarily dazed from the blow, shook its head and let out a howl directed at the moon. The call echoed through the night, summoning a chorus of howls from the surrounding forest. Soon, Zhang Onping discovered that he and Hu Ling-er were encircled by the pack summoned by the Wolf King. At that moment, Hu Ling-er glanced in Zhang Onping's direction, then suddenly leaped onto the boulder before him, positioning herself protectively behind him. Her demeanor, as if she considered herself the weaker party, warmed Zhang Onping's heart. This girl, so seemingly inept, still wished to shield others? It was both amusing and touching. The pack continued to tighten its circle, yet the little fox sprang into action once more, its paws striking out effortlessly, dispatching wolves one by one. The once constricting circle began to expand as many wolves retreated, emitting low growls. Their tails lowered as they glanced nervously at their king, while whimpering. It was as if they were caught in a dilemma, fearing both their king and this audacious fox. The once menacing pack now appeared somewhat pitiable. Zhang Onping had initially contemplated assisting the fox, but seeing its ease in handling the situation, he opted instead to watch as it wreaked havoc upon the wolves. Suddenly, a low growl resonated, seemingly a reminder to the snow wolf. With a sudden tilt of its head, it charged in a specific direction. When it reappeared in Zhang Onping's line of sight, it bore a creature resembling a wolf with disproportionately short front legs. The creature lay entirely upon the back of the Wolf King, so subtly that one would hardly notice its presence unless observed closely. A jackal? Zhang Onping suddenly recalled that among a pack of wolves, the most cunning was indeed the jackal, adept at seamless collaboration with the Wolf King. As anticipated, with the Wolf King bearing the jackal, the pack soon began to execute a coordinated assault. Some wolves distracted the little fox, while others stealthily maneuvered towards the large rock behind it. The Wolf King appeared to orchestrate a pincer movement. Yet, Zhang Anping swiftly realized he had underestimated the wolves' intelligence. They were even climbing trees, stealthily ascending. While some wolves diverted the little fox's attention through attack, others prepared for an ambush from behind. The wolves in the trees, situated perilously close to the little fox, could leap down for a sudden strike. These wolves are extraordinarily clever. This Wolf King is not merely large and brainless. Zhang Anping observed the scene with a discerning eye, somewhat astonished. He had indeed underestimated the snow wolf. Suddenly, the Wolf King let out a howl, and the attacking wolves intensified their onslaught, charging forward en masse. This caused a moment of panic for the little fox. Meanwhile, the wolves attempting a rear assault encountered Zhang Anping, and the wolves leaping from the trees created a chaotic scene teeming with canines. There were countless of them. At that moment, Zhang Anping hesitated no longer. He summoned all 6 gleaming swords. However, before he could strike, he witnessed the little fox soaring into the air. It then expelled a luminous white pearl from its mouth. The pearl radiated an intense glow, freezing the entire pack in place, compelling them to crouch low, paralyzed by an unseen force. The wolves that had been attacking Hu Lingger trembled uncontrollably. The Wolf King, too, was taken aback. The jackal that had been perched upon it tumbled to the ground, struggling to rise, but failing miserably. The Wolf King, attempting defiantly to lift its head, found itself beset by an overwhelming pressure, a primal instinctual force, rendering it incapable of raising its gaze. Its body quivered slightly, its tail tightly clamped, a sensation of utter humiliation washing over it. "Begone!" The voice that emanated from the white fox was commanding, and the wolves, as if released from a spell, scurried away, tails tucked in abject retreat. After the pearl was consumed by the white fox, the Wolf King, which had been barely able to stand, finally took several steps back, gazing at the white fox with a mix of reverence and fear. Just as it contemplated fleeing, it heard another command. "Come back." The Wolf King shuddered, glancing around to find its pack had vanished. It stood alone. The words were clearly directed at it. The Wolf King, trembling and weak, regarded the little fox with trepidation. Suddenly, the little fox leapt onto the broad back of the Wolf King, then gently patted the space beside it with its paw, its gaze directed towards Zhang Anping. "You want me to join you, right?" "Yes." The little fox nodded, its fluffy, beautiful tail swaying back and forth, which made Zhang Anping unable to contain his laughter. He felt no fear at all. Without hesitation, he climbed onto the Wolf King's back. The Wolf King was already quite large, and with its broad back, Zhang Anping found himself exceedingly comfortable atop it. Observing his enraptured expression, the little fox bounded into his embrace, whispering something to the Wolf King before they felt the powerful beast begin to traverse through the majestic mountains and valleys. In that moment, Zhang Anping felt as if he had transformed into a spirit of the forest, taking in the breathtaking scenery that unfolded before his eyes. Suddenly, the Wolf King charged towards the edge of a cliff. Chapter 88. A Little Puppy or a Young Wolf. In a swift motion, Zhang Anping unsheathed his frost blade, a gleaming sword that promised swift justice. Should the Snow Wolf King harbor any nefarious intentions, he was prepared to strike it down without hesitation. The little fox, observing Zhang Anping's demeanor, gently tapped the wolf's head with its paw as they approached the precipice, slowing their pace mere meters from the edge. Upon reaching the cliff, the snow wolf came to a halt and let out a series of howls into the abyss. At that moment, a full moon began its ascent in the sky, its luminescence casting an extraordinary glow over the snow-laden mountains. Zhang Anping felt an indescribable sensation within, as if standing in that precise spot enveloped him in a serene comfort. Meanwhile, the little fox leapt off the wolf's back, gazing dreamily at the resplendent moon. Suddenly, Zhang Anping perceived delicate strands, resembling fine mist, cascading from the moon, a sight that would have eluded him had he not been in such a unique position. He extended his hand, feeling the ethereal wisps dissolve into the air, intangible yet profoundly soothing. However, this enchanting moment was fleeting, lasting no more than half an hour, but it ignited a fervor within him, causing the chi of righteousness to surge vigorously. He sensed a transformation occurring, as if he were naturally progressing to a new realm of strength. Standing at the cliff's edge, he felt an exhilarating urge to soar, his body seemingly lighter, his feet gently lifting from the ground, his vision extending further than ever before. His consciousness expanded. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Looking down, he was astonished to discover that he had risen a full meter above the ground. Yet, attempting to ascend further proved challenging, and he descended back to earth. Nevertheless, he smiled, realizing that having entered the second stage of the chi of righteousness, achieving a meter's elevation was indeed thrilling. His consciousness, now reaching 300 meters, was a remarkable improvement from the initial range of 10 to 100 meters, leaving him profoundly satisfied. With this expanded awareness and the ability to levitate a meter above the ground, his speed was enhanced. He had successfully advanced from a martial apprentice to a martial warrior, capable of effortlessly overpowering lesser demons and possessing a fighting chance against ordinary ones. However, he remained cautious of formidable adversaries. "Let us go. Dawn is approaching. We should return before our families start to worry," he called out to the little white fox, turning to take his seat upon the Snow Wolf King's back. The nimble fox gracefully leaped ahead, while the Snow Wolf let out a triumphant howl before turning back toward home. The wolf's sleek fur was a delight to sit upon, imparting a sensation of flight as they raced through the snow, a thrill surpassing even that of a two-headed steed. After all, while riding, one could caress the wolf's fur, and it seemed to understand every word spoken. In less than half an hour, the Snow Wolf King escorted Zhang Anping to the outskirts of the relay station. After bowing his head in a humble gesture, he gazed at him in silence before gradually retreating into the woods. Zhang Anping watched the figure of the Snow Wolf King disappear among the trees. What a pity! The Snow Wolf King is the sovereign of the forest wolves. Having him as a steed would indeed be a great comfort. This remark reached the ears of the little fox, which glanced at the spot where the Snow Wolf King had vanished, then at Zhang Anping, before suddenly disappearing in a flash. Zhang Anping paid it no mind. The little fox, being gluttonous, was reluctant to leave without indulging in the delicacies it had longed for. As dawn broke, Zhang Anping had just risen when he heard Hu Linger yawning and calling out, "Young master, good morning. I'm so tired. Why not take a nap in the carriage once we set off?" Zhang Anping replied with a smile. Last night, Hu Linger had exerted herself considerably, swatting away so many wolves. It was only fair that she catch up on her rest during the day. Although she stubbornly refused to acknowledge her identity as a little fox, Zhang Anping did not feel the need to expose her secret. To his surprise, as he strolled after breakfast, a small, furry creature, slightly larger than the size of his palm, crouched at his feet, persistently trying to burrow beneath him. It trembled all over, seemingly frightened by something. Zhang Anping felt a flicker of astonishment. In this desolate wilderness, where could a little puppy possibly come from? Encountering wolf cubs would be more likely. Upon picking up the white creature, he soon realized that its foreleg appeared injured, stained with blood, and its eyes possessed a peculiar trait. A thin, blood-red line ran through the iris. As he lifted it, the creature emitted a soft whimper, its voice filled with a sense of deep grievance. With its pointed ears and tightly tucked tail, it exuded an adorably endearing appearance. However, Zhang Anping was certain that this was not a mere puppy. It was indeed a wolf cub. This revelation made everything clear. He began to walk away, and the little wolf cub followed closely behind, softly whimpering, seemingly quite pitiful. It appeared to have chosen Zhang Anping as its companion, trailing him closely and attempting to burrow at his feet, leading everyone to assume that he had found a small pup, particularly his elder sister, Zhang Zichuan. Upon seeing the fluffy, pure white creature injured, hurried to bandage its wounds and pleaded earnestly, "Brother, could you let me take care of this little pup? It's so tiny and soft." Zhang Zichuan, merely 13, was utterly captivated by the adorable creature, her eyes fixed upon it, and she held it close, reluctant to let go. Not only she, but Zhang Anping's other sisters also took turns cradling the cub, each unwilling to part with it. Whenever they released their hold, the wolf cub would scurry back to Zhang Anping's feet, circling around him like a dog, leaving him both amused and bewildered. This is not a dog. It is a wolf cub. Do not be deceived by its small and adorable appearance. It is injured and likely abandoned or unable to return home. It seeks protection. So remain vigilant, for wolves can be perilous. As soon as Zhang Anping finished speaking, the little wolf cub surprisingly began to bark like a dog, gazing up at Zhang Anping with wide, pitiful eyes. It seemed to convey, "I am merely a soft and endearing puppy. I am not a wolf." "Wolf? How can that be?" There is no such thing as a wolf so charming. Brother, why not keep this little dog? If we were to reveal it as a wolf, grandfather would undoubtedly forbid us from keeping it and would have it exterminated. Upon hearing Zhang Jichuan's words, the little wolf cub burrowed further into Zhang Anping's embrace. This prompted him to gaze intently at the cub, finding it peculiar that the little creature seemed to comprehend their conversation. In this desolate wilderness, from where could it have emerged? Why does it insist on following him? There is something strange about this. Chapter 89. The Shattered Star Seal. As the carriage prepared to set off, the little puppy had already been bandaged by elder sister Zhang Jichuan. With its two black, gem-like eyes gazing pitifully at Zhang Anping, it persistently nudged his shoes with its head, whimpering softly at his feet, its body trembling slightly. Zhang Anping, observing the creature's forlorn appearance, understood why everyone, aside from himself, regarded it merely as a puppy. Let it stay. It won't be a burden for us to feed. Whether it is a wolf or a dog, time will reveal the truth. If it truly is a wolf that dares to harm humans, we shall simply put an end to it, declared old Zhang, staring at the small creature, slightly larger than a palm, glancing at his eager granddaughters, and noticing one tugging at her brother's shirt. It was clear they all wished for the little being to remain. As old Zhang spoke of a wolf daring to harm humans, the small creature suddenly clung to Zhang Anping's pant leg, trembling even more vigorously. Grandfather, look how fond this little dog is of my brother. It's so clever, let us keep it, Zhang Jichuan exclaimed. Her eyes filled with affection and tenderness as she looked at the little white creature. Zhang Anping observed his sisters and then the affectionate gaze of their grandfather. He playfully nudged the small creature with his foot. I'll have you know that in my house, you are but a puppy. If you dare to misbehave, harm anyone, or reveal your true nature, I shall be the first to put an end to you. Wong, wong, wong. The little creature lay on the ground, barking affectionately at Zhang Anping. It even attempted to wag its tail, but it remained firmly tucked between its legs. If this was not a wolf cub, what was it? Nevertheless, since the family insisted it was a puppy, it would be considered one, and they would care for it. If it ever posed a threat to their lives, they would eliminate it without hesitation. Thus, the little white creature was welcomed into their home. Upon hearing its new name, the little one barked joyfully several times, circling around Zhang Anping as if filled with glee. Zhang Anping's sisters prepared a cozy nest for the puppy using a woven bamboo basket, lining it with a soft cushion before placing the little white one inside, ready to take it along in the carriage. The little white creature, ever so attached to Zhang Anping, found its place in the carriage effortlessly. Hu Linger, seated at the front of the cart, could not suppress her yawns, appearing utterly exhausted. Linger, why don't you come into the carriage and rest? It's chilly out here, Zhang Anping called out, genuinely concerned that she might doze off and tumble to the ground while on their journey. Linger did not hesitate. Yawning, she climbed into the carriage and cast a glance at the little white creature. Zhang Anping noticed that the puppy was trembling even more intensely. Suddenly, it leaped into the basket, burying its head into the cushion, stubbornly refusing to emerge. This behavior elicited a smile from Zhang Anping, who found the little white creature remarkably clever, almost as if it understood everything. As Hu Linger settled into a corner of the carriage and fell asleep, Zhang Anping continued to engross himself in his book. However, the small creature, Xiaobai, leaped from its basket and began dragging it, persistently moving towards the opposite end of the carriage. Zhang Anping set his book aside, intrigued by Xiaobai's antics. Before long, Xiaobai managed to drag its basket to the farthest corner of the carriage, right next to Zhang Anping, farthest from Hu Linger, where it finally sighed in relief. It then hopped into the basket, revealing only its tiny head, occasionally glancing at Hu Linger to confirm her slumber and furtively checking if Zhang Anping had taken notice of its presence. Once it felt secure, it too succumbed to slumber, surprisingly emitting rhythmic snores. Zhang Anping remained oblivious, returning to his book while pondering what suitable weaponry to procure for the 10th sister. Previously, he had gifted the 9th sister a weapon crafted from a millennium-old bamboo leaf, which had evoked considerable envy from the 10th sister due to its jade-like beauty. She had expressed a desire for a weapon of formidable might, capable of withstanding an army single-handedly. This request left Zhang Anping in a quandary, as he could not readily conceive of an appropriate weapon for her. Having had a restless night, he too felt the pull of fatigue and decided to rest. The carriage swayed gently onward, while Zhang Anping's consciousness traveled into the small courtyard. Since the opening of the second gate, he had not spent much time within. initially deterred by the unfamiliarity of the myriad species contained therein. However, after perusing some illustrated guides, he soon realized that the treasures within the second courtyard were abundant. He even discovered a small seal on the desk in his study, inscribed with the words Star Fragment Seal. Initially overlooked, his interest piqued upon discovering its description, which illuminated its potential. This seal could be manipulated with one's consciousness, varying in size from diminutive to colossal. With a potent mind, a mere seal could expand to the size of a mountain, capable of subduing entire armies and entombing foes. Conversely, even when small, the Star Fragment Seal possessed considerable offensive capabilities. This revelation perfectly aligned with the 10th Sister's aspirations for a weapon, especially since these artifacts could be bloodbound to their master and concealed within one's being. Remarkably, the Star Fragment Seal was a magical artifact, rivaling his own Frostlight sword. Given the impracticalities of forging weapons during their travels, he concluded that presenting this seal to the 10th Sister would be far more advantageous. With this thought, Zhang Anping retrieved the Star Fragment Seal from the courtyard. Upon awakening, he found the seal, now the size of a fist, resting on the desk. He toyed with the small artifact, unaware that in the corner, Xiao Bai had emerged from its basket, gazing in astonishment at the seal. Drool dripping onto the cushion within its basket. Its eyes widened in fascination, prompting it to leap from the basket and scurry closer to Zhang Anping. Eager for a closer examination of the intriguing seal, "Please stop the vehicle and take a break," Zhang Anping called out, prompting Zhang Yun to swiftly notify Lu San. Lu San then raised his voice, instructing all vehicles to disembark for a moment of respite. Given the multitude of vehicles, his call echoed, and it took a substantial amount of time, almost the length of a tea break, before all the vehicles finally came to a halt. The passengers of the horse-drawn carriages alighted to stretch their limbs, while those on horseback seized the opportunity to dismount, catch their breath, enjoy a cup of tea, or attend to their needs. Zhao Anping approached the 10th Sister, presenting her with the fragmentary star seal, declaring it a treasure capable of ensuring her safety. He explained that with sufficient awareness, she could wield this seal to eliminate threats, bluntly and effectively crushing foes, whether human or monstrous, with far greater ease than a large stone would allow. As Zhang Zhixing delightedly played with the small seal, her joy was abruptly interrupted by a commotion ahead, suggesting that something untoward had occurred. Chapter 90. The Allure of Wealth. We have captured a female informant. She has been inquiring about our convoy's affairs and even trailed us yesterday. Indeed, this individual is untrustworthy, persistently probing into the number of us and how many possess martial skills. Precisely, she claims to be a refugee, yet her feet bear no calluses, and her shoes are not worn down. Who is she trying to deceive? It turns out that Zhang Jiawen had apprehended a woman who was clandestinely gathering intelligence on their group. She appeared to be in her 30s, constantly bowing and nodding to everyone she encountered. However, her eyes darted about nervously, and while her feet were devoid of calluses, her right hand bore conspicuous ones, indicative of someone who has wielded a blade for an extended period. How could a refugee have smooth feet, yet calloused hands from gripping a weapon? Initially, she was obstinate and refused to divulge any information. But among their ranks were individuals skilled in the art of interrogation. They knew how to extract confessions without resorting to lethal methods, yet capable of breaking one's spirit. "I will speak. I will speak." The Hong family has issued a proclamation within the underworld of Hangzhou, summoning all heroes for a significant undertaking. You possess several hundred two-headed horses, each worth a fortune on the black market. Moreover, it is said that your strength is formidable enough to eradicate the bandits of Ermiai Mountain, having vanquished over 200 savages. If we do not unite, we stand no chance against you. This time, all heroes from the Hangzhou underworld will gather, and the Hong family will dispatch true martial practitioners to participate in this endeavor. Actually, it is not just Hangzhou, Jizhou and Azhou as well. Almost half of the southern heroes are eyeing this lucrative prize, intending to act before you cross the river to the north. Upon hearing her words, the Zhang family fell silent. Indeed, the allure of wealth is irresistible. A two-headed horse is worth a fortune, and with 200 such steeds, the value is staggering. Who would not covet it? Even martial practitioners are being mobilized. What is the origin of the Hong family? If they truly desire two-headed horses, why not seize them from the savages? They are abundant. Old Zhang was genuinely unaware of who the Hong family was, but the Chiu family was well informed. The Hong family has historically been the lords of Jizhou and Hangzhou for several generations. They also possess martial practitioners, but due to their brutal reign in Jizhou and Hangzhou, they lost the support of the populace and were supplanted by newer martial families, such as ours and the Wan family. Once Qiu Yunshan elucidated this, old Zhang grasped the situation. This family had once held power and influence. Even if they were no longer lords, they remained a force that others dared not provoke. Otherwise, they would not possess the audacity to covet their interests. In truth, the Hong family has long been rumored to have dealings with the barbarians, having engaged in commerce with them many years ago. Although the court has failed to catch them in any wrongdoing, they nevertheless revoked their title as city lord for other reasons. The family's influence stretches across both the legitimate and the underworld. Yet this generation's Hong Quan is an exceptionally greedy individual. Hong Quan is the type who would seize any opportunity for profit, even if it meant dipping into the frying pan for gold. Ostensibly, his family only possesses a martial apprentice and a martial warrior, but I suspect that over the years, their true strength exceeds these mere appearances. Qiu Yunshan harbored some concerns regarding the Hong family. During their time in Jizhou, the Qiu family had been somewhat wary of them, finding it difficult to restrain the Hong clan. Fortunately, the Hong family regarded Jizhou as impoverished, remote, and insignificant, thus paying little heed to it. Their stronghold lies within Hangzhou, where their influence is such that even Wan Tianya must tread carefully. Lacking absolute certainty, he turns a blind eye to the Hong family's actions. Despite Wan Tianya being a martial warrior, his son only became a martial apprentice in his 20s. Although he has disciples who are martial apprentices and even a purported martial master, the true situation remains unknown to outsiders. The Qiu family cannot compare to the Hong family, and even the Wan family may struggle to suppress them, making this situation rather delicate. We must devise a plan, for while we need not fear thieves stealing from us, we must be wary of their covetous eyes. The journey to Hangzhou is still distant, Qiu Yunshan thought, deeply troubled about their impending trip. While they currently lacked neither horses nor provisions, their two-headed horse drew too much attention, making them a target for bandits. Furthermore, the Hong family is no fool. They have even issued a hero's decree, calling upon the so-called heroes of the Great Zhou dynasty to join in their plundering endeavors. Qiu Yunshan was not particularly concerned about the rabble, but he feared that martial practitioners might be bribed by the Hong family to partake in the spoils. If they were to encounter such martial practitioners, their group of over 200 might be utterly annihilated, not even reaching Zhou, let alone Hangzhou, before meeting their demise on the road. Didn't that when he mentioned wanting a two-headed horse and agreeing to our terms? Why has there been no news for so long? Zhang Jiawu exclaimed, growing anxious. Initially, they had been delighted to have seized several two-headed horses, but now it felt like a curse drawing misfortune upon them. Even if we were to gift the two-headed horse to Wan Tianya, it would be of no use, for we still have over 100 wagons. To others, we appear weak and easily bullied, whether we possess the two-headed horse or not. We are merely lambs waiting to be slaughtered in their eyes, Zhang Anping responded calmly, having already come to terms with the situation. The group was far too conspicuous on their flight. Over 200 two-headed horses, more than 100 wagons, along with flocks of chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, not to mention the abundant provisions and other valuables. Yet, the owners of these riches were but the obscure Zhang family of Daxing. Although he had vanquished a few savages and eradicated the bandits of Ermiai Mountain, in the eyes of some, they remained too feeble. After all, in comparison to cultivators, ordinary individuals are but mere ants, hardly worth mentioning. Let us set forth, whether it be fortune or misfortune. If calamity is destined, worry and anxiety will prove futile. We must remain vigilant. Should anyone dare to assault the Zhang family convoy, we shall ensure their return is impossible. Zhang Anping refrained from disclosing that he had advanced to the rank of a martial cultivator. He believed that confronting adversaries with resilience was paramount, and enhancing the strength of the Zhang family was of the essence. While they still had time before their journey to Hangzhou City, it was an opportune moment for Zhang Anping to devise a meticulous plan, ensuring that the entire region of Jizhou and Hangzhou would recognize the prominence of the illustrious Zhang family of the Great Zhou dynasty. To avoid being oppressed, one must establish a formidable reputation. Chapter 91. The Sacred Art of Seizing Hearts Within the Entire Caravan. The martial practitioners were few in number. Qiu Yunshan, although a martial artist, had not fully recovered from his previous injuries, and his abilities were only slightly superior to those of a martial apprentice. Zhang Jitai and Zhang Zhixing wielded weapons that were both magical instruments and treasures. However, their youth and insufficient mastery of these weapons meant they required more time to fully integrate their powers. Thus, it seemed that his own combat prowess was the most formidable, yet he himself was merely a martial artist. Additionally, there was Qiu Xiaoyong, who appeared to be a martial apprentice as well, but his skills were truly lacking, seemingly inferior even to his youngest sister, Zhang Zhixing. Nonetheless, the scarcity of martial practitioners left them with no choice but to make do. The first priority was to thoroughly heal Qiu Yunshan's injuries and subsequently find him a cultivation method suitable for martial artists. The second was to expedite the training progress of the Zhang family members. If they could recruit 1 or 2 more martial practitioners during this period, it would be advantageous. The third was to enhance his own strength, ideally doubling his offensive capabilities, while simultaneously improving the practical combat skills of the remaining martial apprentices. Zhang Anping examined Qiu Yunshan's injuries and inquired about the circumstances that led to them. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Yunshan cautiously removed his clothing and solemnly produced another book from his possession, presenting it to Zhang Anping with both hands. "Esteemed nephew, I fear no embarrassment before you. This is the ancestral martial art of the Qiu family, albeit a fragmented text. Its true power remains concealed during the phase of a martial apprentice. Yet upon advancing to a martial artist, it will backfire on the practitioner, much like my own experience. This also explains why our Qiu family has dwindled in strength over the years. Acquiring suitable martial techniques for practitioners is no easy feat, especially in the impoverished and remote region of Jizhou. Despite decades of diligent effort, the Qiu family has yet to discover an appropriate cultivation method. Since witnessing Zhang Anping casually bestow a mental technique upon Qiu Xiaoyong, enabling him to become a martial practitioner, Qiu Yunshan had come to a profound realization. Despite their claims of being the Qiu family of Jizhou, in the presence of the Zhang family, particularly Zhang Anping, they were scarcely of any significance. This understanding was the driving force behind his relentless endeavors. Even if the Qiu family had but one remaining descendant, Qiu Xiaoyong, he was determined to have him acknowledge the elder Zhang as a grandfather and secure a place in the Zhang family lineage. Currently, the Zhang family's reputation was not widely recognized, allowing him a modicum of respect. They could still shamelessly cling to them, addressing one another as uncle and nephew or brothers. However, in the future, they risked becoming mere servants to the Zhang family, who might elevate their standards to the point where the Qius would hardly qualify for consideration. Furthermore, the Zhang family was remarkably united and harbored their own secrets, making the flourishing of their clan an inevitable eventuality. I possess a tome here, The Sacred Art of Seizing Hearts, capable of cultivating one to the rank of martial sect, and it can be regarded as a superior technique. Zhang Anping revealed an ancient book from his bosom. While such texts posed a formidable challenge for most, for Zhang Anping, it merely required a search behind the second door of his study, occasionally relying on a stroke of fortune. This martial art manual resides within the cabinet of the study, deemed as a low-tier technique. Yet, for Qiu Yunshan, it represents an invaluable treasure he could scarcely dream of possessing in his lifetime. Upon hearing Zhang Anping's words, the composed Qiu Yunshan found his breath growing heavy. He shut his eyes momentarily, contemplating what he could offer in exchange. However, after much deliberation, he realized that nothing the Qiu family possessed could rival the worth of this manual. "I am willing to swear a heart demon oath with Xiaoyong, pledging that the Qiu family shall serve as vassals to the Zhang family for generations, obeying their commands. Should I ever violate this oath, may the Qiu family never again produce a martial artist." The extraordinary rarity of this manual compelled the Qiu family, currently lacking the strength to acquire it, to gamble with the fate of their descendants. Moreover, this might not be an entirely adverse situation. After all, without a suitable martial art, the decline of the Qiu family was inevitable. Rather than succumbing to mediocrity, it was better to take a bold risk, even if they were to lose. The worst outcome would merely be that the future generations of the Qiu family would not become martial artists. The heart demon oath? Zhang Anping was momentarily taken aback. He had little faith in such oaths. After all, he had sworn one himself in the past, yet he had since advanced to become a martial artist. However, this manual could not be given away freely. The Qiu family must demonstrate a commitment and offer some benefits in return. What if the Zhang family encounters difficulties? What then for the Qiu family? Naturally, we would face death without hesitation, unless every member of the Qiu family perishes. Qiu Yinshan solemnly swore to Zhang Anping. Had it been anyone else, there might have been sinister intentions, thoughts of seizing the treasure through violence. Yet Qiu Yinshan was different. Firstly, he was of scholarly origin, with principles of honor deeply ingrained in his character, believing in repaying even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude. The Zhang family had saved their lives. Secondly, even if he entertained such thoughts, they would be futile against their current lack of strength. Seeing Qiu Yinshan's resolute demeanor, Zhang Anping handed him the manual, allowing him to transcribe a copy before returning it, and insisted that Qiu Xiaoyong also take the heart demon oath and practice under his supervision. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yinshan stood and performed a deep bow of respect towards Zhang Anping, astonishing the previously composed Zhang Anping. It became evident how significant this manual was to Qiu Yinshan. Clearly, such techniques must be safeguarded, not disclosed or exposed to others. Eventually, Qiu Xiaoyong was summoned by Qiu Yinshan to swear the heart demon oath in front of Zhang Anping and bowed deeply. However, Zhang Anping promptly assisted him to his feet. Today is a special occasion. There is no need for such formality in the future. After all, you are my grandfather's godson and essentially my brother. Zhang Anping smiled warmly, appearing approachable. Yet, Qiu Xiaoyong displayed none of the arrogance he had previously exhibited, instead adopting a humble demeanor as he recalled his uncle's repeated admonitions. This martial arts technique is sufficient to elevate the Qiu family to the ranks of elite martial artist clans in the Great Zhou dynasty, a dream that has eluded us for over a century. To become a vassal of the Zhang family is a small price to pay. Even a lifetime of servitude would not be deemed disgraceful. Such an opportunity is coveted by many and seldom attained. Remember this well. Thus, Zhang Anping instilled unwavering loyalty in the Qiu family towards the Zhang clan. In private conversations, his grandfather would often remark, "The Qiu family is exceptionally well-mannered. Every day, Xiaoyong comes to pay his respects to me, showering me with thoughtful gifts. Mr. Qiu treats me with the utmost respect. Indeed, the Qiu family carries themselves with remarkable humility." "Grandfather, perhaps none of the city lords bear any heirs," Zhang Anping chuckled. "As long as one possesses sufficient strength, all city lords would bow respectfully before his grandfather." With the Qiu family secured, Zhang Anping commenced a unique training regimen for the martial apprentices within the caravan. Chapter 92. Hope is enough. Qiu Xiaoyong's abilities were undeniably lacking, yet he could still be considered a martial apprentice, albeit one of modest stature among his peers. Thus, he was included in the training alongside Zhang Zhitong and Zhang Zhixing, with their progress being closely monitored. Throughout the day, the caravan advanced steadily, traversing the rugged mountains. And by dusk, they would set up camp early. That evening, as the family gathered for dinner, the elders sighed heavily. The number of those seeking to infiltrate has increased alarmingly. Today, there was even a violent altercation resulting in bloodshed. The Hong family has yet to make their appearance, and their tyranny is already evident. It seems the situation in Hangzhou is dire. The weather had gradually warmed in recent days, causing the accumulated snow on the roads to melt, and it seemed that the number of travelers on the official roads had increased. However, the Zhang family found themselves besieged by even more spies intent on uncovering their secrets. Today, there was another attempt at a counterattack by one of the spies, but their movements were too sluggish, resulting in their demise. Despite having eliminated the threat, a sense of unease lingered among the Zhang family, as the warming weather would surely bring more spies, and they noticed the growing presence of followers, groups upon groups of individuals. It became increasingly difficult to discern whether these pursuers were merely refugees or those with nefarious intentions. The sheer number was overwhelming. How challenging can it be? It's certainly better than when we were fleeing ourselves. Anyone who dares to seize our provisions or harm our kin shall be met with death. Some individuals are as despicable as savages. Zhang Jejun expressed his disdain vehemently, with external threats from marauders and internal strife. It seemed that those who could not fend off invaders were adept at preying upon their own kind. Indeed, once spring arrives and the flowers bloom, traveling will be far easier. I have heard that further ahead there are villages and small towns where we can procure some salt. Zhang Jiawen sighed as well. Nevertheless, with the weather gradually warming, it would not be long before they encountered settlements, and once they found signs of life, heading north would become much simpler. It's hard to say. These marauders frequently venture towards Hangzhou. To be frank, those with any wisdom should have prepared long ago. If they wait until the marauders arrive to flee, it will be too late. Zhang Jiaxuan lamented. This was indeed the territory of Hangzhou. The number of refugees was not particularly high, as Hangzhou had yet to fall and was not under siege by the marauders. Furthermore, the city of Hangzhou was more formidable than that of Jizhou, overseeing several smaller towns akin to the former Chaoyang County. It was rumored that the court had begun dispatching troops to Hangzhou, vowing to defend it to the death and ensuring that the marauders would advance no further north. The marauders had previously sent out numerous scouts and advance teams, yet many of these scouting parties had mysteriously vanished, causing them to tread cautiously. They remained at Jizhou City, tentatively contemplating an assault on Hangzhou. However, with the weather just beginning to warm, large-scale warfare had yet to unfold, and the citizens of Hangzhou had not yet begun to flee, merely watching and hoping fervently for the city's endurance. Yet, the Zhang family harbored doubts. Even if Hangzhou were to withstand the siege, regardless of whether it is the barbarian incursions or the counterattacks from Hangzhou or the imperial court, a battlefield is essential. If things go awry, the territory of Hangzhou could transform into a veritable meat grinder. In order to thwart the barbarians from advancing northward and threatening the safety of the imperial city, Jinling, Hangzhou is destined to become the forefront of warfare. The local populace will undoubtedly suffer, as they will frequently encounter barbarian raiders or remnants of defeated troops, as well as bandits and outlaws. The prospect of a peaceful existence will be but a distant memory. It would be wiser to set off early towards Zhou or Jinling, where perhaps a semblance of tranquility could still be found. Father, fear not, Zhang Onping reassured. We need not walk, we can use horse-drawn carts. With any luck, we shall arrive in Zhou sooner this year, possibly in time for the autumn harvest. We could even plan another season of crops. Ensuring a bountiful yield for the following year, Zhang Onping understood that his family were fundamentally farmers, their foremost concern being the harvest from their fields. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the Zhang family ceased their sighs and instead engaged in lively discussions, buoyed by the prospect of traveling with a horse-drawn cart, which promised swifter progress. Compared to their previous journeys on foot, it was a remarkable improvement. They would surely reach Zhou before the next year. Once there, they would cultivate the land and sow crops, and all would be well. The days ahead would be filled with hope. After dinner, the Zhang family, in high spirits, gathered once more as the elder Zhang ignited a bonfire, commencing storytelling and literacy training reminiscent of their days in Dahuai Tree Village. Even amidst their flight, these traditions that fostered unity must not be forsaken. As twilight descended, Zhang Onping called upon Qiu Xiaoyong, Zhang Zhitiao, and Zhang Zhixing, preparing to hunt in the mountains. While others would descend as soon as darkness fell, Zhang Onping aimed to train them, hoping for a stroke of fortune in encountering a small demon to enhance their practical skills. As they ventured forth, a little puppy danced around Zhang Onping's feet, eager to follow, but a gentle kick from him rendered it obedient. You are too young, even as a wolf cub. You would only be prey out there. Their nocturnal expedition aimed to seek out small demons. He could only protect his two sisters and Qiu Xiaoyong. Carrying an additional small creature would be too burdensome. The puppy tilted its head, watching as Zhang Onping and the others ascended the mountain. After barking a couple of times, it turned to gaze at Hu Linger, who shot it a stern glance, causing it to shiver and quickly seek refuge. Xiaobai, come to me. Zhang Zhilan called out to the little creature, clapping her hands to attract its attention. Yet, Xiaobai whimpered, refusing to emerge, unlike its usual self, which would incessantly circle around Zhang Onping's feet. In distress, Zhang Zhilan summoned several sisters to help coax Xiaobai out, wondering why this little creature had grown so distant from them. Underneath the carriage, the little white dog, appearing utterly despondent, whimpered pitifully, refusing to emerge. However, the more it resisted, the more it attracted the attention of several children from the Zhang family, who circled around it with delight. This dog was undeniably amusing and remarkably intelligent. They all felt that it could comprehend human speech. Accompanying Zhang Onping into the mountains were Qiu Xiaoyong and the Zhang sisters, Jitian and Jitian. The quartet traversed the forest, their prowess as martial practitioners bestowing upon them exceptional hearing and agility, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Standing amidst the trees, Zhang Onping paused momentarily, pointing in a specific direction. Go, over there, there's something stirring. As this was a practical training exercise, Zhang Anping naturally led them to the most perilous areas of the forest. Only through real combat could they enrich their experience and learn how to gain the upper hand when confronted with danger. Yet, when Xiao Xiaoyong and the Zhang sisters beheld the scene before them, all three were left utterly bewildered. Chapter 93. Another martial artist emerges. Before them stood a pack of wolves, ravenous and fierce, besieging a group of wild boars. The boars, cornered and huffing, bared their tusks, attempting to break free. Yet, each time they charged outward, the cunning wolves swiftly closed the gap, blocking their escape. Zhang Anping surveyed the surroundings. Perhaps these wolves differed from the pack he had encountered previously. In such a vast mountain range, it was not unusual for several packs to exist. Let us slay both the wolves and the boars. Engage. Zhang Anping retreated slightly, spotting a tree nearby. With a leap, he ascended into its branches. From his elevated perch, he observed Xiao Xiaoyong and the two sisters surrounded, yet he remained composed. All three were martial artists. If they could not handle such a minor skirmish, their training would indeed be in vain. As anticipated, after an initial flurry of panic, Xiao Xiaoyong's sword took flight, though it wavered as if intoxicated, revealing the difficulty he faced in mastering it. Zhang Zhitiao's bamboo leaves, however, soared forth with remarkable speed, each leaf capable of striking a wolf's neck. Though she often required 2 or 3 leaves to secure a kill, any momentary lapse in her pace risked encirclement by the pack, leaving her in a state of disarray. Zhang Jiqing's shattered star seal was impressive. She manipulated its size with her consciousness, transforming it from the size of a fist to that of a large vat. However, its speed was lacking. When she aimed to crush a wolf, her strikes often lacked precision and decisiveness. While her intentions were commendable, the execution faltered when faced with living opponents. The force was adequate, but the speed was insufficient, leading to a slight disjunction in coordination. Thus, her accuracy remained low. From his vantage point in the tree, Zhang Anping quickly discerned their shortcomings. Xiaoyong, strike swiftly. Focus your mind. You must concentrate fully. He called out. Sister 9, do not panic. A single leaf should suffice to fell a wolf. He continued. Sister 10, remain calm. Practice makes perfect. Aim carefully before throwing the shattered star seal. Zhang Anping intermittently offered guidance from above. When wild boars attempted to escape, his frostlight sword would swoop down. His formidable consciousness enabled him to control multiple swords simultaneously. The frostlight sword hovered menacingly above the heads of the boars and wolves, causing them to retreat, thus herding them back towards Xiao Xiaoyong and the others. Initially, the group found themselves in a precarious position, for they were still young and inexperienced in close combat. However, as time passed, their anxiety waned, and their movements became increasingly adept, aided by Zhang Anping's timely advice. Progress was swift. As dawn approached, the once menacing packs of wolves and wild boars that had besieged them fled into the woods, their retreat as frantic as if they were escaping a dire threat. They dared not look back, for the formidable presence of these few individuals instilled sheer terror in their hearts. As the group began to gather their spoils, they had successfully slain 2 wild boars and over a dozen wolves, far too much meat to simply discard. Xiao Xiaoyong single-handedly dragged the largest wild boar while clutching 2 wolves under his arm. Although his mental acuity progressed slowly, his strength was nothing short of astonishing. The weight of the boars and wolves posed little challenge for him, as he had already become a martial practitioner capable of wielding a flying sword. Indeed, a mere boar and a few wolves were hardly a trial for him. Zhang Anping feigned trailing behind, surreptitiously stowing the boar and wolves into his spatial pocket, urging his companions to hasten their pace, while he himself continued to drag the boar. Brother, allow me to assist you, he offered. No need for that. Just hurry back. I shall catch up shortly. Your help would only complicate matters, Zhang Anping replied, encouraging them to return swiftly, for dawn was nearing. The 2 elder sisters, aware of their brother's secrets, exchanged knowing glances before departing, occasionally calling back to ensure their brother was safe. As they neared the campsite, Zhang Anping finally discarded the slain boars and wolves, summoning Lu San and others to help clean and prepare the meat. The sky remained dark, and when their grandfather and the others eventually rose, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of meat wafting from the pot. The wolf meat is somewhat coarse, so I added extra spices and simmered it. However, the large sow we brought back is not particularly tender due to the short cooking time. I hope everyone can make do, he explained. The breakfast table was laden with an abundance of pork and wolf meat, a bountiful harvest from the night's efforts. The table, ingeniously fashioned from several smaller ones by the skilled carpenter Tan, could be assembled into a larger one for meals, allowing the family to gather together. For the Zhang family, mealtime was the most joyous occasion, a moment that radiated happiness and warmth. Zhang Anping had a generous bowl of tender beef stew before him, a special preparation from the third sister, perfectly timed for breakfast. Sisters, please eat your fill. A hearty meal is essential for our journey. Zhang Anping distributed portions of the meat to each sister, and old lady Zhang nodded approvingly. Before she could speak, the eldest sister remarked, "Look how thoughtful your brother is. Remember to treat your younger brothers well in the future." This sentiment brought smiles to the faces of old lady Zhang and Zhang Laotu, who exchanged relieved glances. After all, what they yearned for was a harmonious family, filled with gratitude and appreciation. "Dear brother, do indulge yourself a bit more," Zhang Zilan cheerfully remarked, only to witness her chopsticks grasp a hefty piece of wolf meat. Before she could rise, those very chopsticks soared into the air on their own accord. This spectacle elicited quiet delight among the Zhang family, all of whom stared in astonishment at the levitating chopsticks. Only Zhang Zilan uttered a soft gasp. As the airborne chopsticks momentarily loosened, the piece of wolf meat plummeted to the ground. However, the chopsticks gracefully landed in front of Zhang Anping, who promptly caught them in his palm. He then flashed a smile at Zhang Zilan. "Congratulations, you have entered the realm of martial practitioners." The most evident sign of becoming a martial practitioner is the ability to manipulate objects with one's mind, be it chopsticks or flying swords. This is the hallmark of initiation. The Zhang family was elated, celebrating the emergence of yet another martial practitioner among them. Amidst the shared joy, the family feasted even more heartily, while Zhang Zilan, newly initiated as a martial practitioner, found her attention drawn to an unusual occurrence. Chapter 94, Wukou Town Xiaobai. Why do you refuse to eat meat? Aren't dogs supposed to relish meat? Do you prefer gnawing on bones instead? Earlier, as Zhang Zilan used her mind to manipulate the chopsticks, a piece of wolf meat fell to the ground, rolling in the dust. Regrettably, she nudged the meat toward Xiaobai, but after sniffing it, he turned his head away, refusing to eat. This piqued Zhang Zilan's concern. After all, it was meat, real meat. How finicky can one be? If you won't eat meat, how will you survive? Zhang Zilan sighed. Meanwhile, old lady Zhang lamented the wasted meat, exclaiming, "What a pity. Such fine meat has fallen to the ground and gathered dust. In the past, I would have picked it up without a second thought, perhaps even washed it before devouring it. However, now that life has improved, with so many chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep at our disposal, if Xiaobai want to eat, we can always feed it to the chickens and ducks. Next time, let us not offer wolf meat. Try something else, and I'm sure he'll eat it." Zhang Anping glanced at the little wolf cub, surprised that it refused to consume its own kind. It was rather unexpected. As if understanding Zhang Anping's words, Xiaobai circled around his feet, playfully resting its paws atop Anping's shoes, and even extending its tongue to lick them. This left Zhang Anping feeling somewhat embarrassed, unable to kick the creature away. Seeing that it wasn't he shooed off, Xiaobai became even more enthusiastic about licking his shoes. "Stop licking. Go eat some wild boar meat with rice." Zhang Anping quickly withdrew his foot, aware that the clever little creature comprehended his words. Indeed, Xiaobai eagerly dashed off to devour the wild boar meat and bones. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping began preparing weapons alongside Zhang Zilan. Being the eldest daughter of the Zhang family and sharing the same mother as Zhang Anping, she was 3 years his senior and had just turned 10 after the new year. "Brother, I adore swords, flying swords just like yours. They are so cool and handsome," Zhang Zilan admitted, having watched Zhang Anping deftly behead foes with his sword, filling her with envy. Once she became a martial artist, she too would wield a flying sword like him. "That's not difficult. I'll find one for you and forge a sword. By the way, you should also practice the Flowing Cloud Heart Sutra. Be diligent in your training. There can be no slackening." Zhang Anping handed her a copy of the Flowing Cloud Heart Sutra. This book was specifically chosen for his sisters, particularly suitable for young ladies. It not only expanded their spiritual awareness, but also refined their demeanor, enhancing their beauty. The Zhang family continued their journey. During the day, Zhang Anping took a brief nap in the cart, while by nightfall, he led them into the mountains, ensuring they practiced their martial arts diligently during the day. In truth, Qiu Yinshan maintained even stricter standards for Qiu Shaoyong. According to the customs of the Great Zhou, a male comes of age at 16, which indicates eligibility for military conscription and the establishment of a household. For females, the age of marriage typically ranges from 13 to 20. Generally, if a girl from a common family surpasses the age of 20 without being wed, the authorities may arrange a marriage for her, prompting families to marry off their daughters at an early age. I understand, uncle. It is indeed true that the young ladies from the Zhang family are exceptionally diligent. I have observed that even during breaks from their journey, they engage in studying and researching herbal medicine, demonstrating remarkable dedication. Qiu Shaoyong lamented his plight. It was not that he lacked effort. Rather, he was apprehensive about competing with the children of the Zhang family. Each one endowed with remarkable talent and an unwavering work ethic, they rendered any chance of catching up nearly impossible. Thus, despite being slightly older, Qiu Shaoyong found himself at a distinct disadvantage in their company. This sentiment was even more acutely felt by Zhang Anping. The Zhang family, constrained by poverty, had to rely on their own resources to attend private school, tightening their belts to save every penny. The few elder sisters depended on their mother, who, in her spare time, taught them literacy. Given their family's financial struggles, the mother's labor was shared by the second and third daughters. Their hope was simply for the girls to learn enough to avoid being illiterate. The sisters were well aware of their situation and studied with great tenacity, seizing every moment between chores to learn. Unlike today, where they could rest in a carriage without laboring, they exerted themselves even more fervently. Moreover, these sisters possessed remarkable talents, each exceptionally intelligent and acutely aware of the hardships of life, cherishing the rare opportunity to learn. After all, the Zhang family, led by the elder Zhang, diligently grasped every moment to study, a sentiment echoed by the others. Days passed, and as the snow in the mountains melted and temperatures rose, they found themselves in March. The thoroughfares grew busier, and they reached the first small town in Hangzhou, known as Wukou Town. The town bustled with a considerable number of inhabitants, vibrant with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. For the Zhang family, who had been fleeing north for months, this was the first glimpse of a thriving and prosperous town, reminiscent of the lively markets they had frequented in Daxing village. After deliberation, the elder Zhang decided to rest for half a day, procure some salt and essential supplies, and then continue their journey. Cautious by nature, the Zhang family concealed their numerous horses and belongings a couple of miles from the town on a small hill. Only a dozen or so individuals ventured into the town to gather supplies. Once replenished, they would regroup and depart quietly via the official road beside Wukou Town, bypassing any need to linger in the town itself. Entering the town were the brothers Zhang Jiawen and Zhang Jiwu, accompanied by Qiu Shaoyong, Zhang Anping, their elder sister, and several other companions, including Lu San. This group, numbering over 10, comprised both adults and children, dressed in simple attire and carrying a considerable amount of leather goods. Claiming to be hunters from the mountains, they had descended to exchange their wares for salt and other necessities, taking advantage of the mild weather. Their appearance was unremarkable in the small town, where the mountainous terrain often saw many hunters descending during such favorable conditions, as salt was their most sought-after commodity. As Zhang Anping and his companions journeyed, they witnessed the turmoil and suffering of humanity. It was only upon arriving in this quaint town of Hangzhou that they encountered the warm smiles of the locals, which felt immensely comforting. Even without purchasing anything, merely strolling through the streets brought them joy. However, just as they were taking in their surroundings, the sound of galloping hooves abruptly shattered the serene atmosphere, causing a sudden stir among the townsfolk. Chapter 95. The Lord of the Abandoned City flees. Behold, that horse has two heads. A two-headed horse, a barbarian? Panic rippled through the street. Yet many who witnessed the peculiar sight of a towering carriage drawn by a double-headed horse felt a surge of curiosity rather than dread. For these were citizens of the great Zhou dynasty, not savage folk. Could it be that someone kept a two-headed horse? Zhang Anping cast a curious glance, noting that the creature appeared rather listless, its belly sunken, suggesting it had not been well cared for. Its ability to pull the carriage was likely its utmost limit. As the curtains of the carriage were drawn aside, two young maidservants, appearing around 13 or 14, alighted first, displaying a certain allure. Following them was a woman and a young scholar, clad in scholarly robes. The young scholar, seemingly 8 or 9 years old, wore a jade pendant at his waist. which glimmered subtly, indicating its exquisite quality. Upon disembarking, the young master was immediately flanked by a retinue of servants, who respectfully surrounded the lady and the young scholar. To their rear trailed an unending procession of carriages, stretching as far as the eye could see. The entire street was captivated by this extravagant caravan, prompting Zhang Jiawen and his companions to tiptoe for a better view. Alas, the grandeur of this entourage was overwhelming. The attire of the maidservants was more lavish than that worn by their own daughters, adorned with beautiful jewelry that sparkled enticingly. The servants, uniformly clad in fine azure fabric and booted feet, appeared robust and healthy, resembling the entourage of the elite. Their garments were of such opulence that they starkly contrasted the humble appearance of Zhang Onping and his company. While they were engaged in a lavish shopping spree for grains, fabrics, spices, and various supplies, they were exceedingly generous with their silver. The furs that the Zhang family offered for sale, due to their fine quality, fetched an unexpectedly high price, and inquiries were made regarding the availability of meat, as the young master and mistress expressed a desire to sample game. Negotiations over prices seemed amicable. Given the size of the Zhang family's caravan, they were unlikely to part with their provisions. Thus, they dispatched Lu San to collect payments and clarify that they only sold fabrics or furs. However, Lu San returned after a considerable delay, his face flushed and marked with several large handprints. Without lamenting his ordeal, he simply reported, "That noble family belongs to the Lord of Xianqing. I was recognized by their steward, and when I refused to accept 3 taels less than the agreed sum, I was struck several times. They insisted that as a citizen of Xianqing, this sum should be considered a tribute to their lord." Lu San, a native of Xianqing, had adeptly escaped with his wife and child at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, the lord of Xianqing, Lu Xuering, had fled the city with his household servants and private soldiers. Though they have lost the city of Qian, the Lu family is nonetheless a clan of martial practitioners with some influence in Jinling. Even after the loss of their stronghold, they have not heard of any punitive measures from the court after a brief retreat into obscurity. With the arrival of spring, it seems prudent to return to Jinling. After all, the Lu family similarly boasts martial practitioners and is connected by marriage to the current royal uncle, which provides them with a formidable backing. What is there to fear from losing a city? They can still engage in activities in Jinling and, should the need arise, seek another position elsewhere in due time. Given that Qian is both impoverished and remote, a venture to Jinling may yield more favorable opportunities. Is that the lord of the abandoned city who fled? How unexpected! Zhang Jiawu expressed disdain, incredulous that such a coward would still flaunt himself so openly. What is amiss with the court of the great Zhou that they do not exact punishment or execute him? Lu Xueran has a sister who is a concubine of the royal uncle. Some say that she is a mere fabrication, purchased to curry favor with him. Lu San interjected bitterly. They had once envied the lavish lifestyle of that wealthy family, adorned in exquisite attire. In hindsight, it seems their opulence is built upon the suffering of the citizens of Qian. It is one thing to extort the people's wealth, but when the barbarians arrived, where was their resistance? Not only did they abandon their homes with wives and children, but upon reaching Hangzhou, they began to flaunt their newfound status openly. Were it not for Lu San's acquaintance with the steward of that affluent family, the Zhangs would surely have shared the sentiments of envy that others on the street felt towards them. Which steward struck you? Just a couple of slaps. It's of no consequence. The Lu family has martial practitioners, and we should purchase our salt and return home early, best to avoid being seen alongside them, as 2 caravans together would attract too much attention. Lu San swiftly changed the subject, unwilling to dwell further on the matter. Although the Zhang family is not without strength, the Lu family possesses martial practitioners, and those attendants they brought along are, in fact, seasoned guards of the city, merely dressed in different attire. At this moment, Zhang Onping remained silent, his lips tightly sealed. His sister, Zhang Jichuan, noticing his discontent, hastily produced some medicinal herbs she had just purchased, exclaiming her surprise at finding such quality in this small town. She had acquired a substantial quantity to stockpile, which could be crafted into numerous healing pills, a delightful surprise indeed. We also bought a considerable amount of salt today. This town is relatively prosperous. If it weren't for the barbarians, the people here would be living quite well, just as we did back in Daxing village. Yes, if it were not for the invaders, why would they have to leave their homeland? Had it not been for individuals like Lu Xueran, would Qianzhou have fallen? Had they managed to hold their ground, Jizhou would not have succumbed so swiftly, and their family would not have faced such hardship. Let us return to the campsite. Zhang Anping called out, glancing back at the Lu family's entourage. This group of individuals has completely taken over the taverns and inns within the town, meticulously cleaning both the interiors and exteriors. They have also unloaded a considerable amount of luggage from their vehicles, replacing all the items within the inn. It is likely that they will spend the night in this quaint little town. However, the Zhang family will not. Although this town is indeed prosperous and populated, the enigma of human nature remains. Who knows if there lurks any malice among its inhabitants? The Zhang family believes that camping in the wilderness is far more reliable. Particularly, the elder Zhang consistently advises everyone, saying, a place inhabited by people is not the same as a desolate wilderness. Wealth is laid bare where no eyes can see. One should harbor no ill intentions, yet always be wary of the intentions of others. Remember, no matter the circumstances, we are farmers at heart and must not forget our roots. The elders' words resonate deeply with the group. They decide against entering the town, opting instead to quietly camp on its outskirts, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles while planning to take the main road at dawn. That very night, an incident indeed unfolded within the town. Chapter 96. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lurks behind each evening. After the Zhang family had set up camp, Zhang Anping would invariably summon Qiu Xiaoyong and several of his sisters, leading them into the mountains for practical training. They would also scout the surroundings in search of fierce beasts or minor demons to hone their skills. However, fortune had not favored them in recent days. They had encountered neither formidable creatures nor supernatural beings, not even a commonplace wolf pack. Thus, on this particular night, Zhang Anping resolved to don a different guise with Qiu Xiaoyong and the others. Clad entirely in black attire and hats, they transformed into shadows of the night. Failing to find demons to practice against, they would seek out martial practitioners instead. Was it not true that the Lu family harbored such individuals? This presented an excellent opportunity for them to sharpen their skills, and if the chance arose, they would deliver a few resounding slaps in retaliation. After all, no one should dare bully the Zhang family. Zhang Anping's proposal delighted his sisters, and Qiu Xiaoyong, brimming with enthusiasm, quickly procured some black garments. As night deepened, they changed their attire and stealthily departed from the campsite, making their way toward the town. Unbeknownst to them, two specters clad in white silently followed in their wake. At that moment, the town lay enveloped in a profound stillness, a blanket of silence draping over the surroundings. Yet, outside the inn where the Lu family resided, several attendants stood guard, patrolling with torches in hand. This made it exceedingly easy for Zhang Anping and his companions to pinpoint their target. The inn, the largest in the town, had once served as the residence for its proprietor. However, due to the Lu family's substantial payment, the innkeeper, along with his wife and son, had temporarily taken refuge with relatives, vacating the entire establishment for the Lu family's occupancy. As Zhang Anping and his group approached, he suddenly gestured for everyone to crouch down and remain still, for it seemed reinforcements were arriving. They turned their gazes toward the darkness, only to behold a throng of night travelers, over 100 individuals, all clad in black, bearing swords and knives, stealthily advancing toward the inn. Had it not been for Zhang Anping's vigilance and their early awareness of the commotion, they would never have anticipated that another band of night wanderers had also set their sights on the Lu family. What should we do now? Qiu Xiaoyong inquired, glancing at the inn less than 100 meters away from their vantage point on the second floor of a building opposite. Initially, they had planned to occupy the higher ground and assess the inn's layout before making their move. Who could have foreseen that they would encounter yet another group of black-clad individuals before taking action? Let us wait and see how the dogs fight among themselves. If the situation does not escalate sufficiently, we can ignite a fire, Zhang Anping suggested, signaling Qiu Xiaoyong to remain calm. The Lu family were not virtuous, after all. They were led by a lord who had abandoned his city and had even struck Lu since several times. What did they amount to? They had come this evening specifically to seek misfortune for the Lu family, while simultaneously improving their combat skills. However, with others also targeting the Lu family, they were in a position to observe from the sidelines and witness how these black-clad figures would contend with the martial practitioners. Should the black-clad assailants falter, perhaps they would lend a clandestine hand, though the origins of these mysterious figures remained unclear. Zhang Zhilan and Zhang Zhipao, encountering such an extraordinary event for the first time, were filled with exhilaration, their eyes wide as they fixated on the scene unfolding at the inn ahead. They observed a group of black-clad individuals stealthily incapacitating the patrolling guards, followed by their pouring oil into the courtyard and hurling torches upon it. The instant the flames met the oil, a ferocious blaze erupted, illuminating the night. "Fire! Quickly! Extinguish it! Save the young master!" A voice pierced the darkness, prompting a flurry of panic as many began to shout and call out, while the black-clad figures seized the chaos to flee towards the rear courtyard. Zhang Anping and his companions stood atop a vantage point, witnessing the entire spectacle with clarity. They even found the leisure to comment on the unfolding drama. "Look, this is a classic case of taking advantage of a fire. If Sixth Sister were here, she would surely find this intriguing. Let us observe closely and see if that martial artist intervenes amidst the turmoil," they remarked, thoroughly captivated by the scene. Yet, doubts lingered regarding the identity of the black-clad assailants. Who were these individuals? "Watch me. I shall capture one of those black-clad ruffians," Qiu Xiaoyong declared, eyeing the chaos as the black-clad figures rushed into the rear courtyard, from which they led out a two-headed horse and carted away numerous items. While the Lu family appeared utterly oblivious, quite foolish indeed, Zhang Anping cautioned Qiu Xiaoyong before he ventured forth. Clad in black, Qiu Xiaoyong emerged into the light of the flames, prompting an immediate reaction from the Lu family. As they sought to apprehend him, he dashed toward the rear courtyard. The black-clad figures were busy looting in the back, and Qiu Xiaoyong's flight drew a throng of Lu family attendants in pursuit. "The thieves are in the rear courtyard. Someone, come quickly," one attendant shouted, causing a faction of those extinguishing the fire to divert towards the back, while others rushed out from the courtyard as well. Suddenly, a flying sword burst forth, striking a prominent figure amidst the flames, eliciting cheers and applause. "Lord Lu has made his move." Qiu Xiaoyong glanced at the flying sword, which indeed proved formidable, slaying one of the black-clad men with a single strike. In a moment of urgency, he summoned his own flying sword and charged forth. The two swords clashed, yet Qiu Xiaoyong found himself at a disadvantage. Before Zhang Anping and the others could rush to his aid, they noticed yet another flying sword emerge from the northeast corner. And not just one. Could it be that amongst the black-clad assailants were also martial artists? Seizing the opportunity, Qiu Xiaoyong hastily retracted his flying sword, observing two black-clad figures bowing to him, signaling for him to rest aside. Promptly, someone kindly brought him a jug of water. "Master, please take a moment to rest. Just wait a little while, and those two masters will surely dispatch the adversaries." Ordinary warriors addressed martial artists as masters with great respect. At this moment, they regarded Qiu Xiaoyong as one of their own, for their leader was indeed a martial artist, and anyone who fought alongside him must be an ally. They could never have imagined that Qiu Xiaoyong was there to stir the waters. Moreover, Qiu Xiaoyong himself did not anticipate that these dark-clad individuals were well prepared. Astonishingly, there were several martial artists among them. Lu Xueran was likely to face severe consequences. Reflecting on Zhang Anping's admonitions, Qiu Xiaoyong gestured for the person who had handed him the water flask to approach. "What commands does the master have? Please, do not hesitate to speak." The individual, bowing and scraping, believed he had secured the favor of the master and followed him into the darkness, obediently moving toward Zhang Anping and his companions. However, when he sensed something amiss, Qiu Xiaoyong's flying sword was already poised at his throat. Terrified, the dark-clad man was utterly bewildered. Confronted by Zhang Anping and his group's inquiries, he began to divulge everything, as if pouring out beans. Upon hearing his words, it became evident that the situation had taken a dire turn for everyone present. Chapter 97. A fortuitous misunderstanding. We have received intelligence that the Zhang family possesses a two-headed horse, a treasure worth a fortune on the black market. The Zhang family is affluent, and even with martial practitioners among them, it is still a lucrative endeavor. Indeed, today we learned that members of the Zhang family are resting with their convoy in the town, so we rushed here to launch a surprise attack. But who are you? The black-clad individuals following Qiu Xiaoyong looked perplexedly at Zhang Anping and his companions. Although they donned similar dark attire, these individuals appeared diminutive, almost childlike. The person who had accompanied him earlier was a martial practitioner, which left them in a state of confusion. Zhang Anping exchanged a knowing glance with Qiu Xiaoyong, who promptly struck the back of the man's neck, rendering him unconscious, and they concealed him behind a door. The group exchanged glances, and Zhang Anping cleared his throat. This group of black-clad individuals must be from the Hong family. They have mistaken the Liu family for us. Indeed, the Liu family possesses a two-headed horse and boasts numerous martial practitioners. I had not anticipated this fortuitous misunderstanding. Zhang Anping found the situation somewhat incredulous. Upon reflection, it was not surprising that the Hong family had erred. After all, convoys comprising 200 or 300 individuals were not a common sight on these official roads. And those with two-headed horses were even rarer. Furthermore, he had seen Lady Liu accompanied by a young boy, not much older than himself, which likely contributed to the confusion. A convoy of such magnitude was likely aimed at eliminating figures like Liu Shuiren, a prominent martial practitioner, suggesting that similar convoys were indeed scarce. The Hong family surely had not anticipated this twist of fate. Likewise, Liu Shuiren could not have foreseen that he was the target of a robbery that night. However, given their ostentatious display of wealth, which even astonished the townsfolk, it was inevitable that the Hong family would set their sights on them. After all, who would not pursue a fat sheep? A successful heist against such a prize would be equivalent to years of plundering along these thoroughfares. What did it matter if there were martial practitioners involved? Did the Hong family not possess martial practitioners as well? Their martial warriors could easily handle ordinary martial apprentices, and even if they encountered an equal opponent, they would still possess the strength to fight. As for those of higher ranks, currently, only one Tianyao from Hangzhou possessed a revered practitioner, who, it was said, seldom intervened unless in a life-or-death situation. It was unlikely even the Lord of Hangzhou could summon him. Thus, the Hong family, after careful consideration, planned their robbery with considerable confidence. Little did they know they had mistakenly targeted the Liu family instead. Let us take advantage of the chaos. The Liu family is too weak. If they cannot withstand the Hong family, we shall lend our assistance. Conversely, if the Hong family proves inadequate and cannot overcome the Liu family, we shall also intervene. It is essential to ensure their strengths are balanced. Would you not agree? Zhang Anping chuckled, eliciting enthusiastic nods from his companions, who were ever vigilant against the threat of an impending robbery by the Hong family. This evening presents an exceptional opportunity to leverage strength against the Hong family. How could they possibly let it slip away? Even if they fail to eradicate the Hong clan, they must ensure that the latter suffers greatly. As for the Liu family, they have never been paragons of virtue, and exploiting them burdens not my conscience in the slightest. Thus, in the next moment, Zhang Anping instructed Qiu Xiaoyong and several sisters to position themselves on the periphery, while he stealthily infiltrated the ranks of the Hong family's dark-clad enforcers. As the Hong family gained the upper hand, the Liu family began to falter, their resistance waning. Zhang Anping summoned his cold light sword. He unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the black-clad figures, and as his flying sword emerged, anguished cries filled the air. Someone desperately called out, "Master, Master, help! There is a martial artist here." Zhang Anping surged forth like a solitary wolf entering a sheepfold. Wherever his cold light sword struck, lamentations echoed relentlessly. The black-clad assailants were utterly confounded. How could a martial artist emerge from among them, wielding a sword against them? This was unthinkable. The martial artists recruited by the Hong family from outside were unreliable. Initially, two martial artists had cornered Liu Shuiren, forcing him into a defensive stance, relentlessly shrinking his circle, while he could only watch helplessly as his possessions, including a prized two-headed horse, were seized by the dark-clad marauders. Yet Liu Shuiren found himself powerless. He had once possessed another disciple, also a martial artist, but the latter's swordsmanship was too feeble, leaving him only capable of protecting the matriarch and Liu Shuiren's son in the courtyard. Who could have anticipated such a twist of fate? With a martial artist aiding him in dispatching those black-clad foes, Liu Shuiren's heart swelled with uncontainable joy as he incessantly called out to Zhang Anping, "Thank you, brother, for your assistance. Liu shall reward you handsomely." "What? Your surname is Liu? Not Xiao, not Zhang." The two martial artists besieging him were perplexed. Had they not been informed that their target this night was the illustrious Zhang family of Daxing, with the Qiu family allied to assist them? Their sole responsibility was to intercept the Qiu family members. A true man does not change his name or abandon his surname. I am Liu Shuiren of Qianzhou. Bah! A despicable coward who fled his city dares to call himself a true man? One of the martial artists spat, feeling utterly cursed by fate. Over 100 of them had set out to rob, yet they had mistakenly targeted the wrong individual? Nevertheless, a mistake is a mistake, with so many of them involved. How could they return empty-handed? Yet they had not anticipated that Lu Shuirun would still possess formidable allies. Thus, they hurried back to rescue their subordinates. But Zhang Anping and Qiu Xiaoyong were cunning. As they observed the others rushing back to save their comrades, they swiftly turned and fled. Once Lu Shuirun regained his composure to counterattack the black-clad assailants, they too found themselves caught in the fray, occasionally disrupting the enemy forces. Their primary focus was on the martial artists of the Hong family. Such opportunities to hone their skills against martial artists were rare. This chance exhilarated Qiu Xiaoyong beyond measure. It was far more thrilling than hunting wild boars or wolves, and it deepened his understanding of controlling the flying sword. The Zhang sisters, formidable in their prowess, are shrouded in layers of protective garb, their diminutive figures belying the might they wield. With each strike, they unleash not merely flying swords, but an array of bizarre and intricate weaponry. Originally, over 100 desperate souls from the Hong family, accompanied by 4 martial practitioners, had descended upon the scene. Yet, they were swiftly and mercilessly dispatched, leaving one martial disciple ensnared in their midst, his sword trembling perilously as his visage paled in despair. Blood gushed from his mouth as he cried out for help. "Senior brother, save me, please." But before he could finish his plea, a colossal seal descended upon him, burying him into the earth, rendering him invisible. This provoked a furious roar from his senior brother, who charged towards Zhang Zhixing in a fit of rage. Yet, just then, Lu Shuirun seized the opportunity and leapt forth to obstruct his path. "Dare to lay waste to our Lu family members? Today, you shall forfeit your life." However, as Lu Shuirun's voice echoed, a blinding flash of light erupted before him, heralding an unforeseen turn of events. Chapter 98. The hidden threat. Zhang Anping, in the midst of vanquishing the cloaked assailant, caught Lu Shuirun completely off guard. Lu mistakenly believed Zhang to be a long-lost friend or an ally from a martial arts lineage. He could not have fathomed that, while engaged in battle with the black-clad figure, Zhang would suddenly strike at his head with a swift sword. Reacting instinctively, he evaded the blow, sending his own flying sword towards Zhang. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Zhang wielded 6 swords. He managed to dodge the first and second, but ultimately could not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure stood momentarily bewildered, grappling with the uncertainty of Zhang's allegiance. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream from his apprentice jolted him into action. He rushed towards Zhang Zhixing, driven by a thirst for vengeance. Yet, he encountered Qiu Xiaoyong, the strongest among the black-clad assailants, a seasoned martial artist confronting 4 novice practitioners, not to mention 2 with bizarre weaponry. Bah, just a coward fleeing from a besieged city. I am avenging the citizens of Qianzhou for daring to harm my kin. You deserve no mercy. Zhang Anping spat at Lu Shuirun, whose delusions of assistance were painfully misplaced. Lu was merely a coward, opting to abandon the city rather than confront danger. Zhang could not abide leaving such a wretch alive. The thought of allowing Lu to continue enjoying the spoils of his treachery while knowing this opportunity slipped away would haunt him in his slumber. On the other front, Qiu Xiaoyong wielded his sword with increasing fervor, refusing to retreat despite his exhaustion. He was the weakest among his peers, yet he could not allow any harm to befall the Zhang sisters. Given the Zhang family's protective nature, he surmised that they would exact a dreadful revenge should anything happen to their own, and he owed them a profound debt of gratitude. Even in the face of his own demise, he believed they would not abandon his uncle, ensuring his final days were met with dignity. With no fear of reprisal, Qiu fought with reckless abandon, his eyes aflame with determination. He propelled his sword forward, leading the charge despite his injuries, earning an approving nod from Zhang Anping, who recognized Qiu's tenacity. Though somewhat foolish, Qiu possessed a commendable quality, proving worthwhile given Zhang's unwavering support for his family. In this pivotal moment, Qiu's resolve to protect his sisters brought to mind the wisdom of Zhang Anping's grandfather, who had often remarked that adopting sons or grandsons from peasant families was a shrewd investment, binding them to serve the Zhang family for life. With only one obedient grandson, he had sought many to safeguard him. Coughing lightly, Zhang Anping marveled at his grandfather's cleverness. Observing his 3 sisters, he noted their commendable performances. Even the least skilled among them, Zhang Zhilan, wielded a radiant sword, a true treasure in its own right. Despite the formidable power, Zhang Zhilan's ability was somewhat lacking, allowing her only to manage a precarious sword flight, occasionally launching a strike that felt laborious. In contrast, Zhang Zhitian exhibited remarkable prowess. Her myriad of thousand-year-old bamboo leaves was both bizarre and numerous, creating an overwhelming defense that vexed the cloaked man immensely. A moment's inattention could result in being pierced by these bamboo leaves. As for Zhang Zhixing, she had recalled her star fragment seal after having lethally struck a martial artist, leaving her limbs feeling somewhat weak. She had taken a life. Her own hands were stained with blood. Yet, witnessing Qiu Xiaoyong and her sisters in peril, Zhang Zhixing dared not be careless, employing the star fragment seal for a surprise attack. Moreover, to prevent her sister from being harmed by the seal, she was taut with tension, her eyes unblinking, her entire focus riveted on the cloaked man. For the first time, the four of them collaborated to confront this adversary. The cloaked man was seething with rage, nearly spitting blood. His four opponents were all martial artists, which startled him deeply. The Liu family was truly formidable to possess four martial artists hidden away. And with his disciples slain, he yearned for vengeance but found himself unable to subdue them. Attempting to flee, he discovered he could not escape, as any movement to run was thwarted by the chilling sword that forced him back. He was ensnared once more by the four martial artists. At that moment, the cloaked man caught sight of the dismembered body of Liu Shuirun and suddenly realized that these individuals were not from the Liu family. For the Liu family would never kill Liu Shuirun. Yet, if they were not Liu family members, who were they? Where had these four martial artists emerged from? When had the number of martial artists in Hangzhou increased to such a degree? He needed to escape quickly. Preserving his life was paramount. Who are you? You are not from the Liu family. You have realized too late. Zhang Omping scoffed. Now that it was clear they were not Liu family members, they could not be spared, especially since they had intended to rob them. This time, killing them was the only option to eliminate future threats. The cold gleam of the sword rose, 6 blades soaring forth, and the cloaked man was swiftly dispatched. Let's go. Eliminate the cloaked ones and transport whatever they brought. Zhang Omping decisively commanded. Since they were also clad in black, let the Liu family misunderstand the situation. Naturally, none of the individuals brought by the Hong family would be allowed to return alive. To show mercy to one's enemies and release a tiger back to the mountains is a cruelty towards oneself. What surprised Zhang Omping and the others, however, was that upon finding the other group of cloaked individuals, they discovered that all had been neatly slain on the road away from Wukou town. Alongside them lay a 2-headed horse, dozens of boxes, and wagons abandoned on the ground. Brother, is this not a ghostly sight? Who could have done this? Zhang Zhitian shivered, glancing around. The night was deepening, and mist began to rise around them, the ground littered with the corpses of the cloaked men. A scene that sent chills down one's spine. Zhang Omping remained silent as he approached the lifeless bodies of the men clad in black, crouching down to meticulously search for something among them. Soon, a smile graced his face as he stood up, brushing his hands to shake off a few strands of white hair he had collected. Quickly, return and summon father and the others to move the belongings. The sooner, the better. Moreover, we must depart from Wukou town tonight without delay. The Liu family had been besieged by the Hong family that evening, resulting in mutual devastation. Liu Shuiran fell at the hands of the Hong clan, while the entirety of the Hong forces perished in the fierce resistance of the Liu family. At this moment, the Zhang family had long since vacated the area. They could not afford to leave any traces that could draw attention to their involvement. Indeed, it was precisely as such. As Zhang Omping contemplated this, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of hurried footsteps echoing through the mist. The number of approaching individuals was significant, causing their expressions to shift dramatically, and in an instant, their swords were drawn. Chapter 99. The misfortune diverted amidst the dense fog. The sound of footsteps seemed amiss. And suddenly, a sword burst forth. "Uncle, it's us. I am Xiaoyong," exclaimed Qiu Xiaoyong in surprise, as it became clear that the sword's light belonged to Qiu Yunshan. Indeed, they found Qiu Yunshan standing alongside the Zhang family, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion, gazing at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, the remains of those clad in black. Quickly, amidst this fog, we must hasten to move the 2-headed horses, carriages, and valuables. We must depart immediately. Upon seeing his kin, including his grandfather, Zhang Omping felt a wave of relief wash over him. He swiftly recounted the events, succinctly explaining the situation. Particularly alarming was the revelation that the Hong family had mistaken the Liu family for the Zhang family, unaware that the Zhangs had not entered the town. I was deeply worried upon seeing the flames engulfing the town, fearing for your safety. I brought everyone to assist you. If anything were to happen to you, none of us would survive. His grandfather's words warmed Zhang Anping's heart. No matter the circumstances, his grandfather always exhibited such tenderness, and his family continuously cherished him. Whether it was his grandfather, uncles, aunts, or his 10 sisters. Do not worry, grandfather. The deities have blessed me. I am unharmed. Quickly, everyone. Let us move swiftly while the fog persists, traveling through the night. This way, we shall easily distance ourselves from the incident, and no one will suspect the Zhang family. Being young, he understood that to outsiders, he appeared exceedingly clever. Fortunately, in this great Zhou dynasty, with its martial practitioners and supernatural beings, even the most extraordinary events could be attributed to divine intervention, providing a semblance of reassurance. Indeed, my dear grandson is a little lucky star, favored by the deities. Hurry, let us tidy up this place and depart. The elder Zhang nodded repeatedly. The Zhang family's caravan, having undergone rigorous training, exhibited remarkable agility. Within less than an hour, they had swiftly vacated the town of Wukou amidst the fog. Without pausing, they pressed onward along the official road. In their haste, they consumed only a morsel of dry rations, determined to distance themselves from Wukou town as swiftly as possible. This way, once the incident unfolded, no one would connect it to the Zhang family. Zhang Anping repeatedly urged his sisters to conceal their weapons, despite their modest prowess. These arms were either magical tools or treasures. Should they fall into the hands of discerning martial practitioners, it would invite endless troubles. It was prudent to remain discreet. Had they not observed the Liu family as a cautionary tale? At this moment, the Zhang family felt fortunate that their grandfather, with his vast experience and cautious nature, had chosen not to allow such a large caravan to enter the town. Had they done so, with both caravans in plain sight, the Hong family might have indeed made a grievous error. This time, the Hong family has sent 4 martial practitioners, launching a surprise attack. If it were not for the fortuitous circumstances, they would not have had such luck next time, inadvertently killing someone and framing the Liu family for it. The Zhang family harbors doubts about the events of that night, especially concerning the deaths of those cloaked figures on the road. Their manner of demise is indeed peculiar. However, in the haste of departure, there was little time for investigation, leaving the Zhang family perplexed afterward. Only Zhang Anping, observing Hu Linger indulging in her daily feasts with a smile, uttered no words but merely reminded San Yang to prepare a late-night snack for him, claiming he had been feeling hungry lately. Zhang Anping's words delighted the Zhang family, as they interpreted hunger as a sign of growth. Although he was not particularly old, his stature exceeded that of his peers, bringing joy to the family. What could be more important than Zhang Anping's growth and good health? Thus, in the following days, San Yang prepared a variety of dishes for him: braised pig's trotters, beef, ribs, and roasted lamb with mushroom soup. Whatever delicacies she could conceive, she served them to Zhang Anping. Each time he graciously thanked San Yang for the meals, he would turn away and feign a lack of appetite, allowing Hu Linger to relish the bounty. Overjoyed, she sometimes tossed some morsels aside for the little white creature, which seemed fearful of her. Despite having consumed a fair share of meat and bones, it always circled around Zhang Anping's feet, keeping a safe distance from Hu Linger. "Young master, why are these pig's trotters so delicious? They are truly fragrant, absolutely divine. I asked Sin Yang last time, and she said she couldn't make roasted duck. When will you prepare 3 roasted ducks for me? Weren't we talking about 2? How did it become 3? Making roasted duck is particularly troublesome. 3 is simply excessive." Zhang Anping understood perfectly well why Hu Linger was increasing her order. Had they not secured a treasure trove from the Liu family's caravans, largely due to her efforts? Yet, as Hu Linger refrained from mentioning it, he feigned ignorance, curious to see how long she would maintain her facade. "Wu, young master, 3 is necessary, otherwise, it won't be enough. I was thinking, if the braised pig's trotters are this tasty, the roasted duck must be even better, thus 3 are essential." With her beguiling eyes fluttering and drool escaping her lips, she resembled a glutton. Zhang Anping could not help but chuckle at her antics. Roasted duck isn't even the best dish. There's a boiled pickled fish that's tender and smooth, which is truly delectable. Once we arrive in Azhou, I shall prepare it for you. I guarantee you have never tasted anything like it. Zhang Anping pondered the journey to Azhou, which would certainly entail considerable risks. He feared that, faced with danger, 3 roasted ducks might not suffice to appease this gluttonous little fox. Perhaps it would be wiser to entice her with other culinary delights, for these dishes would likely be entirely unfamiliar to her, if not unheard of altogether. Indeed, the little fox nodded fervently, her face brimming with anticipation, her eyes sparkling like stars. Her eager demeanor drew the attention of the nearby little white creature, who peered at her discreetly, seemingly reassured that she might not be as fearsome as initially perceived. Zhang Anping, having calmed the little fox, turned and entered the tent that his family had set up for his evening rest. Once inside, and ensuring he was alone, he slipped into his little courtyard. Having spent an extended period traveling by horse-drawn carriage, opportunities for solitude had become exceedingly rare. Unless he was seeking suitable weapons for his sisters, he seldom ventured into this small haven. However, Zhang Anping increasingly discovered that the treasures hidden beyond the second door of his space offered surprises that far exceeded his imagination. Initially, he had thought the treasures behind the first door were astonishing. Little did he know that the second door held even greater wonders. Each time he entered the courtyard, he would race towards the third door, eagerly attempting to crash against it in hopes of unveiling what delightful surprises lay beyond. Zhang Anping was truly excited about what awaited him behind the third door. Chapter 100. A tentative strike. Zhang Anping's body forcefully collided with the third door. With a resounding thud, he felt a tremor coursing through him. He had exerted every ounce of his strength. As a martial practitioner, not only did he possess extraordinary perception, but his physical power was also astonishing. Otherwise, how could he have effortlessly vanquished those lesser demons? Hence, the force with which he struck the door must have been akin to 1,000 pounds. If it were an ordinary door, even a robust wooden one, it would have surely been shattered to pieces by such an impact. However, this third door was different. It remained utterly unmoved, showing no reaction to his tremendous force. Unwilling to concede, Zhang Anping continued to batter the door. Thud, thud, thud. After several relentless attempts, he could only manage a wry smile. Alas, this third door could not be breached through sheer brute force. It required a certain opportunity, much like the first and second doors, to be pushed open. As for what kind of opportunity was necessary, Zhang Anping could not fathom at that moment, only sighing at the sight of the obstinate door. While brute force proved ineffective, he recalled that each time he entered this courtyard, he could attempt to push it gently to see if it would yield. Zhang Anping reminded himself of this, and, fearing that someone might notice something amiss, he hastily exited the small courtyard. The recent attack on the Liu family had made Zhang Anjuan realize that, in the absence of absolute power, it was prudent to remain inconspicuous to avoid unnecessary trouble. Encountering formidable martial practitioners would pose no threat to him. But his grandfather and father were still ordinary men. Should anything happen to them, he would be left with profound regret. Moreover, his family held him in high regard. If he were to face any danger, it was likely that his entire family would rally to his side with fervor. In such circumstances, he must cherish his own life, not only for himself, but also for his grandfather, parents, and his 10 sisters. Which esteemed individual passes through this place? If you do not reveal yourself soon, Qiu Yunshan may find himself in trouble. Suddenly, Qiu Yunshan's voice echoed loudly in the night sky, startling everyone in the camp. In an instant, many heads turned, though silence reigned among them. Only Qiu Xiaoyong and Zhang Anping stood quietly behind Qiu Yunshan, exchanging glances with several sisters, signaling them to remain concealed and simply stay with the family. Haha, I did not expect Master Qiu to be so swift. Did you not pass through Wukou town? I am Hong Quan from Hangzhou. It is good to see an old friend. Before them appeared a middle-aged man, barely 5'6", accompanied by 3 men and a woman, all of whom suddenly materialized before Qiu Yunshan. The man smiling broadly as he referred to Qiu Yunshan as an old acquaintance. At that moment, Qiu Yunshan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, bowing respectfully to the somewhat shorter man. Greetings, Brother Hong. It has been nearly 3 years since we last parted. The Zhang family had dealt decisively with the captured female spies, and now, as the Hong family harbored intentions to rob the Zhang family, Qiu Yunshan feigned ignorance, maintaining a facade of brotherly camaraderie. Even until the end, the two led individuals into a tent, where they introduced one another. with Zhang Anping and Qiu Xiaoyong being regarded as the nephews of Qiu Yunshan. Behind Hong Quan followed 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were martial practitioners, which secretly astonished Qiu Yunshan. The influence of the Hong family was such that the Lord of Hangzhou, Wan Tianya, would undoubtedly be troubled. A city lord unable to restrain the martial practitioner's power within the city could easily find himself overshadowed over time. No wonder Hong Quan had the audacity to covet the Zhang family directly, for they possessed strength and clearly disregarded the Lord of Hangzhou. At this moment, Hong Quan was also observing Qiu Yunshan. It was not that Qiu Yunshan was incapable due to his injuries, as the Lord of Jizhou would not have sent his younger brother otherwise. However, today, Qiu Yunshan appeared in excellent spirits, hardly resembling an injured individual. Notably, Qiu Yunshan was a martial artist, and their recent encounter in Wukou Town had cost them 4 martial practitioners, significantly diminishing their strength. If they encountered formidable opposition, they would surely suffer greatly. Thus, Hong Quan began to probe Qiu Yunshan, first inquiring about their journey through Wukou Town. Upon learning that they had not lingered there due to the early hour and had continued on the official road, remaining unaware of the events that had transpired in Wukou Town, Hong Quan inwardly cursed his scouts for their foolishness and negligence. How could they misidentify a convoy of hundreds? Not only did they misidentify the target, but they also suffered a complete loss. Moreover, with the head of the Liu family deceased, Hong Quan decided to eliminate all members of the Liu family, including a martial apprentice of Liu Shuiren and his son. To leave no roots behind ensures that the spring breeze does not allow them to regrow. Furthermore, it seemed that the Liu family had some connection with demons, as Hong Quan discovered that many of his subordinates had not fallen to the hands of martial practitioners, but rather to demons. This raised suspicions about Liu Shuiren, the lord of Qianzhou, who appeared to be hiding several secrets. No wonder he had the audacity to boldly head north after abandoning the city. He must have felt secure. Fortunately, he had already dealt with them. Who would have thought that on the way back, he would encounter a convoy of double-headed horses? A grand procession of over 100 horse-drawn carriages? A mere glance was enough for Hong Quan to understand. Those foolish individuals had attacked the wrong convoy. This caravan was indeed the one they sought to ambush, the Zhang family's convoy, under the protection of Qiu Yunshan. However, the sheer number of double-headed horses and the 100-plus carriages made Hong Quan's greed surge within him. Yet he had only brought 4 martial practitioners for speed during his trip to Wukou Town. The Zhang family's convoy appeared to consist of 200 to 300 individuals, including 1 martial artist and 1 martial apprentice. With 2 martial apprentices on his side, he believed he had a chance against the 200 to 300 ordinary martial practitioners, provided he could absolutely overpower Qiu Yunshan. Before he had seen Qiu Yunshan, Hong Quan had confidence, but now, witnessing Qiu Yunshan's vibrant demeanor made him feel hesitant and anxious. Therefore, he sought an excuse to test the waters and, after some friendly exchanges, arranged for one of his male disciples to duel with Qiu Xiaoyong to gauge their true strength. This nephew of mine is remarkably foolish. Just a month or 2 ago, he became a practitioner of martial arts, which is simply unacceptable. The more Qiu Yunshan tried to dissuade with laughter, the more Hong Quan insisted on engaging in a sparring session. Ha ha ha, if Qiu Xiaoyong proves inadequate, a mere novice in the art of combat, paired with a child, they would hardly take it to heart. Once their strength manifests in an overwhelming manner, notions of old friendships and brotherhood will inevitably be cast aside in the face of immense gain, leading only to betrayal and violence. Qiu Yunshan, fully aware of the precarious situation, cast a worried glance at his nephew, Qiu Xiaoyong, and then at Zhang Anping. His nephew trained daily alongside the Zhang sisters, and the disparity in their abilities was significant. Today could very well spell disaster. After all, Qiu Xiaoyong is far too weak. This sparring session is bound to end in calamity, and I fear I may be powerless to intervene. If things go awry, then it will come down to a desperate struggle. Chapter 101. Unprecedented shamelessness. Qiu Xiaoyong felt a twinge of anxiety. His inadequacies became glaringly apparent whenever he was in the company of the Zhang siblings. Not only did he fall short when compared to Zhang Anping, but he also felt inferior to Zhang Zhitiao and Zhang Zhixing, leaving him deeply ashamed. It was no wonder that Zhang Anping had been taking them for practical training every night recently. He had been fervently striving to expand his spiritual awareness during the day, yet he still felt woefully inadequate. At this moment, the situation had reached a critical point. and he had no choice but to step forward, being the eldest among them. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping was scrutinizing the few martial practitioners from the Hong family, calculating the odds of launching a surprise attack. A 60% chance? Could they apprehend all of them? However, he feared that should they retaliate violently, the consequences could be dire for their families. As ordinary people had no means to defend themselves against martial artists, it was imperative to assess the strength of these practitioners before taking any action. From the Hong family's side emerged the youngest disciple, likely in his 20s, exuding confidence as he unsheathed a flying sword that swiftly darted towards Qiu Xiaoyong. Though Qiu Xiaoyong's flying sword was not particularly swift, when it collided with the oncoming attack, he maintained a composed demeanor. In fact, the Hong disciple abruptly turned to his master, subtly shaking his head, then swallowed a mouthful of blood. "Hong brother, my nephew's skills are lacking, and I apologize for the embarrassment," Qiu Yunshan exclaimed, sensing Qiu Xiaoyong's distress and hastily calling for him to cease, a look of chagrin on his face. Conversely, Hong Quan was exceedingly courteous towards Qiu Yunshan and lavished praise on Qiu Xiaoyong. "The Qiu family has promising successors. If I recall correctly, your nephew is only in his 20s, while I have a young daughter at home, exceptionally bright, who is 14 this year. If it would not be too presumptuous, I would like to propose a union between our families." This sudden shift left both Qiu Xiaoyong and Qiu Yunshan astounded. However, Qiu Yunshan, possessing a shrewd disposition, swiftly responded that his younger brother was currently missing, and he was certain he would be delighted to hear such news once the situation stabilized and they were reunited. They would then consider his brother's sentiments. It was indeed a rare occurrence for a father to propose a match, and Zhang Anping had never witnessed such unabashed audacity, particularly from the Hong family. Nevertheless, as the conversation shifted to matters of marriage, the atmosphere grew increasingly congenial. Consequently, when Hong Quan and his entourage departed, Qiu Yunshan, along with Qiu Xiaoyong and the others, saw them off multiple times. Once they could no longer see their figures in the distance, Qiu Yunshan exhaled a sigh of relief, silently thanking his good fortune. Only after witnessing the departure of the Hong family did they feel at ease. The presence of those 4 martial practitioners was a considerable threat, and within their convoy, it was the Zhang family who suffered casualties. Without absolute certainty of neutralizing them at the earliest opportunity, it was prudent to exercise caution. Meanwhile, the Hong disciple could no longer contain himself. After the Qiu family had completely vanished from sight, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Coughing incessantly, Hong Quan darkened his face and produced a pill. "The Qiu family is truly unfathomable. There is also a young child over there, likely a martial practitioner as well. Just this Qiu Xiaoyong alone poses a formidable challenge. You are not his match, and I may not easily subdue Qiu Yunshan either. Fortunately, this group is heading north to Azhou, which will take quite some time. If we can recruit another martial artist during this period, we will have a better chance." Hong Quan's expression was clouded with gloom. He had not anticipated the solid foundation of Qiu Xiaoyong. They were all martial apprentices. Yet when their swords clashed for the first time, Hong Quan, the proud scion, was overwhelmed by Qiu Xiaoyong's formidable spiritual sense. Although Qiu Xiaoyong could not be compared to the Zhang siblings, he was vastly superior to Hong Quan's disciples. Hong Quan even suspected that Qiu Yunshan had deceived him. His nephew must have become a martial apprentice at least 2 or 3 years prior. Thus, a 12 or 13-year-old martial apprentice. Hong Quan genuinely contemplated marrying his daughter into the Qiu family. With such a strong spiritual sense at such a young age, Qiu Xiaoyong's future was boundless. As long as the Qiu family had Qiu Xiaoyong, they were destined to prosper. In truth, Qiu Xiaoyong practiced the heart-seizing sacred method, which was slightly inferior to the flowing cloud heart method, yet far superior to many techniques of the Great Zhou dynasty. Consequently, despite his brief time as a martial apprentice, he had established a solid foundation, advancing steadily. When faced with others of the same rank, he was in a position to dominate. This realization prompted Hong Quan to use his daughter's marriage as a means to curry favor with the Qiu family. It was due to the overwhelming strength of Qiu Xiaoyong that they lacked confidence. Thus, they sought to ingratiate themselves to retreat unscathed. That was close. The Hong family sent few individuals this time. Had there been 1 or 2 more martial practitioners, our caravan would be in jeopardy. We must depart quickly and leave Hangzhou for Azhou as soon as possible. Qiu Yunshan expressed his concerns. He was astute enough to perceive Hong Quan's probing intentions, yet he did not anticipate such shamelessness. bringing up his daughter in the matter. "Uncle, I do not wish to marry Hong Quan's daughter. What kind of virtuous daughter can arise from such a bullying family?" Qiu Xiaoyong's face turned beet red. He had never considered such a matter before. But Hong Quan's audacity today took him by surprise. He certainly held the Hong family in disdain, feeling it beneath him. "Rest assured, my nephew, I will help you decline. However, you must strive for self-improvement. Without strength, what right do you have to choose?" Qiu Yinshan spoke earnestly to his nephew. "The world is harsh. It is a matter of power and connections. If others threaten you, resistance is futile. Only through strength can one have the luxury of choice." Qiu Xiaoyong remained silent, understanding this truth. Yet today he found himself puzzled. Was Hong Quan's disciple truly that weak, or were the Zhang siblings simply too strong? This question did not trouble him for long, as the Zhang caravan set forth once more, continuing their journey ahead. As the weather gradually warms, the river has thawed, its waters flowing gently, while the banks are adorned with the early blooms of yellow spring flowers, and tender green grass begins to emerge along the roadside. Traveling in such weather is significantly swifter than in the depths of winter, not to mention considerably safer. One need not fret over the treacherous icy paths that could lead to falls for both people and carriages. At this juncture, Wan He, dispatched from Hangzhou City, has arrived once more, this time accompanied by a patrol team. He is exceptionally delighted upon encountering the Zhang family caravan. It turns out that since departing from Hangzhou, he has been vigilantly searching for the Zhang family convoy. Finding them now allows him to release a long-held breath, as if the heavy stone that had burdened his heart has finally been set down. Moreover, he is somewhat aware of the recent occurrences in Wukou town. Thanks to news carried by carrier pigeons, the Hong family has become increasingly audacious and uncontrollable, especially as the barbarian tribes stir restlessly. The members of the Hong family seem to disregard the laws of the great Zhou dynasty entirely. Furthermore, Wan He's visit carries a specific mission of its own. Chapter 102. The sincerity of Wan Tianya. The Hong family wields significant influence in Hangzhou, instilling a measure of trepidation even in Lord Wan. Meanwhile, the Qiu family appears to possess considerable strength as well, should they manage to align with or cause the Hong family to encounter misfortune. Any outcome would ultimately benefit the Wan family. After all, within the territory of Hangzhou, the Hong family remains a persistent concern for Lord Wan. At this juncture, both the Qiu and Zhang families are targets of Lord Wan's endeavors to cultivate alliances. On the day Wan He arrived, he paid a visit to the elder Zhang, meticulously retrieving an item from his bosom. When this item was laid upon the table, the Zhang family members beheld a map, large and remarkably detailed, far surpassing the one previously provided by the Fui escort agency. This map even delineated the intricacies of Aizhou, marked with 2 or 3 locations highlighted in red. Observing the curiosity of the Zhang family, Wan He smiled slightly and explained to the elder Zhang, "Our Lord Wan is aware of your family's aspirations to acquire land in Aizhou, concerned about potentially inconveniencing you, particularly given the considerable worth of the two-headed horse. He has endeavored to secure 3 parcels of land for your selection." Wan He conveyed that Lord Wan had learned of 3 available plots in Aizhou and was willing to procure them through substantial financial expenditure, bartering, or other means. Uncertain which parcel would best suit the Zhang family, he had made this trip to consult with them. Once an agreement was reached, he would take measures to obtain the desired land, ensuring that all pertinent deeds would be ready for the Zhang family at their next meeting. "This is quite considerate of Lord Wan," the elder Zhang remarked, taken aback. Initially, he had contemplated exchanging the two-headed horse for land. For a farming family, the desire for a generous plot of land to cultivate and settle down is paramount, allowing them to raise their children and witness their marriages, a life fulfilled. Who would have anticipated that Lord Wan would present the map of Aizhou, highlighting 3 specific locations for their choosing? This genuinely touched the elder Zhang. When has the Lord ever shown such kindness? Qiu Yunshan smiled subtly, yet internally acknowledged that Wan Tianya demonstrated a certain awareness. After all, the two-headed horse held significant value, while the Zhang family merely sought land. Thus, Wan Tianya was indeed reaping considerable benefits. Recognizing this advantage would foster goodwill among them. "It is only fitting," Wan He continued. "As Lord Wan observes, the land in Aizhou has become increasingly precious due to the turmoil in the south, with prices soaring and demand outstripping supply. Even those with wealth might struggle to acquire suitable plots. He has leveraged various connections to facilitate this. Take your time to select." Should you find a location of interest, please inform me later. I will relay your preferences to Lord Wan, who will take care of the arrangements," Wan he delicately indicated. In his pursuit of these 3 parcels, Lord Wan had sought the favor of influential figures in Jinling, which had consumed substantial time. However, they would ensure that everything was arranged, allowing the Zhang family to receive the land deeds without delay. After Wan departed, the Zhang family hurried to inspect the parcels of land, while Qiu Yinshan remarked that due to Azhou's proximity to Jinling, the better plots of land in the mountainous regions were often owned by the elite. It is indeed a challenge to acquire such land, and Wan Tianya's dealings in this matter were commendable. "My goodness, what a vast expanse of land! I see numerous mountains and villages together," exclaimed Zhang Jiawen, as they beheld the first parcel, which was enormous and appeared far larger than a few hundred acres. It resembled a range of mountains interspersed with fields, and even featured rivers. This location was marked in red, suggesting it was somewhat distant from Azhou City. In contrast, there were areas closer to Azhou, situated within a town, connected to 2 or 3 large estates and several hundred acres of land, complete with fish ponds and a small hill. It was indeed a splendid piece of real estate, complete with housing. Another plot, although not expansive, was located slightly to the west within Azhou City, boasting ample land and residences, making it appear even larger than the Dahuai Tree Village. Importantly, it was situated within the city limits, and if one were to assess its value, this urban parcel would likely be more precious than the 2 external plots combined. During times of warfare, residing within the city is considerably safer than outside. Uncle Zhang, this parcel within the city could accommodate thousands without issue. It is quite suitable, and safety can be assured as long as Azhou remains intact. Moreover, the city walls of Azhou are extraordinarily high, constructed from massive stones, complemented by the formidable Jiang River, ensuring security. I believe the Zhang family should consider this location. Though Qiu Yinshan was not the city lord, his younger brother still sought his counsel on matters concerning Jizhou. Fearing that the Zhang family might be unaware of Azhou's circumstances, he eagerly shared his insights. This location was undoubtedly the private residence of a Jinling noble, given its prime position, tranquil yet not far from the city gates. Although a double-headed horse is precious, for Wan Tianya to secure such a place in exchange speaks volumes of his sincerity. In the turbulent times within Azhou, land is indeed worth its weight in gold. Often, wealth alone does not suffice to procure such spacious accommodations, as it typically requires the intervention of Jinling's aristocracy. A prime location cannot be acquired without the involvement of influential figures. Old Zhang pondered deeply. "Father, look at all this fertile land. There's also water for irrigation, making cultivation feasible. The land in the town is quite level and substantial. I believe even if we all engage in farming, it would suffice." Zhang Jiwu had his eyes set on the plot within the town. It is well known that farmers yearn for land that is fertile and easily irrigated. And seeing the extensive tracts of land interconnected in the town, it was evident that it was arable and rich, ideal for high yields. Such land produces far more grain. 1 acre of this fertile soil is equivalent to 2 acres of barren land. Moreover, the location is quite favorable. Although it is situated within the town, it is in close proximity to Azhou City, allowing for swift travel should any urgent matters arise. Why not consider this parcel of land? It is the largest, with mountains and rivers. Such an expansive area could accommodate countless inhabitants. However, Zhang Jiruan's gaze was fixated elsewhere, where a majestic river flowed towards the Great River. In locations abundant with water, one need not worry about the absence of fish. Furthermore, the expanse of this land dwarfs that of the city by countless measures. You fail to see that being near the river poses risks of flooding. This land is likely to be predominantly sandy, unsuitable for agriculture, and certainly inferior to that of the town. Despite its ample size, it is simply too far from Azhou. Zhang Jiawen interjected, shaking his head, as he was among the first to recognize the potential of this land. "Enough of your bickering. Omping, tell us, which piece of land do you believe is most suitable for us?" The elder Zhang cast a disapproving glance at his sons before turning to Zhang Onping with a gentle inquiry. Chapter 103. Each with their own aspirations in the Zhang household. The most effective conversations often occur between the elder and the younger. Zhang Onping was poring over a map of Azhou. Azhou, situated in proximity to Jinling, is characterized by numerous villages and a substantial population, rendering it a bustling locale. The village mentioned by Zhang Shan, however, is relatively distant from Jinling. Thus it appears more desolate. One can even discern that it lies further from the city of Azhou. Yet, due to its remoteness, it likely has a sparse population, with vast expanses of land. Additionally, the area boasts mountains and water, being surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and bordering a river. This spot shall suffice. It has both mountains and water, ample land, and the villages here ensure that housing is not a concern. Moreover, if any trouble arises, retreating into the mountains will be advantageous, as the barbarian horsemen have no advantage on rugged terrain. This place has tremendous potential for future development. This is the one. Zhang Omping selected the area that, while the furthest from Azhou, was also the largest. Observing the land, with mountains encircling it on 3 sides and a waterway on the 4th, it offers both ingress and egress. Should the barbarians wish to invade, they would need considerable prowess to do so. Furthermore, with abundant arable land, sustaining thousands of people would pose little difficulty. Its remoteness ensures that this idyllic sanctuary remains unnoticed, allowing the Zhang family to rejuvenate in peace. Indeed, I concur. This area is vast and superior, far exceeding the size of Dahuai village, plus its topography is defensible, making it impervious to invasion. The elder Zhang nodded vigorously. The more he contemplated, the more he appreciated his grandson's astute choice, especially considering his sons were merely unremarkable and lacking insight. The grandson, however, demonstrated remarkable foresight. Let it be this place. We shall offer some of our 2-headed horses to Lord Wan. With such steeds, their messengers shall traverse swiftly. Though the 2-headed horses are of considerable value, possessing a couple of hundred would suffice for the Zhang family. Lord Wan's genuine thoughtfulness in providing them with such advantageous land selections was not lost on the elder, who felt they had struck a significant bargain. After all, what they truly needed was land. Acquiring horses was an uncomplicated endeavor. Thus, the Zhang family joyfully reached a decision. Upon bidding farewell to Wan He, they initially sent several horses along with some components for the 2-headed steeds, though they refrained from divulging the formula. Meanwhile, Qiu Yinshan expressed his desire for Qiu Xiaoyong to accompany the Zhang family to Azhou upon their arrival in Hangzhou. He wished to remain in Hangzhou to confront the barbarians. The Zhang family remained silent, yet indicated they would share the methods of rearing 2-headed horses with him. They also offered to leave behind 100 individuals for his assistance, as Hangzhou was a region where conflict with the barbarians could erupt at any moment. This gesture left Qiu Yinshan profoundly grateful. If Mr. Qiu wishes to remain in Hangzhou, I have a matter I would like to entrust to you. Zhang Omping produced a letter and showed Qiu Yinshan the seal imprinted upon it. This correspondence was discovered in a hidden chamber of a mountain villa, revealing a conspiracy between the internal agents of the great Zhou dynasty and the barbarians. Such traitors deserve nothing less than death. However, despite Zhang Omping having received those supplies, he has yet to uncover the identity of that individual. Therefore, should Qiu Yinshan desire to remain in Hangzhou, Zhang Omping believes it prudent to entrust this matter to him. After all, such investigations must be conducted discreetly, with careful attention to any subtle clues that may lead to the revelation of who in the great Zhou dynasty is the loathsome inner spy. Once the truth is ascertained, Qiu Yinshan solemnly vows to pursue the matter to its conclusion, for without these individuals, the barbarians would not have swiftly seized these cities. These inner spies are deserving of condemnation. Mr. Qiu, should you find yourself in less than favorable circumstances in Hangzhou, the Zhang family is your family too. You are always welcome to return home. The Zhang family, having chosen a location in Azhou, intends to recuperate there for a few years, at least until their children have matured or the turmoil subsides before returning to Jizhou. During this time, Qiu Xiaoyong is with them. If Qiu Yinshan so wishes, he is always welcome to return. This sentiment from the Zhang family brings immense joy and comfort to him, affirming that he has not misjudged the man. Meanwhile, Hong Quan swiftly arrives at Hongnan County in Hangzhou. Hangzhou governs 3 counties, with Hongnan County being the closest to Jizhou, while Suibei County and Suinan County are nearest to Azhou. The Hong family possesses extensive enterprises within these 3 counties. This time, the Hong family has suffered significant losses, with 100 to 200 subordinates lost, alongside 4 martial practitioners. Although they eliminated Lu Xueran and his family, they gained little in return. The wealth of the Lu family seems to have vanished without a trace. Even though the Hong family is formidable, this ordeal has been quite painful. For training 100 or 200 subordinates, not to mention 4 martial practitioners, is no small feat, particularly for martial practitioners who come at a great expense. To recruit more martial practitioners, Hong Quan must invest considerable effort. Upon returning home, he begins to contemplate what he witnessed in the Chiu family's convoy. 1 to 200 two-headed horses, each worth a fortune, along with numerous carriages laden with valuable goods, should he manage to acquire such assets. The losses incurred from the Liu family would become negligible. However, the Chiu family is not weak, and he lacks absolute confidence, especially given the limited number of martial practitioners within the Hong family. Send a message to Jinling immediately, requesting support. We need at least 1 martial artist or a martial master, and the sooner the better. Otherwise, the Zhang family will advance to Azhou. Such a substantial piece of meat must not be allowed to fall into their hands so easily. Hangzhou is their territory. Here, he possesses 1,000 methods to make a convoy disappear without a trace, while Wan Tianyao would find it difficult to catch any evidence. Yet, once they reach Azhou, his influence may wane. Thus, he must ensure that the Zhang family remains in Hangzhou. Father, you have returned. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rings out. It is Hong Quan's daughter, who has come to greet him upon hearing of his return. The young lady was but in the delicate bloom of youth. In contrast to Hong Quan's diminutive stature, she stood unexpectedly graceful and poised, now circling around him. Upon seeing his daughter, Hong Quan couldn't help but think of Chiu Xiaoyong. The Chiu family's lineage, after all, seemed suitably matched for his daughter. Though that day was merely a pretext, Hong Quan harbored his own secret calculations deep within. That young man was remarkably handsome, and more importantly, a prodigious martial artist. With someone like him, the Hong family would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Yet, how could he entice him to join their ranks? How could he make Chiu Xiaoyong utterly devoted to his daughter? Meanwhile, Chiu Xiaoyong remained blissfully unaware of Hong Quan's intentions. His face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. Alas, this was solely because he felt utterly humiliated at that moment. If a chasm had opened up beneath him, he would have wished to transform into a wisp of breeze and vanish into it entirely. Chapter 104. Increasing confidence despite being the eldest and tallest among them, Chiu Xiaoyong found himself overshadowed by the rapid progress of the 3 Zhang sisters. He had been the first to embark on the path of martial cultivation, yet he could only spar with Zhang Zhilan. Just moments ago, during a practice session with Zhang Zhitian, he had been inadvertently wounded by her bamboo leaf technique. Although the injury was minor and he had reacted swiftly, the embarrassment lingered. Zhang Zhitian was several years his junior, and Zhang Zhixing, though a novice, wielded the formidable Shattering Star Seal, a treasure that could shift in size and form, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Chiu Xiaoyong felt a deep sense of shame, realizing that he could not measure up even to these younger girls. He was acutely aware of his own weakness and inadequacy. The thought of being outperformed by a few young maidens was mortifying. It was a barrier he could not overcome even in his own mind. Thus, he resolved to train diligently, pouring every ounce of effort into his practice. Though unbeknownst to him, both Zhang Zhitian and Zhang Zhixing possessed specially crafted weapons far superior to his flying sword. Their weapons were treasures, and he stood no chance against them. Meanwhile, the Zhang family was gathered around the dinner table. Jin Xiaofang looked at her son with a beaming smile, while Zhang Jiawu was grinning from ear to ear, reminiscent of the joy he felt upon witnessing the birth of his son, Zhang Anping. Xiaofang has become a martial cultivator. As he spoke, Zhang Jiawu produced a book from his bosom, one that Jin Xiaofang often enjoyed perusing. As it was placed on the table, the pages began to turn on their own, as if guided by invisible hands, rising slowly from the surface. Telekinesis was the most distinctive characteristic of a martial cultivator. Wonderful. Our Zhang family has another martial cultivator. You lot need to put in some effort. It would be a shame to waste such a tall frame. The elder Zhang had recently grown somewhat critical of his sons. Just look at his grandchildren and daughters-in-law. Each one was remarkable in their own right. Yet, none of his 3 sons seemed to measure up, their intellect leaving much to be desired. He, father. Though Zhang Jiawu felt a tinge of grievance, he was genuinely pleased. His son excelled, his daughter thrived, and his daughter-in-law shone brightly. Laughter filled the air. With Jin Xiaofang's ascension as a martial cultivator, the 3rd daughter swiftly added 2 meat dishes and even poured a bit of rice wine for everyone to enjoy. With Jin Xiaofang now counted among their martial cultivators, the Zhang family's numbers swelled, and along with the Chiu family's martial duo, their caravan boasted a total of 7 cultivators. That evening, Chiu Yunshan repeatedly urged his nephew to remain vigilant. You are to accompany the Zhang family to Azhou. Remember, the Zhang family is no ordinary clan. These children possess remarkable potential, and in a few short years, the Zhang family will undoubtedly secure their place in this world. We, the Chiu family, are fortunate indeed. When Chiu Yunshan first encountered the Zhang family, none among them were martial practitioners. At most, the youngest, Zhang Anping, could merely manipulate objects, resorting to hurling stones at adversaries, devoid of any technique or form. Yet, how swiftly things have changed. The Zhang family has suddenly produced martial practitioners. Is becoming a martial practitioner as common as cabbages? It is worth noting that their ascension to the position of Lord of Jizhou City stemmed from their lineage as martial families, albeit of a lesser rank. Even with injuries, a single martial warrior and a martial apprentice were sufficient to safeguard Jizhou City. This highlights that martial practitioners are indeed a rarity. Naturally, those closer to Jinling City are somewhat more numerous, yet even so, it is unfathomable that the Zhang family has, within mere months, birthed several martial apprentices. Given them more time, one can only imagine the magnitude of their power. It might very well surpass even the established martial families of Jinling, which have spent centuries building their foundation. Choosing to align with the Zhang family is undoubtedly the wisest decision. Moreover, there lingers in Chiu Yunshan's heart a matter he cannot divulge in detail to his nephew. He must seek out the old Zhang. The mother's transformation into a martial practitioner astonished her, yet it brought great joy to Zhang Anping. It appears that becoming a martial practitioner is not as daunting as one might think, with adherence to his introductory manual. The number of martial practitioners within the Zhang family will undoubtedly grow, possibly exceeding his expectations. Strength, whether in times of chaos or peace, instills confidence in protecting one's family. Zhang Anping sought to procure a magical artifact or treasure for his mother. However, Jin Xiaofang was not fond of the violent nature of flying swords, which left him in a quandary. After much searching in the small courtyard, he finally unearthed a book. This tome was controlled by spiritual consciousness. When the consciousness expanded to a certain extent, the pages would reveal shimmering golden characters, which would then transform into offensive power. This artifact, known as the Celestial Book, was discovered in a small room behind the study. Originally, Zhang Anping intended to keep this artifact for himself, believing it would synergize well with the hallowed righteousness technique. However, since his mother had no inclination for weapons like flying swords, he struggled to find a suitable armament for her. Ultimately, he chose to present her with the book, while cautioning her that it was indeed a magical artifact. Initially, its offensive capability would be modest, but once her spiritual consciousness accumulated to a sufficient level, the Celestial Book would unleash formidable power. He implored her to keep it discreet, to avoid drawing attention from outsiders. After all, her abilities were too feeble. Should anyone discover that she possessed a magical artifact, it could lead to dire consequences. Discretion is paramount. Zhang Anping took the special care to remind his family about this matter, and the Zhang family promptly grasped the gravity of the situation, each one of them keeping their lips sealed. Aside from Chiu Yunshan and a few others who had a vague inkling, no one within the entire convoy was privy to the details. In the perception of the convoy members, their strongest assets were Mr. Chiu and Chiu Xiaoyong, both of whom were skilled martial artists. With 2 practitioners of martial arts among them, the crew felt an immense sense of security, walking with renewed vigor. Knowing that the Zhang family in Azhou had a clear objective, they would not feel like wandering souls without a place to settle. Upon reaching Azhou, as long as they were willing to work, they would be surrounded by familiar faces, harboring a glimmer of hope for survival, alleviating their fears of endless upheaval. Just the thought of it filled their hearts with joy. In this state of mind, the convoy arrived at the city of Hongnan, the stronghold of Honchuan. Chapter 105. Coincidence leads to story. Hongnan County is the first county that the Zhang family has reached without enduring the ravages of barbarian invasions. During their stay, they were fortunate to witness the blossoming of peach flowers, with vast orchards stretching for miles outside the small border town. The delicate pink blossoms invigorated the spirits of the Zhang family's caravan, signaling the arrival of spring and, perhaps, hope. They imagined that soon, while savoring peaches, they would reach Azhou. The pace of their caravan was a stark contrast to their previous trudging on foot. As was customary, The Zhang family sought a place to rest outside the town, sending Zhang Onping and others into the city to sell some unnecessary items, such as fine silks and fabrics. In return, they aimed to procure essential grains and seeds, particularly seeds, as they aspired to reach Azhou this year, ideally by autumn, necessitating ample provisions. Uncertain of the land conditions there, they decided to prepare a variety of seeds. Additionally, they aimed to stockpile more grains, as their numbers were considerable, and they were accustomed to dining on white rice, fearing shortages or price hikes along the journey. They also sought salt, spices, and seasonings. Fortunately, they had the travel permit provided by Wanha. Otherwise, their status as displaced persons would have barred them from entering the city. After traversing such a long distance, the Zhang family was filled with excitement at the prospect of entering a city for the first time. Initially, they intended for the Zhang brothers to escort Zhang Onping and a few others into the city. However, Zhang Onping's sisters were eager to see the city, having been displaced for months and yearning for their first glimpse of a county town. Previously, while living in Daxing village, they had never set foot in a county. Only Zhang Onping had ventured to the town for his studies. Hu Linger also wished to accompany them, having heard tales of the city's abundant delicacies. In light of the children's enthusiasm, Elder Zhang decided to allow the group to rest outside the city for 2 days. On the first day, the Zhang brothers would lead Zhang Onping and over 10 siblings into the city, while Qiu Yinshan would guard the camp. It was crucial to have someone watch over the camp at all times. On the second day, they would rotate the guards, allowing another group to explore the city. When Zhang Jiu entered the city with his wife and children, they were accompanied by many, including Zhang family's 10 granddaughters and Qiu Xiaoyong, making a lively entourage of over 20 people. The young women, eager for their city visit, donned their new festive attire, filled with joy. However, to their surprise, they were required to pay an entrance fee of 20 copper coins per person, with their group numbering around 20. Zhang Jiu lamented that had it not been for some unexpected fortune along the way, he would not have been willing to bring the children into town back in Daxing village. This marked Zhang Onping's inaugural visit to the county city. In truth, neither Zhang Jiu nor the others had ever been to a county town. Their experiences were limited to wandering in the nearby town. Among the group, the most seasoned was Qiu Xiaoyong, who, upon entering the city, astonishingly knew where the finest tavern in Hongnan was located. As Qiu Xiaoyong felt the astonished gazes of the crowd upon him, a hint of embarrassment washed over him. The cities of Hangzhou and Jizhou were not particularly distant. I had traversed this path several times on my journeys to Jinling. Upon hearing this, the crowd silently followed Qiu Xiaoyong, albeit with some trepidation regarding the destination he had chosen. The prices for food and drink were exorbitantly high. Zhang Jiu, upon glancing at the menu presented by the waiter, was taken aback and instinctively touched his pocket. He was about to exit, realizing that a meal for this group of 20 would cost a small fortune, far too extravagant for his liking. Young master, those dishes do appear quite delectable, Hu Linger lamented. Reluctant to leave, her nose savoring the tempting aromas wafting through the air, which caused Zhang Onping to blush at her evident yearning. This meal is on me. Inviting a few uncles and my sister, Qiu Xiaoyong declared. Had it not been for his intervention, Zhang Jiu would undoubtedly have been frightened away by the exorbitant prices. Despite the Zhang family's burgeoning wealth, Zhang Jiu clung to his frugal principles. A single meal at such a cost seemed extravagant and unthinkable. Qiu Xiaoyong, in contrast, was magnanimous and filled with joy. For the first time, he felt a sense of purpose. With a grand gesture, he called out to the waiter, "Bring forth one of everything on this menu. If anything suits our taste, we shall order more, and we wish to take some of the particularly delightful dishes with us." His commanding presence and the authoritative tone in which he spoke immediately convinced the waiter that he was indeed a young gentleman of considerable means. The waiter nodded eagerly, yet stood frozen, eyes fixed on Qiu Xiaoyong. "Go ahead. If it is not enough, return for the payment later," Qiu Xiaoyong smiled, intending to summon his steward for the payment, only to remember that the steward had not accompanied him to the camp. He casually tossed 2 silver coins, and the waiter, now beaming, scurried off with the coins in hand, calling out, "Serve this young master a portion of every dish for all in the establishment." His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of several patrons within the eatery. After all, this establishment was renowned in Hongnan County, and its prices were steep. A mere sampling of the fare could easily equate to the annual expenses of an ordinary family. Here was a young master entertaining a party of 20. and requesting one of every dish. What extravagance! Some patrons scrutinized Qiu Xiaoyong closely. At this moment, he was nearly 16 years of age, having been raised in affluence as the sole heir of the Jizhou city lord. In Jizhou, he was the subject of much admiration and flattery. Notably, Qiu Xiaoyong possessed an appealing appearance, exuding an air of nobility. Even dressed in modest attire, many recognized him at a glance. Soon, a gentleman from a nearby table hurriedly approached, bowing profusely towards Qiu Xiaoyong. It turned out that he was the eldest son of the Qiu family from Jizhou, expressing his fortune at encountering the young master. "I am Lu from Hangzhou, engaged in the jewelry trade in Jizhou, and I have had the honor of visiting your esteemed family in the past." A rotund man in his 30s, fanning himself with a folding fan, continued to bow in respect to Qiu Xiaoyong. Though he introduced himself as a member of the Lu family from Hangzhou, engaged in the jewelry trade, Qiu Xiaoyong found him somewhat familiar, yet could not recall his name. After all, each year, countless individuals come to the Qiu family in Jizhou, eager to curry favor. How could Qiu Xiaoyong possibly remember them all? Thus, while this man incessantly lavished compliments, Qiu Xiaoyong could only nod in acknowledgement. He truly did not recognize him. Fortunately, the man was perceptive enough to return to his table and continue boasting to his companions. He remarked that the distinguished young gentleman over there was Qiu Xiaoyong, the heir of Jizhou, whose appearance was indeed striking. His words, however, reached the ears of a group that had just entered, prompting one individual to cast a surprised glance at Qiu Xiaoyong. Indeed, he resembled a refined young noble. Yet he was remarkably courteous as he busily ensured everyone was well catered to. Qiu Xiaoyong. Could it be that Qiu Xiaoyong had come to Hongnan City? The individual smiled gently, promptly summoning those nearby and issuing a series of instructions, after which someone swiftly departed the establishment. Chapter 106. An unexpected encounter with an old friend. The waitstaff continuously brought forth dish after dish, showcasing the culinary prowess of the largest tavern in Hongnan County. The array of delicacies left the patrons in awe, as they had never before set foot in the city. In no time, a multitude of dishes had been served, accompanied by an assortment of cold appetizers, while several attentive servers hovered nearby, demonstrating exceptional hospitality. Meanwhile, Boss Lu, a jeweler, was summoned and took quite a while to emerge. Upon his return, he settled the bill for Qiu Xiaoyong and his companions, even treating them to a selection of huadiao wine and rice wine. When the wine arrived, Zhang Jiaowu was taken aback. "Alas, did we not order any wine? Is there a mistake?" Despite Qiu Xiaoyong's insistence on treating, the Zhang family felt a twinge of guilt. After all, they hailed from a humble farming background, accustomed to frugality. This meal alone, costing 2 taels of silver, was beyond their previous experiences, and the addition of wine would surely escalate the expenses further. They wished to spare Qiu Xiaoyong some expense. "My esteemed guest, the cost of the wine has already been covered by Boss Lu, along with this young gentleman's bill." Boss Lu insisted on sending it over, stating that he would like to meet this young gentleman once you have finished your meal. The waiter beamed as he delivered the message. Recalling how Qiu Xiaoyong had initially provided 2 taels, he explained that Boss Lu, a frequent patron, had specifically instructed that Qiu Xiaoyong should not be charged and requested that they serve a bit of huadiao wine, considering the presence of many ladies, alongside some osmanthus rice wine for them to sample. The waiter's eloquent recounting of Boss Lu's words brought a sense of comfort to all, and the Zhang family members chuckled in delight. It is no wonder that so many aspire to hold official positions. There are indeed benefits. "Xiaoyong, you have already garnered such favor in Hangzhou." This remark caused Qiu Xiaoyong to blush slightly, though he merely noted that his impression of Boss Lu was not particularly strong, as they had received numerous gifts from various patrons in the past. During his time in Jizhou, he was frequently the recipient of such attentions, and fortunately, his kind nature and the upright morals of the Qiu family had prevented him from becoming a spoiled youth. "My dear uncles, you flatter me. Please, do indulge. This tavern's cuisine is reputed to be the finest in Hongnan County." Qiu Xiaoyong brushed off the compliments with modesty, though he felt somewhat embarrassed by the lavish offerings. With the additional wine, the total bill was likely to reach 60 or 70 taels of silver. While he himself was unconcerned, he noted the expressions of dismay on the faces of the Zhang uncles at the perceived extravagance. He pondered how best to express his gratitude to Boss Lu when they next crossed paths, perhaps by offering some financial support or assistance in the future. for one should not take advantage of another's generosity. After all, this cuisine is delightful. I must take some notes. Indeed, the flavors of this tavern's dishes are exquisite. The third madam savored each dish with great appreciation, reflecting on the simplicity of her own usual fare. Upon reaching Ajo, she resolved to learn a few signature dishes to ensure her family was well taken care of. Absolutely delicious. This is simply marvelous. By the way, dear waiter, do you not have roasted duck? Ah, roasted duck? Is this a new dish from Jinling? Yet, this little shop truly does not offer it. Not only does this shop lack it, but I suspect that the entire Hongnan city does not have it either. The young waiter, confronted by Hu Linger's inquiry, genuinely confessed that he had never heard of roast duck. As for the entirety of Hongnan city, he had never even come across such a dish. This left Hu Linger casting a glance at Zhang Anping, feeling rather disheartened. Alas, does one truly have to travel all the way to Ajo to savor roast duck? Zhang Anping found amusement in Hu Linger's craving. Even if this establishment had roast duck, he could suggest numerous other delectable dishes and snacks to tantalize her palate. As long as she was willing to journey to Ajo, their travels would be considerably safer. Everyone at the dinner table relished the meal, wearing satisfied smiles. Particularly, Zhang Anping's 10 sisters beamed with joy, continuously praising the exquisite flavors of the dishes, declaring it the most delightful meal they had ever enjoyed. Hongnan City was indeed a marvelous place. Though there was an abundance of food, the Zhang family possessed formidable appetites, nearly emptying the serving dishes. Originally planning to take some food home, they hesitated, considering that it was Boss Liu who settled the bill. Meanwhile, after everyone had finished dining, Boss Liu approached Qiu Xiaoyong. Young Master Qiu, your esteemed father has done me a great favor in the past. Once, my family's business was extorted by a group of ruffians. If it weren't for your father's fair enforcement of the law, we would have suffered significantly. It is a rare chance to encounter you here in Hongnan City. And as my home is not far from here, I kindly invite you to visit. Moreover, it would allow the ladies to freshen up. I will arrange a carriage to take you wherever you wish. There is no place in the southern city that I am not familiar with. Boss Liu was exceedingly cordial, even summoning a sweet-faced young lady to greet the group, introducing her as his daughter. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14, accompanied by maids and attendants, and she exuded a certain grace. Upon seeing the Zhang sisters, she was quite warm and amiable, greeting Qiu Xiaoyong with a respectful bow, addressing him as young master, which caused his face to flush slightly. He thought to himself how brazen this daughter of Boss Liu was, daring to gaze at him so boldly without a hint of shyness. It seemed that Boss Liu was quite indulgent of his daughter, adhering to her every whim. One could surmise that the upbringing of merchant daughters differed, granting them a certain boldness. Yet, Qiu Xiaoyong found himself disliking it. Considering that his younger sisters had consumed some rice wine during their meal and were now slightly flushed, he thought it best to let them rest. After inquiring with Zhang Wu and Zhang Anping, he readily agreed to visit Boss Liu's home for a short respite, which delighted Boss Liu immensely as he hurriedly ushered them into the carriage. The carriage weaved through the bustling streets and soon arrived at a grand residence. The mansion was impressively large, occupying nearly an entire street, leaving Zhang Anping astonished. He had not realized that Boss Liu possessed such wealth. Upon reflection, it is evident that the proprietor of this establishment, a purveyor of exquisite jewelry, must possess a certain stature, likely even acquaintances with the Lord of Jizhou. Thus, it is reasonable to assume that they hold a notable position within Hongnan City. The grand residence corroborates this notion. Consequently, the Zhang family swiftly entered the abode. Upon their arrival, they were attended to by a retinue of maidservants, and the presence of numerous guards was unmistakable. Zhang Anping, with a discerning eye, soon realized that these sentinels exhibited a remarkable proficiency in martial arts. Meanwhile, Qiu Xiaoyong was promptly escorted to another location upon entering. The Zhang family, separated by gender, was distributed across 3 or 4 courtyards, which instilled a subtle sense of unease in Zhang Anping. He gestured for Hu Linger to approach. You, find a way to check on my sisters and inform Qiu Xiaoyong. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Zhang Anping glanced at the 6 burly guards stationed at the entrance of his courtyard, a frown creasing his brow. Chapter 107. Relatives surpass. All the women of the Zhang family were confined within a courtyard, attended by several maids, yet they quickly sensed something amiss. They were under house arrest, unable to leave the premises. Should they attempt to step outside, they would be met by 7 or 8 maids blocking their path. And at the gates stood dozens of guards in a vigilant stance. The sight of these guards left the Zhang family girls bewildered, pondering the fate of their brother and the nature of the unfolding events. Was it not Lu, the businessman, who sought to curry favor with Qiu Xiaoyong? Why had everything changed so drastically upon entering this place? Lu, come out. What do you intend to do? At this moment, Qiu Xiaoyong, who had been discreetly summoned to his side, sensed the unease and called out loudly for Lu. He did not see the businessman, but rather his daughter, who had entered with the group. She gazed at Qiu Xiaoyong with a smile, her face radiating joy. My father has an excellent eye, young Master Qiu. You are indeed a remarkable figure. I believe you are the only one worthy of me. Rest assured, if you pledge your allegiance to my father, the position of Lord of Jizhou will surely be yours. Her words caused Qiu Xiaoyong's expression to darken, and he retorted angrily, impudent. How shameless of you. He had never encountered a woman who would speak thus in front of a man. I am Hong, and as for Lu, he is merely a coward. Upon hearing this, Qiu Xiaoyong immediately understood. Hong Quan, are you the shameless daughter of Hong Quan? His face flushed crimson with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated. Although the girl was not unattractive, in his eyes, there was no one more repugnant than her. Qiu Xiaoyong, our families have an agreement. How can you so shamelessly insult me? I have kept you here out of goodwill, intending to spare your life. Why must you resort to such harsh words? The daughter of Hong Quan, named Hong Min, trembled with anger. She held lofty aspirations and had indeed taken a liking to Qiu Xiaoyong. Aware that her father sought to take action against the Zhang family, she also understood that the Qiu family protected them, while her father awaited a martial artist from Jinling. Who would have thought that fate would bring her face to face with Qiu Xiaoyong today? Hong Min was a formidable character. She simultaneously sent word to her father while pressuring Lu to deceive the Zhang family members. This residence was, after all, the stronghold of the Hong family. Once inside, they were effectively in the palm of their hands. Their intention was to separate and detain them, aiming to seize both the prized horses and their wealth. As for Qiu Xiaoyong, Hong Min was reluctant to see him harmed. After all, a young martial artist like him, if he were to agree, could unite their families through marriage. With the support of the Qiu family, would the Hong family not soar to new heights? Children of affluent families are accustomed to various schemes and the weighing of gains and losses from a young age. Thus their temperament and cunning are naturally developed. Hong Min had been doted on by Hong Quan since childhood, raised by his side, and favored above her brothers. Huang Min is not a delicate young lady. She has been nurtured to embody the qualities of a matriarch from a noble family. Even Hong Quan has aspirations that once he regains the position of Lord of Hangzhou City and his power expands significantly, his daughter could ascend to the palace as a consort, armed with cunning and strategy that would rival any. You scoundrel, your father is a thief, and like father, like daughter, you are all cut from the same cloth. Should you dare to harm the Zhang family, even if I perish today, I shall return as a vengeful spirit to haunt you. I demand to see my brother. Qiu Xiaoyong, in a state of agitation, hurled curses at Huang Min, fearing that her reluctance to kill him might endanger the Zhang family, particularly Zhang Anping. He knew he had to reunite with Zhang Anping. Do not even think about it. Huang Min replied, her face darkened with anger. Despite her fondness for Qiu Xiaoyong, his vitriolic words stung deeply, prompting her to turn away in frustration. Meanwhile, Hong Quan was in the courtyard of the Zhang family, wielding a knife to coerce them into writing a letter to inform the elder Zhang that they were being held captive and at risk of death. He demanded that in exchange for their lives, Qiu Yinshan must not resist and must surrender over 200 double-headed horses and more than 100 carts of goods to him. Once these items were delivered, they would spare the Zhang family, requiring only the wealth and the horses. Hong Quan initially believed that Zhang Jiwu would refuse vehemently, anticipating a lengthy struggle. To his surprise, Zhang Jiwu acquiesced immediately, but with one condition. He insisted on seeing his son, Zhang Anping, to ensure his safety. Zhang Anping. Hong Quan had seen him before. He was merely a child, not someone he took seriously. Furthermore, this child was accompanied by a little maidservant. Hong Quan ordered for Hu Linger to be brought before Zhang Jiwu, and she reassured them that the young master was unharmed, urging them not to worry. Afterward, Hu Linger was taken away, yet she memorized the location where the Zhang family was confined. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Jiwu felt a weight lift from his heart. He complied with Hong Quan's demands, realizing that for him, Everything else was of little consequence compared to the safety of his family. For the Zhang family, kinship surpassed all else. At this moment, any regrets were futile. As long as his family was safe, nothing else mattered. Outside Hongnan City, the Zhang family's convoy had chosen a spacious and discreet campsite behind the peach orchard. Thanks to the orchard's concealment, their encampment remained hidden from prying eyes. It was only after a considerable time spent setting up their tents and carts that they discovered another substantial convoy lurking behind the trees. What astonished this convoy was that the camp behind the orchard operated with strict discipline, despite the presence of many individuals. The setting up of tents and carts was executed with such quietude that one could hardly guess the number of people concealed there. Moreover, they possessed double-headed horses. This unexpected occurrence astonished the caravan that had camped by the peach grove. Soon, they relayed the scene they had witnessed to their master. "You may descend now. We are aware." A stunning woman in her 30s, taken aback, promptly summoned her chief guard for a consultation. Before long, news arrived from the elderly Zhang. It was conveyed that someone had come bearing gifts. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that it was the caravan camped ahead in the peach grove, who had sent exquisite wine as a gesture of visit. Zhang felt a twinge of curiosity. This was the first time they had encountered such an event amidst their flight. However, reassured by their own integrity and lack of malice, he deemed it harmless to meet. Little did Zhang anticipate that while he was engaged in a delightful conversation with his guests, a letter from the Zhang family's martial lineage would arrive. Chapter 108. Is there a throne to inherit at home? Old Zhang gazed at the adult man before him, accompanied by a child whose eyes sparkled with innocence. Dressed in a scholar's robe and appearing no older than 7 or 8 years, the child possessed an exquisite beauty, resembling a golden youth beneath the bodhisattva, delicately carved like jade. His upbringing was impeccable. While adults spoke, he listened attentively, smiling, his gaze unwavering, embodying both decorum and politeness, clearly a product of a well-bred family. "I truly did not expect to encounter Lord Qiu here. It has been 7 or 8 years since we last parted at Jinling Academy." To Qiu Yunshan's astonishment, the man before him turned out to be his former classmate from the Jinling Academy, known as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had once been a legendary figure in Jinling City, surpassing even Qiu Yunshan's own renown. In his youth, Fang Yuan had achieved fame as a martial artist, creating quite a stir at the time. Many martial practitioners looked up to him as a role model, believing he was destined to become a martial master in no time. He was even deemed a strong contender for advancing to the revered rank of martial sect leader in the Great Zhou dynasty. It is worth noting that the youngest martial sect leader in the Great Zhou, Yi Wuqiu, achieved his status at the tender age of 26 as a martial artist. The addition of another martial sect leader would elevate the strength of the entire Great Zhou, as martial masters were already scarce, let alone martial sect leaders. Even the most powerful national master of the dynasty ranked but slightly above a martial sect leader. The Great Zhou had endured for over 8 centuries largely due to the presence of its national master, which had prevented widespread chaos. One can only imagine the formidable strength possessed by Fang Yuan. Indeed, it is quite unexpected to meet Brother Fang here. I feel fortunate in this lifetime. Qiu Yunshan was equally bewildered, encountering an acquaintance, especially someone of Fang Yuan's caliber, in a peach blossom grove outside the county of Hongnan. His mind struggled to comprehend the coincidence. Qiu Yunshan swiftly introduced Fang Yuan to old Zhang, recounting how he had been injured during the fall of Jizhou City, when his younger brother valiantly defended the city with his adopted son. Due to his injuries, he intended to take his nephew to Jinling. Along the way, they chanced upon the Zhang family, who healed his internal wounds, leading his nephew to recognize old Zhang as his god-grandfather. The Zhang family planned to migrate north to Zhou for settlement, given the looming threat from the barbarian tribes in the south. Although southern city had yet to see the ravages of war, conflict could erupt at any moment. Fang Yuan listened attentively, occasionally assessing Qiu Yunshan's condition. He observed that Qiu's complexion had improved, and he appeared to have fully recovered, brimming with vitality and spirit. Internally, Fang Yuan nodded in approval. He then shared with Qiu Yunshan that his own experiences in Jinling had not been favorable, prompting him to retreat to Hongnan City, which, though small, offered a pleasant living environment. He decided to settle there and even took on a young apprentice. However, with the barbarians occupying Jizhou, which was not far from Hangzhou, safety was now a concern. They had planned to pack up and leave the city, admiring the beauty of the peach blossom grove, intending to set up camp for the night, when unexpectedly, they encountered an old friend. This serendipity truly astounds one. Qiu Yinshan found himself momentarily taken aback, astonished that Fang Yuan could be such a romantic soul. The peach blossom grove lay merely a dozen or so miles from the southern city. Had they departed in the morning and traveled at a brisk pace, how could they have spent the night here? They certainly did not resemble refugees. Rather, they seemed akin to leisurely travelers. Who would have thought that Brother Fang is also a connoisseur of flowers? The Zhang family has a group of children nearby, and we could certainly journey together. It would be advantageous to look out for one another and allow your disciple to play alongside them, Qiu Yinshan remarked with a smile, harboring a friendly disposition towards Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was a master among masters. Even if he had not progressed in the past 7 or 8 years, he still possessed the prowess of a peak martial artist. Moreover, Fang Yuan was an amiable individual. Cultivating a friendship with such a person could only yield benefits. Fang Yuan smiled, seemingly casting an inadvertent glance at his disciple, but then gracefully declined the invitation. He merely suggested that having female companions might prove inconvenient. Yet he promised to return later to join Qiu Yinshan for a drink. Brother Fang, there is no need for such formality. Your disciple is of a similar age to my grandson. My grandson is exceptionally bright and clever. If your disciple has any questions, he may freely consult him. The old man Zhang interjected. Coughing lightly, Fang Yuan cast a peculiar glance at the elder. Grandson? He mused, incredulous at the degree of doting displayed. Oh, you may not be aware, but the Zhang family boasts a grandson named Zhang Anping, truly remarkable among men. If your disciple were to meet him, he would undoubtedly be in awe. He is unlike anyone I have ever encountered. His 10 sisters dote on him excessively, Qiu Yinshan extolled Zhang Anping. Yet to Fang Yuan's ears, it seemed oddly exaggerated. 10 sisters and 1 boy. Was there not an unspoken desperation for a male heir? Was there a throne to inherit? Such thoughts could only be silently critiqued. Voicing them would be profoundly disrespectful. Humph, what is this remarkable among men? His cleverness is merely a byproduct of being a boy. What audacity! Before Fang Yuan could articulate his thoughts, his well-mannered disciple uttered words that were somewhat unrefined. However, the words fell upon the ears of the elder Zhang and Qiu Yinshan without inciting anger. After all, he was merely a child. What was there to be upset about? Nevertheless, Fang Yuan chose to take his leave. As he departed, however, a letter was delivered by Boss Liu. Upon stepping out of the tent, they were startled by an exclamation from within. What? My grandson has been kidnapped? They demand all our wealth and the 2-headed horse. The elder Zhang, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke these words with such fervor that they reached Fang Yuan and his disciples' ears without omission. The two remained silent, casting their gaze towards the encampment. What they beheld were countless tents standing tall, a multitude of various carriages, and several enticing 2-headed horses, leaving Fang Yuan quite astonished. The Zhang family was indeed enigmatic. He had never heard of such a person, yet here he was commanding such an extensive caravan and possessing 2-headed horses. To understand the caravan, one might say it is manageable. However, this 2-headed horse is worth a fortune on the black market. The Zhang family's collection of 2-headed horses is astonishing. With no less than 100 on display, the prospect of selling them is truly unfathomable. Even Fang Yuan couldn't help but gasp in disbelief upon recalling the earlier conversation. Who, one might wonder, possesses such audacity to kidnap the grandson of the Zhang family and demand such an exorbitant ransom? 10 granddaughters for 1 grandson. Do you think the Zhang family would willingly part with such a sum? Well, that old man Zhang does not seem to lead a life of comfort. He resembles a rustic elder, and it is perplexing how he amassed such wealth. Yet, it stands to reason that such a person would be most miserly with their riches. So perhaps not. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately asserted his conclusion. Although the wealth they glimpsed was not enough to rival a nation's treasure, it was certainly sufficient to rival a city's worth. With such an abundance of riches, a common family could secure dozens, even hundreds of brides for their sons. When the time comes to seek a grandson, would it not be as simple as uttering a request? Chapter 109, Old Man. I shall fight you to the death. The old man Zhang held the letter in his hand, remaining silent as he exited the tent. He sought out the old woman and called for Qiu Yinshan, recounting the extortion incident involving the Hong family. At that moment, Qiu Yinshan felt a pang of shame. We underestimated the situation. believing Hong Quan was in Hangzhou, only to discover he was actually waiting in Hongnan. In our last encounter, I lacked the confidence to subdue Hong Quan. Omping advised against engaging, fearing the destructive power of the martial artists would harm you. So I refrained from a full assault on the caravan and failed to detain them. It is my fault, entirely my fault. I thought that with so many casualties among Hong Quan's men, they would not dare confront us directly, yet I never anticipated they would resort to kidnapping. Qiu Yinshan was a man of integrity. He had envisioned a direct confrontation, never considering the possibility of a kidnapping and extortion against the Zhang family. Mr. Qiu, it is fate, do not dwell on it. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon me. Come, let us take a walk. The old man Zhang sighed deeply, his hands clasped behind his back as he strolled towards the camp. The camp now housed approximately 240 individuals. The double-headed horses originally numbered 233. From the outset, the Zhang family had seized 24 horses, later acquiring 30 more, followed by an additional 104, totaling 233. When Wanha departed, 3 horses were gifted, leaving 230 still in their possession. They possessed 170 carts, having initially left Dahuai village with only 130. However, they acquired 40 carts worth of goods from the Liu family in Wukou town, leading to a total of 170 carts. Additionally, they had 20 pigs, 30 sheep, 2 cows, 30 carts of grain, and a total of 150 fowl including chickens, ducks, and geese. The remainder consisted of various valuables and luggage. The caravan's current scale was indeed impressive. Even the lords of Jizhou and Qianzhou would likely envy the wealth of the Zhang family's convoy. The old man Zhang surveyed his livestock and carts with keen eyes, moving forward step by step. Soon, he spotted a familiar sight, a donkey. This donkey had been brought from Daxing village during their flight, purchased for 10 taels of silver. There was also a horse, a gift from Mr. Lian Town to Zhang Onping, and the entire family of 19 had relied on this donkey and a cart to begin their journey. From Daxing village, their numbers gradually increased, their livestock multiplied, until they reached Hangzhou City in Hongnan. Everything felt like a dream. Upon seeing the donkey, the old woman Zhang was already in tears. Old woman, do you truly wish to part with these belongings? Perhaps we should reconsider? You old fool, dare you utter a single word of dissent? I will fight you to the death. Once I have retrieved our children, I shall join you in the underworld. My cart, my cows, my sheep. As she scolded, tears streamed down her face. Her sorrow was profound, and soon, the rest of the caravan learned of the news. Everyone was astonished, unable to fathom that after traversing so many places, the Zhang family had been kidnapped here. They demanded a ransom, seeking everything from the convoy. Old master, let us fight back. We shall rescue the young master. Indeed, let us save him. We still have over 200 people. Surely, we can overcome them? We cannot trade. If we do, what will we use to barter for the land in Azhou? What will sustain us on the long journey to Azhou? Without food and money, we would perish. Let us heed the clan leader. We shall follow his guidance. Instantly, the camp erupted in a cacophony as all eyes turned to the elder Zhang. Lu San, accompanied by his son and daughter-in-law, quietly positioned themselves behind the elder. Meng Yang, cradling her child, spoke not a word, standing resolutely behind Madame Zhang, alongside Carpenter Tan, Zhang Yun, and the veterinarian, all silently gathering behind the elder Zhang, wary of potential unrest among the others. Today, the Zhang family faces calamity. You all possess indentures in my possession, should anyone choose to leave today. They may take 20 pounds of grain, 100 taels of silver, and some clothing, along with their indentures. Go, flee for your lives at this moment. The elder Zhang appeared remarkably composed. In times of dire straits, even couples tend to scatter. Moreover, these individuals were never truly their servants, merely a temporary arrangement during their flight for survival. It was a matter of life and death, and thus, they should be allowed to depart. Upon hearing the elder's words, many in the camp fell silent, while others pondered deeply, and some whispered furtively. In the distance, Fang Yuan stood with his apprentice, quietly observing the scene, while they reassessed the Zhang family's wealth, feeling an overwhelming astonishment. They initially believed the Zhang family's riches could rival that of a city, only to realize they had severely underestimated it. The family was incredibly affluent. Just the horses alone were astonishing. There was no need to carry such treasures and double-headed steeds on the road. Even if they were not robbed in Hongnan City, they might easily attract attention elsewhere. As wealth invariably tempts the greedy, those who can resist temptation either possess extraordinary reasons or lack sufficient riches. The elder Zhang, resembling a humble farmer, could hardly safeguard these possessions against the inevitable dispersal. Clan leader, I shall not depart. My life was saved by you all. I refuse to leave. If we are to die, let us die together. If we are to live, let us live together. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the camp, tinged with tears. Yes, together, we shall rescue the young master. Many voices echoed in unison, startling Feng Yuan. He could not comprehend what allure this elderly farmer possessed that could compel so many men to resolutely refuse to leave. After all, the prospect of over 100 taels of silver, the release from servitude, and the provision of food would entice anyone. How had these individuals achieved such loyalty? Although the majority were compelled to remain, there were a few who approached the old man Zhang with bowed heads, weeping and expressing their desire to leave. Most of these individuals hailed from Dahuai Tree Village, having been brought in later as laborers, numbering around 20. Without hesitation, the old man Zhang instructed Lu San to retrieve their slave records, which he then tore apart before the assembled crowd, subsequently bestowing upon them silver, grain, and clothing. He even brought forth a chest of silver, distributing 10 taels each to the first 10 recipients, illuminating their previously somber faces with joy, rendering them oblivious to the spittle cast upon them by their fellow companions. Those who chose not to depart directed their disdainful spittle towards those who had received silver. This old man is quite astute. Those who receive the silver are doomed, remarked Feng Yuan's young disciple, eyeing the glimmering coins with a cold scoff. Shall we extend a hand to assist them? Although Qiu Yunshan may lack in strength, his character is commendable. Feng Yuan pondered momentarily before respectfully inquiring of his disciple. Chapter 110. The remorseless demon having bid farewell to the 20 souls, many remained in the camp. The elder Zhang instructed his men to tally the valuables and sent a message through the businessman Lu to inform Hong Quan that come dawn, he should send someone to account for the goods in exchange for his family. None could be spared. However, they also insisted on retaining a donkey, 10 carts of grain, and an additional horse-drawn carriage. Lu, taken aback, was rendered speechless. He could scarcely fathom that the 20 individuals he had witnessed today were worth such a fortune. He had observed that the man named Zhang Jiwu had been incessantly lamenting the high prices of vegetables. Did he not realize the extent of wealth the convoy possessed? In haste, Lu sought out Hong Quan, who had also dispatched individuals to track Zhang's convoy, lying in wait to prevent any escape or diversion of assets that might leave them empty-handed. Meanwhile, Elder Zhang was making contingency plans, and Qiu Yunshan approached Feng Yuan, seeking assistance. Uncle Zhang is determined to send out all his valuables to rescue his family, yet he fears for his children's lives at the hands of Hong Quan. I implore you to lend your aid, whatever it may require. At that moment, Hong Quan's men had yet to arrive, and the Zhang family possessed a staggering number of treasures, over a dozen large chests filled with gold and silver, along with 30 carts of grain. You are drawing too much attention. With such an abundance of wealth on the road, it is not just Hong Quan who would be tempted to rob you. Even I would be compelled to act. I cannot offer much aid, but I will help rescue your nephew. I recall he is the sole heir of the Qiu family. Feng Yuan gazed at Qiu Yunshan, initially anticipating a bribe of gold or provisions, only to discover that his concern was for the safety of Zhang's family amidst Hong Quan's treachery, which was indeed commonplace for one so audacious as Hong Quan. No, saving Zhang Anping is crucial. He is the lifeblood of the Zhang family. Should any harm befall him, I fear Elder Zhang and his kin would descend into madness, resorting to all means of vengeance against the Hong family, leading to unimaginable consequences. Qiu Yunshan sighed, contemplating that had Xiaoyong or Anping been in jeopardy, he too would likely endeavor to save Zhang Anping. As for Xiaoyong, he was merely older by a few years. The night had long since fallen, and having consumed a hearty lunch, Zhang Anping was not hungry at this hour. He was engaged in conversation with Hu Linger. 3 roasted ducks, 1 sweet and sour fish, a dish of pickled fish slices, this should suffice. If not, I can ask Sen Yang to prepare a few more meals for you. If you do not rescue her, what do you suppose we shall have for supper tonight? Indeed, San Yang's late-night meals have been delightful these past few days. I am so hungry. Hu Linger salivated at the thought, recalling how Zhang Anping had not touched the generous offerings from San Yang, which had all found their way to her own stomach. Faced with such delectable prospects, one must indeed act to rescue her. You deal with those guards. We will regroup. In the heart of their lair, we shall have the freedom to strike without restraint, unperturbed by the risk of collateral damage. Zhang Anping chuckled as he spoke. Did these individuals truly believe that luring them into this estate would grant them unbridled freedom? Ha ha ha. My apologies. Does he think the same? Last time, when Hong Quan visited the caravan, he refrained from acting, contemplating the immense destructive power of martial artists. He feared that in the event of slaying those individuals, some might escape and endanger his family, leading to irreparable regret. This time, however, he found himself in his lair, and if harm were to be inflicted, it would surely be upon Hong Quan's own people. It presents a perfect opportunity for a thorough reckoning. Hong Quan is practically courting death. One cannot blame him for his ruthless heart when he brings this upon himself. Hu Linger charged ahead, but upon exiting the small courtyard, she was intercepted by someone who barred her passage. Yet, those individuals were momentarily blinded, as a streak of white light swept past. Zhang Anping's cold light sword was unsheathed. Just as Hu Linger dispatched 3 foes, Zhang Anping wielded his 6 cold light swords, mercilessly stabbing through the guards' chests, creating several gaping wounds. As they fell, their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they could scarcely fathom the reality. What resided in this courtyard was not a cultured scholar, but rather a merciless demon. Moreover, his speed was astonishing, his strikes decisive and efficient, as if he were slicing through winter melons, without a hint of hesitation. Young master, follow me. I know where the others are held. Hu Linger had met with Zhang Jiawu and the others earlier in the afternoon, thus there was no need for them to search. They could charge directly into that courtyard, annihilating everything in their path. The distance from Zhang Anping's courtyard to Zhang Jiawu's was not considerable. Even with dozens of guards stationed along the route, while they might suffice against ordinary individuals, they paled in comparison to Zhang Anping. As his cold light sword swept through, the ground was left littered with corpses, drenched in blood. Yet this time, Zhang Anping remained expressionless, strolling leisurely toward the courtyard where his relatives were imprisoned. After Zhang Jiawu dispatched the letter, as night fell, they commenced their rescue, ensuring Zhang Anping's safety. Zhang Jitong and Zhang Jiqing observed the matrons and guards that had confined them. The Hong family had underestimated their opponents. They perceived Qiu Xiaoyong and Qiu Yunshan as mere martial artists. They heavily guarded Qiu Xiaoyong's courtyard, but for the others, watching over a courtyard full of women and children, they deployed several dozen guards, binding them all. However, they failed to assign a single martial artist. After all, they believed that ordinary individuals would suffice against these guards. Yet, the Hong family could never have imagined that among these women and children were several martial apprentices, and not just any, but those of considerable strength. Do not make a sound. I shall rescue you. Observing her family bound by ropes, Zhang Jitong commanded the ancient emerald bamboo leaves, which swiftly severed the bindings around her father. In no time, the entire family was freed, their ropes untied. Meanwhile, the matrons continued to converse casually, whispering about how today the master was in a good mood, stating that the messenger had returned with news, and surprisingly, the Zhang family was willing to offer wealth in exchange for their release. Alas, it is not worth discussing the provincial simplicity and lack of resolve exhibited by these rustic individuals, who become flustered at the slightest disturbance. Yet, the young lady possesses remarkable prowess, deftly employing subtle strategies to address the concerns that have long troubled her father. However, her infatuation with that dandy has seemingly offended many, rendering her quite displeased. It would be prudent for everyone to tread carefully, lest they provoke her ire. Upon overhearing this exchange, the Zhang sisters quickly discerned that the dandy spoken of by the maids must indeed refer to Qiu Xiaoyong. First, we must rescue our younger brother and reunite with him. And then we shall aid brother Qiu. They conferred among themselves, exchanging knowing glances. Zhang Jitiao's ancient bamboo leaves, lethal in the darkness, rendered one defenseless against her swift strikes. For ordinary individuals, the lethal capabilities of a martial artist are overwhelmingly potent. Before long, the maids were subdued, but the commotion caused by one of them falling drew the attention of the guards outside. Who goes there? Someone, quickly! The culprit has escaped. A voice rang out, sounding the alarm. Chapter 111. The Chosen One. The sound of drums and gongs reverberated through the air. Zhang Anping and Hu Linger discerned that the source of the sound emanated from the courtyard where Zhang's family was imprisoned. They hastened towards it. Rather than seeking out the members of the Hong family one by one, it was more prudent to wait for them to converge. Thus, as Zhang Anping approached the courtyard entrance, the cold light sword had already soared forth, accompanied by a resounding voice. "It is my younger brother. He has come to rescue us. Quickly, let us join him." The delighted voice of Zhang Zichuan echoed through the night. They spotted Zhang Anping outside the courtyard, surrounded by a throng of individuals, most of whom were merely ordinary folk. Dealing with them posed little challenge. Once the cold light sword was unleashed, it was nearly invincible, consuming only time. Yet, amidst the darkness, other flying swords emerged, and not just one, signaling the arrival of formidable adversaries. "You go protect the others. Do not concern yourself with me," Zhang Anping called out to Hu Linger, having discerned two flying swords approaching. Their force was not particularly potent. They could not possibly be Hong Quan. Indeed, the newcomers were two disciples of Hong Quan, accompanied by Hong Min and another man. The latter was of short stature, with slanted eyes and a shadowy demeanor, resembling Hong Quan to some degree, yet appearing to be merely in his teens. These were Hong Quan's offspring, neither of whom were martial practitioners. To ensure their safety, Hong Quan had stationed two martial artists by their side. At that moment, the two martial artists leaped forth, intent on swiftly eliminating Zhang Anping. However, upon seeing his youth, they exchanged glances, filled with deep apprehension and disbelief. Are you the disciple who followed Qiu Yinshan?" One of the martial artists exclaimed, recalling his previous encounter with Zhang Anping alongside Hong Quan. At that time, they had regarded Zhang Anping as merely Hong Quan's young apprentice. Given his tender age, they assumed he was favored, leading Qiu Yinshan to keep him close. Who would have imagined that this seemingly insignificant boy was, in fact, a martial practitioner? It was truly hard to believe. A martial practitioner so young? Even the most novice of martial trainees would typically be a decade or two older. This was a prodigious talent. No, he was the chosen one, an extraordinary marvel. As long as Zhang Anping lived, his innate gifts would surely render all martial practitioners utterly ashamed, while others typically became martial practitioners in their 20s or even 30s, thus achieving great heights and altering their fates. Zhang Anping's situation was exceptional. A mere child, appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years old, was indeed a martial practitioner. The two martial artists exchanged astonished glances, their surprise impossible to conceal, causing them to momentarily falter in controlling their flying swords. Yet, Zhang Anping stood resolute, wielding the cold light sword against two adversaries. Even the youngest among them, when confronted with these two martial artists, does not show the slightest sign of inferiority, which leaves Hong Min and her brother pale with dread amidst the throng surrounding them. How is it that this little boy possesses such formidable prowess? Quick, send out a distress signal for my father to return at once. Upon witnessing Zhang Anping's fierce demeanor, Hong Min felt a wave of terror wash over her. She trembled uncontrollably, her face ashen, gazing at Zhang Anping as if he were a specter. How could such an extraordinary youth exist? She had been deceived by his appearance. He was no mere scholar. He was a little demon. How could the Zhang family harbor someone so powerful? She had unwittingly invited disaster upon herself, igniting a blaze that threatened to consume her family. Initially, she believed she had cleverly lured several members of the Zhang clan to alleviate her father's troubles. But little did she know she had drawn a ferocious tiger into their midst, as if wishing for the demise of her own kin to be hastened. "Brother, this person is too formidable. I fear our people cannot withstand him. How long until father returns?" In that moment, fear gripped Hong Min. She nearly bit her own lips in anxiety. She had thought herself cunning and shrewd. Yet now she realized that all her clever schemes were utterly futile in the face of overwhelming power. What did it matter that she had brought this person into her home? The ground around him was littered with her family's fallen warriors, while he remained unscathed, his cold gaze commanding the flying sword. The two martial artists tasked with protecting Hong Min and her brother were now on the brink of collapse, their swords faltering under the relentless assault of the cold light sword. One of the warriors shouted desperately, "Young master, young lady, you must flee at once. We cannot hold out much longer." Within the confines of the Hong estate, the only one capable of restraining Zhang Anping was Hong Quan, who, unfortunately, was absent at that moment. The two remaining martial artists were clearly nearing their limits. Without any martial protectors, Zhang Anping and his flying sword became an invincible force. The fate of Hong Kwan's children seemed to lead only to a dead end. Let us retreat to that location and await Father's rescue. We cannot hold our ground here. Hong Min's elder brother, with a grim expression, swiftly led his sister and the retinue of guards toward the secret passage. Families of their stature naturally had contingency plans. In the face of danger, they would abandon everything and swiftly escape to a concealed location where no one could find them. The strongest force in the Hong family was Hong Kwan, accompanied by 2 martial artists. As long as Hong Kwan survived, the Hong family would not fall. As Zhang Anping witnessed the 2 martial artists' flying swords faltering under his relentless assault, the cold light sword grew ever more vigorous, rendering them powerless to retaliate. Meanwhile, far beyond the city, Hong Kwan had spotted a blinding beam of light piercing through the darkness, reminiscent of fireworks bursting in the night sky, accompanied by a resounding noise. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Hong Kwan's expression shifted dramatically. Let us return home. A grave situation has arisen. Initially, the intention was to head towards the Peach Blossom Grove, to preempt any potential movements from the Zhang family and to thwart any resistance from Qiu Yinshan, thereby averting further complications. However, unexpectedly, just as he exited the city, calamity struck at home. The distress signal, which had not been seen for many years, was reserved for moments of life and death. It was seldom employed unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, when the Hong family dispatched this signal, their clandestine forces within Hongnan City commenced their operations. As the night watchman patrolled the streets, he witnessed the signal being emitted, causing his gong to suddenly soar from his grasp. At that moment, within several inconspicuous courtyards, diminutive figures clad in black burst forth, rushing towards the Hong residence. Additionally, those deep in slumber were roused by the sound, hastily rising from their beds. Yet, as one individual descended from his bed, a voice of confusion echoed. In the blink of an eye, a glimmer of cold steel flashed, and the woman who had shared his bed lay decapitated beside him. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded within the magistrate's estate, where the county magistrate of Hongnan was bound and restrained. Chapter 112. A pack of wolves as dusk fell. The city gates had long been shut. Yet, with a retinue of 100 to 200 attendants, Hong Kwan was still able to gain entry after the gates had closed. Thanks to a pawn he had positioned years ago, the gates of Hongnan City resembled the entrance to his own estate. He could traverse in and out at will, regardless of the hour. Only a select few were privy to this arrangement, the county magistrate of Hongnan City being blissfully unaware. Furthermore, the leader of the garrison tasked with safeguarding the city was also a loyalist of Hong Kwan. Otherwise, it was puzzling how one with the strength of a city lord would choose to dwell in such a modest locale, unless he harbored ulterior motives. Over the past decade, Hong Kwan had meticulously ingratiated himself with every stratum of Hongnan City, save for the newly appointed county magistrate, Zhou Zhongyi, who had recently been incapacitated by his very own concubine, an agent of Hong Kwan. The signal emitted by Hong Kwan's son summoned all of the Hong family's operatives, who had lain in wait within the city for decades. When they had initially been dispatched, they were cautioned to abandon all affairs upon witnessing the signal and to report back to the Hong family. At this juncture, Zhang Anping had dispatched 2 martial practitioners and witnessed Qiu Xiaoyong, bloodied and frantic, burst forth from a courtyard. It transpired that a martial practitioner had been stationed to guard him there. Among the 3 martial practitioners of the Hong family, 2 were tasked with protecting Hong Kwan's children, while the 3rd kept watch over Qiu Xiaoyong. When the gong resonated, Qiu Xiaoyong seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to slay his guardian, thus reuniting with Zhang Anping and the others. Meanwhile, the currents of intrigue surged within Hongnan City. As all of the Hong family's pawns sprang into action, the family had long sought to control the entirety of Hongnan City, awaiting the arrival of the barbarian forces to spring their trap, opening the gates to welcome them in, much like the neighboring counties of Qian City. Hence, the sentinels at the city gates were all aligned with Hong Kwan, and this operation unfolded with utmost secrecy, having been meticulously planned by the Hong family for years. Originally, Hong Kwan intended to seize the Zhang family's convoy, repurposing it as supplies for the invading forces, and when the barbarians arrived, he would simply open the gates. By then, even if County Magistrate Zhou Zhongyi were to awaken to the betrayal, it would be too late for any meaningful resistance. The internal agents left behind by Hong Kwan would coordinate with the invaders to seize control of Hongnan City. Should they encounter any valiant men or righteous martial practitioners lurking in the shadows, they could be swiftly and decisively eliminated, facilitating an immediate takeover of the city. The citizens of Hong Nan would awaken overnight to find their once Dazhou city transformed into a realm of barbarians, with no means of escape. Their home would swiftly devolve into a besieged settlement, rife with pillage and destruction at the hands of the invaders. Beyond the city, the exquisite peach blossoms are likely to be tainted by the blood of the citizens of Hong Nan, transforming the place into a veritable hell on earth. Zhang Anping could hardly have anticipated such a fate. They had merely been lured here by Hong Min's cunning machinations, while Hong Quan rejoiced in his good fortune, viewing the Zhang family's caravan as a prize to be seized, willing to trade a few members of the Zhang clan for a multitude of resources. For him, it was a fortuitous circumstance where he suffered no loss of manpower and preserved his strength. However, Hong Quan was utterly unprepared for the revelation that his daughter had not brought back a flock of sheep, but rather a pack of wolves, who not only eliminated the 3 martial practitioners he had left at home, but also slaughtered over 100 guards. They even threatened the lives of his son and daughter, intending to turn their family's stronghold upside down. In such dire circumstances, Hong Min and her companions, driven by desperation to survive, sent out a unique signal for help from the Hong family. This plea for assistance inadvertently exposed all the hidden forces of the Hong family within Hong Nan. Yet, Hong Quan remained unfazed. As long as they resolved the lurking threats, controlled the Zhang family, and seized their caravan, he was confident. He decided to lead his men to assassinate the county magistrate, thereby taking complete control of Hong Nan. When the barbarians arrived, they could simply open the city gates and surrender, relying on their past contributions to the barbarians to ensure that Hongzhou and Jizhou would remain under the Hong family's dominion. This was also the reason Hong Min dared to promise Qiu Xiaoyong that should he marry her and submit to Hong Quan, Jizhou would belong to the Qiu family henceforth. Zhang Anping and his family were oblivious to these developments. After reuniting, they counted their numbers. Everyone was present and unharmed, save for Qiu Xiaoyong, who bore considerable blood on him and appeared somewhat fatigued. All other members of the Zhang family were in excellent condition. We have already slain 3 martial practitioners, and Hong Quan is not at the Hong residence. It would be prudent to use his children as bait to lure him here, then eradicate the Hong family to eliminate future threats. Hong Quan has long coveted the Zhang family. This opportunity to strike at his stronghold should not be missed. Otherwise, I will remain uneasy about heading north to Azhou, Zhang Anping declared, unwilling to be forever on guard against treachery. Indeed, we must eliminate that Hong Min. It is a profound humiliation. Qiu Xiaoyong seethed with anger. They had been deceived into this predicament because of her scheming. This would be a stain upon his life. And unless he avenged himself by slaying Hong Min, he would never hold his head high again. Yes, since we have come this far, let us resolve the Hong family issue. They dared to use us to threaten my father. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. Zhang Zhitong, having already tasted blood while in the small courtyard, felt no fear. Now that she had become a martial practitioner, the presence of ordinary guards no longer intimidated her. She felt ready for battle. Let us act together and seek out Hong Min. Zhang Anping concluded, sensing that collective action would minimize the risks in the vast expanse of the Hong family estate. Fortunately, the Zhang family, even those like the matriarch, though not practitioners of martial arts, have traversed a path stained with blood, rendering them far from the frailness typically associated with women and children. Having resolved to turn the tables, all members of the Zhang family united and scoured each courtyard. As they searched, they stumbled upon the depths of the Hong family's concealment. In one courtyard, they astonishingly discovered an abundance of weapons and armor, not to mention a considerable stockpile of provisions. This sight sparked a moment of clarity in Zhang Anping's mind, prompting him to exclaim, while searching, "Be sure to locate the Hong family's distinctive insignia. I wish to ascertain whether that treacherous traitor is indeed Hong Quan." At this juncture, Zhang Anping deduced that Hong Quan could very well be the infamous consort of the barbarian. Just then, he noticed the sound of galloping hooves approaching, chaotic and suggesting a large number of riders. Everyone, be cautious and prepare for battle. Zhang Anping was the first to react. Chapter 113. The foundation of the Hong family. The gates of the Hong residence swung open. Outside the gates, a diverse assembly gathered. Some rode horses, others ambled on foot. A few donned nightclothes, while others reeked of alcohol. Among them were beggars clad in rags, and soldiers in armor, mounted and armed with blades, accompanied by their troops. These individuals, ordinarily disparate in their circumstances, would not typically converge in such a manner, for beggars would usually avoid the sight of officials. Yet, on this peculiar night, they all found themselves before the Hong family's entrance, exchanging silent glances before collectively turning their attention inward. The onlookers curiously scrutinized the Zhang family within. What was unfolding? The Hong family had been compelled to issue a signal for help, presumed to be besieged by an army. Yet it appeared that only this motley crew had emerged. A throng of young girls and children? Merely 3 adult men amidst a sea of women and youth? What had transpired within the Hong family? It was known that they had at least several hundred elite guards, yet they now found themselves in such dire straits. Were these women and children cultivators? Yet, they hardly seemed so. Zhang Anping, observing the attire of the gathering throng, quickly deduced the truth. These individuals were likely the Hong family's hidden assets or pawns. It was evident that the city of Hongnan was under the complete dominion of the Hong family. The very soldiers guarding the gates were their kin, and the night watchmen as well. Even the merchants, beggars, and those clad in black. What was their purpose? The figures in black appeared diminutive, wrapped tightly in their garments, exuding an aura of secrecy. Were they savages? Sister 10, you lead the charge. Qiu Xiaoyong, provide support. Sister 9, flank and ambush. Hu Linger, join me in a swift advance. Father, Mother, retreat to protect eldest sister and the others. Zhang Anping was acutely aware of his sister's capabilities. Sister 10's star-shattering seal was formidable, ideal for direct confrontation. Sister 9's Millennium Bamboo Leaves served as a perfect instrument for stealth attacks in the shadows. As for Hu Linger and himself, their offensive prowess was substantial, particularly when he unleashed 6 gleaming swords, gaining the upper hand in both one-on-one encounters and in the presence of many. Thus, he and Hu Linger spearheaded the assault against the encroaching figures from the darkness. To his surprise, among the intruders were cultivators. Not only that, but Zhang Anping also discerned that the black-clad individuals wielded their blades with a technique strikingly reminiscent of the Fuso ghost cultivators they had previously battled. Drawing upon his experience in confronting those spectral foes, Zhang Anping's gaze remained fixed on the black-clad figures, 2 of his swords poised at the ready. One was reserved for defense against any sudden assaults, while the other was prepared to counter any unexpected, self-destructive maneuvers reminiscent of the Fuso ghost cultivators, ensuring he remained vigilant against unforeseen threats. Indeed, the unexpected influx of individuals this evening has been quite overwhelming. Among them were martial practitioners, which left Zhang Anping somewhat astonished. The Hong family's reserves and manpower are truly substantial, creating an unrelenting rhythm of battle. Fortunately, the most formidable of the 3 martial practitioners could not withstand the onslaught of Zhang Anping and the cold light sword for long. Just as he had dispatched the other 2 martial practitioners of the Hong family with a single stroke, their bodies fell lifeless to the ground. Once the 3 martial practitioners were dealt with, the remaining assailants became trivial adversaries. Before the cloaked figures could resort to self-immolation, Zhang Anping swiftly executed them, one by one, with precision and speed, without a trace of hesitation. Beside him, Hu Linger employed cunning tactics. Although she appeared relatively inactive, those in her path silently succumbed, utterly oblivious to their fate until the very end. As for Zhang Zhixing, who wielded the Star Fragment Seal, her courage only intensified amidst the fray. The Star Fragment Seal, with its sweeping strikes, inevitably crushed 1 or 2 adversaries with each descent, as its velocity left them no time to react. Additionally, unseen weapons emerged from the shadows, darting like darts and claiming countless lives, which brought a smile to Zhang Zhitao's face. The weapon forged from a millennium-old bamboo leaf proved to be remarkably effective, allowing her to navigate the chaos with ease. The sensation of killing was starkly different from her usual practice sessions. Zhang Zhitao was also maturing through the trials of this night's battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhiqiu, even in the darkness, consistently pierced multiple enemies with each arrow released, owing to the exceptional quality of the Millennium Bamboo arrows in her possession. Unlike conventional archery, these arrows, honed over time, required minimal draw to effortlessly penetrate foes. The treasured bamboo bow in her hands was indeed a marvel. Initially, the battle appeared fraught with peril, yet the Zhang family coordinated seamlessly. Even the brothers of the Zhang family, both literary and martial, wielded swords and knives, alongside the matriarchs who also grasped their blades. However, their opportunities to charge forward were limited, as Zhang Anping had advised them to remain behind, protecting themselves and not becoming a burden. Thus, despite being armed, they formed a protective circle, encasing the most vulnerable among them in the center, with Zhang Anping surrounded by their unwavering loyalty. Upon witnessing this scene, Qiu Xiaoyong felt an overwhelming sense of envy. In truth, he was the weakest among them, yet Zhang Anping's formidable prowess led the Zhang family to perceive him as fragile, relentlessly shielding him, a source of admiration for him. The March night remained cool, and as the night breeze caressed his sweat-soaked skin, Zhang Anping felt a profound sense of relief. Observing the multitude of corpses strewn from the Hong family courtyard to the entrance and beyond, his heart swelled with exhilaration. He reached out and pulled down the masks from the faces of several men clad in black. Although their heads had been severed, their features undeniably differed from those of the citizens of Dezhou, with their short stature, hooked noses, small mustaches, and triangular eyes, clearly revealing their barbarian lineage. Was it the case that, amidst the turmoil of the Hong family's misfortune, the hidden barbarians within the city had come to their aid? The identity of the woman associated with Hong Quan had already been confirmed. Furthermore, Zhang Anping had observed that many of the soldiers guarding the city were also affiliated with Hong Quan. Had it not been for this evening, these individuals would have charged forward to meet their demise. If the barbarian army were to arrive, there would be no need for battle. The city of Sui Nen would likely surrender immediately. Truly, the barbarians were detestable, yet these traitorous allies were even more so. Zhang Anping cursed inwardly as he picked up the flying swords of the few martial artists. Although these swords were not particularly exceptional, with a bit of refinement using the 2E fire in the courtyard to eliminate impurities, they could still serve a purpose. You have destroyed the foundation of my Hong family. I shall see you torn to shreds. Suddenly, the voice of Hong Quan echoed through the night. Chapter 114. A frenzied gambit. The Zhang family was suddenly jolted into alertness. He had come. Hong Quan had finally arrived. An undercurrent of trepidation coursed through their hearts, for they had never before confronted a martial practitioner of such formidable prowess. Their encounters had been limited to vanquishing bandits in the mountains, often employing cunning tactics involving poison. This was, for all intents and purposes, their inaugural face-off against a true martial warrior like Hong Quan. When the distress signal from the Hong family illuminated the night sky, it set ablaze the darkness. The members of the Zhang family's caravan outside the city were keenly aware of the unfolding events. At this hour, both the elder Zhang and Qiu Yunshan were wide awake. Upon seeing the signal, the elder Zhang seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, confiding in Qiu Yunshan that they must enter the city to rescue Zhang Anping. No, this is utterly unthinkable. This is Hong family territory. If we venture in, we may not only fail to rescue him, but also find ourselves ensnared. Qiu Yunshan protested, his heart heavy. Yet, reason dictated that if the elder Zhang was determined to barter their caravan for Zhang Anping's life, waiting for dawn to negotiate with Hong Quan was indeed the wisest course of action. They could safeguard themselves, adopting a strategy of preservation amidst uncertainty. After all, none could discern the true implications of that signal. They only knew that something significant was transpiring in the southern part of the city. No, we must enter the city. I sense that tonight presents an opportunity. That signal was not emitted by the Zhang family. I wish to go and assist them. Come, Mr. Qiu, gather a group. We shall proceed together even if it leads to our demise. Let us perish together as the Zhang family. At that moment, the elder Zhang wiped away his tears but, upon hearing his elder's words, found a sense of calm. Indeed, despite the profound reluctance, the elder Zhang had not lost his wits. He understood that all material possessions paled in comparison to the safety of their cherished grandson. No, this is far too perilous. With so many of us, the caravan cannot be defended if we diminish our numbers, Qiu Yunshan implored, recognizing the critical importance of their caravan. Yet, he could not sway the elder Zhang, who was resolute in his belief that everything else could be forsaken. The essence of the Zhang family caravan lay not in its wealth, but in the lives it protected, particularly that of his grandson, Zhang Anping. Should anything happen to him, even boundless riches would hold no significance. Crucially, the elder Zhang shared this perspective, insisting that they must rescue him. In the end, Qiu Yunshan, left with no alternatives, sought out Feng Yuan, leaving Lu San and Zhang Yun in charge of the caravan. While they selected the cavalry trained beneath the great locust tree to embark on the rescue mission. This Yufang Yuan was taken aback, gripping Qiu Yunshan's arm. As the leader of the caravan, how can you be so reckless? You are capable of leading Jiuzhou. How can you disregard the consequences so thoughtlessly? Back in Jinling, Qiu Yunshan had garnered accolades from the Academy's head for his potential as a scholarly general. To assume the role of a general and a city lord, one must possess a calm and discerning mind, even in the face of bloodshed and countless casualties. At such a critical juncture, why would one abandon a wealth-laden convoy and rush to Hongmen City? Has Qiu Yunshan's mind been clouded by folly? This behavior is unbecoming of a competent leader. A person destined for greatness cannot act so recklessly, disregarding the consequences. I understand the sentiment. However, I believe that family holds more significance than material possessions. The Zhang family has acted rightly. Throughout my life, I have made decisions with utmost composure, but this time, I yearn to cast aside that calmness. To act impulsively just once is merely a reflection of the belief that people matter more than power and wealth. I believe that in the eyes of the Zhang family, even the world itself pales in comparison to their kin, and they would choose family without hesitation. Brother, I entrust the convoy to you. Qiu Yunshan cast a glance at Fang Yuan. In truth, they had not met for many years. During their previous encounters, Fang Yuan had always been the exalted one, while Qiu Yunshan looked up to him from the dust. Thus, they could hardly claim to have a bond of life and death. Yet at this moment, Qiu Yunshan had nothing left to consider, willing to gamble all he had, indifferent to the outcome. Their mission was to rescue the Zhang family. Impudence. Such treasonous words. Do you not fear that I shall seize this convoy? I am in dire need of funds. Haha, do as you wish. Qiu Yunshan laughed, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He was typically a composed individual, yet the time spent with the Zhang family had increasingly unraveled his restraint. He held great respect for the old man Zhang, a humble farmer who had spent his life in poverty, yet today, he relinquished it all for the sake of his family. Similarly, old lady Zhang valued her grandson above all else. Today, he too would embrace a moment of madness. Should the wealth of this convoy vanish, he would have no regrets. As Qiu Yunshan exited the tent, the figure of Fang Yuan's disciple appeared. Master, Qiu Yunshan is audacious indeed. He has left, and not a single warrior guards such a vast convoy. Should you desire it, I can take this convoy away. With this wealth, your journey to Jinling will be much easier. Your relatives are not averse to money. Fang Yuan remarked with a hint of self-deprecation, only to be met with a cold gaze directed his way. He realized he had misspoken, yet Fang Yuan smiled, for he had not misjudged the character of his master. His master indeed possessed great resolve, allowing him to act without betraying Qiu Yunshan. Fang Yuan, do you truly believe the Zhang family would abandon the convoy to save their kin? Do they genuinely hold the safety of their family above all else? What sort of family is this? Nanshi's eyes reflected disbelief. After all, in his memories, his own relatives would stop at nothing for power and wealth, engaging in any act that served their interests, regardless of its nature. What treachery among kin, what bloodshed between uncle and nephew, and even more brutal acts abound. Well, I cannot say for certain. I had thought everyone was, Fang Yuan remarked, casting a glance at Nan Shi, who was lost in contemplation. He assumed that all families were like Nan Shi's, embroiled in relentless conflicts for power, fighting to the bitter end. I truly hope this family returns safely. If only they could. Nan Shi paused abruptly, her words trailing off. A bitter smile graced her lips. Such thoughts were beautiful. Yet she understood that Hong Quan was a formidable adversary, his strength far exceeding what was merely visible. He was not merely a martial artist. His realm likely extended into the domain of a true master, placing him among the elite of Hangzhou. Relying solely on Qiu Yunshan, the Zhang family faced an uphill battle to survive. Chapter 115. A life-and-death struggle amidst the dense fog. Hong Quan emerged like a demon unleashed from the depths of hell, charging towards the Zhang family. His gaze fell upon the entrance, where a pile of lifeless bodies lay, and his eyes glistened with moisture. These individuals were the elite warriors cultivated by the Hong family over generations. They were the very foundation of the Hong family's strength. Years ago, it was this group that enabled the Hong family to maintain a firm grip over the entire Hangzhou. Even when circumstances changed, these warriors were dispersed and concealed. yet remained a formidable force. The night watchman was his youngest cousin. The Hong family had many brothers, but only he and a pair of children were visible in the light. In the shadows, his clan members and pawns were scattered throughout Hongnan City. Though it was merely a county city, it was the first of its kind in Hangzhou. The barbarian army sought to create a breach in Hangzhou, using Hongnan City as a stronghold to approach the heart of the region. Once they neared Hangzhou and seized it along with the other two counties, they would not be far from Jinling. Capturing Jinling would signify the downfall of the Great Zhou dynasty. Thus, the significance of Hangzhou within the Great Zhou was paramount. Years ago, when the late emperor of the Great Zhou sensed something amiss with Hong Quan, he swiftly replaced the lord of Hangzhou with Wan Tianya, a trusted confidant. However, at that time, there was no solid evidence of Hong Quan's treason or collusion with the barbarians. Coupled with Hong Quan's connections and influence within the court, the late emperor chose not to execute him, but instead demoted him to Suinan County. Yet, the cunning Hong Quan had quietly established his stronghold in Suinan County. This was one of the reasons for Qiu Yunshan's oversight, as he recalled that Suinan County was supposed to be Hong Quan's base. Little did they know that Hong Quan was diligently cultivating his power within the city of Suinan. The more he concealed his intentions, the more determined he became to keep everyone in the dark. For both the members of the Hong family and their pawns were meant to act as insiders when the barbarians advanced northward. This included those hidden barbarians, all poised to assist when the barbarian army arrived. Who could have anticipated that today would end in failure? At this moment, Hong Quan radiated an aura of murderous intent, and as he gazed at the Zhang family, the flames of his wrath blazed fiercely. It was the Zhang family that had obliterated years of the Hong family's efforts. Without these pawns, when the barbarian army descended, what resources would he have to act as insiders? How could he leverage Hongnan City to negotiate with the barbarians for Hangzhou and the power of the entire southern region? Die! As this voice erupted, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, enveloping the surroundings. Qiu Xiaoyong, at the forefront, felt as though his chest were being struck with immense force. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he nearly coughed up blood. Yet, he bore the pain, swallowing the blood back down, his eyes betraying profound apprehension. Hong Quan was far too powerful, even stronger than his uncle. Could it be that he was a martial master? With merely a gaze and an aura, he could injure a martial apprentice? Beware, his strength surpasses that of mere martial artists. As Qiu Xiaoyong uttered these words, he could no longer contain the blood that surged from his mouth, violently spewing forth. Not far from him, Hu Lingyu hesitated. A martial artist? That equated to a formidable demon, comparable in power to the Mountain Lord. Could they truly prevail? At that moment, Zhang Anping sensed the oppressive force as well. In an instant, all 6 gleaming swords flew forth without a hint of hesitation. This Hunchuan was, in his lifetime, the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered, though it felt slightly inferior to the Mountain Lord. Linger, charge forth. This is a fight for survival. If I perish, you shall gain nothing. Relying solely on yourself may prove insufficient, Zhang Anping called out to Hu Linger. Her strength was not to be underestimated. In fact, he had an inkling that in certain aspects, Hu Linger might even surpass him. Perhaps Zhang Anping's words ignited a spark within her. Despite knowing the might of Hongchuan, she surged forward. In the darkness, Hu Linger transformed into countless phantoms, without needing Zhang Anping's urging. All the martial artists of the Zhang family threw themselves into battle with reckless abandon. They fought with their lives on the line, for deep within their hearts, they understood clearly that it was a fight to the death against Hongchuan. Should Zhang Anping be injured or perish, none of them wished to survive. Among them, even Jin Xiaofang felt the urgency. The celestial tome in her hands soared into the air. When the book ascended, Hongchuan's eyes widened in astonishment. My heavens, a treasure, a treasure. Moreover, it was an exceptionally rare growth-type artifact. This single item equated to countless 2-headed steeds. So many treasures, yet another artifact. In an instant, Hongchuan felt overwhelmed. When had the treasures of the great Zhou dynasty become so abundant? The Hong family, a clan of martial artists, possessed but 1 or 2 artifacts at most. And that was only due to their significant increase in strength, having painstakingly acquired them just as they were on the brink of becoming martial masters. But why did the Zhang family give him the impression that artifacts were as plentiful as cabbages? Suddenly, several emerged at once. Even some young maidens wielded artifacts. This was utterly unfair. Before he could voice this sentiment, he noticed 6 gleaming swords charging towards him. He unleashed his flying swords in a moment of teleportation. Yet he felt Hu Ling'er had already reached his side. Her speed was ghostly, entirely beyond that of a martial artist. A demon? Before he could fully process this, Hu Ling'er's palm struck him, while his flying swords were pinned down by the star fragment seal, and simultaneously, a flurry of ancient bamboo leaves descended upon him. There were arrows, and even Jin Xiaofang's celestial tome, which shimmered with golden light, revealing a single character, silence. This was the only command Jin Xiaofang could exert over the tome since acquiring it, silence. Regrettably, her mental prowess was insufficient to bring Hong Quan to a standstill. However, she could at least slow his pace for a mere second. Yet, that single second proved to be invaluable. For the Zhang family, who possessed an array of magical artifacts, it was more than adequate. All their treasures rained down upon Hong Quan, who had already stepped into the realm of martial prowess, ultimately obliterating him beyond recognition. In his final moments, Hong Quan could scarcely believe that, despite his elevated status, he had succumbed to defeat and death. He could not accept it. Artifacts. They were all artifacts. As the dust settled, everyone gasped for breath, with many spitting blood. The earlier skirmish, although seemingly effortless, had been a battle for their very lives. Had Hong Quan survived, it would have been their demise. Young master, you must keep your promise. I want roasted duck. 3, no 4. Also, I crave boiled fish slices. If I. Hu Ling'er's voice, weak yet insistent, brought a flicker of amusement to the dizzy Zhang Onping's heart. Just as he contemplated teasing her, he noticed a sudden change in her complexion. Chapter 116. Complete annihilation in an instant, Hu Ling'er vanished from sight. The next moment, she dashed towards a certain direction, her hand gesturing as if grasping something intangible. The specter of a martial artist? It became evident that once a martial artist ascends to the rank of a master, a defining characteristic is the ability to cultivate a wisp of a spectral essence. This ethereal fragment can gradually nurture and empower them. Should their physical form sustain damage or meet an untimely end, this essence allows for the possibility of possession and subsequent cultivation anew. Hong Quan had merely taken his first steps into mastery, yet in his recent demise, his spectral essence attempted to flee. However, it was seized by Hu Ling, swiftly vanishing thereafter, utterly obliterated by her will. After all, humans and demons are nearly sworn adversaries. In the past, when martial masters hunted these creatures, they often acquired their inner cores. Conversely, when demons vanquished martial artists, they sometimes obtained fragments of their essences, which could likewise be utilized to nurture their own inner cores. In times of prosperity for humanity, when the nation flourished, demons were relegated to mere folklore, seemingly absent from reality. Yet, amidst the chaos of tumultuous times, when lives were in disarray, these malevolent beings resurfaced, as the decline of human fortune allowed even the most intolerable demons to emerge. Gradually, such occurrences became commonplace. After slaying Hong Quan, the Zhang family took a moment to rest, awaiting further developments, but no one appeared. They commenced a thorough search of the Hong estate, clearing away the slain and transporting their bodies into the expansive courtyard, an overwhelming sight of lifelessness. The loyal warriors and pawns meticulously nurtured by the Hong family over the years had been completely eradicated in this confrontation. Zhang Onping discovered 2 items on Hong Quan. The first was his flying sword, a rare and precious artifact, which he secured within the courtyard. The second was unexpectedly a spatial ring, small in size, yet upon inspection, it revealed an area of approximately 30 square meters. When he mentioned this item, Hu Lingyu could not suppress her envy, while the previously injured Qiu Xiaoyong gasped in astonishment. My heavens, such a thing truly exists. I heard my uncle mention it, describing it as a magical artifact. Though it appears modest, it can encompass a considerable amount of items. This space is equivalent to a room. The worth of this spatial treasure cannot be measured in mere wealth. Despite the grandeur of the Hong estate, it could not rival the value of this spatial artifact. Qiu Xiaoyong was filled with envy. He had only heard tales of such a spatial treasure, never having beheld one until today. It felt like an eye-opening experience, making the journey worthwhile. The naivety of Qiu Xiaoyong amused Zhang Onping internally, for the ring's spatial capacity was rather modest, merely the size of a room. In contrast, his own spatial realm encompassed 2 courtyards, with the first courtyard spanning 10 acres. The second courtyard remained largely unexplored, divided into 4 seasons, hinting at its vastness. Zhang Anping resembled an individual who possessed a serene lake, while Qiu Xiaoyong's astonishment at the sight of a mere bowl of water elicited a derisive chuckle from him. What a lack of discernment. This truly is a remarkable item. Anping, you should keep it. In the future, our convoy will no longer need to haul so many supplies. With this treasure at hand, what is there to worry about? We shall have sustenance aplenty along our journey. Zhang Jiawu, having heard of the ring, was beside himself with excitement. It was indeed a divine artifact. Little did he realize that the spatial capacity possessed by his son far surpassed this trinket. Yes, this is a magical treasure, and only Zhang Anping is worthy of its possession. Bestow it upon another, and one risks not being able to safeguard it due to inferior strength. Although Qiu Xiaoyong harbored a strong desire for this artifact, he reminded himself to keep it secure due to its immense value. As they continued their search, they soon discovered Hong Min and his brother. When they forcibly brought him out, Hong Min rushed to Qiu Xiaoyong's feet, trembling violently. Master Qiu, I implore you, spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a slave or maid for all eternity. Hong Min knelt, revealing her delicate and enchanting visage. At that moment, she had come to the dreadful realization that her once deified father had perished. She could not afford to die. As long as she lived, there was hope. Her only plea was directed towards Qiu Xiaoyong. She believed that, given her captivating beauty, if she humbled herself and appealed to him, she might secure her life. If she survived, the bloodline of the Hong family would not perish. Unfortunately, the moment Qiu Xiaoyong beheld her face, his seething anger could not be concealed, and he swiftly dispatched her with a flying sword. The speed was such that when Hong Min collapsed to the ground, the ingratiating smile on her face had yet to fade. She had thought her kindness toward Qiu Xiaoyong would soften his heart, unaware that he harbored an intense loathing for her, for she represented a lifelong humiliation. Had he not killed Hong Min, he would have been haunted by inner demons for eternity. Witnessing Qiu Xiaoyong slay Hong Min, Zhang Zhixing unleashed a fragment star imprint that obliterated her brother into a gory mess, before resuming their search of the Hong residence. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside. Everyone rose, their expressions grave. However, when they beheld a pair of 2-headed horses pulling a cart, laughter erupted. It was their grandfather and grandmother. As the grandmother descended from the cart, she was met with the sight of blood-soaked ground and immediately embraced Zhang Anping, weeping, calling out, "My dear grandson." Her tears fell like rain, prompting Zhang Anping to console the elderly lady. "Grandmother, please do not cry. Look, I am fine truly. If you weep too much, you might go blind. If your sight were to fail, you would miss witnessing me grow up and marry." With just a few comforting words, Zhang Anping managed to coax laughter from the tearful Zhang matriarch. Meanwhile, Qiu Xiaoyong and old Zhang listened intently as their group recounted the events concerning the Hong family. Qiu Yunshan surveyed the scene of devastation within the Hong residence, a grim expression of shock dawning upon him. "I never expected that Hongnan City would be so riddled with wounds. If we do not eliminate Hong Quan, when the barbarians arrive, they will be able to seize the lands of the Great Zhou with little to no effort. The common people are suffering." Qiu Yunshan sighed, shaking his head in despair. "The situation has deteriorated to such an extent. What on earth is the county magistrate of Hongnan doing? How could Wan Tianya dispatch such an incompetent individual, allowing Hong Quan to extend his influence throughout Hongnan City under his very nose? Thank heavens, Jin Sun's son is safe. As long as you are unharmed, my anxious heart can finally rest. From now on, our family must not be separated like this." Old Zhang remarked, observing that Zhang Anping bore no injuries. The burden that had weighed heavily on his heart was finally lifted, and he exhaled deeply, feeling utterly exhausted. At that moment, Qiu Yunshan suddenly interjected, "It's fortuitous that everyone is present today. I have a matter of great importance that I would like to discuss with you all. In this chapter, I extend my gratitude to a user with the ID 424230 for their generous support, which includes a multitude of urging symbols for updates. It seems that the number of these urging symbols has exceeded 10, so I shall provide an additional update. Thank you, dear readers, for your unwavering support. For updates, let us proceed. Chapter 117. Expelling the Barbarians, Restoring the Land. I intend to remain here in Hongnan City. It is the closest to Jizhou and the nearest to the barbarians. Having escaped disaster myself, I hope the citizens of Hongnan City will no longer have to suffer, Qiu Yunshan declared, affirming his decision to stay in Hongnan City. Originally, Wan Tianya of Hangzhou had hoped that Qiu Yunshan would remain in Hangzhou to assist in resisting the barbarians. However, Qiu Yunshan believed that Hongnan City required his presence more urgently. Observing the strength of Hong Quan in Hongnan City, it was evident how dire the situation was. Should he go to Hangzhou, he feared that by the time he arrived, Hongnan City would have fallen, and its populace would be fleeing northward. Very well. What must we do? Mr. Qiu, just let us know. Hongnan City is a fine place, and we hope the citizens here will no longer endure suffering, Elder Zhang responded. Momentarily taken aback, but quickly regaining his composure, expressing his strong approval of Qiu Yunshan's decision. Qiu Yunshan had previously mentioned several times his reluctance to accompany them to Azhou, preferring to stay in Hangzhou to prepare for the battle against the barbarians. Whether in Hangzhou or staying in Hongnan City, as long as they could vanquish the barbarians, it was a worthy endeavor. Despite his advanced age, his animosity towards the barbarians remained fervent. I wish to enlist Zhang Anping's assistance to accompany me to the county magistrate's residence. The rest of you, expedite the resolution of matters concerning the Hong family, and organize these supplies discreetly so that no one becomes aware, Qiu Yunshan instructed, glancing at the sky as dawn approached. They needed to resolve the affairs of the Hong family before daylight broke. Fortunately, when they had arrived, they had brought along a contingent of cavalry from Doweishu village, adept at scavenging for spoils, akin to rummaging through a bandit's den. Before long, they managed to uncover the hidden grains, gold, silver, and weapons belonging to the Hong family, the sheer volume astonishing, over 100 carts of grain alone. It was undeniable that the Hong family was wealthy. However, there was not much in terms of gold and silver. Most valuable items had been stashed away by Hong Quan in a storage ring. These treasures filled a room to the brim, with the ring now in Zhang Anping's possession, who remained silent, casually storing about 10 carts of grain in his own courtyard, along with some furniture from the Hong residence, as they would need funds upon reaching Azhou. At that point, they could simply present these items. For the elders had already accepted the notion that in the great Zhou dynasty, divine beings existed, and their offspring possessed miraculous abilities. For certain peculiar matters, they feigned ignorance. As dawn broke, the others remained at the Hong residence, gathering the bodies and setting them ablaze. Thick smoke billowed, yet surprisingly, no one came to knock on their door. The entire populace of Hongnan City chose to turn a blind eye to the events surrounding the Hong family. Furthermore, after the commotion of the previous night, many were too fearful to venture outdoors, cautiously glancing around. As noon approached, a constable began to beat drums and post announcements, declaring that Hong Jia's Hong Quan had colluded with barbaric tribes, attempting to sell the city for personal gain, and had been executed by the newly appointed county magistrate, Lord Qiu. Due to Lord Zhou's ill health, all affairs of Hongnan County were temporarily entrusted to Lord Qiu. When Qiu Yunshan and Zhang Anping emerged from the magistrate's residence, Qiu Yunshan had already assumed the role of county magistrate of Hongnan, accompanied by several cavalrymen. I have dispatched a message to Hangzhou. I shall remain here in Hongnan, officially as county magistrate, awaiting orders from Hangzhou. I intend to rally the refugees to repair the city walls and enhance training, transforming Hongnan into the primary battleground against the barbaric invaders. Qiu Yunshan's injuries had fully healed. With his capabilities, he could easily govern the city of Hangzhou, yet he chose to serve as county magistrate of Hongnan. He informed Wan Tianya of the situation, noting that the county magistrate might either be reassigned to Hangzhou or additional personnel might be sent to assist him. He planned to construct defensive fortifications to withstand the advancing barbarian forces. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping and the elder Zhang deliberated and supported Qiu Yunshan's initiative. However, they did not intend to remain, planning instead to head to Azhou. Before departing Hangzhou, Zhang Anping wished to leave some provisions for Qiu Yunshan. Father, our caravan is quite large. Let us leave over 100 double-headed horses for Mr. Qiu. Originally, we planned to retain 40 personnel, but we can spare more. Keeping 100 for ourselves while giving the rest to him. As for the livestock, we need not carry them with us. They can be escorted by the escort agency, traveling slowly behind. We shall take a few dozen men and 100 double-headed horses, advancing lightly towards Azhou, which will expedite our journey. As Zhang Anping spoke, his gaze rested on his father. Deep down, he harbored concerns that his father might be reluctant, as their family had once been quite impoverished. The wealth they had painstakingly accumulated would surely weigh heavily on his father's heart if given away. "Father, I have set aside ample provisions, enough for 3 years, along with considerable gold and silver, and over 100 double-headed horses. Once we reach Azhou, we can gather more personnel. Please do not hesitate. This is a campaign against the barbarians. Only by expelling them from the Great Zhou can the common folk truly enjoy better days. To drive out the barbarians and restore our homeland is a duty we all bear." At this moment, Zhang Anping did not conceal their intentions from the elder Zhang. They would assist Qiu Yunshan in resisting the invaders, yet they prioritized their own sustenance. Furthermore, their caravan was excessively large, with their wealth accumulating like a snowball. If they did not offload some of it, transporting such riches would require 200 or 300 carts, in addition to over 200 double-headed horses. They were undeniably conspicuous, and it was likely that once they left Hongnan, they would attract unwanted attention. Unfortunately, despite their considerable strength, they were all still quite young. The specter of Sha Hongchuan lingers in the hearts of many. Should news of his demise leak, they would not only possess untold treasures, but also carry formidable artifacts, thus attracting the attention of numerous discreet martial families or obscure sections. If even 1 or 2 martial artists were to join forces, it is likely that the entire Zhang family caravan would face annihilation. Zhang Anping feared that his grandfather might not grasp the gravity of this situation, compelling him to elucidate the matter in detail, even alluding to the principle that strength prevails in tumultuous times. Their group, however, requires time to cultivate their abilities, ideally resting and recuperating in Azhou for several years. At this juncture, their foremost desire is for the barbarian tribes to cease their incursions into the Great Zhou dynasty, granting the common folk a moment's respite. Thus, it is imperative that someone rises to resist the barbarians. Mr. Qiu, being a familiar ally willing to remain and oppose the invaders, must be wholeheartedly supported. Yet, can such reasoning truly resonate with his grandfather? Chapter 118. The responsibility of every individual in the nation's rise and fall to expel the barbaric invaders and restore our homeland. The rise and fall of the nation rests upon every individual. How eloquent! My dear grandson truly embodies the essence of a scholar. Such profound words would never have crossed my mind. I shall heed your counsel. Whatever you suggest, I shall follow. When we departed from Daxing village, we possessed merely a donkey and a horse-drawn cart. Today, regardless of what we send forth, what remains far exceeds what we had upon our departure. One must learn to be content. Should a person succumb to insatiable greed, calamity is sure to follow. By offering these items to Mr. Qiu, I feel at ease. For we are accumulating virtue and doing good for ourselves. The trees planted by our forebears provide shade for future generations. Old Zhang exhibited little hesitation, swiftly acquiescing to Zhang Anping's proposal, even expressing willingness to part with numerous items. They would travel light, with merely 20 to 30 carts, ensuring swift movement without drawing undue attention. With the land deed provided by Wan Tianya, they could reach Azhou promptly. Even if Wan Tianya were to renege on the land deed, with their abundant gold, silver, and provisions, life in Azhou would still be prosperous. The children were still quite young. With a little patience for them to grow, perhaps circumstances would transform entirely. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Zhang Anping reflected inwardly. Despite being merely an elderly farmer, his grandfather possessed remarkable wisdom. He understood the weight of priorities and was unafraid to make sacrifices. Moreover, in matters of national significance, his conviction was no less than his own. After conferring with his grandfather, Zhang Anping conveyed the matter to the Zhang family, and as anticipated, everyone concurred. I never anticipated that in fleeing, our possessions would multiply, causing me sleepless nights. It is far better to leave some supplies with Mr. Qiu to enable them to vanquish the barbarians. Zhang Jiawen, typically reticent, wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, bestowing resources upon Mr. Qiu also serves to protect our common folk. With fewer people fleeing in the future, we can all enjoy better lives. Traveling light is advantageous, and the official road from Hangzhou to Azhou is quite passable. With our double-headed horses, I believe we shall arrive in Azhou swiftly. Once there, we can visit the children's great-aunt and cultivate our own grains. The mere mention of visiting their great-aunt in Azhou filled the Zhang family with joy, for Azhou was fortified by natural defenses, making it difficult for the barbarians to breach. They envisioned establishing a peaceful and prosperous life, in their chosen haven. The more they discussed, the merrier they became, and thus the arrangement was solidified. When old Zhang broached the subject with Zhang Anping and Qiu Yunshan, he noticed tears welling in Qiu Yunshan's eyes, who then knelt before old Zhang alongside his nephew. I bow before you on behalf of all the citizens of Hongnan. I shall ensure the Zhang family's deeds are inscribed upon a monument, to be celebrated through the ages. No, that is unnecessary. My grandson has stated, to expel the barbaric invaders and restore our homeland. The rise and fall of the nation rests upon every individual. The thought of erecting a monument startled old Zhang. What merit did they possess to warrant such honor? Expel the barbarous, restore the mountains and rivers. The rise and fall of the realm is the responsibility of every individual. Qiu Yunshan mused deeply. It is no wonder that the Zhang family continues to grow stronger. The endeavors they undertake are beyond the capability of ordinary folk. In private, Qiu Yunshan inquired of the elder Zhang if there was anything he desired. Books, I wish to procure some, as the children are gradually maturing and must engage in their studies. It is always prudent to read more, yet acquiring books along this journey has proven exceedingly difficult. And finding a teacher is a challenge as well. Elder Zhang expressed his frustrations. Within the Zhang family's caravan, every individual, from himself and his wife to the toddlers who had just learned to run, could read. Qiu Yunshan intended to remain, yet the number of available teachers was dwindling. With only Li Chengwen left, Elder Zhang was somewhat reluctant to part with the poetry that Qiu Yunshan had taught them all, as the combination of training and singing was truly delightful. I will procure both books and a teacher for you. Consider it my responsibility. Qiu Yunshan readily assured him. In comparison to the sacrifices made by the Zhang family, this request was trivial. Although Hongnan City was not particularly large, it was home to a considerable number of scholars, and some wished to travel to Azhou or Jinling. Qiu Yunshan swiftly identified suitable candidates, and even posted a notice in Hongnan County. He offered to exchange grain for books, at the rate of half a bag of rice for each book, encouraging as many exchanges as possible. This initiative by Qiu Yunshan quickly became known among the scholars of Hongnan City. While selling books might be seen as a disgrace to scholarship, exchanging them for food was a concept that resonated deeply. The price of half a bag of rice for a book was a sum one would scarcely dare to dream of. At this juncture, a few books could indeed be a matter of life and death, and soon individuals began to trade books for rice. Fortunately, the Zhang family had unearthed over 100 carts of grain from the Hong family, seizing the opportunity to exchange 2 carts of books for themselves and 10 carts of grain for the citizens of Hongnan City. This arrangement provided sustenance for some impoverished families while granting the Zhang family their desired volumes. Not only did they acquire books, but they also engaged 10 scholars, many of whom had been teachers at the Hongnan Academy. With the situation in Hongnan City becoming precarious, some educators were contemplating fleeing northward to avoid the devastation that would follow the city's fall. Among the 10 scholars, some brought their families along, and the Zhang family arranged for carts and the aforementioned books, returning to the peach blossom forest. All the tangible assets unearthed by the Hong family were delivered to Qiu Yunshan. Upon their return to the peach blossom forest, they immediately attracted the attention of Fang Yuan. Seeing the Zhang family members return safely with 7 carts in tow, including 2 filled with books, Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Qiu Yunshan's revelation that Hong Quan had perished, Fang Yuan's gaze towards the Zhang family shifted significantly, while his disciple, Nashi, curiously examined the Zhang family members, particularly Zhang Anping, who, despite his youth, stood in his pristine white scholar's robe like a jade tree amidst the lush landscape. The youth of this individual is indeed strikingly young. Moreover, the demise of Hong Quan raises questions. How did he meet his end? Those who have long resided in Hongnan City are well aware of Hong Quan's formidable prowess. Fang Yuan has even remarked that Hong Quan was on the verge of becoming a martial artist. How could he possibly have perished? Could it be that the Zhang family possesses some extraordinary qualities? Upon their return, the Zhang family promptly fulfilled their agreement by sending supplies to Qiu Yunshan. As Fang Yuan and Nanshi observed the convoy of 2-headed horses and the numerous carts laden with grain, fabric, and armor destined for Hongnan City, disbelief washed over them. The Zhang family truly remains an enigma. To label them as foolish would be absurd. Who has ever witnessed a fool amass such wealth amidst chaos? To deem them clever seems equally misguided. For the sake of their kin, they willingly relinquish this fortune. After the untimely death of Hong Quan, they managed to safeguard their possessions, yet in a sudden twist, they have chosen to bestow these resources upon Qiu Yunshan. Meanwhile, Qiu Yunshan discreetly pulled the elder Zhang aside. You have offered so many provisions to the citizens of Hong Nan without expectation of recompense. I feel compelled to share a few heartfelt sentiments with you. Chapter 119. The enigmatic Nancy. After an extensive conversation with the elderly Zhang, Qiu Yunshan departed. He then sought out Fang Yuan, introducing both Fang Yuan and Nancy to the Zhang family. Upon learning that Fang Yuan had been in charge of the convoy during Qiu Yunshan's absence, the Zhang family felt a profound gratitude. After all, a person who remains unmoved by such immense wealth is certainly commendable in character. It is crucial to recognize that, despite the convoy comprising over 100 individuals, a single adept martial artist could easily overpower them all and abscond with a considerable fortune. The painstakingly devised plans of Hong Quan, which resulted in such losses, were ultimately aimed at seizing the Zhang family's wealth. Yet, Fang Yuan, undeterred by this vast treasure, proved himself worthy of friendship. Conversely, Fang Yuan and Nancy were deeply touched by the Zhang family's unity and their unwavering love for one another. It is worth noting that Nancy had nearly been killed by her own mother, her own flesh and blood, in a bid to secure her brother's position. Her mother had cast her aside. Both her maternal grandfather and uncle had supported the immediate termination of her life to eliminate any potential threat. It was only due to her grandmother's compassion that she was granted a second chance at life. Should her uncles and other relatives discover her existence, they would likely leap at the opportunity, either to extinguish her or to exploit her in their schemes against her brother or mother. Indeed, her so-called blood relatives only sought to utilize her for their own gain, unlike the Zhang family, who would sacrifice wealth and even their lives for the sake of kinship. The more one lacks something, the more fervently one yearns for it. This sentiment resonated with Nancy, leading her to acquiesce to the decision to journey alongside the Zhang family after observing their bonds. She witnessed firsthand how the convoy had dwindled from over 100 carts to merely 30. The once formidable team of over 200 horses was reduced to 100, with 60 designated for pulling carts while the remaining 40 were reserved for riding. The 30 carts now housed the scholars summoned from Hongnan City, with 2 dedicated to transporting books. The rest were simplified, carrying only essential provisions, tents, and clothing. The remaining space was allocated for passengers, with all other valuables surrendered to Qiu Yunshan. Nancy beheld the procession of the Qiu family's carts entering the city, forming a lengthy line, each laden with coveted supplies. Over 100 individuals remained in Hongnan City alongside Qiu Yunshan, including Lu San's family and Zhang Yun, who was tasked with communication. Additionally, the cavalry and infantry trained under the Great Huai Tree were also left behind. The Zhang family, in contrast, took less than 80 individuals with them. The once cumbersome convoy had transformed into a streamlined unit, and even with the addition of Fang Yuan and Nancy, their speed had more than doubled. The Zhang family's donkeys and various livestock were entrusted to a reputable escort agency in Hongnan City to ensure their delivery to the agreed-upon location in Azhou. The escort of the goods by the escort agency may arrive slightly later than expected, but with dedicated personnel and a modest sum of silver, they can ensure the safe delivery of the cargo. Thus, the Zhang family departed from Hongnan City, proceeding swiftly along the official road to the north. Zhang Omping soon noticed Fang Yuan's convoy. The dynamic between Fang Yuan and his disciple was peculiar, despite Fang Yuan's attempts to conceal it. Zhang Omping quickly discerned that this Nanshi held a significant position. Whenever Fang Yuan made a decision, he would deliberately glance at Nanshi, only proceeding upon receiving her approval. Though Fang Yuan had never overtly displayed his capabilities, Zhang Omping sensed something extraordinary. Each time Fang Yuan approached, the cold gleam of his sword would stir, while Hu Linger would keep her distance, often murmuring, "This person is even more terrifying than the fearsome Mountain Lord." The mere mention of the Mountain Lord sent chills down Zhang Omping's spine. He had kept the painting depicting the Mountain Lord's consciousness hidden in a secluded courtyard behind the second gate, too fearful to bring it forth. The Mountain Lord was the most dreadful demon Zhang Omping had ever encountered. Yet, this seemingly harmless and perpetually smiling Fang Yuan was purportedly even more formidable than the Mountain Lord. This revelation truly astonished Zhang Omping. Moreover, he observed that whenever Fang Yuan was present, his little white pet behaved exceptionally well, retreating as far as possible upon seeing Fang Yuan. Yet, when escape was impossible, it would circle around his feet in a flurry. The Zhang family's convoy harbors demons, and not just one. They possess numerous martial practitioners, at least 6 or more. And that boy named Zhang Anping, his strength eludes my comprehension. To have slain Hong Quan, they must be at least martial warriors or stronger. Where did this Zhang family emerge from to be so formidable? Young master, you must befriend these individuals. Young martial practitioners of such caliber are beyond my imagination. They are countless times more powerful than I was at their age, if given time to mature. As Fang Yuan spoke, he could not suppress a shiver. His own young master, with his brilliant talents, was indeed a prodigy in his own right, already a martial practitioner at a tender age. Yet, the young master was cautious. No one knew the extent of his current abilities. Before encountering the Zhang family, Fang Yuan had believed that in the vast realm of the great Zhou dynasty, no one could surpass his young master's brilliance. However, the children of the Zhang family changed that perception. Understanding what young martial practitioners implied, Fang Yuan approached the Zhang family with a warm demeanor, devoid of any pretense, even displaying a willingness to befriend them. Yes, I understand. Nanqi, familiar with Fang Yuan's character, knew he never spoke carelessly about uncertain matters. Moreover, for someone at the later stages of martial mastery to be unable to discern Zhang Anping's strength, the Zhang family was indeed enigmatic. The Zhou dynasty is indeed replete with remarkable individuals. Had she not arrived in Hongnan and fortuitously encountered the Zhang family, Nancy would never have imagined that such a family existed in this world. Contemplating this realization, Nancy, during the afternoon when the Zhang family was resting, brought along Fang Yuan and a substantial ham, along with various mushrooms, to pay a visit to the Zhangs. I have heard that the dishes prepared by Third Lady are exquisite, so I have brought some ingredients, hoping to savor her culinary skills. With Nancy's strikingly beautiful appearance coupled with such an invitation, rejection was utterly impossible. Before long, the Zhang family graciously invited Nancy to join them for dinner. Third Lady had even taken the time to prepare the ham, complemented by bamboo shoots they had harvested last year, along with some cured meats and wild vegetables from previous foraging. To Nancy and Fang Yuan, these dishes were astonishing, particularly the manner in which the Zhang family dined, which left Nancy utterly enlightened. Chapter 120. Dare I speak? Dare you listen? The Zhang family, comprising a total of 19 members, gathered around an improvised large table, seated in a close circle. At the head of the table sat old Zhang and his wife, followed by their 3 sons and their wives. To the right were today's guests, Fang Yuan and Nan Shi, accompanied by a cluster of Zhang's granddaughters. However, directly opposite old Zhang sat Zhang Anping, who was presented with a sizable bowl of ham, undoubtedly the finest dish on the table. Shouldn't he have been placed before the guests instead? Nan Shi felt somewhat bewildered but remained silent, for their family adhered to the principle of silence during meals, even refraining from using their own chopsticks. As they were attended by maids and servants, everyone should cherish their blessings. Such delectable food is rare. It is all thanks to Aranin. You must not be ungrateful. Look how well Anan treats his sisters. As Zhang Anping served his sisters, the old matriarch began her customary remarks, which had become an obligatory pre-meal ritual in the Zhang household. Everyone nodded in agreement, with no one finding it inappropriate. Only Nanshi appeared astonished. Was dining truly conducted in such a manner? The Zhang family was utterly incomprehensible. Uncle Fang, do have a taste. Nanshi, see how it fares. While Zhang Anping continued serving his sisters, he glanced over at Fang Yuan and Nanshi. After a moment's thought, he offered them some dishes as well, leaving the maid, who typically stood behind Nanshi, somewhat flustered. Her master usually dined with only her service, rarely accepting food from others. Moreover, during meals, the decorum dictated silence, where even the clinking of chopsticks and spoons was seen as a sign of ill-breeding. Yet in the Zhang household, Nanshi shook her head at the maid and emulated the Zhang family's dining etiquette. Mr. Chiu has sent us 2 carts of books. You must take the opportunity to learn while traveling in the carriage. If you encounter anything you do not understand, be sure to ask the teacher. Remember, 3 generations without education are akin to raising a litter of pigs. Do you understand? Understood, father. I am learning diligently. Grandfather, we are also learning. And with brother's guidance, we have not given up. Nanshi suddenly felt envious of the Zhang family. They could converse freely during meals, and old Zhang, despite his rustic appearance, possessed such wisdom. It was truly remarkable, and the atmosphere in their household was genuinely pleasant. Unlike her own family, where no one dared to utter a sound during mealtime, with only the maids attending to them, they merely had to open their mouths. Nanshi, try our dried bamboo shoots. These were harvested last year from Dahuai village. They are exceptionally tender, and we sun-dried quite a bit of it. Also, sample these wild vegetables. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like them. The dishes prepared by San Yang are simply delightful. Jin Xiaofeng, noticing that Nanshi was of similar age to her son, was eager to serve him, embodying affection through her attentiveness. Thank you, second mother. Nancy was somewhat taken aback as she nodded towards Jin Xiaofeng. Throughout her life, no one had ever taken the initiative to serve her food, until today. This gesture filled her heart with a warmth she had never experienced before. The bamboo shoots and wild vegetables were somewhat tough, yet their flavor was exquisite. A taste Nancy had never encountered before, bringing a smile to her face. This is truly delicious. If you like it, eat more. These wild vegetables, back in our hometown of Daxing, were used to feed the pigs, and they grew robust. If they were good enough for pigs, they surely would be nourishing for humans. You still seem a bit thin. I heard you're 2 years older than Inen, yet you both appear to be of similar height. Jin Xiaofeng's words rendered Nancy momentarily speechless. Feeding pigs? She felt a bit embarrassed, especially as the Zhang family appeared unfazed, relishing their meal. Hesitating for a moment, she lowered her head to eat, casting a glance at Zhang Anping. Indeed, Zhang Anping was quite tall, surpassing his peers. And coupled with his early maturity and his family's indulgence, he was not treated as a child. On the other hand, Nancy, due to her unique circumstances, did not resemble a typical child. Despite being only 9 years old, she displayed an extraordinary precocity. After all, one doesn't survive without a certain cleverness. After the meal, Zhang Anping was amusing the little white dog, which was particularly attached to him, constantly circling at his feet. No matter where he went, the dog followed suit. Watching the fluffy little creature reminded Nancy of Feng Yuan's words, suggesting that this dog was no ordinary canine. She contemplated whether or not to reveal this to Zhang Anping. It should not be a dog. Indeed, it's a wolf cub, but it refuses to leave. All the sisters at home dote on it. If it behaves, it won't lack for food. Zhang Anping said casually, playfully nudging the little white dog with his foot. The dog, however, cast a wary glance at Nancy, eliciting a laugh from her. The little white, with its cleverness and agility, was certainly not the lowest rank of spirit. Yet it was not uncommon for cultivators to keep spirits. I once had a cat spirit. They say cats have 9 lives and are heartless. Yet that cat died for me. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than spirits. Look at those savages who eat people. Some spirits, at least, diligently cultivate and dare not harm humans. Nancy's words resonated with Zhang Anping. Indeed, humans can be more dreadful than demons. Those savages consume people, and their slaughter of innocents far exceeds the harm done by spirits. Moreover, the cruelty humans inflict upon one another can be the most terrifying of all. Exactly. Just like in the Great Zhou dynasty. If the court were clear-headed and responsive, the savages would not have been able to breach several cities. This is a man-made disaster. Nancy's audacity in voicing such sentiments caught Zhang Anping's attention. He observed her closely, noting that despite her somewhat delicate features, there was a resolute expression between her brows. Indeed, a man-made calamity. When the late emperor was alive, the savages dared not invade the Great Zhou dynasty. They merely saw the young emperor as easy prey. The Empress Dowager's overreach and the interference of external relatives rendered the populace destitute. If the Great Zhou were truly strong internally, expelling the savages would be a matter of mere moments. Zhang Anping's words bore an audacious quality. However, Nancy dared to speak of calamities, and Zhang Anping felt that her thoughts aligned with his own. The Great Zhou dynasty had indeed attained internal stability and strength, capable of subduing the barbarians with ease. For the martial prowess of their cultivators was formidable. During the zenith of their national fortune, they suppressed the demons for 8 centuries, rendering them too fearful to raise their heads. What, then, was there to fear from the barbarians? It was merely a matter of human disaster. Yet many were reluctant to speak the truth. Then tell me, how can we eradicate such calamities? Nancy gazed intently at Zhang Anping, her seriousness palpable. Who would have imagined that these seemingly playful children would engage in a profound discussion about the state affairs of the great Zhou dynasty? And they spoke with such enthusiasm. Is this not the favorite topic among young boys? Well, I dare to speak. Do you dare to listen? Suddenly, Zhang Anping broke into a smile. Chapter 121. Man-made calamity. You dare to speak, so why should I not dare to listen? Nancy smiled at Zhang Anping, yet tumultuous waves surged within her heart. No wonder Fang Yuan remarked that the young master of the Zhang family was extraordinary. At such a tender age, he displayed a remarkable acuity. Reflecting upon herself, she too was merely 9 years old, yet the experiences she had endured had rendered her mind far more mature. For had she not been precocious, devoid of cunning, she would have long since been a mere corpse. How could she have departed from Jinling safely only to return again? The so-called relatives often do not show mercy simply because of your youth. On the contrary, they exploit your innocence to tighten their grip on you for their own gain. Just like her brother, the root of the calamity in the great Zhou dynasty lies solely with the Empress Dowager, who was initially nothing more than a lowly consort of the late emperor, overlooked until she bore the current sovereign. The late emperor cherished the empress, yet she bore him no offspring. At that time, the empress was merely a queen and not yet honored as the Empress Dowager. In her quest to consolidate power, the current Empress Dowager elevated her family members to high positions despite their lack of virtue. How many troubles have they stirred while in power? And the eunuchs? Their influence rests solely on the favor of the Empress Dowager. Thus, the calamity stems from her. If she were to be removed, peace would return to the realm. Upon hearing these words from Zhang Anping, Nancy trembled. Impudent fool, how dare you utter such treasonous words? Did you not say that I dare to speak, and you dare to listen? I have the audacity to speak, yet you hesitate to hear. Zhang Anping remained unfazed. Given the sluggish response of the great Zhou court, barbarians had already invaded Jizhou, yet the commanding generals had yet to reach Hongqing. He hardly believed that his words regarding the Empress Dowager could reach the imperial palace in Jinling. Moreover, as a martial artist, the constraints of imperial authority weighed far less upon him than upon the common folk. With such distance separating them, how could the Empress Dowager, burdened with myriad responsibilities, concern herself with such trifles? Chuckling softly, Zhang Anping chose not to pursue the matter further, yet Nancy continued to gaze at him, her words caught in her throat. Zhang Anping, however, feigned ignorance. Wasn't it deemed treasonous? Then let it be. Xiaobai, come, let us wander about. Perhaps we might hunt a rabbit for a taste. Zhang Anping playfully teased Xiaobai, diverting his attention from Nancy. Once she retreated to her tent. She summoned Fang Yuan to inform him. Someone claims that the calamity of the great Zhou dynasty is the current Empress Dowager. Nancy casually mentioned this, yet it sent a shiver through Fang Yuan, prompting him to kneel before her. Young master, even if the entire world opposes the Empress Dowager, you must not. But I believe she is indeed the calamity. What? Do you regret following such a master as I? With a soft chuckle, Nancy's gaze fixed on Fang Yuan, her eyes sharp and imbued with a chilling intensity. One does not dare to hesitate. Since I have chosen to follow my master, I shall inevitably face life and death, leading the charge. Such is my fate. Yet. There is no yet. Keep this matter to yourself. There is no need to speak further. South, she remarked coldly. Fang Yuan immediately bowed his head in acquiescence. Yet a shiver crept down his spine at the thought of this young master's methods. Zhang Anping took Xiaobai for a stroll outside, and before long, returned with a plump wild rabbit, larger than itself, blood still fresh upon it. The creature appeared to have just breathed its last, prompting Zhang Anping to cast a glance at Xiaobai. This little wolf cub was indeed feigning innocence, clearly understanding his words. However, there was little cause for concern. With Hu Linger, a shape-shifting spirit, at his side, this wolf cub was hardly worth noting. Excellent. Tonight, we shall gather around a bonfire and roast meat. Zhang Anping praised Xiaobai, to which it joyfully circled around him. Shortly after, it dashed back into the nearby woods, soon returning with another rabbit, this one still struggling for life. Yet it was unable to escape the clutches of Xiaobai. As night fell, the caravan formed a circle. Several tents pitched amidst the clearing, with a bonfire crackling at the center. Zhang Anping and his 10 sisters gathered to roast rabbit meat, occasionally huddling together to read by the firelight, engaging in questions and discussions, particularly Zhang Jichun and Zhang Jixia, who were deeply engrossed in studying medicinal herbs. following the text provided by Zhang Anping to concoct various pills or poisons. Zhang Zhiqiu practiced archery, while the remaining sisters busied themselves reading, honing their spiritual awareness, or exchanging insights on perplexing matters. In this familial gathering, laughter and conversation flowed harmoniously. Not far off, the remaining members of the Zhang family caravan trained in swordplay and archery, following the methods of Dayuan village. Others were engrossed in reading. Despite the fatigue of the day's journey, the sounds of study resonated throughout the caravan. The gentle rain on the heavenly street moistens like cream. From afar, the grass appears green but is barren up close. This was a lesson in poetry and literacy imparted by the teacher to the others. For the Zhang family, such scenes were commonplace, yet for South Shi, a tinge of envy stirred within him. Among his own servants, not all could claim literacy. In contrast, every member of the Zhang family, regardless of age or gender, could read, often reciting poetry that astonished the ears. Their expressions, while reciting, conveyed a sense of dignity and hope. Observing this, South Shi felt a pang of envy. As they ventured towards Jinling, braving the jaws of peril, it seemed these servants enjoyed more freedom than he. Yet hope must not be extinguished. That night, on the periphery of the caravan, some figures lurked, peering curiously. Though the Zhang family's numbers had dwindled, the sight of their 100-odd two-headed horses remained striking. As midnight approached, a sudden scream pierced the stillness of the night. A patrol had been ambushed, rousing the Zhang family from their slumber. In an instant, countless beams of sword light soared into the heavens, illuminating the pitch-black sky like a magnificent display of fireworks, casting a radiant glow that brightened half the night. The would-be assailants revealed expressions of sheer terror. "There are martial warriors guarding us," someone shouted into the night. And the once surging tide of bandits dispersed as if they had heard the most dreadful of warnings, fleeing in haste, fearful that lingering too long would lead to their eternal entrapment. In the shadows, Zhang Anping exchanged glances with his sisters, each reflecting surprise and delight in the other's eyes. This tactic seemed remarkably effective. However, while the bandits had been deterred, another group had set their sights on them. Chapter 122. The deed. After driving away the bandits intent on robbery, Zhang Anping quickly succumbed to slumber. However, before dawn, he was abruptly awakened by the incessant humming of his cold, gleaming sword, emitting a warning sound. Rising once more, Zhang Anping began to survey the camp. He circled the area extensively but discerned nothing amiss, only to unexpectedly spot Fang Yuan, clad in but a thin garment. It appeared he had hastily risen without donning his outerwear, and he cast a surprised glance at Zhang Anping, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. It was indeed the hour for repose, yet both of them found themselves awake. "Do you sense danger?" "Indeed, something feels off," Zhang Anping replied without reservation, nodding. "Who would rouse from sleep at such an hour if not compelled by a sense of peril? Who dares to lurk here in the dark?" Fang Yuan suddenly bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, echoing far into the night sky. At this, everyone in the camp was startled awake. Many looked bewildered, yet a few remained composed. Among them was Nan Shi, impeccably dressed as always, resembling a refined gentleman, his garments neatly pressed. A jade pendant hung at his waist, accompanied by 2 maidservants and 2 young attendants. Judging by his appearance, he must have been awake for some time. Otherwise, such preparation would have required considerable effort. On Zhang Anping's side, several sisters were also attired and looked on in astonishment at Fang Yuan, their faces betraying envy. It seemed that the martial arts practitioners possessed remarkable strength. It appeared they must dedicate themselves to their training, hoping that one day they too could become martial artists. With Fang Yuan's thunderous shout, a flash of red light darted across the northwestern corner, vanishing swiftly. Had it not been for Zhang Anping's keen eyes, it likely would have gone unnoticed. Many others remained oblivious, returning to their slumber, while some, like Zhang Anping and his sisters, chose to forego sleep in favor of practice. Nan Shi cast a glance in their direction, equally disinclined to rest. The journey to Jinling felt akin to traversing a treacherous abyss, a step between paradise and perdition. Without formidable strength, one risked becoming a puppet or plaything in the hands of others. Following the disturbance of the night, both the Zhang family and Nan Shi grew vigilant. During the day, they practiced diligently within their carriage, seizing every moment, time slipping away at an alarming pace. Before long, they approached Hongqing, only to encounter Wan He along the way. Upon seeing the caravan, Wan He appeared somewhat astonished. Were it not for the distinctive two-headed horses, he might have scarcely recognized them. After all, a fleet of carriages on the official road was not particularly eye-catching, often met with indifference. Yet the Zhang family's use of two-headed horses made their conveyance readily identifiable. When Wan He arrived, he was aware that Qiu Yunshan was in Hongnan City. Upon encountering the old man Zhang, he expressed his initial belief that the Zhang family was also in Hongnan City. Thus, he brought along the land deeds and Qiu Yunshan's appointment letter. Wan Tianya had long desired to retain Qiu Yunshan in Hangzhou, and the latter's willingness to serve merely as a county magistrate in the frontline Hongnan City was, for Wan Tianya, an unexpected delight. After all, Qiu Yunshan's prowess was well recognized. The barbarian forces attacking Hangzhou would inevitably target Hongnan City first, and it was only upon receiving Qiu Yunshan's letter that Wan Tianya realized the Hongchuan was not in Suinan City, but had relocated to Hongnan City. The magistrate previously assigned to Hongnan City had proven to be a great disappointment. How could he have been so oblivious? It would be best to simply recall him back to Hangzhou, leaving the management of Hongnan City to Qiu Yunshan, whose success in defending it would be his merit. Should the court seek to assign blame, Wan Tianya would have ample justification. After all, Qiu Yunshan's reputation in the court was formidable. However, when Wan He traveled to Hongnan City to deliver a message, he discovered that the Zhang family had already departed. He decided to provide them with the land deeds he had initially promised. This was indeed a treasure, bringing great joy to the old man Zhang. Initially, he had harbored concerns about potential setbacks, especially since they had left their two-headed horse in Hongnan City. Although Hongnan City fell under the jurisdiction of Hangzhou, it had not been personally handed over to Wan Tianya. Yet, the Zhang family displayed generosity by sending the deeds regardless. Gazing at the official documents stamped with the government seal, the land-obsessed old man Zhang could hardly contain his delight. This was the happiest he had been since fleeing. After all, this journey to Azhou was not merely an escape from calamity, but rather a familial migration northward. In Azhou, they could be considered landowners. The sight of the expansive land on the deed was endearing, and in his elation, the old man casually slipped a token of appreciation to Wan He. Unable to decline, Wan He, upon finding himself alone, discovered several banknotes worth 100 taels each in his hands, and he smiled. Such treasures were indeed welcome. It turned out that the Zhang family had exchanged much of their silver for banknotes at the silver shop in Hongnan City, enabling them to easily retrieve their funds upon reaching Azhou. Additionally, the wealth they had accumulated on their journey had largely been converted into banknotes, ensuring that they would not arrive in Azhou destitute, but rather able to use their resources to establish their new home. After all, clearing wasteland, purchasing seeds, and acquiring farming tools would require financial means. Wan He, being perceptive, informed the old man Zhang before departing for Hongnan City that should they encounter any issues in Hangzhou, they could simply invoke his name. He also left them several issues of the Great Zhou's official gazette and newsletters, claiming they were for their perusal, and extended an invitation for them to rest in Hangzhou for a while until he completed his errand. He offered to host them, encouraging them to enjoy a few days in Hangzhou. Wan He's words prompted the Zhang family soldiers to escort him an extra half-mile, and on their return, they could not help but praise Wan He before the old man Zhang. With a smile, the old man fondled the banknotes in his pocket. Having acquired the land deed and being in close proximity to Hangzhou, the Zhang family resolved to rest early this evening. The official road from Hongnan County to Hangzhou bustled with activity, with numerous small towns along the way offering inns for weary travelers to find respite. The Zhang family chose to lodge at the largest inn available that night. This establishment boasted 30 to 40 rooms, a dedicated area for stabling horses, and a spacious courtyard for storing goods, making it exceedingly convenient. Considering the arduous journey they had undertaken, the Zhang family decided to settle down early, allowing everyone a chance to refresh themselves and retire to bed promptly, so they could resume their travels at dawn. After all, they were nearing the city of Hangzhou. Beyond Hangzhou lay Suibei County, followed by a vast river. Once they crossed this great river, Nanxi and her companions would head towards Jinling, while the Zhangs would proceed to Azhou. Once they arrived in Azhou and established a sense of stability, they could pay a visit to their great-aunt, marking the beginning of a more secure chapter in their lives. Chapter 123, The Flying Moon Inn nestled within a quaint town. The Flying Moon Inn boasts ample space both front and back, with a horse stable situated near an expansive bamboo grove that stretches endlessly across the hillside. As evening descends, a gentle breeze rustles through the bamboo, producing a soothing sound akin to whispers. It is now April, the most delightful season of the year, and after a long journey, the prospect of enjoying a warm bath at the inn is a particularly pleasurable thought for Zhang Anping. In the evening, the inn provided meals. Initially intending to seat the Zhang family at 2 or 3 tables due to their considerable number. However, the Zhangs insisted on dining together as a family. Consequently, the innkeeper had to combine several tables to accommodate more than 20 guests. Since that day, Fang Yuan had been bringing Nashi to dine at the inn daily. At first, he would arrive with gifts, but soon he simply came at mealtime without any hesitation. The Zhang family welcomed their presence wholeheartedly, for Fang Yuan represented the strongest member of their caravan. Meanwhile, Qiu Xiaoyong, who remained with the Zhang family caravan after Qiu Yunshan stayed in Hongnan City, had become increasingly taciturn, dedicating his time to arduous training. He found himself the eldest among the Zhang siblings, yet the least skilled. However, the arrival of Nashi, younger and seemingly less capable, sparked a flicker of hope within Qiu Xiaoyong, who longed for an opportunity to compare strengths with him. After all, Nashi was also a boy, just a tad younger. If Nashi turned out to be weaker, he could take him under his wing. It was indeed a rarity to find someone of his own age with lesser abilities. Thus, during dinner, Qiu Xiaoyong frequently glanced at Nashi, who feigned ignorance, focusing on his meal. Beside him, Jin Xiaofang, who often criticized his slender frame, persistently offered him food. "Dear boy, eat more. A hearty appetite will help you grow strong. Boys should carry a bit of weight," she encouraged, her fondness for Nashi evident. Her own son was exceedingly intelligent, and the entire family indulged him excessively, leaving her little opportunity to showcase her own prowess before him. Observing Nashi's demeanor filled her with maternal affection. Moreover, Nashi was quite agreeable. He accepted her offerings with a gentle smile and consumed everything at a leisurely pace, endearing himself to her. Nearby, Hu Linger's eyes sparkled with desire at the sight of the delicious spread. "Second mother, I want to eat too." Although Hu Linger was a maid, she was tacitly allowed to dine with the Zhang family, and Jin Xiaofang held a particular fondness for her, as Hu Linger appreciated the culinary delights she prepared. The key was her constant praise, which contrasted sharply with her picky son and husband, making Hu Linger the apple of Jin Xiaofang's eye. Come, try this. But remember, you mustn't overindulge. For a young lady, gaining too much weight wouldn't be aesthetically pleasing," Jin Xiaofang said, offering Hu Linger a generous portion of pig's trotters. What she failed to notice was that Nancy, who had initially been relishing her meal, had noticeably slowed her pace. On the table lay a stewed free-range chicken, the signature dish of this inn. The chicken, simmered with bamboo shoots, was indeed delightful, and Zhang Anping had savored 2 generous bowls of broth, feeling thoroughly satisfied. After finishing the meal, the sun had not yet set, casting a warm glow over the landscape. Qiu Xiaoyong called out to Nancy, suggesting a little competition, but Nancy merely smiled at him without uttering a word, igniting a flicker of anticipation within Qiu Xiaoyong. Perhaps, Nancy would indeed prove to be inferior to him. If that were the case, Qiu Xiaoyong would be overjoyed to discover someone weaker than himself. "What shall we compete in? How about a stroll through the bamboo grove on the back mountain? I've heard there are plenty of morels there. We might be fortunate enough to gather some mushrooms along the way," Zhang Anping suggested, feeling stifled after spending days on the road. Today's early meal inspired him to explore the verdant bamboo grove, which promised a refreshing experience. "All right, let's go for a walk. Nancy, would you care to join us?" Qiu Xiaoyong persisted, though Nancy remained silent. However, Zhang Zichuan and the others were eager to accompany them, for after such a prolonged journey, no one wished to remain cooped up in the carriage. A chance to meander outdoors, even if it meant climbing a hill, was a splendid option for everyone, especially given their youthful spirits. As the group, comprising over a dozen individuals, set out for the bamboo grove, Nancy decided to join them. Fang Yuan intended to follow her, but she waved him off, signaling that it was unnecessary. "There are many of us, each possessing commendable abilities. It's merely a stroll to the back mountain. Nothing to fear." Nancy declined Fang Yuan's company, accompanied only by a small maid and a servant, while the Zhang family, alongside Zhang Anping and Qiu Xiaoyong, made their way towards the back mountain. Leading the charge was a lively little dog named Bai, exuberantly darting ahead, its tongue lolling as it raced through the underbrush. Upon entering the forest, it seemed to unleash its exuberance, chasing after wild rabbits and even startling a few bamboo rats and wild chickens. Much to the amusement of the group, Zhang Jitao, quick and nimble, flung her bamboo leaves, ensuring the rabbits and wild chickens had little chance of escape. Bye. Chase out more rabbits. Tomorrow we can roast rabbit meat, and I'll save you 2 legs. Zhang Jitao's words were clearly understood by Bai, who redoubled its efforts. The bamboo grove echoed with a cacophony of sounds, prompting laughter from the Zhang siblings. Hurry up and grow, Bai. Once we reach Azhou, I'll take you into the mountains to chase rabbits and catch wild boars. Qiu Xiaoyong jested, charmed by the little dog. Despite its small stature, Bai was indeed a skilled hunter, comprehending human speech and proving itself quite adept in the wilderness. As the little white dog barked twice, it quickened its pace. For it was a rare occasion for everyone to stroll together, which inevitably brought forth a sense of joy. Gradually, they ventured away from the back mountain. Initially, the path was discernible, but soon it became increasingly obscure. The sky began to darken. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have turned back by now. However, the Zhang sisters, being adept martial artists, had often trained in the mountains at night. This evening, they were genuinely reveling in their amusement. No one was inclined to suggest returning. After all, they all had studied the introductory manual, although some had yet to fully harness their abilities as martial artists. Traversing the night trails posed no difficulty for them at all. Zhang Anping, who had been trailing behind, wore a smile on his face. He occasionally glanced at Qiu Xiaoyong, who was leading the way, and then at the nearest to him, Nashi, feeling quite at ease. Suddenly, however, he halted in his tracks. Something felt amiss in the mountains. Chapter 124. The martial artist Qiu Xiaoyong. Do not run ahead. Something feels amiss. Zhang Anping called out to the foremost Qiu Xiaoyong. Ah! At that moment, Xiaobai suddenly stood up and let out a cry. Hu Ling'er swiftly positioned herself beside Zhang Jichuan and her sisters, for among the Zhang sisters, only Zhang Jichuan and Zhang Jixia had yet to become martial artists. If an ambush were to occur, their situation would be most perilous. Retreat. Fang Yuan is at the inn. Ling'er, protect the sisters. I will cover the rear. Zhang Anping quickly assessed the situation. They were not far from the inn, and in the face of danger, Fang Yuan's strength surpassed that of anyone else. Thus, returning to the inn was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Soon, Xiaobai and Qiu Xiaoyong began to withdraw, with Zhang Anping bringing up the rear, but Nanshi also lingered behind. I can cover the rear as well. I have already stepped into the realm of a martial artist. Nanshi's voice was soft, yet it caused Qiu Xiaoyong, who was leading the way, to stumble slightly, nearly losing his footing. Stepped into the realm of a martial artist? This was disastrous. How could they possibly contend? They were already unable to match the Zhang sisters. And now they could not even defeat Nanshi. However, just as this group intended to retreat to the inn, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of figures clad in black, almost all of whom were martial artists. Among them were even martial masters. And one in particular was so formidable that just the sight of him sent chills down Zhang Anping's spine. He suspected that the tallest figure among them might very well be the legendary martial master. A martial master. It was said that there was only one martial master in Hangzhou City. How could one suddenly emerge from behind the inn? When did martial masters become so commonplace? Quickly, you all leave. I will see if I can buy some time. Zhang Anping's heart raced with trepidation. How could they fight? Where did these people come from? And how were they so powerful? Flying swords. Suddenly, 7 or 8 appeared at once. Alongside their own 7 martial artists, the hillside, which was not large, was teeming with over a dozen martial artists, a scene that defied belief. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, Zhang Anping had no time for contemplation. He continued to shield his sisters as they made their escape. In truth, he was ill-equipped to confront these black-clad figures, but as long as his sisters could flee, he could retreat into the space if necessary. At the very least, he could save his own life. But where had these individuals emerged from? What were their intentions? And how could they possess such astonishing strength? Soon, Zhang Anping realized that the black-clad figures were not seeking to kill the Zhang sisters, but were desperately attempting to drive them away. However, they unleashed lethal force upon Nanshi. In a mere instant, a slow-moving servant beside her was struck, suffering a gaping wound that sprayed blood everywhere. Yet, Nanshi remained silent, her demeanor remarkably composed. She wielded a treasure of her own, a heavenly dragon seal, which was even more potent than Zhang Zhixing's shattered star seal. From that seal emerged a magnificent golden dragon, unleashing a fiery breath upon the flying sword, far surpassing the mere ability of the fragment star seal, which could only be wielded by Zhang Zhixing to strike at foes. Moreover, anything touched by the dragoness flames would promptly plummet to the ground. Nancy's formidable prowess elicited exuberant cheers from the Zhang sisters, who were astonished by her remarkable strength. Yet, Zhang Anping discerned that Nancy was indeed far superior to Qiu Xiaoyong. However, despite the dragon's impressive appearance, after only expelling 2 bursts of fire, it became noticeably weary, retreating into the seal without managing a 3rd breath. At this moment, Nancy's complexion had turned pale, indicating a depletion of her spiritual energy. Continuing to fight could very well jeopardize her life. 2 of the cloaked figures had sustained injuries, yet the most formidable among them wielded a flying sword, sweeping through a vast expanse, rendering the Zhang family's martial practitioners ineffective, as most were merely novice warriors, unable to withstand such overwhelming force. Observing this dire situation, Zhang Anping realized that desperate measures were necessary. "What are you waiting for? Charge," Hu Ling urged, aware that if they did not fight with all their might, they would all perish here. After all, Qiu Xiaoyong's flying sword had already been knocked down, and he was now coughing up blood. Hu Ling called out to Xiaobai. "Ah!" With 2 resounding cries, Xiaobai began to expand, transforming into a towering, resplendent snow wolf. The Snow Wolf King? Upon witnessing Xiaobai's metamorphosis, Zhang Anping recalled that this was indeed the Snow Wolf King from that fateful night. Who would have imagined that the little creature that circled around his ankles was, in fact, the Snow Wolf King? Nevertheless, in a moment of crisis, it was commendable that Xiaobai chose to charge forward. Zhang Anping, seizing the opportunity, combined his flying sword with Xiaobai's assault against the strongest of the cloaked figures. Yet, this opponent was leagues beyond Hong Quan in strength. The cold gleam of the sword resonated with a disconcerting hum upon colliding with the flying sword, as if it harbored a sense of trepidation. This adversary was undoubtedly a martial master, and a particularly formidable one at that. Zhang Anping found himself cursing inwardly, wondering from whence such a skilled fighter had emerged. Xiaobai was thrown to the ground, tumbling several times, while Hu Ling suffered a wound from the flying sword. Despite their numbers, their combat effectiveness was waning. This was Zhang Anping's first encounter with such a powerful and disheartening foe. He contemplated whether this opponent might even surpass the Mountain Lord in prowess. Yet, could he possibly draw him into the spatial realm? Though Zhang Anping mused on this, the black-clad man's flying sword was far too formidable, leaving him almost unable to approach. With no means to get close, capturing the man within the spatial realm seemed impossible. For now, Zhang Anping could only think of fleeing, waiting until his sisters were safe before retreating into the space himself. However, it is imperative to provide cover for my sister and Qiu Xiaoyong to make their escape. At this moment, Zhang Anping fervently hopes to retreat to Azhou to recuperate and enhance his strength, for that is the true path to success. The formidable warriors of the Great Zhou dynasty are indeed numerous, far more than what Qiu Yunshan had initially claimed, that a mere martial artist could assume the role of a city lord. Nancy glanced at the unfolding scene. Although the Zhang family's numbers were considerable and their strength commendable, their adversaries were simply too formidable. It could be said that his own significance rendered him a target, compelling his foes to exercise utmost caution, coupled with Fang Yuan's inherent prowess as a martial artist. Thus, those dispatched to eliminate him were undoubtedly among the elite of the Great Zhou dynasty. These individuals were intent on ending her life, thereby endangering the Zhang family. The distance to the inn was not great, and it was crucial for someone to escape so that Fang Yuan could come to his aid. This was his only chance for survival. In the next moment, Nancy suddenly sprinted in another direction. As she did, nearly all the cloaked figures pursued her, for their singular objective was to eliminate Nancy, showing no regard for the lives of others. Chapter 125. Accidental Encounter. This is an opportunity, a splendid chance to evade danger. Go, hurry. Zhang Anping waved his hand decisively, the cold gleam of his sword shielding the group as they swiftly departed from the rear mountain, racing towards the Feiyue Inn. He fervently hoped their speed would suffice, that Nashi could endure until Fang Yuan arrived to rescue him. There was no alternative. The assassin was exceedingly formidable, and the Zhang family had no need to sacrifice themselves unnecessarily. Thus, Zhang Anping urged everyone to flee while he held the rear guard. Nashi plunged into the bamboo grove, leading all the dark-clad figures away. "Quick, return and call Uncle Fang." Qiu Xiaoyong grimaced in pain. He was injured, having initially believed himself the weakest among them, which was already disheartening. Who could have anticipated that the assassins they encountered would be so powerful? Truly, there are always greater talents beyond one's own, and those who neglect diligent training should refrain from wandering about. He too felt that the outside world was perilously dangerous. Zhang Zhitiao and the others glanced back, their hearts heavy with concern for Nashi, yet they felt utterly helpless. The disparity in strength was far too great. The wisest course of action was to return swiftly and summon Fang Yuan. Zhang Anping remained exceedingly alert, unable to comprehend how such peril could lurk in the rear mountain of an inn. Had someone been tailing them ever since that day when they were spied upon at the camp? Did they seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack now that Fang Yuan was absent? The assassin was exceptionally well concealed. What was Nashi's true identity? Fang Yuan was Nashi's master, yet Zhang Anping harbored a vague suspicion that Fang Yuan seemed more akin to a guardian for Nashi. A martial artist serving as a bodyguard? Nashi's identity was indeed intriguing. While Zhang Anping pondered these matters, he noticed that Qiu Xiaoyong and the others had vanished, momentarily stunned by their remarkable speed. Oh, there was a sound over there. They must have run in another direction. He needed to hasten after them. Zhang Anping turned and sprinted towards a sound he had heard, believing Qiu Xiaoyong and the others had fled in that direction. However, after pursuing for a while and finally catching sight of someone ahead, he realized, to his dismay, that he had pursued the wrong trail. He had intended to catch up with Qiu Xiaoyong and protect the sisters back to the inn. Yet, in the darkness, he had inadvertently stumbled into the very circle of dark-clad figures hunting for Nashi. At that moment, Nashi found himself in a dire predicament. His heavenly dragon seal was ineffective. He could only rely on the terrain to navigate through the forest, constantly fearing discovery. "I cannot die. I absolutely cannot perish. I still need to go to Jinling. The more they wish to end my life, the more I must survive." Nashi fervently shouted within himself, refusing to surrender even as death loomed. Thus, he crouched low, stealthily maneuvering towards the periphery of the encircling dark figures, praying to remain undetected. His arm throbbed with pain, and his feet ached. But at that moment, the will to survive overshadowed all discomfort. Once life is extinguished, all pain ceases. Suddenly, from the shadows, a hand clamped over his mouth. Nancy instinctively retaliated, her dagger poised to strike, only to be astonished to find it was none other than the discontented Zhang Anping. Zhang Anping was indeed displeased. The strength of these assailants had caught him off guard, and he had no intention of rescuing Nancy. He merely hoped to evade the crowd and slip away into safety. Who would have thought that Nancy would confront him directly, making escape impossible? Furthermore, if Nancy were to be discovered by those shadowy figures, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences as well. Yet, unbeknownst to Nancy, she believed Zhang Anping had returned specifically to save her. Despite her resilient spirit, the sight of him amidst despair filled her heart with a surge of gratitude. Zhang Anping had the opportunity to flee, yet he chose to remain, standing alongside her to face the formidable martial artist. This was a nearly fatal predicament, yet he stepped into it without hesitation. Nancy's eyes sparkled with trust and reliance at that moment. Zhang Anping was perhaps the best person she could have hoped for. "Come with me." In the darkened forest, amidst the relentless search for Nancy by the cloaked figures, their height advantage became evident. They merely needed to bend slightly to remain concealed among the trees, evading detection. Zhang Anping silently assessed their surroundings. Seekers were positioned in every direction, and they were uncertain of their own location. However, both were strong-minded, astute, and cautious individuals, and soon they identified an opportunity for escape. Zhang Anping unleashed a flying sword, diverting the attention of the black-clad pursuers. Seizing the moment, they stealthily fled in another direction, as the group was drawn towards the glimmering sword. By the time they sought it out, both the blade and its wielders had vanished. "Spread out, continue the pursuit. This time, we must see the living or the dead." Zhang Anping grasped Nancy's hand as they navigated through the dark forest, when suddenly, Nancy emitted a cry of pain. "You must go. Do not concern yourself with me. Run in the opposite direction. My ankle is likely dislocated, and I cannot move. Allow me to give you something." One hand grasped her ankle, blood beginning to seep from her arm, as she extended a fragmented jade pendant towards Zhang Anping. a clear sign of her desperation. This was unacceptable. Zhang Anping had no wish to perish, yet Nancy's unbandaged wound would surely leave a trace. Indeed, if her ankle was dislocated, she could not move, but at that moment, asking Zhang Anping to leave left him in a quandary. Initially, he had not intended to rescue Nancy. It had merely been a stroke of fate. Yet witnessing her plight at this critical juncture, still attempting to offer him something and urging him to escape, stirred a conflict within him. I will carry you. Let us first find a place to hide. Once Qiu Xiaoyong and his companions have returned, Fang Yuan will come to your rescue. Allow me to bandage your arm. The scent of blood may leave traces. Zhang Anping glanced at her and, without hesitation, tore open Nancy's clothing, startling her. However, when he began to unwrap her arm and tend to her wound, his body trembled slightly. Zhang Anping's movements were vigorous, and in his effort to ensure clarity, he nearly shredded the entirety of her sleeve. Under the moonlight, his arm was not robust. Rather, it was slender and proportionate, exuding a smoothness that suggested delicate skin. No wonder my mother always says you are thin. Your skin is truly exquisite, akin to that of a young maiden. Zhang Anping chuckled, for he noticed Nancy's anxiety made her entire body tense. He was merely teasing her. After all, they were both young men. What was there to be so anxious about when it came to tearing clothing? You, nonsense. For reasons unknown, Nancy turned her head away, yet her ears flushed with warmth. Chapter 126. Nancy's origins. Nancy's arm was bandaged, yet no better remedy existed for his leg. Zhang Anping had no choice but to carry him, evading the black-clad assailants while seeking a concealed cave or alternative refuge to tend to his leg injury. Fortunately, Nancy was quite slender, and Zhang Anping possessed considerable strength, making the act of carrying him not overly burdensome. However, once on Zhang Anping's back, Nancy grew increasingly restless, squirming in an attempt to descend. Zhang Anping firmly restrained his leg, preventing him from doing so. Why must you be so dramatic? Is this truly the time for your whims? What is wrong with me carrying you? Even if you are a lady, in moments like these, what holds more significance, your life or societal conventions? You ought to be a martial practitioner. Indeed, Zhang Anping's rebuke silenced Nancy, who subsequently mumbled weakly, "Thank you for saving my life. I was merely overthinking." That is the spirit. How did you provoke such formidable adversaries? And martial practitioners at that. Aren't they a rarity in the great Zhou dynasty? How is it that I encounter two? Observing the surroundings, seemingly devoid of pursuing black-clad figures, Zhang Anping inquired of Nancy. As he could not remain in ignorance. They must have come from Jinling. The closer one is to Jinling, the more martial practitioners there are. Those wishing to kill me likely belong to the most powerful faction in the Great Zhou, so the presence of martial practitioners is hardly surprising. Moreover, Fang Yuan is filled with martial practitioners. Only the most inept would fail to kill me and instead invite greater trouble. Nancy calmly elucidated the situation to Zhang Anping, explaining that for some individuals who remain at the bottom tier of society, like the Zhang family, who have lived in Dexing village their entire lives, they may never encounter a martial apprentice. They could live for decades without ever knowing that monsters and martial practitioners exist, laboring in obscurity until death. Why did you provoke the most powerful faction in the Great Zhou? You mentioned you resided in Hongnan City for many years. How could you attract such peril? Zhang Anping's heart raced with anxiety. Nancy's background appeared to be quite extraordinary, yet it remained unclear whether he would be willing to share. I was born into a prominent family in the Great Zhou. My father had a legitimate wife, but remained childless for a long time until my mother, who was actually a concubine, bore me and my twin brother, Long. For reasons unknown, Nancy paused at this juncture. Zhang Anping, not hearing any further, suddenly lost his footing, sensing movement ahead. Upon cautiously approaching, they discovered a bat cave within. Numerous bats roost there, and the cave extended deep, even containing a water source. Zhang Anping promptly ignited a torch, and soon, the bats took flight. After thoroughly inspecting the cave, Zhang Anping found no other beasts aside from the bats. The cave was indeed profound, but they did not venture deeper. Rather, they settled in a spacious, dry area about 10 meters from the entrance, lighting several torches. In order to obscure the entrance from prying eyes, Zhang Anping gathered some twigs to block it off completely. Without light, he could not see Nancy's leg, nor could he tend to his dislocated ankle. The torchlight illuminated Nancy's body, revealing that his right leg was severely swollen. while the injuries on his arms were not as grave, having ceased bleeding after being bandaged. However, the condition of his ankle was critical. Without immediate treatment, it could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Amping crouched down to remove Nancy's shoe, only to see Nancy sharply retract his foot, seemingly reluctant. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Amping muttered, "What are you shy about? It's not your foot that's injured. I doubt anyone would want to remove a man's shoe. Besides, women's feet aren't particularly attractive either. I fail to comprehend why some men have a penchant for feet." As he spoke, his hands acted swiftly, and he swiftly pulled off Nancy's shoe. Upon removing it, he was taken aback. Though Nancy's foot was wrapped, it was exquisitely delicate, fair as jade, devoid of any calluses or roughness, surpassing even that of his sisters in its care. Zhang Amping frowned, and upon looking up, he noticed Nancy's face flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, everything became clear. "Are you and your brother fraternal twins? In affluent families, the birth of twins is considered inauspicious. You?" "Yes, my brother is gravely ill. My mother fears for her status, and thus brought me back from Hongcheng, where I had been discreetly raised. However, some individuals were displeased and sent people to assassinate me. I do not know how the news leaked." At this moment, Nancy felt a weight lifted from her heart. This had long been a heavy burden within her. Although she was the elder sister, twins were deemed ominous in the Zhou dynasty. When she was born, her mother had intended to end her life, yet her grandmother, soft-hearted, exerted considerable effort to secretly raise her. They later claimed that a concubine of her uncle had given birth to a daughter. At that time, her mother had given birth to her brother, basking in glory. Even though she was raised under her uncle's name, she lacked for nothing, and she displayed remarkable talent in her studies from a young age. In no time, she could manipulate objects, astonishing everyone around her. Yet no one in her maternal grandfather's family dared to speak of it. However, she and her brother resembled each other so closely that even her father grew suspicious. Eventually, when her grandmother realized they could no longer hide the truth, she falsely claimed that Nancy had died, dressing her as a boy and sending her to Hongnan City. Fang Yuan was by her side during that time. Originally, Nancy intended to live a quiet life in Hongnan City, perhaps never to return to Jinling. However, her brother's severe illness changed everything. With her father gone and her uncles eyeing her enviously, her mother was consumed by fear. For if her brother were to perish, the viciousness of her uncles would surely leave no room for her in their household. Among the powerful, it was all too easy to eliminate a few people. It was then that her mother recalled her existence. For these years, she had been raised as a boy, and in appearance alone. Who would ever suspect she was a beautiful maiden? My family is devoid of any bonds of kinship, existing solely on the foundation of self-interest. I find myself questioning whether my brother has been poisoned or deliberately harmed, while my mother seeks a son to secure her position. I can only fulfill the role of a son. The events of today are known to heaven and earth, and to you and me. I implore you to keep this secret, for I do not wish to bring calamity upon your family. You all seem to be a wonderful family, and I envy you greatly. I have never had the opportunity to share a meal with my parents or uncles in such a manner as you do. I loathe the fact that I was born into the wrong family." Tears suddenly streamed down Nancy's face. In that moment of sorrow, Zhang Amping found it difficult to resent her for deceiving him. After all, who would willingly disguise themselves as the opposite gender without a compelling reason? He had heard her mention that her only brother was likely in dire straits. Furthermore, her mother required a son? This was utterly infuriating. Such a blatant preference for sons over daughters. Did her family possess a throne that necessitated an heir? Must there truly be a male child? Chapter 127. A counterattack is imperative. As Zhang Amping pondered this, he was suddenly reminded that his own family mirrored this sentiment. His grandfather had 10 granddaughters, yet still yearned for a grandson. This was a prevailing trend in the great Zhou dynasty. It was not that his grandfather or parents treated the sisters poorly. Well, do not weep. Look at my family. My grandparents are indeed kind to my sisters. Yet they still long for a grandson. In Daxing village, a family without a grandson is considered to have no heirs. Families without descendants face dire consequences. For instance, if your mother had no sons, she would indeed be cast out by her uncles. In these tumultuous times, one can never predict what misfortune may arise. Honestly, I find this notion quite unjust. Both genders are equally valuable. My sisters are exceptionally strong and diligent, treating me with great kindness. While Zhang Amping consoled Nancy, his hands were not idle. He deftly manipulated her joints, diverting her attention with conversation as he skillfully realigned her dislocated ankle. Nancy, momentarily lost in his words, felt a twinge of pain, yet in the next instant, her ankle was miraculously restored. Once the dislocation was addressed, Zhang Anping applied a soothing balm that felt refreshingly cool. This medicine is truly effective. It feels wonderful. This remedy was concocted by my elder sister, who possesses a remarkable talent for pharmacology. If you have the opportunity, you might seek her guidance. The bond among your siblings is truly admirable. I seldom see my own brother. Nancy's eyes shimmered with envy as she recalled not having seen her brother in many years. Had it not been for her brother's grave illness, she suspected she might never return to Jinling. She hoped for his recovery, but still yearned to distance herself from Jinling to lead her own life. Are you and your family relocating to Azhou? If my brother recovers and I find freedom, may I come to visit you? I truly admire the love and unity within your family. The land is situated in Heihuchong, Chongling Town, Azhou. It is not exceedingly far from Jinling. Should you find the time in the future, you are welcome to visit. However, we must first address the immediate crisis. Zhang Anping's thoughts were consumed by the men in black. Today had caught him off guard, presenting the gravest threat he had ever encountered. He was determined to reclaim his dignity. He could not resign himself to defeat. Moreover, if these individuals were not dealt with, not only would Nancy be unable to reach Jinling, but they might also find it impossible to go to Azhou. Thus, these men in black had to be eliminated. However, the martial artists among them posed a significant challenge. The most formidable of the black-clad figures were undoubtedly martial artists, and Zhang Anping felt uncertain about confronting them. If he were alone, he could simply vanish and seek refuge in solitude to cultivate his strength until he became invincible. However, he was responsible for a large family. The most effective solution to eliminate the threat was to eradicate the enemy entirely, thus preventing future troubles. But how could one kill a martial artist? Zhang Anping was deep in thought, seeking a solution. That night, Nancy was exceedingly fatigued, her spirit nearly exhausted, with injuries to her arms and ankles. Yet her mind was remarkably alert. She remained seated, engaged in conversation with Zhang Anping, who had urged her several times to retire for the night. But Nancy was reluctant to sleep, not due to any disdain for the roughness of Zhang Anping's demeanor. Rather, it was because the feelings that had long been suppressed within her heart, though she had never shared with anyone, poured forth in this moment. Perhaps after this night, she would find it impossible to open her heart to others and reveal her secrets again. Hearing Nancy's heartfelt words piqued Zhang Anping's interest, prompting him to recount amusing anecdotes from his childhood, including the tale of his first quarrel between his grandparents, sparked by him. His grandfather had secretly allowed him a puff from a tobacco pipe, only to be caught by his grandmother, resulting in a fierce argument, even leading to physical altercations. They had not spoken for over half a month, but it was ultimately Zhang Anping who reconciled their differences, as both were merely concerned for him, albeit in different ways. He also reminisced about his sister's gathering pigweed and bringing him a nest of wild chicken eggs, which surprisingly hatched into several chicks. However, those little chicks, after feasting on the grains he had provided, scampered away, their long legs carrying them far from his grasp, leaving his sisters in tears. Subsequently, his uncles set traps to catch wild chickens, with all 10 of his sisters assisting. Yet, in the end, they failed to catch the little chicks, but managed to capture quite a few larger ones, which ultimately filled Zhang Anping's stomach, along with his sisters. At this juncture, Nancy felt a twinge of envy for Zhang Anping's sisters and the kindness of his uncles. Your sisters are truly wonderful to you, and your uncles are equally kind. Unlike my family, where my uncle only seeks my brother's demise. Haha, that is indeed true. Not only do my uncles care for me, but during my time in Daxing village, no one dared to bully me. If any boy dared to strike me, my grandfather and grandmother would make a ruckus, and my 10 sisters would rally a group of friends to avenge me. The mere thought of Zhang Anping's sisters leading a band of companions to avenge their brother painted a picture of happiness in Nancy's mind. Neither of them had succumbed to slumber. They continued to share delightful tales of their youth, reveling in the joy of the moment. As dawn approached, the sound of howling wolves echoed outside, causing Zhang Anping to exclaim with delight, "It's Xiaobai. Xiaobai has come. They must have found us." Xiaobai, accustomed to lingering by his side, had undoubtedly recognized his scent. When Zhang Anping dashed outside, he was greeted by a throng of people, all brandishing torches. Led by his grandfather and father, with several sisters following closely behind. Even Xiao Xiaoyong, injured, had come along. Xiaobai is indeed clever. He has successfully located you. Xiao Xiaoyong chuckled upon seeing Zhang Onping unharmed. Meanwhile, his grandfather, in a flurry of affection, embraced him, scrutinizing him closely. Once reassured of his well-being, he furtively glanced behind him, evading the crowd, and offered a discreet reprimand. You must ensure your own safety before attempting to rescue others. Recklessness without wisdom is the height of folly. All right, grandfather, do you really think your grandson is that foolish? Nancy is in the cave, and where is Uncle Fong? Zhang Onping glanced around, realizing Fong Yuan was absent. He has gone to pursue those assassins. He believes that until those men are dealt with, our journey remains perilous. He advised us to wait until he has eliminated them for our own safety. I agree. We cannot suffer injuries in vain. Zhang Onping surveyed the group, recalling how those dark-clad figures had cornered them earlier. This grievance must be avenged. Until they are vanquished, the simmering anger within Zhang Onping cannot be quelled. However, the question remains, how to ensure their demise. That requires careful contemplation upon returning. Chapter 128. Zhang Onping's strategy upon their return. Daylight had already broken. They planned to spend another night at the Feiyue Inn, while Fong Yuan had also arrived back, appearing somewhat disheveled, with a portion of his hair seemingly singed. Fortunately, he bore no physical injuries. The group from Jinling possesses formidable strength when united. I cannot contend with them directly. A covert attack might succeed, but only against the strongest among them. My chances are slim, yet the others are of little consequence, Fong Yuan remarked, seemingly unfazed. He was aware that the Jinling faction had already dispatched individuals to retrieve Nanshe. Once those reinforcements arrived, their safety would be assured. However, the distance to Jinling was considerable. Even with the fastest steeds, or by waterway, they would require several days. Fong Yuan could afford to wait, yet the Zhang family was less inclined to be patient. They wished to reach Azhou as soon as possible, ideally before the autumn harvest, to plant a new crop and secure a yield for the following year. They were unwilling to delay their journey excessively. A wait of a day or two was bearable, but a span of 10 days or more was intolerable. No need to wait that long. At most, just a day or two. I have a plan, but it requires Uncle Fong's cooperation, Zhang Onping mused, contemplating the feasibility of his scheme. After much deliberation, he believed it could be executed successfully, contingent upon Fong Yuan's collaboration. With a stroke of luck, they might resolve this predicament within a couple of days and eliminate the black-clad adversaries entirely. I am willing to cooperate. I just wonder if it will work. Fong Yuan replied. How will we know unless we try? Zhang Onping responded, undeterred. He understood that Fong Yuan was not family and thus could not extend the same unconditional trust. He instructed the Snow Wolf King and the Little Fox to discreetly scout the hideout of the black-clad figures. They were to proceed silently and return without alarming the enemy, after which Zhang Onping would take action. Although he could not confront the black-clad individuals directly, he possessed a trump card, a painting containing a fragment of the Mountain Lord's consciousness. This painting had been kept hidden within his spatial realm, for he dared not reveal it. Should it be exposed, the Mountain Lord would sense its location and retaliate against whoever wielded it. After all, he had been seething with rage that day. The Mountain Lord harbored a deep grudge, constantly searching for those who had once injured him, and could use the painting to manifest at a chosen location for vengeance. However, as long as the painting remained concealed, the Mountain Lord would be unable to detect the whereabouts of his enemies. Zhang Onping resolved to exploit a misunderstanding, enlisting the Mountain Lord as their unwitting ally. After Hu Linger and the Snow Wolf King located the black-clad figure's hideout, they decided to take action that evening. Prior to this, they made necessary preparations, and Zhang Onping specifically cautioned Fong Yuan to heed his strategy, emphasizing the importance of caution and avoiding direct confrontation with the Mountain Lord. They aimed to manipulate the Mountain Lord into believing that the black-clad figures were their allies. The individuals venturing out that night included Hu Linger, Zhang Onping, and Fong Yuan. Nancy initially intended to join, but due to the scars adorning her feet and arms, she opted to stay with the Zhang sisters for safety. As they set out, the group donned attire reminiscent of shadowy figures, cloaked entirely in black, with only their eyes visible. Once night descended, distinguishing between those clad in ebony and themselves became a formidable task. The sky was devoid of moonlight, shrouded in a gloomy ambience that suggested impending rain. The dark-clad figures concealed themselves amidst the trees, where they had erected several makeshift shelters. The most formidable among them had not succumbed to slumber that night. Having conserved their energy during the day, they planned to wait until later to infiltrate the Feyue in search of opportunities. Suddenly, the strongest martial artist in their midst turned sharply towards a certain direction. "Remain still at the camp. I shall take two with me to investigate the disturbance over there," he commanded, having sensed the presence of a martial artist nearby, one whose aura he recognized as Fang Yuan. A surge of excitement coursed through him at the prospect of Fang Yuan being alone. If they exerted their full strength, they could eliminate him. Without Fang Yuan as protection, dispatching the young noble he had brought along would be a trivial endeavor. Thus, the leader of the black-clad figures, without hesitation, surged forth with two subordinates towards the source of the disturbance. Meanwhile, back at the camp, only the subordinates remained, busying themselves with preparations for the evening meal and packing their belongings, for if all went smoothly, they anticipated completing their mission and departing within the next few days. A sudden howl echoed through the night, sending a wave of alertness through the camp. The howls grew increasingly proximate, prompting some to dispatch two black-clad scouts to ascertain whether a pack of wolves was approaching. Consequently, only 3 martial apprentices remained to guard the camp. Aside from one preparing meat over the fire, the others refrained from packing, choosing instead to remain vigilant against any unforeseen occurrences. Abruptly, a fleeting white shadow darted past, prompting the sentinel to bellow, "Who goes there, conjuring phantoms in the shadows?" As another figure rushed into the darkness, Zhang Anping entered the camp, clad in black. At that moment, only one martial apprentice was patrolling anxiously, entirely oblivious to Zhang Anping's stealthy entry. Zhang Anping's gaze swept across the surroundings until it landed on the half-packed belongings. Swiftly, he unfastened the prepared bundle and retrieved a painting depicting a white tiger traversing the mountains, stowing it within the package. He secured the bundle and, restoring it to its original state, tiptoed away. Not long after Zhang Anping's departure, a black-clad figure returned from the shadows. The guard at the camp inquired, "Did you catch them? Did you lose the trail?" Replied the returning figure tersely, offering no further explanation as he joined the guard in maintaining their watch. Soon after, several more black-clad figures reappeared. It was said that there were wolves in the forest, likely lone wolves. After a brief reconnaissance, nothing was spotted, leading to the suspicion of a ruse to lure him away. Thus, he chose to return. Lure the tiger away from its mountain. What treasures could possibly be found in our camp? I've been here, and I haven't seen even a shadow. The guard scoffed, amused. The most formidable figure clad in black had been trailing Fang Yuan, but soon vanished from sight. Had Fang Yuan engaged him directly, he, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, would undoubtedly have had the upper hand and could have captured Fang Yuan with certainty. However, Fang Yuan was elusive, allowing the black-clad figure to catch only a fleeting glimpse of his back. Frustrated, the figure turned in circles before realizing something was amiss and promptly returned to the camp. Upon arriving, he found several of his subordinates present and breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, atop the highest peak nearby, the mountain lord, who had been dozing, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 129. The mountain lord emerges. Before them stood a magnificent spotted tiger, rising to its full height, stretching languidly, and letting out a resonant roar that echoed through the heavens. The sheer force of its cry sent tremors through the forest, causing the birds and beasts alike to tremble in terror. Many creatures cowered on the ground, shivering in fear, too paralyzed to flee. The mountain lord, standing tall, sensed the presence of an intriguing aura nearby, which stirred within him an insatiable desire for vengeance. This time, retribution was inevitable. None would escape. At midnight tonight, we shall strike. A portion of our group will divert Fang Yuan's attention, while the rest will fixate on that young master by his side. It has been decreed that we must see him alive or dead, regardless of the outcome. Chief, who is that young master? What is his background that you have taken such action? Just focus on the task at hand. Why the incessant questioning? The cloaked figure glared at his subordinate, then redistributed the tasks, assigning one to patrol while the others were permitted to rest. They would set forth toward the Feyue and just before the clock struck midnight to execute their mission. Since their last brief encounter, these shadowy figures had discerned that, despite the numbers on Fang Yuan's side, there lay opportunities amidst the chaos to strike down the young master who accompanied him. Thus, they resolved to act boldly tonight. No more lurking in the shadows. After all, only Feng Yuan was by that young master's side. Moreover, the delay had grown too lengthy, and they feared attracting the attention of those from Jinling, who might send more formidable martial artists. In such a scenario, they would stand no chance. A failure would seal their fate, leaving them with no escape. Therefore, they could not afford to wait any longer. Tonight was the night. Yet, as the leader of the cloaked figures lay resting, his previously shut eyes sprang open, sensing an unusual aura within the camp. A palpable danger loomed, akin to the predatory gaze of a fierce beast, unsettling him immensely. The black-clad leader swiftly rose and circled the perimeter of the camp, scanning the surroundings, but found no signs of disturbance. However, the sense of impending peril intensified, deepening his unease. Everyone rise. We must investigate. It seems we may have enemies lurking nearby. Examine the area for any anomalies. The leader summoned all his subordinates, urging them to be vigilant. The patrol reported that they had been ever watchful, their eyes unblinking. Yet they had seen nothing out of the ordinary. There is danger. We are being watched. Quickly, ascertain the source of this threat. The leader's anxiety surged as he continued to search the camp. They focused solely on scanning the perimeter for danger, neglecting to inspect the very camp in which they resided. At that moment, the painting had unwrapped itself from its confines, floating into the air, surrounded by a rising mist. As the leader of the black-clad figures sensed something amiss, he beheld a colossal tiger's head emerging, its maw agape and roaring ferociously. Alarm surged within him, prompting an instinctive response. He unleashed a flying sword aimed directly at the beast. In that moment, it was evident to all that something was terribly wrong. The sudden appearance of the spotted tiger was bewildering, yet the leader's primal instincts compelled him to prevent the creature from escaping, for the consequences would be dire. His own flying sword offered no warning, yet the group of black-clad figures had already squandered their initial opportunity, having wasted precious time searching the perimeter of their encampment. By the time they discerned the anomaly within the tent, the mountain lord had already emerged from the painting, its gaping maw clamping down on the flying sword. Panic coursed through the leader's veins. A monstrous entity of perilous grade. His pupils constricted. Such a creature was akin to a martial artist of formidable prowess. Yet, even among martial artists, there exists a hierarchy of strength. This particular beast undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of its kind, though he himself was also near the apex of martial prowess. Facing this perilous being rendered the outcome uncertain. Where did this creature spring from? He cursed inwardly, his flying sword firmly ensnared by the mountain lord's jaws. In a moment of desperation, he directed the sword with his consciousness, aiming to thrust it into the beast's maw, seeking to sever its tongue. Enraged, the mountain lord, recalling a previous ambush that had left it grievously wounded, reacted with fury. Having just emerged, it found itself under immediate attack, with the sword aimed at its tongue. With a powerful swipe of its paw, the mountain lord struck the flying sword, sending it askew. The force of the blow was so tremendous that the very tent the black-clad leader occupied was obliterated. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping and his companions lay in wait outside, eager to capitalize on the chaos, hoping to incite a fierce clash between the black-clad figures and the mountain lord. The age-old adage of when the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman benefits rang true. Yet, before they could make their move, the mountain lord charged forth, embroiled in a fierce skirmish with the black-clad figures, entirely defying their expectations. This was fortuitous. They need only observe from the sidelines, untroubled by the risk of being discovered. The mountain lord relentlessly pursued the black-clad adversaries, its fury palpable, while the black-clad figures transitioned from initial disarray to a coordinated formation, unleashing a barrage of flying swords against the formidable creature. The spectacle was nothing short of intense, with blood spilling upon the ground. In a moment of opportunity, one martial artist found himself grasped by the mountain lord, meeting a gruesome fate. The flying sword clattered to the earth, and as the body crumpled to the ground, it was drenched in blood, every inch marred and ravaged. This scene left the cloaked figures infuriated, momentarily causing them to forget their mission that awaited them at midnight. At this moment, their hearts were consumed by a singular purpose: to slay the tiger demon. Although the mountain lord possessed formidable strength, nearing the peak of dangerous grade demons, his prowess was comparable to that of the leader of the cloaked figures. However, the mountain lord stood alone against a formidable group of 7 or 8 adversaries. Even if the remaining foes were merely martial practitioners, their numbers proved overwhelming. Despite the Mountain Lord's initial triumph in dispatching one of the martial practitioners, time wore on, and he too sustained injuries. A flurry of flying swords targeted the Mountain Lord. Even though he evaded them with remarkable agility, the sheer volume of projectiles was unrelenting. The leader of the cloaked figures wielded a singular flying sword that pierced through him, creating a gaping wound. The destructive force of the sword was immense. With but a single strike, it seemed to diminish the Mountain Lord's stature from an imposing 2 meters to a mere 1 meter in height. This is not good. The Mountain Lord is about to be defeated. Chapter 130. The Clash of Clams and Herons. Is it truly this fragile? It seems it cannot endure for long, Zhang Onping murmured, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was drenched in cold sweat. This tiger demon is formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation, the outcome is uncertain. The sheer number of dark-clad figures is overwhelming. If I confront them head-on, it would surely lead to my demise. We must act swiftly. If the dark-clad ones eliminate the tiger demon, they will turn their attention towards us. Fang Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. So, the overall strength of the dark-clad figures, is this potent? If we charge in recklessly, we might not withstand their onslaught. To hesitate at such a juncture would be sheer folly. Let us advance. Charge. Though the tiger demon and the dark-clad figures were their adversaries, after weighing the consequences, it seemed prudent to first deal with the latter. Zhang Onping communicated his thoughts to Fang Yuan. Their objective in this charge should ideally lead to a mutual destruction between the dark-clad figures and the Mountain Lord. After all, both the dark-clad figures and the Mountain Lord were enemies. Should the Mountain Lord escape this time, who could say if he would remember their previous encounter where they vanquished him? Would he then relentlessly pursue the Zhang family? Likewise, if the dark-clad figures were allowed to flee, it would pose an even greater headache, especially since they planned to engage in a direct confrontation. What if these dark-clad figures attack the inn? The devastation wrought by martial practitioners is immense. One could only speculate who might perish in such chaos. Therefore, it would be best to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Just as they observed the Mountain Lord faltering, a dark-clad figure suddenly surged forth from the shadows. However, instead of wielding a flying sword, he lunged with a claw, striking the nearest dark-clad figure beside the Mountain Lord. A piercing scream echoed as blood splattered across the scene. The Mountain Lord's eyes brightened. He glanced at the dark-clad figure and instantly recognized him as a kindred spirit, a demon like himself. Since they were both demons, their true enemies were the dark-clad figures. Yet, confusion soon enveloped the Mountain Lord as a second wave of dark-clad figures emerged. Among them were not only demons, but also martial practitioners, including one particularly powerful warrior, Fang Yuan himself. As Fang Yuan charged forth, he engaged the leader of the dark-clad figures, their flying swords clashing in a fierce duel. With the assistance of these allies, the Mountain Lord felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Despite his injuries, he fought valiantly, each leap sending a martial practitioner flying. The dark-clad figures soon realized that the Mountain Lord was formidable beyond measure. Without their leader's aid, they were utterly outmatched before the tiger demon, and soon cries for help filled the air. The leader of the dark-clad figures, who was initially a match for Fang Yuan, became increasingly agitated as he witnessed his subordinates being slain by the Mountain Lord, their cries hauntingly familiar. Distracted by the chaos, he fell prey to Fang Yuan's ambush. A narrow escape from Fang Yuan's sword nearly cost him his life, and though he managed to evade, he sustained an injury to his arm, sending a rush of panic through him. The thought of fleeing now seemed ludicrous. On one side, Zhang Onping was watching intently. The moment he detected even the slightest opening, he would rush in, reveling in the opportunity to strike down a drowning dog. This was indeed a perfect chance to cooperate with the Mountain Lord in vanquishing the black-clad adversaries. It was imperative that not a single one escaped, lest they sow seeds of future calamity. Meanwhile, the Mountain Lord and Hulinger were compelling the black-clad fighters to retreat in disarray. The Snow Wolf King, drawn by the excitement of the fray, joined the fray, and the trio of demons displayed overwhelming prowess. In no time, they had dispatched 6 or 7 of the black-clad foes. Soon, only the leader of the black-clad fighters remained. Initially, he sought to rescue his subordinates, but within a mere tea's time, all of them had met their demise. Witnessing this, the leader's mind reeled, his heart bleeding for the loss of these cultivators. whose training had not come easily. He decided to flee, realizing that remaining would likely seal his fate, should he be the last one standing. He could attempt a surprise attack, eliminating the young master beside Fang Yuan, and still return to report, albeit with devastating losses. However, as the black-clad leader contemplated his escape, it was already too late. Fang Yuan had noticed that all remaining black-clad fighters had perished. Now was the most opportune moment to capture this leader. If he were to escape now, they would never find peace in their dreams. Therefore, Fang Yuan resolutely pursued the black-clad leader, granting him no chance of escape. Meanwhile, Hu Ling'er and the Snow Wolf had finished their slaughter, and the Mountain Lord quickly transformed into human form, revealing himself as a man in his 20s or 30s, with a hint of facial hair. After a moment's consideration, he decided to appear a few years younger, trimming his beard to present a visage that resembled a man in his 20s. His imposing stature suggested immense strength. As he bowed repeatedly to Hu Ling'er and the Snow Wolf King, "Thank you for your rescue. Your kindness is beyond words. I shall first deal with that individual, and then invite you all for wine and a feast." The Mountain Lord, oblivious to the fact that the very individuals standing before him were the ones who had initially attacked him, directed all his animosity toward the black-clad leader. He charged forward, assisting Fang Yuan and Zhang Anping in the effort to eliminate the black-clad leader. The leader, already at a disadvantage, noticed the Mountain Lord charging at him and, in a moment of desperation, stomped his foot and activated the unique skill of a martial artist, teleportation. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing several dozen meters away. The superiority of martial artists over martial warriors lay in their ability to teleport, enabling them to move with remarkable speed, which is why they are often difficult to intercept or kill. Zhang Anping felt a pang of alarm. This was troublesome. If the black-clad leader managed to escape, it would spell doom for Nanqi. After all, this individual had already discerned their capabilities. Only Fang Yuan possessed the strength of a martial artist, capable of barely hindering him. Had Nancy been situated even slightly farther from Fang Yuan, this person could have swiftly killed Nancy and escaped without anyone being able to stop him. Moreover, the martial artist had the potential for self-detonation. Should that occur, the resulting devastation would be extraordinary. Chase him, we cannot allow him to escape. Upon witnessing this scenario, Fang Yuan grew anxious, instantly vanishing like a wisp of smoke. The Mountain Lord fled rapidly, while the Snow Wolf King hesitated to flee. Glancing at Zhang Anping before coming to a halt at his feet, fortuitously allowing Zhang Anping to sit upon the Snow Wolf King's back. Over there, Hu Ling'er transformed into a small, snow-white fox, nestling atop the Snow Wolf King's back, cradled in Zhang Anping's embrace. Everyone pursued fervently, hoping to eliminate this cloaked figure to avert future calamities. Chapter 131. The self-detonation of the martial artist. The figure clad in black exhibited remarkable speed in his instantaneous movements. However, he soon encountered Fang Yuan and the Mountain Lord. Fang Yuan, also a martial artist, possessed the ability to vanish from sight in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the Mountain Lord excelled in speed, capable of summoning his true form from 1,000 miles away with just a wisp of divine sense. Thus, when faced with the black-clad individual, he remained unperturbed, swiftly locking onto his target with unparalleled speed. In the eyes of the black-clad leader, this tiger demon was far more loathsome than Fang Yuan, for nearly all his subordinates had perished at the hands of this beast. Ironically, as he sought to escape, the tiger demon pursued him relentlessly, outpacing him at every turn, which only added to the leader's frustration. He could not fathom the origins of this tiger demon. He had not wronged him, nor provoked him, yet it had annihilated so many of his men. The leader's thoughts turned to confrontation. In the next instant, the Mountain Lord was upon him, delivering a powerful blow. Despite the black-clad leader's remarkable speed, intercepting him was a trivial task for the Mountain Lord, an ancient demon. Furthermore, the black-clad individual was injured, rendering him incapable of evading the Mountain Lord's relentless pursuit. Each time he became ensnared, Fang Yuan would rush in to unleash a flurry of attacks. The black-clad leader's attempts to escape were thwarted time and again, leading him to utter despair. As he surveyed his battered form and glanced at the seemingly tireless Mountain Lord and Fang Yuan, along with Zhang Anping and others who appeared unscathed, the black-clad leader erupted into maniacal laughter. "Retreat! He intends to self-destruct," the Mountain Lord shouted suddenly. He sought to withdraw, only to witness the black-clad figure charging towards him recklessly, disregarding all else. The mountain lord dashed in another direction, but the black-clad figure pursued him with a sinister grin. An immense force radiated from the impending explosion, shaking the very heavens and earth. The commotion reached the Flying Moon Inn, leaving those inside bewildered as to the cause. Merely able to gaze in the direction of the disturbance, which seemed to lead to where Zhang Anping and his companions had ventured. A wave of anxiety rippled through the group, igniting a desire to render assistance. However, many among them were not martial artists. Ultimately, Nancy declared her intention to venture forth alongside Zhang Jitao, Zhang Zhixing, and Xiu Xiaoyong to provide aid. Others expressed dissent, prompting Nancy to reveal her magical artifact, asserting her formidable divine sense, which made her the strongest among those remaining. At this juncture, sending too many individuals would be futile. Protection is still required here. Fang Yuan and I share a unique means of communication. Even in darkness, I can locate him. They seek me, and thus I am the most suitable candidate to go. Nancy, typically reserved, spoke with unwavering conviction. After deliberation among the Zhang family, given the uncertain situation, they ultimately resolved to allow Nancy to ride forth with a group to investigate. When Nancy finally located the site of the black-clad man's self-detonation, she was met with a sight that left her utterly astonished. Half a hillside had transformed into a crater larger than a pond, and the trees strewn across the ground had been reduced to charred remnants. All present were rendered speechless. How could it have come to this? The destructive power of a martial artist's self-explosion is truly immense. No wonder a single martial artist can stand against thousands in battle. Witnessing this scene, Nancy quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. It can't be Uncle Fong. He is also a martial artist. No, he should be nearby. I will go find him. Nancy shook her head, yet a sense of unease gnawed at her heart as she worried for Zhang Anping. Brother, I wonder how he is faring? With such devastation, it is likely that no one nearby could have escaped unscathed. Zhang Jitong was in a panic, her eyes reddened with distress. He will be fine. If anything has happened to him, I will unearth the one behind this, no matter who it may be. I will ensure that your brother avenges. Unbeknownst to Nancy, her own words were tinged with a hint of panic. This was an unfamiliar sensation for her. Perhaps Zhang Anping had become unparalleled in her heart, having saved her life and shared secrets with her. As everyone searched frantically, it was Nancy who soon discovered Fang Yuan. He had sustained minor injuries, having been too close to the site of the black-clad man's explosion, while Zhang Anping had only experienced a slight impact due to the swift escape of the Snow Wolf King. One of his arms was injured, and a patch of fur on the Snow Wolf King's forehead had been singed, leaving him looking rather comical with his otherwise pristine white coat marred by a single black spot. The one most gravely injured was the Mountain Lord, who had been forced back into his original form, transforming into a diminutive tiger cub. So small was he that one could easily mistake him for a cat resembling a tiger. No one would question it, for there exists no tiger one could hold in a single hand, and his frail state allowed one to gently stroke his head without hesitation. Zhang Anping gazed at the Mountain Lord, now a small, grayish-black cub, lost in contemplation. After a while, he felt a tug on his sleeve from Hulinger. Master, we should take him back to heal. In truth, the Mountain Lord is not so malevolent. He has invited us for drinks and feasts. Moreover, in his current state, he cannot revert to human form anytime soon. If we leave him in these woods, he will be in peril. Hulinger pleaded with Zhang Anping, her expression one of compassion. The Mountain Lord, understanding his predicament, chimed in, "You have saved me. I am well aware of my debts. Once I recover and regain my human form, I shall grant you one request as a token of my gratitude." Though transformed into a small cat, he could still articulate his thoughts, albeit in a feeble voice, revealing the severity of his injuries. "Very well, you may stay. We have no shortage of provisions. However, should you dare to harm others or engage in any nefarious deeds, I will not hesitate to take your life." Zhang Anping regarded the tiny feline, realizing that in its current state, taking its life would not pose a challenge. However, one must issue a warning beforehand. No worries. If he is disobedient, I shall discipline him. Right. Hulinger gently stroked the little kitten's head, causing it to turn its head repeatedly. Eventually, it relented and let out a couple of meows, signifying its acquiescence. At this moment, dawn had broken, and Zhang Anping, along with Nashi and others, had returned to the Feyue Inn. Upon learning that all the black-clad assailants had perished, the elder Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and decided to set off on their journey that very day. The injured were settled in the carriage to recuperate. Just as Zhang Anping was about to return to the carriage, Fang Yuan sought him out and whisked him away, claiming he would teach him a few skills. With Fang Yuan's formidable strength, the Zhang family felt it inappropriate to protest. After all, this was a significant opportunity. Yet, as Zhang Anping followed Fang Yuan, he found himself directly assigned to Nashi's carriage. Chapter 132. A pact sealed with a clap. Nancy's carriage was exceptionally grand, resembling a mobile abode, adorned with opulent yet understated furnishings. Within its spacious confines, one could recline or sit comfortably. Remarkably, the carriage glided smoothly over the roads, providing a sense of tranquility akin to being in one's own home, which was truly astonishing. The Nancy family must possess an air of mystery. "You are injured. I have some effective medicine here. Let me apply it for you," Nancy said gently, assisting Zhang Anping in unwrapping his arm. She also presented him with an array of sweet snacks, suggesting he indulge if he felt any pain. Zhang Anping's injury was minor, merely surface wounds that would heal with a couple of applications of ointment. However, upon seeing his wounds, Nancy's eyes brimmed with concern. She meticulously cleaned, treated, and incessantly advised him to take care, promising to administer medicine 3 times a day, which made Zhang Anping wonder if his injuries were far graver than they actually were. In truth, the most severely wounded was the Mountain Lord, who had now transformed into a mere kitten, spending his days in slumber to recuperate. As for Fang Yuan, his injuries were also considerable, yet Zhang Anping was in the best condition among them, considering that a martial artist's self-explosion was indeed a rarity. "I truly apologize, but my mother has sent someone to fetch me. By the way, regarding what you mentioned last time about the calamities facing the Great Zhou, how do you envision strengthening the dynasty? How can we ensure the populace lives in peace and prosperity, free from the suffering of upheaval?" Nancy poured a cup of tea for Zhang Anping. He intrigued her greatly. He spoke with conviction and substance, unlike anyone she had encountered before. Many familiar figures, despite their lofty status and renown, refrained from expressing themselves freely, fearing the potential repercussions of their words. None dared to speak as candidly as Zhang Anping did. Currently, the Great Zhou faces invasions from barbaric tribes, and although it appears the emperor is too young and the empress dowager governs, with powerful relatives and eunuchs exercising authority, the core issue lies in the overemphasis on civil affairs at the expense of military prowess. Why do civil officials hold a higher rank than their military counterparts? If the Great Zhou possesses martial artists, why do civil officials have access to academies and private schools, while the martial artists remain unknown to the common folk? If there existed a faction of loyal martial artists dedicated to the Great Zhou, how could the barbarians have captured several cities? It is absurd that the Lord of Xian Prefecture could abandon his city and face no consequences. Upon hearing this, Nancy's face flushed with a bittersweet smile. You may not be aware, but the martial artists of the Great Zhou are nurtured by their own families, who possess privileges that sometimes even supersede the royal authority. The stability of the emperor's reign relies on the support of the national master, who is the most formidable among martial artists. The Lord of Xian Prefecture hails from the influential Lu family of Jinling, which boasts immense power, even producing a martial arts sect. The royal family is reluctant to offend the Lu family, thus turning a blind eye to Lu Xueren's actions. Surprisingly, Nancy possessed even greater knowledge about the families of martial artists than Zhang Anping himself. With no capable royalty and reliance on external forces, how can one expect to attain strength? To lose a city and have so many citizens perish, yet remain unscathed, leaves the populace disheartened. How can the Great Zhou dynasty expect the people to embrace it with a sense of belonging? Such dreams are folly. Today, the barbarians are upon us. If this situation is not rectified, soon the wolves surrounding the Great Zhou will seek to carve off a piece for themselves. As Zhang Anping reached this point, a wave of frustration surged within him, a burden he could no longer suppress. We could seek out martial practitioners among the common folk, training them so that the populace understands that the Great Zhou has warriors and that hope exists. After all, do the barbarians not excel at breeding two-headed steeds? He continued, the Great Zhou must not only expel the barbarians and restore our lands, but also strike directly at them, transforming their territory into our breeding grounds for horses, turning them into horse servants, compelling them to understand that those who offend the great Zhou shall be punished, no matter the distance. Zhang Onping spoke with fervor. The journey northward was fraught with peril, spanning thousands of miles through wind and rain. At times, the path was treacherous, and there were moments when they had to halt to repair the roads. What could once be traversed in a day often required several. On days of severe snowstorms, they could only pause, repairing damaged carts amidst the struggle. For the common populace, fleeing was a matter of life and death. Those who reached the north were undoubtedly the fortunate few who had escaped the jaws of despair. On the surface, this calamity appeared to stem from barbarian aggression. Yet it was also a consequence of the great Zhou's long-standing preference for culture over military strength. Until this is rectified. Today it is the barbarians who bully the great Zhou. Tomorrow, it could easily be another nation. Well said, Nancy exclaimed, her eyes fixed on Zhang Onping. Reluctant to look away, she contemplated whether to bring him to Jinling, but then considered that her own journey there was fraught with danger. Should she survive, she would surely protect the Zhang family, ensuring his dreams come to fruition. However, if she were to perish, it would spell disaster for them. Haha, I was merely speaking in jest today, enjoying a light-hearted chat, but I truly relish our conversations. If fortune smiles upon me, and I return from Jinling unscathed, may I invite you to join me there? Nancy gazed at Zhang Onping with wide, enchanting eyes. Zhang Onping noticed how beautiful her eyes were, resembling brilliant stars, with lashes fluttering like exquisite butterflies. Of course, I have a mentor and a senior brother who have both gone to Jinling. Additionally, I know a bodyguard who has invited me there. Jinling is the imperial capital of the Great Zhou. Once I am old enough to ensure my own safety, I will certainly go. Excellent. Let us seal this vow with a clap. If I survive, I will surely welcome you to Jinling. With a newfound resolve, Nancy spoke with unwavering determination, her gaze towards Zhang Onping brimming with tenderness. Agreed. I am most certainly going to Jinling. Zhang Onping laughed heartily, extending his right hand to clap with Nancy. However, to his surprise, once their hands met, Nancy suddenly grasped his hand, refusing to let go. This audacious display left Zhang Onping momentarily speechless. Are the young women of the Great Zhou so bold? Indeed, the young woman disguised as a man, Nancy, was inherently different from ordinary folk. Otherwise, how could she find such delight in discussing matters of state and country? Chuckling softly, Zhang Onping remained unconcerned. From that day forth, Nancy did not shy away from expressing her affection for Zhang Onping, inviting him into her carriage for leisurely conversations each day. At times, when their spirits soared, they would even accompany their chatter with drumbeats and song. This caused some concern for her grandfather, while Feng Yuan maintained an indifferent demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. With no other recourse, her grandfather summoned Zhang Onping to a secluded spot, where he candidly expressed thoughts that left Zhang Onping with newfound respect. Chapter 133. Is he aspiring to be an emperor? Nancy, while it appears you are merely a young master from a wealthy family, the fact that you are being pursued by martial artists gives me pause. I cannot shake the feeling that the noble houses of Jinling are shrouded in darkness. It is prudent to maintain a safe distance. Mr. Chiu once inquired of me whether, upon my arrival in Zhou, I intended to unify our family through the strength of kinship, to gather adopted sons and relatives to thrive, or to pursue the path of a martial family, perhaps to forge a different kind of bond to rally our spirits. I replied to Mr. Chiu, my sole desire is for the Zhang family to serve as your support, to be your foundation and confidence, not to burden you. As for our development in Zhou, that shall depend on your aspirations and the steps you wish to take. Old Zhang gazed at his grandson. Throughout their journey, the family had reached a consensus: they must never become a burden to the young ones. They all needed to grow stronger, immensely so, becoming the source of Zhang Onping's confidence. Perhaps the grandchildren were still young, but that was of little concern, as long as they persevered in Zhou for a few years. Time would surely favor their family. After all, they already counted several martial practitioners among their ranks. The wealth and land they once yearned for had come to them with surprising ease. What the Zhang family now lacked was a sanctuary for rejuvenation, which spurred their haste to reach Zhou and visit the children's great-aunt, patiently awaiting their growth. Grandfather, I promised grandmother that I would take her back to Dahuai Tree Village and stay briefly in Daxing Village. I also vowed to transform those barbarians into a breeding ground for the great Zhou dynasty's horses, to make them our horse servants. Zhang Anping chuckled, prompting old Zhang to discreetly wipe away a tear of pride from his eye. Indeed, his dear grandson harbored lofty ambitions. To set such goals was commendable, and as family, they would wholeheartedly support him. Originally, as a simple farmer from Daxing village, old Zhang had envisioned uniting the family through kinship, gathering more adopted sons and grandsons to foster prosperity, for strength lies in numbers. They were to be the pillars of support for his grandson. Yet now, with his grandson suggesting that these barbarians should become a breeding ground for the great Zhou, it implied not only the expulsion of the barbarians, but also subjugating them. Was he, perchance, aspiring to be an emperor? Old Zhang trembled inwardly, both alarmed and proud. His grandson was indeed unlike any other. The road ahead was smooth, and the Zhang family's carriage moved swiftly, approaching Hangzhou, where prosperity was palpable. The thoroughfare was bustling with travelers, accompanied by the lively sounds of vendors. After some time of recovery, Fang Yuan's injuries had mended significantly, and Zhang Anping was as lively as ever. Only the mountain spirit, transformed into a small kitten, lounged lazily atop the carriage, basking in the sun, occasionally stretching its tiny limbs, fierce in demeanor despite its size. Yet the Zhang family adored it, affectionately naming it Meatball. The name was insisted upon by Hu Linger, who vividly recalled Shan Jun's promise to treat him to meat and wine, which naturally meant indulging in meatballs. This served as a constant reminder to the feline companion not to forget her commitments. As for Xiaobai, aside from circling around Zhang Anping's feet, she took great delight in frolicking with the meatball. Each time, she would leap playfully, deliberately teasing the meatball, bouncing about in a reckless manner, inciting an exasperated response from the meatball, who would emit soft growls of frustration, albeit somewhat impotently, for at that moment, Xiaobai was nearly of the same size. While engaging in play, it was uncertain whether she could outmatch him, yet she chose to disregard this silly creature. Let us take a break for lunch and see if there is anything delicious or entertaining to buy for the children, suggested the elderly Zhang. Observing the caravan as they stretched their necks to gaze at the roadside, their expressions tinged with envy. This was the most prosperous and tranquil area they had encountered on their journey. Although Hongnan City was temporarily free from conflict, it remained relatively barren, and the faces of the common folk bore a pallor. In contrast, the inhabitants near Hangzhou City appeared relatively affluent, with both men and women radiating cheerfulness. The men exuded charisma, while the women were largely delicate and exceptionally beautiful. The roadside vendors offered a diverse array of goods that brought immense joy to onlookers. Occasionally, a squad of patrolling cavalry would emerge, and upon spotting the Zhang family's two-headed horse, they approached with curiosity. After the elderly Zhang produced the token bestowed by Wan He, these individuals courteously informed them that if they continued onward for another day, they would arrive at Hangzhou City, where they could enter directly with the token in hand. Their interest in the two-headed horse stemmed from curiosity rather than any inclination to plunder, which provided some solace to the elderly Zhang. It was indeed a flourishing and bounteous area, pleasing to behold. Today, they would revel in leisure, resting before taking a distant glance at Hangzhou City the following day. Unless absolutely necessary, the Zhang family had no intention of visiting Hangzhou. They wished to proceed directly to Suinan City. Crossing Suinan City and traversing the great river would lead them into the territory of Aizhou, bringing them closer to acquiring that piece of land. It was still April, the season when orioles flew and grasses flourished, with numerous vendors selling kites along the roadside. Zhang Zichuan purchased several kites, envisioning a delightful gathering in the evening to fly them together. Zhang Anping, however, noticed that many of the kites were made from exceptionally thin yet resilient paper. While suitable for kite making, this material was also an excellent choice for crafting Kongming lanterns. Although disinterested in the kites, he found himself intrigued by the lanterns and thus procured some materials for their creation, along with flammable oils. As evening approached and they settled down, the sisters began to release the kites they had purchased earlier into the sky. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping busied himself with the Kongming lanterns, using the resilient paper and bamboo strips meant for the kites to fashion them into a lantern shape. While he engaged in this endeavor, Nashi curiously assisted him, perplexed by Zhang Anping's intentions. Yet, with remarkable patience, he assisted nearby, while at Zhang Anping's feet, the little white dog circled around his ankles, and not far away, the plump meatball lay sprawled, deeply immersed in slumber. Occasionally, It would cast a glance at them before returning to its dreams. The meatball's propensity for napping was particularly pronounced. Throughout the day, one could scarcely find it awake. As kites soared in the sky, they elicited cheers from the children, and many in the convoy also gazed upwards, marveling at the kites ascending ever higher, their voices filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping awaited the arrival of night. Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, he ignited his lanterns. One by one, the once delicate paper gradually inflated, transforming into a series of luminous orbs. This spectacle left Nancy wide-eyed with astonishment. How could the flames beneath not incinerate the fragile paper, yet allow the lanterns to ascend? Mesmerized by the rising lanterns, Nancy's gaze remained fixated. Suddenly, she tapped Zhang Anping's palm, exclaiming, This object, possesses great utility. Chapter 134. Hangzhou City, do you think this contraption could be made larger, accommodating several individuals atop, enabling them to shoot arrows downward? The barbarian's two-headed horse possesses formidable impact, yet their archery skills are lacking. In the midst of battle, this could be utilized effectively. Nancy suddenly envisioned the potential applications of the Kongming lantern in warfare. Indeed, this can be fashioned from cowhide or animal pelts, shaped like lanterns, and ignited or fanned into flame. Of course, there will be challenges, but the concept is promising. Zhang Anping chuckled, imagining a Kongming lantern capable of carrying archers like Zhang Zhiqiu. The aerial assault on the ground would indeed be overwhelming. Moreover, the barbarians excelled only in breeding two-headed horses and had long harbored ambitions against the great Zhou dynasty, having commenced their schemes of infiltration by corrupting inner maidens. By the way, you mentioned that you had discovered correspondence between inner maidens and the barbarians. Do those markings correspond with the ones from Hongchuan? Could you show me? Of course, there is no harm in that. We have seized a considerable amount of correspondence from Hongchuan as well, but Hongchuan is merely a pawn in this game. There are greater forces at play behind the scenes. I suspect the mastermind resides in Jinling, but you must tread carefully. Zhang Anping intended to travel to Azhou, opting not to involve himself in the affairs of Jinling, as the inner maidens colluding with the barbarians held a higher status than Hongchuan. This realization heightened Zhang Anping's vigilance. He agreed to show Nancy the documents, but repeatedly warned her to keep this information confidential, for those involved lurked in the shadows. Nancy, on her way to Jinling, often expressed the perils that lay ahead, proclaiming it a treacherous journey fraught with danger. Naturally, if I venture into Jinling, devoid of control over my fate, I would inevitably become a puppet. Let us act as if we have never met. Should I gain mastery over my destiny, I shall seek you out. Jinling is not far from Azhou, Nancy murmured, glancing at Zhang Anping, yet she refrained from uttering more about Jinling. She feared that if Zhang Anping learned too much, her potential failure could jeopardize the safety of the Zhang family. The bond that the Zhang family shared, their closeness, was a feeling she could never attain, yet deeply yearned for. As the Zhang family's caravan passed through Hongcheng, they halted briefly for an hour. Elder Zhang led Zhang Anping and the others to observe the towering city walls. Hangzhou City stood as the largest fortress along their route, boasting walls several dozen meters high and 8 meters wide, capable of accommodating horse-drawn carriages. The walls were fortified with crenellations, manned by numerous soldiers, while patrols traversed the battlements. Though the city gates were scrutinized upon entry and exit, no signs of civil disturbance were evident, suggesting that Hongcheng was well governed. Furthermore, throughout their journey, this city remained unscathed by war, bustling with countless citizens and a vibrant array of merchants, creating a scene that dazzled the eye. Children, behold the towering walls of Hangzhou. How magnificent they are! Living within such fortifications must offer a profound sense of security. The citizens of Hangzhou are indeed fortunate. Old Zhang gazed upon the lofty walls, a smile and a glimmer of envy illuminating his countenance. Their arduous journey was motivated by a yearning for a place of peace and prosperity. Alas, the vastness of Hangzhou intimidated him. He had never even ventured into Jizhou, and it was said that the walls of Hangzhou soared even higher. Grandfather, if you are curious, shall we venture inside? Zhang Anping suggested, noticing his grandfather's evident intrigue. Oh, never mind. This is the domain of the affluent and the powerful. Let us instead proceed to Azhou, where we can find a patch of land to cultivate crops in a serene and picturesque locale. That is the true paradise. Grandfather shook his head, resigning to the thought. No matter how splendid Hangzhou appeared, there was no place for him to farm or tend to chickens and ducks. It would be far more advantageous to head to Azhou, even if it meant delaying their journey by half a day. Thus, the Zhang family's caravan lingered only an hour at the gates of Hangzhou before they set off again, never entering the city nor seeking out Wan He or Wan Tianya. However, observing his grandfather's frequent glances at the walls, Zhang Anping cheerfully remarked, "Grandfather, grandmother, once we settle down, I shall certainly take you to explore Hangzhou, then onward to the great Huai Tree village, and eventually back to Daxing village. How does that sound?" "Yes, yes, yes. I eagerly await the day my dear grandson takes us to Daxing village. Perhaps by then, peace will reign." Old Zhang's face beamed with joy, brimming with faith in his grandson, confident that whatever Zhang Anping promised, he would undoubtedly fulfill. Therefore, even if they did not enter Hangzhou today, there was no sense of regret. The caravan continued its journey northward. The road was bustling with people and vehicles, yet there was no sign of conflict. Even when disputes arose, individuals would graciously yield, and soon after, someone would intervene to restore order. Everything unfolded in an orderly fashion, a stark contrast to the chaos of fleeing from disaster, where even the slightest disagreement could lead to robbery or outright slaughter. Witnessing this scene, the Zhang family silently marveled at their good fortune. How wonderful it was to feel safe in Hangzhou. They fervently wished that the barbarians would never encroach upon this land, hoping that the people here could continue to live in such comfort forever. Onward to Suanan City. Old Zhang, in high spirits, sat in the cart, gazing into the distance. To the north lay the direction of Azhou, where forests and rivers thrived, an expanse of fertile land enough for their family to thrive and the third generation to grow up in peace. Nashi observed the Zhang family, their laughter and joy echoing in the air, each face adorned with a smile. The throng of people was truly lively. It reminded her of her solitary days in Jinling, where she had only seen her brother a few times, each encounter necessitating her to kneel, for she was the child of her uncle's concubine. Nominally, she cannot even be considered as her younger brother's cousin. He must refer to her as his master. Yet, the younger brother harbors a profound affection for her, a natural kinship stemming from their shared bloodline. As they grew older, he would secretly present her with various tokens, forming a cherished bond between them, laden with secrets. These tokens enabled him to maintain a clandestine communication with her, a connection that has never truly been severed. As time passed, the younger brother seemed to grasp her true identity. Subsequently, she vanished from Jinling, yet their secrets lingered, and they continued to communicate discreetly. Now, as she prepares to return to Jinling, there is hope of reuniting with her younger brother. However, this means parting ways with Zhang Anping. Although Jinling and Azhou are not particularly distant, her unique circumstances imply that once she enters Jinling, she will undoubtedly be surrounded by numerous watchers. Consequently, attempting to slip away to Azhou to find Zhang Anping would be nearly impossible. Thus, Nanshi contemplated passing on to Zhang Anping a cherished item that her younger brother once gifted her. Chapter 135. The Imperial Guard. On this particular night, Nancy sought out Zhang Anping and presented him with a modest box, roughly the size of a book. Upon opening it, he discovered a sheet of pristine, thick paper and a golden brush. This is a remarkable treasure, comprising two components, the paper and the brush. When one writes on this paper, no matter the distance, whether thousands of miles apart, communication can be established with the other party. In Hongnan City, this very tool allowed me to learn about my brother's condition. However, he is unwell and has discreetly informed me of his plight. I am entrusting you with my share of the brush and paper. Once I arrive in Jinling, I will retrieve the other set from my brother, enabling us to maintain regular correspondence without alarming anyone. Such a useful artifact? A surge of joy welled up within Zhang Anping as he listened to Nancy elucidate the usage of the paper and brush. She mentioned that her brother possessed the other set, and once she met him, she would acquire it, allowing them to inquire about various matters of mutual interest, even in each other's absence. This method is indeed clever. If we had a large quantity of such treasures, it could resolve significant issues during warfare, providing the emperor and commanders with a means of communication. Zhang Anping marveled at the artifact, nodding in admiration. It was essential to note that during the Great Zhou dynasty, transportation was cumbersome and information was often scarce. The introduction of numerous such devices could potentially transform the nation's dynamics. Numerous? Currently, that seems unlikely. This treasure was crafted by the royal sorcerer, and I suspect only 2 sets exist due to the difficulty of the materials and the complexity of the crafting process. Nancy giggled softly, her eyes reflecting a tender smile, revealing a hint of youthful innocence. Zhang Anping was taken aback, realizing the significance of the artifact. Does your brother have a connection with the royal sorcerer? Indeed, I have also met the sorcerer, she replied with a playful chuckle. However, I suspect my brother must have persistently beseeched the sorcerer. Otherwise, he would not have procured such a trinket. As Nancy spoke of her brother, a shadow of concern crossed her face. Her brother's situation was dire, yet their mother had concealed the truth from her, only instructing her to go to Jinling. It was her brother who had quietly revealed to her that he had been coughing up blood, indicating a grave decline in his health. Your brother must possess an extraordinary identity if the royal sorcerer is willing to craft a treasure for him, Zhang Anping remarked, momentarily taken aback before noticing the inexplicable sorrow that clouded Nancy's expression. She seemed unwilling to delve further into her brother's circumstances, merely stating that once she arrived safely in Jinling, she would reach out to him. If she failed to do so, he could attempt to use the brush and paper to contact her in Jinling, leaving a glimmer of hope. Shortly after Nancy entrusted Zhang Anping with the treasure, a group of individuals from Jinling came rushing towards them. The group of individuals was adorned in opulent attire, each bearing a magnificent sword at their waist, its scabbard encrusted with resplendent gems that dazzled the eye with their extravagance. Their garments were exquisitely crafted, with even the cuffs stitched with golden threads. However, upon encountering this illustrious company, the people on the road swiftly recoiled, some gasping in alarm. The Imperial Guard. It is indeed the Imperial Guard. Quickly step aside. If you linger, you may be trampled. Run, run. It is the Imperial Guard. The Zhang family, having come from Daxing village, was oblivious to the significance of the Imperial Guard. Observing the common folk's hurried retreat, Zhang Jiawen urgently grasped the arm of a passerby to inquire. What is the Imperial Guard? The man, upon seeing Zhang Jiawen's bewildered expression, scoffed. You must be from out of town not to know the Imperial Guard. They are the Emperor's personal attendants, a cadre of officials of the highest rank. In this vast realm, who could possibly rival the authority of the one within the palace? Zhang Jiawen gasped in astonishment. To them, a city lord was already a formidable official. The Imperial Guard must be akin to the Emperor's personal bodyguards, the elite protectors of the sovereign. It was no wonder they exuded such an imposing presence. The common folk indeed had reason to steer clear, for a confrontation with them could spell disaster. Thus, Zhang Jiawen called for his companions to make way and to carefully manage the horses, ensuring they did not inadvertently collide with these esteemed officials. However, their carriage was drawn by 2-headed horses, an extraordinary breed that was only bred in the lands of the barbarians. The sight of so many such remarkable creatures was striking. Before long, a member of the Imperial Guard approached Old Zhang to inquire about the origin of the 2-headed horses. Old Zhang explained that they had acquired the horses after defeating the barbarians, with the Lord of Hangzhou able to vouch for their story. They had even gifted over 100 2-headed horses to Hongnan City, leaving these few for transportation. The leader of the Imperial Guard scrutinized the Zhang family, perceiving them as mere peasant folk, utterly unfit to have vanquished barbarians. He bellowed, "Seize them! These individuals are barbarian spies." At this cry, his followers drew their swords, prompting the Zhang family to huddle together in defiance, glaring at the accusers. Who were these spies? How dare they slander them? The Zhang family harbored an intense loathing for barbarian spies. If a confrontation were to ensue, they were prepared to fight. They could not remain passive in the face of such an affront. Just as swords were being drawn, a voice rang out in reproach. "Wang Xiaolu, you seem to be faring well. What are you up to? Who are the spies here?" The speaker was Feng Yuan, who fixed his gaze on the leader of the Imperial Guard, letting out a cold laugh. To his astonishment, the young leader, no older than 20, visibly trembled and, with a thud, dismounted his horse and knelt before them. "Oh, at last, we have encountered a distinguished person. Quickly, signal the others. We have dispatched 10 teams in search, and fortune has favored my side. Otherwise, why would I have been entrusted with leading the team? It is solely because I am acquainted with the esteemed individual." With a broad smile, Wang Xiaolu bowed to Feng Yuan and inquired if their master was also present. This group had set out from Jinling to fetch someone, and fearing they might miss the opportunity, they had divided into numerous smaller teams to scour the area. Due to his prior acquaintance with Fang Yuan, Wang Xiaolu had assumed the role of leader for this particular team. This series of events left the Zhang family members utterly bewildered, as they had been prepared to take action. However, the fact that the Imperial Guards recognized Fang Yuan quelled their intentions, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, before they could fully comprehend the situation, a cold voice emanated from Nanqi's carriage. Wang Xiaolu is to be executed. The Zhang family has provided much assistance during this time, with a bounty of 100 taels. As soon as Nanqi's words fell, Fang Yuan's flying sword materialized. Before the smile could fade from Wang Xiaoyu's face, his head had already rolled to the ground. The remaining members of the Imperial Guards promptly dismounted and knelt before Nanqi's carriage, not daring to utter a sound. The Zhang family members were left in a state of indescribable shock, with only Zhang Anping narrowing his eyes slightly. Chapter 136. Secrets to Zhang Anping's astonishment. It was none other than the Imperial Guard who had come to escort Nancy. Moreover, her influence appeared to be significant. A captain of the guard obeyed her command to execute a killing without a single soul daring to voice an objection. What, indeed, was Nancy's true identity? Why did she repeatedly express that entering Jinling was akin to courting death? The peril was palpable, and what of her brother? Who was he? A bold notion flickered through Zhang Anping's mind, sending a chill down his spine. Surely, it could not be true. No, absolutely not. Even if there were a semblance of truth, it must not betray a hint of revelation. This was a closely guarded secret. Soon, this small contingent remained to guard Nancy, while others returned to relay the news that a distinguished individual had also departed Jinling, and upon receiving the intelligence, should arrive post-haste. Before long, an elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow and his face a tapestry of wrinkles, approached. He appeared to be of a similar age to Zhang Laotu. Yet, he donned a purple robe of the Imperial Guard, topped with a jewel-encrusted cap. His attire, embroidered with golden threads, appeared ostentatious, particularly for a young man of 17 or 18, who would likely feel out of place in such flamboyance. Nevertheless, this old man wore his garb with great pride, exhibiting neither restraint nor embarrassment. On the contrary, he seemed to revel in his appearance, embodying a sense of self-satisfaction. This was Lu Mu, the leader of the Imperial Guard sent to retrieve Nancy from Jinling, and one of the few martial experts of the Great Zhou dynasty. He was also the most formidable member of the Lu family in Jinling, whom Lu Xueran addressed as uncle. After Lu Mu's arrival, the Zhang family no longer had the opportunity to see Nancy. Instead, they encountered Fang Yuan, who, in Lu Mu's presence, had a servant deliver 100 taels of gold, expressing gratitude for the care extended to the young master during this time. With the arrival of their escort, it was time to part ways, each to pursue their own paths, bidding farewell. Fang Yuan maintained an air of officialdom, even mentioning the young master. Coupled with the pomp surrounding them, a sense of unease began to stir within the Zhang family, as if they had grasped an unspoken truth. It was Zhang Anping who took the initiative to step forward. Thank you for young Master Nan's generous gift. I wish him a future as bright as brocade, and may he soon find a wife and bear children, ensuring prosperity for generations to come. Zhang Anping's words were peculiar. He was fully aware that Nancy was a young lady, yet he spoke of her as if she were a young gentleman, even addressing her by her surname, Nan. He feigned ignorance of Nancy's true identity, which elicited a strained smile from Lu Mu. As the Zhang family gratefully accepted the bestowed gift, Lu Mu did not take his leave. Instead, he beckoned for Zhang Zhitiao and Zhang Zhixing to approach. After all, being twins and the youngest, if anything were amiss, they would be the most perceptive. Do you recognize the person seated in that carriage? We do. It is young Master Nan, he. Though the two young girls were not yet of age, they were astute, having sensed the oddities in the situation. However, they genuinely believed that Nancy was a young man. Does this young Master Nancy exhibit any peculiarities in his demeanor, or has he ever engaged in conversation with you? Ah, peculiarities? This wealthy young master rarely dismounts from his carriage and shows little inclination to socialize with us. At most, he exchanges a few words with my younger brother, who is educated and has attended a private school. His knowledge is quite extensive. Zhang Zhitai continued to chatter away, while Lu Mu remained unconcerned. After all, the young girl appeared quite youthful, and her brother was even younger. Thus, it seemed unlikely that their household would be privy to the master's true identity, leaving no room for oversight. Nevertheless, Lu Mu's unease persisted. So he summoned old Zhang to inquire about the master, receiving the same account as that provided by Fang Yuan. They had encountered each other in Hangzhou, both journeying northward and traveling together, albeit with Zhang's party destined for Azhou, while Fang and his apprentice were bound for Jinling. Agreeing to part ways when they crossed the river, this narrative was the very one Fang Yuan had initially relayed to the Zhang family. Old Zhang affirmed that Nancy was indeed Fang Yuan's apprentice, revealing no hint of inconsistency in his demeanor, for he was genuinely oblivious to Nancy's identity and gender. With a countenance of utmost sincerity, old Zhang expressed his gratitude, lamenting that he had scarcely attended to young Master Nancy during their travels, yet had received such a bounty of gold and silver, enough to purchase land in Azhou, among other things. Old Zhang's words finally assuaged Lu Mu's concerns, as Fang Yuan had been urging them to set forth. Throughout the journey, Nancy did not make an appearance from the carriage. In fact, the window remained tightly shut until their departure, suggesting a complete lack of sentiment regarding parting ways with the Zhang family. While Zhang Tai and Jin Xiaofang felt a twinge of reluctance, Nancy remained an unseen figure. Zhang Omping signaled for everyone to refrain from any hasty actions, patiently waiting for the party to depart before they finally set off. However, it soon became apparent that they were being followed. It seemed they had attracted the attention of individuals left behind by Lu Mu, likely intent on monitoring them to ascertain the veracity of their claims. The Zhang family, undeterred, continued their journey northward, exhibiting no signs of alarm. This trailing presence persisted for 3 days before finally vanishing, allowing the Zhang family to breathe a sigh of relief. Though curiosity lingered regarding Nancy's true identity, I perceive him as a child of affluence. Yet that Wang Xiaolu was swiftly dispatched and had the audacity to tarnish our reputation as mere courtesans. He must have indulged in such vile acts frequently, truly disgraceful. Zhang Zhou opined, finding Nancy somewhat peculiar. In the future, let us all forget about Fang Yuan and Nancy. They hail from a prestigious family in Jinling, a world apart from ours. It is unlikely we shall cross paths again. Did you not observe? One misstep in our responses that day could have had fatal consequences. Old Zhang reiterated this caution at mealtime, but he also took a moment to commend Zhang Jitai and her sisters for their intelligence and quick wit, advising them to maintain this approach henceforth. Only Zhang Onping concealed a secret deep within. On that day, the presence of the Imperial Guard unveiled Nancy's true identity. In reflecting upon the words she often spoke to herself, Zhang Onping could not shake off a lingering suspicion. Yet, he found the notion utterly preposterous. How could this possibly be? Surely, he was overthinking it. Everyone, let us hasten our journey. Once we reach the Yangtze and arrive in Azhou, we can finally settle down and take the opportunity to recuperate. Zhang Onping cast a glance at his family gathered around the table. They were still too fragile. A single martial master could instigate such widespread panic. Beyond this martial master, there existed the martial sects and even higher levels of cultivation, instilling a sense of urgency within them all. In the past, while in Daxing village, ignorance of the existence of martial practitioners was bliss, but now that they were aware, it became clear that to live in peace, one must aspire to greater heights. Chapter 137. The Dragon King of the Great River Suinan City, comparable in size to Hongnan City, is far more prosperous. It is bustling with people from Jinling, their accents distinctly different. The lively throngs on the streets create a vibrant atmosphere reminiscent of the prosperity once seen in Jizhou City during their time in Daxing Village. After days of travel, the weather has gradually warmed, prompting the Zhang family to don lighter garments, and they find themselves sweating under the midday sun's intensity. The Zhang family spent a night in Suinan City, seeking accommodation in the largest inn due to the throngs of travelers. This inn is conveniently located by a river, adorned with lights along its banks as night falls, presenting a picturesque scene. The innkeeper informed them that this river is a tributary of the Great River, which stretches endlessly, its powerful currents formidable. To cross the river, boats are available. However, for a caravan like theirs, securing a large official vessel in advance is essential, even at a higher cost, for safety. Weather conditions must also be considered. They must avoid small boats, as the great river's tumultuous waves pose a significant risk of capsizing. Moreover, the presence of the Dragon King in the river requires utmost caution. One must not offend him, and offerings may be necessary. Old Zhang, finding the innkeeper's demeanor quite forthright, inquired further about crossing the great river. he learned that it is indeed possible to take a boat from Swainand City, reaching a dock in Izhou in a matter of days. Alternatively, they could continue north by cart, eventually encountering a massive floating bridge, where their caravan could line up to cross. This route would only take half a day to reach the dock. After deliberation, the Zhang family concluded that it would be more prudent to cover more ground and directly access the floating bridge, given their large number. The treacherous currents of the great river could pose serious dangers. Any mishap on the water could lead to irreparable consequences. Having traveled such a long distance already, a few more days of journeying seemed inconsequential. Thus, they resolved to proceed northward and cross the floating bridge. With a clear objective and newfound hope, the journey became a more pleasant endeavor. Upon reaching the floating bridge, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The once expansive water surface was now filled with large vessels interconnected, stretching from the southern banks of the great river to the northern shore. Thick ropes secured the ships on either side, preventing them from swaying amidst the winds and waves. However, accessing the floating bridge proved to be quite a hassle. A fee was required, and they had to wait in line, as the number of people and horses crossing at any given time was strictly regulated. Payment alone did not guarantee passage. The Zhang family spent an additional day here, paying a considerable sum before finally being scheduled to cross the floating bridge on a clear morning. Special cloth strips were used to cover the eyes of their two-headed horses. Everyone dismounted from the carriage, endeavoring to empty and disperse its contents, gradually moving southward from the northern banks of the great river. On both sides of the river, a multitude of soldiers from the mighty Zhou stood guard. When Zhang Anping and his companions approached the bridge, the weather appeared clear and fine. Yet, upon reaching the center of the floating bridge, it began to sway, causing the two-headed horse to halt, obstinately refusing to advance. Once one horse stopped, the rest grew restless, whinnying in agitation, intensifying the commotion upon the bridge, which alarmed many of the onlookers. They gazed in terror at the two-headed horse, feeling trapped in a precarious situation. Should the horse remain still in the middle of the river, the disturbance it caused was considerable, and with boats below the bridge, it risked capsizing. With so many people poised to fall into the tumultuous waters of the river, it was feared that few would survive such a perilous plunge. "What is happening? Stand still. Do not move," a commanding officer shouted angrily, hastening towards them with a group of soldiers, having discerned that the horses were unwilling to cross the river. He instructed the civilians to proceed while urgently commanding the Zhang family to retreat from the floating bridge, insisting they vacate or be left behind. "Sir, we have paid a fee of 20 taels of silver. If we retreat, we may not be able to exit the bridge," old Zhang exclaimed, growing anxious. The bridge was not particularly spacious, and they found themselves in the middle of its swaying length. Retreating was impossible due to the throngs of people and carriages behind them. Advancing seemed equally futile, as the distance to either side was minimal. Moving forward at least offered the chance to disembark, while retreating left no room for escape. "There is no alternative. If the bridge continues to sway, it poses a danger," the officer retorted. "It must be that we have disturbed the Dragon King. We shall have to slay your horses and cast them into the river as an offering, as is the custom." Suddenly, the wind picked up, and many gazed apprehensively at the two-headed horses. The animals, sensing the instability beneath their hooves, began to whinny in distress, refusing to budge. With over 100 two-headed horses upon the bridge, if they panicked, the structure itself might not withstand the chaos, prompting the surrounding civilians to hasten their passage across the bridge. Yet, the Zhang family remained immobilized, as the horses refused to move. At that moment, old Zhang glanced at his anxious sons, who were pacing in circles, and called out decisively, "You four, hurry. Take the children and disembark first. The well-being of the children is paramount, more so than our goods and horses." Demonstrating wisdom, old Zhang urged his sons to escort their grandmother to safety, ensuring they carried their burdens, which contained precious items and deeds, pressing them to prioritize the grandchildren's safety above all else. "I shall not depart just yet. Let me observe if there exists a solution. These two-headed steeds are perpetually in turmoil, and it is certainly futile." Zhang Anping cast a glance at the chaotic creatures. The wind upon the river had intensified, and the horses were thrashing about wildly, their cries echoing through the air. Whenever someone approached, they began to recklessly charge with their heads. The floating bridge had already begun to sway violently. The soldiers guarding the bridge were now shouting in alarm, brandishing their sabers. On the river, The waves surged high, and it appeared as though something was rolling ominously in the midst of the great river. The waves in the center were evidently taller than those at the banks, and they seemed to be rising ever higher. It is the Dragon King. The Dragon King approaches. Quickly, slay these two-headed horses as offerings to the Dragon King. May it spare us from wrath, granting safety to all, implored the soldier at the forefront, suddenly kneeling. He bowed repeatedly towards the center of the river, muttering fervently, "These foolish mortals are unaware of the Dragon King's might. We shall promptly present our offerings. This time, we bring abundant steeds and blood sacrifices, certain to please the Dragon Lord." Zhang Anping gazed in astonishment at this scene, and when he looked back at the water, he noted that the waves had swelled to an astonishing height of 7 or 8 meters. Chapter 138. Stirring up trouble. Zhang Anping fixed his gaze upon the billowing waves, and before he realized it, the frostlight sword had soared into the air, directly landing in the midst of the river, aimed at the increasingly towering waves. The guards, still bowing their heads in reverence towards the water's surface, remained oblivious, while Zhang Anping focused intently on the tumultuous waters. With a swift motion, the frostlight sword plunged into the depths below. Despite the close proximity, Zhang Anping felt no sense of danger, nor did the sword emit any warning. It seemed unlikely that a formidable demon lurked beneath the surface, prompting him to send his sword directly into the water. A massive wave erupted, staining the river red with blood. Only then did the guards, kneeling upon the floating bridge, awaken to the unfolding chaos. Brandishing their weapons in a bid to encircle the Zhang family, seemingly intent on aggression. "Stop at once. That is the Dragon King. Do not act disrespectfully," the lead guard bellowed, his voice laced with concern. Having spent years guarding this great river, they were accustomed to the occasional emergence of the Dragon King from the depths. They would always pay homage with caution, offering tributes, grateful that no significant incidents had marred the floating bridge. Yet today, someone dared to be so audacious as to confront the Dragon King. But upon closer inspection, the flying sword appeared to belong to a martial artist. The guard found himself bewildered. Martial artists held a prestigious status, seemingly beyond their reach. Suddenly, the tumultuous waves calmed, revealing a creature over 10 meters long, reminiscent of both a loach and a catfish, now floating belly up, its head pierced by the frostlight sword. Had it truly met its demise? Just a small loach. What Dragon King? Zhang Anping scoffed, observing the unknown creature with a derisive laugh. The onlookers, both commoners and guards on the floating bridge, stood agape, watching as the Zhang family effortlessly quelled the situation. No one dared to brandish their weapons any longer. Instead, they quietly sheathed their swords, craning their necks like quail, their eyes fixated on the now buoyant creature. Indeed, it was merely a giant loach, not the Dragon King at all. The frostlight sword returned to Zhang Anping, while the onlookers busied themselves with retrieving the large loach from the riverbank. With a gaping wound atop its head, it was evidently a mere everyday minor demon, easily dispatched by Zhang Anping. With the creature dealt with, the two-headed horses grew less agitated, and the meatball leaped down from the cart's roof, meowing a few times. The previously restless two-headed horses finally settled, obediently following as they crossed the floating bridge. The enormous loach was placed directly into the cart, where Xiaobai and Meatball scurried inside, presumably to indulge in their feast. The guards stationed at the floating bridge, once haughty, now displayed an obsequious demeanor towards the Zhang family, nodding and bowing with exaggerated politeness, even offering 100 taels of silver, which included the 20 taels they had initially presented upon their arrival at the floating bridge. At this moment, they were respectfully returned. When the Zhang family set foot on the land of Jiangbei, they collectively sighed in relief, turning back to gaze at the expansive river, their faces breaking into smiles. This vast river, even a loach can stir up waves, yet it is hailed as the Dragon King? Surely, there are other secrets concealed within this river. Our land is not far from the great river. We must remain vigilant in the future. Old Zhang sighed. Their land was bordered by a great river, which ultimately flowed into the vast expanse of the Yangtze. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the river on one, they possessed a significant expanse of flat sandy land, a consequence of the river's erosive force. If there were indeed creatures lurking in the river, tranquility would be a fleeting dream. Grandfather, do not fret. Once the great Zhou dynasty flourishes and the ranks of warriors multiply, the strength of humanity will rise. rendering those malevolent beings unable to hide and too fearful to reveal themselves. Zhang Onping reassured his grandfather. Much like today, this great loach possessed no real power. It merely instilled fear in others due to its size, creating havoc in the river. They would offer livestock as sacrifice, but once the established order was disrupted, starting with livestock could lead to human sacrifices. A minor demon, if it were to successfully transform, could wreak havoc in the region. However, with more warriors, encounters like today's could be swiftly resolved, eliminating a potential threat. Oh dear, had I not left Daxing village. Who would have thought that a mere loach could create such turmoil in the river? The presence of so many demons is truly terrifying. Grandmother kept muttering about the frightful creatures, yet she noticed Hu Linger cheerfully offering her a cup of water, which she graciously accepted, praising Hu Linger. Linger is so clever and attentive. Her service is truly comforting. Huh. Zhang Onping stifled a laugh, turning his head away to avoid looking at grandmother. She had just spoken of terrifying demons while sipping water offered by Hu Linger, unaware that truly formidable demons were those who had successfully transformed. Their home already harbored 3 such beings. After arriving at the dock, they had reached the territory of Azhou. To the west lay Jinling, and to the east Azhou. The weather gradually grew warmer, with the midday sun becoming increasingly scorching. The Zhang family began their journey eastward, and after several days, they beheld a grand city. Its walls towering high, comparable to Hangzhou. The walls were ample enough for horse-drawn carriages to traverse, prompting the Zhang family to look up in awe. A wave of admiration washing over them. Even Zhang Jiawen, with a hint of regret, remarked, "Alas, that Lord Wan once offered us a land deed along with a grand estate in Azhou. Had we accepted, we would have arrived home by now." Azhou. How vast it seemed. It truly exuded grandeur. Nonsense. We are but humble villagers. Residing in Azhou may seem safe. Yet I find it far more comfortable and free living in Chongling town, at Heihuchong. I have surveyed the terrain, and it boasts a considerable number of mountains and fields. With a bit of diligent cultivation, this year we can raise pigs, chickens, and grow crops, ensuring a bountiful celebration for the new year. You must believe in Anin's vision. Grandfather cast a fond glance at Zhang Onping. Indeed, no one in the world is as astute as his beloved grandson. The location chosen by Zhang Onping only intensified his satisfaction. Moreover, Azhou lies north of the river. Given the formidable barrier of the Yangtze, it seems quite challenging for the barbarians to seize Hongnan City, Hangzhou, and then cross the river to reach Azhou. They should be able to enjoy a few years of peaceful living in Heihuchong, Chongling Town, Taiyuan County, Azhou. This was the dream they had harbored during their arduous journey. Beyond Azhou lies Taiyuan County, where I recall your great-aunt resides, not too far from the land we have been allocated. Children, tidy yourselves up. We shall visit your great-aunt. Upon hearing this, the family erupted in cheers. They were going to see their great-aunt. Chapter 139. Memories of the past when departing from Daxing village. Old Zhang had resolved to seek refuge in Azhou, intending to reunite with his sister, the children's beloved grand-aunt. Little did he anticipate that the journey, first on foot and later by horse-drawn cart, would consume nearly a year, ultimately bringing him from Jizhou to Azhou. The prospect of finally seeing his sister, whom he had not encountered for over a decade, filled old Zhang with exhilaration. That evening, as the family gathered for dinner, old Zhang's spirits soared, prompting him to recount tales of his sister. "Your grand-aunt is quite a remarkable woman," he began. "I vividly recall a particularly frigid winter when I was just a child, only slightly older than Anin." He recounted the story of many years ago, explaining why his elder sister had married far away in Azhou. In those days, their parents were alive, and the family enjoyed a modest prosperity while residing in Daxing village. Zhang Xiuyan, his sister, was 3 years his senior. One winter, their great-grandfather saved a drowning man on his way home and took him to a medical facility, generously covering the cost of the man's treatment. This man turned out to be a scholar named Huang, who worked as a tutor for a wealthy family in the city. Grateful for the assistance, Huang returned with gifts to express his appreciation, developing a deep admiration for old Zhang's great-grandfather, which fostered a connection between the two families. Huang had 3 sons, the eldest of whom was his constant companion in studies, while the younger 2 were also quite intelligent. Recognizing that the Zhang family had a daughter, albeit not of noble birth, yet possessing good upbringing and character, Huang sought to propose to Zhang Xiuyan through a mutual acquaintance. given that she was the daughter of his benefactor. Zhang Xiuyan, having met Huang's eldest son, found him to be well-mannered and reliable after several observations. The Zhang family, being fond of their daughter, consented to the union. Despite their modest means, they spared no effort in preparing an abundance of dowry for the wedding. After marrying, Zhang Xiuyan was cherished by her in-laws and respected by her husband, leading to a harmonious and fulfilling life. Shortly after their marriage, she bore a son and a daughter. Meanwhile, Huang's employer, the local magistrate in Azhou, began to ascend the ranks, first as a county official and later as the magistrate himself. Lacking trustworthy aides, he brought Huang along to serve as his advisor. As Huang thrived in his new position, he wrote back to his family, prompting a migration northward. Although the Zhang family was reluctant to part with their daughter, they understood that one must pursue higher aspirations, just as water flows downhill. Moreover, their daughter had established a family, was well regarded by her in-laws, and respected by her husband. Thus, the Zhang family could not impede Zhang Xiuyan's departure. Consequently, Zhang Xiuyan, accompanied by her children, husband, mother-in-law, and younger brother-in-law, relocated from Jizhou to the county town of Taiyuan in Azhou, traversing thousands of miles. Over the years, Zhang Xiuyan would send letters back home, and during family events such as weddings, she generously sent gifts from Azhou via the courier service. From these letters, old Zhang gleaned insights into the Huang family's circumstances throughout the years. Zhang Xiuyan's in-laws have passed away over the years, and her brother-in-law, Huang Yusheng, has been managing a shop, acquiring considerable land, and even owning a manor. Their household is bustling with family members and includes several maids and servants. Their lives must be quite prosperous, prompting the elder to consider seeking refuge with his sister-in-law, the children's aunt. Initially, he envisioned that with her support, they could purchase or rent some land in Azhou and settle down comfortably as long as the family united in their efforts. After all, she is his only relative. Thus, whenever the old man mentioned going to Azhou to rely on his sister-in-law, the family would chuckle with anticipation and joy. However, this time, the journey to Azhou was surprisingly free of hardship. By fortunate chance, they amassed a considerable fortune, along with numerous land, deeds, and precious items, even bringing along 70 to 80 people. Including their family, they numbered nearly 100, making quite an impressive procession. Along the way, they deliberated on suitable gifts to present to their aunt, contemplating fine fabrics, the 4 treasures of the study, and various books, as well as some exquisite jade ornaments. The Zhang family prepared several boxes of these offerings. "Oh dear, it has been 2 years since we last communicated with your aunt, and I don't know if her family has welcomed any new members. You should carry some jewelry with you. Be astute and present it as you see fit." The elder fretted, concerned that their gifts might be insufficient. He pondered whether to procure additional items, especially since the siblings had not seen each other for over a decade. Fearing they might be unaware of any new additions to their aunt's family, he urged his wife to bring along extra jewelry to ensure they had something to offer. Moreover, the old man specifically inquired with Qiu Xiaoyong about the customary exchanges among affluent families. Although they were traveling from afar, they were still relatives of the aunt and could not afford to tarnish her reputation or be ridiculed as unsophisticated country folk. It's not that complicated. You can bring more silver and gold coins, as well as small denominations of silver. As the elder, you can reward her servants, and that will prevent them from looking down on you. Qiu Xiaoyong recalled the etiquette of the past and even consulted the steward. Qiu Yunshan remained in Hongnan City, leaving the old steward to assist Qiu Xiaoyong, as he was most concerned about his nephew, the sole heir of the Qiu family. For several days, the Zhang family engaged in discussions about visiting their aunt, planning to choose an auspicious day to stay temporarily at an inn in the city. After the elder took the family to pay their respects to their aunt, they intended to proceed directly to Chongling Town, Heihucheng. Once settled there, they would present additional gifts to their aunt, fostering familial ties. The Zhang family would finally have relatives in Taiyuan County, Azhou. Compared to Hangzhou and Azhou, Taiyuan City is relatively smaller, yet it bears a resemblance in size to the former Hongnan City, having remained unscathed by the ravages of war. The populace, though not particularly affluent, enjoys a life of contentment and stability. The Zhang family swiftly located the largest inn in the city, as their large party could not possibly be accommodated in a smaller establishment. Upon securing the inn, they busied themselves with arranging their belongings. At the break of dawn the following day, the members of the Zhang family, regardless of gender, rose to tidy up thoroughly. However, accustomed to a simple lifestyle, even when the elder urged the women to adorn themselves with more jewelry, they remained exceptionally modest. The only embellishment was a silver bracelet worn by the matriarch, a remnant from her dowry. Subsequently, the group sought to inquire about the Huang family, who had relocated from Jizhou to Tainan City. The Huang family is quite renowned in Tainan, and soon a kind-hearted individual guided them to a grand residence on the eastern side of the city. The estate featured a notably high threshold, a stepping stone at the entrance, and a dedicated gatekeeper. Zhang Jiawen approached the gatekeeper to request an announcement, stating they had come to visit the Zhang family matriarch. Zhang family matriarch? Who are you? Have you perhaps come to the wrong place? There is no mistress by the surname Zhang in our back residence. To their astonishment, the gatekeeper's words left everyone speechless. Chapter 140, Erratic Kinship? Is your family patriarch named Huang Yushan? Indeed, our esteemed patriarch's name is well known in Tainan County. I must inform you that our patriarch holds an official position and should not be addressed casually. The gatekeeper spoke with a hint of arrogance, casting a sideways glance at Zhang Jiawen. His accent revealed he was from another region, and while his attire was clean, it lacked the mark of affluence, resembling that of a peasant. Thus, he regarded him with disdain. That is precisely correct. He is our esteemed son-in-law. Go and inform your matron that he has come with his younger brother and nephews from Daxing village to pay their respects. Upon hearing that the patriarch of the Huang family was indeed the son-in-law of the Zhang family, Zhang Jiawen felt a surge of joy. Daxing village? I have not heard of it. What is your surname? Something seems amiss. We are from the Zhang family of Daxing village in Chaoyang County, Azhou. Your patriarch originally hails from there. This cannot be mistaken. Our esteemed matron bears the surname Zhang. Zhang Jiawen was puzzled by the gatekeeper's incessant chatter. However, as this was the home of his matron, and having traveled such a distance, he chose not to dwell on the gatekeeper's rudeness. Our patriarch's ancestors did move from Chaoyang County, but the current matron is not a Zhang. She is of the Liu clan, sister to the county magistrate of Tainan. She is not the matron of the Daxing Zhang family. You ought to verify your connections. Erratic claims of kinship could lead to imprisonment. The gatekeeper's remarks left Zhang Jiawen utterly astonished. Good heavens, the son-in-law has married the sister of the county magistrate? What about their matron? Eager to inquire further, Zhang Jiawen watched as the gatekeeper abruptly slammed the door shut, dismissing them as beggars seeking to exploit their kinship, urging them to leave lest they attract the master's ire and face punishment. Fuming, Zhang Jiawen hurried to inform old Zhang of the incident, leaving the Zhang family in disbelief. This entire clan, laden with gifts, had not even crossed the threshold of the Huang family's estate. And what of the patriarch's new wife, the sister of the county magistrate? Had their son-in-law taken another bride? Let us retreat to the tea house for a moment. We must distance the horses so as not to attract attention. We need to uncover the truth behind this situation and ascertain the whereabouts of our matron, old Zhang said, his expression darkening. His concern lay with his sister. Why had previous correspondence never mentioned the patriarch's remarriage? After all these years, how could he wed the sister of the magistrate? What was going on? Where could his sister be? This was of utmost importance. Consequently, the group dispersed to pursue their inquiries. Grandfather went to the tea house to inquire about the matter, while grandmother sought information from the neighbors in Huangjia Street. Meanwhile, Zhang Amping was frolicking with a group of young ladies near the carriage, keeping an eye on their belongings, before heading to a small restaurant not far from Huang's residence for a gathering. The tea house was a bustling hub of diverse individuals, making it the most convenient place to gather information, as patrons often shared tidbits about their families. Similarly, the neighbors enjoyed gossiping about those living nearby. Grandmother Zhang, accompanied by several daughters-in-law, quickly learned some details regarding the Huang family, after which the entire family proceeded to a small restaurant. Given their numbers, they reserved a private room on the second floor to dine and converse, primarily to analyze the information they had gathered and discern the truth from the falsehoods. I have heard from the neighbors that indeed, the head of the Huang family has married the sister of the county magistrate. Furthermore, the Huang family is quite formidable, possessing both wealth and influence, as the head is the county's deputy magistrate. Grandmother Zhang sighed. The information they had obtained pertained to the family into which their aunt had married. The Huang family had settled in Tainan County about 20 years prior and had established considerable assets, including land and shops. The one who married the magistrate's sister was not the eldest son of the Huang family, but rather the second son, who held the title of deputy magistrate. The family's aunt was married to the eldest son of the Huang family. However, after the passing of their parents, the eldest son, Huang Yuxing, separated from the family, with his branch residing in the southern part of the city, while the second and third sons remained in the vicinity. Notably, the second son of the Huang family gained prominence after marrying the magistrate's sister and later becoming the deputy magistrate himself, enjoying wealth and respect. In contrast, the eldest son had separated from the family several years ago, with whispers suggesting that he had been ousted by his younger brothers. Conventionally, the eldest son would inherit the family estate, yet the Huang family diverged from this norm due to the influential background of the second wife's family, who were prominent figures in Taiwan. The eldest son's wife, however, hailed from a distant, impoverished background, characterized by a long lineage of decline and a single descendant. Compounding matters, the eldest son of the Huang family was known for his meek disposition, having never achieved scholarly success or held an official position. Though he had a son and a daughter, their living conditions were quite dire. After the daughter married, she returned home due to her husband's infidelity, while the son, despite being of marriageable age, had yet to find a wife. Following the death of grandfather Huang, they had been expelled from the Huang family home and were currently residing in rented accommodation. Their daily sustenance relied on the meager earnings of Zhang and Huang matriarchs, who stitched and washed clothes to scrape by. Even so, the household was often rife with disputes, as the eldest son of the Huang family would occasionally express his desire to dismiss Zhang's wife, lamenting her lack of dowry and financial means. There is no reliable support from her maternal family, unable to secure even a modest official position for him like the second madam's family could. Many neighbors in the vicinity are aware of this situation, while the servants of the Huang family regard others with disdain. They only know that the master of the Huang family has married the sister of the county magistrate, without any inkling that their first madam's maiden name is Zhang. Upon hearing these inquiries, the Zhang family feels a deep sense of lament. No one anticipated that their son-in-law's family was in such dire straits. Why does my elder sister only share good news and not the troubling matters? Is she unwilling to confide in me even a little? Oh, we are thousands of miles away. Without her maternal kin to support her, how can she avoid being bullied? Old man Zhang sighed, reflecting on the grievances his elder sister has endured over the years. He urged everyone to eat and drink swiftly, for they would soon set out to visit his sister's residence based on the information they had gathered. This is an affront to the Zhang family, taking advantage of our absence to bully our daughters. This matter will not end quietly. The Zhang brothers were equally incensed, seething with rage. They had 10 young ladies in the next generation, and should they endure the same treatment as their aunt, they could never bear to see their daughters married off. Chapter 141. Finally found the great aunt. Once the meal was served, the Zhang family finally felt the pangs of hunger. However, at that moment, their minds were preoccupied, particularly that of the elder Zhang, who sighed repeatedly, consumed by thoughts of his sister. They had all assumed she was living well, years prior. She had even sent some items through a courier service, indicating that their family had welcomed new members, a gesture from their great aunt. He himself had sent her a few things. But the journey was exceedingly long. Each time, it cost a fortune, and with so many children at home, it had taken years for them to consider sending something again. If only they had known how difficult her life had become, they would have tightened their belts to send her more support. The elder Zhang grew increasingly sorrowful, remaining largely silent, unable to eat anything, his spirit dulled as if he were gravely ill. The contrast to the exuberant morning when he had excitedly taken the children to visit their great aunt was stark. Zhang Amping observed all of this and offered his grandfather a piece of tofu. Grandfather, do not worry. Now that we are in Tainan County, rest assured that with us here, great aunt will no longer suffer. Her better days are yet to come. Consider this. We are not short of money. Tainan cannot compare to Jinling, he continued. Properties and shops here are likely not expensive. These matters are manageable. The key is to ensure we are well fed before we visit great aunt. Upon hearing Zhang Anping's words, the Zhang family rallied to comfort the elder. Father, do not be disheartened. When I got married, I received cloth and 10 taels of silver from great aunt. One must not be ungrateful. We will advocate for her in the future. Yes, father, do not be sad. As long as we have enough to eat and drink, great aunt shall not lack. The garments I wore on my wedding day were also gifted by great aunt. At this moment, the Zhang brothers recalled their great aunt's kindness. Though those gifts comprised merely 10 taels of silver, some fabric, and a few silver bracelets, in retrospect, they were not particularly valuable. However, considering the vast distance from Aizhou to Jizhou, the cost of hiring the courier service was considerable. Moreover, the sentiment behind the gifts was what truly mattered, and they had always remembered this kindness. Their great-aunt was indeed one of the few remaining relatives of the Zhang family. As the family spoke, the elder Zhang's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Indeed, no matter how arduous life may be, as long as they remained united, they could overcome any obstacle. After finishing their meal, they settled the bill, discovering that they had spent less than a tael of silver, indicating that the prices in Taiyan were relatively affordable. At least compared to the southern regions, the cost of grain was significantly lower. This revelation prompted the elder Zhang to reassess their circumstances. Considering the gold and silver treasures they had acquired from the bandit lair along the way, it seemed they were quite well off. With this thought, he straightened his back considerably. Before long, the family inquired about the whereabouts of Huang Yusheng, who resided on the western side of the city. In this county of Taiyan, there exists a stark contrast between the affluent east and the impoverished west. The eastern district is predominantly inhabited by well-to-do families, such as the Huang family, who reside in grandiose mansions complete with stone gates. In stark contrast, the western area is characterized by its exceedingly narrow roads, where sewage flows freely, permeating the air with an unpleasant odor reminiscent of urine. Along the roadside, an unbearable stench emanates, whether from sheep dung or cow manure, attracting swarms of flies even before one can pass by. Observing this, the elderly Zhang cannot help but sigh. Ah, sister, life here is truly miserable. At your age, you find yourself renting a room from others. No wonder your nephew struggles to find a bride. Young women always aspire to marry into a prosperous family, he laments. Soon, they inquire about a household located at the very end of a narrow alley. Yet before they can knock, they hear raised voices from within. It's all your fault. As the elder sister-in-law, can't you make way for a few of your sisters-in-law? Their families are prominent. What's wrong with you lowering your head and serving them tea? We were driven out of the Huang family mansion without a place to stay. An older voice inside complains. Serving tea to my sisters-in-law is one thing, but they belittle me, accusing me of stealing her gold bracelet. Though my family may be poor, we are innocent. They may forget my tireless efforts at home, but they cannot insult me by calling me a thief. Your brother is a heartless wretch, expelling you under the guise of excuses. What does my family's wealth or poverty have to do with it? Only you, with your shallow understanding and lack of ambition. Allow yourself to be cast out by your brothers. Even if expelled, one must strive for dignity, work hard, and set a good example for the children. What good is it to merely blame me? The yard contains only a frail door, and the voices within are loud enough for anyone passing by to overhear. The Zhang family stands outside, with the matriarch wiping her tears, their hearts heavy with empathy. They are all people who endure life's trials, and it is evident that their aunt has endured considerable hardship at the Huang family home due to the distance from her own family. Yet, she has always chosen to share only good news, concealing her troubles. Oldest, knock gently, calls out the elder Zhang to Zhang Jiawen, the eldest son, who has received a modicum of education and possesses a gentle disposition, unlike his fiery younger brother and the third, who has never accomplished anything significant and still retains a childlike spirit, despite being a father of 4. Upon hearing the knock, the voices within cease, and someone approaches to open the door. An elderly woman appears, her hair partially covered by a headscarf, with graying strands framing her weathered face, clad in a faded garment that, despite its worn appearance, remains clean. Who are you looking for? She inquires, casting a hesitant glance at Zhang Jiawen. Sister Shilian. It's me, Xiuzhong, your younger brother. The elder Zhang, upon recognizing the woman, trembles. She still bears the same visage, yet has grown frail and aged. Upon his exclamation, Huang Shilian gazed in astonishment at the elderly Zhang, vigorously rubbing her eyes, and then suddenly burst into tears. Oh my heavens, is this truly a divine manifestation? Allowing me to behold my dear brother? Am I dreaming? Brother Huang Shilian pinched herself hard, and upon feeling the sting, gasped in disbelief. She clasped Zhang's hand, joy streaming down her cheeks. Quick, come inside. Yu Sheng, hurry, see who has arrived. My brother has come back. Huang Shilian's exuberance transformed her voice. Is this real? Surely, you must be dreaming. Azhou is so far and besieged by savages. How could my brother possibly come? A voice from within the house interjected as a tall elder emerged. Upon seeing Zhang, his eyes widened in astonishment. For indeed, this was the brother of his wife, his brother-in-law, the uncle of his children. Chapter 142. Reunion. Zhang Anping was welcomed into the house, but the space was so cramped that there was scarcely room to set foot. With only 2 rooms, though tidy, they were undeniably too small and narrow. There was hardly any space to turn around. The chairs were awkwardly moved outside, where Zhang Laotu and Huang Yuxing sat and conversed. Yet even the stools creaked uncomfortably. Zhang Laotu sat there, feeling anxious, fearing that the stool might collapse under him, sending his frail form crashing to the ground. My dear brother, I never imagined that after all these years, you remain unchanged, still looking the same. But is it true that your hometown has suffered a calamity? Huang Yusheng, though somewhat simple-minded, harbored no ill intentions. Despite harboring grievances against Zhang Xiuyan, he was respectful in front of Zhang Laotu. Indeed, Jizhou City has fallen. The barbarians have massacred the town. We were quick to seize the opportunity and fled early, Zhang Laotu explained. With nowhere else to go, we sought refuge with my sister, but I had not anticipated that her situation would be dire as well. He recounted the plight in Jizhou and the treacherous journey they undertook to escape the barbarian threat, choosing to be vague about the peculiarities they encountered along the way. This left Zhang Xiuyan under the impression that her brother had reached a dead end and had no choice but to turn to her for help. After traversing thousands of miles, enduring near-death experiences, what immense suffering they must have faced. My dear brother, your family has endured much hardship. Let your aunt have a good look at the children, she said, her heart swelling with concern. This must be an un. How truly handsome he is. He stands so tall, hardly resembling a child of 7 or 8. He looks more akin to a 10-year-old, Zhang Xiuyan exclaimed. Spotting Zhang Anping among the crowd and showering him with praise, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Wonderful, wonderful. The Zhang family has a successor. When Zhang Anping was born, Zhang Laotu had written a special letter to his sister to share the joyous news, so Zhang Xiuyan was well aware of this. The 2 siblings shared a mixture of laughter and tears, exchanging endless pleasantries. Meanwhile, Huang Yuxing joined in the conversation, showing no overt disdain, for he was quite familiar with Zhang Laotu from years gone by. As they chatted, the sound of footsteps approached the door, and a man and woman entered, only to be startled by the sight before them, thinking they had entered the wrong house. Quickly, Xiaofeng, Mingho, this is your uncle, who used to carry you when you were little. Zhang Xiuyan introduced her children, who were born in Azhou but had been too young to remember anything before they left. They often heard their mother mention her family in Jizhou, uncertain if they would ever have the chance to visit again. Over the years, many changes had occurred at home, and their mother seldom spoke of their uncle far away in Jizhou. To their surprise, they were meeting him today. Huang's children, a son named Huang Mingho and a daughter named Huang Xiaofeng, were now 24 years old and still unmarried. In the great Zhou dynasty, should one remain unmarried for a year or 2, the official media would intervene, arranging marriages for certain widows or women with issues, bestowing them upon Huang Mingho. This was a decree of the great Zhou, stipulating that if individuals remained single at an advanced age, the court bore the responsibility of ensuring their union. This measure, albeit regrettable, arose from the dire circumstances of ancient times, where wars, natural disasters, and calamities led to diminished populations. Particularly, male offspring represented the labor force of a nation. Allowing individuals to remain unmarried would further deplete the populace. In the event of foreign invasion, such a nation might face the peril of extinction. However, marriages orchestrated by the government seldom yielded favorable outcomes. Poverty was a secondary concern. More often, individuals bore disabilities or other issues. Typically, the children of well-to-do families would select their spouses early, either marrying or becoming betrothed, thus avoiding the indignity of government intervention. Under circumstances like those of the Huang family, it was likely that Xiao Feng would end up wed to an older man or one with disabilities, while Huang Mingho would marry women of questionable reputation, including widows or those with afflictions. With the Huang family's matrimonial prospects having fallen to such a low point, one can only imagine the plight of Zhang Xiuyan's household. Indeed, after much deliberation, the siblings summoned Mingho. She presented him with a silver bracelet, urging him to pawn it and procure some meat and rice. Mother, this is the only remnant of your dowry. Let it remain as a cherished memory. Your uncle has traveled far, as your sister. I cannot be of much help, so do hurry and pawn it. Purchase ample rice. Your uncle's guests are numerous, and they must be fed well. Zhang Xiulian incessantly instructed her son. In truth, their household had long ceased proper cooking, subsisting on thin porridge daily. The rice jar was nearly empty, and with so many guests, more rice was essential. With such esteemed visitors arriving, some meat was also required, yet the bracelet, being outdated in style, would likely fetch little. After buying rice, there might not even be enough left for meat. Alas, given the heat, he might as well part with one of his cotton coats to gather a few coins, just enough to prepare 2 dishes for his uncle. As Huang Mingho discreetly made his way to the pawnshop, he was seen by Zhang Jiawu and Zhang Onping trailing behind. Upon witnessing Mingho enter the pawnshop with these items, Zhang Jiawu could no longer contain himself. Life at our aunt's home is indeed harsh. That bracelet must have been a cherished possession of hers. To ensure we have a meal, she has resorted to pawning both her coat and bracelet. In the courtyard, Huang Xiaofeng was tending to the fire in the kitchen, while the wives of the Zhang family came to lend a hand, inquiring about the circumstances at Xiaofeng's home. Originally, life was manageable. We even had servants. But later, my second aunt accused my mother of stealing her dowry bracelet, labeling our family as thieves. My mother, unable to bear the accusation, argued and was ultimately driven out of the Huang household. Though my father grumbled, he wished to bring my mother back, yet was scorned by my second and third uncles, who deemed him a failure. In a fit of anger, my father left the Huang family alongside my mother. Little did we anticipate that my father would fall gravely ill, and my elder brother would encounter some troubles. Eventually, our family found itself in dire straits. My heartless husband, upon learning that we had been cast out by my second uncle, and my mother-in-law, seeking an excuse, claimed I was envious and also expelled me from our home. Xiao Feng recounted these events with a hint of embarrassment. Yet, observing the elder and second daughters-in-law, a profound sadness enveloped her heart, compelling her to earnestly advise them to ensure their daughters marry into respectable families. For her own marriage had been orchestrated by her second aunt, despite her mother's initial objections. It was her father who insisted that her uncle was prosperous and that her aunt's family wielded power. Trusting their judgment, she had relinquished herself to wed, only to realize, when calamity befell her family, that she had married a man of dubious character. Poor Xiaofeng, alas! How is it that your life is more arduous than our family's plight during our escape? The third daughter-in-law, filled with compassion, could not help but shed tears as she beheld Xiaofeng's dire circumstances. Chapter 143. There are issues with that piece of land, cousin. How is it that your life is more arduous than our family's escape from calamity? Quickly, tuck this bracelet away. I still have some silver coins. We can purchase a few provisions for you to take back. Zhang Jiawu could no longer bear to watch. He seized the silver bracelet from Huang Mingho's hand, along with his cotton coat, and forcefully thrust them into his grasp before pulling him out of the pawnshop. Huang Mingho's face flushed crimson, yet Zhang Jiawu's strength was overpowering. He could not break free. Before long, Zhang Jiawu emerged from the rice shop, hoisting a substantial sack of rice. He then proceeded to the butcher's shop, where he ordered a selection of cooked meats, each one without hesitation. The sheer spectacle of his purchases left Huang Mingho astounded. Each piece of meat must cost a fortune. Their family could scarcely afford such luxuries. If absolutely necessary, they would only buy a few taels at most, never half a pound. Sir, that will be 1 tael of silver. Zhang Jiawu readily paid the amount and casually pressed another 10 taels of silver into Huang Mingho's hand, causing the latter to feel a flush of warmth and a pang of anxiety within. This is too much. I cannot accept this. We are cousins. It is only right that we assist one another. Do not be polite. Take it. Zhang Jiawu appeared robust, while Huang Mingho was thin and frail. This exchange seemed to others as if Zhang Jiawu were forcibly taking from Huang Mingho, prompting passers-by to step aside in alarm. As Zhang Jiawu passed a rotisserie chicken shop, he casually purchased 2 roast chickens and some braised pig's trotters, leaving Huang Mingho in utter disbelief. Good heavens, these purchases must cost several taels of silver. This single meal could sustain their family for an entire month. Let us get some wine as well. We have arrived in Tyne County after all. It is time to celebrate. Zhang Jiawu mused, recalling that although they had feasted on meat during their journey, they had not indulged in any wine, despite the ample fine liquor they had brought along. Today, reuniting with their aunt was a moment worth celebrating. Upon returning home, laden with packages. Xiao Feng began to kindle the fire and prepare the meal, washing the rice and placing it in the pot. Outside, Zhang Xiuyan caught sight of the abundance of food and drink, her heart sinking. That was her silver bracelet, not a gold one. How could so much have been purchased? Huang Mingho then explained that all these provisions were bought by his cousin Zhang Jiwu, even mentioning the silver ingot he had given him. This revelation caused Zhang Xiuyan's face to flush with warmth, yet she solemnly handed the silver back to Zhang Jiwu. My dear nephew, I acknowledge your generous intentions, but I absolutely cannot accept this money. You and your family must stay at my home today. We will lodge in the courtyard, and tomorrow we shall help you find a place. This 10 taels of silver should suffice for your family to eat and stay in Tian City for a month. However, by next month, you must find a way to earn a living. Everything is expensive in Tian City. Zhang Xiuyan's words finally put Zhang Laotu at ease. He nodded towards his children and grandchildren, signaling them to quickly bring forth the prepared gifts. Initially, Zhang Laotu had harbored a hint of skepticism, doubting his brother-in-law's reliability due to his yielding nature and advanced age. However, upon witnessing his sister and her children displaying such thoughtfulness and treating them as family, he felt reassured. Despite their modest means, they were determined to host him and his family, even contemplating the sacrifice of their home for their comfort. Displaying no hint of disdain, this indicated that his sister's family genuinely regarded them as kin, reaffirming that his earlier decision had been sound. Since they were family, it was only right to extend a helping hand, especially considering their newfound prosperity. Even a mere fraction of their wealth could significantly enhance his sister's family's quality of life. Thus, when the children carried numerous boxes into the courtyard, Huang Yuxing and his family stood in astonishment. My goodness, Huang Yuxing thought. He had never seen such an abundance. Even when he married his wife, her dowry had not been this lavish. Each box, upon opening, revealed exquisite fabrics and furs, worth hundreds of taels of silver. Additionally, there were the 4 treasures of the study and an array of books. These were treasures indeed, with some volumes not even obtainable with money. Wait, what did he see? Jade? Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. This fine, warm Hitian jade is worth far more than mere gold and silver. Was he dreaming? How could the Zhang family bestow such opulent gifts? He recalled how, when his daughter married, her in-laws' betrothal gifts paled in comparison. Back then, his second brother and sister-in-law had praised him for securing a fine match for their niece, admiring the family's generosity. He had felt elated, believing his son-in-law's family to be well-off and of high status. Yet now, gazing at the gifts from the Zhang family, he felt a wave of disorientation. He reflected on how he had been driven from the Huang family, a result of his brother's greed and ambition, knowing he could not compete with their power. They had seized the family fortune left by their father, revealing the extent to which greed can obliterate familial bonds. Ah, my brother, you are still fleeing. With so many people arriving in Tian City, it's essential to acquire some property. With your large family, the dowry for your granddaughter and funds for your grandson's marriage must be preserved. They cannot be squandered. Zhang Xiuyan's eyes were red. Though her own family was impoverished, lacking even enough rice for the night, she felt her brother's family could not accept such gifts. Sister, rest assured. I possess a substantial piece of land in Haihuchong, Chongling Town, he replied. There are also houses left by the previous owners. We will relocate there as a family. With land and property, we need not fear for the children's futures. Once we settle in, we will invite you all to stay with us for a while. Zhang Laotu did not conceal the truth from his sister. He merely assisted the lord of Hangzhou City with a significant task, and upon learning of his impending arrival in Azhou, the lord graciously presented him with a land deed. Their entire family plans to relocate there when the time comes. As the two conversed, Huang Yuxing was filled with both envy and perplexity. According to what the younger brother mentioned, the land he spoke of seemed quite expansive and included a house, which must be worth a considerable sum. Brother, you just mentioned where this land is located? It's in the Haihuchong area of Chongling Town in Tyne County. Old Zhang joyfully articulated the location of the land deed, as he intended to report to the authorities upon his arrival. The distance to Tyne County was not particularly far. A carriage could make the round trip in a day. Ah, Chongling Town, Haihuchong. My goodness, where is your land located? No, this simply cannot be. That area is not suitable for habitation. The lord of Hangzhou City is setting you up for disaster. Huang Yuxing exclaimed in astonishment, nearly leaping from his seat. Chapter 144. No one can reside there. The voice of Huang Yusheng was resounding as he dismantled the door panel at home, intending to use it as a table. Huang Mingho was startled, nearly losing his grip and causing the panel to crash down. Fortunately, several individuals from the Zhang family assisted in propping it up with ample firewood. Thus, a lengthy table was fashioned, allowing the entire family to dine together. Zhang Xiuyan, noticing that the meal was ready, promptly signaled for everyone to begin eating, suggesting that discussions could wait. Yet, Huang Yusheng could not contain himself, reproaching Zhang Xiuyan for her lack of urgency, which nearly sparked another argument between the two. Ultimately, it was the elder Zhang who intervened, inquiring about the matter regarding the land, successfully diverting the conversation. Huang Yusheng then began to recount the events concerning Heihucheng. It turned out that this locale indeed boasted an expansive stretch of forest and farmland, alongside a grand river, all situated at a considerable elevation, not far from Taiyuan City. Initially, troops were stationed there, garrisoned from Taiyuan County. Impressive new edifices had been constructed nearby, along with ample open spaces for military training and sufficient arable land for provisions. However, several years prior, strange occurrences began to unfold in that area. Soldiers started to vanish without a trace, initially one a day, escalating to several in a single day, instilling fear among the remaining troops. They promptly dispatched personnel to capture the elusive entities. The head of Taiyuan's constabulary was sent first, but tragically, a significant portion of them also disappeared. The situation escalated to the point where news reached Zhou, prompting the dispatch of renowned demon hunters accompanied by a cadre of individuals to Heihucheng. Ultimately, the expert failed to return. This alarming situation compelled the people of Azhou to seek assistance from Jinling, given its proximity. Subsequently, word spread that a few deities arrived, those capable of wielding swords and blades with great prowess. 3 individuals ventured into Heihucheng, yet only one returned, conveying a grave warning to the magistrate of Taiyuan County. The area was no longer suitable for troop encampment. Immediate withdrawal was imperative. Failure to comply would result in 1,000 deaths for 1,000 soldiers, or 10,000 deaths for 10,000. This revelation left the Lord of Taiyuan County utterly astounded. Consequently, the area was abandoned, and all personnel retreated, leaving behind vacant homes. The fertile black soil of the fields also lay fallow. In the eyes of the local populace, this place had become a site of terror. If it was unsuitable for military encampment, how could it possibly accommodate civilians? Zhang Xiuyan was left in shock, fervently questioning Huang Yusheng about the veracity of his claims. Could I fabricate such a tale? If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire at any tea house. The rumors of troop encampment at Heihucheng were rampant 3 years ago. There are surely those who still remember. If that does not suffice, seek out residents from Chongling Town. Many witnessed the soldiers' retreat. This cannot be a mere fabrication. Huang Yusheng spoke with unwavering conviction. At this moment, Huang Mingho, who typically assisted in setting the table, appeared pale and could not refrain from interjecting. Uncle, I heard about this matter 3 years ago as well. The Black Tiger Canyon is truly uninhabitable. I do not grasp the situation. Ordinarily, since you aided the Lord of Hongqing, how could he cause such harm? Old Zhang's gaze shifted towards Zhang Anping. Ever since their arrival, Zhang Anping had not overshadowed the elder, for after all, his grandaunt was the elder's own sister. Grandfather, since we have arrived in Taiyuan City, let us take a look around and purchase a residence. This way, should anyone wish to enter the city, there will be a place to stay, wouldn't it? I shall go with Xiaoyong and the others to scout for options. As Zhang Anping spoke, his eyes wandered towards his grandaunt's courtyard. It was indeed far too small. There was hardly room for them to stand within the house and courtyard. Moreover, the environment was particularly poor. It would be better to use the pretext of acquiring a residence in Taiyuan City for the Zhang family, allowing his grandaunt to oversee it. Thus, his grandaunt would have a place to live. As for the funds for purchasing a house, they were truly not lacking. After all, they had plundered the bandit den and thoroughly cleaned out the Hong family. If they counted carefully, purchasing one residence would be a trivial matter, and even acquiring 10 would likely pose no significant issue. Very well, listen to your dear grandson. Old Zhang nodded repeatedly, while at this moment, Zhang Xiuyan and Huang Yusheng realized that within this family, they were entirely obedient to this child. However, considering that the Zhang family had but this one descendant, it was only natural for him to be indulged. Unfettered by tables, they utilized door boards, dividing into 2 groups by gender for their meal, managing to finish it all. Yet, as they beheld the abundance of food and drink, Zhang Xiulian kept murmuring about conserving resources, lamenting the extravagance and excessive spending. Nonetheless, a smile lingered in her eyes, for she was delighted to see her kin, and they appeared to be faring well. She even discussed with old Zhang the idea of selling the gifts they had received to purchase a residence for the Zhang family to settle in. Thus, even if they did not venture to the Black Tiger Canyon, the Zhang family would have a place to reside. In due time, they could find some work, and life would be stable. Old Zhang chuckled, merely requesting his sister's guidance as he sought to buy a house in the area, hoping to find something suitable. After all, with so many family members, having a residence in the county would allow them to keep some in the city for mutual support. Zhang Xiulian wholeheartedly agreed with this plan. And after their meal, she instructed her husband and son to arrange the matter. That evening, they did not stay at the Huang family's home, claiming they had booked a room at an inn, which happened to be the largest in Tyne County. This revelation left Zhang Xiulian in awe, as she remarked that her maternal family had finally improved, allowing her to hold her head high. Meanwhile, old Zhang was aware of the grievances his sister faced, and seizing this opportunity, he would ensure that no one dared to bully her in the future. Zhang Onping called upon Hu Linger, instructing her to bring along meatballs and little Bai, accompanied by several sisters and Xiao Xiaoyou. Their group set off first to examine the situation at Heihucheng. After all, it was rumored that there were monsters in that vicinity. What kind of creatures were they, and how might they be dealt with? A thorough investigation was essential. However, Zhang Onping felt little trepidation, as he was in the company of several monsters himself. It was certainly more advantageous to seek monsters with the aid of fellow creatures rather than undertaking the endeavor alone. As they were en route to Heihucheng, Zhang Onping noticed a peculiar movement from the box of paper and pen gifted to him by Nashi, which he had stored in his spatial realm. He decided to wait until he was seated in the carriage, with no one around, before retrieving the artifact. Upon opening the box, a sheet of paper, inscribed with words, gracefully floated before him. The moment he beheld the writing on that paper, he found himself utterly astonished. Chapter 145. Journey to Chongling Town. Sister, my chest pains intensely, and I have coughed up blood again today. I have been longing to see you. I cannot perish. I must reserve this position for you. If you were not a lady, you would be the leader, and this place rightfully belongs to you. Sister, please come see me. I miss you dearly, and I fear I may not endure much longer. The paper was initially blank, remaining unchanged for days. However, today, Zhang Onping beheld the emerging script upon it. He suddenly recalled the gift of this paper and pen from Nancy. She had mentioned that this set had two parts, one with her younger brother and the other in her possession. Thus, while he was in Jinling, she resided in Hongnan City, allowing them to maintain clandestine communication. This particular set, seemingly a talisman, was crafted at her brother's behest by the national master. Having arrived in Tyne County, it was likely that Nancy had also reached Jinling, though he had yet to encounter her brother. Furthermore, her brother remained unaware that this paper and pen had been entrusted to him by his sister. Thus, on this sheet, Nancy's brother fervently addressed Zhang Onping as sister, recounting his plight, his ill health, the blood he had coughed up, and his fear of not lasting much longer. His words were peculiar. He implied that, were she not a lady, Nancy would be the leader, and that position was hers. What position could he be referring to? Zhang Onping gazed at the blank paper, then swiftly penned a few words on its reverse. Take care of your health, and remember to take your medicine. After inscribing these lines, Zhang Onping found himself at a loss for further communication with Nancy's brother, as they were strangers to one another, rendering the situation rather awkward. He could only stow the paper and pen back into his space, and then sat in the carriage, setting off towards Chongling Town, heading for Heihucheng. Along the way, the sisters expressed their joy, for this time, they were unaccompanied by adults, which filled them with delight. However, before their departure, their grandfather had cautioned them repeatedly to merely observe Heihucheng and not to linger there, insisting they rest in the town instead. They aimed to inquire if the rumors regarding the mass retreat of soldiers from Heihucheng, as suggested by Huang Yusheng, held any truth. Zhang Onping nodded in agreement. Surrounded by a large group, reassured by the apparent lack of danger, which allowed the old man to permit his journey. Upon their arrival in Chongling Town, they discovered it to be quite lively. Their inquiries revealed that, despite being merely a town, it had once housed troops. Though those soldiers trained in Heihucheng, they also had moments of respite, during which many would come to Chongling town for entertainment. Additionally, some soldiers' families resided in the town. Thus, while it may have appeared as a small settlement, it was surprisingly comparable to Taiyuan County in vitality. Yet, as Zhang Anping and his companions sought information about the station troops at Heihuchong, they found that nearly everyone was aware of the situation and lamented. No one can reside there. If those soldiers do not leave, this place would be quite bustling. The current state of business is rather dismal. There are scarcely any patrons around. Are you gentlemen seeking accommodation? Upon arriving in Chongling town, Qiu Xiaoyong took the initiative, yet many were turned away. They merely inquired about the situation regarding Heihuchong, only to discover it was far more dire than Huang Yuxing had described. Many lives have been lost there, countless souls. It is a cursed place, best avoided. In recent years, some audacious and curious individuals ventured in, and they perished. I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Numerous soldiers have been withdrawn. Are you familiar with cultivators? Those cultivators, upon reaching the pinnacle of their training, become almost celestial beings. They too have warned against staying there, urging us to keep our distance. Indeed, along the road to Heihuchong, there are markers forbidding entry. That place is truly sinister, even in broad daylight. One feels an inexplicable difference upon entering. I visited there a few years ago. In Chongling town, discussions surrounding Heihuchong evoke palpable fear. As for Zhang Anping's inquiries about the origin of the name Heihuchong, some say it derives from an incident many years ago when a black tiger was sighted in the area. The peculiarity of the event spread, leading to the name's adoption. A black tiger? Such a creature? Zhang Anping chuckled, but proceeded to confer with a few companions about securing a room in the town for some to rest while he and Hu Linger explored Heihuchong. Since Heihuchong once housed troops, the paths must be spacious. Let us simply drive the carriage in and rest there without needing to separate. Qiu Xiaoyong assessed the group. They were all cultivators. In numbers, they could fend off any potential threats. If they dispersed, encountering danger would leave them vulnerable. Very well. Let us proceed. We shall purchase provisions in the town and then head to Heihuchong for lodging. At night, we can have meatball and Xiaobai keep watch. Zhang Anping contemplated his past escapades with several sisters and Qiu Xiaoyong, intentionally hunting in the mountains by night. This opportunity was too good to pass up. Moreover, this would soon be their home. If any malevolent forces lurked, they needed to be eradicated. There was a significant river flowing through Chongling town, which originated from the Heihuchong area. As their party made their way back towards Heihuchong, they were surprised to find others with a similar intent. A carriage approached, driven by a somber-looking man in his 30s. Accompanying him were a bald monk and a striking woman in her 20s, whose gaze was captivating, almost entrapping. When her eyes fell upon Qiu Xiaoyong, he found himself unable to meet her gaze. Hee, little brother, do you and your band of youngsters fancy playing house? Proceeding further leads to perilous grounds. Nightfall approaches. You ought to return to the town lest my heart be pained. The woman's attention remained fixed on Qiu Xiaoyong, disregarding Zhang Anping entirely. After all, Qiu Xiaoyong is somewhat older and possesses considerable handsomeness. Amidst this group, it is easy for others to mistakenly perceive him as their leader. Papa, who do you think you are, sister? How shameless can you be? Qiu Xiaoyong, feeling a bit bashful, turned to glance at the Zhang family maidens nearby, and his face flushed with indignation. Oh dear, is our little mischief maker upset? Sister is merely lamenting the beauty of your handsome visage, leading a gaggle of younger siblings into peril. Is that not courting disaster? The woman continued her taunts, only to witness Qiu Xiaoyong fiercely strike the reins of the horses. The two-headed steeds had already charged into the Black Tiger Gorge. Meanwhile, the coachman gazed at the magnificent horses with an avaricious gleam in his eyes. This group of children, would surely be terrified to the point of losing control if faced with real danger, yet their mounts are indeed remarkable. This is certainly worth keeping. Chapter 146. Capturing a monster. As they entered Heihuchong, the sky had not yet fully succumbed to darkness. Zhang Anping decided to have Qiu Xiaoyong drive the cart around the area. Before they could complete a full circuit, night had already fallen. Heihuchong is situated at a high elevation, yet the roads are remarkably spacious. Notably, a grand river splits into several tributaries, one flowing towards Chongling town, and another heading towards the Great River. The region is dotted with many abandoned fields that are remarkably flat, a picturesque locale replete with verdant hills and clear waters, which left Zhang Anping thoroughly pleased. The village is abundant in trees, many of which are towering giants that one could scarcely embrace. Coupled with ample water sources from the rivers, the entire Heihuchong is enveloped in lush greenery. At the entrance to Heihuchong, a vast bamboo grove sprawls, nearly covering a small hill with robust, thick bamboo. Due to its sparse population, the area is a verdant paradise. A major river flows past the base of Heihuchong, where the water is calm, revealing a broad expanse of clean sand, which is quite pleasant to tread upon. Venturing deeper into Heihuchong, one encounters expansive buildings and a flat training ground, significantly larger than Dahuai Tree Village. Historically a military encampment, the strategic high points of Heihuchong are adorned with lookout structures. The architecture of the village is somewhat peculiar, resembling a Bagua diagram. From any angle, front, side, or back, it appears as a cohesive whole. At the heart of Heihuchong stands a grand gate, towering at 20 to 30 meters. Beyond this entrance lies a spacious racetrack that ascends forward. At the summit is a vast hall. This hall is elevated, offering a vantage point from which one could survey the entirety of Heihuchong. Continuing a mile or two past the hall leads to the back gate, which provides access to the rear mountains. Although the walls are cloaked in various plants, the faint light still reveals their sturdiness and height. This place resembles a small city. It truly is a remarkable location. With its defenses in place, even an army would find it daunting to attack. Though night had fallen, Qiu Xiaoyong could hardly conceal his excitement. This locale is vast and splendid, far superior to their former home in Dahuai Tree Village. It is evident to the discerning eye that this site could serve as a military stronghold, capable of self-sustainability, a veritable sanctuary for recuperation. Indeed, it far surpasses their beloved Dahuai Tree Village in every conceivable way. Its defensibility is formidable, even in the face of a large army. The advantageous terrain allows for the placement of archers at high points for effective defense. Should the situation become untenable, they could retreat to the rear mountains and escape unscathed. Given its history as a military encampment, the terrain must be exceptionally advantageous. However, the brave soldiers that once occupied it are no longer here. Tonight, let us forego sleep and see what peculiarities may arise, Zhang Anping declared, as he instructed his companions to bring forth the provisions purchased in the town. They settled in the grand hall at the highest point, with the cart positioned nearby, and a fire was kindled to roast their food. Zhang Anping set Hu Linger, Xiao Bai, and the meatballs free to scout for any anomalies in the Black Tiger Gorge. These three were capable of transformation, and he felt no excessive worry. Merely observing Hu Linger's reluctance as he promised her a roasted chicken leg. He also mentioned that there was water nearby, and he would procure a flock of ducks to raise, assuring her that he would prepare roasted duck for her enjoyment in the future. This delighted Hu Ling, who smiled brightly and encouraged them to await good news. The trio swiftly vanished into the night. The night at Black Tiger Gorge was far from tranquil. It was June, and the croaking of frogs mingled with the calls of nocturnal birds. Zhang Anping chose a clean spot in the hall to meditate, feeling a profound sense of peace that he had never experienced during his flight from danger. This place was truly splendid. It would be their home from now on. Meanwhile, the three individuals who had stealthily entered Black Tiger Gorge sought refuge in a nearby room. They remained vigilant, with two resting while one kept watch. However, the one attempting to rest found sleep elusive, and the sentinel could not help but peer outside, sensing something enticing within the gorge. It is said that those who vanished before did so under the cloak of night. I hope tonight that entity returns, for I have prepared my treasures for a long time, the monk remarked, his anticipation evident as he glanced towards the door. Speak less. That creature is no ordinary beast, and it is likely that there is more than one. It may be even more cunning than we can fathom, warned the middle-aged coachman, his brow furrowed in caution. Otherwise, those martial practitioners would not be at a loss, he added. Regardless of its prowess, I refuse to believe it can evade our grasp, another interjected with confidence. I saw that two-headed carriage go straight to the hall, such a conspicuous spot. Tomorrow morning, we shall be able to collect the bodies, the alluring woman chuckled. Alas, that pretty boy was rather handsome, and the little ones were exquisitely crafted. It is indeed a pity for them to perish so, she lamented. Shu, speak less. Something feels amiss. Do you hear? There is no sound. The coachman hushed, alerting his companions. Around them, something shimmered, as white mist began to rise, transforming the once lively night into an eerie silence. Suddenly, A dark shadow darted towards them, but as it approached the group, a shimmering golden thread soared up, ensnaring the shadow. Got it! The monk exclaimed with unrestrained joy as he promptly reeled in the golden line. It was, in fact, a magical artifact in his possession, one that boasted remarkable concealment, remaining unnoticed in the darkness. The group had meticulously prepared for this moment, yet they had not anticipated capturing a demon on their very first night. Upon closer inspection, the shadow tightly bound by the golden thread revealed itself to be a frog-like creature, standing over a meter tall on its two legs. Its large mouth was securely bound, and should it have chosen to open it, it could easily swallow a person whole without a hint of difficulty. A frog demon, how intriguing. I had a feeling that this Black Tiger Ridge harbored some sort of monster. Well, here we are, having caught a frog demon. Tonight, we shall sleep soundly, one remarked. This place is delightful. Perhaps we should consider making it our residence for a while, relishing in its comforts. The alluring woman approached the monk and cast him a flirtatious glance. Chapter 147. This village is truly peculiar. A sudden scream pierced the misty night, echoing through the air. Qiu Xiaoyong was the first to spring up, rousing Zhang Zhilan, Zhang Zhitiao, and Zhang Zhixing, who quickly emerged from the carriage. Zhang Omping also rose, his gaze seemingly penetrating the fog, fixated on the row of houses below Heihu Chong, where a faint glow emanated from one of them. The sound had originated from that very place. Zhang Omping heard it clearly, yet when Qiu Xiaoyong attempted to descend to investigate, he firmly grasped his arm. This mist is rather strange, and we are unfamiliar with this area, especially at night. That is not Hu Linger's voice. Let us wait until dawn. Zhang Omping observed that his sisters were now awake. They decided to gather some firewood, ignite it, and sit together, warming themselves while engaging in idle conversation. Although June typically brings warmth, the abundance of trees and lush vegetation in Heihu Chong rendered the night cool, almost chilling, as if they had been thrust into winter. Soon, they realized it was the white mist that imparted this cold sensation, confirming Zhang Omping's earlier assertion that the mist was indeed peculiar. In the darkness, various sounds filled the air, including distant roars that echoed far and wide. Zhang Omping remained still, simply listening, without making a move. The longer they awaited the dawn, the more interminable the night seemed. After an unknown span of time, Zhang Omping abruptly stood up, and to his astonishment, he saw Hu Linger riding atop the White Wolf King, with a cat lounging on its back. Upon noticing their presence, Qiu Xiaoyong thoughtfully produced some chicken legs and wings. Hu Linger, upon seeing the roasted chicken legs, let out a sigh of relief, her face lighting up with a smile that suggested the earlier hardships had been well worth it. Xiaobai, go catch some fish, crucian carp, and bring them back to roast. I was nearly frozen just now, she called out to Xiaobai. The little creature dashed joyfully into the mist, exuberant like an exuberant husky. Meatball crawled to the fire, appearing weary. After glancing at Zhang Omping, it began to snore. I've explored this area. The energy here feels off. It's quite suitable for cultivating into a demon. Down below, I spotted a toad spirit, and I also noticed something unusual about the village well. There's a millennium-old turtle, as Hu Linger munched on her chicken leg. Her demeanor was one of sheer delight, exuding happiness. Before long, she shared with Zhang Omping that they had roamed Heihu Chong that night, discovering more than 4 demons. Some had yet to take shape, while others had already transformed successfully. Moreover, she sensed that the mist enveloping the village was also quite strange. If this mist were not dispelled, enduring such cold in the middle of the night would be intolerable. The Zhang family has moved to this side, and the evenings may not be particularly convenient. The optimal solution would be to dispel the mist and eradicate the lurking demons before they settle here. Only then would it be truly safe for them. Currently, Hu Linger is aware that within the village's largest well resides a turtle over a millennium old, accompanied by a low-ranking toad spirit and a mouse spirit that is on the verge of transformation, as well as a fairy hidden within the bamboo grove at the village entrance. Due to its swift escape, its true form remains unclear. While several individuals were conversing, Xiaobai dashed over, clutching a large bundle of willow branches, each adorned with plump crucian carp weighing 1 to 2 pounds. Even though they were skewered on the branches, the fish's tails continued to thrash vigorously, indicating their remarkable freshness. On this elevated platform, there is also a small pond, facilitating the washing of fish and sourcing water. There are at least a dozen fish, and Zhang Zhilan brought along some salt and spices to quickly marinate them before grilling them over the bonfire. This place is rather peculiar. In such a small area, there are actually 4 demons. Under normal circumstances, demons tend to have their own territories. For a place like Heihucheng to have even 1 demon is extraordinary. There are 4 here, and perhaps even more. Though Hu Linger savored the food with delight, a sense of worry lingered within her. It was only through the collaboration of the 3 of them that they were able to sense these 4 demons. For an ordinary warrior, encountering 1 or 2 demons would be considered exceptionally impressive. Yet, they had discovered 4 in a single night. How can there be so many demons? Heihucheng, even if large, shouldn't be this outrageous. For demons? I recall fleeing so far, and we barely encountered any. Zhang Omping also sensed something amiss. Back in Daxing village, there had been no tales of demons. Now, in Heihucheng, a single village boasts 4 demons. This is simply absurd. When did demons multiply to such an extent? The decline of national fortune, coupled with the authorities' neglect of demon affairs, has led to this increase. Moreover, over the past 2 years, during the nights of moonlight, their numbers seem to have swelled, and this area possesses certain peculiarities. As they engaged in conversation, they continued to turn the grilled fish, which soon became ready. The mist gradually dissipated, and dawn approached. The group took their time, savoring the grilled fish while discussing the oddities of Heihucheng. The first mist must be eradicated. The reason behind the abundance of demons must be uncovered as well. Otherwise, even if they eliminate the demons, a continuous emergence of them would pose a significant threat to the Zhang family's safety. Given the haste of their arrival yesterday and the vastness of Heihucheng, there remain many areas unexplored. Today presents a perfect opportunity to thoroughly investigate. After enjoying some grilled fish along with chicken and flatbreads purchased from the town, they extinguished the bonfire, refreshed themselves, and prepared to continue their exploration of Heihucheng. As the mist dissipated, a sudden warmth enveloped the surroundings. The temperature felt remarkably pleasant, akin to the gentle caress of a willowy breeze, much to the delight of Zhang Onping and his companions. It seemed that even in the height of July and August, the heat would be bearable. Truly, this was a splendid locale, blessed by favorable feng shui. While a few remained behind to tend to the 2-headed horse, the others began to explore the residences of Heihucheng, curious about the number of rooms within. The houses here possessed unique characteristics, with some adjoining one another, while others were clustered near the main hall, forming distinct courtyards. In between, there was a racetrack, allowing for convenient access between each courtyard and room. Zhang Omping could not help but commend the excellent construction of these houses in Heihucheng. However, upon arriving at one particular house, they were met with a shocking sight. Aside from the remnants of a once-burning bonfire on the ground and a few bloodstains, the interior was strewn with a monk's staff, a coachman's whip, and tattered garments scattered across the floor. This was indeed the very place from which the anguished cries had emanated the previous day. Chapter 148. The enigmatic shadows of the bamboo grove. These belongings belong to the 3 individuals we encountered yesterday. The bloodstains on the ground are likely theirs as well. Zhang Onping crouched down to examine the dried and darkened blood on the ground. The anguished cries from last night must have originated from these individuals. He had refrained from intervening at the time. There was something enigmatic about them. Yet, what had drawn them to this place? Was there something here that captivated their interest? The 3 of them are martial apprentices, albeit of a rather inferior caliber, weaker than Qiu Xiaoyou. As Hu Linger spoke, she could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Xiaoyou. It was undeniable. Among the martial apprentices, Qiu Xiaoyou was the eldest, yet he was undeniably the weakest. Each time he trained with the Zhang sisters, he would invariably find himself in a rather disheveled state, which left him feeling quite vexed. However, he had to concede the truth of the matter. There are 4 demons in the Heihucheng. It is entirely possible they were devoured by the beasts. Having willingly walked into their jaws, Zhang Onping remarked, displaying no sympathy for these individuals. After all, not all demons were malevolent, nor were all humans inherently good. Come, let us visit the well. It is home to a tortoise that has lived for over a millennium, Hu Linger urged, eager to show Zhang Onping the ancient tortoise residing at the well. The Heihucheng had numerous wells, yet the largest one was situated at the village's center, accompanied by a grand camphor tree that flourished splendidly. Beneath the tree, several stone tables and benches provided a cool respite, though they were overrun by various creeping vines. Adjacent to the camphor tree stood a large well, constructed from stone slabs, wide enough to accommodate a water wheel that creaked softly, surprisingly still functional. Beside the well was a small artificial pond, suitable for laundry. In the spacious area nearby, numerous stone stumps bore holes, within which wooden rods were placed, adorned with vines intended for drying clothes. Regrettably, the area was engulfed in greenery, devoid of human presence. There were 8 wells resembling this one scattered throughout the village, similarly arranged but varying in size. The central well was the largest of them all. The ancient tortoise must be hiding at the bottom of this well. If it does not surface, we are at an impasse. Hulinger leaned over the edge to peer down. The well was profoundly deep, and Zhang Anping, after a glance, noted its unfathomable depths, with water overflowing and cascading into the small pond below. Well, we can only devise a strategy or find another way. Is there any other option? Yesterday, there was a rat spirit. This house has hundreds of rooms, and I cannot ascertain where it may be concealed. However, I did engage it yesterday, only to have it escape. It was all Xiaobai's fault. Hulinger shot a glance at Xiaobai, who, feeling the weight of her gaze, retreated slightly, circling around Zhang Anping's pant leg, eyes wide and seemingly aggrieved. It nudged his trousers incessantly, as if pleading for justice, feeling wronged indeed. Meow? As the name Meatball was uttered, Hulinger chuckled, nearly forgetting that they had a mountain lord among them, who would likely have no trouble in capturing the mouse spirit. After all, while cats are known for catching mice, tigers can certainly serve as substitutes. We shall have to return to the bamboo grove and investigate once more. Last night, I glimpsed a shadow, but we lost it in pursuit and failed to discern its true form. Regardless, there are numerous spirits in this vicinity. Hulinger once again emphasized the abundance of spirits. Zhang Anping wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, since their arrival, they had already encountered at least 7 known spirits, and he had taken it upon himself to care for 3 of them. I wonder if there is a possibility that the geography here is uniquely conducive to cultivation. Last night, I sensed that practicing here seemed remarkably effortless. Zhang Anping's chi of righteousness had advanced while traversing the path under the moonlight. Although he had been diligently cultivating, the results had been somewhat lackluster. However, while seated in the open hall at Black Tiger Ridge the previous night, he felt the chi of righteousness operating autonomously with remarkable speed. This conviction solidified Zhang Anping's belief, regardless of the number of spirits present. Black Tiger Ridge was a place he had set his sights on, and none could take it from him. I must write to my uncle and inform him of the situation here. You all once dispatched over 100 two-headed horses along with the secrets of raising them. How could Wan Tianyai use such a piece of land to deceive people? Qiu Xiaoyong felt a deep discomfort. He had not anticipated that despite the promising aspects of this location, it was overrun with spirits, rendering it uninhabitable. Did they truly believe that the Qiu family could be trifled with? Did they think them easy prey? Once, Qiu Xiaoyong had been a notorious young dandy, a veritable tyrant. Who dared to deceive him, the young Master Qiu? To think they would use Black Tiger Ridge as a ruse. Fear not. Fear not. Fortunes and misfortunes are intertwined, and such matters are difficult to discern. Zhang Anping, however, remained unconcerned. Were it not for the presence of spirits and the peculiar occurrences, it was unlikely anyone would be willing to relinquish this strategic military location. Moreover, it was a place where many houses had already been constructed. As the group conversed, they proceeded towards the bamboo grove. Yet, before they could reach it, they spotted a white figure darting through the bamboo. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Xiaobai and Meatball had already dashed into the grove. Wisps of white gauze fluttered among the bamboo. Fortunately, it was broad daylight. For if such a sight were encountered at midnight, it would surely terrify anyone. Once Zhang Anping and the others entered the bamboo grove, they beheld a young woman clad in white gauze, drenched in sweat, and being pursued by Xiaobai and Meatball. Her face had turned a ghastly white, terror-stricken as she gazed at her pursuers. Bewildered, she wondered from whence such a formidable spirit had emerged, seemingly intent on capturing her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she witnessed the shattered star imprint swell to several times the size of a stone mill, hurling itself directly towards her. As the luminous sword ascended, Qiu Xiaoyong summoned his flying sword as well. The Zhang sisters had to act swiftly. Any delay would result in their failure to intercept. The young woman, witnessing the formidable prowess of these martial practitioners, fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Great Immortal, Spare my life. I am but a white crane from the purple bamboo forest, transformed into human form. I have committed no heinous acts. I beseech you to see the truth." Trembling, she uttered these words, and it was only then that Zhang Anping noticed a crimson mark upon her forehead. "If you have committed no transgressions, then why are the 3 individuals from yesterday missing, their fates unknown? If it was not your hand that dealt the blow, then whose could it be?" Given Mo's uncertainty regarding the number of demons in this black tiger's domain, Zhang Anping deliberately shifted the blame onto the white crane. Indeed, the white crane cried out in protest, articulating a series of statements that left Zhang Anping utterly astounded. Chapter 149. The Secret of Black Tiger Ridge. Fair, celestial being. I beseech you, I am but a crane. Sustenance from the dew of fresh grass and the bamboo grove suffices for my survival. I have no need to consume human lives. However, Black Tiger Ridge is indeed notorious for those who thrive on such foul practices. I am aware. For the Golden Mouse King is a devourer of men. Not only does he feast upon humans, but he has also made several attempts to engulf me. I have long suffered under his menace. Were it not for the abundant lunar essence in this realm, I would have departed long ago. The crane trembled in fear as she regarded Zhang Anping and his companions. She was genuinely frightened. This group was undeniably formidable, and among them were others of her kind. Their powers overwhelmingly superior. How many mighty beasts towered above her? It was all too terrifying. Had the human world become this perilous? Zhang Anping observed the crane in her human form, noting her extreme timidity. Before them, she quaked, her gaze averted, embodying a picture of trepidation. Such a crane, if not feigning, would find it challenging to consume humans. Even a moderately strong practitioner could easily vanquish her. Pray tell, when did you transform into this human form? How long have you resided here? Have you encountered any particularly strange occurrences? Furthermore, who is this Golden Mouse King you speak of? Is there an old tortoise in this village you are acquainted with? Relate to me all that you know about Black Tiger Ridge. Should I discover that you have deceived us, I shall unleash Little White upon you." Zhang Anping, perceiving the crane to be relatively timid and honest, resolved to intimidate her into revealing information regarding the monstrous entities of Black Tiger Ridge. Despite her successful transformation, the sight of the petite Little White, resembling a snowball, sent the crane into a state of palpable fear, causing her to tremble incessantly. Her courage was indeed minuscule. Zhang Anping even entertained the notion that should he press her further, unleashing Little White or Shanjun to frighten her could potentially lead to her demise. Little White, instinctively circling Zhang Anping's feet, exacerbated the crane's fright, as she believed it was fixated on her. Thus, in a quivering voice, she divulged what she knew. It turned out that a century ago, Black Tiger Ridge was unremarkable. However, an earthquake, akin to a dragon stirring, caused many stones to tumble down. Once merely a solitary river, it transformed into 2 flowing towards Longling Town. At that time, the crane, injured and with no refuge, found herself here, barely clinging to life. She took shelter beneath a cliff, relying on dew to survive, astonishingly managing not to perish. Eventually, the crane chose to remain, discovering a bamboo grove that was then but a few inconspicuous shoots. At night, she rested among the bamboo, quenching her thirst with dew and feasting on insects, occasionally fishing by the riverbank. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually gained the ability to comprehend human speech, becoming increasingly astute. In the Black Tiger Valley, since that incident with the Earth Dragon, a vibrant atmosphere has seemingly enveloped this locale. Initially, she witnessed an ancient tortoise emerge from the great river, laboriously excavating numerous waterways and even digging a well. This well stands as the largest in the Black Tiger Valley. With the presence of water, an array of small creatures flocked to its banks for hydration. The white crane observed a congregation of mice, initially timid and diminutive in appearance. However, for reasons unknown, these mice grew increasingly larger and more numerous, eventually dominating the water source. The animals that approached the well for a drink became their prey. Consequently, the area faced a severe rodent infestation. Subsequently, individuals arrived to construct dwellings, asserting that this location was of strategic importance. The white crane, perplexed by the situation, could only discern that while the humans were building above, the mice were burrowing beneath. Alongside the rodents, a black serpent frequently emerged to hunt the mice for sustenance. Among the rodent populace, one grew larger and was dubbed the Golden Mouse King, while the Black Serpent was referred to as the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King daily sought to capture mice, engaging in numerous battles with the Golden Mouse King, yet always met with defeat. Once the houses were completed, a multitude of soldiers arrived for training, and one day they uncovered the true form of the Black Dragon. Thousands began to assault the Black Dragon King, nearly bringing about its demise, prompting the wounded creature to retreat to the great river to recuperate. In the absence of the Black Dragon King's dominion, the Golden Mouse King's ranks swelled and their size increased. As they struggled to find sustenance, their gaze fell upon the soldiers of Black Tiger Valley. Initially, they took advantage of the night to ambush solitary soldiers, but soon their audacity grew. The White Crane witnessed numerous mice dragging unsuspecting soldiers from their slumber. For beneath the Black Tiger Valley lay a hidden palace. Eventually, the soldiers succumbed to fear, calling forth countless reinforcements. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that beneath the Black Tiger Valley lay the mice's lair, where the Golden Mouse King had transformed into a humanoid form, along with several other ancient mice also possessing the ability to take on human shapes. Last night, those 3 human martial artists had been captured by the Golden Mouse King's minions, likely reduced to nothing but remnants. Zhang Anping and his companions gasped in astonishment upon hearing the White Crane's account. Who would have imagined that a palace of mice lay beneath the Black Tiger Valley? It is no wonder that so many lives had been lost without a trace. However, Zhang Anping noticed something peculiar and inquired of Hu Ling, how many years does it typically take for a demon to transform into human form? It depends on the bloodline. If one possesses the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast, perhaps a century would suffice. For those lacking great fortunes, transformation may require hundreds or even thousands of years, with some taking even longer. Hu Ling replied earnestly. The process of transformation is exceedingly arduous for demons. Despite the formidable Snow Wolf King having cultivated for over a millennium, it could only manage to alter its size at this point, desiring to transform into a human form. It seems one must either encounter a great fortune or continue to cultivate diligently. I possess the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast, yet it has taken me several centuries to gather the power of belief. And only after 2,000 or 3,000 years have I ascended to the status of a great demon. The mountain lord beside him could not help but meow in exasperation. For creatures like them, cultivation is indeed an arduous endeavor. Thus, many demons resort to shortcuts, preying upon humans and martial practitioners. Yet, even such measures necessitate prolonged cultivation. So, the transformation into a demon is indeed challenging. Why then do the celestial cranes achieve transformation in less than a century, and those rodents as well? If they do not possess the bloodline of ancient beasts, could it be that they have encountered extraordinary fortunes? When you first beheld those rodents, had they already succeeded in their transformations? Suddenly, Zhang Anping's eyes sparkled with realization, but his last query was directed towards the White Crane. Chapter 150. A great opportunity upon my initial encounter with those diminutive rodents, merely the size of a fist, drinking from the well. It seemed improbable that within a century they could have transformed. Yet here we are. The White Crane paused momentarily. When she first arrived here, injured, it appeared to be less than a century ago, did it not? She was, after all, an ordinary White Crane, devoid of any ancient beast's bloodline. Yet, she had indeed transformed into human form in less than 100 years. Not only her, but also the Golden Mouse King, the Black Dragon King, and even the old tortoise had all taken on human shapes. Among them, many of the Golden Mouse King's subordinates had also undergone transformation. It seemed that metamorphosis in this Black Tiger Canyon was a commonplace occurrence. Oh, I see now. Do you know where the entrances and exits to the Golden Mouse King's palace are? Zhang Anping was genuinely intrigued at this moment. If only one beast had succeeded in transforming within a century, it might have been attributed to luck or some great opportunity, or perhaps other factors. However, according to the White Crane, all the creatures here had transformed in under a century and were formidable enough to pose challenges even to ordinary cultivators. They had all become powerful entities. The fact that these creatures had transformed in Black Tiger Canyon indicated that it harbored some profound secrets. It was imperative to uncover them. The White Crane, timid and having lived here for nearly a century, was naturally aware of the Golden Mouse's secret lairs. She guided Zhang Anping and his companions to a particularly spacious courtyard, replete with large pots, stoves, and tables. Each stove was approximately 1 to 2 meters wide. presumably remnants of a military mess hall from the days of troop garrisoning. However, the large pots had been removed, leaving only a dozen empty stoves. Each of these stoves has a hidden entrance beneath, and there are also concealed openings in the cabinets and earthen beds throughout the courtyard. It turned out that the Golden Mouse King had created innumerable entrances and exits in this Black Tiger Canyon, unnoticed by the soldiers stationed here. Hidden openings existed within the earthen beds and cabinets they inhabited, as well as within the large stoves. Xiaoyong, you and Sister Zhilan keep watch above, observing this white crane while I, along with Jitong and Jixing, will descend with Xiaobai to explore the path below. It was broad daylight, and descending into the underground was most advisable during this time, as the rodents would likely be resting during the day and only emerge at night. Once they had delineated their roles, they glanced at Xiaobai, who was busy digging, and soon spotted an entrance to a cavern less than a meter high. The group crouched and entered. Initially, the entrance was small, but as they proceeded deeper underground, it quickly opened up into a vast expanse. After descending for over 1,000 meters, they were astonished by the sight before them. Below Black Tiger Canyon lay orderly structures, constructed of stone slabs, robust and towering. The crucial aspect was that these stones were of various hues, emitting a gentle radiance, entirely unlike what they had envisioned. Here, with light and a gentle breeze, they felt no sense of confinement. Entering this underground palace feels akin to stepping into a fantastical castle. The grandeur surpasses that of the houses atop Black Tiger Mountain, leaving one utterly astonished. The expanse is immense, with an overwhelming number of chambers and countless pathways that leave one in a state of disbelief. Zhang Zhiqiao pinched herself, exclaiming, "Goodness, am I truly not dreaming?" The subterranean palace is resplendent, its beauty breathtaking. Notably, the stones emit a luminous glow, and from afar, one can behold a grand entrance towering 20 to 30 meters high, adorned with an array of sparkling starlit stones. Within this underground realm, it resembles a sky strewn with stars. The meticulously excavated caverns are arranged in perfect order, with each room lined up neatly. Zhang Anping could even discern stone beds, stone tables, and stone benches within these chambers. The stones themselves are particularly exquisite, predominantly in shades of white and black, occasionally interspersed with hints of yellow or green, leaving one in awe. One wonders how many mice could have toiled to create such an extensive cavern, as it must have taken decades to excavate. Hu Linger gazed up at the stones, her smile unwavering. "Young master, look. That is moonlight stone, a stone infused with the essence of moonlight. For us demons, possessing moonlight stone accelerates our cultivation immensely." Her voice trembles with excitement as she continues. "These mouse spirits are truly extravagant, residing in a palace of moonlight stone. This must be a moonlight stone mine. Extraordinary indeed. Why do human cultivators suppress demons? It is because demons gather vast amounts of moonlight essence in their inner cores, and some even hoard moonlight stones, which are treasures. The Marshall families have discovered that utilizing moonlight stone can significantly hasten their cultivation. Influential clans acquire moonlight stones at high prices to nurture their descendants, which explains why cultivators in the Great Zhou dynasty predominantly belong to Marshall families. In contrast, those who cultivate independently, like the 3 Marshall practitioners from yesterday, must seek out moonlight stones on their own. When they cannot find them, they often turn to demons. By slaying a demon, they might be fortunate enough to obtain a substantial quantity of moonlight stones, or at the very least, a core imbued with moonlight essence. The demon clan is aware that certain human cultivators, particularly those from Marshall families, possess moonlight stones to varying degrees. By eliminating these cultivators, they can seize the moonlight stones they carry. They may even exchange magical artifacts for moonlight stones to facilitate their own cultivation. During prosperous times, when humanity is strong, demons hide away in fear, diligently cultivating in secret. Conversely, during periods of decline, when humanity falters, demons roam freely, consuming humans or slaying cultivators to enhance their own cultivation speed. This struggle revolves around seizing moonlight stones and competing for limited cultivation resources. Since Zhang Anping began his cultivation journey, he has only experienced the moonlight's power once, thanks to Hu Linger, which successfully advanced his progression. He felt pitiable, akin to a wandering cultivator, utterly unfamiliar with the essence of the moonlight stone. He had never encountered it before. He was completely oblivious to the fact that numerous martial clans could enhance the capabilities of their offspring through the Moonlight Stone. Upon hearing Hu Linger's words, Zhang Onping swiftly grasped the significance of the underground palace. It was evident that there existed a Moonlight Stone mine, likely stirred by the dragon's upheaval during an earthquake. The positions of these Moonlight Stones would shift upwards, thereby exerting a considerable impact on the Black Tiger Rush. The rats burrowing underground must have stumbled upon the Moonlight Stones, prompting them to construct a palace here, intending to establish a long-term stronghold and seize the mine for themselves. This was indeed a remarkable location. However, this information must remain concealed. Should anyone discover the existence of a Moonlight Stone mine here, not only the human race, but even the demon race would undoubtedly go mad. The ensuing chaos would lead to unimaginable consequences. Chapter 151. The Underground Palace. Zhang Onping swiftly formulated a plan within his mind. He urged everyone to exercise caution, reminding them that today's venture was merely a reconnaissance, and they must not alarm the enemy. The rat demons occupying the Yuehua Stone mine were undoubtedly formidable, and complacency could prove disastrous. Furthermore, he insisted that the events of the day remain confidential. From that moment on, none were to stray from his sight. Any deviation would result in dire consequences. As he spoke, Zhang Onping cast a deliberate glance at Shanjun and Xiaobai. The two nodded vigorously, pledging their unwavering loyalty to the Zhang family and vowing to remain vigilant. They understood that the Yuehua Stone mine was a treasure trove, and they would not abandon it under any circumstances. Their allegiance to the Zhang family was evident, as the benefits of staying were unmistakable. Despite their identities as demons, they were not devoid of understanding regarding the importance of safeguarding valuable resources. In fact, they were often more astute than humans. Zhang Zhitiao and Zhang Zhixing also assured him, stating that even if their parents or grandparents inquired, they would keep the matter tightly under wraps. Satisfied with their assurances, Zhang Onping led the group onward. Before long, Hu Ling issued a warning from ahead, prompting the group to stealthily retreat into a room. There, they beheld a horde of towering rats, each over a meter tall, standing upright on two legs and wielding an assortment of spears and swords, patrolling with an air of authority. There were nearly 20 of these formidable rat demons. Zhang Onping let out a quiet hiss upon confirming that no additional foes lurked behind. He quickly assigned roles among his companions, instructing them to strike with precision, ensuring that all the rat demons were eliminated within a single breath. Otherwise, their cries would summon trouble. After all, this was a rat nest. Who could predict how many more demons might be concealed within? Zhang Onping summoned 6 shimmering swords, while Zhang Zhitiao's star-shattering seal expanded to the size of a cart, capable of crushing several rat demons with a single blow. Hu Ling's eyes sparkled with intent as she targeted a few of the demons. Shanjun gazed at the rat demons with fervent interest, recognizing them as living embodiments of the Yuehua Stone. All of them belonged to him. He yearned to devour the rat demons to accelerate his healing. Attack! Zhang Onping whispered, and in an instant, everyone sprang into action. Within a mere breath, over 20 rat demons lay lifeless on the ground. Zhang Onping alone had dispatched 6. Hu Ling deftly crushed a demon's throat with her fingers, silencing it instantly. The star-shattering seal obliterated several others, reducing them to mere pulp. Xiaobai too swiftly dispatched 2, while Shanjun voraciously consumed the remainder, acting quickly to ensure no one would contest his claim. They swiftly cleared the battlefield, erasing all traces of their presence. Zhang Onping observed Shanjun's impressive consumption. The rat demons had vanished without a trace, entirely consumed. Remarkably, despite devouring so many, Shanjun's belly showed no signs of fullness. Soon, the bloodstains on the ground, along with the crushed rat demons beneath Zhang Zhixing, were thoroughly cleaned up by the meatball. It was as if nothing had transpired here. Yet 20 rat demons had completely vanished. Zhang Onping traversed the underground palace, swiftly and silently dispatching a solitary rat demon. As he ventured deeper into the palace, he observed an increasing abundance of moonlight stones, coupled with a growing congregation of rat demons. He even beheld several of them transformed into humanoid forms. Counting them, there were quite a few. Though they lacked the confidence to eliminate them all at once, they could gradually encircle and eliminate them. A methodical approach, consuming them bit by bit, was prudent, as there was no urgency. they would undoubtedly hesitate to flee and would remain hidden underground. There was no need to fear alarming the serpents. Meanwhile, the mountain lord began to burp, rubbing its plump belly, which seemed to have doubled in size. It is likely that night is approaching. Let us ascend and rest for a while, replenish our strength, and strategize for a prolonged battle. The number of rat demons was significant, and Zhang Anping intended to spare none. With their limited numbers, they could employ ambush tactics, striking each foe individually before mounting a frontal counterattack. This would minimize their losses, requiring merely a bit of time, which posed no issue for Zhang Anping and his companions. Upon their ascent, Qiu Xiaoyong was still on guard above, having procured some game, 2 or 3 rabbits, and some roasted fish. As Zhang Anping and Hu Linger arrived, they began to feast, while the meatball remained disinterested, nestled in a corner, sound asleep. Outside, the sun was nearing the horizon. Qiu Xiaoyong inquired about the situation below. Zhang Anping explained that there was a nest of rat demons, and extermination would require some time. He planned to remain temporarily, but he was concerned about alarming his grandfather. He needed Qiu Xiaoyong to return and deliver the news, to advise his grandfather to purchase a house in the city, allowing them to move the entire family there in half a month. The area should be nearly cleared by then. Zhang Anping repeatedly urged Qiu Xiaoyong to reassure his grandfather, explaining that there were merely some troublesome rat spirits, and that Xiaobai and the meatball would handle the rat extermination. He would stay to observe their efforts. While residing in the town, his 2 sisters, showing concern, chose to accompany him, assuring him that the area was exceptionally safe and posed no danger whatsoever. Furthermore, they persistently implored their grandfather to acquire a house there, so that their great-aunt's family could oversee it, providing them with a secure place to stay when they traveled to Taiyuan County in the future. This was of paramount importance. Zhang Anping refrained from disclosing to Qiu Xiaoyong that beneath Heihu Chong lay a vast moonlight stone mine. Qiu Xiaoyong, unaware of this, agreed verbally and soon set off with Zhang Zhilan to return. The 2 recounted Zhang Anping's words, consistently emphasizing that the area was particularly safe, albeit with rat demons present. However, the meatball and Xiaobai would take care of them. They urged them to secure the house, and in half a month, they could head to Heihu Chong without further concerns. Upon hearing their assurances, their grandfather inquired further about Zhang Zhilan, who echoed the same sentiments, allowing him to finally relax. He then began his search for a house in Taiyuan County. Due to his wealth, the patriarch expressed a desire to inspect the properties located to the east of Taiyuan County, as the location is quite favorable. In response, Qiu Xiaoyong hastily penned a letter to Qiu Yunshan, lamenting how Wan Tianya had deceived them by deliberately presenting a troublesome area plagued by supernatural disturbances, which left them feeling disheartened. The letter was swiftly delivered by a pigeon trained by the Qiu family. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Xulian's relatives arrived in Taiyuan City, seemingly having struck it rich, and their intention to purchase property in Taiyuan County quickly reached Huang Yuliang, the younger brother of Huang Yujing. Upon sharing the news with his wife, her dismissive attitude led them to conspire to investigate the origins of the Zhang family's wealth. If it were found to be tainted, they, being the county magistrate, would be in an ideal position to act upon it. As the Zhang family searched for suitable accommodation, they found it challenging to secure a fitting residence and temporarily took refuge in an inn, accompanied by an official guide. The elder Zhang and his family embarked on house viewings, drawing considerable attention given their large entourage. The guide inquired about their housing preferences. We seek a spacious residence in the eastern part of Taiyuan County, sufficient to accommodate our family, including a separate area for my grandson to entertain his future bride. The guide chuckled at this request, as he had an abundance of properties at his disposal. Soon, he presented them with a house in the eastern district, boasting a favorable location and comprising 7 or 8 rooms. In the context of the eastern district, this was indeed a generous dwelling, albeit one that would command several hundred taels of silver, a significant sum for the Zhang family, as evidenced by their attire. This house is somewhat small, remarked the elder Zhang. In addition to my 3 sons, I have 10 granddaughters, 1 grandson, and several coachmen among us. This space is insufficient. While he acknowledged the other attributes of the house, he could not overlook its size. The coachmen and servants can stay in the gatehouse. 2 of them could comfortably sleep there, suggested the guide. That won't suffice, the elder Zhang replied with a smile and a shake of his head. We have quite a few coachmen, with dozens of them in his employ, He realized that even the notion of accommodating them in a shared space was impractical. It must be large, particularly large. The decor can be simple, but the size is paramount, he insisted repeatedly. The guide pondered this and led him to another property. This residence, once home to a wealthy family, featured a layout with 3 entrances and exits, comprising 20 to 30 rooms, and was distinguished by small gardens on each floor. The guide emphasized that this property was priced at 3,000 taels of silver, asserting that such a dwelling in Tyan County, particularly in the Eastern District, was among the finest available, excelling in all respects. It is feared that the unsaid words imply a concern regarding the exorbitant price of the house, which the Zhang family may find unaffordable. Zhang Xiulian and Huang Yuxing accompanied them to inspect the property, with Zhang Xiulian exclaiming that the house was excessively priced. For 3,000 taels of silver, one could secure a commendable residence in Azhou. The cost was simply not justified, indeed not at all. Such an extravagant sum? Old Zhang continued to shake his head, feeling that the house was somewhat too small. Initially, he had intended to purchase a dwelling to provide his sister with a comfortable abode. However, upon reflecting on his own wealth, he realized that he possessed a considerable amount of silver, and he had discreetly sent someone to the pawn shop to assess their valuables, discovering that they owned numerous exquisite pieces of jewelry. The value of these items exceeded his expectations, with some pieces capable of fetching hundreds of taels in silver. After visiting a jeweler, he was astonished to find that similar jewels were priced at several hundred taels, leaving him in disbelief at the worth of the jewelry salvaged from the bandits' lair. This revelation sparked a glimmer of ambition within him. Perhaps this acquisition could also serve to prepare a new home for his little grandson's future marriage. Thus, even in death, they could rest in peace. Consequently, upon hearing of the 3,000 taels silver house and observing the limited space of the 3-entry residence, he still shook his head disapprovingly. It is too small. A larger one would be preferable. Old Zhang's words left the official utterly astonished. My goodness, a residence of such magnitude, and yet they found it inadequate? How wealthy must the Zhang family be? Master Zhang, this is truly the finest residence in Tyan County. If you desire something larger, you must venture to the southern, northern, or western districts. For 3,000 taels, one could purchase a significantly larger house. Houses in the Eastern District are either for the affluent or the noble. There is a scarcity of such large residences, and those belonging to prominent families are seldom offered for sale. This 3-entry residence was already considered exceptionally spacious and splendid for Tyan County. Any larger, and it would likely belong only to the county magistrate or the chief assistant. The official reiterated that such houses were rare in the Eastern District, and any with more rooms would either be unavailable or exorbitantly priced, likely exceeding 8,000 taels. Well then, we shall return home to deliberate and provide you with a response. Old Zhang could only express his gratitude to the official. He then intended to seek Zhang Onping's opinion, but upon returning to the inn, they were met with a throng of constables encircling the establishment. The innkeeper, taken aback, hurriedly bowed and scurried to inquire with the leading constable about the unfolding situation. There is a group of murderers and robbers in your inn who have been reported to the authorities. We are here to apprehend them. The innkeeper, struck speechless with fear, could only follow the head constable as they summoned nearly all the constables in Tyan County, forming a dark mass. There exists a band of valiant defenders of the city who have now arrived, their voices raised in fervent shouts. Do not let those bandits escape. Yet, this is but a display of bravado, a ruse devised by Huang Yuliang, who understands that Zhang Xiulian's family hails from humble agricultural roots. A few years prior, the Zhang family had enlisted someone to send Zhang Xiulian a few items, which journeyed across great distances, consisting merely of trivial and worthless trinkets. Any affluent household in town would not engage in such meager exchanges. It is said that some individuals disdain houses worth hundreds of taels, deeming them too small. Furthermore, upon their arrival, they lodged at the largest inn in the area, with a caravan hauling 30 carts of luggage, and the remarkable double-headed horses, said to be exorbitantly priced. With one such horse worth a whole residence. This is indeed a windfall. Apart from resorting to banditry, Huang cannot fathom how the Zhang family could possess such wealth. They are local power brokers, deliberately projecting an air of intimidation. If the origins of the Zhang family's riches are dubious, and the officials encircle them under the gaze of the public, even the most audacious would hesitate to harm an officer, for killing an official equates to treason. Here, any act of rebellion is met with merciless retribution. Huang Yuliang contemplates how genuine bandits or individuals of uncertain origin would respond when besieged by government troops. Their instinct would undoubtedly be to prioritize survival, which translates to escape. If they managed to flee, their possessions would remain behind, a scenario Huang eagerly anticipates. Should the Zhang family choose not to escape, he harbors no concern. They could simply be escorted to the magistrate's office, a domain under his control, where even the mightiest of men would ultimately succumb to coercion. Chapter 153. Inner strength. Old Zhang had also received the news. He peered out of the window of the inn, observing a dense throng of officials surrounding it. The place was besieged, with many voices clamoring for the capture of the so-called great thief Wang Yang. Inside, Huang Yoxing's face turned pale, continuously murmuring, "What shall we do? Perhaps I should seek help from my second brother. I saw him with some people outside." Huang Yuxing still believed that his brother was a good man, thinking that perhaps he could spare some wealth in exchange for a life. Ordinary folk could hardly contend with the officials. Meanwhile, the Zhang brothers were on edge. Zhang Jiawu touched the knife at his waist, his expression grim. "Father, what should we do? We could rush out. I see these officials are unsteady, mere facades. Despite their numbers, they surely cannot impede us." Zhang Jiawu had once been timid, but after encountering numerous hardships during their flight, killing ferocious beasts and treacherous men, as well as savages, he had gradually become less fearful, even somewhat bloodthirsty. "Yes, father, if it comes to that, we should fight our way out. We noblemen may be seized, but those young ladies, if they enter the prison, their lives will be ruined." Zhang Jiawen, typically one to advocate reason, found himself disregarding such principles. The officials were threatening their family. What mattered most was family. Old Zhang cast a glance at his sons, feeling a modicum of comfort. Despite the trials they had faced, there was one thing they all shared, a commitment to family, placing them above all else. "Do not panic. I suspect our wealth has drawn attention. We need not go to the magistrate. Everything hinges on evidence. Without proof, it is mere slander. If necessary, we can retreat to Heihuchong. That is a viable escape route." Old Zhang was deeply incensed. He had lived long enough to understand that the label of great thief was merely a consequence of their recent wealth display, likely caught the attention of Huang Yuliang. They needed to employ diplomacy before resorting to force. If it came to confrontation, he still had over 100 capable men. Should they engage these soldiers, they would not easily falter. Their greatest fear was being branded as rebels. What audacity! In the grand realm of the Great Zhou, these people must be weary of life. "Old master, just observe me. Steward, devise a way to slip out and send word." Qiu Xiaoyong suddenly burst into laughter. Unlike old Zhang and the others, who felt constrained by their status as commoners, he was untroubled. He and Zhang Zhilan were cultivators, and the Qiu family also belonged to a lineage of martial artists, possessing their own network. For instance, his uncle Qiu Yunshan was acquainted with Fang Yuan and the lord of Hongcheng, Wan Tianya. Though young, Qiu Xiaoyong was the heir of the Qiu clan. The magistrate of Taiyan County in the Great Zhou was undoubtedly also a martial artist, likely from a family of cultivators. If anything were to happen to the Qiu family in Taiyan, the old friends of the Qiu family have presented a slight challenge to the magistrate of Taiyan County, which may prove somewhat difficult. Thus, Qiu Xiaoyong smiled and reassured the elderly Zhang, inviting him to sit upstairs and enjoy the performance without concern, for he would handle the matter himself. Coming from a family of officials, he regarded the elder Zhang as a godfather, albeit without having exerted much effort in the past. Today, he intended to showcase their capabilities. As Qiu Xiaoyong descended the stairs, Zhang Xiuyan could not resist inquiring about Qiu Xiaoyong's background. His father is the lord of Jizhou City, and his uncle serves as the lord of Hongnan City. Their family has a history of officialdom, and he is indeed my god-grandson. At this moment, the elder Zhang remained composed, pondering whether martial practitioners were truly as formidable as Qiu Xiaoyong claimed. In his own family, it seemed there were several martial practitioners. Counting his 3 grandsons, 3 granddaughters, and 1 daughter-in-law, they all appeared to belong to this esteemed class. Qiu Xiaoyong swaggered down from the carriage, and those who had been besieging him froze in place. A flying sword trailed closely behind him, instilling fear in the hearts of those present, rendering them hesitant to make a move. "Who is in charge here? Inform your county magistrate that Qiu Xiaoyong, the sole heir of the Qiu family from Jizhou, is present. My uncle is Qiu Yunshan, and I hope to have a word with him and reminisce." The imposing presence of Qiu Xiaoyong, coupled with the soaring sword, immediately intimidated the assailants. These martial practitioners were revered figures, and given the proximity of Taiyan County to Jinling, the local constables were undoubtedly aware of their might. Such individuals were akin to deities, not to be trifled with. Previously, the magistrate would often host these sword-wielding martial practitioners, treating them with utmost courtesy. Soon, a trusted aide of the magistrate discreetly slipped away. Huang Yuliang was taken aback. A martial practitioner? As the deputy magistrate of Taiyan County, he was well aware of the formidable nature of these practitioners. The Huang family had operated here for many years, expending vast sums of money annually, yet unable to secure the position of magistrate. Was this not due to their lack of martial practitioners? He had even gone to great lengths to marry the magistrate's sister. Recognizing that the magistrate was a martial practitioner, perhaps his children might one day have the chance to become martial practitioners themselves, understanding the elevated status they held in the Zhou dynasty. Thus, upon encountering Qiu Xiaoyong, he involuntarily felt diminished, his face alight with a forced smile. "I am Huang Yuliang, the humble deputy magistrate of Taiyan County. Today, we surrounded this and in pursuit of the notorious bandit Wang Yang, inadvertently disturbing you, master. It was a misunderstanding, indeed. I implore you to join me at Chunfeng Building for tea." "Haha, misunderstanding? Am I not the so-called bandit Wang Yang you speak of? Is this also a misunderstanding?" "No, the person we are apprehending is named Zhang, one of the mud-legged villagers from Daxing village in Jizhou. It is not Master Qiu, but a misunderstanding, indeed." Huang Yuliang attempted to clarify, just as the county magistrate, Wan Xiuhe, hurriedly arrived. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, despite the fact that Qiu Xiaoyong and Wan Xiuhe were strangers, Wan Xiuhe, hailing from the illustrious Wan family and being a distant nephew of Wan Tianya, was also a martial artist. Consequently, upon reaching Taiyan County, he had heard of the Qiu family. Following a respectful greeting, he immediately embraced Qiu Xiaoyong as a brother with remarkable warmth, leaving Huang Yuliang in a state of inner turmoil. How could this be? He was the one who was supposed to be the brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping, at Heihuchong, had been spending his nights resting in the hall, while during the day he ventured into the caves to exterminate the rat spirits. Until one day, upon their emergence, they discovered a feast of fine wines and exquisite dishes prepared, yet the surroundings were eerily devoid of company. Chapter 154. The Ace in the Hole. At this moment, the table was laden with steaming delicacies, featuring a chicken, a large fish, and an assortment of mushrooms alongside the town's cooked meats. The tantalizing aroma of the food brought a radiant smile to Hu Linger's face. "Ah, I am quite famished, and encountering such exquisite cuisine elevates my spirits immensely." Meanwhile, Shan Jun, who had accompanied them, had grown considerably plumper, and Xiao Bai had also matured, resembling a diligent watchdog. Zhang Anping surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Who has prepared this splendid feast? Might I have the pleasure of making their acquaintance? We dare not partake without meeting the host." Before long, a white crane appeared, accompanied by a turtle the size of a grinding stone. As a mist dissipated, an elder of modest stature, slightly hunched and leaning on a cane, emerged before the gathering. "Young master, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to remain here to cultivate our skills. If you would allow us to reside in this place, we are willing to assist you in any capacity within our means as a form of exchange." The white crane had been restless of late, feeling anxious and perceiving danger in the surroundings, prompting thoughts of fleeing. Yet, having lived here for decades, she was acutely aware that cultivating in this locale was exponentially more advantageous than elsewhere. The rodent spirits that once threatened her had become scarce, and the individuals who had captured her, including Zhang Anping, retreated into their burrows daily. Though they emerged weary, they bore no injuries, indicating their superiority over the vermin. Caught in a dilemma, the crane sought counsel from the wisest among them, the old turtle, who had been discreetly observing Zhang Anping and his companions. After deliberation, they resolved to adopt a conciliatory approach, attempting to secure their stay in the Black Tiger Cave. Thus, the crane and the old turtle procured an abundance of food and drink, hoping that Zhang Anping and his group would not strike a smiling face. Zhang Anping scrutinized the old turtle, who reciprocated the examination. Remarkably youthful, yet possessing the strength of a martial warrior. Moreover, he was accompanied by 3 formidable spirits, a tiger demon, a fox demon, and a snow wolf. Perhaps one could stand against him, but three together posed an insurmountable challenge. Realizing their inability to prevail and their desire to remain in the Black Tiger Cave, they naturally had to yield and negotiate terms with Zhang Anping. Zhang Anping soon discovered that the old turtle, known as Gui Shou, possessed a remarkable ability, defense. He could establish protective formations, and his shell was an extraordinary treasure, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a martial sect master. This revelation delighted Zhang Anping, and he struck a deal with the old turtle. To stay in the Black Tiger Cave, he must henceforth be responsible for setting up defenses, safeguarding the village. As for the white crane, although timid, it possesses the ability to soar through the skies. Keeping it within the bamboo grove does serve a purpose. Upon witnessing the two surrender, Zhang Anping pondered for a moment. Mere kindness without an accompanying sense of authority would not suffice. After all, these two monstrous beings, should they conspire against him, could present significant trouble. The only means at his disposal to swiftly subdue them was the spatial artifact he had long concealed. This was his secret weapon, one that must remain undisclosed to outsiders. However, an idea sparked within Zhang Anping's mind. He possessed a refining chamber. Within that chamber lay an alchemical furnace, beneath which burned the two-element fire. This flame could refine even the hardest of materials. It was certainly no ordinary item. Thus, he contemplated. Initially seated at the table, preparing to indulge in food and drink, Zhang Anping suddenly gestured for Gui Shou and the white crane to approach him. This caught the two off guard, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. After all, they had just settled upon terms that allowed them to reside here without fear of being driven away or harmed. They were only expected to contribute a modicum of effort. Nonetheless, both harbored some hesitation, particularly Gui Shou, who had cultivated for a millennium and possessed considerable strength. He merely wished to remain in Heihucheng without clashing directly with Zhang Anping, thus opting to submit and assist him, akin to a guest elder. Given Gui Shou's noteworthy abilities, this moment of hesitation prompted Hu Linger to rise. As she stood, Xiao Bai and Ro Wanzi also followed suit, their demeanor suggesting that should Gui Shou and the white crane dare to utter a negative word, they would swiftly pounce and rend them to shreds. Observing this, Gui Shou and the white crane hurriedly stood and approached Zhang Anping, only to find him suddenly grasping their wrists, leaving them no time to react. The two, who had been present before the crowd, abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, they found themselves in the alchemical chamber. Nay, they had been unceremoniously cast into the furnace. Before they could comprehend their predicament, the lid of the furnace clamped shut. An infinite darkness enveloped them, instilling a profound sense of despair. Their journey towards immortality had been long, and Gui Shou, who had survived for millennia, could scarcely dream of finding himself in such dire circumstances. The most terrifying aspect was the searing heat that seemed to ignite beneath their feet. They could not endure it. Were they destined to be simmered into a pot of turtle soup? The astute Gui Shou quickly grasped the situation, trembling all over. He had initially thought Zhang Anping merely a martial cultivator, worried only about the overwhelming strength of his subordinates. Yet he had not anticipated that Zhang Anping could so effortlessly claim their lives. The disparity in power was staggering. This was, "Master, I beseech you, show mercy. I vow to serve you faithfully in this lifetime and beyond, obeying your every command, please. I beg for my life. I do not wish to perish." Hearing the pitiful pleas of Gui Shou and the white crane emanating from within the furnace, Zhang Anping finally exhaled in relief. It turned out that this furnace could indeed be utilized in such a manner. Very well, very well. To draw individuals into his realm, one must make contact. Distance renders the effort futile. However, this has granted Zhang Anping an additional trump card. By the time he releases the old tortoise and the white crane, the latter has already fainted from fright, while the old tortoise kneels on the ground, incessantly bowing to Zhang Anping, proclaiming his allegiance with a vow of submission. He appears utterly terrified, as if his courage has been shattered. Observing this, Hu Linger, Xiao Bai, and Meatball are left speechless, a chill running down their spines. Goodness! The master possesses truly unfathomable methods, instilling sheer terror. The several demons have suddenly become docile, and Hu Linger no longer dares to sit at the table. Holding a jug of wine, her eyes brimming with curiosity. What, indeed, has Zhang Anping, no, the master, done to them? Chapter 155. A visit to apologize absurd. Do you think the Qiu family is someone you can provoke? Although Qiu Yinshan merely practices martial arts, he hails from the most prestigious academy in Jinling, with numerous friends and acquaintances. Let me tell you, even if it were someone else wishing to bring me harm, it would not be difficult. Yet, you, in your foolishness, dare to provoke a martial artist? Have you lost your senses in your old age? Wan Xiuhe berated Huang Yuliang vehemently, stopping just short of delivering a slap. This fool must not drag himself down with his ignorance. Wan, as a mere branch of the Wan family, had only fortuitously become a martial artist. His ability to navigate social circles allowed him to leverage the Wan family's influence to secure the position of county magistrate in Taiyan. While others may see him as basking in glory and wealth, he alone understood the fragility of his foundation. Over the years, he had relied heavily on his social acumen. Even being cautious around fellow martial artists, he would never dare to offend them lightly and would seek ways to cultivate friendships. Otherwise, how could he maintain his position as the county magistrate of Taiyan? Huang Yuliang had initially been drawn to Wan's influence in Taiyan and his modest wealth, which led him to agree to marry his deceased brother's younger sister. Had he known of Huang's utter foolishness, he would have never considered such a match. Huang Yuliang's face turned crimson, yet he dared not protest, muttering softly, "I was merely thinking of my brother's recent financial struggles, and since I chanced upon the Zhang family, who are my sister-in-law's relatives, I thought to procure some funds to support him." If you were merely toying with common folk, it would be one thing. But to provoke a martial artist, do you wish to court death? Tomorrow, prepare a gift to apologize. The Qiu family is not someone you can offend. Do not say I did not warn you. Wan Xiuhe scoffed, clearly displeased. This blundering individual could truly stir up trouble. Seeing Wan's expression, Huang Yuliang was filled with dread. Despite their familial ties, the authenticity of such relations was something only he understood. Regret washed over him in waves. The following day, at the break of dawn, Huang Yuliang, with sunken eyes and trembling legs, entered the inn, demanding to see Huang Yuxing and Zhang Xiuyan. Upon encountering Huang Yuxing, he cast aside his pride, kneeling on the ground and weeping profusely. "Brother, I have been a fool, ensnared by deceitful words, and I have wronged you both. I truly am not worthy of being called human. Strike me, hit me with all your strength." Huang Yuliang, ever the dramatist, knelt before Huang Yuxing and Zhang Xiuyan, pleading desperately for them to quell their anger and intercede on his behalf with Qiu Xiaoyong. Qiu Xiaoyong is, in a sense, your sister-in-law's adopted grandson. I am not well acquainted with him, so it would be best to appeal to your sister-in-law. This talk of violence is quite alarming. Huang Yuxing felt a touch of embarrassment at Huang Yuliang's sorrowful display. However, the respect Qiu Xiaoyong typically showed them made it hard to imagine his extraordinary background. Quite intimidating indeed. They were quite taken aback. "Ha. When you drove us out of the Huang residence, you were resolute. Our families have long been severed ties. Perhaps it is best to invite back the county magistrate. One should not engage in deeds that weigh heavily on the conscience. For who is unafraid of the ghostly knocks at midnight?" Zhang Xiuyan cast him a disdainful glance. Just because he married the magistrate's sister and became the county magistrate himself, he displayed such arrogance? Were it not for Qiu Xiaoyong, she might have endangered her own brothers and nephews. This man could not be spared. If she had the power, she would have already harbored thoughts of his demise. Seeing Zhang Xiuyan's fury, Huang Yuliang desperately pleaded with his brother. However, his brother shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he was truly unable to assist. After all, it was you who forced them out of the Huang residence, leaving them without shelter. The bond between the brothers had already been severed, so this matter need not be revisited. Huang Yuliang, taken aback, knelt on the ground and pleaded for their forgiveness in vain. After gritting his teeth, he pulled out an item from his bosom. "Sister-in-law, I am aware of your lingering resentment regarding our expulsion from the Huang residence. This house shall serve as my compensation to you. You know I am not wealthy. I utilized my wife's dowry to purchase this as an apology." It turned out that Huang Yuliang was deeply fearful, having contemplated the matter throughout the night, and decided to present the land deed they had viewed recently. In truth, that house belonged to his family, but few were privy to this fact. Otherwise, how could he have delivered the deed so swiftly? Ha. As for the mention of utilizing his wife's dowry, that was merely for the sake of evoking sympathy. Zhang Xiuyan refused to accept it, yet Huang Yuliang remarked, "Sister-in-law, this is the Huang family's compensation to you. I only hope that you may overlook my offenses. My nephew has yet to marry, and it would be difficult without this house. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuxing took the deed, asserting that he too was a member of the Huang family. They had emerged from the Huang family with nothing, so this compensation seemed quite justified. Moreover, he assured that he would speak with Qiu Xiaoyong, as their families were still somewhat related. With Huang Yuxing's assurance, Huang Yuliang departed feeling relieved. However, Huang Yuxing and Zhang Shulian soon found themselves in a heated argument over the matter, which escalated to Old Man Zhang's domain. Zhang Shulian proclaimed that had it not been for Qiu Xiaoyong's influence, they would have been expelled for years without seeing Huang Yuliang deliver the deed. Furthermore, this house was one Zhang family had considered purchasing. It ought to be given to them. Old Man Zhang did not anticipate such a turn of events. Although it was not what he had envisioned, it could be considered a satisfactory resolution, and he permitted his sister to accept the house. This way, we will not need to purchase a home for the time being. We can register it at the Yamen and then head to Heihuchong. In the future, we can spend a few days here when we enter the city. It sounds quite pleasant. Moreover, this house was initially deemed too small by our family, so it suits you perfectly. Seeing his sister obtain a place to live without spending a penny, Old Man Zhang said nothing further. They had initially intended to sell the house to provide his sister with a stable abode. The arrival of Huang Yuliang with the land deed was not without its merits. Accepting it was a simple matter. Once they registered the land deed at Heihuchong and calculated the days, a few more days would be spent procuring seeds and agricultural tools before they could head to Heihuchong. And it seems Huang Yuliang is quite astute, but rest assured, no one will dare to bully you anymore. Qiu Xiaoyong's words left Zhang Shulian in deep reflection. Look how formidable the grandson she had raised is. However, what the Zhang family did not foresee was that their visit to the government office to register the land deed would draw the attention of Wan Xiuhua. Upon learning of their intentions to go to Heihuchong, Wan Xiuhua's countenance shifted dramatically. He stood there, as if turned to stone, internally exclaiming that this could lead to significant trouble. Chapter 156. How could one allow others to snooze at their side? The affairs concerning Wan Ziyu and the Zhang family's land deed were proceeding remarkably smoothly. Wan Ziyu maintained an exceptionally courteous demeanor, having learned that Qiu Xiaoyong had taken Zhang Laotu as his godfather. The Zhang family is not merely a singular practitioner of martial arts. It is highly likely that they belong to a reclusive lineage of martial artists, a clan that one must not offend. Yet, he harbored a glimmer of hope, seeking to unravel the animosity between the Huang and Zhang families. He calculated that, should no inquiries arise from above, he would feign ignorance, pretending to know nothing of the circumstances. However, if questioned, he would need to arrange for a scapegoat. Securing the position of magistrate in Taiyang County was no small feat. Who would have anticipated that the Zhang family intended to relocate to Heihuchong? It is worth noting that he had originally used Heihuchong merely as a placeholder, never imagining it would be chosen. The Zhang family, before their departure, would assist Huang Yuxing with his move. Upon moving into such a splendid residence, Zhang Shulian was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of joy and unable to sleep through the night. She persistently urged Zhang Laotu and the others to reconsider, suggesting they remain in Taiyang City to live together. Naturally, Zhang Laotu refused, promising to fetch his sister once they had settled in. Having arranged these matters, they set forth, a grand procession heading towards Heihuchong in Chongling Town. Meanwhile, since that day he had released Guisho and Baihe, Zhang Anping had been enjoying an exceptionally carefree life. During the day, he and his companions would delve into the depths of the earth to capture rat demons, and upon their return, Guisho would always have a feast prepared, while they vigilantly stood guard at night. No rat demon that fled from the underground could escape. All were dealt with by Guisho and Baihe. That encounter had frightened them considerably, instilling a deep respect for Zhang Anping. This made Hu Linger a bit anxious, fearing her position as a maid might be usurped. Thus, while capturing rat demons during the day, she exerted herself even more vigorously. After a series of daily hunts, the rat demons had become aware of their presence. But such knowledge proved futile. Unable to fight back or flee, any resistance ultimately led to their demise, leaving no trace behind. The remaining rat demons found themselves cornered in the innermost grand hall of the palace. This hall was resplendent, adorned with countless moonlight stones resembling the most exquisite stars, suspended from the vaulted ceiling. Within this grand hall, pavilions and towers were nestled beneath the dome. At the highest point of the hall, A frail man with a face full of whiskers gazed down at Zhang Anping, his expression one of shock. He could hardly fathom that the one who had rendered them so beleaguered, nearly to the brink of extinction, was merely a youth yet to fully mature. Accompanied by a fox, a tiger, and a white wolf, along with two identical twin girls. May I surrender? I can assist you in mining. Seeking only to preserve my life. Let us agree to any terms. This rat demon has brought along 5 or 6 of his subordinates, who have already transformed into human form. At this critical juncture, he still dares to negotiate with Zhang Anping. He is acutely aware that outside, Gui Shou and Bai He have allied themselves with Zhang Anping, seemingly having survived. He clings to a glimmer of hope. If they prove useful, might they not also live? Let the slaughter commence. Not a single one shall be spared. Zhang Anping gazes at this cornered rat demon, his heart devoid of any compassion. Since this rat demon has discovered the existence of the Moonlight Mine, his fate is sealed. How can one allow another to rest beside them while they are awake? Moreover, having already dispatched so many rat demons, would it not be foolish to acquiesce to this rat demon's demands? I possess numerous moonlight stones I can offer them, along with many treasures. I merely wish to preserve my life. Or perhaps you could allow us to depart. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Anping observes the rat demon king incessantly pleading for mercy. Though he responds thus, his actions remain swift, ever wary of any treachery from this rat demon king. Indeed, upon realizing that his numerous offerings fail to sway Zhang Anping, the rat demon king grits his teeth and cries out, "Let us fight him." Yet he hastily retreats, fleeing with unparalleled speed. The ornate chair he occupied suddenly collapses beneath him. When Zhang Anping dispatches the rat demons that besiege him and rushes to the chair, he discovers it is empty. A tunnel had been excavated beneath. The rat demon king has escaped through the secret passage. Zhang Anping promptly pursues, accompanied by Xiao Bai and Ro Wanzi. The remaining defeated soldiers shall be left for Hu Linger and Zhang Zhitiao to hone their skills, while they search the underground palace for any valuable items. In truth, the palace itself is the most valuable treasure, as it is fundamentally a moonlight stone mine, with its stones being the most precious of all. The rat demon king flees with remarkable speed, as this is his lair. Zhang Anping chases him relentlessly, even launching the cold light sword in pursuit. Yet each attempt is deftly evaded by the rat demon king, inciting Zhang Anping's ire. As they race onward, the rat demon king bursts forth from the ground, basking in the light once more. A wave of elation surges through him. Once free, he can resume his cultivation and exact revenge. Countless disciples of his have perished. How could he let this matter rest? Alas, upon emerging into the open, the rat demon king is ambushed by Gui Shou and Bai He, who strike in unison. While evading Gui Shou, he falls victim to Bai He's claws, which tear out his core. The rat demon king dies with his eyes wide open, unable to close them. For everyone knows that Bai He is exceedingly timid and cowardly. After decades, he has never witnessed her strike. Who would have anticipated that she would act decisively, claiming a life in the process? The mouse demon king suddenly recalled that when he was but a small mouse, the white crane had already transformed into a human form. What a disparity! It turned out that the white crane had concealed its true nature most profoundly. When Zhang Anping finally caught up, he beheld the mouse demon king, eyes wide open in death. The white crane trembled, gazing at the blood on its hands, seemingly in disbelief that the very mouse demon king, who once posed a threat, had met such an end. With the demise of the mouse demon king, the remaining mouse demons were nearly eradicated. Concerning the underground palace, Zhang Anping once again urged everyone to seal all exits, blocking them with earth and stone. Only a few entrances near the Black Tiger Gorge's main hall remained accessible. All other areas were rendered impenetrable, as the secret of the Moonlight Stone Mine beneath Black Tiger Gorge constituted its greatest enigma. Zhang Anping had no intention of revealing this secret to others, for sometimes, those lacking sufficient strength who possess too much knowledge may inadvertently invite calamity. As they were nearing the completion of their tasks, old Zhang and his family arrived in grand fashion, finally reaching Black Tiger Gorge. Chapter 157. Home at last. As dozens of carriages entered Black Tiger Gorge, the Zhang family disembarked. This was to be their new abode, a place they longed to behold with their own eyes, to measure with their own feet, to find solace in their hearts. For a humble farming family, land was the most cherished possession. To possess their own land was a dream fervently pursued by the Zhang family. and thus, upon arriving at Black Tiger Gorge, they felt compelled to explore. Before they even entered the village, old Zhang spotted a grand entrance, towering over 10 meters, exuding an aura of magnificence. However, it was entirely enveloped in climbing vines, obscuring the character for Tiger. Standing before the gate, old Zhang's gaze fell upon Zhang Anping, and his excitement was palpable as he appraised him from head to toe, breaking into a smile. "My dear grandson, I remember well your sword can soar. Why not use it to cleanse this gate? Soon, this will be our home." Old Zhang had yet to glimpse the expansive houses within the village. Yet he was eager for Zhang Anping to restore the entrance, for it marked the first step into their new life. Not far from the entrance, a grove of bamboos swayed, where white cranes danced gracefully. "Very well, I shall thoroughly cleanse this gate." Zhang Anping's frost blades soared into the air, deftly severing the entwined vines in mere moments, revealing the words inscribed upon the gate, "Black Tiger Gorge." Excellent. The sight of Zhang Anping's blade in flight elicited cheers from the onlookers. Meanwhile, some servants had already commenced clearing the roadside of weeds and stones. The road leading to Black Tiger Gorge was indeed well constructed, yet overrun with weeds and littered with large stones, accompanied by many withered branches and leaves. Upon their arrival, before even entering the village, they set to work tidying up. The Zhang family, brimming with joy, began their journey from the gate into the village, soon encountering a sprawling bamboo forest, eliciting their laughter. "Ah, with bamboo, we shall have bamboo shoots to eat and can weave baskets and other tools. Splendid, splendid." During their time in Dahuai village, winter was sustained by those bamboo shoots, providing nourishment throughout the cold months, particularly when stewed with meat, yielding a delightful flavor. Thus, upon sighting the bamboo grove, the Zhang family felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The proximity of the bamboo to the village made for easy access to gather shoots. After admiring the bamboo, the Zhang family turned their attention to the land. They discovered extensive tracts of vacant, level terrain, situated conveniently close to a great river. Whatever they chose to cultivate, irrigation would be a breeze. Old Zhang hurried to the edge of the fields, crouching down to feel the soil, which was dark and rich. "Ah, my golden grandson is indeed fortunate. Simply by chance, he has chosen the finest plot. Look, there are ample fields here. If we were to cultivate them all, we could potentially have 1 to 200 acres, perhaps even more. How many lives could this sustain? Wonderful." The wrinkles on old Zhang's smiling face smoothed out as he ambled toward the village. The journey from the grand entrance to the houses within the village was still quite lengthy. However, old Zhang and his wife felt an overwhelming sense of joy as they traversed this land, which they could truly call their own. This was their territory, belonging to the Zhang family. The thought of never having to endure the hardships of wandering again stirred emotions so profound that tears welled in their eyes. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that one day he would possess such an expansive piece of land, all belonging to the Zhang lineage. This fortune was entirely thanks to his dear grandson, Zhang Anping, whose destiny, as foretold by the fortune teller, had indeed come to fruition. Ever since Zhang Anping's birth, their lives had been steadily improving, was it not evident? During their time in Dahuai Tree Village, he believed he would be content with what he had. Little did he know that Heihu Chung surpassed that village by leaps and bounds, boasting vast fields and numerous houses. What immense wealth this was! He must share the tales of their ancestors more widely. Without their virtuous deeds, how could their descendants enjoy such extraordinary blessings? As he ambled from the entrance, old Zhang took his time, spending over an hour before finally beholding the clusters of houses. At the entrance of these abodes stood an elderly man, trembling and appearing even older than old Zhang himself, who greeted him with a cane in hand. "Old servant Guisho, I pay my respects to the elder." "Oh dear, there is no need for such formalities. Rise quickly, my good fellow, for you are quite venerable." Old Zhang did not perceive himself as superior. He always regarded himself as a humble villager. He promptly assisted Guisho to his feet, and they conversed as they walked. "I am unworthy of such reverence. Having lived for 3,000 years, you may simply call upon me when you require assistance." 3,000? Old Zhang was momentarily taken aback, his gaze locked on Guisho, hardly blinking. He wanted to accuse Guisho of deception. However, given the man's advanced age and respectful demeanor, there seemed no reason for falsehood. Besides, he had a modicum of wisdom and exchanged a knowing glance with his grandson. Soon, Zhang Anping informed him that Guisho was indeed a spirit residing in the village, capable of safeguarding the villagers. In his leisure, he could engage in conversation with the elder, considering his great age. "Oh dear, my good fellow, please refrain from such gestures. It is quite humbling for me. Henceforth, I shall consider myself fortunate to call you my brother. Nay, should the esteemed elder hold me in regard, simply call me Guisho or Ashu." Guisho hesitated to agree. As he aged, he feared being viewed as a mere dish for others. The terror instilled in him by Zhang Anping on that fateful day was a memory that would linger for lifetimes. Thus, he treated old Zhang with ever-increasing respect. Upon witnessing Black Tiger Village, which resembled a vast settlement, tenfold larger than Dahuai Tree Village, old Zhang's smile was unceasing. What a splendid place this was. The servants who accompanied them began to allocate rooms, ensuring each person had their own chamber, with many vacant spaces available. The two-headed horse also had designated areas for feeding. Miss San continued to oversee the kitchen, which was equipped with large pots and stoves, as well as smaller cooking areas. The Zhang brothers, 3 in number, each received a courtyard adjacent to the hall. Although the courtyard was not particularly spacious, it was more than sufficient for a family, and nearly every courtyard was interconnected. During mealtime and work, they could gather together, returning to their own courtyards by nightfall. Zhang Anping also possessed his own courtyard, where he resided with Hu Linger. Along with Meatball and Xiaobai, Qiu Xiaoyong was allotted a courtyard as well, sharing it with the elderly steward. They commenced by clearing the pathways, and subsequently, the Zhang brothers organized the allocation of land for cultivation in groups of 10, as it was still the months of June and July. Once the wasteland was cleared, they could plant wheat or various fruits and vegetables in the latter half of the year, thus alleviating concerns for the winter. Today, San Yangzi decided to prepare a sumptuous feast to celebrate, and they headed to Heihuchong. However, before the meal could commence, the sound of a gong being struck suddenly resonated from outside. This gong, brought from Dahuai Tree Village, was only sounded in cases of urgent matters. Chapter 158. The River Spirit. The resonant clang of the gong stirred many souls. Zhang Anping and his grandfather hastened towards the source of the sound. Soon, they arrived at the riverbank. This river lay a short distance from the village, approximately 1 to 2 miles away, with a remarkably broad surface. As Zhang Anping approached, he observed the solemn expressions of his father and others standing by the river, wielding shovels and hoes, while some had drawn their formidable blades. What transpired? What is happening? Zhang Anping inquired, noticing everyone's intense gaze fixed upon the water. There, just moments ago, the surface was tumultuous and ominous. A dark mass swirling. Something has caused the water to surge. It has risen several meters in mere moments. Zhang Zhou pointed towards the riverbank. It turned out that the river was not as expansive as it appeared. While they were tending to the fields along the bank, they witnessed the water churning violently, leading to an alarming rise. This incident reminded them of the day they encountered the Dragon King while crossing the floating bridge. To ensure safety, they had thus sounded the gong. Could it be a river spirit? After all, it hasn't rained today, yet the water swells dramatically? Old Zhang observed the river with astonishment. Zhang Anping glanced at Guisho, who nodded, indicating that it likely posed no significant threat and that he would investigate shortly. Everyone disperse, return to your homes, and tidy up. I anticipate we shall gather later at the village square for a feast to celebrate our first day at Heihuchong, Old Zhang announced. They must settle in, and arrangements for the scholar invited from Hongnan City needed to be made, as they were soon to embark on studying, farming, and training. As most people dispersed, only the Zhang brothers remained by the riverbank. Guisho then slowly approached the water's edge, where he vanished from sight before the onlookers. Old Zhang rubbed his eyes vigorously and leaned closer to the river. Soon, he spotted a turtle the size of a grinding stone, which even turned to glance at him. He waved excitedly. Though his heart raced, he feigned calmness. Indeed, Guisho was a giant turtle. After Guisho submerged, the previously rising water began to recede inexplicably. The river that had surged 3 to 4 meters high was now gradually lowering. Before long, the river returned to its original level. Had it not been for Zhang Anping and the others witnessing the waterlogged bank, they would have never believed that such rapid fluctuations had just occurred. Zhang Anping and Old Zhang remained relatively composed, while Zhang Jiashuan, who cherished fishing, grew anxious. My goodness, there must be a spirit in this river. If the water continues to rise overnight, It could inundate our cultivated lands. Moreover, will we even be able to fish in this river? Zhang Jiashuan lamented, recalling his fondness for fishing during their days of hardship. He gazed longingly at the river beside the village, only to discover something peculiar about it. If you wish to fish, simply call upon Tortoise Show or ask him later. Alternatively, you can bring along meatballs or a small white fish, and you will certainly catch something here. Zhang Omping pondered what strangeness could possibly exist in the river. With Tortoise Show, the meatballs, and the small white fish present, it seemed there was little to worry about. Indeed, after a short while, Tortoise Show emerged. Upon hearing that Zhang Jiashuan intended to fish, he assured him that with his presence, fishing in the river would be effortless. Furthermore, upon learning that the village was to gather in the large square that evening, he gestured for Zhang Jiashuan to fetch a net and indicated several spots to cast it. After casting 3 nets, they managed to catch around 100 to 200 pounds of fish and shrimp. This astonishing catch left the Zhang family both surprised and elated, and they regarded Tortoise Show with newfound respect. The fish, predominantly crucian carp and grass carp, were too plentiful to consume at once, so some were kept in a nearby pond by the square for easy access later. A portion of the crucian carp was transformed into a delectable fish soup, while another was preserved for roasting. The grass carp was sliced into fillets, ideal for steaming with a sprinkle of seasoning, resulting in an exquisite dish. This marked the first meal for everyone after their arduous journey to Heihuchong. Sin Yangzi had prepared abundantly. Last year's cured meat from Dahuai village was taken out and simmered in a large pot, accompanied by winter melon purchased in Chongling town, filling the pot to the brim. She had also specially slaughtered a pig, bought in Taiyan County, ensuring everyone would have a hearty meal. After all, upon returning home, it was time to indulge. In the pot, white rice was cooked alongside white noodles. Any leftover pork would be salted and hung in the village's largest well, preserving it for 2 to 3 days. The Zhang family, consisting of 20 or so members along with the servants who had accompanied them, gathered in the square, totaling over 100 souls. After traveling such a great distance, we have finally arrived at our homeland. Today we raise this cup in celebration, and tomorrow we shall work diligently to transform this place into the home of our dreams, where we can raise our children. If anyone wishes to leave, I previously stated that a payment of 100 taels of silver would suffice. Upon hearing the elder's words, cheers erupted, yet no one expressed a desire to depart. After all, those who wished to leave had already done so in Hongnan town. Having journeyed through life and death to reach Azhou and arriving at this splendid Heihuchong in Chongling town, they had grown intimately familiar with one another. Observing the beauty of Heihuchong, it was only natural that no one wished to leave. Everyone raised their cups in celebration of having found such a remarkable home. Meanwhile, Tortoise Show looked on at these people with a hint of astonishment, joining in the revelry of food and drink. Originally, Hu Ling had called for Bai He, but the latter, timid by nature, stayed amidst the bamboo grove, unwilling to approach. Hu Ling brought her some food and drink, for which Bai He was immensely grateful. After sipping a bit of the wine, Tortoise Show's face flushed red, leaving him feeling somewhat lightheaded. Though the venerable Tortoise Show was advanced in years, he proved to be quite a lightweight when it came to alcohol. Even a mere sip would leave him somewhat inebriated. Nevertheless, amidst his incessant head shaking, he recalled an important matter to convey. Take heed, for this river leads to the great ocean, teeming with aquatic creatures, and today they are stirring up trouble. Fortunately, I have uncovered their schemes. Had I not been present, one must exercise caution by the riverbank. This wine is truly delightful. Show's eyes reddened as he gazed at the elderly Zhang across from him, perplexed by the sight of 3 heads. Meanwhile, the square was alive with merriment, as some sang and danced, while others laughed and wept. The atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Zhang Omping sat there, without needing to turn around. He could see his family gathered together, every member accounted for. Yet, he remained oblivious to a pair of eyes peering from a concealed corner of the square. Chapter 159. Night of Moonlight. Oh dear, he's drunk. Who would have thought that Gui Shou could be so easily intoxicated? Quickly, let us escort him to the room by the well for a rest. That room shall henceforth be his. Zhang Omping chuckled at the sight of Gui Shou's state, surprised by the old tortoise's poor tolerance for alcohol. I'm not drunk. I want to drink more. Such fine liquor. Gui Shou vehemently insisted, despite Zhang Onping's observations, cheerfully clinking glasses with the old man. Seeing his unwavering demeanor and the old man's jovial expression, Zhang Anping decided to let it be. After nearly a year of travel, they had finally reached their destination, and to everyone's astonishment, Heihucheng was a most delightful place. The unexpected joy filled the atmosphere with exuberance and festivity. Soon, some guests began to sway and stumble, but no one paid them any mind. On this June night, lying on the vast square under the open sky was not unpleasant. Why fuss about? Among the Zhang family, many had succumbed to inebriation, with Zhang Jiawu being supported by his elder brother and third brother back to the courtyard. The old man engaged in merry conversation with Gui Shou, their camaraderie blossoming with every exchange. Zhang Laotai, feeling a bit weary, took her two youngest granddaughters home, while Jin Xiaofang and the matron busied themselves with the other young women of the Zhang family. Little Bai was particularly animated that night, scampering about the square, while Meatball napped nearby. As the night deepened, many had retired to their beds. Some, too intoxicated and seeking coolness, lay sprawled on the square, undisturbed by anyone. Zhang Anping sat cross-legged in a corner, dozing lightly. He had no desire to return. He felt that meditating in the vast square at night allowed the circulation of his internal energy to flourish splendidly. This place was indeed suitable for him. Before long, a gentle mist enveloped the surroundings, and the air grew humid. Suddenly awakened from his meditation, Zhang Anping looked up to see strands of moonlight cascading down, seemingly abundant. He had witnessed this scene before. Was it not when Hu Linger had taken him atop the Snow Wolf King? At that moment, Little Bai also quieted, ceasing its frantic running, gazing upward at the moon and rhythmically inhaling and exhaling. The moonlight that bathed them made Zhang Anping feel a profound sense of ease. Everyone, do not move. Sit down and cultivate the foundational techniques, Zhang Anping advised, surveying the area. Aside from his father, grandmother, and uncle, most of the Zhang family members were present. Unaware of the benefits of the moonlight's power, he urged them to immerse themselves in its radiance for enhanced cultivation. That night, white mist rose along the riverbank, drifting towards Heihucheng. The closer they drew to the village, the more potent the moonlight's energy became. In the bamboo grove, white cranes danced gracefully. Every year, at this time, when the moon is fullest, they would revel in joyful exuberance. In the heart of Jinling, within the confines of a grand courtyard surrounded by towering walls, Nancy found herself restless in the deep of night. Despite her arrival in Jinling, various circumstances had prevented her from reuniting with her younger brother. She attempted to reach out to Zhang Anping, but her efforts were in vain. Once she laid eyes on her brother, she intended to borrow a set of writing implements from him to facilitate seamless communication with Zhang Anping. Though Nancy had attendants at her service, she rose quietly, deliberately avoiding any disturbance or calls to others. Gazing at the luminous full moon above, Nancy sensed an unusual aura emanating from it. The air itself was imbued with a comforting essence. This inspired her to meditate in the courtyard. As midnight approached, the silvery rays of moonlight cascaded down gracefully. While most were enveloped in slumber, Nancy experienced an exhilarating surge of energy, her spiritual awareness escalating rapidly. Although she had already attained the strength of a martial practitioner, her nascent abilities were not yet formidable, making the exertion of her celestial dragon seal somewhat taxing. She knew that once her spiritual awareness strengthened, elevating her to the status of a martial master or beyond, the true potential of the celestial dragon seal would be unleashed. Thus, she diligently cultivated her awareness, though it was a slow process. She was aware of the precious moonlight stones that could enhance her practice. Yet acquiring such treasures was no easy feat, even for her. She hoped to find her brother and see if he could assist her. However, tonight's moonlight appeared particularly extraordinary, compelling Nancy to immerse herself in meditation. Soon, she was astounded to witness her spiritual awareness multiplying at an astonishing rate, a surge that filled her with joy. Rapidly, her cultivation progressed, transcending from the initial stages of a martial practitioner to the intermediate realm, alleviating her long-standing concerns about her inadequate strength. The greater her power, the more opportunities would arise for her. She wondered whether Zhang Anping and the others had reached Heihucheng in Chongling town. Azhou, time was of the essence, and she fervently wished for their safe passage. As the moonlight began to wane, the ethereal power dissipated, and the mist that had enveloped the area gradually receded towards the riverbank. Unbeknownst to the others, the fog vanished entirely. Suddenly, A series of exclamations pierced the silence. Oh my heavens, the pod is moving on its own. I can manipulate objects now. The third lady trembled as she gazed at her hands, astonished that merely a night without sleep had granted her such abilities. Did this mean she too was a martial practitioner? Look, mother, my silver needles are flying, Zhang Zichuan exclaimed, placing a hand over her mouth in disbelief at the sight of her levitating needles. I too am a martial practitioner. Zhang Zixia found it utterly astonishing. The Zhang family already boasted 3 martial practitioners, while the elderly Zhang stared blankly at the wine cup before him. He watched as the cup floated up, pouring itself a drink, and then serving a glass to the turtle-like figure resting on the table. The cup moved as if guided by an invisible hand. Whenever he contemplated what to do with it, the cup swayed in accordance with his thoughts. Is this how martial practitioners manipulate objects? I, at the age of 62, never imagined I could also learn to control objects and become a martial practitioner. Upon uttering these words, the old man left everyone in astonishment, and they turned to him, their faces breaking into smiles. Subsequently, before dawn broke, they began to inspect the square, eager to discover how many individuals had transformed into martial practitioners overnight. Chapter 160. The Xianwu sect. On that day, there were more than 30 individuals gathered in the square, among whom over a dozen lay drunkenly asleep. Although they had not yet mastered the art of transforming into martial practitioners, their strength seemed to have multiplied exponentially. Some could lift stones weighing 300 to 400 pounds with a single hand. This was a feat that no one would have dared to imagine before. Remarkably, after just one night, their physical prowess had surged immensely. As for the Zhang family, who had all studied the introductory manual, aside from the 3 brothers who had departed and the aunt who went back to care for their elder uncle, every remaining member of the Zhang clan in the square had overnight transformed into martial practitioners. This left the few who had returned home wishing they could slap themselves for their folly. How could they have squandered such a rare opportunity? Ultimately, it was Zhang Amping who comforted them, saying, such occurrences may happen annually. Do not fret, for another chance will soon arise. From now on, let us observe the full moon each month. If the lunar radiance manifests, we must seize the moment to cultivate ourselves. At this, Zhang Amping beamed with joy. This Black Tiger Ridge was certainly unlike any other place. Perhaps, many years ago, this locale was blessed with lunar power during the full moon, which, over time, could have gradually formed a rich vein of lunar stones underground. What a treasure this land was. It must be safeguarded. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhou felt a twinge of frustration. His wife had become a martial practitioner, his son had too, and now all 4 of his daughters had transformed as well. In their household, aside from his mother and 3 brothers along with his sister-in-law, nearly everyone had become a martial practitioner. While he himself remained ordinary, the achievements of his wife, son, and daughters brought him immense joy. In a single night, their family had gained over 10 martial practitioners, which left the elder Zhang both elated and bewildered. During dinner that evening, he gathered his family and spoke of future endeavors. Back in Dahuai village, he had pondered how to enhance their cohesion and bind all their kin together. He had thought of establishing a sense of familial unity by adopting some godsons and grandsons. I recall that the wealthy lords in the city often did this. Our Zhang family is small. Such actions would yield nothing but benefits. However, when I parted ways with Qiu Yinshan, he imparted certain words to me. At this point, the elder paused. He was merely a farmer with some education, possessing a modicum of insight regarding the need to shelter those fleeing from calamity. His intent was to foster a sense of belonging among them, compelling them to labor diligently for the Zhang family. He envisioned a gradual ascent from servitude to family membership, instilling hope while also assessing their character. Through sustained development and leveraging the strength of their clan, they could support educated individuals to assume official positions. Thus, the Zhang family could grow into a prosperous landlord or prominent household, perhaps even evolving into a powerful lineage in the future. However, Qiu Yinshan conveyed to him that the cohesion of a family, even if it ultimately becomes a powerful aristocracy or even ascends to the position of city lord, pales in comparison to certain martial clans. This is because those martial families possess numerous warriors of exceptional strength, who, with the support of family resources, can attain positions such as city lord and subsequently secure resources for their descendants' cultivation. Such martial families can transcend the vicissitudes of dynastic changes. To speak rather irreverently, Even if the Great Zhou dynasty were to collapse and be replaced by another emperor, martial families could still emerge to hold official positions. And those with formidable prowess could even install a puppet emperor. This is entirely normal. Qiu Yunshan's perspective surpasses that of the old man Zhang. The words spoken that day had long been buried in the old man's heart, for he dared not voice or even contemplate them, believing them to be too distant. However, upon arriving at Heihuchong, they calculated that the Zhang family actually had a dozen martial practitioners. Even if most were merely martial apprentices, this number could rival many martial families of the Great Zhou dynasty. At that moment, the old man Zhang felt the need to deliberate on their future. Thus, he articulated Qiu Yunshan's words, while Qiu Xiaoyong was also proposing, "What my uncle said is correct. In fact, many martial families have been passed down for thousands of years, longer than the history of the Great Zhou dynasty itself. Once they have established roots, they stand above imperial authority." Qiu Xiaoyong spoke of Lu Shuiren from Qianzhou, who hailed from the Lu family. Lu Shuiren lost Qianzhou yet faced no punishment. Rather, he was eliminated by another martial family, the Hong family. This illustrates the elevated status of martial practitioners. Moreover, last time, Qiu Xiaoyong directly approached Wan Xiuhua in Tian City. Leveraging his identity as a martial practitioner, for martial families held privileges in the Great Zhou dynasty. Regardless, father, you should decide how to proceed. If not, we can consult an in. I feel an in is particularly fortunate. Zhang Jiawen scratched his head. They felt they had little to contribute to these discussions, as they were not martial practitioners themselves. However, as part of the Zhang family, they truly needed to consider how to develop their prospects in Heihuchong. Establishing a sect would be ideal. While a family is beneficial, it does have limitations. A sect can reach further and acquire more resources, allowing more external disciples to serve us. With the resources for cultivation, we can unite more hearts. Zhang Omping naturally understood his grandfather's methods from Dahuai Tree Village. In retrospect, they proved quite effective. Just look at the group they brought to Heihuchong. They were almost united in purpose. This unity stemmed from a shared hope. If they could establish a sect for immortal practitioners, they could accept countless disciples, who would in turn help them acquire even more resources. In the past, Zhang Omping would not have dared to envision such possibilities. However, Heihuchong lies above a mine of moonlight stones. One cannot perpetually prepare an array of treasures for their family. It is essential for them to strive and exert their own efforts. If the Great Zhou dynasty is composed of martial cultivators, why not establish the immortal martial sect, centered around our family? What do you think? Zhang Omping's proposal instantly illuminated the minds and perspectives of all present. They had never contemplated such a notion. The idea of forming a martial sect was indeed novel. But would anyone genuinely wish to ally themselves with us in this sect? Zhang's heart was filled with trepidation. He had no experience in such matters, only familiarity with farming and hunting. The concept of a sect was entirely foreign to him. Uncle, fret not. As long as we establish a reputable name within the Great Zhou dynasty, there may be those eager to send their children our way, and we could collect tuition fees. Qiu Xiaoyong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, deeming this idea entirely feasible. Chapter 161. The most expensive thing is free. Are they charging tuition? 100 taels of silver? Ha ha ha. Even 1,000 taels wouldn't suffice. I reckon it would cost at least 10,000 taels for just one person. Qiu Xiaoyong laughed heartily, only to be met with a glare from Zhang Omping, forcing him to stifle his mirth. You fool. The sect hasn't even opened yet, and you're already pondering tuition fees? That is the most foolish approach. Free of charge. Do you not understand that free is the most expensive? Zhang Omping expressed his dissatisfaction. Grandfather nodded repeatedly. Indeed, his dear grandson possessed a keen mind. Very well, we shall heed Omping's words. Henceforth, our Black Tiger Ridge shall establish a sect named Xinwu Sect. We will gradually formulate a set of regulations. However, since we are settling in Black Tiger Ridge, let us not concern ourselves with the sect for now. First, we must tend to chickens and ducks, cultivate the land, and raise livestock. The world is in turmoil. Accumulating provisions will grant us peace of mind. Upon hearing this, the enthusiasm among the group for establishing a sect paled in comparison to their eagerness for practical living and building their own homestead. Everyone understood how to go about it. Soon, the Zhang family began their arrangements. First, Qiu Xiaoyong presented exquisite jewelry to sell in Azhou or Jinling, exchanging them for textiles, food, and silver. which would be discreetly transported back to Black Tiger Ridge. The Zhang family sensed that the world was not entirely at peace. The threat of barbarian invasion loomed. And the weather was also unusual. Despite it being June or July, it remained surprisingly cool. Precious jewelry attracted few admirers. People preferred food, medicine, and seeds. Second, the Zhang brothers ventured to Azhou or Taiyan County to procure silver and purchase cattle, sheep, horses, and seeds, along with agricultural tools necessary for land cultivation. Third, the women and children of the Zhang family could procure essential items from Chongling town, such as piglets, chicks, ducks, and geese, while also acquiring pots, bowls, and other household necessities. All efforts focused on practicality rather than the pursuit of extravagant luxury. The remaining individuals began to allocate tasks. The village boasted ample bamboo groves, from which they could harvest bamboo to weave into beds for the sweltering days ahead, and craft bamboo rafts for fishing near the riverside. A group was also designated to hunt in the surrounding mountains, assessing the availability of game. Should they encounter an abundance, they could capture live rabbits and other creatures to domesticate. Fortuitously, with over 100 people at Black Tiger Ridge, there were sufficient hands for these tasks. Thus, when responsibilities were distributed, even Zhang Anping found himself entrusted with the task of accompanying his mother to Longling Street to procure supplies. They set off with several empty horse-drawn carts. Upon entering the village, Zhang Anping observed his mother diligently shopping. She first examined the poultry and inquired about the chickens and ducks for sale, checking for any ailments, and asked if bulk purchases could warrant a discount or if there were more poultry available from the seller's home. After a thorough inquiry, Jin Xiaofang purchased over 100 chicks, along with 2 or 3 dozen ducks and geese, as well as several dozens of chickens. This transaction endeared her to the poultry-selling farmers, who greeted her with warm smiles, affectionately calling her big sister, and inquired if she would return the following day, as they still had some livestock available. Yes, indeed. As long as you sell, I shall buy. Money is no object. The Zhang family possessed considerable wealth, and the sparsely populated Huchong posed no concern for raising more poultry. With so many vacant houses and land, it would be a tremendous waste not to utilize them. Having received an education and witnessed the world, Jin Xiaofang left a favorable impression on the local populace. They eagerly inquired about her village, expressing interest in reserving any surplus chickens and ducks for future purchases. We hail from Huchong, the Zhang family, having moved from the Jiangbei region, quite a distance away. Upon mentioning her family name, the once amiable villagers appeared astonished and taken aback. Some, unable to restrain themselves, offered lowly counsel. Dear lady, you hardly seem destitute. Why venture to Huchong? That place is said to be haunted, fraught with peril. Many have met their demise there. If your family truly lacks accommodation, you might find refuge in the town, but do avoid Huchong. Indeed, that area is cursed, with no return for those who venture there. Numerous voices joined in urging Jin Xiaofang. Yet, she merely smiled unfazed. Fear not, my family is large, numbering over 100. Moreover, we have registered with the authorities. Such a splendid piece of land cannot be left uninhabited. The more she spoke, the more those around her lamented. Some recounted that the area had once been a military encampment, housing thousands, and many had perished or fled. They insisted that women and children should not reside there. It was far too dreadful, for once life is lost, everything is for naught. Jin Xiaofang, however, offered no explanation, merely smiling in response. She proceeded to purchase grains, vegetables, and even half a pig. The sheer number of people in Huchong was overwhelming, with the recent land clearing requiring significant physical labor. She worried that without sufficient meat to nourish everyone, their health would falter. Jin Xiaofang was generous in her purchases, clearing out entire shops in her wake. Rice merchants and grain sellers found themselves overwhelmed as she ordered multiple carts of supplies, assuring them she would return in a day or 2. Yet, pity filled the eyes of the shopkeepers, fearing that in a short while, she would be no more. Accompanied by a remarkably handsome youth, whom she claimed was her son, they appeared a delightful family. It was truly a lamentable sight to witness them willingly seeking their fate in Huchong. In Chongling town, many whispered and pointed at Jin Xiaofang and Zhang Anping. Yet when they turned to look, they fell silent, unwilling to voice their thoughts. This left Jin Xiaofang feeling somewhat perturbed. Fortunately, she had already completed her purchases. Observing that the day was drawing to a close, her group, accompanied by the driver, prepared to return. However, before they could exit the town, they were accosted by a group of boisterous men, their faces adorned with smirks. "Ah, young lady, you've bought so many items, yet you are without a man? How about we brothers lend a hand and take your belongings to our home?" These were the local ruffians of Chongling Town. They had been eyeing Jin Xiaofang and her companions, noting that only a young lady and a small boy were present, along with 3 drivers tending to their horse-drawn cart. Being unfamiliar faces from out of town, and having spent a considerable amount of silver on their purchases, it was hardly surprising that they felt tempted. Thus, they called upon their comrades, swiftly surrounding the cart with a throng of men. Chapter 162. An uninvited encounter. There were 7 or 8 men, all notorious ruffians from Chongling Town. Their days were spent either tormenting widows, bullying the weak and infirm, or engaging in petty theft, all while taking advantage of the town's remote corners, where authority seemed distant. No one seemed to intervene, and they had committed numerous unscrupulous acts. When Zhang Anping found himself surrounded by these men, some onlookers spotted the commotion from afar, prompting one to rush off to deliver the news. The town had no stationed soldiers. The only person with some martial prowess was the village head, Lin Yuanqing, who, along with his brothers, stood united. Thus, whenever trouble arose in the town, it was they who would be sought for justice. Despite being newcomers, Zhang Anping and his companions were from Heihuchong, and as orphans and widows came to purchase goods, the thought of them being robbed would tarnish the town's reputation. If word spread that Chongling Town was a den of bandits, who would dare to marry off their daughters to its men? Upon hearing that a young woman from Heihuchong had brought her son to purchase 3 carts of goods only to be ambushed by the infamous ruffian Wang Mozi and his gang, Lin Yuanqing felt compelled to act quickly. It was imperative to ensure the safety of the woman and her child. Should harm befall them, the townsfolk would bear the consequences, and the news of such a tragedy would undoubtedly spread far and wide. The town's fortunes had already declined since the incident involving Heihuchong, with fewer outsiders visiting and businesses suffering, making it increasingly difficult for the local men to find brides. "Let us go and see. We cannot allow Wang Mozi to cause a death, lest we become mere bandits ourselves," Lin Yuanqing declared, a man in his 30s still possessing a measure of benevolence. He called upon 2 or 3 of his brothers, along with a group of acquaintances from the street, and they hurried toward the town's edge. Chongling Town, despite its troubles, still boasted a commendable sense of community. As Lin Yuanqing and his entourage approached, they spotted Wang Mozi and his men from a distance, prompting him to shout, "Mozi, you must not act foolishly. If you dare to harm that woman and her child, the people of this town will not forgive you." His voice rang out loud enough for Zhang Anping to hear, prompting him to glance at the approaching 20 or so men from the opposite side of the town. Among them were many familiar faces, including those who had sold chickens, ducks, and grains to them. Leading the charge was Lin Yuanqing, bare-chested, displaying his bulging muscles, accompanied by his brother Lin Yuanba. "Indeed, we must not take a life. That young woman is quite admirable," one voice chimed in. "Extorting a bit of money is one thing, but to take a life would be utterly inhumane," another added. "Precisely. If anyone is killed, we shall ensure you are brought to justice," they echoed, demonstrating a surprising adherence to law and order. It seemed that this place had not suffered the ravages of war, and having previously hosted soldiers, the prevailing atmosphere remained relatively intact, with laws yet unbroken. "Are you Wang Mozi? You ought to express your gratitude to them, otherwise today might end rather poorly for you," Zhang Anping mused, his thoughts already darkening with murderous intent. Should these individuals dare to engage in robbery or violence, his frostblade would show no mercy. To his surprise, however, the townsfolk exhibited a remarkable simplicity, rallying to assist one another when they were intercepted. This unexpected solidarity was indeed a pleasant surprise. Little did he know, Wang Mozi, witnessing yet another attempt by Lin Yuanqing to thwart his plans, was consumed by a fit of rage. "Lin Yuanqing, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. I merely intended to escort this young lady back to Heihuchong while collecting a modest fare. Who mentioned anything about murder? Do not slander an innocent man." Wang Mozi had often found himself reprimanded by Lin Yuanqing in the past, but his transgressions had never been of a grave nature, preventing Lin from turning him over to the authorities. Yet, their repeated encounters had forged an enmity between them. Wang Mozi's desperate defense only served to heighten Lin Yuanqing's warnings to Jin Xiaofang, urging her to be cautious and never to comply. This man was akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Meanwhile, Zhang Anping chuckled, suggesting that since he was heading back, it would be appropriate for Wang Ermatzi and his companions to escort him. Lin Yuanqing wished to persuade him further, but Zhang Anping and his entourage were resolute. Leaving Lin to watch as Wang Ermatzi trailed behind Zhang Anping, gradually fading from sight. Lin Yuanqing initially intended to follow them for a while, but he was taken aback by the swift pace of Zhang Anping's dual-headed horse, rendering his legs unable to keep up. Very well, fate is a fickle mistress, he sighed, not anticipating that Zhang Anping's carriage would not travel far before Wang Ermatzi, accompanied by several men, dismounted and demanded the coachman hand over the reins, insisting they vacate the area immediately. To their horror, a chilling breeze swept past, and upon looking up, they were met with the terrifying sight of a sword poised threateningly at Wang Ermatzi's throat. The slightest movement would lead to his demise. Moreover, each of his companions found themselves similarly threatened, with gleaming swords hovering ominously above their heads, instilling a primal fear within them. They were merely local ruffians, unaccustomed to bloodshed, and their bravado crumbled in the face of Lin Yuanqing's formidable presence. Confronted by Zhang Anping's menacing sword, they fell to their knees, wailing for mercy. He, I had assumed you were formidable, yet you are nothing more than a pitiful lot. If you wish to escort us to Haihuchong, then let us proceed, fortuitously. We are in need of extra hands for some tasks there. Zhang Anping chuckled, while Jin Xiaofang affectionately tapped her son's head, recognizing his cleverness in dealing with such adversaries. Before long, they arrived at Haihuchong, where Lin Yuanqing was astonished to witness so many individuals laboring in a place that instilled fear in the hearts of many. Wang Ermatzi, along with his 8 brothers, had intended to leave, but Zhang Anping would certainly not allow that to happen. A few individuals were promptly brought forth and escorted to the fields to commence their arduous labor. It was no jest. With the Black Tiger Brigade confronting such expansive farmland and desperately in need of manpower, the sudden arrival of 8 robust laborers could not simply be overlooked. As they began tilling the soil, lacking oxen, the men of the Black Tiger Brigade resorted to harnessing Wang Ermatzi and his companions with hemp ropes, utilizing them as one would cattle for plowing. This grueling task nearly exhausted Wang Ermatzi and his comrades. Yet, upon witnessing the fearsome countenance of their captors, they dared not protest, instead focusing on the prospect of escaping under the cover of night. Fortunately, despite their overwhelming fatigue, they were offered a decent evening meal, which even included meat. However, this did not deter Wang Ermatzi from stealthily making his way toward the village outskirts as soon as the others succumbed to slumber. Just as he stepped outside, he was confronted by a chilling sight that sent shivers down his spine, looming ominously before him. Chapter 163, Days of Hope, Oh Dear. A wolf. Wang Ermatzi shrieked in terror, scrambling back in a frantic manner, grateful to find that the house still had doors. The wolf could not enter. Who would have imagined that wolves roamed this village at night? If he were to be devoured by a wolf, he would surely be reduced to nothing but bones. Compared to the imminent threat of death, the prospect of hiding indoors and engaging in some mundane tasks during the day seemed far less daunting. Howl, howl. Little White called out towards the house, causing Wang Ermatzi inside to quiver with fear, his legs turning to jelly and his face paling. The sheer terror of the situation was overwhelming. Observing the new arrival's fright, Little White felt a sense of satisfaction and barked towards the nearby Meatball, who was lazily sprawled out in slumber. Awoken by the commotion, Meatball cast an irritated glance at Little White. What a racket! What is the point of scaring a bunch of useless fools? Howl, howl, it's utterly unbearable. At that moment, Meatball appeared even larger and bulkier than Little White. I'm certainly far superior to certain slothful creatures who merely eat and sleep all day long. Meow. As if anyone could fail to imitate a cat's call. Little White retorted, lifting his head to engage in playful banter with Meatball. Ever since he had absorbed the power of the moonlight, he had successfully transformed, merely growing in size to surpass Meatball slightly, and now he enjoyed sparring verbally with him. Few knew of his true nature as a demon. It was only in the company of Meatball that he felt comfortable speaking. After all, they were of the same kind. Before Meatball's arrival, Little White had been the most pampered pet of the Zhang family, content to play the adorable companion, swirling around Zhang Anping's feet. However, since Meatball had come, he felt a twinge of envy. Meatball lived in utter bliss, sleeping through the day and night, and indulging in delicious meals. There was no denying that he felt envious. The more he envied, the more he relished their banter, finding immense joy in their exchanges. Zhang Anping had assigned Little White and Meatball to guard the village at night. Together, they provided companionship during the long, lonely hours. Meatball would mimic a wolf's howl, while Little White would imitate a cat's call. On the first night, Wang or Motzi attempted to sneak away, but encountered a wolf. On the second day, the village acquired a cow, making their workload lighter, yet still leaving them utterly exhausted, with thoughts of escape lingering in their minds. Thus, they still wished to flee at night, unaware that this time, they faced an even greater fright. Wang or Motzi nearly lost his wits upon seeing a tiger and hearing its roar, prompting him to retreat in sheer panic back into the house. After Wang or Motzi had stayed for 2 days, Zhang Anping and his mother ventured to Chongling town for supplies. When they arrived with 3 carters driving 3 empty horse-drawn carts, onlookers were left astonished. Some even glanced skyward, reassured by the bright daylight and the long shadows cast by their figures, evidence that they were neither ghosts nor dead. "Oh my, you're back again. This is wonderful. We were so worried about you the other day. Today, I have plenty of eggs, and I still have some chickens at home. If you need them, I can fetch them right away. Oh, I have fresh tofu and vegetables. You are sure to enjoy them. Ah, young lady, you are indeed fortunate. Wang or Motzi has not been seen in town these past few days, so you need not fear. It is a relief that nothing untoward befell you that day. Consider it a small fortune saving you from disaster." The townsfolk speculated that Jin Xiaofang and her companions had been swindled by Wang or Motzi and his gang. They assumed that he had succumbed to his old habits, taking the ill-gotten gains to gamble in the neighboring village, and it was unlikely he would return without losing it all. Chickens, ducks, and geese, all at the old prices. And eggs, we want them all. Tofu, bring as much as you have. Meat, rice, and flour, we will take whatever is available. The prices in Chongling town were considerably lower than those in Jiangnan. Thus the purchasing power of the silver brought by the Zhang family was formidable. Furthermore, Qiu Xiaoyong had just returned from Taiyan County, selling some jewelry and bringing back 1,000 taels of silver. He reported that Taiyan County was exceedingly poor, and he intended to visit Azhou, taking along a chest of jewels. Fearing for his safety on the journey, his grandfather insisted he be accompanied by the old steward, Zhang Jichuan, and Hu Linger. With no one else available in the village, everyone, regardless of age or gender, had to lend a hand. The Zhang family possessed considerable hidden wealth. Having fled from danger, they placed great importance on provisions, seizing the opportunity to stockpile supplies. They were determined to amass goods, especially live chickens and ducks, as the summer heat increased. The more, the better. As Jin Xiaofang strolled through the streets of Chongling town, she was greeted by familiar faces. For everyone knew her. The Black Tiger's daughter-in-law was well-versed in literature and possessed a generous spirit, her acumen in arithmetic unmatched. Regardless of the quantity of goods sold, she could glance at them and immediately declare the correct amount of silver. Skeptical sellers would resort to their abacuses, toiling for long periods, only to discover they had miscalculated by a mere coin. In the end, when the accountant verified the totals, they were astonished to learn that a simple woman had outperformed their collective calculations. It was remarkable. Eventually, as familiarity grew, it became known that Jin Xiaofang was the one to consult for calculations. Some, unwilling to concede, secretly attempted their own computations, but consistently found her mental calculations accurate without the aid of an abacus or paper. This prowess earned her the admiration of Zhang Anping, who marveled at his mother's abilities. Though her culinary skills left much to be desired, her aptitude for mental arithmetic left him feeling inferior. Seeing her son's astonished expression filled Jin Xiaofang's heart with sweetness, and she beamed with joy. "I wish to purchase a flock of sheep. I am open to negotiation. Should anyone possess information about sellers, I shall reward them with a tael of silver." Having procured some chickens, ducks, and grains, though not in abundance, she still sought larger livestock, particularly sheep. The Black Tiger's residence boasted a vast expanse of untamed land, lush with water and grass, making it an ideal location for raising a flock of sheep. Due to the rapid reproduction of sheep, by winter, the household and the village are blessed with an abundance of mutton, bringing forth a sense of anticipation throughout the entire season. "May I inquire, dear second mistress, will you be visiting again the day after tomorrow?" "Indeed, I shall come. Visiting every 2 days. As long as there are lambs or piglets, You may seek me out. Jean Xiaofeng, with a beaming smile, felt no regret for not acquiring sheep today. Instead, she had purchased dozens of mature hens and over 100 chicks. These are indeed prized possessions. Furthermore, she noticed an abundance of cowpeas being sold in the streets, and upon inquiring about the prices, found them to be remarkably affordable. She decided to purchase a generous amount and had it delivered to the cart. It was fortunate that 3 large carts were brought along. Had they been smaller, there might not have been sufficient space. Upon returning home, Zhang Anping and his companions were greeted by the bustling scene of bamboo being cut in the village, while Wang Ermatzi and his 7 associates toiled diligently in the fields. Chapter 164. A letter from afar at the village entrance. The bamboo forest sprawls endlessly. The bamboo has been harvested, woven into rafts, crafted into bamboo beds, and fashioned into various bamboo fences. These fences enclose patches of grass, where chickens and ducks, purchased for the purpose, can roam without fear of escape. The chicks are kept in more secluded houses. After all, there are plenty of vacant homes here, all put to good use. As for the cattle and horses, they are housed directly inside the buildings. With so many empty houses, each person occupies their own room, leading to a sense of spaciousness. With an abundance of houses and a scarcity of people, everyone is engaged in work. As soon as the horse-drawn carts return, grain is stored in the warehouse, with some placed in the cellar and the rest allocated to the granary for communal consumption. Fabrics are delivered to the matron, who, with a few helpers, begins crafting clothing for everyone. Garments for autumn and winter must be prepared in advance, especially with the new year approaching. The villagers plan to have a new outfit for each person. Old Man Zhang has proposed the establishment of a sect called the Immortal Martial Sect, and it is anticipated that everyone will need a decent set of clothing and shoes. Several 100 pounds of cowpeas have been sent to the kitchen, where the 3rd daughter-in-law and her team boil water, select the tenderest peas, and then dry them on bamboo poles. The resulting dried peas can be stored for years without spoiling, serving as a reserve vegetable in the cellar or enjoyed in winter. As for the purchased tofu, when cooked with fish, it creates an exquisite dish. The fish soup is particularly beloved by all. The 3rd daughter-in-law is also contemplating grinding some yellow soybeans with a stone mill, intending to make tofu herself, ensuring a daily supply of fresh tofu and adding variety to the village's cuisine. Ultimately, the goal is for the village to become self-sufficient, requiring minimal purchases of vegetables. The newly cleared land has been plowed, and the weeds have been removed. The surface of the black soil is loosened with rakes, followed by the planting of quick-growing crops such as amaranth and mustard greens. Near the water's edge, water spinach and celery are sown, promising a future harvest of fresh greens without the need to forage for wild vegetables as they currently do. With so much land available, rice cultivation is impractical, and sowing wheat is premature, so they have opted to plant cucumbers, cowpeas, and pumpkins, which will yield a harvest in late autumn. The village ducks and geese have been herded to the riverbank, under the watchful care of designated individuals, and the newly acquired female ducks and geese have begun laying eggs. Chickens are allowed to free range within the fenced areas. The abundance of insects and wild vegetables in the uncultivated land means these chickens require little feeding, with just a bit of corn in the evening sufficing. The Zhang family plans to acquire more chickens, intending to release them into the bamboo forest at the village entrance, where they will be safe from predators, thanks to the presence of white cranes in the bamboo grove. This is the Zhang family's stockpile of provisions. They are particularly diligent in gradually accumulating their wealth. Amidst their labors, the resonant sounds of reading can be heard throughout the village. Here, life resembles that of Dahuai Tree Village, where the villagers engage in reading and training in the early morning and late evening, while tending to the fields during the day, taking a respite at noon. The educators brought in from Hongnan County have proven their worth, imparting knowledge to the villagers on how to procure iron sand by binding certain black stones to a tool. They then use this instrument to sift through the sandy banks of the river. In no time, the tool is laden with dense clusters of iron ore. With this iron ore, they can forge their own metal, and among them, it is surprisingly Zhang Jiawu, along with the particularly strong servants of the Zhang family, who exhibit the greatest skill in ironworking. Currently, the newly arrived 8 are unfortunate laborers, burdened with the heaviest tasks, while the remainder are servants. Wang Ermatzi and his companions are perpetually consumed by thoughts of escape from this oppressive Black Tiger Gorge. However, they are utterly exhausted, laboring like oxen each day. Ironically, When night falls and they contemplate fleeing, they are met with terrifying sights that instill doubt. Beyond this village lies either a wolf's den or a tiger's lair. It is said that in the past, soldiers often disappeared without a trace in this vicinity, leaving no evidence of their fate. This place is fraught with peril, and as they run, Wang Ermatsi and his companions find themselves unable to continue. They lack the courage to flee, and taking refuge indoors seems the safer option. Thus, they are left with aspirations unfulfilled, dreaming of a day when they, like the carriage drivers, might work in the town by day, feeling fearless once they escape Black Tiger Gorge. With this hope, Wang Ermatsi and his companions resign themselves to laboring here, seeking opportunities to slip away by day. One day, they spot a caravan of horse-drawn carts from afar, with voices exclaiming in joyous unison, "We have returned." It turns out that the Zhang brothers have returned from purchasing cattle and horses in Taiyuan County. Fortuitously, they encountered livestock sent by the escort agency along the way, leading to a grand assembly of animals arriving at Black Tiger Gorge. They enlisted the help of several individuals, including those from the escort agency, alongside the cattle and sheep they procured. The procession was so vast that it congested the road, resembling a multitude of carts. Wang Ermatsi and his companions gaped in disbelief, their faces awash with astonishment. So many sheep and cattle. What a fortune this must entail. Their expressions elicited a sense of pride in the servants who had originally accompanied the Zhang family. This is nothing. At one time, we had over 100 carts, a sight that could overshadow the heavens. Quickly, everyone, come lend a hand. This time, the number of cattle delivered was particularly abundant, with 30 or 40 heads, alongside dozens of fine horses and a chorus of bleating goats, bringing smiles to every face. For those who have savored mutton know well the joy of gathering around a bonfire in the cold winter, feasting on roasted lamb and savoring mutton soup, a scene that remains etched in their memories as one of the most beautiful. Moreover, the reproductive capacity of sheep is remarkably robust. With this flock, one can foresee a prosperous future for He Huchong. Consequently, Zhang Omping has come to lend a hand, expressing that his mother has always been keen on acquiring more lambs. Now that the sheep have arrived, her wishes have truly been fulfilled. Let us place these sheep in a small valley on the back mountain, where the water and grass are abundant. Rest assured, they will grow plump and strong. Zhang Omping exclaimed, joyfully capturing one of the sheep. Amidst the bustling activity, everyone was diligently settling the cattle and sheep, while also transporting the grains they had purchased into the cellar. Meanwhile, the escort agency delivered several letters to the elderly Zhang. The agency, well informed, had apprised him of the situation in Hongnan City when he had left. Essentially, it was primarily about a skirmish involving Qiu Yunshan and the barbarians. Chapter 165. Aspirations and Dreams. After Zhang Omping and his companions departed from Hongnan County, Qiu Yunshan swiftly ascended to the position of county magistrate. In response, the court dispatched General Li, a commander of the main forces, to proceed towards Hangzhou. Qiu Yunshan commenced the fortification of Hongnan City with great urgency, capitalizing on the absence of the barbarian invaders to gather provisions from various locales. Fortunately, having previously raided Hongquan's stronghold, he acquired a significant amount of grain and riches, which enabled him to shelter a multitude of refugees. He organized them into groups for training, preparing for the spring plowing, and constructing fortified shelters. Consequently, Hongnan City began to expand rapidly. Before long, troops were stationed in Wukou Town, conducting daily patrols and reconnaissance to thwart any northern advances by the barbarians. Their strategic thoughts also turned towards pushing their forces southward, with aspirations of reclaiming Jizhou. Wukou Town was the very place where the Liu family had met their demise at the hands of Hongquan's ambush. As the weather warmed, the barbarian forces began to stir. Had it not been for the reconnaissance teams dispatched to survey the terrain, they would have remained oblivious to the impending danger. Hesitant and cautious, they delayed their actions for some time. Moreover, with the demise of Hongquan, who had been their informant within Hangzhou, the barbarians found themselves bereft of internal support, thus delaying their offensive beyond the initial plan. Before they could reach Hongnan City, they were unexpectedly ambushed, for Qiu Xiaoyong's father, Qiu Yunhai, had not perished as believed. Remaining concealed in the shadows, he seized the moment to strike as the barbarians mobilized. As the barbarians approached Wukou Town, Qiu Yunshan received the intelligence and took the initiative to launch a counterattack. Approaching Dahuai Tree Village, They executed a well-coordinated ambush, leveraging their familiarity with the surrounding terrain. Although they suffered some losses, they captured over 1,000 two-headed horses and eliminated a similar number of adversaries. This battle marked the greatest victory of the Great Zhou dynasty against the barbarians to date. Additionally, Qiu Yinshan learned from the Zhang family the art of breeding two-headed horses, which were then employed for patrolling and relaying messages. This not only bolstered the morale of the Great Zhou soldiers, but also enhanced the combat effectiveness of their forces. News of this resounding victory was reported to the court, celebrated as the Great Victory at Dahuai Tree Village, prompting Qiu Yinshan to station troops in both Dahuai Tree Village and Wukou Town, intent on retaliating against the barbarians. It was imperative to expel the invaders from Jizhou. However, the barbarians proved to be ferocious, leading to a protracted stalemate between the two sides, with frequent minor skirmishes resulting in casualties on both ends. The area between Dahuai Tree and Wukou Town became a war zone, with countless refugees traversing the road, seeking sanctuary in either Wukou Town or Hongnan City. The influx of refugees, compounded by the turmoil of war, rendered life in both Hongnan City and Hangzhou exceedingly difficult. Prices soared, and with this year's new grain yet to be harvested, the cost of food continued to rise. Each time the Zhang family ventured to procure grain, the prices fluctuated, invariably climbing higher, and even then, supplies were frequently insufficient, leading to regular shortages. The past 6 months have been marked by chaos and disorder, devoid of tranquility. Had the Zhang family not departed swiftly to the Black Tiger Canyon in Chongling Town, remaining in Jiangnan would likely have been exceedingly arduous. Upon hearing this news, the Zhang family felt an immense sense of relief and resolved to convert all the gold and silver they had acquired on their journey into food supplies. They understood that their stay in Heihuchong was merely a temporary refuge, as the situation outside remained unstable. Consequently, the elder Zhang penned a letter to Qiu Shaoyong, requesting the escort agency to relay their message. Zhang Anping proposed that, given their considerable wealth in gold and silver, they should expand their efforts to procure grain and livestock from several nearby counties around Zhou. The family unanimously agreed on the necessity of this action, recognizing that having ample food would provide peace of mind. Even if they were to plant crops in Heihuchong, the harvest would not yield until the following year, and they needed to stockpile enough provisions to last for 1 to 2 years. Additionally, they had to prepare for a possible influx of people into Heihuchong, which could lead to food shortages. Beyond stockpiling food, the paramount concern for the Zhang family was to enhance their overall strength. Currently, aside from a few individuals, almost all were practitioners of martial arts. Zhang Anping insisted that, apart from essential labor, all martial artists must diligently train daily, not only to expand their spiritual awareness, but also to gain practical combat experience. The first step was for all martial artists to engage in real combat every day. Initially, their opponents could be family members who had advanced together, followed by sparring sessions with Qiu Shaoyong, and then dueling with the twin sisters, Zhang Zhitiao. Should they triumph over them, they could practice against Xiaobai and Ruwanzi or Baihe. After succeeding against them, they could challenge Hu Ling'er and, ultimately, Guishou. Given that Ruwanzi was currently injured, if he were to fully recover, anyone able to withstand 3 moves from him would possess formidable strength. This sequence was a carefully devised plan by Zhang Anping for his family. Even if their strength remained at the level of martial apprentices or martial warriors, they would emerge as the most formidable within their rank. Coupled with the specially crafted magical tools and treasures provided by Zhang Anping, the Zhang family would undoubtedly thrive with time. The elder and the younger of the Zhang family spoke with great authority, with the latter being Zhang Anping. I am not being alarmist. The essence of everything lies in strength. Without power, no matter how much grain you hoard, you cannot ensure your safety. Even in the perceived security of Heihuchong, it is not truly safe. Without strength, one could flee to the ends of the earth and only live as a refugee. Consider Jizhou's Daxing village, still under the heel of the barbaric invaders. That is our homeland, and we must return. Deep within Zhang Anping's heart lay another aspiration. They had fled from Daxing village, journeying to Heihuchong in Chongling Town, Zhou. He envisioned a day when they would lead their family southward from Heihuchong, returning to Dahuai Tree Village for a visit, and then proceed from there back to Daxing Village. How could the land of Dazhou permit the barbarians to roam freely? Yet, at this moment, both he and his sister were still weak, and in Heihuchong, They could only recuperate and grow their strength. Upon hearing Zhang Anping's words, Zhang Zichuan and the others nodded in unison, affirming, "Indeed, we shall heed our brother's counsel. Daxing village is our homeland. We must strengthen ourselves and reclaim it. Our beloved home cannot be occupied by outsiders. We are determined to return." The elder Zhang and matriarch Zhang had long instilled this mindset in them. In the eyes of Zhang Zichuan and the others, it was imperative to protect their brother and to follow his lead. Moreover, the words spoken by Zhang Anping resonated deeply within their hearts. No one desires to see their beautiful homeland overrun by invaders, turning into a desolate and chaotic wasteland filled with suffering. Yes, let this become our future goal. That is why I envision establishing the Xinwu sect, where we can unite with others who share our ideals and aspirations, working together towards our common purpose. As Zhang Anping spoke this, every member of the Zhang family instantly nodded in agreement. Yes, this is the way to drive out the invaders and restore our land. One day, the Zhang family shall return to Jizhou Daxing village. Even if they find themselves in Heihuchong, they are still the Zhang family of Daxing. Chapter 166. Nancy's secret. Zhang Anping's notion was wholeheartedly embraced by the entire Zhang family. Their unity was remarkable, bordering on blind devotion. The third generation of the Zhang clan unwaveringly believed in one principle. They must protect their younger brother, heed his counsel, and treat him with utmost kindness. Whatever Zhang Anping wished to pursue, they rallied together to support him. If one day proved insufficient, they would persevere for a month. If a month fell short, they would endure for a year. If a year was inadequate, they would strive for a decade. And if a decade was not enough, they would persist for a century. As long as they remained united, no endeavor was beyond their reach. Meanwhile, in Jinling, Nancy finally laid her eyes on her younger brother, a moment she had long yearned for. She had been brought into the palace by her grandmother. Upon seeing him for the first time, her eyes welled with tears. For her brother appeared gravely ill, his condition reminiscent of a dire affliction. Speaking was a struggle for him, and his eyes were devoid of vitality. Clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, it hung loosely on his frail frame. At that moment, Nancy's mother, the current Empress Dowager, Shangguanci, was in attendance. Her twin brother, Emperor Mingzong Zhaoxi, reigned as the sovereign. Years ago, the late emperor and empress enjoyed a harmonious union. However, the empress bore no children, prompting the late emperor to seek solace in the arms of several beauties. Among them was a woman named Shangguanci, who soon became pregnant and was granted the title of consort. With connections in the palace and some wealth, upon discovering that Shangguanci had given birth to twins, the family swiftly sent the sister away, falsely claiming that only the prince remained. In the Dazhou dynasty, twins were deemed inauspicious, as they could sow discord in the future succession. 3 centuries prior, twin princes nearly plunged the realm into chaos over the throne, causing immense suffering among the populace and leading to the decline of the Dazhou dynasty. Zhao Nancy bore a striking resemblance to her brother Zhao Shi. After being sent from the palace, she was initially raised by her uncle, who claimed she was the offspring of a minor concubine. Yet, as Zhao Nancy matured, the truth became increasingly difficult to conceal, leading to her relocation to Hongnan City. Now, with Zhao Shi gravely ill and the Zhao royal family eyeing each other warily, tensions ran high. Following the death of the late emperor, Empress Dowager Shangguanci wielded considerable influence, supporting her relatives and placing her trust in eunuchs, which led to an erosion of imperial power, rendering Zhao Shi a mere puppet emperor. The Zhao family harbored deep discontent. Among them, Prince Shun, the late emperor's younger brother, stood poised to ascend the throne in the event of Zhao Shi's demise, especially given the latter's youth and lack of heirs. Prince Shun shared a contentious relationship with the Empress Dowager, often subtly opposing her. He commanded significant support among military generals and royal family members, who rallied behind him. Should he learn of Zhao Shi's precarious health, the implications could be dire. Empress Dowager Shangguanci feared that upon her son's death, Prince Shun would not only ascend to the throne, but would also seek her life, along with that of the entire Shangguan family. After careful consideration, Empress Dowager Xian made an unexpected decision that astonished everyone. She arranged for her daughter, Zhao Nanqi, to impersonate the deceased Zhao Shi, allowing her to continue as the young emperor. Even in the unfortunate event of Zhao Shi's demise, as long as the truth remained concealed, her daughter would still be recognized as Emperor Mingzong. After all, They bore identical visages, and the harem was essentially under the control of Empress Dowager Xian. Though no one anticipated such a scheme, it was not without its feasibility. Thus, when Zhao Shi's condition deteriorated, Zhao Nanshi was discreetly ushered into the palace. "Dear brother," Zhao Nanshi softly called out to Zhao Shi, and as she approached, her hand subtly checked his pulse. It was alarmingly faint. "I have waited for you." "Dear sister Zhao," she smiled at Zhao Nanshi, recognizing the striking resemblance between them. They were both aware of each other's existence long before this moment. He gestured for everyone to leave, and soon the chamber was filled with only the two of them. Zhao Shi bestowed upon Zhao Nanshi several items, among which was a special ink and brush that allowed them to communicate across great distances instantaneously, regardless of the miles that separated them, even between Jinling and Hong'an City, unbeknownst to outsiders. For despite being a puppet emperor, Zhao Shi was still an emperor, and the only son of the Empress Dowager in the eyes of the public. "Sister, you must exercise caution. I have been wronged, and you must remain vigilant. You must grow stronger. The items I have left for you are your means of escape. For grave dangers lie ahead." Zhao Shi indicated beneath his bed, where he had constructed a secret chamber, meticulously concealed and known only to him. This very treasure was now entrusted to his sister. He may not have been a good emperor or son, but in her eyes, he was the best brother. After their reunion, Zhao Shi was sent away from the palace, with his fate hanging in the balance. His health had deteriorated beyond hope, yet he could not perish within the palace walls, for there remained an emperor, Zhao Nanshi. After today, she would assume the mantle of Emperor Mingzong Zhao Shi. Apart from Empress Dowager Xian, Zhao Nanshi's maternal grandmother, and a select few others, not a soul in the palace, including the maids and eunuchs, had any inkling of this remarkable turn of events. Indeed, such an extraordinary occurrence was beyond the realm of anyone's imagination. However, as Empress Dowager Xian gazed upon Zhao Nanshi, draped in the dragon robe and feigning illness, she let out a deep sigh of relief. "Your attendants will inform you of the emperor's preferences. You shall attend court tomorrow. Simply sit in that chair and remain still. Regardless of who presents matters before you, you need only say, 'I heed the guidance of the Empress Dowager,' or express your gratitude for her labors. I am also your mother, having endured the trials of 10 months to bring you into this world, thus granting you your current glory. Therefore, we must rely upon one another." In truth, Zhao Nanshi was acutely aware of her purpose within the palace. At that moment, she had just entered the palace and had yet to find her footing, naturally responding with a humble and compliant tone. As for her true thoughts, at that time, no one would know, except for one person. Before long, words began to emerge once more on the paper in Zhao Anping's possession. This time, however, the script had altered, speaking of an old acquaintance, mentioning that her younger brother had sent this ink to him, and so forth. Upon reading this, Zhang Anping realized that the author of the letter was none other than Nanshi, rather than his younger sibling. "We have also arrived at Heihuchong. Everything is going quite well, and we have even taken in a crane and found a turtle. I remain in Jinling, still struggling to find my footing, and there are not many reliable individuals around me. I am devising a plan to reclaim what belongs to my younger brother. Once I have settled here, you can come to visit." Within the confines of the royal palace, Zhao Nanshi had no one else to trust, save for the act of penning letters to Zhang Anping. Chapter 167. The art of divination. Zhang Anping discovered that writing letters with paper and pen was remarkably convenient. Whatever he wished to convey could be instantly received on the other end. He shared the events concerning the Black Tiger village with Zhao Nanshi. In return, Zhao Nanshi recounted matters from Jinling. "My father possesses considerable wealth, and my mother fears that certain uncles and relatives may seize it. Thus, she has compelled me to disguise myself as my younger brother, though I suspect my brother is no longer among the living. My mother is also quite wary of me, subjecting me to relentless scrutiny. I cannot even reach out to Fang Yuan. Tell me, if you were in my position, how would you navigate this predicament? How could I, as a daughter, gain control over my father's estate?" Zhao Nanshi was also racking her brain, divulging her own dilemmas to Zhang Anping. She found him to be unlike anyone she had previously encountered. His thoughts were astute, bordering on the extraordinary. He possessed unique insights, even advocating for gender equality and asserting that young women could indeed achieve great feats, even proclaiming that a woman could ascend to the throne. After all, there had once been an empress named Wu Zetian. Thus, Zhao Nanshi began to share her familial matters with Zhang Anping. One must first win the hearts of those around them. Loyalty is of paramount importance. You possess the moral high ground, for you are your father's own flesh and blood. Moreover, strength is an undeniable truth. At that moment, Zhang Anping had no inkling that Zhao Nanshi was already the Mingzong emperor. He genuinely believed that her journey to Jinling was merely to seek counsel from an ordinary noble family. He regarded Zhao Nanshi as a friend, sharing his perspectives freely. The first was to cultivate loyalty, as she held the moral high ground. The second was that strength and capability were irrefutable truths. This made Zhao Nanshi contemplative. She was exceedingly intelligent. Even while masquerading as a male, she managed to do so convincingly. Though those around her thought her sudden return to court after illness seemed slightly more robust and lively than before. Attributing it to the diligent care of the imperial physician and the Empress Dowager, no one would dare to point out any peculiarities. After all, the attendants who had once served the Mingzong emperor had been replaced due to the displeasure of the Empress Dowager. As for the fate of those replaced, whether they perished, thrived, or vanished into obscurity, no one knew. One day, as the emperor passed by, the lead guard's belt unexpectedly broke, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Alarmed, the lead guard immediately knelt before Zhao Nanshi, for this was a breach of decorum. The gravity of the situation prompted immediate calls for the guard's execution. Fortunately, Zhao Nanshi intervened, remarking that the guard had always displayed unwavering loyalty, and thus, although he had erred, she would spare his life, imposing a penalty of 3 months' salary as a warning to others. An emperor's word, even that of a puppet, held immense weight. The lead guard, surnamed Sun, was profoundly grateful and, seizing a moment of solitude, secretly came to kneel and express his thanks to Zhao Nanshi. Please investigate thoroughly who seeks to harm you. If you lack the capability to discern this, it is only a matter of time before you are unceremoniously ejected from the scene. Thank you for your counsel, Your Majesty. Son, I will heed your words. Should fortune allow me to survive, Your Majesty, do not hesitate to summon me at your convenience. Sunny, having ascended to the position of chief guard, is well aware that nothing occurs without reason. How could his dagger break precisely when the emperor arrives? This is evidently a scheme devised by someone. Fortuitously, the emperor possesses keen insight. Otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy. The perpetrator must be unmasked. Soon after, the deputy to the chief guard commits suicide, while Sun Yi clandestinely allies himself with Zhao Nanshi, assisting in garnering support among the guards. Zhao Nanshi, indeed, follows the counsel of Zhao Anping in such matters. She remains vigilant towards not only the chief guard, but also the imperial tutor, as well as several eunuchs and palace maids. She is the emperor, albeit young, yet her position is legitimate. Even in the face of the Empress Dowager's suppression, many within the imperial court and harem begin to believe that when Emperor Mingzong matures, he may indeed become a wise ruler. Such would be a boon for the great Zhou. Aside from severing ties with Zhao Nanshi, Zhang Anping busies himself with cultivating his own skills while crafting magical artifacts for his family. He discovers that within his second spatial courtyard, there are numerous treasures, excellent materials for forging magical items. Furthermore, apart from daily crafting, he dedicates time to cultivating the heavenly righteousness technique or occasionally exploring the space's study for suitable spells to enhance his current practice. After all, his repertoire of spells is rather limited. Previously, while fleeing, he found it inconvenient to practice. However, now that he has stabilized at Black Tiger Ridge, he not only aims to elevate the strength of his companions, but, more importantly, to bolster his own power. Otherwise, all his aspirations would merely remain dreams, empty words devoid of substance. Regrettably, despite several attempts, Zhang Anping has yet to uncover any new techniques or spells. He can only exercise patience, searching gradually. Each time he enters the space, he makes it a point to approach the third door, pushing against it with all his might, hoping to pry it open. This has become a ritual of sorts upon his arrival. Yet, regardless of his exertion, the third door remains impervious, unmoved. Much like his earlier attempts with the first door, without the right opportunity, it refuses to yield. Having found the door unyielding, Zhang Anping has also experimented with alternative methods. For instance, if the door cannot be pushed open, perhaps it swings outward, and pulling it might be feasible. To test this hypothesis, he has attempted to tug at the door. However, he soon realizes he is merely overthinking the matter. Irrespective of his approach, the third door remains steadfast, leaving him utterly speechless. Pushing open the third door, like the first and second, undoubtedly requires a catalyst. Yet, the nature of this catalyst remains elusive for now. All that is left is to patiently await its arrival, Zhang Anping pondered, reassured by his youth and the abundance of time ahead. Days passed swiftly in the Black Tiger Gorge, and as the weather began to cool, the newly cultivated 200 to 300 acres of barren land were sown with wheat seedlings. It was also the season for planting radishes and cabbages. At last, Zhang Anping realized that amidst his daily toil in the space of choices, he had discovered a cultivation technique perfectly suited for his current stage, the art of gazing at qi. Upon encountering this technique, a spark of excitement ignited within Zhang Anping's heart. Chapter 168. Rabbit Meat. The art of observing qi is classified into 9 distinct levels. The first level allows one to faintly perceive various hues of qi emanating from individuals, and even from extraordinary entities that exude unique energies, such as rare natural treasures or uncommon materials, each radiating its own distinctive essence. Zhang Anping found himself quite captivated by this art, which he could cultivate swiftly. However, to elevate his mastery, he needed to practice diligently. During a meal, Zhang Anping decided to employ the art of qi observation. By enveloping his vision with spiritual awareness and concentrating intently on his grandfather, he was astonished to discern a faint trace of purple qi hovering above the old man's head. This discovery filled him with exhilaration, as it was his first experience using this technique. In the realm of qi observation, purple and yellow are deemed precious, and it was surprising to find such delicate purple energy surrounding his grandfather. Grandfather, your status will surely become extraordinarily esteemed, and your days will only improve from here on. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Laotu burst into hearty laughter. With a fortunate grandson like you, I am bound to enjoy a prosperous life ahead. You must grow up quickly. I am eagerly awaiting the day you bring your grandparents back to Jizhou. To Daxing village, the old man chuckled, his eyes crinkling into joyful slits. When his beloved grandson was born, a fortune teller had predicted that their family's fortunes would flourish, and it seemed that prophecy was indeed coming to fruition. Despite the hardships of fleeing, their lives had grown increasingly vibrant since arriving at Heihucheng. Father, we have acquired another batch of sheep. It would be best to drive them into the mountains. That way, when winter arrives, we need not worry about fodder. Jin Xiaofang had been busy purchasing sheep, cattle, and pigs lately. With the cooler weather, the flock at Heihucheng had grown to 200, alongside the pigs that they also raised, necessitating dedicated caretakers. Mother, allow me to tend to the sheep. I can also scout the back mountain. If prey is plentiful, we could hunt when winter sets in. The Zhang family had been tirelessly cultivating the land in Heihucheng village, raising chickens, ducks, cattle, pigs, and sheep, leaving them perpetually occupied. They had rarely ventured to the back mountain. 200 sheep are quite a number. Bring along 1 or 2 others, and take Xiaobai with you. He is swift. The old man nodded in agreement. Having recently relocated to Heihucheng, the entire family was engaged in various tasks, both adults and children alike. Zhang Anping's duty of herding sheep was relatively light. They would ride horses to guide the flock, and once the sheep entered the mountains, they would deftly clear away some underbrush, which, after sun exposure, would serve excellently as firewood. The Zhang family had experienced heavy snowfall in winters past. Thus, they began early preparations for firewood, amassing it little by little, ensuring they would not lack fuel when snow rendered the mountains inaccessible. As Zhang Anping ventured into the mountains with the sheep, he was accompanied by Hu Ling, Xiaobai, and another man named Yang Yan. As the flock of sheep ventured into the back mountain, they instinctively sought out the tender grass. Zhang Anping and Yang Yan busied themselves with gathering firewood, while Hu Linger sat astride her horse, vigilantly watching the sheep to ensure they did not stray too far. For Zhang Anping, the task of collecting firewood was not particularly strenuous. He completed it swiftly, allowing him the leisure to survey the terrain of the back mountain. To access the back mountain, one had to traverse the highest point, the square, and cross a vast expanse of barren land. The back mountain was not merely a solitary peak, but an intricate chain of mountains interwoven together. Initially, the slopes were gentle, yet they grew increasingly steep towards the horizon, resembling a sharp sword thrust into the heavens. The goats grazed freely on the low hills, while Zhang Anping scanned his surroundings, also employing a technique to perceive the flow of qi. Before long, he discerned something peculiar in the atmosphere. Looking back, he spotted the Black Tiger Gorge. shrouded in mist with hints of purple energy emerging. This purple aura bore a resemblance to what he had witnessed emanating from his grandfather, signifying a potential opportunity. In contrast, ahead of him, there was a swirling mass of white vapor seemingly rising from the ground, evoking a sense of intrigue within Zhang Anping. Upon closer examination, he realized that while the white mist was not overtly pronounced, it was gradually accumulating in volume. What did this white mist signify? Zhang Anping was momentarily perplexed. Yet this did not deter him from riding towards the source of the vapor. It led him to a small hill. And although it was early autumn with greenery all around, this particular spot was strewn with sand and stones, its surface remarkably barren. The starkness of the landscape was somewhat jarring. However, this desolate hill had not garnered anyone's attention. As Zhang Anping circled the slope, he could only discern the white aura emanating from the hill through his qi observation technique. He found no distinctive features that set this hill apart from its neighbors. "Master, what are you observing? There are wild rabbits over here," Hu Linger called out, carrying 2 plump rabbits and waving enthusiastically at Zhang Anping. They had agreed before setting out that Hu Linger would tend to the sheep, while Zhang Anping would prepare a meal, perhaps roasting a rabbit or a wild chicken, to satisfy their hunger until they returned home for a hearty dinner at dusk. "Very well. You handle the rabbits while I build a fire and keep an eye on the sheep to prevent them from wandering off," Zhang Anping replied, seeking a sheltered spot to ignite the fire. Upon hearing his agreement, Hu Linger hurried off to prepare the rabbits, needing to find a clean water source to wash them properly. After a diligent search, she discovered a small stream emerging from the crevices of the rocks, cleverly concealed by the earth mounds. It was a location that neither she nor Zhang Anping would have easily found without considerable effort. Once Hu Linger had finished preparing the rabbits, she handed the cleaned meat to Zhang Anping, who thoughtfully sprinkled a touch of salt and seasoning upon it before placing it over the glowing embers to roast slowly. At this moment, the sky is caressed by a gentle breeze, causing the leaves to rustle softly. A flock of sheep, resembling white clouds, grazes with their heads bowed, occasionally bleating in a melodious chorus. Nearby, Xiaobai reclines atop a rise, fixated on the plump sheep, uncertain whether it is salivating in anticipation or vigilant against any lurking predators. The rabbit meat sizzling over the charcoal glistens with a golden, crispy exterior, wafting an enticing aroma that envelopes the air. Hu Linger circles the fire, entranced by the delightful scent, her appetite piqued. Her gaze remains glued to the roasted rabbit. And fortunately, with 2 rabbits available, there is enough to satisfy their hunger. Once cooked, Hu Linger and Zhang Anping each seize a rabbit leg. As Hu Linger takes a hearty bite, she suddenly freezes, her cheeks stuffed, yet her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Anping. "Isn't it delicious? My roasted rabbit is truly unparalleled." Zhang Anping takes a bite of his rabbit meat, only to unexpectedly spit it out in surprise.